the summer of 2013. We interrupt this program with breaking news. Guangzhou RF youth team player Xia Ze has caught the eye of Manchester United's legendary manager Sir Alex Ferguson and will transfer to Manchester United. His transfer fee has reached £18 million, and in the new season, he will don the number 7 shirt, a number steeped in Manchester United legend. A tall, slender young man, wearing a suit emblazoned with the Manchester United crest, appears in the frame. His nose is straight, his eyes bright and spirited, and his skin is tanned a deep bronze from years of training. This is Xia Ze, who is about to transfer to Manchester United. Striding with a brisk, steady gait, he enters the press conference hall, where dozens of reporters flashes fire. Without pause, every lens locked onto this prodigious talent from the East. Accompanying Xia Ze into the hall are Manchester United CEO David Gill and head coach Sir Alex Ferguson. Once the three are seated, the bulk of the questions are directed at Ferguson and Xia Ze, with David Gill rarely addressed. Sir Alex, may I ask why you chose to sign Xia Ze, and even entrusted him with the number 7 shirt? He has only just turned 18. A reporter asks. Xia Ze possesses exceptional football talent. He will become the finest Asian player. He will grow into a footballer as outstanding as Rooney. I have great faith in him. Ferguson answers with a smile. So far his mood remains pleasant. Aren't you worried he might end up as another Don Fonjoie or BB? A male reporter wears a sly grin, casting a malicious glance at Ferguson and Xia Ze. Ferguson's expression darkens at once. He fixes his gaze on the reporter, eyes razor sharp, as though they could cut the man down where he sits. Are you a Liverpool or Manchester City supporter? Manchester United has always maintained an excellent tradition in recruitment. Why don't you focus on Edwin van der Sar, Rooney, and Chicharito instead? Even if you are not a United fan, you should know that our successful signings far outnumber the failures. The hall falls utterly silent. Everyone knows Ferguson is angry, and no one dares to provoke the legendary manager's temper. The reporter's face flushes to a liverish purple. He had intended to make things difficult for Ferguson, yet had not expected the manager's aura to be so overwhelming. At that moment of dead silence, a phone ringtone suddenly rings out. The vast horizon is my love. Flustered, Xia Ze fumbles his phone from his pocket and hangs up after a single glance at the screen. The ringtone softens the atmosphere of the press conference, and a reporter turns to pose a question to Xia Ze. Xia Ze, your transfer has come as a great surprise, and few expected you to be given the number 7 shirt. Are you afraid that, like Valencia, you might be crushed by the immense significance this number holds at Manchester United? I've been a Manchester United supporter since childhood. To join such a great club is truly the fulfillment of a dream. The vast horizon is my love. Xia Ze's distinctive ringtone blares again, cutting off his own answer. He glances at the screen. It is Zhang Wei again. 2 calls in a row. Does that guy not realize he is in the middle of a press conference? Irritated, Xia Ze hangs up once more and even presses the power button, shutting the phone off to avoid further disturbance. He can already feel Sir Alex Ferguson's expression growing even darker beside him. Ze, are you still asleep? Get up, we're going to be late. The coarse shout suddenly resounds through the press conference hall. Xia Ze's knockoff phone has been in use for years. Its buttons are already unreliable. At this crucial moment, the power button turns into the answer key, and it connects directly on speaker mode. Zhang Wei's bull-like booming voice echoes through the entire hall. Xia Ze flushes with embarrassment and can almost feel the waves of murderous intent radiating from Ferguson at his side. Why are you calling me? I'm at a press conference. Ferguson is right next to me. Xia Ze mutters into the phone. Press conference, my ass. Ferguson has already retired. Stop dreaming and get up, we're going to be late. Zhang Wei's rough voice continues to rasp through the tinny speaker, drilling into Xia Ze's ear. The words "Ferguson has retired" jolt Xia Ze like a splash of cold water. He jerks his head up, only to see not the splendid lights of a press hall, but a yellowed ceiling. He shifts his gaze around a cramped room, clothes strewn in disarray, walls plastered with posters of football stars. This is no press conference at all. It is clearly his own bedroom. Hurry down, your grandpa won't let me come upstairs. Zhang Wei's voice rings out again. Only now does Xia Ze fully wake. Today is the day of the training match against Guangzhou Evergrande's youth team. Rumor has it that Real Madrid scouts and coaches will attend in person, and even Manchester United, currently playing friendlies in Hong Kong, has sent scouts to observe both youth teams. Manchester United scouts will be watching his match. This is a chance he absolutely cannot afford to miss. He glances at the alarm clock by his bed and sees that it is not yet 7 in the morning. There are still 2 full hours until the 9 o'clock assembly time. Even walking, he would arrive with room to spare. Zhang Wei, it seems, is even more nervous than he is. What are you so anxious about? Sure, there'll be Real Madrid and Manchester United scouts and coaches watching, but that doesn't mean you have to pound on my door before 7. 7. Take a look at the time. We're already late. Zhang Wei roars on the other end. Xia Ze checks his phone. 9:05. He bolts upright on the bed, terrified. Damn it, how could the alarm clock be more than 2 hours slow? He can no longer sit still. With a single roll, he tumbles out of bed and starts scrambling to gather his kit, boots, and other gear. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei's coarse, raspy voice keeps blaring in his ear, making this already stifling summer feel even more suffocating. Beep. Xia Ze finally presses off the infuriating Chinese Voice King phone. He grabs his bulging shoulder bag and clatters down the stairs, half running, half stumbling, slipping past his grandfather's displeased gaze as he rushes out the door. Outside waits a tall, anxious-looking figure nearly 1.90 meters in height. This is Zhang Wei, Xia Ze's close friend. The two weave through the narrow alleyway's sunlight filtering between the buildings and slicing the dim, cramped lane into scattered patches of light. The faint stench rising from garbage bins mingles with dust hanging in the air, combining into a smell that makes one instinctively uncomfortable. Besides dodging the occasional drip of air conditioner water from the balconies above, they must continually make way for tricycle carts laden with goods. Jogging along, Xia Ze rubs his temples, straining to recall the dream he just had, terrified of forgetting even the smallest detail. But when he remembers that it was Ferguson who held the press conference with him, and then thinks of how the Manchester United dugout is now occupied by Moyes, whose wrinkled skin resembles a steamed bun, he can only conclude that he had indeed been dreaming. After 5 minutes of twisting left and right through the maze of alleys, they finally emerge into the open. Sunlight floods over them, and a wave of summer air rushes into their faces. This time Xia Ze has no leisure to bask in the sun as he usually does. Head down, he sprints toward the entrance of the metro station on the left. "We don't have time. We should take a taxi." Zhang Wei yanks him back. "A taxi? It's more than 50 yuan from here to the sports center. With Real Madrid scouts and coaches watching this training match, do you really think this chance isn't worth 50 yuan? Even as he speaks, Zhang Wei flags down a taxi and hauls Xia Ze into the back seat. "Driver, Tianhe Sports Center, please," Zhang Wei tells the cabbie. He then turns to Xia Ze and says, "You're paying today? If you hadn't slept like a pig, we wouldn't be scrambling like this. I don't understand it either. I went to bed early last night, but my head still feels foggy." Xia Ze leans back in the seat, thumping his own forehead. He had clearly set 2 alarms last night, yet neither the phone nor the clock went off this morning. Even more absurd, the alarm clock's time has somehow lagged by over 2 hours. He checks the electronic watch on his wrist. It is already past 9:30. By now the coach is likely sitting in the dressing room, face dark as thunder, waiting for the two of them to arrive. Thinking of the coach's sinister expression and harsh methods, Xia Ze cannot help but shiver. As if sensing his worry, Zhang Wei's phone rings right on cue. "Zhang Wei, where are you?" And Xia Ze, "The match is about to start. Are you planning to throw away this opportunity?" Hearing the voice, Zhang Wei feels as though the fierce woman has appeared right before him. "Cowed," he replies, "Sister Xiaolin, Xia Ze and I are taking a taxi. We're almost there, almost there. Let him listen." Xiaolin's tone softens slightly. "Hello Xiaolin, it's me," Xia Ze says, taking the phone. "Ze, why can't I get through to your phone? Where are you two now?" Xiaolin's voice grows gentle, making it impossible to link her with the woman who just yelled at Zhang Wei. You know my Voice King glitches all the time. We're on our way and should make it before kickoff." "Alright then, just hurry." The coach is very angry. "I'll stop here, bye." "Got it, bye." Xia Ze hangs up and turns to see Zhang Wei staring at him in astonishment. Xia Ze can only shrug helplessly. Women truly are changeable. "Driver, how long until we reach Tianhe Sports Center?" "Hard to say," the driver replies lazily. "If traffic is good, about an hour. If it's bad, we could be stuck for half a day." "What?" The two exclaim in unison, then whip their heads toward the window. Ahead stretches an unbroken dragon of cars reaching toward the horizon with no end in sight, and their taxi has already begun to slow. "Take a detour," Xia Ze says decisively. "Kid, a detour will cost you dozens more yuan," the driver remarks, glancing at them disdainfully in the rearview mirror. "Detour?" Xia Ze grits his teeth and makes one of the most important decisions of his life. 20 minutes later, the taxi was still crawling along the road. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei watched the clock hands inch toward 10, both wearing expressions of anxiety and unease. This friendly match against the Evergrande youth team was nominally an opportunity for Real Madrid scouts to evaluate Evergrande's outstanding players, but what if they performed well and caught their eye? Although RF was overshadowed by Evergrande at the first team level, their youth team had always held its own in direct confrontations. As the core players of this RF youth squad both naturally wanted to showcase their abilities in front of the Real Madrid scouts. "Driver, how much longer?" Zhang Wei asked anxiously. "Look, it's still this congested, and we've taken a detour. It'll be at least another," the taxi driver said slowly. "What a driver, can you go faster?" Xia Ze pleaded. "Can't go faster, you want me to lose my license?" Zhang Wei's phone rang again. He held it tremblingly and handed it to Xia Ze, his burly face looking at Xia Ze with pitiful pleading. "You coward, it's just a phone call." Xia Ze shook his head, took the phone, and pressed the answer button. "Do you two still want to play? If you're not here before halftime, don't bother coming." A harsh middle-aged man's voice blasted from the phone, making Xia Ze flinch and nearly drop the phone. This middle-aged man was their coach Luo Jin, strict and fierce. Everyone in the entire RF youth team was afraid of him, including core players like Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. "How much longer?" The coach is really angry now. "Hurry up." Xiaolin's voice came through. "We're stuck in traffic. About another half hour. Xiaolin, put in a good word for us." Zhang Wei's pitiful voice sounded. "Alright, I'll try to calm the coach. Gotta go, the match has started." Shaolin hung. The two stared anxiously out the window, wishing they could sprout wings and fly to Tiana Stadium. Half an hour later, the taxi finally stopped outside Tiana Stadium. Xia Ze grabbed his gear and rushed forward. Hey, the fare. Zhang Wei grabbed Xia Ze. Xia Ze turned around with a bitter smile. Spot me first. They'll pay you back later. Zhang Wei's cheek twitched. Looks like he was paying again. Oh well, they were brothers after all. When the two reached the pitch, the match was already in first half stoppage time. Without the two core players in attack and defense, RF Youth trailed 0-2. On the RF bench, coach Luo Jin's face was ashen as he raged on the sidelines. The two approached the substitutes bench and whispered, "Coach." Luo Jin glanced at them, snorted, and continued directing the match. Halftime, Guangzhou RF Youth 0-2, Guangzhou Evergrande Youth. In the locker room, Luo Jin stood before the tactical board looking at the dejected players. "Look at how you played," he said, scornful with high expectations. "Worse than crap. With a performance like that, don't even think about Real Madrid or Manchester United. Even a second-tier Chinese team wouldn't want you." Many players hung their heads even lower. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei stood timidly aside, not daring to make a sound. Luo Jin looked at everyone, then at Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. He calmed down slightly and softened his tone, "But now's not the time to be discouraged. Since they could score 2 goals against us in the first half, we can pull 2 back in the second half. Come on, raise your heads, let me see your determination." Encouraged by the coach, the RF Youth players slowly lifted their heads, their eyes growing resolute. "Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, will deal with your lateness after the game. Go warm up now. I may put you in during the second half." Luo Jin glanced at them deliberately, keeping his tone cool. "Yes." Xia Ze and Zhang Wei exchanged looks, sensing a chance, and immediately suited up to warm up. In a VIP box, the top brass of Guangzhou Evergrande and Guangzhou RF were watching the match, with about a dozen. These foreigners were special scouts and coaches sent by Real Madrid, along with Phil Neville, a coach dispatched by Manchester United, which happened to be playing a commercial match in Hong Kong. Evergrande's number 7 is impressive, great speed and technique. "He reminds me of Cristiano Ronaldo," Phil Neville praised, clearly seeing a reflection of his former teammate in this young player. Number 9 is also outstanding, strong physique and powerful shooting, another Real Madrid scout added. Number 7 is AI Huang. Number 9 is Gao Bo, both elite products from our Evergrande soccer school, said Zhou Min, Evergrande's club manager, with great pride. "What about RF's talented players?" asked a Real Madrid scout. This question embarrassed Wang Jingxuan, the deputy manager of RF, who had been silent in the box. Facing inquiring gazes, he steeled himself and said, "Our RF squad also has 2 very outstanding youngsters. The coach plans to put them in during the second half. We'll see their performance soon." "Oh, I see. He'll definitely watch carefully," the scout said, enlightened. The second half began. Inspired by Luo Jin's hairdryer treatment in the locker room, the RF youth team was determined to turn the tide. With fierce attacks, they pinned Evergrande's youth team in their own half, but they were dominant without scoring. In the 55th minute, Evergrande launched a counterattack. AI Huang dribbled past 3 defenders and set up Gao Bo for a goal. The score became 30. In the box, Wang Jingxuan, who had been full of hope, was ashen-faced. Zhou Min watched him, then turned to Phil Neville and the others. "Gentlemen, it's lunchtime now. Why don't we go dine first?" The coaches glanced at the match and saw that after conceding the 3rd goal, RF's morale had plummeted. They were being suppressed by Evergrande again. A comeback seemed hopeless. Noticing no objections, Zhou Min ignored Wang Jingxuan's grim expression and led the group out. Wang Jingxuan stood behind in silence, turned to look at the RF substitutes bench, and couldn't help feeling disappointed. Where were those so-called prodigies? On the RF youth substitutes bench, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei had returned from warming up. They changed into their match jerseys while listening to the coach's instructions. 2 minutes later, they stood by the sideline. As the ball went out for an RF goal kick, they substituted in. Xia Ze jogged to the area near the center circle. RF's youth team was in a 4,231 formation. Xia Ze played as an attacking midfielder, the creative core of the entire team. Zhang Wei was a center back, the defensive cornerstone. The RF youth team, which had been playing miserably for the past hour, felt a huge relief now that both their attacking and defensive anchors were back on the pitch. "Xia Ze, you're too late. Look, the Real Madrid and Manchester United coaches in the box have already left. Even if you play brilliantly now, it's useless." A youth player from Evergrande, about 1.75 m tall, walked over and spoke to Xia Ze. AI Huang, the first core of Guangzhou youth team 1, along with forward Gao Bo, was considered one of Evergrande's 2 future stars and the main targets for the Manchester United and Real Madrid scouts. Xia Ze looked up at the box in the stands and found it was indeed empty. He felt a pang of disappointment. But he quickly lifted his head firmly. "AI Huang, I'm different from you. I don't play to be watched, why play to..." As his words faded, Evergrande's goalkeeper kicked the ball. It sailed over the halfway line. Zhang Wei roared, out jumped Gao Bo, and headed the ball into the opponent's half. Chance. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei had always been well coordinated. He immediately sprinted toward the second landing point of the ball, moving like lightning. AI Huang beside him saw only a blue blur flash past. He also started quickly racing Xia Ze to the second landing point. They arrived almost simultaneously. Xia Ze used his shoulder to nudge AI Huang aside. AI Huang had good technique, but in physical confrontation he was no match for Xia Ze. Although he had won the first duel against his old rival Xia Ze didn't let it go to his head. He controlled the ball and quickly read the game. Because AI Huang had squeezed toward the center, a huge gap opened on the right flank. Before the opposing defensive midfielder closed in, Xia Ze lofted across with his right foot. The ball landed precisely at the left winger's feet. Beautiful. A cheer came from somewhere in the stands. Xia Ze's favorite player was Scholes. He always modeled his game after Scholes, making long passes and then quickly bursting forward beyond the defensive midfielder. This pass kicked off RF's counterattack. With their two core players back on the pitch, all the players' morale soared as they launched a furious assault on the opponent's goal. RF's left winger received Xia Ze's pass and faced the opposing right back Onion. Instead of dribbling, he suddenly passed to the overlapping left back. The left back then delivered a cross with two players already storming the box. But Evergrande's defenders were taller and won the first header, clearing the ball just outside the box. The goalkeeper thought it was safe, but suddenly a blue figure flashed into view beyond the box. Xia Ze. He had surged forward after the pass and arrived perfectly for the second ball. The arc was regular, the landing point exactly on the penalty area line. There couldn't have been a better opportunity. Xia Ze swung his right leg back, loading power, and unleashed a thunderous volley. In his mind, he flashed back to Scholes' various volleys. At that moment he felt he had become Scholes. Boom. The ball shot like a cannonball straight at the top left corner. The goalkeeper froze, unable to even make a save, and could only watch helplessly as the ball ripped into the net. 13. It was only Xia Ze's second touch of the ball since coming on, and he had already pulled one back for RF. On the substitutes bench, Wang Xiaolin cheered, while Luo Jin clenched his fist and nodded slightly. Beautiful. From an inconspicuous corner of the empty stands a foreign middle-aged man in a sweat-soaked shirt, holding a beer bottle, couldn't help shouting in excitement as he watched Xia Ze on the field. After Xia Ze's goal, Evergrande's captain scolded AI Huang. "You're the right midfielder. You should be helping the right back defend." "Captain, don't worry. He'll help the team score another goal right away." AI Huang waved dismissively. More than the goal conceded, what bothered him was that Xia Ze had scored. After the RF youth team pulled one back, the Evergrande youth team did not score immediately, as AI Huang had predicted, but instead was suppressed by the RF youth team's fierce pressing, forced to defend in their own half. All of this was due to the introduction of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. As the midfield core, Xia Ze revitalized the RF youth team's midfield with his excellent vision and precise passing. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei as a center back organized the defense, nullifying the opponent's few counterattack opportunities. Xia Ze received the ball and executed a wall pass, with the forward carrying the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Glancing at the position of the opposing goalkeeper, there's a shooting gap on the right. Based on his observation, Xia Ze made a decision. In less than half a second, swung his leg and unleashed a powerful shot that zipped along the ground, quickly passing the Evergrande youth goalkeeper's hands. Is another goal coming? The ball headed straight for the corner. Bang! However, it did not find the net, but instead hit the post, rebounding into the penalty area. Inside the box, a chaotic scramble ensued, and eventually the ball was cleared to AI Huang's feet. Damn, isn't it my time to shine yet? After Xia Ze came on, AI Huang first bore the blame for the conceded goal, and then the entire team was suppressed, barely touching the ball. He had been seething with frustration, and now with the ball at his feet, he sprinted forward with all his might. With the RF youth team launching a full-scale attack, their defense was left vulnerable, allowing AI Huang to dribble past two players and break into the area. If they let him continue to break through, the goal would be in jeopardy, and the recently boosted morale of the RF youth team would plummet again. Even if Xia Ze's skills were superb, it would be hard to turn the tide. At that moment, a tall blue figure charged in from behind AI Ze, executing a sliding tackle that cleanly intercepted the ball. No foul. It was Zhang Wei's clean tackle. AI Huang, why are you dribbling like that? Do you really think you can score with such basic skills? Zhang Wei passed the ball to Xia Ze, shaking his head disdainfully. As Xia Ze received the ball, the Evergrande youth team's formation had pushed past the halfway line due to AI Huang's counterattack, creating a lot more space for passing. There's space on the right again. Xia Ze merely glanced and spotted the opening, delivering a long pass behind the opponent's left back. The precise pass reached the RF right winger, who immediately sent in a cross. Originally, the Evergrande youth team was set to counterattack RF, but now Xia Ze seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack against them. The RF youth team's striker leaped high for a header, the ball crashing into the net. They pulled one back, making it 23. In the 80th minute, Guangzhou RF youth team scored again, still trailing by 1. After Xia Ze and Zhang Wei came on, the RF youth team changed their fortunes, scoring 2 goals in 20 minutes, giving the players and coach hope of equalizing and even turning the match around. The head coach of Guangzhou Evergrande youth team, Wei Guo, looked grim, his brows furrowed. Behind him, players on the bench had already warmed up. 2 minutes later, the Evergrande youth team replaced forward Gao Bo with defensive midfielder Yang Xiangbin, clearly aiming to hold on to their lead. You must closely mark Xia Ze, and at any cost do not let him have any chance to play. Wei Guo instructed Yang Xiongbian before he stepped onto the field. Once on the field, Yang Xiongbian immediately marked Xia Ze closely wherever Xia Ze, when he stayed within 3 meters. Though he wasn't tall, his defensive aggression helped stabilize the team. After replacing Gao Bo, the Evergrande youth team had no forwards left, all players huddled in their half, forming. The RF youth team's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Even center back Zhang Wei ventured into the box, playing as an auxiliary striker to challenge the opponent's defense. After Xia Ze came on, he first scored a world-class goal, then orchestrated an attack, indirectly assisting the second goal, clearly showcasing his core role. However, after Yang Xiongbian entered, this tough defender made things difficult for Xia Ze, as he was always closely marked and teammates hesitated to pass to him, causing the attack to stagnate. Wei Guo saw that his substitution was effective and couldn't help but smirk. No matter how outstanding a player is, he always fears being closely marked. In the corner of the stands, a foreigner watched the game with keen interest, muttering to himself, being closely marked is something every midfield core must face. Let's see if you can break through. The ball was once again cleared to the sideline, resulting in a throw-in. With his opponents constantly hounding him, Xia Ze suddenly had a brilliant idea and quickly ran to the sideline to receive the throw-in. Yang Xiongbian relentlessly pursued him from behind, teaming up with RF's fullback to press Xia Ze. Xia Ze, as soon as you stop the ball, we'll take it from you. Oh really, then I won't stop the ball. Xia Ze smirked slightly, revealing a confident smile. He leaned against the opposing defender, catching a glimpse of Yang Xiongbian charging towards him just as the ball arced down. Xia Ze gently cushioned the ball with his chest, and at the moment it descended, he flicked it over the heads of both defenders, swiftly turning to evade Yang Xiongbian. Beautiful. The foreigner in the stands couldn't help but cheer. Xia Ze, just wait, I will make you regret this. Yang Xiongbian gritted his teeth as he watched Xia Ze's back. After elegantly dribbling past 2 players, Xia Ze quickly burst into the opponent's penalty area, tearing a gap in their defense. Before the opposing defenders could close in, Xia Ze had already spotted Zhang Wei's position. The tall player had appeared in the box ready to receive Xia Ze's cross. At that moment, an Evergrande youth team defender lunged in with a tackle, but Xia Ze feigned a pass and easily avoided the sliding challenge. David, I've got you. Without making any adjustments, Xia Ze directly executed a cross with the outside of his right foot, the ball tracing a beautiful arc, landing just above the small box. The Evergrande youth goalkeeper roared, striking out with his fists towards the incoming ball mine. However, before he could reach the ball, Zhang Wei beat him to it, executing a lion's head flick to head the ball into the net. 33. The Guangzhou RF youth team miraculously equalized. Haha, Xiao Ze, I scored. After scoring, Zhang Wei joyfully rushed to the sidelines, performing a sliding celebration in front of the empty stands. Assisting him was Xia Ze. The 2 childhood friends combined to pull the RF youth team back from the brink. TCH, with the coaches of Real Madrid and Manchester United gone, what good does it do to score more goals? AI Huang remarked sourly as he watched Xia Ze and the others celebrate. But Xia Ze and Zhang Wei didn't mind. As professional players, they believed that once they stepped onto the field, they should fight to the end regardless of the audience. It was precisely because of this indomitable spirit and their sufficiently strong skills that they helped the team miraculously equalize. With 4 minutes left in the match, after Evergrande youth team had taken a 3-goal lead, the substitutions of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei changed the dynamics of the game. Xia Ze dominated the match even more with 1 assist and 1 goal, orchestrating another goal, repeatedly threatening with passes, highlighting his core position. In contrast, after Xia Ze and Zhang Wei came on, AI Huang and Gao Bo's performances dimmed significantly, with hardly any opportunities to touch the ball. If the coaches of Real Madrid and Manchester United had seen this scene, what would their choices have been? Unfortunately, they were already gone. However, in the remaining 4 minutes, the highly motivated RF youth team, led by Xia Ze, continued to launch fierce attacks on the Evergrande youth team's defense, determined to turn the game around. After shaking off Yang Xiongbian and assisting Zhang Wei's goal, Xia Ze found ways to escape from his opponents in the final minutes. Every time Xia Ze received the ball, he posed a significant threat to the opponents, but unfortunately his teammates were lacking, wasting good opportunities he created twice in a row. There isn't much time left in the match, and since we can't work together as a team, I'll just go solo. Xia Ze didn't cling to teamwork. Sometimes individual skills are the key to deciding the outcome of the match. In the dying moments, Xia Ze dribbled the ball from 30 yards out, breaking through 2 defenders and advancing to the edge of the penalty area. Once again, it was a great opportunity to shoot. He lifted his leg, preparing to take a shot. Not so fast. At that moment, the enraged Yang Xiongbian rushed over, flying in with a tackle that sent Xia Ze crashing to the ground. Beep. The referee immediately blew the whistle, unhesitatingly brandishing a yellow card to Yang Xiongbian. The RF youth team earned an excellent direct free kick just outside the penalty area. 25 yards from goal, just left of the penalty arc, the most favored position for right-footed players. Xia Ze placed the ball on the penalty spot, firmly stepping on the grass around him. This was a chance for a decisive goal. He slowly backed up 5 steps, took a deep breath, focusing on the ball and the goal, adjusting his breathing and heart rate. Before taking the free kick, the most important thing was to adjust his physical state to its best, calming his breath, so he could perform as he did in training. The substitutes and coaches on the sidelines stood up nervously watching Xia Ze. Even the foreign man in the stands had risen, his gaze becoming increasingly interested in Xia Ze. Beep. The short whistle sounded. Xia Ze glanced up at the goal 25 yards away, took a run-up, lifted his leg, and struck the ball, with rapid spin, sending it on a beautiful arc straight towards the top left corner of the goal. The Evergrande goalkeeper dove to make the save, but it was too far out of reach. The ball sailed over his hands, and swiftly, at that moment time seemed to stand still, and people felt their own breathing, even the expansion of their pores. The ball struck the post hard, bouncing out of bounds. At the same time, the referee blew the final whistle, ending the match with Guangzhou Evergrande Youth Team tying Guangzhou RF Youth Team 33. Oh, what a pity. Xia Ze pouted helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. He had performed excellently, but unexpectedly it still didn't go in. Although he missed the chance for a decisive goal, he was still the biggest contributor to RF Youth Team's ability to equalize. In other words, he had dominated the match. In the stands, the foreign, middle-aged man stood up from his seat and headed towards the player tunnel. Ze, you're absolutely incredible. As Xia Ze stepped down from the field, a stunning woman 165 meters tall approached and handed him a towel. What a pity, so close to a decisive victory. Xia Ze accepted the towel and wiped his sweat. Though his words expressed regret, his tone held little genuine dismay. He had faced Evergrande's youth team many times before, with victories and defeats evenly matched. To equalize after trailing by 3 goals was already more than could reasonably be expected. Shaolin, I scored the equalizer. Why don't you praise me instead of showering Ze with compliments? Zhang Wei grumbled nearby, clearly disgruntled. For the hero who secured the equalizer, not even a bottle of water. You're utterly failing as team manager. The tall, elegant young woman was Xia Ze's girlfriend, Wang Shaolin, an auxiliary team manager for Guangzhou RF Youth Team. How dare you say that? If it weren't for your tardiness, would we have fallen 3 goals behind? Wang Shaolin's expression darkened instantly, hands on her hips, she glared fiercely. Blame Ze, he overslept. That's why we were late. Zhang Wei flinched instinctively and immediately shifted responsibility onto Xia Ze. Both of you are at fault. Extra drills, now. Coach Luo Jin's stern voice rang out from behind. Zhang Wei and Xia Ze fell silent at once. Don't assume scoring the equalizer makes you indispensable. Your unsanctioned actions disrupted my tactical plan entirely, humiliating our RF youth team before elite European coaches. Do you truly believe the reputational damage inflicted upon the club can be so easily undone? Coach, we admit our mistake. But didn't we perform exceptionally well in the final 30 minutes? Surely they were impressed. Zhang Wei scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Do you imagine Manchester United or Real Madrid's coaches sat through all 90 minutes of your clumsy display? They'd already left the stadium when we went 3 goals down. Luo Jin fixed Zhang Wei with an indignant glare. Then no one saw my tackling goal. Zhang Wei threw his head back in despair upon realizing his moment had gone unseen by Europe's elite scouts. Ignoring Zhang Wei, Luo Jin turned sharply to Xia Ze. Explain, why were you late? Coach, Zhang Wei bears little blame. It's entirely my fault. Xia Ze replied without hesitation. My alarm failed. I never heard it ring. Had Zhang Wei not come to wake me, I'd have arrived even later. Where were you last night? Out partying. Or drinking? Luo Jin's face hardened. Even Wang Shaolin, who usually gazed at Xia Ze with gentle affection, now stared at him unblinking. Coach, you know I never go out for fun. Xia Ze offered a nervous smile. With his family's dire finances, even idling outdoors felt like a moral transgression. Besides, I went to bed unusually early last night, yet somehow couldn't rouse myself this morning. At least you've got sense enough to acknowledge that. Wang Shaolin let out a soft, dismissive hum, accepting his explanation, and turned pleadingly to Coach Luo. Sir, Ze's lateness must have had a valid cause. Please spare him punishment. Punish Zhang Wei instead. He should have fetched Ze much earlier. Zhang Wei broke into cold sweat beside them. What a pair of scheming lovers. Regardless of reason, arriving late on match day violates team regulations, and violations demand consequences. You two will now run 10 laps around the pitch. With that, Luo Jin strode off the field. Watching his retreating figure, both Xia Ze and Zhang Wei felt a quiet, sobering resonance. Though strict, Luo Jin treated them with genuine care. 10 laps, 4 kilometers, posed no extraordinary challenge for professional footballers. Moreover, neither had played beyond 30 minutes. Completing the full training load was essential, not optional. Teammates patted their shoulders in solidarity before drifting away. Wang Shaolin watched them run from the sideline. On the opposite end of the pitch, Ai Huang observed Xia Ze and Zhang Wei circling the field, a faint sneer curling his lips. So you leveled the score, so what? Manchester United and Real Madrid's coaches never witnessed it. All for nothing. Only a dazzling display before elite European scouts truly matters. Excuse me, miss. May I speak with you for a moment? The foreigner who'd been seated in the stands suddenly approached Wang Shaolin. Hello, how may I assist you? Wang Xiaolin had excelled in English since childhood, conversing with the foreigner posed no difficulty. Hello, my name is Ternonio. I watched today's match from the stands. It was truly spectacular. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei noticed the foreigner chatting warmly with Wang Xiaolin at the sideline and exchanged puzzled glances. Yet neither paused. Xia Ze knew he needed to complete his physical conditioning. Zhang Wei meanwhile lacked the stamina to divert attention elsewhere. Center-backs rarely cover extensive ground during matches, hence Zhang Wei's relatively poor endurance. Adding 10 punishing laps post-game tested his limits. In roughly 17 minutes, Xia Ze completed his 10 laps and accepted a fresh towel from Wang Xiaolin. Xiaolin, who is he? His name is Ternonio, a Portuguese scout. Wang Xiaolin introduced him to Xia Ze, then turned to Ternonio. This is Xia Ze, the one still running is Zhang Wei. Hello. You performed magnificently today. I was thoroughly impressed. Ternonio appeared to be in his 40s, dressed casually, utterly defying the polished image one might expect of a professional scout. Hello. Xia Ze shook his hand, replying in halting English. Then flustered, he glanced helplessly at Wang Xiaolin. He says he was deeply impressed by your performance just now. She translated with a wry twist of her lips, and murmured under her breath, should have studied English harder. Thank you. Xia Ze instinctively replied, in Chinese. This time Ternonio looked questioningly at Wang Xiaolin, who sighed softly, and resumed her role as interpreter. Xiaolin, is he a scout for Manchester United or Real Madrid? Xia Ze hadn't considered scouts during the match, but afterward a quiet pang of missed opportunity stirred within him. Learning that a scout had watched the entire match rekindled his hope. Neither. He's with Maritimo, a Primeira Liga club in Portugal. Have you heard of them? Wang Xiaolin shook her head. Maritimo? Vaguely familiar. Isn't it on a small island in Portugal? Xia Ze strained his memory before answering. Yes, the Madeira Islands. Cristiano Ronaldo himself grew up there. Ternonio brightened, delighted that they recognized Maritimo. Hey, what's got you two so animated? Zhang Wei finally staggered over, frantically mopping sweat, and yes, the Madeira Islands. Cristiano Ronaldo himself grew up there. Ternonio brightened, delighted that they recognized Maritimo. Zhang Wei answered bluntly. No matter, let me introduce you to her properly. Ternonio wasn't surprised by Zhang Wei's ignorance. Maritimo enjoyed modest recognition even in Europe, let alone halfway across the world in the East. So what brings you here? Zhang Wei's bluntness knew no bounds, and Ternonio, being foreign, appreciated directness. He met their eyes squarely. Would you consider playing abroad? Playing abroad? At Ternonio's words, all three faces lit with sudden shared delight. Yet Xia Ze quickly regained his composure. Zhang Wei, though electrified, remained silent, sensing Xia Ze's reticence and withholding his own response. I watched your match today, and I was genuinely impressed. Over the past month, I've observed every game and training session. You both outshine red teams number 7 and 9. You possess the caliber to thrive in Portugal's top flight. Ternonio continued. Can you arrange transfers to Maritimo? Zhang Wei glanced at Xia Ze before finally speaking. I can only offer you trial opportunities. Whether you sign with the club depends entirely on your performance during those trials. Ternonio answered candidly. And what about travel expenses for round-trip flights to Portugal? Zhang Wei glanced again at Xia Ze as you'll need to cover your outbound flight. Once in Portugal, the club provides accommodation and meals throughout your trial period. Should you earn a contract, financial concerns vanish entirely. Ternonio explained meticulously. After listening, Xia Ze lifted his gaze and held Ternonio's eyes for a long moment before replying, let's discuss it in a few days. We need time to consider. Absolutely, here's my card. Call me if you decide to go to Portugal. Try to reach a decision within this week. After distributing his cards, Ternonio departed. Aze, why didn't you accept immediately? What if he changes his mind? This is such a rare opportunity. Wang Xiaolin lamented. Exactly. I may not know this Marawat club, but it's still the Primeira Liga, the same league as Porto, Benfica, and Sporting CP. Zhang Wei echoed her frustration, shifting blame squarely onto Xia Ze. Zhang Wei's reaction is understandable. He's strong-bodied but light-minded. But you Xiaolin, top of your class academically, why act so recklessly? Xia Ze tapped Wang Xiaolin playfully on the forehead. For once he'd seized the chance to tease her, a role reversal she rarely endured. Right now this is merely his word alone. His identity remains unverified. Rushing abroad blindly could leave us vulnerable, like unwittingly counting money for the very people who sold us. Also, arranging an overseas trial requires formal coordination with our club. That's why I insisted we take time to reflect. His rapid rebuttal left both speechless and flushed, especially Wang Xiaolin, whose ears burned crimson. After a long pause, Wang Xiaolin stammered. Then let's verify his credentials first. Only contact him again if everything checks out. That's our only option. Xia Ze nodded. Such research typically fell to Wang Xiaolin. After packing their gear, the three left the stadium together. On the subway, Zhang Wei asked, Aze, if Ternonio truly is Maritimo's scout and the club approves our trial, would you go? We'll see. Xia Ze hesitated. The desire burned fiercely, but could his family afford it? In the old residential area of Ueshio District, Xia Ze navigated through the dark and narrow alleys with a backpack, greeting the neighbors sitting at their doorsteps. This is the place where Xia Ze was born and raised. Some neighbors have already moved away, while Xia Ze's family still resides here. He wandered through the alleys for a few minutes before climbing the stairs through a small door. Mom, I'm back. Xia Ze placed his backpack on the worn-out sofa and called towards the balcony. Xia Ze, I'm going to open the stall soon. I've left food for you in the kitchen. A woman's voice came from the balcony. An old voice also came from the balcony. It was Xia Ze's grandfather Xia Jinhua, who was helping motherly prepare the items for the spicy hot pot stall. When Xia Ze was 5 years old, his father, a former professional player, committed suicide by jumping off a building due to being forced by creditors after being involved in match fixing and gambling. Half a year later, his grandmother passed away due to depression, and the impact of losing two close relatives caused Xia Jinhua to suffer a stroke and be hospitalized, leaving him partially paralyzed. What was once a happy family suddenly fell apart. The death of family members due to football and the drastic changes in the household led Xia Jinhua to harbor a deep hatred for the sport. Despite Xia Ze's tremendous talent in football, Xia Jinhua did not support him in continuing to play. Fortunately, his mother strongly supported Xia Ze, and with connections his father had established during his lifetime, Xia Ze and his brother Xia Tao had the opportunity to attend a football school, maintaining their hopes of becoming professional players. At that time, his mother had to care for the partially paralyzed Xia Jinhua, while raising 5-year-old Xia Ze and 1-year-old Xia Tao, making life very difficult. At that moment of dead silence, a phone ringtone suddenly rings out. The vast horizon is my love. Flustered, Xia Ze fumbles his phone from his pocket and hangs up after a single glance at the screen. Fortunately, his mother strongly supported Xia Ze, and with connections his father had established during his lifetime, Xia Ze and his brother Xia Tao had the opportunity to attend a football school. Xia Ze lived with his grandfather, mother, and younger brother in this house of about 50 square meters, which his father had bought during his career as a professional player and has been standing for 20 years. The room for the two brothers was about 10 square meters, containing a double-decker bed with the rest of the space cluttered. What is this? As Xia Ze organized his things and prepared to take an afternoon nap, he saw a white pill bottle among the messy clothes. Picking up the bottle, he noticed it was labeled sleeping pills and contained half a dozen tablets inside. Only Xia Jinhua at home required sleeping pills to fall asleep, but why was his medication in his room? Could it be? In an instant, Xia Ze connected the dots and immediately went to the balcony, loudly questioning his grandfather. Xia Jinhua, did you put sleeping pills in my water bottle last night? Xia Jinhua seemed not to hear Xia Ze's inquiry, sitting in his wheelchair with reading glasses on, using his rough hands to thread fishball skewers. Xia Ze, you must not speak to your grandfather like that. Li Chunhua scolded disapprovingly. Mom, I clearly went to bed early last night and set the alarm, yet I couldn't wake up this morning and almost missed an important match. Xia Ze said to Li Chunhua as he held up the pill bottle. I thought it was my own problem, but I just found this bottle of sleeping pills in my room. He must have intentionally put the sleeping pills in my water bottle, making me oversleep. Li Chunhua took the pill bottle, which bore a familiar hospital stamp, and sighed as she asked Xia Jinhua, father-in-law, is this true? Xia Jinhua paused his work, looked up at Xia Ze with a disgusted expression, and said, yes, I did it. You have books but don't study properly. Oh, just go work and earn money. Can playing football earn money? All you do is play. Hearing this, Xia Ze's anger intensified. Am I playing for fun? I am working hard to ensure my family has a better life. Xia Ze looked at his grandfather and said each word resolutely, having made up his mind. In a McDonald's in the city, Xia Ze wore a uniform and took orders from customers. Xia Ze looked at his grandfather and said each word resolutely, having made up his mind. In a McDonald's in the city, Xia Ze wore a uniform and took orders from customers. Since high school, he had been working part-time at this McDonald's to help with family expenses. After training every day after school on weekends and holidays, he would work here to earn money. Now, although it was summer vacation, there weren't many customers in the afternoon. Xia Ze asked his colleague Qian Xiaoan, do you know how much it costs to fly from Guangzhou to Portugal? For Portugal, it should be around 5,000, right? A cute girl about 160 centimeters tall, a summer part-timer, answered Xia Ze's question. It's nothing, I was just asking casually. Xia Ze smiled, but did not elaborate. Qian Xiaoan did not press further as customers were now coming to place orders. Hello, I would like an order of fries, 2 medium colas, and a vanilla cone. A loud voice came from the ordering counter. Qian Xiaoan looked up and saw a tall young man grinning at her. You're so big but still eat so much, don't you worry about getting fat? Qian Xiaoan teased. Since Xia Ze started working here, Zhang Wei often came looking for him, and even the manager knew this nearly 1.9 tall big guy. It's because I can eat that I grow tall. Hurry, there's a beauty waiting for me. Qian Xiaoan looked past Zhang Wei and saw Wang Xiaolin sitting at a table, gazing at Xia Ze with dreamy eyes. Qian Xiaoan quickly elbowed Xia Ze's side, urging him to look ahead. Xia Ze looked up and met Wang Xiaolin's gaze. Seeing that Xia Ze had noticed her, Wang Xiaolin blushed and waved for him to come over. Xia Ze, seeing this, quickly had a colleague cover for him, took a cloth and walked to Wang Xiaolin's table, wiping it and whispering, what are you doing here? I called and asked Tinoniao is indeed a scout for the Maritimo Club, and he is on vacation in China for the past month, Wang Xiaolin whispered back. At that moment Zhang Wei came over with something, and Xia Ze had no table left to wipe, so he had to clean the nearby flower pot and railing. What did our team say? I asked the coach and my dad. They said if you have the chance to try out the club we'll support it, but we need an official document to let you go to Portugal for the trial. Wang Xiaolin continued. I asked my parents, and they said if there is a chance they will support me to give it a try. Xia Ze, have you decided yet? Zhang Wei asked Xia Ze while eating fries. I still don't know. Xia Ze seemed a bit hesitant. A few days ago during the argument with his grandfather he had indeed made up his mind to give it a shot. But after hearing from Qin Xiaoan that going to Portugal would cost a large sum of money he became unsure. I have some pocket money, I can lend it to you for now, Wang Xiaolin asked softly. She knew Xia Ze's family situation was not good and had been reluctant to bring up these matters. But at this moment she felt she had no choice but to mention it. No need, I will find a way to sort it out myself. Xia Ze rejected Wang Xiaolin's suggestion without a second thought. It's fine to be her boyfriend, but exactly because she is my girlfriend, I must not take her money. Every time he talks about money he finds an excuse to leave, acting timid and not like a man, Zhang Wei remarked from the side. That's because he doesn't want to owe anyone, doesn't want to owe money, and even less wants to owe a favor. A man of humble means should remain ambitious. I think that's the true mark of a man. Wang Xiaolin looked at Xia Ze with admiration. Love can indeed blind people's eyes, that saying is not wrong at all, Zhang Wei thought to himself as he watched Wang Xiaolin gazing at Xia Ze with infatuation. In the afternoon in the reception room of the Guangzhou RF Club, Wang Xiaolin and Zhang Wei sat on one side, along with Wang Jingxuan, the deputy manager of the RF Club. Xiaolin, will it be inappropriate for us to negotiate with Tinoniao without involving Xia Ze? Zhang Wei whispered to Wang Xiaolin beside him. Don't worry, we will first discuss the trial details with Tinoniao. He will definitely want to try out. If it's only about money I can cover it for him first. If we finalize things now, once the documents come out, even if A's is unwilling he will have to fly to Portugal, Wang Xiaolin explained quietly. As soon as she finished speaking, the secretary of the RF Club led a middle-aged foreigner into the reception room. He was Tinoniao, whom they had spoken with that day. Wang Jingxuan approached Tinoniao with a handshake and greeting. Today Tinoniao was not dressed in shorts and flip-flops like the day he came to watch the game, but was instead in a smart suit. After shaking hands with Wang Jingxuan, he also greeted Wang Xiaolin and Zhang Wei. After some polite exchanges both sides took their seats. Mr. Tinoniao, I hear you are interested in our club's two young players, and I am very pleased to hear that, Wang Jingxuan said in fluent English. Just call me Joao, Tinoniao humbly replied. The other day, I watched their match, and they left a strong impression on me, especially Xia Ze. As he said this, Tinoniao glanced around the reception room, seemingly just realizing that Xia Ze was not present, and exclaimed in surprise, Hey, where is Xia Ze? Well, Xia Ze has something to do today, and couldn't come. He asked me to represent him in this matter, Wang Xiaolin replied. Oh, I see, Tinoniao said enlightened. Joao, if you want to bring Xia Ze and Zhang Wei to Portugal for a trial, our club would be more than willing to let them go. However, because they are both minors, we will need an official document from the Maritimo Club to release them, Wang Jingxuan said politely. That's not a problem. May I borrow your phone and fax machine for a moment? I will call the club and have them fax over the trial documents, Tinoniao said readily. No problem, this way please. Wang Jingxuan felt pleased at the other party's readiness. Although the coaches from Real Madrid and Manchester United did not take a liking to his players, it was truly exhilarating that a team from the Portuguese Super League had proactively offered to let the club's players try out. Shortly after Xia Ze returned home, his younger brother Xia Tao also arrived. Seeing both sons back, their mother called them to wash their hands for dinner. Sitting at the dining table, Xia Ze said cautiously, Mom, I need to discuss something with you. Go ahead. As long as it's for your good, I'll support you. Mother Xia replied warmly. She had been the sole breadwinner for the family of four. Though her work was grueling, she knew her eldest son was sensible and never caused her worry. A scout from a foreign club invited me to Portugal for a trial. A Portuguese team? Really? Are you sure it's not a scam? A mix of surprise and concern flickered in Mother Xia's eyes. It's true. Zhang Wei was also invited, and we verified the scout's identity, Xia Ze quickly explained. Is it Porto? Or Benfica? His younger brother Xia Tao, whose voice had just begun to deepen, asked with barely concealed excitement. Well, neither. It's Maritimo. Not very famous, but they play in the Portuguese Primeira Liga. Xia Ze wiped his brow, slightly embarrassed. Xia Ze, Mom knows you will succeed, Mother Xia said with heartfelt relief. Her son receiving a trial invitation from a foreign club proved his football career had real promise. But we have to pay for the round-trip tickets ourselves. Xia Ze hesitated, then quickly added, but if I pass the trial and sign a contract, money won't be an issue. Mother Xia's smile faltered. How much will it cost? Before Xia Ze could answer, their grandfather Xia Jinhua sneered coldly. The family's already struggling, and you think about going abroad. A pipe dream. Look at yourself. What's unrealistic? Is it wrong to pursue my dream? Xia Ze retorted fiercely, should I just sit around moaning about unfair fate like you? I have hands and feet. Why can't I strive for what I want? Xia Ze's voice rang with indignation as his grandfather mercilessly trampled his dream. Xia Ze, I told you not to speak to your grandfather like that. Enough, let's eat first. Mother Xia intervened, halting the brewing argument between the two. Neither Xia Ze nor Xia Jinhua spoke again, leaving the room, filled with an awkward silence broken only by the television. Next up, local football news. Evergrande's youth players Ai Huang and Gao Bo will travel to Europe on July 20th for trials at Manchester United and Real Madrid respectively. Evergrande officials stated that the club will cover all expenses for the two players, fully supporting their overseas. Brother, who are they? They're amazing. Trials at Manchester United and Real Madrid. 14-year-old Xia Tao stared at the TV with envy. They're the core of Evergrande's youth team, my old rivals, Xia Ze said flatly. It seemed they had succeeded, though he wondered how much of it was commercial maneuvering. Trials at giants like Manchester United and Real Madrid must be far harder than at Maritimo. If only he could have such an opportunity. See that? That's what you call talent. They don't even have to pay to go to Europe. You on the other hand. Xia Jinhua showed no mercy to his grandson. If you hadn't secretly drugged me, I wouldn't have been late. If not for you, I'd be the one going to Manchester United. Xia Ze shot back fiercely. What's the use of playing football? Can it support this family? Look at how tight things are, and you still think about football. You don't consider your mother at all. If you're so capable, don't ask your mother for money. Earn it yourself and go to Portugal. Xia Jinhua countered without backing down. Me dragging down this family. Since high school, I've never asked mom for tuition or living expenses. If you didn't need constant medication and doctor visits, would we be this badly off? Xia Ze stared wide-eyed, glaring at Xia Jinhua. Xia Ze, stop it. Li Chunhua shouted sternly as Xia Ze's words grew more outrageous. The dinner ended on a sour note. In a garden community in Haizhu district, Wang Xiaolin and her parents were. Wang Xiaolin was the only child doted on by her parents. Yet she was obedient and bright, excelling in academics since elementary school, especially fluent in English. Dad, why won't the club cover their trial expenses? Xiaolin, this time the other side invited our players. The club didn't budget for it. The middle-aged man at the table was Wang Jingtsuan, manager of the RF club. After a pause, Wang Jingtsuan continued, but the club won't really make them pay out of pocket. If they succeed, Maritimo will reimburse them. If they fail, it'll apply for the club to cover all expenses. Mom, look how stingy Dad is, haggling over such a small amount. Wang Xiaolin pouted at her mother across the table. Xiaolin, the club isn't Dad's business. He's just following the rules. Be understanding, Wang Xiaolin's mother said with a smile. Wang Xiaolin pretended not to hear, ate in silence, and looked sulky. Wang Jingtsuan, thinking she was upset, said, "What gift do you want? He'll ask Uncle Li to bring it back from Portugal." Wang Xiaolin continued, eating gloomily. Knowing that didn't tempt her, Wang Jingtsuan added, "Then what do you want? If Dad can do it, he'll agree." Really? Wang Xiaolin's head shot up, eyes sparkling. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Wang Jingtsuan patted his chest confidently. With her father's promise, Wang Xiaolin's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Her sulkiness vanished. She rolled her eyes and said, "Dad, I want to go to Portugal with Uncle Li." Xiaolin, didn't we just go to Portugal last year? This time they're going for trials. It won't be fun. Wang Jingtsuan hadn't expected her to ask for that. No, I'm going. You promised. No backing out. Wang Xiaolin pouted and pleaded. Fine, you win. Wang Jingtsuan gave in. But this time you must listen to Uncle Li and not wander off on your own. Okay, Daddy's the best. Wang Xiaolin jumped up and kissed his cheek. Hey, you haven't wiped your mouth. Xia Ze lay quietly in bed, calculating his chances of going to Portugal. Since high school, Head worked part-time at McDonald's. For the past 2 years, Head paid his own tuition and living expenses. After tuition, Head saved whatever remained, amassing 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. But that was far from enough. The airfare to Portugal alone cost 5,000. Adding other expenses, it would be at least 7,000 or 8,000, not counting the return ticket. Sigh. What to do? Truly a penny can confound a hero. I never thought I'd end up in such a predicament, Xia Ze sighed softly. In the bunk below, his younger brother Xia Tao had already fallen asleep after a day of training, while he lay awake fretting over the trial costs. Xia Ze, are you still awake? His mother's voice came from outside the door. Hearing her, Xia Ze sat up. Mother, Xia beckoned. Come down, I want to talk to you. Xia Ze got up and followed her to the balcony. Mom, what is it? From the inner pocket of her clothes, Mother Xia pulled out a hand-sewn pouch and pressed it into Xia Ze's hand. Xia Ze, hey, race, 10,000 yuan. Is that enough for Portugal? Mom, I don't need it. I'll find a way myself. Knowing the family's finances were tight, Xia Ze refused without hesitation. Xia Ze, you're mature, but playing football has always been your dream. Li Chunhua pushed the pouch back into his hand. Mom, I have my own money. Don't worry. Xia Ze continued. Silly boy, you've been working part-time, paying your own tuition and living expenses for 2 years. I'm already proud. Now that you have a chance to pursue your dream, I don't want you to give up. Don't disappoint me. Take it, Mom. Looking at his mother's graying hair, Xia Ze found his voice choked with emotion. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, and finally his resolve hardened. Mom, I won't let you down. Don't worry. We're not wealthy, but we can afford this. If it's not enough, tell me. Mother Xia reached up to caress her son's cheek. I have some money too. I only need 5,000. Xia Ze opened the pouch, intending to give half back to his mother. No need to return it. I know you're good. When you make something of yourself, you can pay me back then. Li Chunhua gently stroked Xia Ze's face, looking up at her son, who now stood a head taller than her. It's late. Go to sleep. MMU too, Mom. As he turned and walked back to his room, the moment he reached the door, tears finally broke free, falling like broken pearls onto the floor. At that instant, Xia Ze vowed to make a name for himself on the field, to spare his mother from further hardship and bring prosperity to his family. Watching her son's retreating figure, Mother Xia's face, lined by more than a decade of toil, revealed a faint trace of comfort. Amid her subdued sorrow, that glimmer of solace shone brilliantly. The 10,000 yuan she had given Xia Ze today was the family's only savings. Before school started, she would have to work even harder to earn enough for her younger son Xia Tao's living expenses. The next day, inside McDonald's, Xia Ze once again employed his old trick, dressed in work attire, pretending to wipe the tables while whispering to Zhang Wei and Wang Xiaolin. Xia Ze, I told you definitely wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. What are you so proud of? If it weren't for a Ze, would you even have the chance to try out? Wang Xiaolin disdainfully remarked while eating her ice cream. Wang Xiaolin ignored Zhang Wei and instead took out an envelope from her bag, handing it to Xia Ze. Ze, this is the trial training fee from the club. Zhang Wei snatched the envelope and opened it, exclaiming, whoa, 20,000. What about mine? Wang Xiaolin quickly snatched the envelope back, shooting Zhang Wei a warning look. Didn't I give you yours already? Only then did Zhang Wei realize, pretending to understand. He said, oh right, I almost forgot. Xia Ze was no fool. He understood the situation at a glance and felt quite touched, but he still could not accept the money. He had calculated last night that with the 10,000 his mother gave him plus his own savings of 4,000, the round-trip tickets and other expenses should be sufficient. Xiaolin, this is your money. Oh, I can't take it. I have so they won't get any. Seeing her trick exposed, Wang Xiaolin steeled herself, stuffing the money into Xia Ze's hands. Using her most charming tone, she said, I don't care. You must take this money. Otherwise I won't go with you. What? You want to go too? Both Xia Ze and Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Hurry up and take the money. If I run out of money later, I'll ask you for more. Wang Xiaolin continued to cling to Xia Ze's arm, trying to be cute. No. Xia Ze said firmly. Ahem. Turning around, the three saw a bald, middle-aged man in a suit standing before them, looking sternly. Xia Ze's determined expression immediately softened, and he cautiously called out, Manager. What are you doing here instead of working? Do you believe I will deduct your salary? The manager said fiercely. Having been caught slacking off by the manager, he knew he would certainly have his salary deducted. I saw the table was dirty, so I called him to clean it. Wang Xiaolin defended Xia Ze from behind. Dirty? Where is it dirty? The manager had clearly seen the three chatting just moments ago, and now he was being fed these blatant lies, which was nothing short of an insult to his intelligence. It's dirty here. Wang Xiaolin pointed at the table in front of them, where an ice cream cone lay overturned, and a smug smile spread across her face. This. Unable to find any fault with Xia Ze, the manager could only helplessly wave his hand, saying, hurry up and clean it up. Xia Ze quickly walked over to clean the ice cream off the table. Wang Xiaolin then held his hand and said, stop cleaning, let's hurry and go get your visa. But I need to finish today's work to be able to take a week off to go to Portugal. After the trial training, you'll be a professional player. Are you really going to come back here to work as a clerk? Oh, you make a 2 days later, all the tickets, visas, and other formalities for everyone to go to Portugal had been arranged. After packing his luggage at home, Xia Ze took a suitcase and prepared to leave. Xia's mother helped him carry his luggage downstairs and pulled out a red envelope from her pocket, handing it to Xia Ze with a gentle voice, saying, Xia Ze, be careful and call me when you arrive. Mom, I'm only going for a little over a week. There's no need to worry. Brother, if you meet Ronaldo in Portugal, please get me an autograph photo. Sure, as long as I meet a star, I'll ask him for an autograph for you. A horn honked from the street, and Xia Ze turned to see Zhang Wei waving at him. Xia Ze turned back to his mother and said, Mom, I'm leaving. Okay. Xia's mother nodded slightly at her son. Xia Ze loaded his luggage into the trunk of the car and greeted the middle-aged man driving, saying, hello, Uncle Zhang. Xia Ze, don't be polite, get in the car quickly, the driver, Uncle Zhang, said with a smile. He was Zhang Wei's father, Zhang Xuesheng, a manager of a small enterprise. Half an hour later, when Xia Ze and the others arrived at the airport, they found it bustling with people. What's the date? Xia Ze asked Zhang Wei. It's the 20th, why are there so many people? Zhang Wei was equally puzzled. Today is the day Real Madrid leaves Guangzhou, and 2 players from the Evergrande youth team are also going to Europe for trial training with them. Zhang Xuesheng explained from behind, looking at the crowd, shaking his head. It's just sending 2 young men abroad for trial training. Why such a big fuss? The 3 of them finally squeezed through the crowd to meet up with Wang Xiaolin, who had been waiting inside. Hello, Xia Ze, I'm so glad to see you again. I'm thrilled that you can come with me to Portugal for trial training. Ternonio immediately recognized Xia Ze in the crowd and walked over to shake his hand. Xia Ze didn't understand what he was saying, so he could only smile and nod. Everyone exchanged greetings and pleasantries. Xiaolin, have the coaches from Real Madrid and Manchester United left? Zhang Wei asked as he scanned the crowd. Not yet, they are still there. Is Phil Neville also in there? Xia Ze looked at the crowd across from him, excitement and envy reflected in his eyes. He should be. I heard he's bringing AI Huang back to England to join the team. Wang Xiaolin shared the information she had gathered with the two. Xia Ze took out a pair of shin guards from his backpack and grabbed the arm of the person next to him, saying, "Let's go find Phil Neville for an autograph." "Hey Xia Ze, why are you grabbing me?" Xia Ze took out a pair of shin guards from his backpack and grabbed the arm of the person next to him, saying, "Let's go find Phil Neville for an autograph." "Hey Xia Ze, why are you?" After saying that, he turned back and grabbed Wang Xiaolin's hand, pushing through the crowd to find Phil Neville for an autograph. The two struggled to squeeze to the side of the walkway and spotted Phil Neville in the distance. Xia Ze waved his shin guards and called out his name. A few seconds later, Phil Neville indeed noticed Xia Ze's gesture, smiled, walked over, took the shin guards, and signed them. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Ze used the English he had quickly learned from Shaolin to say to Phil Neville, "Thank you, please tell little P that I will become his teammate." Phil Neville paused for a moment, looked at Xia Ze for a while, then smiled, and said, "Sure, I will pass it on." After Phil Neville turned and left, an annoying voice reached Xia Ze's ears, "I'm already his teammate now." It was AI Huang, dressed sharply, walking towards him with a smug expression, followed by Gao Bo. AI Huang stood in front of Xia Ze, looking down at him with disdain, and said with a smug smile, "So do you want me to give you an autograph? When I start as a main player at Manchester United, this autograph might just be enough to exchange for a month's worth of meals." Huh. Xia Ze glared at AI Huang, but did not respond, merely staring at him intently. AI Huang, don't think it's impressive to get a trial at Manchester United. Even if you sign with them, you will only be the next Don Fengshua. Wang Xiaolin, unable to bear it any longer, sharply retorted at AI Huang. AI Huang turned his gaze to Wang Xiaolin, eyeing her exquisite and beautiful face with a greedy look, saying, "Xiaolin, a poor kid like him will starve to death sooner or later. Why not come with me to England? I'll make a name for myself at Manchester United soon. I like him, and he will achieve more than you in the future." After saying this, Wang Xiaolin took Xia Ze's hand and left the crowd. Returning to the group, Wang Jingxuan noticed his daughter intimately holding Xia Ze's hand, displaying a look of dissatisfaction, but Wang Xiaolin acted as if she hadn't seen it. Wang Jingxuan could only snort coldly, pointing at a middle-aged man around 35 years old who was chatting with Ternonio, saying, "This time your trial training at Maritimo will last a week. During this week you must follow Uncle Lee's arrangements and not wander around." At this point he deliberately emphasized his tone, looking at Wang Xiaolin, who was whispering to Xia Ze. Xia Ze, sensing the situation, quickly pulled his hand away from Wang Xiaolin. "Alright, the coaches from Manchester United and Real Madrid have already gone in. You should go through security and enter the waiting area." Wang Jingxuan said, his tone slightly softened. Li Shirong, referred to as Uncle Lee, along with Ternonio, led Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Wang Xiaolin into the waiting area. An hour later they boarded the plane. This was Xia Ze's first flight, and it was also Zhang Wei's. Both of them felt extremely excited as soon as they boarded, but after a few hours they became quiet and fatigued. The flight from Guangzhou to Portugal took over 20 hours, and during those hours Xia Ze and Zhang Wei needed to ensure they got enough sleep and rest to face the challenges at Maritimo. This was their first trip abroad, and also their first invitation for trial training from a team other than the RF club. This opportunity was immensely important for them. Perhaps a week later they would start from Maritimo and head towards becoming top professional players. However, the prerequisite was that they had to be in good physical and mental condition to embrace this trial. So after the initial excitement wore off over the hours, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei spent the remaining hours resting. After over 20 hours of flight, the plane landed in Lisbon. In Lisbon, they transferred to Madeira Island, and an hour and a half later they finally arrived at the Maritimo club. Looking at the Estadio dos Barreiros, Xia Ze couldn't help but shout, "Maritimo, I'm here." After dozens of hours of arduous travel under Ternonio's guidance, Xia Ze and the others first checked into a hotel near the club to rest before adjusting to the time difference and heading to the club for trials. That night, after sleeping for over 10 hours, Xia Ze was still forced to lie in bed to adjust his internal clock. The two lay on the hotel bed, tossing and turning. How could they possibly fall asleep? Xia Ze placed his hands behind his head, staring blankly at the white ceiling. In the dim light, the wallpaper on the ceiling bore some unfamiliar script, likely Portuguese. "Xia Ze, what do you think training will be like tomorrow?" Zhang Wei finally couldn't hold back, turning his face towards Xia Ze. "I don't know," Xia Ze replied weakly. "What are our chances of transferring to Maritimo?" "I don't know." "Then what do you know?" Zhang Wei looked at Xia Ze with discontent. "I know AI Huang went to Manchester United and Gao Bo went to Real Madrid," Xia Ze said with a hint of melancholy. "So that's what's bothering you. I say those two are just so-so, they won't get any playing time at United or Madrid. Better to start with a small club like us and then break into the big leagues," Zhang Wei said dismissively. "But those are Manchester United and Real Madrid," Xia Ze said indignantly. "So what? At best they'll end up like King Dong. We start from Maritimo, then transfer to Porto, and finally to Milan. Ha." Zhang Wei grinned, planning his career. "After Porto, that black market club, you still think you can go to Milan? By bicycle?" Xia Ze teased. "Oh right, then I should go to Syria first, and marry none other than Milan." Zhang Wei's expression turned resolute as he spoke the last sentence. Zeko once said he would only marry Milan, and in the end, he went to Manchester City. In the middle, Graham and Luke Moore rushed forward to support, creating an excellent 3-on-2 opportunity in the front. Due to the team's push for attack early, away, do you know any famous stars in Maritomo's history? Xia Ze, prompted by Zhang Wei's sheepish grin, changed the subject. I checked online. Apparently Cristiano Ronaldo came from Maritomo's youth academy. I wonder if we'll ever get to see. Zhang Wei said, gazing dreamily at the ceiling. Ronaldo? Wasn't he from Nacional's academy? Really? Maybe I got it wrong. You definitely got it wrong. Then what stars do you know? I don't know now, but there will definitely be one in the future. Who? Xia Ze. Haha, plus one more, Zhang Wei. The next morning at 8 a.m., Tinuonuo came to the hotel to pick them up. When he saw Xia Ze and Zhang Wei's panda eyes, he asked in shock, what happened to you two? Couldn't sleep last night. Oh, we talked all night. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei yawned in unison. All night? What the hell did you talk about? Tinuonuo still looked incredulous. We talked about the history of Maritomo Club. Xia Ze replied. Tinuonuo paused for a moment, then smiled, and led everyone toward the club's training base. Maritomo's training base was not large, similar in scale to RF's, but far inferior to Evergrande's. An old building, perhaps a century old, stood at the edge of 3 or 4 football pitches. Beyond the pitches lay a road with sparse traffic. Tinuonuo led the group into that building. The building had 4 floors. The first floor housed changing rooms for players and coaches, as well as a conference hall. The second floor was the club restaurant. The third and fourth floors served as the team's history museum and staff offices. The facilities here might not be as advanced as your clubs, but everyone here is full of drive, and the fans are very... Tinuonuo led them into the changing room. Xia Ze gazed at the old, but clean room. This was the historical heritage of a club nearly a century old. Thinking that he might one day sit in this changing room, changing his jersey and chatting with teammates, Xia Ze felt a surge of excitement. The team starts training at 10 o'clock sharp. We still have some time before the coaches arrive. Let me show you the Maritomo History Exhibition Room. Tinuonuo led them to the third-floor club history exhibition room. After chatting for a while in the exhibition room, a handsome white man in his 40s dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase walked in. Joao, you're early. The suited man greeted Tinuonuo with a smile. Oh, Mr. Martins, good morning. Tinuonuo smiled and stepped forward. I've brought you 2 talents from China. He turned and waved to Li Shurong. Mr. Li, come here. Let me introduce you. This is our club's head coach, Modu Vieira Martins. Mr. Martins, this is Li Shurong, an official from Guangzhou RF. Beside him is Miss Wang Xiaolin, and behind them are the talents I've brought back, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Tinuonuo raised his tone slightly when mentioning Xia Ze. Welcome to Maritomo. Martins smiled and shook hands with each of them. Half an hour later, Tinuonuo led Xia Ze and Zhang Wei into the changing room, found them 2 seats on the side, handed over 2 sets of training gear, and then left. Xia Ze glanced around the changing room and noticed some players secretly sizing them up, muttering words he couldn't understand, probably Portuguese. He carefully took his seat and began changing into his jersey and socks. The player sitting next to him was a tall white man about his own age who extended his hand and said in broken English, "Hello, M. Tinggao. Welcome to Maritomo." "Thank you, M. Xia Ze." Xia Ze replied politely in equally broken English. "Hello, M. Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei also came over to shake hands. "Haha, looks like our good boy has new friends." A burly stubble-faced man beside them laughed loudly. "Kid, you'd better watch out for Gilead's welcome gift this time." A short dark-skinned player chuckled. "What the hell are they?" Xia Ze and Zhang Wei exchanged helpless glances and shook their heads. 10 minutes later, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei followed the other players onto the training pitch. Head coach Martins, now in training gear, addressed the squad with a few words about Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, then let them join the drills. Xia Ze didn't understand a word, so he had no idea what was said. The training began much like in Guangzhou, running warm-ups followed by ball drills. Since it was still pre-season, the coach arranged no tactical exercises. After one session, Xia Ze felt that apart from greater intensity, there was no significant gap compared to domestic training. After showering in the changing room, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei bid farewell to Tinggao and returned to the hotel with Wang Xiaolin and the others for an afternoon training session. In the afternoon session, after warm-ups, they entered a scrimmage. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were placed on the reserve team and given training vests. The internal scrimmage began, officiated by an assistant coach. At the whistle, the match started. Xia Ze was assigned his favorite position, attacking midfielder, responsible for orchestrating the offense, while Zhang Wei played center back. Early on, to adapt to the rhythm, Xia Ze refrained from dribbling too much, focusing instead on passing and A few minutes later, his teammate Tinggao, playing defensive midfield, passed him the ball and gestured encouragingly, "Go on, take him on." Before coming to Portugal, Xia Ze had memorized some football-related English terms, so he understood. Seeing the encouragement in Tinggao's eyes, Xia Ze turned with the ball ready to drive forward. But the moment he turned, a green figure rushed at him, delivering a fierce sliding tackle from the side. "What the hell?" Xia Ze stumbled and was sent tumbling with the ball. The referee blew his whistle and called a foul. The offender walked over and growled menacingly, "Welcome to Maritomo. Zhang Wei saw Xia Ze on the ground and hurried over. Xia Ze, are you okay? Xia Ze pulled up his sock and shook his head. I'm fine. He then lifted his head, fixing a sharp glare on the man who had tackled him. It was the burly stubble-faced man who had laughed loudly in the changing room that morning, now chatting and laughing with teammates. Gilly, well done. Of course, I bet that kid's already scared. Huh. I thought Portuguese teams were all about technical play. Wang Xiaolin, watching from the sidelines, fumed. Every team has a villain. Li Shurong explained, looking at Gilly. Then what about Xia Ze? What if he gets hurt? This kind of football is so dirty. Wang Xiaolin was still fuming. Let's see how he handles it. Maybe he'll give the opponent a brilliant response. Li Shurong watched Xia Ze with a knowing smile. Xia Ze slowly stood up, brushed the dirt off his jersey, and fixed a sharp, resolute gaze on his opponent. Gilly, his face, showing firm determination. I'm going to become a world-renowned star. How could I let a scumbag like you defeat me? Xia Ze muttered under his breath, but his tone was resolute. After Xia Ze was tackled to the ground, the group training drill entered its truly intense phase. To protect Xia Ze, his teammates refrained from passing him the ball too often, and he was given no chance to shine. As the most vital cog in the 42-31 formation, the teammates' failure to supply Xia Ze with the ball effectively stifled their own attack, compelling the originally superior starting lineup to launch a ferocious assault on the reserves. Artur, the starting team's midfielder, collected the ball and delivered a direct through pass to forward Dilly's feet. A unknown opportunity. Dilly rounded the goalkeeper and slotted the ball into an empty net. Without a doubt, it was a goal-scoring chance. But at that moment, a white figure sprinted frantically toward the goal, sliding in just before the ball crossed the line to scoop it clear. It was Zhang Wei, who had chased back to protect the empty net successfully. Sammy, the starting team's winger, broke down the flank and cut into the box. Zhang Wei slid in to win the ball and turned to launch a counterattack. A cross came in from the flank, and Zhang Wei leaped high, outjumping Dilly to head the ball clear of the penalty area. Thanks to Zhang Wei's outstanding performance, the reserves managed to hold on for a draw. The attacking players of the starting team could only shake their heads ruefully at the new Chinese defender. This Chinese defender is good. Excellent recovery awareness, height advantage, and decent turn of speed. Watching from the sidelines, head coach Martins remarked approvingly, Mr. Martins, Zhang Wei is indeed a promising young player, but it's Xia Ze who is the true genius. You must keep an eye on him. The assistant coach Treninho reminded him. We'll see. I need to use the restroom first, Martins said dismissively, then turned and walked away. Just after Martins left, Zhang Wei cleared the ball, and Xia Ze picked it up on the edge of the penalty area to launch a counterattack. He first feinted to elude the pressing Artur, who could only shake his head in frustration as Xia Ze slipped past him. Then Bonecracker charged in from the side. He was the starting team's defensive midfielder. With a vicious slide tackle, he roared incoherently, "Kid, leave the ball if you don't want a broken leg." Xia Ze had already spotted Bonecracker charging toward him from the corner of his eye, but even as the tackle closed in, he remained motionless. On the sidelines, Wang Xiaolin gasped, covering her mouth in tension, almost afraid to witness what was about to happen. Facing Bonecracker's brutal tackle, a faint smile appeared on Xia Ze's handsome face. He dragged the ball with his right foot, executed an elegant Marseille turn, and easily evaded the sliding challenge. "Oh, beautiful," exclaimed Treninho on the sidelines. "Oh, damn, that kid got past me." Bonecracker slammed the turf in frustration before scrambling back to his feet. After beating Bonecracker, Xia Ze drove forward with the ball. On both flanks, the wingers made overlapping runs while the forward pulled the defenders out of position with his movement. Space on the left. With a single glance, Xia Ze assessed the situation. His left winger was sprinting diagonally into the channel, so he lofted a precise long ball over the top to the left side of the box. The ball sailed over the defender and landed perfectly at the left winger's feet. He controlled it, turned, and laid it off to the center forward, who slotted it home. Under constant pressure, the reserve team had scored first, thanks to Zhang Wei's clearance and Xia Ze's orchestration. Well done. The goal-scoring forward and the assisting winger both gave Xia Ze a thumbs up. Xia Ze responded with a smile. Wow, Xia Ze is amazing. Wang Xiaolin jumped for joy on the sidelines. Look at that bearded guy's pathetic look. It's hilarious. What's happening? What's the score now? Asked Martins, just back from the restroom, to Treninho. 10, the reserves scored. Treninho smiled. What? Who scored? Martins looked incredulous. Diaz finished it, but Xia Ze created the chance. His dribble was simply sublime. Pity you missed it, Treninho said, still exhilarated. What? That Chinese kid. Martins shot a meaningful glance at Xia Ze on the pitch. From that point on, Xia Ze saw much more of the ball. With his organization, the reserves' attacks quickly gathered momentum, trading possession with the starters and engaging in an end-to-end battle. The hour-long intra-squad scrimmage ended with the starting team coming from behind to win 32. Besides orchestrating one goal, Xia Ze also provided an assist and posed a constant threat throughout the match. After training, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei followed the other players into the locker room to shower and change. In the locker room, Bonecracker, shirtless and rippling with muscle, strode menacingly up to Xia Ze and leaned in, snarling, Kid, if you dare nutmeg me like that again, it'll break your leg next time. Xia Ze stared at the hairy-chested bonecracker, not understanding a word. He simply shrugged helplessly and replied in his limited English, I don't know what you're talking about. Ha ha ha. Bonecracker, you've lost face big time. That kid's not afraid of you. You'll never get near him again. The others in the locker room burst into laughter at Xia Ze's response. They'll make him pay. Bonecracker. Over the next 2 days apart from training at the club, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei spent their time resting at the hotel barely venturing. Wang Xiaolin, however, had come to Portugal on a whim only to be kept on a tight leash by Li Shurong upon arrival. Stuck in this famous tourist destination with nowhere to go, she was bored out of her mind. On the 4th day in Portugal, Maritimo faced English Premier League side Swansea City in a friendly. That afternoon, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were named on the substitutes bench. Being a pre-season friendly, the match drew only a modest crowd. The 150,000 seat Estadio Municipal de Aveiro was filled with just a few thousand fans, many of whom had come to see the Premier League stars. David, look, that's the poise of a Premier League star, Xia Ze said enviously, watching Mishu sprint across the pitch. If only we had joined Swansea City. Zhang Wei, also gazing at the field, shared the same longing. At halftime, Swansea City, the previous season's League Cup winners, having retained most of their key players, led 20 thanks to their superior quality. This may be just a friendly, but you're playing like crap, head coach Martins fumed in the locker room. We're the Primera Liga, we're known for our technique. How can we let an English side dominate possession, show some spirit in the second half, and win this match? After the halftime team talk, Maritimo's performance in the second half remained dismal. Look, Artur lost the ball again, Zhang Wei pointed out. You two warm up? You're going on, the assistant coach said, approaching Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. What? Xia Ze, not understanding, stared blankly at the assistant coach. You go run match, the assistant coach said, helplessly articulating each word and pointing behind him. Though still confused, Xia Ze immediately stood up and jogged to the sideline with Zhang Wei to warm up. 10 minutes later, Xia Ze replaced the underperforming midfield anchor Artur, and Zhang Wei came on for centre-back Pereira. The score was still 20 in Swansea's favor, leaving the duo 20 minutes to make an impact. Kid, stick to number 9 Mishu. Don't let him score again. Bonecracker shouted to Zhang Wei as he ran past. Zhang Wei nodded and moved close to Mishu. Play resumed. Initially, Xia Ze's teammates were reluctant to trust him and avoided passing him the ball. Swansea continued to dominate, but Zhang Wei marked Mishu tightly, denying him any chance to turn with the ball. Hey, over here. Give me the ball. Xia Ze moved into space and called out in his broken English to Bonecracker, who was in possession. Bonecracker glanced at Zhang Wei but opted to pass to Sammy on the wing instead. The moment the ball left his foot, a Swansea player intercepted it. Damn it. Give him the ball. I brought him on to change the game. Martins screamed from the touchline as possession was lost yet again. 5 minutes later, Mishu, stifled by Zhang Wei's relentless marking, was replaced by Graham. The introduction of the 190 striker gave Zhang Wei a torrid time. With only 10 minutes left and Maritimo still trailing 0-2, Martins substituted Proud for Bonecracker. Immediately after coming on, Proud passed the ball to Xia Ze. Receiving it near the halfway line, Xia Ze sidestepped an on-rushing opponent, surveyed the field, and spread play to the right flank before surging forward. Right winger Sammy collected the ball, saw Xia Ze's run, played a 1-2 with him, and drove to the byline. Here, the near post. Dilly sprinted into the box, waving his arm. Sammy looked up and shaped a cross. But instead of aiming for Dilly's darting run, he rolled the ball to the unmarked space on the right side of the box. Oh. Dilly threw up his hands in complaint with only one defender near him. Oh damn it, give it to Dilly. Martins howled again from the sideline. But just then a Redan green figure burst into that very space on the right. It was Xia Ze. After the 1-2 with Sammy, Xia Ze had sprinted into the vacant area, and the ball arrived perfectly at his feet. He wound up his leg and unleashed a thunderous volley. The ball rocketed like a cannonball toward the top left corner. Dutch international goalkeeper Michel Vorm was alert. The moment Xia Ze struck, he read the trajectory, shifted quickly to his right, and launched into a full-stretch dive. But the ball slipped through his fingertips and curled into the top corner. Maritimo pulled one back. 12. Beautiful. Well done. Martins, who was initially frustrated with his head in his hands on the sidelines, jumped up. Although this was just a friendly match, that goal still thrilled him. Score again and equalize. Why is that Chinese kid so calm when shooting? Keep a close eye on him. Vorm, who had been pierced by Xia Ze's shot, appeared very angry, yelling at the defenders. Xia Ze quickly ran towards the goal, picked up the ball, and dashed toward the center circle. Along the way, teammates like Sammy and Pride came over to high-five him in celebration. Xia Ze, well done. Focus on the attack, score another one, I've got your back, Zhang Wei said confidently, giving Xia Ze a pat on the shoulder. Xia Ze nodded vigorously, his face showing a determined expression. The referee blew the whistle to restart the match. After Xia Ze equalized, the confidence of the Maritimo players significantly increased, and they passed the ball smoothly, coordinating around Xia Ze as the core. Xia Ze, shoot. Oh no, I pass. You should shoot. Wang Xiaolin exclaimed animatedly from the stands. Xiaolin, that pass from Xia Ze was excellent. Football is a team sport, and it requires cooperation from the whole team to win the game. Li Shurong said with a serious tone. But I wanted to see Xia Ze score, Wang Xiaolin replied, feeling wronged. Seeing this, Li Shurong could only shake his head helplessly with a bitter smile. Xia Ze once again delivered a brilliant pass penetrating the opponent's defense, and the ball landed at forward Dilly's feet, a clean shot. Facing goalkeeper Vorm, Dilly's push shot surprisingly hit right into Vorm's arms. This golden opportunity to equalize was wasted by Dilly. After Porto, that black market club, you still think you can go to Milan? By bicycle? Xia Ze teased. Oh right, then I should go to Syria first, and marry none. The throw was fast and fierce, landing at Lautrich's feet. He controlled the ball, and turned in one motion, then dashed forward without looking up, quickly crossing the half. In the middle, Graham and Luke Moore rushed forward to support, creating an excellent 3-on-2 opportunity in the front. Due to the team's push for attack earlier, only Zhang Wei and another center-back, Igor, remained in defense. Zhang Wei retreated to expand his defensive area, trying to prevent Lautrich from breaking through, while also keeping an eye on Graham to prevent him from suddenly breaking away to find space. Hey, over here. Pass it to me. Luke Moore and Graham executed a crossing run, drawing Igor away as he ran into a space to ask Lautrich for the ball. Lautrich looked up and saw Luke Moore rapidly advancing, while in front of him stood a tall Chinese player. He ignored Luke Moore's run and chose to break through himself, trying to outmaneuver the tall Zhang Wei with his. Lautrich quickly approached Zhang Wei, faked a bicycle kick, and made a move to the left, attempting to break towards. Zhang Wei closely monitored the ball at Lautrich's feet. Just as Lautrich tried to dribble past him, Zhang Wei suddenly turned and slid down with a clean tackle, skillfully snatching the ball away from Lautrich. Damn it. You should have passed the ball. Pass it to Luke. The head coach of Swansea, Laudrup, yelled frantically from the side. Well done, kid. Igor encouraged Zhang Wei with a pat on his shoulder after he passed the ball. Pride. Received Zhang Wei's pass, and then passed the ball to Xia Ze. With only 5 minutes left in the match, Maritimo was still 1 goal behind. Xia Ze received the ball, but the opposing defensive midfielder Ji Qingyong quickly pressured him, leaving Xia Ze unable to turn and having to pass the ball back to Pride. Pride received the ball and distributed it to the left wing. Xia Ze suddenly accelerated, shaking off Ji Qingyong's defense, and ran to the left to receive the ball. Hey, over here, quickly pass me the ball. Xia Ze called for the ball from Danilo on the left wing. Danilo immediately passed the ball to Xia Ze, then quickly ran to the baseline, drawing the attention of the opposing right back. A large space opened up in front of Xia Ze. He quickly controlled the ball, and turned, raising his head to see Dilly at the edge of the penalty area, back to the goal, awaiting his pass. Xia Ze made a through ball to Dilly, and immediately ran towards the top of the penalty area. Dilly, receiving the ball with his back to the goal, understood Xia Ze's movement, and gently nudged the ball towards him. Xia Ze prepared to take a powerful shot as he approached the ball. Swansea's center-back Williams, having seen Xia Ze's shooting ability, dared not be careless, and slid in with a tackle to block. Seeing Williams flying in for the tackle, Xia Ze's lips curled slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Williams saw it in his eyes and realized he had fallen for it, but his body had already slid out of control. Xia Ze faked a shot, but actually passed lightly, lifting the ball over Williams, landing it right in front of the advancing Dilly. Dilly did not waste this opportunity, striking the ball before it even touched the ground. Since high school, I've never asked mom for tuition or living expenses. If you didn't need constant medication and doctor visits, would we be this badly off? Xia Ze stared wide-eyed, glaring at Xia Jinhua. Xia Ze, well done, you were fantastic, Dilly said with a smile, coming over to hug Xia Ze, while other teammates rushed. With 3 minutes left in the match, Maritimo, trailing by 2 goals, fiercely equalized. After the injection of new blood from Xia Ze, the entire team seemed to have been reborn, suddenly possessing the strength to rival Premier League giants. Keep an eye on that Chinese kid, don't let him have any more chances. Vorm yelled angrily at his defensive teammates after retrieving the ball from the net. Damn it. On the sideline, Swansea's coach Laudrup kicked the grass in anger. He turned to his assistant coach and whispered, find out more about that Chinese kid, what his background is, and how much he's worth. Swansea kicked off again. In the remaining minutes of the match, they closely marked Xia Ze, with 2 players giving him no opportunity to receive the ball. However, this created a gap in their defense, allowing Danilo to take a long-range shot that resulted in a corner kick. In the last minute of the match, Maritimo earned a corner opportunity. Zhang Wei and Thiago Silva both rushed up. Danilo took the corner kick, and chaos ensued in the penalty area, with Ji Qingyong tightly marking Xia Ze. Although they didn't know how good Xia Ze's heading ability was, they couldn't give such a threatening player any chance. The ball curved through the air, landing in the penalty area. Suddenly Zhang Wei burst out from the crowd, leapt high, and executed a lion's head. The ball smashed into the net, making it 32. Maritimo turned the match around thanks to the outstanding performances of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, the 2 Chinese kids who managed to create a remarkable comeback even after falling behind by 2 goals. Zhang Wei, seeing the ball hit the net, excitedly opened his arms and sprinted. Although this was just a friendly match, it was extremely crucial for Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. This match could very well be the start of their dreams. The sparse crowd of a few thousand in the stands erupted in excitement, not expecting such a thrilling display in a mere warm-up match. Beautiful. Amazing. That Chinese kid is truly incredible. Martins raised his arms in excitement, shouting without a care for those around him. Great, David scored too. Wang Xiaolin cheered joyfully from the stands. At this moment, the referee blew the final whistle and Maritimo turned the match around with the Chinese players dominating the goals. Xia Ze wiped the sweat from his face and shook hands with the opposing players one by one. In the Swansea locker room, Laudrup coldly addressed the silent players. We did not play well today. We should have finished the game when we were leading 20. Fortunately, this was just a warm-up match. This is a lesson you all need to perform with greater focus in future games. After saying this, Laudrup glanced around and turned to Captain Gary Monk saying, Gary, do you have anything to add? Coach, we should sign that Chinese kid. Gary Monk raised his head and looked at Laudrup. Yes, we should sign that Chinese kid. He's too good, we find it hard to defend against him. If he could join our team, we would become stronger. The previously silent locker room suddenly erupted with excitement. In the Maritimo locker room, Martin smiled at the players and said, You all performed excellently today, I am very... He then turned his attention to Xia Ze and Zhang Wei saying, especially Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Their entry changed the course of the match, and I want to congratulate them. After speaking, Martins gave Xia Ze a meaningful look before turning to leave. After Martins left, the players in the locker room came over to congratulate and greet Xia Ze. Although Xia Ze did not understand most of what they said, he politely responded to them. However, among them was not Bone Crack Special. He packed his things and left after Martins. Xia Ze carefully folded the number 31 jersey he had just worn in the match and placed it in his backpack. Xia Ze, what are you doing? Pride asked as he saw Xia Ze putting the damp jersey into his backpack. Taking it back as a memento. This was my first match with Maritimo, regardless of whether I transfer. This is a beautiful memory. Xia Ze smiled. Oh right, I want to keep it as a souvenir too. Pride immediately realized, picked up the jersey he had carelessly thrown on the ground, crumpled it hastily, and stuffed it into his backpack. Mr. Martins, have you decided to sign Xia Ze and Zhang Wei? Tenonio asked Martins with a smile. Given their outstanding performances in the match, Tenonio believed Martins would certainly decide to sign the two players. He'll have to think about it. We have a bit too many first-team players, and signing players from China can be troublesome, Martins said with difficulty, seemingly having experienced the challenges of signing Chinese players. Tenonio's smile immediately faded as he was about to continue persuading Martins when someone walked down the hall. Mr. Martins, hello. My name is Waghorn, and I am the assistant coach of Swansea. A middle-aged man in his 40s dressed in Swansea training gear approached Martins to greet him. Hello, Martins smiled warmly at the middle-aged man before him. As it happens, Mr. Martins, Virus glanced briefly at Tenorio beside him and continued, Our coach is highly interested in that young Chinese midfielder on your team, and would like to learn more about him from you. Oh, you mean? Martins suddenly recalled, yet hesitated, having momentarily forgotten the young man's name. He paused and turned a pleading look toward Tenorio. Xia Ze, Tenorio supplied promptly. Yes, Xia Ze. He's a Chinese player currently on trial with our squad. Exceptionally gifted. At this, Martins puffed out his chest with quiet pride. I believe he's truly promising. May I speak with him direct? Virus offered a courteous, hopeful smile. Well, that might be rather inconvenient. We're already finalizing the contract, and all terms have been agreed upon. Martins now grasped their intent, and deliberately adopted a stern expression. Ah, I see. In that case, I won't detain you further, Virus replied, disappointment coloring his voice. He turned and departed without another word. Once Virus had left, Tenorio asked cautiously, Mr. Martins, does this mean you intend to sign Xia Ze? Yes, let's proceed with the signing immediately. To let such extraordinary talent slip away would be an unforgivable loss. Martins gazed pensively in the direction Virus had taken, his tone calm and resolute. Excellent. I'll inform them tonight. Tenorio said, his face brightening with relief at Martins' affirmation. That evening, Tenorio arrived at the hotel where Xia Ze and his companions were staying. He gathered Li Shurong, Wang Xiaolin, Xia Ze, and Zhang Wei in Li Shurong's room to deliver important news. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, congratulations. Mr. Martins has been deeply impressed by your performances and intends to offer you contracts. Tenorio regarded the two young men with knowing warmth. Really? That's wonderful. Wang Xiaolin burst into joyful cheers. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, however, remained unaware of her excitement. They hadn't yet heard Tenorio's words, as Wang Xiaolin had not yet translated them. Li Shurong, fluent in both Portuguese and English, listened with a quiet, satisfied smile. This journey had borne fruit at last. Two exceptional talents would soon train in Portugal. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, the head coach of Maritimo, has formally endorsed your performances and plans to sign you. Li Shurong smiled gently as he explained. Really? Though Xia Ze had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed by Li Shurong still filled him with exhilarating surprise. At last, he was about to transfer to the Primera Liga to compete across Europe's grandest stages, drawing ever closer to his lifelong dream. And most importantly, he would soon earn a legitimate salary through his own hard-won efforts, sparing his mother the exhausting burden of juggling multiple part-time jobs. Now remember, the contract isn't finalized yet, so don't celebrate prematurely. Xia Ze, you two should rest well tonight. I'll discuss the transfer details with Tenorio. Li Shurong addressed the elated pair. Understood, Uncle Li. Thank you for everything, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei replied, recognizing they could contribute little at this stage, and quietly returned to their rooms. Once the two young men had departed, Li Shurong turned to Tenorio. Zhou, what kind of agreement does Mr. Martins propose for signing Xia Ze and Zhang Wei? Mr. Martins intends permanent transfers. Let's revisit the details with him tomorrow. Very well, I won't disturb your rest. See you tomorrow. Agreed, see you tomorrow. The next day, Li Shurong met with Martins and held a conference call with senior executives from Guangzhou RF Football Club. Both sides reached full consensus on all transfer terms. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were jointly transferred to Maritimo for 3-0, but their contracts included 2 additional clauses. Guangzhou RF retained first refusal rights on any future sale and were entitled to 30% of the profit from their next transfer. Though Maritimo expressed reservations regarding the profit-sharing clause, they ultimately accepted the terms. Having settled all contractual conditions, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei prepared to return to Guangzhou with Li Shurong and Wang Xiaolin to complete academic withdrawal procedures and other formalities. Tenorio accompanied them, ensuring their smooth transition. One day later, the aircraft descended gracefully onto Baiyun International Airport in Guangzhou. After a week's absence, Xia Ze stepped once more onto the soil where he'd grown up, though this time he would remain only 2 days before departing again, bound for Portugal to pursue his footballing dream. Over those 2 days, Xia Ze bade farewell to the manager and staff at KFC, to his teachers and classmates at school, and to his teammates in Guangzhou RF's youth academy. Eat more, Xia Ze. Once you're in Portugal, you won't taste mama's cooking again. Her eyes glistened, her voice trembled with unshed tears. In their narrow home in Ueshio district, Xia Ze shared one final family dinner with his mother, younger brother, and grandfather. Li Chunhua prepared a far richer meal than usual, and kept filling Xia Ze's bowl with generous servings. Eat more, Xia Ze. Once you're in Portugal, you won't taste mama's cooking again. Her eyes glistened, her voice trembled with unshed tears. Mom, it's all right. I'm only going to play football there. I'll come home during holidays, Xia Ze reassured her gently. Do you think I don't know how footballers live? You get just one holiday a year. Li Chunhua wiped her tears with her sleeve, her voice breaking anew. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take good care of myself. And I'll send money home so you won't have to work so hard. Xia Ze stepped forward, brushing away her tears, yet his own vision blurred with emotion. You needn't fret over me. I'll save whatever I earn abroad, no need to send anything back, Li Chunhua murmured softly, wiping her cheeks dry. Xia Ze said nothing. He simply didn't know what salary he'd earn as a professional player. Though headlines often touted exorbitant wages for elite players, those belonged to stars at top-tier clubs, not to athletes joining modest teams like Maritimo. His earnings remained wholly uncertain. Brother, quick turn on Sports World. They're reporting our transfer. Xia Tao switched on the television, just in time for Guangdong Sports' flagship program. Breaking news: Ai Huang and Gao Bo, youth players from Guangzhou Evergrande who trialed with Manchester United and Real Madrid last week, have officially signed with both clubs today. Ai Huang's transfer fee stands at 2 million, Gao Bo's at 1.5 million. For full coverage, stay tuned. Brother, why always them? Why no mention of you, or Brother David? Xia Tao frowned at the screen, puzzled. Xia Ze merely smiled. Xiao Ze, don't fret. Keep playing your best, and success will surely follow, Xia Jinhua said, slowly breaking his silence at last. Yes, Grandpa, I understand. Xia Ze looked at Xia Jinhua, and found unexpectedly that the old man no longer seemed so irksome. In Portugal, you'll be navigating unfamiliar ground. Remember to watch out for each other, you and Xiao Wei, Xia Jinhua added, his affection warring with long-held resentment. Yes. Xia Ze nodded, saying no more. Words failed him, especially now in this tender, vulnerable moment with the grandfather he'd so often argued with. Beyond Ai Huang and Gao Bo, insiders confirmed that 2 rising talents from Guangzhou RF's youth academy, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, are also set to join Primera Liga side Maritimo. After over 10 minutes devoted to Ai Huang and Gao Bo, the announcer finally delivered Xia Ze and Zhang Wei's transfer news as a brief passing footnote. TCH, just one sentence. Xia Tao snapped the TV off in frustration. Xia Ze remained silent, only smiling as he ruffled his younger brother's hair. Within his heart, he swore a solemn vow: I, Xia Ze, will carve my name across Portugal's footballing sky, so that every doubter regrets their dismissal. I will claim the Ballon d'Or. The next day, Zhang Xuexing drove Zhang Wei to pick up Xia Ze. Xiao Ze, ask Annie to join us in the car to the airport, Zhang Wei called through the open window. Mom, I'm coming too. Xia Tao piped up eagerly. Li Chunhua's face lit up at Zhang Wei's invitation. She longed to see her son off at the airport, but noticing 3 passengers already seated in Zhang Xuexing's car, Zhang Wei and his parents, she suppressed her joy and shook her head. Xiao Ze, go on ahead. I won't accompany you. Xia Ze saw the quiet sorrow in her expression, and his heart ached anew. He vowed inwardly more fiercely than ever to give her a life of comfort and dignity. Xiao Ze, Auntie, please sit here instead. Another compact car pulled up, and a beautiful young woman leaned out the window, Wang Xiaolin. Li Shurong had driven Wang Xiaolin and Tenorio to the alley outside Xia Ze's home, guided by Wang Xiaolin's directions. Mom, please take Xiao Tao and ride with them. She's my classmate too. Delighted to see Wang Xiaolin, Xia Ze invited his mother and brother to join Li Shurong's car, while he himself climbed into Zhang Xuexing's vehicle. Auntie, I'm Xiao Ze's classmate. My name is Wang Xiaolin, she said warmly, stepping out of the car to greet Li Chunhua with a radiant smile. This was Wang Xiaolin's first meeting with Xia Ze's mother, and she felt genuinely thrilled. Hello, Li Chunhua replied, eyeing the stylish, sweet-faced girl with nervous warmth. Auntie, please hop in. Unfazed by Li Chunhua's simple worn clothing, Wang Xiaolin slipped her arm affectionately through hers and gently ushered her into the car. Xia Ze watched smiling, then gestured for Xia Tao to board Li Shurong's car as well. At Bayun Airport, after heartfelt farewells with their family, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei boarded their flight to Portugal, guided once more by Li Shurong and Tenorio. This time their true odyssey began. After a journey of over 20 hours, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei arrived once again at the Maritimo Club. Unlike their previous visit, this time, they would be transferring to this nearly century-old Primera Liga club. On the day after arriving on Madeira Island, they went to the club for the contract signing ceremony. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei arrived early at the club, and under Tenorio's guidance the two underwent medical examinations at a nearby hospital. After the medical reports were approved, the two, together with Li Shurong and Tenorio, went to the chairman's office on the 4th floor of the club building to sign the contract. Chairman Felipe, the two Chinese talents have arrived. Martins pushed open the door to the chairman's office and said with a smile to an elderly man in his 60s sitting at his desk. Martins, I've been waiting here for a long time. Felipe stood up and walked towards Xia Ze and the others. He was an elderly man of about 65 wearing a suit of an unfashionable cut slightly faded from washing, revealing him to be a prudent industrialist. With a high-bridged nose, a ruddy complexion, and thick hair that had turned completely white, it was evident that his position as chairman of Maritimo was not an easy one. Mr. Felipe, they passed the medical examinations. Here are the reports. Tenorio took out 2 reports from the side and handed them to Felipe. Felipe took the reports, flipped through each one briefly, then closed them and handed them to the secretary beside him. He then began to scrutinize Xia Ze and Zhang Wei before him. Both were dressed impeccably in suits, standing over 180 meters tall. Xia Ze in particular, though his face still bore a hint of youthfulness, was handsome and tall, his perfectly fitted suit making him shine like a star. Good, both young men seemed promising. Felipe withdrew his appraising gaze and said with a smile, Mr. Felipe, is the contract ready for signing? Seeing that Felipe was preoccupied with examining Xia Ze and the others, Tenorio quickly reminded him. Alright, I almost forgot. Come over here. Under Tenorio's reminder, Felipe seemed to suddenly realize and led the two to a small conference table. Here are the contracts. Take a look first. If everything is fine, we can sign. Felipe gestured for Xia Ze and Zhang Wei to sit at the table, placing 2 contracts before them. Uncle Li, could you explain this to us? Xia Ze opened the contract and found it was all in English. Apart from the numbers, he couldn't understand anything else, so he looked up and said to Li Shurong. Li Shurong had accompanied the two precisely to review the contracts during the signing and to take care of their daily lives during the initial period until they were settled before he returned to China. Alright, let me have a look. Li Shurong walked over, took both contracts from Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, and examined them. The basic terms of Xia Ze's and Zhang Wei's contracts were identical, both being professional player contracts, with only the salaries differing. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, let me explain to both of you. After finishing reading the contracts, Li Shurong explained the details to the two. Both contracts were for 3 years. Xia Ze's salary was €1,000 per week after tax, with a goal bonus of €1,000 per goal, and a buyout clause of €8 million. Zhang Wei's salary was €800 per week after tax, also with a goal bonus of €1,000 and a buyout clause of €5 million. Additionally, for the first 3 months the club would provide them with housing and transportation allowances. The salary system for Portuguese players differed from that in China. Maritimo's compensation structure was essentially weekly wages plus special bonuses, while Chinese Super League clubs used annual salaries plus win bonuses. So do you think these terms are acceptable? After explaining, Li Shurong looked at the two with a questioning gaze. Xiao Ze, what do you think? Zhang Wei, not having much of his own opinion, turned to Xia Ze. My salary is higher than yours, so of course I'm okay with it, haha. Xia Ze joked. In truth, as long as he had an opportunity to play football and no longer needed financial support from his family, he would be content. Now receiving a weekly salary of €1,000, which might be the minimum within the team, he felt more than satisfied. If Xiao Ze thinks it's fine, then I have no problem either. Zhang Wei, not catching the underlying meaning of Xia Ze's words, replied in a straightforward manner. That's good then. Let me inform Chairman Felipe. Seeing that the two had agreed to the terms, Li Shurong walked over to speak with Felipe. After a while, Felipe walked over with a broad smile, shaking hands with Xia Ze and Zhang Wei respectively. Young men, welcome to Maritimo. Felipe's ruddy face beamed with joy, clearly delighted to have signed 2 Chinese players at such a low cost, especially with the potential to open up the Chinese market. As the two signed, Felipe's secretary took a photo of each of them. The next day, the local newspapers published the news of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei joining Maritimo, but that is a story for later. After signing, the two threw themselves into training that very afternoon, while Tenorio went to find housing for them. He had now effectively become Xia Ze and Zhang Wei's agent, though this agent seemed to receive no compensation. During the afternoon training session, Xia Ze once again saw Coach Martins as well as Gulit and Ting Gaoao, with whom he had trained for a week a few days earlier. Welcome back. Ting Gaoao, seeing that Xia Ze and Zhang Wei had officially joined the team, greeted them happily. Oh, our genius stars are here. Meanwhile, Gulit was laughing loudly and talking to others, though of course Xia Ze and Zhang Wei couldn't understand what he was saying. Alright, gather around. Martins called everyone to gather around him. Our preseason preparation is almost over and the league is about to start. Today I'm going to conduct a fitness test to check everyone's physical condition, especially for our two new players. At this point, he deliberately glanced at Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Although they couldn't understand what he said, seeing Martin's gaze sweep over them, they responded with resolute looks. Seeing the determined looks from the two, Martins smiled with satisfaction. With Li Shurong's translation, Xia Ze and the others learned that they would have a fitness test today. Upon hearing fitness test, Zhang Wei couldn't help but groan. Fitness was his weakest link. When he played as a center-back in the RF youth team, it didn't require much stamina, so his endurance had always been poor. Xia Ze, on the other hand, looked confident. While his fitness wasn't the best in the youth team, he was among the top few. He believed that with his current physical condition, even if he couldn't rank among the very best in the team, he could at least be in the middle tier. If they had actually taken the fitness test, Xia Ze might not have been so optimistic. The fitness test was conducted in 4 groups. The first group consisted of the goalkeepers, 3 first-team goalkeepers running a 500-meter long-distance test. The other 3 groups were defenders, midfielders, and forwards, all undergoing a 100-meter long-distance test. In the defenders group, as expected, Zhang Wei finished last, lagging far behind, even the second to last, causing Martin's expression to turn very unpleasant. In the midfielders group, Xia Ze and Ting Gaoao tied for last place. Slightly better than Zhang Wei, they weren't far behind the leading pack, but they were still at the bottom. It was worth noting that Gulit had the best fitness in the midfield group, and even across the entire team, which made Xia Ze and Zhang Wei look at him with new respect. After Xia Ze and Zhang Wei both finished last in their respective groups, Martins called Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Ting Gaoao aside, his expression extremely grim. After speaking rapidly in Portuguese at an astonishing speed, Martins turned and left with a flushed face. From his expression, he was clearly quite angry. However, among the 3 aside from Ting Gaoao, who was Portuguese and understood Portuguese, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were completely bewildered. After Martins left, Li Shurong came over and gave the two a rough idea of what Martins had said. What a... Zhang Wei exclaimed in shock, as if unable to believe it. Uncle Li, did he just say that if our fitness doesn't improve, we won't get any playing time in the first team? Xia Ze didn't have much objection to the fitness training and extra practice. He was just worried that it might affect his chance. Yes, he said that if your physical condition doesn't improve, it will be difficult to give you playing time, so he wants you to undergo specialized fitness training. Li Shurong said with a slight frown. He didn't want the two to have a poor development in the Portuguese league, so he advised them, Zhang Wei, Xia Ze, this is a rare opportunity. Your awareness and skills are no worse than those Portuguese players. Don't let fitness problems hold you back. Keep pushing. Uncle Li, rest assured we will work hard on the fitness training and improve our physical condition so that we can earn a chance to play. Xia Ze said with a resolute expression and a firm tone. Zhang Wei nodded firmly from the side. Over the following months, Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Ting Gaoao all engaged in fitness training after the regular sessions. During the month of special training, though, Zhang Wei complained bitterly, both he and Xia Ze saw significant improvements in their fitness. Martins was quite satisfied with their progress. However, during this period, neither Xia Ze nor Zhang Wei got any playing time with the first team. They only played a few matches for the reserve and youth teams. As for Maritimo, they had 1 draw and 1 loss in the first 2 rounds of the Primera Liga without a victory. Local newspapers and media predicted that Maritimo would fall into a relegation battle early in the season, and they were not optimistic about the club's prospects of staying up. As September approached, Li Shurong had already left Portugal half a month earlier and returned to Guangzhou. Before leaving, he had arranged for a Portuguese language tutor for Xia Ze and the others, a local Chinese university student who could speak Mandarin, who would start giving lessons to the two this week. In his second week after transferring to Maritimo, Tenorio rented a 2-bedroom apartment for Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, just enough for the two of them. The apartment was roughly a 10-minute walk from the club's training ground with a supermarket and a bank nearby. After helping Xia Ze and the others settle in Tenorio, and Li Shurong also found them a Portuguese language teacher, otherwise they wouldn't understand the coach's tactical instructions or communicate with teammates at the club, a truly troublesome affair. A week after Li Shurong left Portugal and returned to Guangzhou, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei attended their first Portuguese lesson on Madeira Island, held at a small training center in Chinatown. After their morning training session, the two of them headed to the training center for a 2-hour class, then returned to the club for the afternoon. Seeing the familiar Chinese characters on the shop signs and the yellow-skinned black-haired people speaking Mandarin on the streets made Xia Ze and Zhang Wei feel an overwhelming sense of closeness. Though they were native Cantonese from Guangzhou and back home had often complained about the northerners with their heavy accents who came to the city now in a foreign land, these once called outlanders had become the people they felt closest to in Portugal, even though they didn't know them. Xia Ze, I never thought I'd smell China in Portugal, Zhang Wei said, taking a deep breath into the air with a "Yeah, even hearing Mandarin now feels so familiar," Xia Ze replied, a smile spreading across his face as he gazed at the surrounding buildings, soaking in the familiar aura of this foreign land. "Look, there's a wonton shop. If we hadn't eaten at the club, I'd go there. I'm so fed up with those cream buns from the club cafeteria," Zhang Wei exclaimed, pointing at a noodle shop nearby. "Look, there's Land's How pulled noodles. Oh, and Sha County snacks. Wow. Look, there's even an internet cafe." Zhang Wei, once he stepped into Chinatown, started shouting like a kid in a candy store, drawing the stares of passers-by. "David, stop it. Everyone's looking at us," Xia Ze said, awkwardly tugging Zhang Wei to put an end to his bizarre. "Xia Ze, we've been in Portugal for almost a month and only just found this place. I regret it so much," Zhang Wei complained, his gesticulating finally stopped by Xia Ze. "We can come here every day from now on. What are you worried about? Hurry up, we're going to be late," Xia Ze said, pulling Zhang Wei, who was still looking around, and quickly stepping into a training center. "Hello, we're here for the Portuguese class we signed up for," Xia Ze said to the plump woman at the front desk, who looked about 30, speaking Mandarin with a heavy Cantonese accent. The plump woman looked up at them, stared blankly for a while, and then said, "Oh, for the class. Hurry to the classroom, it's the first room upstairs on the 2nd floor." "Thanks," Xia Ze said politely before heading to the classroom door with Zhang Wei. Seeing that the teacher had already started the lesson, they decided to sneak in through the back door. As soon as they pushed open the back door, the teacher on the podium stopped, fixing them with a sharp gaze and speaking sternly. "You two latecomers enter through the front door after reporting." Xia Ze and Zhang Wei paused and looked toward the podium. Standing at the podium was a young woman of about 20 dressed in a black women's suit with fair skin, a stern face, black-rimmed glasses, bangs pulled back, and a ponytail. She looked at them severely. "Please report at the front door before coming in," she said, each word deliberate and forceful. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei stood there awkwardly. Over a dozen people and more than 20 eyes stared at them from the classroom. They had no choice but to lower their heads like truant schoolchildren, obediently report at the front door, and then take their seats. "Xia Ze, what kind of teacher is this? She's fiercer than our old homeroom teacher," Zhang Wei whispered to Xia Ze while the teacher wasn't looking. "Stop worrying, just listen to the lesson," Xia Ze whispered back, then focused attentively on the class. Mastering the language was crucial. Even though his foreign language skills back in Guangzhou hadn't been great, now he had to learn Portuguese well to communicate better with his teammates on the field. He was a midfield commander, and he wanted to make a name for himself here. "But I think this teacher is just a bit spicy," Zhang Wei kept whispering. "The student over there, please explain the meaning of this sentence." The pretty teacher suddenly turned and set her piercing gaze fixed on Zhang Wei as if to pin him to the wall. Zhang Wei, who had been whispering to Xia Ze, suddenly realized the pretty teacher was staring at him, and the rest of the class was also looking his way. Clearly that question was meant for him. He stood up hesitantly, not daring to meet her eyes, and stammered, I don't know." "Then stand," the teacher said coldly, turning her gaze to the other students. "Does anyone know?" "Teacher, this sentence means if you don't look where you're going while walking, it's easy to fall," a business-looking man of about 30 answered. "Correct, that's the meaning." "Student, have you understood?" the pretty teacher said to Zhang Wei with a meaningful look. "The eyes understood," Zhang Wei blushed, instantly mumbling. Even he, not the sharpest, knew that the sentence was referring to. "Good, I hope you keep that in mind." "Sit down," the teacher said, shooting him a sideways glance before continuing the lesson. As soon as Zhang Wei sat down, he saw Xia Ze covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. Zhang Wei gave him a helpless glare and then joined him in paying attention to the class. The 2 hours passed quickly. That class mainly covered the basics of Portuguese pronunciation and some simple everyday phrases. "Wow, that teacher is so spicy," Zhang Wei said to Xia Ze as they walked out of the classroom. "It's your own fault. You should pay attention in class or during a game. If you miscommunicate with the goalkeeper and score an own goal, you'll be in for a treat," Xia Ze lectured as they walked. "If I could win over that pretty teacher, that would really be a treat," Zhang Wei said, putting an arm around Xia Ze's shoulder with a lecherous grin. "Can't you be less pervy? Is everyone from the AC Milan fan forum like that?" Xia Ze said with disgust, shaking off the hand on his shoulder. "Don't slander our Milan forum. I learned this from the Lee forum. Watch enough live streams, and you naturally get experience." Zhang Wei stroked his chin and snickered. "I think if you ever meet her, she'll eat you alive," Xia Ze retorted disdainfully. "As long as I get to eat, it's fine." Zhang Wei continued his lecherous streak. The next day after training finished, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei didn't eat at the club's cafeteria, but headed straight to Chinatown. Zhang Wei had already planned to have a taste of home there before class. They came to a restaurant with a traditional red plaque over the entrance reading, "Home Restaurant." On the window was a sticker that said, Lu Chuan Yue Min Su Zhixiang Hui. All 8 major cuisines available. Taste of home right here. Xia Ze, let's go in and see if they have salt-baked chicken, Zhang Wei said, drooling as he dragged Xia Ze inside. Boss, do you have salt-baked chicken? Zhang Wei yelled in Cantonese as he entered. What would you two gentlemen like to eat? A waiter approached, clearly not understanding what Zhang Wei had said. Oh, what dishes do you have? Zhang Wei asked in Mandarin. We have all 8 Chinese cuisines here, sir. What would you like? The waiter introduced politely. Does Cantonese cuisine have salt-baked chicken? Zhang Wei still couldn't let go of his salt-baked chicken. Yes, as long as it's Cantonese we have it, the waiter said with a confident smile. Then 1 serving of salt-baked chicken, 1 garlic-fried choy sum, and 1 bowl of lean pork and goji berry soup. Zhang Wei ordered 2 dishes and 1 soup with practiced ease, seeing the waiter's confident smile. I never thought they'd actually have salt-baked chicken here, Zhang Wei said, contentedly looking around the restaurant after the waiter left to place the order. The restaurant was probably the largest in Chinatown. Otherwise Zhang Wei wouldn't have chosen it first. The restaurant had 2 floors. The first was a main hall of about 100 square meters, and the second had private rooms, though how many was unclear. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei sat in a corner waiting for their food. 10 minutes later the 2 dishes and the soup arrived. Zhang Wei eagerly picked up a piece of salt-baked chicken, already looking delighted before it even reached his mouth. As the chicken entered his mouth he was about to savor the long-missed taste of home, but an intense flavor of soy sauce burst out from the meat. Whoa! Zhang Wei quickly spat it out. Damn, it's marinated in soy sauce. So salty, he complained in Cantonese, frowning. Xia Ze picked up a piece, tasted it, and indeed found it overloaded with soy sauce, very salty. Waiter! Zhang Wei called. What's going on here? You marinate salt-baked chicken in soy sauce. And this garlic-fried choy sum, you stir-fried it with chili. Since when did lean pork and goji berry soup become lean pork and goji berry soup? Zhang Wei pointed accusingly at the 3 dishes on the table. The waiter glanced at the table. The salt-baked chicken was seeping soy sauce, tiny red chili flakes dotted the green choy sum, and red goji berries floated on the soup's surface. Sir, this is correct. Soy marinated chicken, garlic-fried choy sum, and lean pork and goji berry soup, the waiter confirmed, pointing at each dish. You call this Cantonese cuisine? You think I'm an outlander? Zhang Wei's regional prejudice flared up. David, forget it. Let's just eat, Xia Ze interjected, seeing that people around them were staring. Zhang Wei looked at the waiter's awkward expression and decided not to make a fuss. They ate that meal with extreme displeasure, leaving the restaurant without being full. Suppressing a bellyful of resentment as he went to Portuguese class, Zhang Wei naturally incurred the wrath of that fiery young teacher, who disciplined him so severely that he wondered if she had been steeped in chilly water since birth. Watching Zhang Wei, who towered a head and a half above the young teacher, being put through the ringer, Xia Ze secretly laughed at Zhang Wei, but his Portuguese was still far from fluent enough to communicate with others smoothly, otherwise he would have recounted Zhang Wei's heroic deeds to the proud fellows. In the following days, though Zhang Wei often felt unconvinced about his travels, he was taught a lesson every time by that spicy female teacher, and within just a few days he became known to everyone in the class. Although Zhang Wei was tall and strong, his speech was slurred, and he was no match for the spicy teacher. After a week, she had him completely subdued to the point that he would take a detour whenever he saw her. At the beginning of September, Maritamo's performance slightly recovered, finally winning their 3rd league match at home. Although Xia Ze and Zhang Wei's physical condition had improved somewhat, they still fell short of the standard for league participation. Moreover, their language barrier was evident. Apart from the proud fellow, they had no other friends, and even the team captain did not know how to communicate with them. Apart from daily training and classes, the 2 stayed in the apartment rented for them by Tenuonio. Without internet access, and with the television chattering in a foreign tongue, they found life exceedingly monotonous. As their first paycheck had not yet arrived, they relied on the club's subsidy, spending each coin with meticulous care. Even going to the small internet cafe in Chinatown was limited to once or twice a week, making them feel the hardship of life. This was the 2nd month of their overseas sojourn. The excitement and drive they had felt in the first month, confronted by a new environment, seemed to be gradually shattered under the grinding pressure of a dull existence. They began to feel the loneliness that comes from being in a foreign land, but they knew this was only the beginning. In the days ahead, they might face the torment of being unable to play football for a long time. Waterboy. They hadn't even reached that level. After finishing training in the afternoon with nothing better to do, they still wandered aimlessly around the small island, their range of activity limited to the tiny Chinatown. From one end of the street to the other, Zhang Wei had counted a total of 25 buildings, 18 shops run by Chinese. Among them, eateries were the most numerous, along with grocery stores, bookstores, and the like. Madeira Island is a famous tourist destination in Portugal, blessed with a Mediterranean climate that bathes it in sunlight all year round, making one feel incredibly comfortable. Moreover, Columbus once lived on the island, and his former residence has been developed as one of the island's attractions. On this island, with a considerable floating population, souvenir shops lined every street. Under the guidance of Tenuonio, the 2 had already visited those streets. Now without Tenuonio as a guide, they dared not wander about recklessly fearing they would lose their way back, so they only strolled around the Chinatown near their residence. For the past week after training in the afternoon, they would come to Chinatown starting from the internet cafe at the beginning of the street to the Sha County snacks at the end. They had visited almost every place. They had tried Lanzhou pulled noodles and Sha County snacks. Although back in Guangzhou they had disliked the taste of such food in a foreign land, these were rare delicacies. Unfortunately, the consequences of their reckless eating in Chinatown became all too apparent during training. The team doctor discovered their irregular diet and immediately put a stop to their rash eating habits, devising a specific menu for them. They had to follow the menu strictly every day, and if they dared to eat Sha County snacks again, they would be punished. This made the two complain bitterly, but they had no choice. After another day of training, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, with faces as grim as if they had eaten excrement, finished the special dinner prepared by the team doctor, left the club with furrowed brows, and trudged slowly back to their lodging. As the streetlights began to glow, the streets of Funchal appeared exceptionally romantic under the soft yellow illumination. Gentle light sprinkled on Xia Ze's face, and intermittent afternoon sea breezes wafted from the coast, carrying a faint salty scent that brought an indescribable comfort. Feeling this romantic atmosphere, Xia Ze sighed, lamenting why beside him was a big fool instead of the charming Wang Xiaoan. He turned his head slightly, looked at Zhang Wei's burly build and brutal face, and suddenly felt it spoiled the mood. Just as he was about to mock Zhang Wei, a call rang out from not far away. Help! Help! Although Xia Ze had never passed an English exam, he knew what that cry signified. Zhang Wei also heard the woman shouting. Both felt a jolt of surprise and exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. In a tourist destination like Funchal, representing Portugal's image, the government naturally attached great importance to public security. Although every city has its gang of petty thugs, it was astonishing that they would commit crimes before nightfall. Neither of them was a coward. Facing such an obvious cry for help, if they didn't go to the rescue, they would probably curse themselves for it. Following the sound, they quickly ran to the scene. In just over 10 seconds, they arrived at a dark alley from where the cries had come. Inside, it was pitch black, an ideal place for a crime. The sky had not yet grown fully dark, and though the alley had no lighting by naked eye, they could still make out two flamboyantly dressed thugs pressing down on a tall girl with malicious intent. One of the thugs had already covered the girl's mouth to stop her from shouting, while the other was tugging at her handbag. The girl struggled desperately, but the two thugs were both tall and strong, and her resistance was clearly futile. Just as she felt despair, a righteous voice rang out, "Let go of that girl." Upon hearing the voice, the three people in the alley froze. The two thugs did not understand Chinese at all, but their guilty consciences made them pause in bewilderment, staring suspiciously outside the alley. The girl turned her face slightly. When she saw the young man standing outside the alley shrouded in the glow of the streetlights, a hint of a smile crept into her eyes, which had been drowning in tears of despair. The two thugs had no idea what the young man was saying, but she understood him perfectly. The timely appearance of this young man even stirred something deep in her heart that had been tranquil for a long time. Unaware of the situation, the thug who was grabbing the girl of theirs with only one opponent, the thug obviously held him in contempt. Xia Ze listened to the thug babble. Although Xia Ze's build was more robust than either of theirs, with only one opponent, the thug obviously held him in contempt. Xia Ze listened to the thug babbling unintelligibly, knowing the man was threatening him. But the thug had no knife, so Xia Ze was not worried. He still maintained that pose from Stephen Chow. His action, however, made the bullied girl laugh involuntarily. The other thugs, seeing this Chinese kid so oblivious, and even making the robbery victim laugh at them, flew into a rage and wanted to teach him a lesson. Just then the lumbering Zhang Wei finally arrived. When his towering figure appeared behind Xia Ze, the two thugs immediately stopped moving forward, and even their intention to punish Xia Ze was abandoned. They had been confident they could take on Xia Ze alone, but when the even more burly Zhang Wei showed up, they lost that confidence. The two thugs, only 16 or 17 years old, were intimidated by Zhang Wei's fierce face and fled helter-skelter. Zhang Wei hadn't even gotten a clear look at their faces before they vanished at the end of the alley. Naturally, Zhang Wei's gaze fell upon the girl. Because the alley was dark, he couldn't see her face clearly. He only knew that the girl had a curvaceous figure, quite alluring, stirring his desires. But the girl inside the alley saw both their faces clearly. She knew these two Chinese boys. Out of politeness, she ought to thank them, and besides, she recognized Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. She walked step by step towards Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Her graceful figure stirred the lovesick Zhang Wei's heart. But when her face came into view under the light, he was terrified. Fair skin, dark-rimmed eyes, a high ponytail. Wasn't this the spicy female teacher of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei's Portuguese class, the one who had completely subdued the big fool Zhang Wei? Only now her eyes were brimming with tears after being bullied by the two thugs, presenting a pitiful and vulnerable appeal. Even though she looked so pitiful that it stirred a desire in one to protect her, the moment he thought of her methods, the impulse that had surged in Zhang Wei's heart was instantly doused by a bucket of cold water, quenching the ever-burning flame. Miss. Why is it you?" Zhang Wei stammered. The spicy girl seemed to have shed the authority she wielded in class. Looking at Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, she said gratefully, "Thank you. If you hadn't shown up in time, I would definitely have been robbed." "You're welcome. We were just passing by, but I never expected to run into you so coincidentally," Xia Ze said. "Yeah, what a coincidence." Zhang Wei scratched his head and grinned foolishly in agreement. The spicy girl swept a glance at Zhang Wei, then looked at Xia Ze, who was still holding a horse stance, left fist clenched at the waist, right palm thrust forward, and asked curiously, "Why are you still in that pose?" "Yeah, why are you still holding that horse stance? Even if it looks cool, you don't have to keep it for several minutes." Zhang Wei chimed in, finally noticing that Xia Ze had been frozen in that pose for minutes. Xia Ze's composure cracked. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek as he said awkwardly, "I ran too fast. Got a cramp." Inside a room in Chinatown beneath the Western-style exterior, the decor of this room exudes a strong Chinese, a rosewood sofa, a marble dining table, and an intricately carved Chinese screen with bottles of Maodai and Wuliangye displayed on the liquor cabinet. On the tea table, there is a blue and white porcelain vase with a delicate carnation inserted. All of this suggests that this is a family that loves China, or rather a Chinese family. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei curiously examined the decorations in the room, as if they were children who had never seen a Ferris wheel appearing in an amusement park. They did not expect to find such a strong Chinese architectural style in a foreign land, which was truly astonishing. "So what do you think? My home is not bad, right?" The spirited teacher poured each of them a cup of tea, smiling as she spoke. Zhang Wei saw this fiery-tempered teacher show a gentle smile at that moment, and he couldn't help but feel a bit strange, trembling slightly, as he took the tea, fearing that she might suddenly turn hostile. "Your home's decoration has a Chinese style. Is this how all Chinese homes here are decorated?" Xia Ze looked around curiously. "No, only our home is like this. My dad helped me change my name to Hua Yin. Do you know what it means?" The spirited teacher looked at Xia Ze with a meaningful smile. Xia Ze glanced at Hua Yin with difficulty, shook his head, and fell silent. He was good at playing soccer, but he was clueless about riddles. Zhang Wei, however, still looked at Hua Yin with a submissive expression, not daring to speak. "Let me tell you both." A middle-aged man's voice came from the kitchen. A short, slightly balding man with a cheerful face walked out carrying 2 plates of food. He called out to Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, "Come, let's eat while we talk." Behind the chubby man, a charming middle-aged woman also came out carrying 2 plates of food with a smiling face. This was Hua Yan's father and mother. Xia Ze looked at the smiling middle-aged man in surprise, wondering how the elegant and charming Hua Tai had fallen for him in her youth, and how they had produced such a beautiful daughter as Hua Yan. This question became a mystery in Xia Ze's heart. Hua Yan's father is named Hua Bin, and her mother is named Xue Bingyi. They have lived in Portugal since they were young, and under some inexplicable magic, Xue Bingyi married the unremarkable Hua Bin and gave birth to their only daughter Hua Yan. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei looked at the colorful and fragrant dishes, inhaling the enticing aroma, and their already hungry stomachs were further tempted by the scent of these home-style stir-fries. Hua Yan's parents warmly invited the two to sit down for dinner. They had saved their daughter, and encountering fellow countrymen in a foreign land was rare, so they naturally welcomed them with open arms. Having grown tired of the club's specific menu, the authentic flavors of home-cooked dishes were a delightful surprise, especially since Hua Bin was also from Guangdong and understood their tastes, which made them rave about the food. During dinner, the topic naturally turned to the origin of Hua Yan's name. Hua Bin cheerfully said, "Hua Yan means the great wild goose of China, but it has flown west now, eventually it will return." "Oh, so it has such a deep meaning." The two suddenly understood. "Uncle Hua, your surname is Hua. What relation do you have to Hua Yingxiong?" Zhang Wei asked foolishly. "How could there be a relation? Hua Yingxiong is just a character from a novel." Xia Ze interrupted Zhang Wei before Hua Bin could respond. "Not really, we are indeed descendants of Hua Yingxiong." "Really? Back in the day Hua Yingxiong was in Guangdong." "Wait, we are just here to play soccer. Why does it feel like a gangster movie?" "Huh." From the moment they randomly saved Hua Yin, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei finally made their first friend in Portugal. Since then they often visited Hua Yan's home for meals, improving their diet. Hua Bin knew that Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were professional players, so when they arrived the dishes were all relatively healthy, and since Cantonese cuisine is mainly like the team doctor of Maritimo, did not notice. Getting to know Hua Yan's family added some color to their monotonous lives in Portugal's Primeira Liga, although they still had not found the opportunity to make their professional debut. Maritimo's performance improved in September with 1 win and 1 draw in 2 league matches. After 4 rounds they had 1 win, 2 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 5 points, and ranking 8th among 16 teams right in the middle. This was an acceptable position for Maritimo, which had ranked 10th last season. However, their rival Nacional was ahead of Maritimo with a record of 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, ranking 4th, just behind the top 3 in the Primeira Liga, which made Maritimo's fans quite unhappy. What was even more concerning was that in the last 2 rounds, although Maritimo achieved a good record of 1 win and 1 draw, the cost was severe. Midfielder Joao Ruiz was injured in the third round and had to rest for a month. Meanwhile, in the last match, the 22-year-old substitute, Suarez, received a red card for a reckless foul and will be suspended for the next match. Starting this week, due to the upcoming Portuguese League Cup, Marítimo will face a tough schedule with 2 matches. This is a severe test for the already weakened midfield of the team. In the next round, they will travel to Lisbon to challenge one of the top 3 in the Primeira Liga, Sporting Lisbon. On the training ground on Friday, head coach Martins observed the players training from the sidelines with a furrowed brow, clearly pondering the lineup for the next match, and his gaze fell on a yellow-skinned boy in a white vest who was fiercely competing for the ball. Xia Ze, wearing a substitute vest, focused on the group training. After a month and a half of training, he had fully adapted to the training intensity of the team, and with the effects of physical training, his performance had been improving. Since getting to know Hua Yin, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei's Portuguese had also improved rapidly. Although they couldn't communicate fluently with their teammates, they had no problem with some on-field exchanges. Seeing Xia Ze's serious appearance during training, Martins nodded slightly, jotting down something in his notebook, and the frown that had been tight began to ease a bit. Half an hour later, training ended and Xia Ze and the other 2 stayed for physical training. By dusk, the 3 walked into the locker room side by side, still joking and gesturing with each other. After learning Portuguese, Xia Ze realized that the correct pronunciation of the proud name should be Ditsao. He is a local born and raised in Madeira who joined Marítimo at a young age. His talent is not inferior to Xia Ze's, and he is also 18 years old, though slightly slender. Xia Ze Zhang Wei, the squad list for the next match has been released. Do you want to go check it out? Ditsao said. Xia Ze could barely understand what he was saying. His eyes flickered slightly, but then fell silent. He had gone through the squad announcements 4 times, and after the first time, he was particularly eager, yet was not selected. He knew he had not yet met the criteria to make the match squad, so, although he felt some anticipation in the following announcements, being left out was something he took in stride. He knew he had to train harder to impress the coach. Zhang Wei, however, was different from Xia Ze. This guy, who was all muscle and little brain, was always very excited whenever the squad list came out. He would rush to check it with Ditsao, but always returned dejected. The benefit of being simple-minded was that the repeated exclusions did not dampen Zhang Wei's confidence. Instead, they fueled his motivation, and during training, he was even more enthusiastic than Xia Ze. Seeing Xia Ze's calm demeanor, Zhang Wei and Ditsao knew Xia Ze would not accompany them, so the 2 headed to the team's bulletin board together. Xia Ze calmly walked towards the shower room, searching for his own bar of soap. While humming Beyond's Boundless Sea and Sky, he squeezed out shampoo and massaged his hair, which was neither long nor short. After training, every day showering under warm water, while humming a little tune, seemed to wash away the fatigue accumulated from the day's training. It's in. Xia Ze, it's in. Zhang Wei's loud voice suddenly came from outside the shower room. What's in? Do you think you're Lu Jianhong? When Xia Ze heard Zhang Wei's voice, a slight shiver ran through him, but he did not forget his humorous nature and No, it's not that you've made it to the squad. Zhang Wei pushed open the shower room door, leaning on his knee. At that moment, Xia Ze was using soap to wash his body. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, he could no longer remain calm. Excitement showed on his face, and although he tried to hide it, the veins popping on his hands revealed his inner thrill. Creak. Due to his excitement, Xia Ze squeezed too hard, and the soap slipped from his hand, landing right in front of Zhang Wei. Coincidentally, Ditsao happened to appear at the shower room door, seeing Xia Ze staring at Zhang Wei with excitement. At that moment, Zhang Wei was half squatting, bending down, staring blankly at the soap on the ground. Sorry, you guys continue. Ditsao said awkwardly upon witnessing the scene. Then he quietly backed away and gently closed the door. When the soap landed in front of Zhang Wei, he was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, looking embarrassedly at Ditsao, who was wearing a mischievous smile as he backed away step by step. He could only sigh helplessly, "Big brother, that's not my soap." With severe midfield injuries plaguing the squad, the upcoming away match against Sporting Lisbon loomed ominous. Martins included Xia Ze, whose training performances had steadily improved, in the official 18-man matchday squad, and he would travel to Lisbon with the team on Saturday as a substitute for the clash against Sporting Lisbon. Meanwhile, Ditsao and Zhang Wei were once again omitted from the squad. While Ditsao felt mildly disheartened, Zhang Wei, single-minded and unpretentious, felt no resentment whatsoever. Instead, he beamed with genuine pride for his brother's selection. After showering, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei headed to Hua Yan's home for dinner, a plan they had made at noon. Uncle Hua, I've got some wonderful news. Xia Ze has made the matchday squad. He'll be traveling with the team to Lisbon tomorrow to face Sporting Lisbon. Zhang Wei burst into Hua Yan's home, exclaiming with unrestrained excitement, as if he were the one selected. Really? Congratulations, Xia Ze. Hua Yan, who had been watching television on the sofa, sprang up upon hearing the news, rushed over Xia Ze's hands, and beamed radiantly. Startled by Hua Yan's effusive gesture, Xia Ze froze, allowing her to hold his hands, his cheeks flushing with acute embarrassment. Though Hua Yan was 2 years his senior, Xia Ze regarded her as an elder sister, yet pulling his hands away would have seemed discourteous, so he stood there flustered and motionless. Xiao Yan, please let Xia Ze and Zhang Wei sit down first. They've just finished training and are still standing. How will they muster the energy to play tomorrow? Hua Bin's mother sighed wryly. Only then did Hua Yin realize she was still gripping Xia Ze's hands. Flustered by the sudden awkwardness, she hastily released him and gestured for both young men to sit on the sofa. Sister Yin, may I borrow your telephone? I'd like to call home. Once the earlier discomfort had eased, Xia Ze sat down and asked. Of course, go ahead. You haven't called home in quite some time. Be sure to share this wonderful news with your family. Hua Yin replied warmly. Xia Ze nodded, lifted the receiver, and dialed his family's number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. A familiar voice answered, tired yet unmistakable. Mom, it's me, Xia Ze. Have you eaten yet? Xia Ze, is that you? It's so late. Did something happen? Hearing her son's voice, she instantly tensed, assuming something must be wrong. It was only then that Xia Ze remembered the time difference back home. It must already be past midnight. Ashamed at having disturbed his mother's rest, he quickly explained, Mom, nothing's wrong. I'd forgotten about the time difference. Here it's just getting dark, so I thought it was still early. Oh, don't worry, it's fine. Are you settling in well? Do you like the food? Is training exhausting? Though drowsy, Li Chunhua remained deeply attentive to her son. I'm not tired at all. I've made some friends here and sometimes I eat at their homes, mostly Cantonese dishes, so don't. I have some good news. I've been named to the matchday squad for the next game. Tomorrow we fly to Lisbon. I might even get on it. He spoke with quiet pride. That's wonderful. As long as you focus wholeheartedly on football, you'll surely rise to greatness. I believe in you, son. Though Li Chunhua didn't fully grasp the significance of what he'd said, his tone, tinged with quiet triumph, told her this was truly something to celebrate. Had it not been the dead of night, she might have slaughtered a chicken in gratitude. Mom, it's late. I won't keep you awake. Please don't overwork yourself. I can earn money here, and soon I'll send some home. His voice softened with tenderness. Xia Ze, don't fret about us. I'm fine. Save your money for yourself. Understood. Now go to sleep. Goodbye. Goodbye. Beep. Xia Ze gently replaced the receiver. Hearing his mother's voice, unheard for nearly a month, and sensing her unwavering concern even as she stirred from deep slumber in the middle of the night, brought a faint warmth to his eyes. Hua Yin watched and listened quietly to the entire exchange. Her gaze lingered on this 18-year-old son, devoted, earnest, tender, and held within it a new subtle resonance. The next day, Xia Ze packed his gear and boarded the flight to Lisbon with the team. Including coaches and staff, the delegation totaled 25, occupying half the aircraft cabin. Maritimo was no elite club, nor was it based on mainland Portugal, but rather on the remote island of Madeira, meaning 14 of its league fixtures required air travel. Everyone, including the coaching staff, sat in economy class. Yet Xia Ze could scarcely contain his exhilaration. An hour and a half later, the plane landed smoothly at Lisbon Airport. The team then boarded a waiting coach bound for Estadio de Luz, the home ground of Sporting Lisbon. As the bus wound through the sun-drenched streets, Xia Ze gazed out the window. Throngs of fans clad in white and green kits filled the avenues. They waved banners high, sang their club anthem in unison, shared beers, and laughed boisterously, offering Xia Ze his first visceral taste of Portuguese football's fervor. This is a festival of fans. This is football's holy day, he murmured inwardly. As he reflected, a white and green open-top car sped past their bus. For Sporting Lisbon supporters inside, faces painted, arms raised high with flags and scarves, belting out their anthem defiantly toward Maritimo's bus. Amidst this fanatical display, the Maritimo bus slowly approached a colossal stadium. Even from the bus, Xia Ze felt the arena's imposing grandeur, its green and white facade, its vast arched dome gleaming under the sun, its sheer magnificence pressing upon him long before he drew near. Crowds and traffic swirled ceaselessly around the stadium, converging ever more densely toward this monumental circular edifice as kickoff neared. In the plaza outside, legions of fans gathered, chatting, laughing, trading banter, while vendors draped in club memorabilia wove through the throng, calling out their wares, animating the scene with vibrant energy. When the bus halted at its designated spot, Xia Ze felt his muscles tremble faintly, not from fatigue, but from pure electric anticipation. The moment his right foot touched the concrete pavement outside Estadio de Luz, his heartbeat quickened, adrenaline surged, because in little over 2 hours he might step onto this legendary pitch for the first time as a professional footballer. His professional debut would unfold on this very ground, where in 2004, the famed Portugal-Netherlands clash had taken place, and his opponent would be none other than Sporting Lisbon, one of Portugal's 3 most storied clubs. Calm was impossible. Xia Ze stood silently before the towering structure, his face alight with exhilaration and expectation, his body trembling, so captivated that he momentarily forgot to follow the staff toward the away dressing room. Hey kid, scared? Gilead approached, clapped Xia Ze on the shoulder, and grinned mischievously. Xia Ze jolted upright, instantly roused from his reverie. Gilead's words, though blunt, were unmistakable. He stared puzzled at the burly man and shook his head, bewildered. Gilead rattled off a rapid-fire torrent of incomprehensible Portuguese, then flashed a chilling, unsettling smile before turning away. A shiver ran down Xia Ze's spine at that eerie grin. He snapped to attention and hurried after the team. His real name was Grillet, but since Xia Ze and Zhang Wei met him, they'd known him only as Gulit. Upon entering the away dressing room at Estadio de Luz, Xia Ze was struck by its far more advanced and pristine facilities compared to Maritomo's modest setup. He even spotted a compact hydrotherapy tub, just in the away dressing room. What then must the home dressing room offer? It was the first time such awe had stirred within him. Even Guangzhou's top clubs Guangzhou RF and Evergrande hadn't displayed such disparity. This only intensified his yearning for a greater club and steeled his resolve to prove himself on this grandest of stages. Alright, gather round. I'll walk through today's tactical plan once more. Martin stood before the whiteboard, marker in hand, outlining the match strategy for each player. This formation and set of instructions had been drilled exhaustively the previous week. Every player knew them by heart. Yet as ritual demanded, the coach reviewed the tactics before every match, to reinforce memory and ensure flawless execution of his directives. Players dressed in kit and cleats while listening attentively, though Martins didn't insist on rapt attention, merely reiterating key points with emphasis. Xia Ze, encountering such meticulous professional pre-match briefing for the first time, found himself utterly absorbed, watching the coach's gestures, straining to catch each word, until his fellow substitute forward Fidelis nudged him sharply with an elbow, jolting him back to reality. That concludes today's tactical briefing. Everyone head out for warm-ups. Martins turned to address the assembled. Only then did Xia Ze snap out of his daze, frantically scrambling to pull on his boots and jersey. Martins, observing, could only shake his head in gentle exasperation. With an hour left before the match, Xia Ze and his 17 teammates arrived at the stadium for pre-match training. The moment he stepped out of the locker room tunnel onto the pitch, he was awestruck by the atmosphere of the Alvalade. Although the fans had not yet filled the stands, there were still many empty seats in the yellow-green bleachers, but the sunlight streaming through the stadium's dome illuminated the green grass, making him truly feel how close he was to his dream. The warm-up training was nothing special, exactly like what Xia Ze had seen during the televised broadcasts, running, stretching, passing, and shooting. However, the flashing lights in front of him still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Noticing Xia Ze's unusual behavior, the 34-year-old Captain Berger approached him and asked with concern what was wrong. However, the flashing lights in front of him still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Noticing Xia Ze's unusual behavior, the 34-year-old Captain Berger approached him and asked with concern what was wrong. He simply smiled, shook his head, and thanked the kind-hearted captain for his concern. As more fans entered the stadium, the songs from the Alvalade Stadium grew louder. The number of Marítimo fans was already small, and this time only a little over 1,000 diehard supporters traveled with the team, making them look like ants encountering an elephant compared to the over 40,000 green and white army of the opposing team, quickly drowned out by the cheers of Sporting CP's fans. After 40 minutes of warm-up, Xia Ze wiped the sweat from his body and followed the team into the locker room for the final adjustments. Gentlemen, today we have come to Lisbon, one of Portugal's largest stadiums, facing one of the top 3 teams in the Primeira Liga. Our strength may not match theirs and our fans may not be as numerous, but look around, this is Portugal's biggest stage, and we should fully showcase ourselves here. Come on lads, fight like men, and let them see our strength. Martin stood in front of the locker room, passionately rallying the team before the match. Alright, let's take them down. Let them know the might of Marítimo. Every player in the locker room was inspired by Martins, shouting loudly to rally themselves. Although Xia Ze did not fully understand what Martins was saying, the excited atmosphere still filled him with enthusiasm and eagerness. Under the leadership of Captain Berger, the starting players formed a line and walked through the players' tunnel onto the pitch, while Xia Ze followed behind with the other substitutes to sit on the bench. This match between Sporting CP and Marítimo attracted considerable attention, with Portugal's Sport TV providing live coverage. In the Sport TV studio, 2 middle-aged men in casual suits appeared on camera. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Primeira Liga on this sunny weekend. I am your host. A middle-aged man around 40, sporting a neat short haircut with slightly graying temples, flashed a charming smile at the camera and said, "Today we have invited former national team captain and legendary Sporting CP star Luis Figo as our guest to comment on this match." Luis, what do you think of this match? Well, as everyone can see, I am obviously watching this match on television, Luis Figo said humorously, then he revealed his signature smile, his deep-set lines radiating strong masculine charm, and continued, "Of course that was just a joke. Today Sporting is playing at home, having won all 4 matches, and sitting at the top of the table. Their morale is high, and Marítimo is clearly facing a tough fate. Indeed, today Marítimo is in a difficult position due to serious injuries in their midfield, forcing them to put an inexperienced Chinese player on the bench." Christian nodded slightly in agreement, but as the host he couldn't show too much bias, so he shifted the topic. Alright, let's take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. Marítimo's starting lineup today is 433. The goalkeeper is Joshua. The defenders from left to right are Ruben Ferreira, Marcio Rosario, Igor, and Captain Berger. The 3 midfielders are Artur Gile and Pereira, and the 3 forwards are Danilo, Dilly, and Halton. As for the home team Sporting CP, they are playing a 4,231 formation. Xia Ze sat on the bench hearing the cheers of Sporting CP's fans, as if he were in a three-dimensional concert hall with songs coming from all directions. Both Maritimo and Sporting CP wore predominantly green jerseys, so the surrounding stands were a sea of green and white with hardly any other colors mixed in. Patricio, the second goalkeeper of the Portuguese national team, participated in the 2012 European Championship, tall and good at stopping unknown situations. Marcos Rojo, left-back Argentina international, participated in the 2011 Copa America, extremely fast. Xia Ze watched the starting players of Sporting CP and recited their names, positions, and characteristics as if he were an expert. These individuals may not be well known worldwide, but in the arena of the Primeira Liga, they are undoubtedly famous. During his 1.5 months in Portugal, having nothing to do after training, he had already familiarized himself with all the stars on the Primeira Liga stage, memorizing each person's characteristics. Moreover, the number of outstanding players in the top 3 teams of the Primeira Liga left him astonished. Andre Martins, a talented player from Sporting CP's youth academy, plays in midfield and is highly regarded for a call-up to the Portuguese national team. Montero, the Colombian forward who burst onto the scene this season, has already scored 5 goals in the first 4 matches and currently leads the Primeira Liga scoring chart. The match began with Xia Ze announcing the stats of the opposing players, and Sporting CP, whether in terms of weather, location, or morale, had the advantage, launching a fierce attack on Maritimo from the start. Fortunately, Martins had anticipated such a situation, clearly explaining during the tactical arrangements how to defend against the opponent's attacks and how to park the bus in front of the goal. So although the opponent's attacks were fierce, they could not break through Maritimo's defenses. In Xia Ze's eyes, it was not like that. He only saw his teammates being attacked in waves by the players of Sporting CP, gasping for breath, while the fans at the Alvalade Stadium cheered in waves, crashing against Xia Ze's fragile heart. Martins has the ball good, he passes it to the left side to Rojo. Rojo breaks through the defense with his speed and makes a cross from the baseline with Montero waiting in the center. Oh no, what a pity, Rosario managed to clear it just in time. Patricio launches a long pass to Montero, who returns it to Adrian Silva, who dribbles past Artur, coming to the edge of the penalty area and has a chance to shoot. A yellow figure flies in from behind and tackles the ball away. It's Xia Ze. Maritimo has a chance for a counterattack. In the Sport TV studio, Christian was watching the live broadcast while commenting on the match, and Figo beside him occasionally offered insights on the game. After withstanding the crazy 15-minute opening attack from Sporting CP, Maritimo gradually found their footing and began to launch some sporadic counterattacks, leading the match into a tense stalemate favorable to Maritimo. Good job, hold your ground, withstand their attacks, and we will slowly press forward. Martins shouted loudly from. He knew that not conceding a goal in the first 15 minutes meant that the first step of his team's tactical plan had been perfectly executed. Alright, now the match has been going for nearly 20 minutes, and after Sporting CP's fierce attacks in the first 15 minutes yielded no results, the pace seems to have slowed down and Maritimo is starting to organize some threatening attacks. In the Sport TV studio, Christian commented on the situation. Luis, it seems the tide is turning in favor of Maritimo. What do you think will happen in the upcoming match? The charm of football lies in the fact that you never know what will happen next. Now Sporting CP seems to be a bit deflated and Maritimo appears to have found a way to deal with them, but in the ever-changing realm of football, the next moment is always unpredictable. Luis Figo is clearly a fan of Sporting CP, unwavering in his support for the team he once played for. Perhaps, as Luis said, the charm of football lies in its unpredictability. Alright, let's take a look at Maritimo's counterattack. Xia Ze intercepted the ball in midfield, and by the 20th minute of the match, he had made at least 4 or 5 tackles, showcasing an impressive performance. He passed the ball to the midfield core Artur, who immediately distributed it to the flank, where Hilton was already running. After passing, Artur quickly moved forward and Hilton broke into the corner of the penalty area, delivering a cross to Dilly in the center. Dilly was closely marked by the opposing defender and couldn't turn, but deftly flicked the ball to the unmarked area at the top of the penalty area, where Artur in yellow was right in front of the ball, getting an excellent long-range shooting opportunity. Great chance, put it in. Martins shouted nervously from the sidelines. Stop him, don't let him shoot. Sporting CP's head coach Leonardo Jardim shouted anxiously. At the moment Artur was about to shoot, a green figure dashed out from within the penalty area, feet on the ground, diving to intercept the ball. Bang! Both players collided fiercely and Artur let out a scream, being tackled to the ground along with the ball rolling in pain while clutching his right foot. However, the referee signaled that the tackle was fair and the ball was cleared by Sporting CP's defender, and the match continued. Foul. That was a foul. Martins angrily argued with the fourth official, seeing the opponent's brutal tackle go on. Sporting CP players did not stop their attacking momentum, taking advantage of Artur's injury on the ground to exploit a gap in Maritimo's midfield defense, with the informed Montero scoring a goal. The Alvalade Stadium erupted with a thunderous cheer, while in the background of Sporting CP's players celebrating, Artur was still on the ground in front of the opposing penalty area in pain and clutching his right foot. Referee, that was a foul. Why didn't you stop the game? Briggle, the captain of Maritimo, approached the main referee to seek an explanation. You can still see Arthur lying in the penalty area over there. How can you allow us to continue playing with one less player? You should have stopped it. The hot-tempered Gledit also walked over. Other Maritimo players surrounded the referee, demanding an explanation. Luis, do you think the referee's decision on that play was correct? In the studio, Christian slyly threw the question to Figo. From the tackle by the defender of the competing team, there seems to be grounds for a foul. The referee might have his reasons for not calling it. Figo helplessly stated, however, when Arthur was injured and on the ground, the players from the competing team should have kicked the ball out of play instead of taking the opportunity to attack. Clearly, the competing team, which has been on the offensive for so long, has forgotten the spirit of sportsmanship. Despite being a legend of Lisbon, Sporting Figo still sided with Maritimo in this situation. However, the referee would not hear Figo's words. Even if he did, he wouldn't change his decision. As for Arthur, who was still lying outside the opponent's penalty area, the team doctor had already entered the field to treat him. This time could be used to ease the mindset of the Maritimo players. On the sidelines, Martins, after being furious, was now worried. The team already had few midfield players available, and now with Arthur, the key midfielder, injured, his condition seemed serious, causing him even more concern than the score deficit. Martins whispered a few words to his assistant coach Carlos Jorge, who then walked to the substitutes bench and waved to Xia Ze and another midfielder, Olivier Ridson, to warm up. After Arthur's injury, Xia Ze felt a tightness in his heart. Just moments ago, when Lisbon Sporting scored, the overwhelming roar from Alvalade Stadium frightened him considerably. When the assistant coach asked him to warm up, he immediately jumped up, jogging around the sidelines amid the loud singing of Lisbon Sporting fans. At this point, he still didn't feel he had a chance to come on as a substitute, as Ridson, who was warming up with him, was clearly more experienced, even though he hadn't played a match this season. Arthur was assisted off the field for treatment, and the match resumed. Maritimo, which had just begun to stabilize, suddenly conceded a goal, and with one player temporarily missing, they were again pressured by the dominant Lisbon Sporting, who attacked fiercely in their half. Maritimo has really had a stroke of bad luck in this match, losing yet another key midfielder. This is the third midfielder they have lost to injury in 2 weeks, and now there are only 2 young players left on the bench. Christian lamented. Indeed, if Arthur cannot continue, Ridson on the substitutes bench, and that young Chinese player Xia Ze will struggle to fill his role. Maritimo's hopes for this match seem grim. Figo slowly analyzed while looking at Maritimo's squad list. Let's first see how Arthur's injury plays out. If he can't continue, we can only use the 23-year-old Brazilian Ridson, who hasn't played a match this season. I hope he won't be intimidated by the atmosphere at Alvalade Stadium. Christian said, half-jokingly, seemingly completely ignoring Xia Ze. On the sidelines, after 2 to 3 minutes of treatment from the team doctor, Arthur managed to stand up, and after receiving the referee's consent, re-entered the game. However, from his limping run and the pained expression on his face, it was evident that the injury to this central midfielder was serious. Everyone from Maritimo on the sidelines, including Xia Ze and Ridson, who were warming up, watched Arthur on the field. After struggling on the field for over 10 minutes, Arthur finally signaled to the sidelines that he needed to be substituted. Arthur really can't hold on anymore. Although Maritimo has withstood this wave of attacks from Lisbon Sporting after Arthur goes off, the defeat seems inevitable. Christian seemed a bit regretful. Well, let's see who is coming on as a substitute. He then looked at the live broadcast and was surprised to say, it's actually him. In the television image, Xia Ze's figure appeared on screen, already having taken off his warm-up vest, dressed in a yellow away jersey. Assistant coach Jorge was beside him, explaining what he should do upon entering the field and other tactical arrangements. Xia Ze's face was full of astonishment. When the assistant coach told him to get ready to come on, he didn't even react. Now about to take his first step in his professional career in a stadium of nearly 50,000 people, he originally thought he was prepared, but suddenly felt that happiness had come a bit too fast. Jorge quickly whispered tactical arrangements in his ear. Xia Ze barely caught what he was saying. He just knew that once he was on the field, he had to seize this opportunity and showcase his skills in front of fans worldwide. Let's see what this young player who transferred from China this season and was born in 1995 can bring to Maritimo when he comes on. Christian looked at Xia Ze, whose expression was determined, seemingly with some expectation. In my view, Martins, putting in this unknown player probably means giving up the match to develop this young talent. Figo voiced his speculation. Xia Ze, be brave. Show us your best self. Xia Ze walked to the sidelines where the fourth official was already signaling the substitution. Head coach Martins walked beside Xia Ze to encourage him. Xia Ze nodded heavily, giving a high five to the limping Arthur as he stepped out with his right foot, genuinely stepping onto the green field. For some reason, he who had no religious beliefs instinctively bent down and touched the grass with his right hand. Perhaps I want to feel the essence of this green field more vividly, Xia Ze thought to himself. Xia Ze quickly ran to the midfield area, taking over Arthur's position and forming a trio with Gledit. He hadn't clearly heard what the assistant coach had said earlier, and now he was only using gestures and eye contact to communicate with the other 2 midfielders, indicating he was taking Arthur's place. Arthur occupies a crucial role in Maritimo's entire tactical system, being the pivot of both offense and defense. Whether the 18-year-old Xia Ze can fulfill a role like Arthur's is uncertain. On September 21, 2013, during the fifth round of the Portuguese Super League, Lisbon Sporting hosted Maritimo. In the 33rd minute, Chinese young player Xia Ze substituted for Arthur, donning the number 26 jersey, marking his professional debut. The match resumed, and Martins, with a serious expression, watched the sidelines, observing Xia Ze running on the field. He hoped he hadn't placed his bets wrong this time. Lisbon Sporting continued to dominate the match, with Xia Ze as a midfielder retreating to defend within 30 meters of the penalty area. After scoring a goal, the opponent seemed patient, looking for gaps in Maritimo's defense. The game is still controlled by Lisbon Sporting, and Maritimo seems to have no opportunity to advance past the halfway line, forced into a defensive stance. Wait, Gledit just intercepted in the back, and Maritimo has a counterattack opportunity. Young Chinese player Xia Ze has run into a great position. What a pity Gledit didn't pass the ball to Xia Ze, but instead passed it to Pereira. By the time Pereira tried to pass to Xia Ze, it was too late, allowing Lisbon Sporting's defenders to intercept the ball. Alright, now the match is in the 37th minute. Young Chinese player Xia Ze has received the ball in midfield. This should be his first touch since coming on. Beautiful. He easily dribbled past the pressing Andre Martins from Lisbon Sporting and has already crossed the halfway line. Christian excitedly commented on the live match situation in the studio. After about 4 minutes since entering the field, Xia Ze got the ball for the first time and immediately used a feint to get past the pressing Lisbon Sporting midfielder Andre Martins, taking the ball over the halfway line, giving Maritimo a rare counterattack opportunity. After pushing the ball past the halfway line, Xia Ze quickly looked around to assess the situation, but amidst the noise of nearly 50,000 fans, he seemed to lose his focus during his first professional match. In front of him, Dilly was making a run, stretching the opponent's defense. To the left was Danilo, and on the right, Ayrton was also charging forward, providing 3 options for him. While he was observing the situation on the field, a green figure quickly closed in on him. Just as Xia Ze decided to pass the ball, a Lisbon Sporting defender executed a flying tackle, knocking Xia Ze and the ball to the ground. Oh! Amidst the gasps from the fans in the stands, Xia Ze fell to the ground like a sapling cut down. The referee's whistle finally sounded. Lisbon Sporting had committed a foul. The offending defender from the competing team walked over to Xia Ze, glaring at him, and said, "Kid, this is football." After saying that, he ran back, shrugging off the yellow card the referee showed him. Xia Ze, get up, don't be afraid of him, just be quicker with your next pass. Brigel came over to help Xia Ze up, whispering encouragement in his ear. Xia Ze bent down to adjust his socks, then lifted his head to look at the nearly 1.9-meter-tall defender from Lisbon Sporting, his gaze sharp and determined. It was just a tackle that brought him down, wanting to step onto a larger stage. This was an unavoidable step, and there was nothing to fear. The Maritimo team earned a free kick near the midfield, of course, wasting a good counterattack opportunity just now. Xia Ze was simply a bit slow in making the pass, and was brought down by the opponent's center back. The opponent's defender, at the cost of a yellow card, protected their vulnerable defense due to their aggressive pressing. Xia Ze felt frustrated for missing out on a good counterattack opportunity, because he had observed for too long. After all, this is a top-tier European league facing one of the 3 strong teams from the Portuguese league, naturally leaving little room for self-reflection, which is completely different from playing a teaching match against the Evergrande youth team. On the sidelines, Martins watched the field with concern, worried that Xia Ze would be intimidated by the opponent's defender and failed to perform to his ability in the subsequent matches. However, Sporting Lisbon controlled the situation throughout the remaining time of the first half, and Xia Ze had few opportunities to touch the ball, which was just enough time to adapt to the rhythm of the game. In the next 2 or 3 counterattack opportunities, the passes were executed quite well, but the winger was unable to break through the opponent's defender's defense, resulting in a fruitless attack. As the first half entered stoppage time, Maritimo had another counterattack opportunity. Xia Ze received the ball and quickly turned around, but the opponent's Mauricio came up again, using force to knock Xia Ze down. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded again. After receiving a yellow card for fouling Xia Ze a few minutes earlier, Mauricio knocked him down for the second time. Before Xia Ze could stand up and protest to the referee, a yellow figure rushed up and slammed into Mauricio with, "Let me tell you, if you dare to foul him again, it'll make you regret it." A fierce-looking Grellet charged up, roaring at Mauricio, who was half a head taller than him. The faces of the two were only 5 centimeters apart, and Grellet's spittle nearly landed on Mauricio's face. Mauricio was equally unyielding, glaring fiercely at Grellet, continuously spewing trash talk, and it seemed the conflict between the two would escalate. Beep, beep, beep. Just when everyone thought the referee would mediate the conflict, the whistle for halftime sounded, leaving everyone bewildered, and boos erupted from the stands. Perhaps the referee believed that the first half's decisions favored the home team too much, so he chose to ignore the conflict and simply blew the whistle to end the first half. According to Grellet's actions just now, he was definitely supposed to receive a yellow card. Seeing the referee blow the whistle to end the first half, Xia Ze was surprised that Grellet, who seemed to harbor malice against him, would actually stand up for him, and he stepped forward to pull him away to prevent the conflict from escalating. Mauricio's teammates also pulled him away, and the two sides ended the first half in a very unpleasant atmosphere heading into halftime. Alright, what I want to tell you is that I am very disappointed with that conceded goal. We should have focused on the match, but we failed to do so at that moment. Martins walked into the locker room, looking at the players drinking water, his face darkened. In the second half, we must change the situation of passively being beaten and equalize the score. At this point, he cast a firm glance at everyone present. The players' eyes flickered with flames of anger, seemingly due to that unjust goal. His gaze finally landed on Xia Ze, who was wiping sweat. In the second half, I need you to pass the ball to Xia Ze and let him initiate the attack. At this point, all eyes fell on Xia Ze, some with curiosity, some with expectation. Xia Ze felt the pressure of a dozen teammates' gazes suddenly increase. Xia Ze in the second half passed the ball quickly and decisively. Follow your instincts. Play more through balls and long passes. Their center-backs are slow to turn. Remember that. Martins fixed his gaze on Xia Ze, reminding him earnestly. Xia Ze also looked at Martins, feeling the trust in his eyes. He realized he should take on this responsibility and nodded firmly at Martins. All right, everyone, take a break and set aside what happened in the first half. We must show our true strength in the second half. Martins clapped his hands, encouraging everyone. At this moment, Xia Ze looked ahead with determination, secretly motivating himself while contemplating what he should do after receiving the ball in the second half. At this time, Arthur with an ice pack slowly walked over and sat down beside him, gently patting Xia Ze's shoulder, saying, "Kid, remember, don't worry about their defenders. He has a yellow card now, and if he fouls you again, he could be sent off. If you get the chance, try to get past him. We're all counting on you." Xia Ze turned to look at Arthur's trusting gaze, feeling as though he was inheriting the indomitable spirit of this team, knowing that every player would fight for the team. I want to lead this team out of the predicament. As the second half began after the halftime adjustments, the Maritimo players' momentum immediately surged, changing the previously suppressed situation against Sporting Lisbon. The entire team, through Xia Ze as a pivotal point in both offense and defense, maintained a solid defense, while frequently launching threatening counterattacks, making it so that Sporting Lisbon's players dared not attack boldly, leading to a stalemate. Luis, I didn't expect that after the second half began, the situation on the field would tilt towards Maritimo. That Chinese kid is indeed a bit magical. Martins, the head coach of Maritimo, managed to make such significant tactical adjustments during halftime, centering the entire team's counterattacks around Xia Ze. It seems he has made the right bet. Figo also expressed his admiration. Sporting Lisbon realized that the situation on the field was not as controllable as in the first half, becoming somewhat anxious. Maritimo's defensive midfielder Pereira successfully intercepted the ball and immediately passed it to Xia Ze, who was about 10 yards away. As soon as Xia Ze received the ball, a defender closed in on him. However, it was not the Mauricio who frequently targeted him, but Sporting Lisbon's defensive midfielder Carrillo. Xia Ze made no significant adjustments, directly passing the ball to the side to Grelit, then turned to shake off Carrillo's entanglement. Grelit understood immediately, making a pass back to Xia Ze, executing a beautiful 1-2 combination that broke through the opponent's close defense. While turning and running, Xia Ze had already raised his head to observe the situation on the field. He did not pause after receiving the ball and directly made a through pass, sending the ball swiftly along the ground between the two opposing center backs. A black figure suddenly emerged from between the crowd, rushing towards the ball at high speed. A unknown champ. As Xia Ze made the through pass, Dilly, after making a run, suddenly surged forward and seized the opportunity for this unknown chance, leaving Mauricio and Cedric far behind. Beautiful. This is a wonderful pass, a 30-yard through ball that reminds me of Rui Costa. This is a great. Patricio rushed out of the goal and Dilly faced off against Portugal's second-choice goalkeeper. In the studio, Christian excitedly commented. Dilly shoots for the far corner. Patricio's body has already tilted towards the near post. Is it going to be a goal? Oh, he actually deflected it with his foot, just like Casillas did in the 2010 World Cup final against Robin. That is a magnificent save. After wasting this golden opportunity to equalize, Dilly knelt on the ground with his hands on his head, clearly frustrated with his performance. As the corner kick was taken, Xia Ze squeezed into the crowd, noticing the ball coming in his direction. He jumped high, attempting to make a lion's header. However, in front of him, a green figure jumped higher than him, heading the ball out of the penalty area. It was the opposing center-back Mauricio. Maritimo had another counterattack opportunity. Xia Ze received the ball in the backfield, and this time did not choose a through pass. After shaking off Carrillo's entanglement, he sent a long pass to the left winger Danilo. After receiving the ball, Danilo sprinted forward, eyes set on the penalty area, but a green figure was quickly chasing back, Sporting Lisbon's right-back Rojo, who was incredibly fast. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Danilo glanced towards the center and noticed wide open space in front of the penalty area, while Xia Ze was signaling for the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck a low pass with his left foot, sending the ball to the center in front of the penalty area. Mauricio had been drawn away by Dilly, and as Xia Ze looked at the ball approaching him, he saw open space in front of him with the opposing defenders unable to close in. This is a great opportunity. Xia Ze wasted no time, found his footing, adjusted his breathing, and took a powerful shot directly at the ball. This was a long-range shot from 25 yards out, powerful and direct, heading straight for the upper left corner of the goal. At this moment, all the fans in the Alvalade Stadium held their breath, anxiously watching the situation on the field. Martins clenched his fists tightly, nervously waiting for the goal to happen. After taking the shot, Xia Ze felt as if his breathing had slowed down, and he could even hear the sound of his heart. The ball flew towards the opponent's goal, without spinning under his gaze. Patricio, the gray figure, swiftly moved to the right, eyes fixed on the ball, leaped into the air. He stretched his whole body out, reaching forward with his right hand. Due to overexertion, veins bulged out on his puff. A sound only he could hear. The tip of his right hand crucially grazed the rapidly approaching ball, causing a slight change in the ball's trajectory, and just as it was about to find the back of the net, it barely brushed past the post and out of bounds. Another world-class save. Patricio once again saved Sporting Lisbon. All the fans in the Alvalade Stadium breathed a sigh of relief, while on the sidelines Martins, who had just raised his hands to celebrate a goal, dropped them heavily onto his head, frustrated. Sporting Lisbon narrowly escaped another crisis, but in the first 15 minutes of the second half, Maritimo had already threatened their goal twice. Under Xia Ze's orchestration, Maritimo had turned the tide. Could Sporting Lisbon remain so lucky? On the island of Madeira, 869 kilometers southwest of mainland Portugal, the largest city of Funchal basked in the afternoon sun. A building that still bore the memory of the mid-20th century housed a bar that would normally only open at nightfall. Yet today a football match had drawn a considerable crowd. Dozens of Maritimo fans who had not traveled to the stadium gathered in this bar, watching nervously the large television screen on the wall. It was broadcasting the match between Sporting Lisbon and Maritimo, with the voice of Sport TV's Kristen emanating from the set. The match has now reached the 67th minute of the second half, and Sporting Lisbon still leads 10. However, Maritimo seems like a completely different team in the second half. Under the orchestration of the Chinese wonder kid Xia Ze, they have created several golden scoring opportunities. Unfortunately, Sporting Lisbon's goalkeeper Patricio has been in divine form, repeatedly denying certain goals and keeping his net intact. Among these Maritimo fans, three familiar faces of Xia Ze could be seen: Zhang Wei, Hua Yin, and Daikeo. Led by Hua Yin, the three entered the lively bar. Like the other fans, they watched the match with tense anticipation. The Chinese lad Xia Ze delivers yet another exquisite pass. His performance today has been outstanding. The fans ought to give him a round of applause. As another attack was orchestrated, Kristen exclaimed in admiration. At that moment, the television camera zoomed in on Xia Ze's face, and the bar erupted in cheers and applause. That's it, lad. Crush Sporting Lisbon. Score a goal. Show those high and mighty ones what we're made of. The fan base of Maritimo consisted mostly of the lower and middle classes, people with relatively low incomes. Thus, they harbored a strong resentment toward capital clubs like Sporting Lisbon with their lavish transfers. Now that their beloved team was dominating away from home, how could they not feel exhilarated? Hey buddy, Xia Ze is my good friend. I knew he could take control of the match. Zhang Wei said to an excited, bearded fan beside him. You kidding me? A simpleton like you is pals with that lad. The bearded man glanced at Zhang Wei with disdain. Seriously, he really is my good friend. Zhang Wei could only repeat the same sentence, unable to convince anyone, and grew anxious. In the capital Lisbon, at the Alvalade Stadium, after Xia Ze had orchestrated 3 or 4 threatening attacks in the second half, Sporting Lisbon's head coach Jardine brought on defensive midfielder Fernandes to specifically mark Xia Ze. Yet the situation showed no improvement. He paced impatiently to the touchline and shouted to his players, stick to him, don't let him receive the ball. Under no circumstances allow him to turn. Jardine now felt the immense threat posed by this Chinese lad. Having firmly controlled the game in the first half, they were now being suppressed by their opponent's counters since the lad's introduction, forcing him to make a substitution to bolster midfield, interception, and defense. Goulet Pedro move up to support Xia Ze, protect him. Martins also shouted from the sideline. A few minutes earlier, Maritimo had made their second substitution, replacing Danilo, whose stamina had drastically declined and could no longer bypass Rojo's defense, with another pacey winger, Sammy. As soon as Sammy entered the pitch, he received the ball, executed a series of feints on the flank to shake off Rojo, and burst to the edge of the penalty area. By then, Sporting's defender Cedric had moved over to cover, and Rojo had turned back to double-team him. Trapped, Sammy spotted Xia Ze demanding the ball in front of the box. Without hesitation, he played a square pass to Xia Ze. Xia Ze received Sammy's pass cleanly. In front of him was Fernandes, clinging to him like a piece of sticky tape, while striker Dilly was tightly marked by Mauricio, leaving no space for a pass. Xia Ze lifted his head to gauge the goal, then immediately drew back his right leg, ready to unleash a powerful shot. Fernandes knew Xia Ze possessed a thunderbolt of a shot, so he lunged forward without hesitation to block it. But Xia Ze smiled. His right foot raised high descended softly, a deft feint, and with a quick cut, he slashed into the box. Having cleanly beaten Fernandes, Xia Ze found himself in a vast expanse of space, essentially an unknown opportunity. Great chance. The wonder kid Xia Ze has an unknown. Patricio rushes out quickly. Can he stop this one? Kristen stared at the screen, saying tensely. A delicate chip sailing over Patricio's head. It's going in, Kristen exclaimed excitedly, even rising from his seat. On the touchline, Martins and other Maritimo substitutes had already begun celebrating. Xia Ze himself watched his delicate shot about to roll into the net, a goal on his debut. Oh, a Sporting defender rushes back to clear off the line. It's Mauricio. The ball is blocked, but it seemed to be blocked by hand. Yes, the referee awards a penalty. Mauricio is booked for handball's second yellow sent off. Kristen's commentary ebbed and flowed with the match, and even he didn't know how many times he had risen from his seat. At this stage, guest commentator Figo had no chance to interject. He could only silently watch the broadcast. Is he trying to imitate Suarez? Let's see if Patricio can make Mauricio's sacrifice worthwhile. Hellfake. Dilly kissed the ball, placed it firmly on the spot, tamped down the grass with his right foot, and slowly stepped back. Though he had only joined the club this season, his outstanding performances in previous rounds had already earned him the role of first-choice penalty taker from Martins. Patricio stood calmly at the goal line, hands slightly spread, every muscle taut, like a drawn bow ready to pounce the moment the kick was taken. The referee's whistle blows and Dilly begins his rune-up, Kristen narrated tensely. Even Figo beside him couldn't help but fix his eyes on the screen, afraid to miss the moment. Oh, again Patricio. He saves the penalty. Today he is an iron goalkeeper. No matter who, they cannot score against him. Kristen jumped up again, shouting. In the 78th minute, Patricio saved Dilly's penalty. He had already denied at least 5 certain goals in this. Having missed another golden chance, Dilly dropped to his knees with his head in his hands, unable to rise for a long time. In the 80th minute, with one man down and a 1-goal lead, Sporting Lisbon used their second substitution. A center-back replaced goal scorer Montero, switching to a 450 formation without a striker to reinforce defense and preserve the lead. Martins responded by sending on substitute striker Fidelis for defensive midfielder Pereira, adopting a 2-striker system for a desperate final 10 minutes of counterattack. As the match reached its final 10 minutes, Maritimo, orchestrated by Xia Ze, continued their vibrant momentum from the start of the second half, pinning the 10-man Sporting Lisbon in their own half, with almost no respite. Despite being one of the Portuguese Liga's big three, and playing at home, Sporting Lisbon were forced to huddle deep in their half, resolutely parking the bus to protect their 1-goal lead. Time ticked away. With all Sporting Lisbon players united in defense, Maritimo, skilled at counterattacks, found few effective options against a set defense. Coupled with Patricio's superb form, regulation time expired with Maritimo still unable to equalize. In the second minute of second-half stoppage time, Sammy crossed from the left. Fidelis leaped high for a header, but the ever-brilliant Patricio saved it over the bar. Maritimo earned another corner, their final attacking opportunity. The score remained 0-1 against Sport. Goalkeeper Sasha also surged forward to contest the header. Xia Ze stood inside the box, realizing that at 180 meters, he could not compete with the towering opponents. So he quietly slipped out of the box to a spot about 5 yards outside the arc. The opposing defenders, apparently under high tension, did not notice Xia Ze's movement. On the touchline, Sporting Lisbon's head coach Jardim saw the change and shouted to his players, "Watch that Chinese lad. Don't let him stand in such a dangerous position. Watch him." But he was too far from the box. No player could hear his shouts. The corner was to be taken by Sammy, who stepped back, ran up, and struck the ball. The box was in chaos, players from both sides jostling fiercely for better positions. The ball curved in a beautiful arc, but it landed outside the penalty area. No one had expected Sammy to deliver the ball beyond the box. A yellow figure appeared at the top of the arc. Xia Ze had been waiting for this moment. He ran to the top of the arc, clenched his teeth, and as the ball arrived, he wound his right leg back high, drawing a bow to shoot an arrow. Bam! The laces of his right foot struck the ball with incredible force, producing a thunderous sound. The ball, after leaving his right foot, shot like a cannonball toward the opponent's goal, threading through a forest of defenders and rocketing into the top right corner. Like an arrow, the ball pierced the opponent's defense. Patricio had no time to react before it bulged the net, tumbling a few times on the top of the netting before landing. The referee's whistle blew. Goal. It was a goal, otherworldly, like one from heaven. In the dying moments of stoppage time, Xia Ze received a corner kick outside the box and unleashed a direct volley of thunderous power, piercing Sporting Lisbon's goal like an arrow. Even the otherwise impeccable Patricio was helpless against it. In the studio, Kristen stared wide-eyed at the goal, and after a long pause, only one phrase escaped his lips: "Oh, my God, that's a goal to make a name." At the Alvalade Stadium, an eerie silence enveloped the entire arena, broken only by the ecstatic cheers of a few thousand Maritimo fans clad in Redan green, striped jerseys gathered in a small corner near the Northwest flag. Their jubilant cries echoed weakly around the vast stadium, yet each note pierced the hearts of Sporting Lisbon supporters. The moment Xia Ze launched that kick until the ball nestled into the net, his mind remained utterly serene, affording him even the luxury to steady his breathing. As the ball rippled the net, he knew he had scored a goal of such critical beauty. His mind went blank, his legs instinctively sprinting forward, arms outstretched like wings, a radiant smile spreading across his face. He had no idea which direction to run. He simply dashed toward the source of the cheering. This was his very first professional match, and he had equalized deep into stoppage time with a stunning volley. A moment of pure magic. Joy, shock, disbelief. Xia Ze's mind could not process the deluge of emotions. It was a blissful blank. He ran to the Maritimo supporters, waving his arms exuberantly, shouting incoherent phrases in Cantonese. Suddenly, he stumbled as a teammate grabbed him from behind, pulling him to the ground. One by one, his teammates piled on, celebrating the stoppage time equalizer with wild abandon. Great job! Great job! On the sidelines, Martin saw Xia Ze's goal and sprinted forward with both arms raised. Stopped by the fourth official, he pumped his right fist repeatedly, finally exhaling in relief. His gamble of a substitution had paid off. What a magnificent goal! The Chinese wonder boy Xia Ze saved his team in the dying moments with an absolutely sublime volley, turning Sporting Lisbon's almost certain 3 points into a solitary one. In the studio, Christian spared no praise, seemingly forgetting his initial disregard for Xia Ze at the start. I believe we've just witnessed the goal of the season in the Portuguese league, Figo added with a smile. Although his beloved Sporting Lisbon had been pegged back in the final moments, he found solace in witnessing the emergence of such a rising star. I think by tomorrow the name of this Chinese wonder boy will spread to every corner of the globe. No matter how high he climbs, everyone will remember this day and this beautiful goal. Christian continued to extol Xia Ze's virtues while watching the replay. While the referee has blown the final whistle, Maritimo, thanks to the Chinese lad Xia Ze's goal, have drawn 11 away to Sporting Lisbon. Perhaps after today each of us will need to look up Xia Ze's profile, Christian said with self-deprecation. Ladies and gentlemen, until next time. In a bar in Funchal, the moment Xia Ze struck that volley in stoppage time, the entire place erupted. After a tense wait, everyone received the result in the most delightful manner. The place exploded. Strangers hugged each other in sheer joy, celebrating the goal. The simple-minded Zhang Wei immediately embraced the person next to him, jumping and laughing. Buddy, that's my brother. Zhang Wei, with an arm around a stranger's shoulder, excitedly said to the bearded man who had earlier mocked him. But the bearded man shouted back, Xia Ze isn't just your brother, he's my dad. Fantastic. Zhang Wei felt a bit miffed that his claim was ignored. Never mind him. He'll get to know you sooner or later. Hua Yan's voice sounded beside him. Right, sooner or later ill. Zhang Wei turned, brimming with confidence. But before he could finish his bold declaration, his words froze. His smile stiffened as he stared at the person he was embracing, Hua Yan. Hua Yan, jolted from the excitement of Xia Ze's goal, realized she had been locked in an embrace with Zhang Wei. She quickly pulled away, and an awkward silence hung between them. Xia Ze, well done. Great job. Excellent performance today. At the Alvalade Stadium, after the final whistle, Xia Ze exchanged polite handshakes with opposing players while his teammates came over to high-five him, offering words of encouragement and praise. They all knew that without Xia Ze this match would have been a loss. After high-fiving everyone, Xia Ze walked quietly toward the tunnel. A cameraman ran ahead, giving him close-up shots all the way. Xia Ze lowered his head slightly, reflecting on the day's events. It all felt too sudden, too surreal. He lifted the hem of his jersey to wipe his sweat. He had turned down an opponent's request to swap jerseys. He wanted to preserve this one, his first professional match shirt. Back in the locker room, the coaching staff, led by Martins, patted him on the shoulder in encouragement. Xia Ze didn't absorb Martin's post-match speech. He was still lost in the ecstasy of his goal. No one disturbed. It wasn't until he boarded the team bus that he gradually came back to reality, realizing what this match meant for his career. This was the first step of his professional journey, and it had begun with such a magnificent goal. Perhaps tomorrow his hometown, thousands of miles away, would be buzzing with highlights of his goal, and his family and friends would, and maybe even the elite European clubs would start to take notice. At that thought, he dared not dwell further, afraid of losing himself. He had not yet achieved success. It was only he forced himself to calm down, treating the match as an ordinary debut. But while he might think that way, others saw it differently. On September 22nd, Beijing time, news of Chinese youngster Xia Ze's stunning stoppage time goal on his Portuguese league debut spread like wildfire across the internet, newspapers, and television. Fans across the country scrambled to find out who this player was. In an instant, Xia Ze's name echoed far and wide among Chinese football enthusiasts. In an old apartment in Guangzhou's Yueshou district, an elderly woman, a middle-aged man, and a child sat at the dining table staring at the TV. It was Li Chunhua's family of three watching the lunchtime sports news on Guangdong Sports Channel. In the fifth round of the Portuguese league, Sporting Lisbon were held to a 11 draw at home by Maritimo. The scorer for Maritimo was Guangzhou youngster Xia Ze, who transferred from RF to Maritimo just last month. On his debut, he produced a breathtaking volley to equalize for his new club. Hey, raced the detailed report. The camera shifted, but the three at home sat motionless, bowls in hand, chopsticks frozen, utterly captivated by the screen. Dishes on the table grew cold. After a long moment, Xia's mother's weary face finally softened into a relieved smile. Xia Tao burst into cheers, proud of his amazing brother, still a child at heart. In a compound in Haizhou district, Wang Xiaolan was having dinner with her parents. When the news of Xia Ze's goal aired, she had already watched the live stream via proxy the previous night, but seeing it on TV still made her heart swell with joy. Yet she complained playfully, "Dad, look how stingy the TV station is. Only 3 minutes for Xia Ze." Wang Jingxuan shook his head helplessly at his daughter's sly smile. In Manchester, UK, early morning at the Carrington training ground. Chicharito, I've got something to show you, Phil Neville called out to Javier Hernandez, who was walking toward the pitch. Oh, what's up, Phil? Chicharito flashed his trademark smile, stopping to face the approaching Phil Neville. Though Phil Neville was a coach, he was younger than Giggs, so the players usually addressed him by his first name. Phil Neville held up an iPad and said, "Let me show you a beautiful goal." Chicharito leaned in. The iPad played Xia Ze's volley against Sporting Lisbon from the day before. Wow, that's a stunning goal. But you should show it to Paul, not me. He grinned teasingly. I've already shown Paul. I plan to show David too, Phil Neville said as he walked. The David he referred to was not David Beckham, but David Moyes, Manchester United's new manager. Indeed, he looks like a promising player. Chicharito nodded in agreement. He still didn't realize the connection to himself. Remember the person I told you about in Guangzhou? Phil Neville began dropping hints. The one who said he wanted to be my teammate. It's him. Shh. Chicharito exclaimed. Exactly. He transferred to the Portuguese league, and this was his first match. He equalized for Maritimo. Phil Neville smiled. Oh, then we should definitely show the boss. At Carrington, Manchester United players were training. Several coaches, including Moyes, gathered around Phil Neville's iPad, watching the video. Boss, this is a very talented player. Perhaps we should scout him, Ryan Giggs suggested immediately after watching. Moyes stroked his chin, his lined face deep in thought. After a moment, he turned to Phil Neville. Phil, get Taninho to look into this player. Have him watch a match sometime. Taninho Cruz, Manchester United's chief scout in Portugal. On the evening of September 21st, Portugal time, Xia Ze returned to the club in Funchal Mudeira after experiencing a dreamlike match. Zhang Wei and Hua Yin had already been waiting outside the club for Xia Ze. After tidying up, Xia Ze left the club and headed to Hua Yan's home, with Zhang Wei, who had long prepared to welcome Xia Ze's heroic return. Tomorrow they will have a day off. Xia Ze, you scored a goal in your first match today, congratulations. Hua Yan raised a glass of beer to congratulate Xia Ze. Thank you. The slightly introverted Xia Ze only smiled shyly, clinking glasses with Hua Yan before taking a small sip. Drinking was not strictly prohibited for professional players. Alcohol was not allowed before a match, but relaxing a bit afterward could allow for some drinking. However, excessive drinking was something that could never happen. Xia Ze, you scored today and earned a bonus of 1,000 euros. How do you plan to spend it? Just as they were enjoying their meal, Zhang Wei joked from the side. Xia Ze was taken aback. He had forgotten that his contract included a bonus clause of 1,000 euros for each goal scored. David, weren't you getting a salary too? Why are you so eyeing Xia Ze's bonus? Hua Bin, who had a big belly, Uncle Hua, that's not right. Xia Ze scoring is such a joyous occasion, we should definitely celebrate. Zhang Wei said, shooting a meaningful glance at Hua Bin, which unfortunately Hua Yin noticed. David, don't bully Xia Ze like that. As long as he plays hard, it doesn't matter whether we celebrate or not. Hua Yin defended Xia Ze. David is right. We've started receiving salaries, but we don't even have a phone. It's too inconvenient. Xia Ze. Well, since we have a day off tomorrow, I'll take you shopping. Great. Xia Ze, what do you want to buy? I want to buy a phone, a laptop, an iPad. The next day, Hua Yin led Xia Ze and Zhang Wei shopping in the commercial district of Funchal. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei had already received their salaries from last month, each having 3,000 to 4,000 euros, enough for them to shop extravagantly. Having grown up in a financially struggling family, Xia Ze was accustomed to frugal living. With his first paycheck from playing football, he was even more careful not to spend lavishly. Aside from the phone and computer, he chose some other essential items that were relatively inexpensive, spending only about 500 euros throughout the day. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, was different. Although his family was not wealthy, they were well off enough that he had no financial pressure, and he spent money without restraint. If it weren't for Hua Yin and Xia Ze holding him back, he might have emptied his bank account. Nevertheless, in just half a day, he had already spent over 2,000 euros, using up a significant portion of his monthly salary. While accompanying the two shopping, Hua Yin also bought some clothes. To show their gratitude for Hua Yan's hospitality, both boys offered her their bank cards for her to use freely. Though Hua Yin was not shy about it, she also made sure not to let them spend too much. After half a day, the three of them walked out of the commercial district with large bags, feeling satisfied, and sat down to rest in front of an outdoor bar. Zhang Wei, who was shopping for the first time with his own money, was currently examining his spoils. iPhone, iPad, iPod. He bought nearly a full set of Apple products, except he didn't purchase a MacBook because he had also bought a pile of shoes, clothes, and more, attracting curious looks from the people in the bar. Seeing Zhang Wei happily playing with his lute, Xia Ze and Hua Yin exchanged glances and couldn't help but in their eyes, Zhang Wei looked like a child who had just received a new toy, completely immersed in the Apple products in his hands. Yet he was the tallest among the three, making the scene particularly comical. Xia Ze, do you want to buy anything else? After a while of resting, Hua Yin asked Xia Ze if he needed anything. I want to send money home from the bank, Xia Ze said quietly. He had long decided to send part of his salary back home, so that his mother wouldn't have to work so hard. He still had about 3,500 euros on him, which was equivalent to 350 yuan, a considerable sum for Xia Ze's family. Now that Xia Ze's living expenses in Portugal were not too high, sending 2,000 euros back home would significantly relieve the financial pressure on his family. Hua Yin, upon hearing Xia Ze's filial words, looked at him with a gentler gaze. Just as she was about to say something, Zhang Wei chimed in. I also want to send money home so my mom knows I can earn money. How much money do you have left? Spending so freely you might need to borrow money from Xia Ze before the end of the month. Hua Yan's expression changed, and she scolded him bluntly. Seeing Zhang Wei's sturdy figure showing such a pitiful expression, both Xia Ze and Hua Yin couldn't help but chuckle. After lunch, Hua Yin, seeing Zhang Wei's sturdy figure showing such a pitiful expression, both Xia Ze and Hua Yin couldn't help but chuckle. After lunch, Hua Yin and Zhang Wei accompanied Xia Ze to the local bank to wire money home. Since he was abroad, all Chinese identification cards could not serve as personal identification, only passports were universally accepted. Hello, I would like to wire 2,000 euros to this account. Xia Ze handed his bank card and passport to the bank teller. Zhang Wei sat on a bench in the lobby watching the large bags while Hua Yin stepped forward to assist Xia Ze, who was still not very fluent in Portuguese. The person handling the transaction was a young Portuguese woman. With golden hair tied in a ponytail, her meticulously shaped eyebrows and captivating brown eyes exuded charm. Her high nose bridge gave her face a three-dimensional quality, making her even more enchanting. Her lightly tanned skin signaled the girl's vitality and health. Okay, please wait a moment, the teller said with a faint smile, glancing at Xia Ze. Xia Ze was momentarily taken aback by her charming smile, feeling a voice rise in his heart. What a beautiful girl and angel. Seeing Xia Ze staring at her a bit dazedly, the teller's smile slightly faltered, and a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Hua Yin, who was standing beside Xia Ze, noticed his rudeness and quietly pinched him hard behind his back. Xia Ze winced from the pain and couldn't help but cry out, drawing the attention of those around him. However, the pinch also made Xia Ze realize his earlier disrespectful behavior, and he scolded himself internally. I already have Shaolin, how can I act like this? After Xia Ze's exclamation, the teller looked up, her brown eyes widening in surprise as she stared at him. Thinking he had startled her with his shout, or that there was something wrong with his passport, Xia Ze awkwardly asked, Is there you? You are Xia Ze. The girl gazed at Xia Ze for a while before stammering, You're the player from Marit. Yes, what's the matter? Xia Ze was puzzled by the question and could only answer truthfully. Oh, my God, it's really you. This time it was the teller who gasped, her face full of surprise as she looked at Xia Ze. However, upon realizing her outburst, she quickly covered her mouth, glanced around to ensure no supervisors were watching her behavior, and then revealed her delighted smile, leaning closer to the counter glass to observe Xia Ze. In her eyes, this handsome Chinese man seemed to possess infinite charm. May I ask, what's wrong? Xia Ze, sensing her intense gaze, hesitated a bit before speaking. Hello, my name is Monica, the teller said, as if waking from a dream, quickly smiling and adding, I am a huge fan of Maritimo. Your performance yesterday was outstanding. Thank you. Realizing that she was actually one of his supporters, Xia Ze couldn't help but blush and shyly replied, May I take a photo with you? That's not a problem, or just how do we take it here? Great. Look this way. Seeing Xia Ze agree, Monica quickly took out her phone from her handbag, turning her face toward the counter window. Xia Ze understood what she wanted to do and leaned in, as well showing a slightly awkward smile. Click. With that sound, Xia Ze and Monica took a photo through the counter window. This was Xia Ze's first photo with a fan, perhaps marking the start of his journey as a star. After taking the photo, Monica continued to smile brightly while processing Xia Ze's remittance. When Xia Ze left, she gazed longingly at the back of this young Chinese boy. Look at you, kid. You've already hooked up with a foreign girl so quickly. As soon as they exited the bank, Hua Yin said, half jokingly and half complaining. Sister Yin, you're just teasing me, Xia Ze said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Xiao Ze, you're doomed. He'll tell Shaolin about this and see how she deals with you. David, what do you mean Shaolin? Xiao Ze already has a girlfriend. Hua Yin said, looking slightly surprised. Yeah, childhood sweethearts, and she's very fierce. Xiao Ze is terrified of her. If I tell her that Xiao Ze is flirting here, he will definitely be in trouble. Do you dare to say that? Be careful, I make you pick up soap when I get back. If you throw it, I will pick it up. After leaving the bank, Xia Ze had dinner with Zhang Wei at Hua Bin's house, and then returned to his residence. After taking a shower, Xia Ze sat on the bed fiddling with the newly purchased smartphone. Although the interface was in Portuguese, his studies over the past half-month allowed him to understand most of the text. He input the phone numbers he had memorized into the contacts, wanting to dial a few times, but refrained, knowing it was late at night in China. Instead, he gently tapped the keyboard on the screen to send a text message to Wang Shaolin, are you sleeping? I scored a goal yesterday. Xia Ze didn't expect Wang Shaolin to reply immediately, he just wanted to share his joy with his beloved who was thousands of miles away. After sending the message, he placed his phone on the bedside and began to play with his newly purchased laptop. Beep. 5 minutes later, the phone emitted a short sound, the built-in notification tone. I was sleeping soundly, and you sent a text to disturb my dreams. As Xia Ze looked at the text on the phone screen, the image of her angry, yet cute face appeared in his mind. Do you know who I am? I know you are a mouse. Then forget it, the mouse has gone back to its hole. You bully me not calling me for so long. Sister Shaolin, I'm sorry. I didn't have a phone before, but now that I have one I will call you every day. Don't let it slide. By the way, your goal yesterday was fantastic. Now, every football fan in the country knows your name. Today I even met a beautiful female fan, and we took a photo together. Beautiful fan. You are not allowed to Yes, I wouldn't dare. In a room in Madeira, Portugal, Xia Ze lay half reclined on the bed, his fingers swiftly tapping on the phone screen, a hint of a happy smile appearing on his distinctly contoured face. Meanwhile, in Guangzhou, China, a quiet darkness enveloped the residential area at midnight. In a room of a high-rise building, a warm yellow light illuminated the dark space. Wang Xiaolin, dressed in pink pajamas, was sleepily staring at her phone screen, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Although she was awoken by the notification in the middle of the night, her heart felt warm. They exchanged words separated by thousands of miles, pouring out their feelings of longing through the mobile network. They chatted for nearly an hour, and later Xia Ze, worried that Wang Xiaolin would not rest well and it would affect her health, insisted that she continue to sleep. Only then did Wang Xiaolin reluctantly say goodnight, put down her phone, and drift off into sweet dreams. They chatted for nearly an hour, and later Xia Ze, worried that Wang Xiaolin would not rest well and it would affect her health, insisted that she continue to sleep. Only then did Wang Xiaolin reluctantly say goodnight, put down her phone, and drift off into sweet dreams. However, his mindset did not change because he was completely unaware of the media's comments about him. Training proceeded as usual. After the training, Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Di Cao continued with their physical training. After the first training session in the morning, the two went to take a Portuguese class with Hua Yin. 2 days later, after the afternoon training, when they were about to start their physical training, assistant coach Jorge approached and instructed them to stop. Coach, do we no longer need to do physical training in the future? Di Cao asked incredulously. Not in the future, just today. There is a Portuguese League Cup match tomorrow, and you three will be playing, so don't waste your energy here today. Jorge explained, if you make it onto the match roster in the future, you won't need to do physical training the day before a game. After saying this, Jorge turned and left. Coach, are we starting or on the bench? Di Cao quickly asked. You can check for yourselves. The three exchanged glances and immediately ran towards the notice board. Even Xia Ze, who had already played, sprinted ahead of Jorge under the influence of the other two. Jorge watched the three rush away, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Xia Ze and the others quickly arrived at the notice board. At this time, just after training, there were still a few teammates standing in front of the notice board. Upon seeing Xia Ze and the others arrive, they left the notice board and headed towards the locker room. The three of them, panting, quickly scanned the match list on the notice board. When Zhang Wei saw their names among the starting 11, he turned to Xia Ze and said, Xiao Ze, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. Clearly, he himself couldn't believe that his first professional appearance would be as a starter. Although it was an ordinary Portuguese League Cup match against a lower-tier team, Ferenc, Zhang Wei still felt it was unbelievable. Xia Ze unceremoniously slapped him, the crisp sound echoing in the corridor. You are not dreaming, this, Xia Ze said calmly, but beneath his composed expression lay a suppressed smile. He finally seized this opportunity to justifiably slap the big guy. Zhang Wei, oblivious to being taken advantage of, covered his stinging cheek, yet a brilliant smile quickly erupted in his eyes. I'm not dreaming, haha, I'm starting. Zhang Wei's laughter echoed throughout the corridor, reaching even the locker room nearby, where others heard his joyous exclamations. Xia Ze and Di Cao covered their ears, exchanging wry smiles. At the Carrington training base in Manchester, England, several Manchester United coaches were observing the reserve team's training while chatting. How is the reserve team's training going? Phil Neville asked. As a first-team coach, he seldom dealt with matters concerning the reserve team. However, due to recent injuries in the first team, Moyes had him come to observe the reserves to see if any players were performing. A few players are doing well, especially that young lad from China, said a bald coach in his 40s watching the field. He was Nicky, but one of the representatives of Manchester United's class of '92, and he had known Phil Neville since childhood. It's a pity he doesn't have a work permit and can't play for the first team, Phil Neville said, looking at the Chinese player sprinting down the wing with a hint of regret. I wouldn't recommend letting him play so soon. Though his talent is good, he seems unable to focus on the pitch, said a short middle-aged coach with blonde hair. This was Paul Scholes, who had retired that summer, taken a few months off, and finally returned to Manchester United's coaching staff in September. Among the class of '92, 3 players were training at Carrington, not including Giggs, who was still playing in the first team while also serving as a coach. Of the 6 representatives from the class of '92, only Beckham and Gary Neville had yet to return to the club. Indeed, this Chinese lad named Ai Huang has talent, but he seems to rely too much on his abilities and isn't as diligent as imagined. Nicky, but nodded. Let's loan him out for some experience. Oh, let him see the world, Phil Neville replied. By the way, Phil, how is that young Chinese player playing in the Primera Liga that you mentioned last time? The usually taciturn Scholes suddenly spoke up. Oh, Paul, are you going to challenge him to a long-range shot? Phil Neville teased. David has already sent Tony to Portugal. There's a match tomorrow, and he should be playing. I heard he played in that match in China too. Why didn't you see him? Nicky but asked curiously. I only watched the first half of the match, though I didn't expect them to put such an excellent player on the bench. Phil Neville said. I hope Tony won't miss the opportunity for assessment like you did Nicky, but said with some concern. On the other side of Manchester in an office, a stout man in his 50s with slightly graying hair was sitting at his desk. A coach dressed in training gear walked in and said to the man, Manchester United's chief coach for the Portuguese region Tony Cruz set off for Portugal today, apparently, to scout young players. Young players. The man put down his pen, raised his head, and asked with interest. Yes, I heard he's a Chinese genius player who scored in last week's Primera Liga match. No, our current lineup doesn't need Chinese players. The stout man interrupted the coach, waving his hand. So that player looks really special. The coach, not offended by the interruption, continued to explain, listen, we are no longer the promoted team, we were 10. The man looked at the coach seriously and said, we no longer need Chinese players like Sun Jihai. Alright, sorry to bother you. Seeing the man's determined tone and expression, the coach shrugged in disappointment and left the luxurious office. After the coach left, the stout man continued to write in his notebook. In the past, whenever there was news from Manchester United, he would send scouts to check it out. However, hearing about a Chinese player this time, and thinking about the current status of Chinese football internationally, he immediately dismissed the scouting. Indeed, Manchester City now had a royal owner who spent lavishly, and they looked down on the small-scale dealings of bringing in Chinese players. If it were 10 years ago when Manchester City had just been promoted to the Premier League, Sun Jihai's presence would have been crucial. But now Manchester City had changed beyond recognition, and they did not need mediocre players from China. However, they never imagined that one day they would regret this decision. On September 25th, Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Dike Ao followed the team as they embarked on an away journey to challenge the Liga Portugal 2-side Valencia Athletic. After a period of travel, the coach and players of Militamo arrived by bus outside the Valencia Athletic Stadium. Upon entering the stadium's locker room, Xia Ze found that this stadium was completely different from the one he had visited just days ago. Valencia Athletic Stadium was extremely rudimentary, with a capacity of only 6,000, over half of which were standing room sections. And the locker room was far inferior not only to the Alvalade Stadium, but also to Militamo's home ground, the Jose Barreiros Stadium. Despite the modest stadium and the team's obscurity as a Liga Portugal 2 side, with little renown in Portugal, it did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the local fans. They had arrived early outside the stadium with blue and white striped jerseys visible everywhere. Optimistic and cheerful Portuguese locals held beers and chatted and laughed happily. As for the upcoming match, although their opponents were Militamo from the Primera Liga, a team that had just drawn away against the mighty Sporting Lisbon, they remained optimistically convinced that their beloved team would not let Militamo have an easy time at home. Alright, many of you are making your first appearance this season. Show me what you've got and leave a deep impression in this match. The starting spots in the future await you. Martins, in the away team's locker room, encouraged the players sitting before him. For this match, he had fielded quite a number of young players. Upon hearing the head coach's encouragement, each of the young players was eager to try their best. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Dike Ao, tempted by the promise of a starting spot, were especially fired up with passion. Martins watched as the young players walked from the locker room to the field, brimming with fighting spirit, a hint of gratification and trust in his eyes. This match was completely different from the last one. In the previous away match against Sporting Lisbon, they had entered as the complete underdogs. Even he himself had no confidence in taking any points from Sporting Lisbon. But this match was entirely different. Valencia Athletic's strength was far inferior to their own teams, so they had to secure a victory, and a handsome one at that. Militamo fielded a 433 formation for this match. The goalkeeper was the team's second-choice keeper, Lima. In defense, the vice-captain, and also the on-field captain for this match, Luis Olam, played left-back. Zhang Wei partnered with Boras at center-back, while Diogo played right-back. The midfield line consisted of Xia Ze, Dike Ao, and Pereira. The free forwards were Sammy Fidelis and Danilo. In this match, the head coach of Valencia Athletic had clearly done his homework, paying great attention to Xia Ze, who had performed brilliantly in the previous match. He assigned a defensive midfielder to mark Xia Ze, tightly following him wherever he went. Moreover, whenever Xia Ze got the ball, they would foul him if necessary to prevent him from turning and passing. This sticky, relentless defense made Xia Ze and Militamo very uncomfortable at the start of the match. The tactics arranged by head coach Martins before the match all revolved around Xia Ze as the central outlet for passes. Now that Xia Ze was tightly marked, the players on the field had no better response for a while. Instead, Valencia Athletic had executed their pre-match targeted strategy very well. After restricting Xia Ze's influence, they repeatedly exploited the flanks, delivering balls into the penalty area for their forwards to attack. For a time, their attacks seemed to overwhelm Militamo. However, to the frustration of the opposing head coach, both of Valencia Athletic's flank deliveries were mostly blocked by a young Asian defender on Militamo's side. Their center forward could gain no advantage against this defender. "Who is that defender?" asked the young head coach of Valencia Athletic, Luciano, to his assistant coach. "He should be a Chinese center back who transferred together with Xia Ze. Let them play ground passes and get past this tall defender." Luciano changed his strategy without hesitation. Originally, he had planned to exploit the weakness of Militomo's center-backs in defending crosses, but to his surprise Martins had fielded the 190 centimeters tall Xia Ze today, nullifying his preparations. However, after they changed tactics, they found that they still could not break through Xia Ze's defense. Although Xia Ze was relatively slow in turning his tall stature, and extremely accurate tackles allowed him to repeatedly dispossess Possess.This forwards. After winning the ball once again, Xia Ze looked up toward the midfield. He saw that Xia Ze was still tightly wrapped by the opponent's sticky defensive midfielder, while Dikeo was unmarked. Pass the ball to Dikeo. Martins shouted from the sideline. During the first 20 minutes of the match, he had already noticed this issue, but the players had been momentarily suppressed by the opponent's momentum, so they had not yet had the chance to execute his new tactical instructions. Before Martins' words had even faded, Xia Ze had already passed the ball to Dikeo's feet. As one of the three midfielders, Dikeo was responsible for linking attack and defense, but he also possessed considerable dribbling ability. After receiving the ball, he immediately turned and surged past the midfield. Since Possess.This' defensive focus was all on Xia Ze, Dikeo found himself in an open field for a moment, dribbling all the way to the edge of the penalty area. He glanced at the opponent's goal and saw that no defender had closed him down yet. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful shot, as if venting all the frustration of being suppressed earlier. The ball flew like a cannonball toward the opponent's goal. The opposing goalkeeper dived to save, but the ball slipped through his fingertips, grazing the post and going out for a goal kick. Militomo had come close to opening the scoring. After Dikeo sounded the horn of Militomo's counterattack, the opponent's midfield realized that Militomo's lineup also had such an outstanding young player. They diverted some of the attention from marking Xia Ze to defending Dikeo. With the relentless pressure on him, Xia Ze finally found the opportunity to regain control of the match's rhythm. After the 20-minute mark, the match returned to what everyone had predicted before the game, Militomo dominating the attack. In the 35th minute of the first half, Xia Ze received the ball from Pereira, turned and accelerated, easily shaking off the opponent's sticky defensive midfielder. Without dwelling on the ball, Xia Ze immediately passed it to left winger Sami. By then, left back and on-field captain Olam had already overlapped down the flank. Sami feinted and passed the ball to Olam. Olam drove to the byline and delivered a left-footed cross aimed at the near post, but at a high trajectory. Xia Ze happened to be in that position, but an opponent player also threw himself in front to block the shot. A direct strike would likely hit the defender. Xia Ze did not shoot directly. Instead, he gently shifted the ball with his right foot, deceiving the defender, and moved to the left side, near the byline of the penalty area. As he reached the byline, he quickly lifted his head and saw Fidelis contesting the near post with an opponent defender, while the area around the penalty spot was wide open. A Zidane green figure was sprinting rapidly from the top of the arc into the box. As he reached the byline, he quickly lifted his head and saw Fidelis contesting the near post with an opponent defender, while the area around the penalty spot was wide open. A Zidane green figure was sprinting. Having scored the first goal of his professional career, Dikeo ran towards Xia Ze with a beaming smile. The two high-fived in celebration while other teammates gathered around, patting Xia Ze. Having scored the first goal of his professional career, Dikeo ran towards Xia Ze with a beaming smile. The two high-fived in celebration while other teammates gathered around, patting Xia Ze and Dikeo on the head in encouragement. The synergy between the two just now was simply remarkable. In the stands among the silent home fans, a middle-aged man, dressed in black, quietly nodded as he watched the field, then lowered his head to write something in a notebook. After breaking the deadlock, Militomo played with increasing fluidity. In particular, the midfield partnership between Xia Ze and Dikeo was as if they had played together for 10 years, full of tacit understanding, frequently slicing through the opponent's defense with ease. In the second half, Xia Ze assisted left winger Sami for a goal, and the match ended with Militomo securing a comfortable 20-away victory. With 2 assists, Xia Ze was named man of the match after the game. In this match, the 3 young players who started together for Militomo all performed excellently. Xia Ze became the anchor of the defense, leaving the goalkeeper with almost nothing to do throughout the game. Meanwhile, Xia Ze and Dikeo organized the midfield with great order, ensuring the match unfolded entirely under their control. Throughout the match, Militomo enjoyed 60 possession, with 14 shots, 8 of which were on target. As the midfield core, Xia Ze played the full 90 minutes, recording over 100 passes, and a remarkable 8 key passes, tormenting the opponent's midfielders and defenders. After the referee blew the final whistle, the black-clad man, who had been sitting among the home fans, occasionally lowering his head to take notes, now stood up. He glanced toward the Militomo players on the pitch, then followed the crowd out of the stadium. On the other side of the stadium, at the periphery of the several hundred diehard Militomo fans still celebrating, a middle-aged man in a floral shirt was covering his left ear with one hand, while holding a phone in his right, speaking loudly into it. "Hey boss, it's me. It's very noisy here. I saw something interesting today." "Oh, what else did you find?" came a voice from the other end of the line, aged but full of vigor. "I see that Militomo's squad has more than just one talented player. They also have a young Chinese defender and a midfielder. Both are outstanding." How do they compare to that Xia Ze? Although the man in the floral shirt was very excited, the voice on the phone sounded. Although they may not be as eye-catching as Xia Ze, they both have the potential to become 20 million level players. We can't let them slip away. The man in the floral shirt continued excitedly. Oh, alright, you come back first. They'll handle this as soon as possible. After hearing this, the other side seemed to become interested. But who are they? David, I believe you should act quickly. This child truly has great talent and may have already attracted the attention. The man in black, who was sitting among the home team fans during the match, is now making a phone call outside the stadium. Taninho replied, I've watched the footage of this Chinese kid from the last match. He indeed displayed some unique qualities, but I think we should be more cautious. I don't want the club to repeat the mistake of signing BB. The man named David responded, Alright, should I return now, or stay in Portugal for a while longer to observe? You should observe for a little longer, and prepare a detailed report. If I have time later, I will also come to Portugal to watch this child's match. Alright then, let's leave it at that. Goodbye. Goodbye. Taninho hung up the phone, looked at the Estadio do Dragão with a worried expression, shook his head and left. In a luxurious office in Porto, Portugal, an elderly man in his 70s, with completely white hair, was opposite him sat a middle-aged man in his 40s dressed in a suit and neatly styled with hair gel, exuding a vibrant and energetic demeanor. The two were watching a 49-inch big screen in front of them where a football match was being broadcast, and the camera was focused on a particular player. This was a clip of edited highlights, and the protagonist was undoubtedly the number 26 player in the red and green jersey, who kept appearing on screen. After watching for a while, the old man paused the video, turned his face towards the clean-shaven middle-aged man, revealing a wise smile, and slowly said, Jorge, what do you think of this kid? Mr. Costa, this Chinese player is indeed very talented, and his appearance is quite outstanding. He is a good prospect. The middle-aged man, named Jorge, calmly replied. His tone was gentle, reflecting both a subtle respect for the old man and a sense of self-restraint regarding his own status. I want him. Can you help me? The old man, named Costa, finally expressed his true intention. Mr. Costa, with Porto's status in Portugal, which young talent can you not acquire? Jorge slightly complimented. Haha, Jorge, you are still so humorous. Costa chuckled lightly, but then became serious, saying, I don't want the two teams in Lisbon to snatch him before I do, which is why I hope you can help. You know, we have collaborated many times, and each time has been pleasant. After hearing this, Jorge pondered for a moment, seemingly considering something. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Costa with sharp, eagle-like eyes, slowly uttering a few words. Alright, I agree to help you. A satisfied smile appeared on Costa's face. Just then there was a knock at the office door. After Costa responded, a young secretary entered with several documents, placed them on the coffee table, and then left. Jorge, here are the profiles of 3 young players from Maritimo. I want these 3. Costa handed the 3 documents to Jorge with determined eyes. 3 players. Jorge was slightly surprised, as he originally thought the other party was only interested in 1 player. This should not be a problem for you. Costa nodded, pondering. I have yet to hear of any player who refused to let the renowned Jorge Mendes be their agent. Jorge Mendes, sitting opposite Costa, smiled slightly upon hearing the compliment, displaying his inherent confidence, took the documents, and stood up to shake hands with Costa, saying, Mr. Costa, wait for my good news. After saying that, he turned and left the office. 2 hours later at Madeira Airport, a middle-aged man in casual attire disembarked from a plane, appearing at the airport. Beside him, a young man in his 20s was carrying a briefcase, hurriedly following him. This was Jorge Mendes, a prominent agent in European football, along with his assistant. He had come to this Portuguese resort to meet 3 individuals. Half an hour later, he arrived at the perimeter of Maritimo's training ground, surrounded by a barbed wire fence, and was unexpectedly greeted by a crowd of fans, mostly teenagers and young girls. Zez, go for it. Zez, you are amazing. Zez, can you come over for an autograph? The fans' cheers all targeted one person, Zaz. Half an hour later, he arrived at the perimeter of Maritimo's training ground, surrounded by a barbed wire fence, and was unexpectedly greeted. Mendes didn't mind, still wearing a smile, as he observed Maritimo's training. It was already afternoon, and the sun was setting in the west, while Maritimo's second training session was nearing its end. Mendes stood outside the barbed wire, interestedly observing Zhang Wei and Dikeo. Though he wasn't a scout, his years of experience dealing with players made him aware that these 3 young players truly displayed exceptional talent. Half an hour later, the training session concluded, and the cheers from the fans outside the training ground grew even louder as they awaited their newly favored player to come over for autographs. After Zaz helped the team defeat Famalicão in the last away game, the number of fans at the training ground suddenly increased, and they were mostly there for him. In recent days, Zaz had also grown accustomed to signing autographs and taking photos with fans after training. At such times, he often brought along his good friends Zhang Wei and Dikeo. After the training ended, Zaz went to the sidelines again to sign autographs for the young fans. There are 2 Primeira Liga teams on Madeira Island. Besides Maritimo, there is also Nacional. The fans of Nacional mostly belong to the upper echelons of society, while the supporters of Maritimo are predominantly ordinary citizens from the lower strata, or even the impoverished. Now, among those seeking autographs from Zaz, there were many boys in tattered clothes holding a worn-out football. Seeing these young footballers who were worse off than himself just felt a wave of emotion, which made him even more willing to meet their requests. Zhang Wei and Dikao also gained a much better impression among these young fans because of Xia Ze. Besides this group of young fans, there were also several pretty female fans who came to support him because of Xia Ze's handsome and striking appearance, which made him feel quite embarrassed. After signing autographs for the eager fans, Xia Ze's gaze fell on Mendez, who had been standing outside, watching him, at which point the young fans were mostly satisfied and began to disperse. "Hello, may I speak with you for a moment?" Mendez approached politely and said, "Who are you?" Xia Ze and the others looked at the two men in suits with some confusion. "This is Jorge Mendez, the famous football agent," the assistant beside Mendez quickly introduced. Upon hearing Mendez's name, both Zhang Wei and Dikao gasped in surprise as they understood the significance. See, Ronaldo, Nani, Pepe, Mourinho, and many other star players and coaches all had Mendez as their agent, and now Mendez himself had approached them. His intentions were quite clear. "Wait a moment, we still need to do extra training," Zez calmly responded with just a slight raise of his eyebrows. "Alright, I'll wait here until you finish your training." Mendez smiled slightly, seemingly quite patient. Zhang Wei and Dikao exchanged glances, looking at Xia Ze, and then at Mendez, their expressions filled with disbelief. They thought to themselves, how could an obscure player treat the transfer mobile Mendez so indifferently? In a mix of complex emotions, they were pulled back to physical training by Xia Ze. By this time, dusk was approaching, and the sun was gradually nearing the western horizon, casting golden rays of sunlight on the surroundings of Maritamo's training ground, illuminating Mendez's neatly styled hair with a golden hue. He still wore a smile as he looked at Xia Ze, and the others, not at all angry about Xia Ze's indifference earlier. However, his assistant behind him slightly revealed an angry expression, clearly feeling indignant about the way his boss had been treated. More than half an hour later, the sun had set below the horizon, and the red evening glow occupied a large portion. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Dikao walked out of the club's entrance, while Mendez, who had been waiting for them outside for over an hour, approached with a smile and shook hands with each of them. "Xia Ze, what are you doing?" At this moment, Huayan, who had come to pick up Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, looked surprised at the scene. "Sister Yin, this is Mendez, the famous agent Mendez." Zhang Wei hurriedly explained to Huayan, of course in Chinese. Upon hearing Mendez's name, Huayan's eyes widened. Although she didn't watch much football, she knew Mendez's name. "Mr. Mendez, hello, I am their friend." Huayan greeted Mendez, excitedly shaking his hand. "Beautiful young lady, hello." Mendez greeted Huayan with gentlemanly grace. This 40-year-old man indeed had a certain charm. "Let's find a place to sit and talk," Huayan suggested. She knew Mendez was here to discuss something important with Xia Ze. Moreover, this matter would surely have a significant impact on Xia Ze and the others' careers, as Jorge Mendez is recognized as the top agent in today's football world, having successfully managed many transfers that shocked the globe. Thus, the group of six found a nearby cafe to sit down and discuss. "Mr. Mendez, what brings you here?" Huayan took the initiative to address Mendez, who sat across from them. 2 years older than Xia Ze and the other two, he possessed more worldly experience, so he represented the trio in negotiations, and Xia Ze and the others had no objections. "I have watched the three of you play," Mendez said, gazing at Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Dikao. "I admire your talent, and believe you have the potential to become outstanding football stars." "Thank you," the three replied with appreciative smiles. "But you are not stars yet. If you wish to attract the attention of major clubs, you need not only exceptional performances, but also guidance from someone who can pave the way." Mendez shifted the conversation, smoothly speaking with evident confidence. "And I can be that guide for you." At these words, the four confirmed Mendez's intention. Though they had already anticipated it, hearing it from his own lips still left them breathless. Seeing the flattered expressions on Huayan and the others, Mendez allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips, confident in his influence within the football world. "Mr. Mendez, do you mean you are willing to become their agent?" Huayan asked cautiously after a long pause, still unable to fully believe it. Noticing her wariness, Mendez chuckled. "Indeed, I can take all three of them to top clubs. Where would you like to go? Real Madrid, Manchester United, or perhaps Barcelona? I can make it happen." At this, Dikao, seated opposite, could no longer contain himself. "But Mr. Mendez, our current salaries are very low, and we don't have—" "I don't require payment from you right now," Mendez interrupted with a dismissive wave, understanding Dikao's concern. "I value your potential. As for my commission, we can settle it after you've moved to a top club and earned enough." These words were spoken with sincerity. Indeed, Mendez had no need for such a paltry sum, and the three 18-year-olds couldn't afford his fees anyway. An agent's primary income comes from transfer commissions. Salary percentage is merely a trivial addition. With his words laid out so clearly, everyone except Xia Ze was visibly moved. Huayan, being only a friend, could not decide for the trio, and could only look at them eagerly, urging a quick decision. "Mr. Mendez, if you can be my agent, that would be incredible. I would gladly join your agency," Dikao declared. As a Portuguese, he knew well the transfer resources his compatriot commanded. Joining Mendez's agency meant half a foot in the door at a top club. There was nothing to think twice about. "Welcome, Dikao," Mendez said, beaming as he warmly shook Dikao's hand. "And what about you two?" After securing Dikio, Mendes turned his attention to Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. For him, Xia Ze was the real prize. Zhang Wei had been itching to speak since Dikio agreed, his lips twitching as if ready to voice his consent. Yet Xia Ze, seated beside him, remained eerily calm as if this were an ordinary conversation. He even discreetly pinched his own leg as if signaling not to rush. Hua Yin watched anxiously as Xia Ze remained silent for so long. Such a golden opportunity, and he still hesitated. Anyone normal would have jumped at the transfer mobile's invitation. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mendes, but we already have an agent." Xia Ze finally said, his tone flat, rejecting. Zhang Wei, Hua Yin, and Dikio stared at Xia Ze in shock, baffled as to why he would use such a lie to turn down Mendes. They knew perfectly well that Xia Ze and Zhang Wei had no agent. Their transfers were handled directly between clubs. If any intermediary could be named, it was Maritamo's scout, João Tenonio. Mendes had only agreed a few hours earlier to Porto chairman da Costa's request to come to Madeira and invite Xia Ze into his agency. He hadn't had time for a thorough investigation. Though he noticed the odd expressions on Zhang Wei's face since Xia Ze had declined, there was no point in pressing further. "What a pity," Mendes said with mild regret, but quickly adopted a gentlemanly smile. "I hope we have the chance to collaborate in the future. Here is my card, feel free to call my office anytime." He handed his card to Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Hua Yin, then said to Dikio, "I'll have Ricardo get in touch with you. For now, focus on your game. Only by securing a starting spot at Maritimo and delivering outstanding performances will top clubs come knocking. He'll keep you connected with Ricardo. For now, I must take my leave. Goodbye." After shaking hands with each of them, the transfer market titan left the cafe and hailed a taxi directly to the air. Once out of sight, Mendes' gentlemanly smile vanished. Without turning back, he coldly instructed his assistant, "Look into those two Chinese kids. I want a detailed report." "Yes." After parting with Dikio, Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Hua Yin walked toward Hua Yan's home in silence. The atmosphere awkward. "Xia Ze, why did you refuse Mendes?" Zhang Wei, ever blunt, finally asked. Hua Yin also looked at Xia Ze with confusion, hoping for a satisfactory answer. "Don't you find it strange?" Xia Ze spoke after a long silence. Zhang Wei and Hua Yin were bewildered, even more perplexed by his question. "We only made our first start 2 days ago. We played just 90 minutes of good football. I only have a little more than 50 minutes on this field compared to you and Dikio. Yet it was enough to catch Mendes' attention, and he came personally to invite us into his agency. Doesn't that seem odd?" Xia Ze explained. "Are you saying this Mendes is a fake?" Zhang Wei gasped as if suddenly enlightened. Xia Ze rolled his eyes at Zhang Wei's ludicrous assumption. "This Mendes is obviously real. I've seen his photos online." Xia Ze dismissed the absurd idea. "But given our current fame and strength, I don't think we warrant such a personal invitation from Mendes. Perhaps he has an ulterior motive." As he walked, Xia Ze shared his deduction. "Could he be trying to manipulate your transfers?" Hua Yin speculated. "I don't know. Mendes is an agent with enormous control. I don't want my career to be directed by others." Xia Ze turned and patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. "Don't be upset. We have no reputation yet. Once you perform well and gain attention, you'll have no trouble getting into a top club." Zhang Wei pouted, looking somewhat downcast. Xia Ze didn't bother with him further, knowing that the simple-minded giant would forget everything by morning after a good sleep. "But you still need an agent to handle transfers, endorsements, and such," Hua Yin said with concern. "Well, fine, Joao." Xia Ze shrugged nonchalantly. The next day at the Maritimo training ground, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were chatting with Joao Tenonio. "You want me to be your agent?" Tenonio said, slightly taken aback. "Didn't Mendes approach you yesterday?" "Yes, but we turned him down," Xia Ze said casually. "That was Mendes." Tenonio said, pained. "Because we already have an agent." "Who? You? Haven't you always been taking care of us? You brought us to Portugal, found us our house. You're basically our agent," Xia Ze said shamelessly. You've never paid me a salary." Tenonio said, torn between laughter and tears. "Well, when we transfer to a big club, we'll give you a handsome commission. How about that? Help us. You're the first friend we made in Portugal." Xia Ze even added a bit of cheekiness. With Xia Ze invoking friendship, Tenonio couldn't refuse. He shrugged helplessly. "All right, I'm unlucky." Xia Ze and Zhang Wei exchanged knowing smiles at his agreement, and then returned to training. Watching the two Chinese youngsters, he had discovered Tenonio's face bore a helpless smile, but beneath it lay a trace of pride. On September 29th local time in Portugal, the 6th round of the Portuguese Primeira Liga kicked off, with Maritimo hosting the rapidly rising powerhouse Braga at home. Last season's Portuguese League Cup champions and the 2011 UEFA Europa League runners-up Braga are widely regarded as the strongest team behind the traditional Big Three in Portuguese football, having surged to prominence over the past 5 years. Maritimo had recorded 1 win, 3 draws, and 1 loss in the first 5 matches, earning 6 points to sit 8th, while Braga had 3 wins and 2 losses, tallying 9 points for 5th place. However, Maritimo had been in fine form in recent rounds, having held league leaders Sporting Lisbon to a draw away in the previous match, which had the home fans feeling quite optimistic about this fixture. Yet when Maritimo's starting lineup was announced, a portion of the home supporters found it hard to believe. Xia Ze, who had burst onto the scene with two outstanding performances, was not in the starting 11 as the media had speculated. Instead, he was kept on the bench by head coach Martins. The benching of Xia Ze dampened the spirits of some Maritimo fans, and even the bookmakers raised the odds for a Maritimo victory after the lineups were revealed. All signs that the scales of fortune had already tipped in Braga's favor before the match began. Zhang Wei and Dijk, who had also shown in the previous Taça da Liga match, were included in the squad, but like Xia Ze remained on the bench. Soares, who had been suspended due to a red card last round, replaced Xia Ze's position, partnering with Gillett and Pereira. Upon learning he would not start, Xia Ze said nothing, understanding that the coach must have his reasons, just that he had. But Zhang Wei, sitting beside him, thought otherwise. Even after the match kicked off, Zhang Wei kept grumbling, feeling indignant on Xia Ze's behalf. Xia Ze could only offer a helpless smile, letting Zhang Wei ramble on. Xia Ze's absence from the starting lineup also made some of his Maritimo teammates feel unsettled despite him having only played 2 matches. Braga, leveraging their superior quality, seized the initiative from the outset. Their short passes and off-the-ball runs up front flowed smoothly, putting Maritimo's goal under constant siege, with threats arising one after another. Though Captain Brigel and Brazilian center-back Rosario anchored the defense, they could barely withstand the onslaught. However, with the midfield suppressed, Maritimo were unable to launch effective counterattacks, allowing Braga's players to throw themselves into attack with even greater abandon. Martin stood on the touchline, his brows tightly knit, clearly not having anticipated his team struggling so much on home soil. After all, even when they had faced Sporting Lisbon away, they had held their ground. Before Xia Ze even entered, now being dominated by Braga cast a cloud of worry over the young coach's handsome face. In the stands, over 10,000 Maritimo fans watched the match with bated breath. Among the crowd was a young blonde woman with hazel eyes, a tall figure, a straight nose, and healthy wheat-colored skin. She was Monica, the bank teller who had helped Xia Ze when he went to send money the previous week. This week was her day off, and as a loyal Maritimo supporter, she too wore a frown, deeply concerned about her team being pinned back. Sigh, if Xia Ze had started, we wouldn't be getting pushed around like this, unable to fight back. We might even be leading, Monica said worriedly, voicing her strong faith in Xia Ze. Beside her, a burly man with a thick beard shook his head, disagreeing with Monica. Xia Ze did well in those 2 matches, but I hear his stamina isn't great. Besides, the opponent will have planned for him. Using Xia Ze as a surprise weapon might be more effective. Sis, you can't just favor him because you've met him. Brother, how can you say that? Monica retorted, a little embarrassed at having her intentions seen through by her beard. Ever since Xia Ze's meteoric rise last week, she had become infatuated with this handsome, young Chinese man. After taking a photo with him, she had set the image as her phone's wallpaper, utterly captivated by him. As they spoke, Braga launched another attack, penetrating through the center. Maritimo's defenders could no longer contain it, and opposing striker Lima slotted the ball home. 20 minutes into the match, Braga took the lead away from home. Lima's goal plunged the Estadio dos Barreiros into dead silence, broken only by the cheers of a few hundred Braga fans in the corner section. Goalkeeper Sasha dejectedly fished the ball out of the net and booted it deep into midfield. Maritimo's defenders looked dispirited, lacking even the motivation to assign blame for the goal conceded. Pay attention to defense. Lift your heads, Martin shouted from the sidelines, seeing his players slumped in. Eyes up, everyone. We can't let them keep dominating. Press harder. We need to get back into the match. Captain Brigel clapped his hands, rallying his teammates. After the restart following Martin's and the captain's orders, Maritimo's players began pressing much more aggressively. They even pushed up into the opposition half, creating threats in front of Braga's goal and giving home fans hope for an equalizer. But when it rains, it pours. During an aerial duel, center-back Igor caught a brutal blow to the forehead from an opposing striker, leaving a gruesome gash that instantly poured blood down his face. The medical team rushed onto the pitch to treat him. Zhang Wei warm up, assistant coach Jorge called over to the bench. Zhang Wei had already anticipated the need to warm up when he saw Igor injured. As soon as Jorge spoke, he pulled on a training vest and jogged along the touchline to prepare. Fans in the stands grew even more anxious upon seeing starting center-back Igor injured. Had the hard-earned momentum they had just regained been about to slip away again due to a key defender's injury? Sis, look. Who's that? The bearded man said, pointing at Zhang Wei warming up on the sideline. That's Zhang Wei, the center-back, who transferred in with Xia Ze. I saw him at the bank last week too, Monica replied indifferently, clearly unimpressed by anyone other than Xia Ze. Wait. I think I've seen him before, the bearded man muttered, staring at Zhang Wei at a loss for words. He recalled being approached by Zhang Wei at the bar last week and brushing him off. After receiving treatment, Igor could not continue, and Zhang Wei came on as a substitute wearing the number 27. Most Maritimo fans in the stadium did not know Zhang Wei. They had no idea what this tall, burly Chinese player was capable of, and could only worry for their team. However, once on the field, Zhang Wei used his steady performance to give those unfamiliar fans a taste of his ability. On the visitors' bench, Braga head coach Carlos Carvalho looked somewhat taken aback. He had expected that with the opponent's starting center-back forced off, his team would regain control of the match. But to his surprise, the substitute Zhang Wei proved even more composed than Igor, with his forwards completely unable to bypass his defense. The 10 scoreline held until halftime. Maritamo's pressing after conceding had been effective, and with Zhang Wei's introduction, their backline had become remarkably solid. Yet the lack of organization in midfield meant they could not threaten the opponent's goal, let alone equalize. During the halftime break, Monica dragged her bearded brother outside to buy something. This was a common occurrence, but the urgency in Monica's expression suggested something more. When the second half began, whatever Braga's coach had said in the dressing room seemed to reignite their dominance, pinning Maritimo inside their own half once again with no capacity to counter. Fortunately, the center-back pairing of Zhang Wei and Rosario showed remarkable chemistry, as if they had been playing together for years, blocking all attacks and keeping the opposition from scoring a second. By the 55th minute, Braga still held an overwhelming advantage, while Maritimo could only salvage a meager possession share through sporadic counterattacks. Martins let him play. Bring on Xia Ze. A woman's voice rang out from the stands. On the section near the home team's bench, a beautiful female fan and a few people beside her held up signs with different Portuguese words forming a sentence: "Let Xia Ze play." This beautiful fan was naturally Monica. During halftime, she had dragged her bearded brother outside to buy cardboard and markers, crafting this banner herself. Nearby fans, drawn by Monica's gesture and recalling Xia Ze's stunning cameo against Sporting Lisbon the previous week, began to chant along with her. Gradually, in the stands behind the coaching bench, the chant grew louder. "Mr. Martins, let him play." The fans' cries became increasingly resonant, capturing the attention of Maritimo's coaching staff. Martins glanced at the banner behind him, frowned slightly, and whispered something to assistant coach Jorge. After about 3 or 4 minutes of chanting Xia Ze, and Dyke finally began warming up on the sideline. Cheers and applause erupted from the fans, led by Monica. For a young player with only 2 appearances to earn such vocal support from the crowd was a rare sight in football history. In the 65th minute, after warming up, Xia Ze came on as a substitute, replacing the underwhelming Soares. At the same time, Dyke also replaced Pereira, swapping 1 attacking midfielder and 1 defensive midfielder for 2 attacking midfielders. A clear signal from Martins that he was pushing for more offense. After high-fiving Su Alsai, who had jogged over, Xia Ze stepped onto the pitch, and as was his habit, brushed his right hand across the grass. It wasn't that he was superstitious, it was just that after coming off the bench in the last game with a stellar performance, he felt that maintaining such a habit might give him more confidence. Dyke, who followed closely behind, did not share this ritual. He simply accelerated past Xia Ze and quickly took his position. As Xia Ze stepped onto the field, the Maritimo fans looked on with eager anticipation, while the Braga head coach wore a grave expression. Clearly, Xia Ze's presence was a significant threat in his eyes. He had forgotten the last 18-year-old who had posed such a threat, but this young Chinese player had rekindled that memory. Braga's defensive midfielder Celino fixed a fierce glare on Xia Ze from the moment he entered the pitch. Before the match, the coach had warned him to keep an eye on this Chinese player. Now that Xia Ze stood before him, Celino sensed nothing unusual, yet he was determined to intimidate him, to make him think twice before attempting any moves. It was a Maritimo throw-in. Captain Brigal launched the ball, and Glet, leaning against the opposing defender, calmly passed it back to central defender Rosario. Xia Ze had already moved to the deep midfield position to call for the ball. Rosario, confident in the young midfielder, passed it straight to Xia Ze without hesitation. Just as Xia Ze was about to drop back and receive the ball, Braga's defensive midfielder Celino followed silently behind him. The moment Xia Ze prepared to receive it, Celino suddenly accelerated, slamming into him. Such a move was clearly not meant to win the ball, as Xia Ze's body was already shielding it. Yet from Celino's momentum, it was obvious his aim was not the ball, but to deliver a warning blow. This kind of collision from behind at high speed is extremely dangerous, potentially causing injury. Xia Ze watched. Zhang Wei, seeing the situation clearly, quickly warned Xia Ze. But Xia Ze seemed not to hear, continuing unhurriedly forward to receive the ball. Behind him, Celino was now less than 2 meters away, poised to knock Xia Ze to the ground at any moment. Celino, anticipating his blow about to land on Xia Ze's back, inwardly gloated, imagining the expression of pain on his opponent's face. But half a second later, as if eyes had grown on the back of his head, Xia Ze gently flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball traced a small arc, passing to the right of Celino's body. He himself executed a nimble turn, evading the charging Celino and slipping past on the left side. A brilliant nutmeg. Just when Celino thought he would bulldoze Xia Ze, he was instead humiliatingly bypassed by this dishonorable maneuver. But the humiliation was not yet complete, for his ears caught a mocking word "ol." In that instant of turning, Xia Ze suddenly recalled an advertisement years ago between the Portuguese and Brazilian national teams, where Figo taunted Carlos after dribbling past him. He couldn't help but blurt it out as he left Celino behind. After saying it, he even chuckled inwardly. Nearby, Rosario and Glet overheard and shared knowing smiles. They all understood that Celino had intended to intimidate Xia Ze, and seeing Xia Ze turn the tables with such a cheeky response was more than welcome. "Wow. Beautiful, Xia Ze, you're amazing." In the stands, Monica, who had been exuberant since Xia Ze's warm-up, cheered at his exquisite nutmeg. The other fans also erupted in gasps. But Xia Ze, not carried away by his dazzling dribble, knew his move had angered the opponent, so he didn't hog the ball and quickly passed it to Dike-ao. Dike-ao sent the ball to Helton on the right, who without stopping it knocked it straight across the middle. Because defensive midfielder Celino had pushed forward suddenly, there was a large open space in front of Braga's center backs. Xia Ze, reading the situation, sprinted up and calmly collected the ball 30 yards from goal. Before receiving the ball, Xia Ze had already observed his teammates' runs. On the left, Sammy was looping around the opposing right back. A through ball into the gap between the center back and right back could breach the defense. Center forward Dele angled a run to the right, creating a massive void in the middle. Xia Ze, having planned his move, didn't release the ball immediately, but dribbled into the empty left central area. One of the opposing center backs took the bait, fearing a direct break, and came over to cover. Both Braga center backs were now pulled apart by Dele and Xia Ze, leaving a gaping space in the middle. At that moment, a Zidane green figure surged forward. It was Dike-ao. After 2 steps to the left, Xia Ze, without lifting his head, threaded the ball with his left foot into the gap between the 2 center backs. Dike-ao was now at the edge of the penalty area with no defender within 5 yards. He took a touch forward and drove into the box unknown with the goalkeeper. Braga's goalkeeper Quim rushed out, spreading his limbs to cut down the angle. Dike-ao, who had just come on, hadn't expected such a golden chance. He glanced up at Quim, then swung his leg and blasted a powerful shot. Xia Ze saw Dike-ao's leg swing and sensed trouble. Sure enough, the shot was powerful, but too central, slamming into Quim's chest and bouncing out for a goal kick. Such a wasted opportunity left the eager fans in the stands groaning in disappointment. After Xia Ze's arrival, Maritamo's attack immediately improved. The earlier impudent nutmeg that broke the opponent's defensive midfielder completely shattered his confidence, and he was substituted by Braga's coach 5 minutes later. Shortly after that substitution, Maritamo launched another attack. Xia Ze split the ball to right winger Sammy, who dribbled to the byline and sent in a high cross. In the middle, Xia Ze, Dele and Helton were ready to pounce. The ball arced over Xia Ze and the first center back, landing around the 6-yard spot. Black striker Dele appeared like a ghost, diving to meet the ball with a powerful header. Unfortunately, like Dike-ao's attempt, it was too central, and the goalkeeper instinctively parried it away. But the ball didn't travel far, it rolled slowly toward the right goal line. The defenders breathed a sigh, thinking the danger was over. However, Xia Ze's figure emerged sharply near the left corner of the 6-yard box. Just before the ball rolled out, he hooked it back with his left foot right into the path of an unmarked Dele, who had just taken the header. Dele wouldn't squander this chance. He gently pushed the ball with his right foot, sending it safely into the net, then sprinted toward the fans behind the corner flag, roaring in celebration. 11. Thanks to Xia Ze's assist, Maritamo had clawed back the equalizer. The Barreiros Stadium erupted. The fans had waited 70 minutes for this goal. Dele, who had missed several chances, recently pounded his chest in celebration, bellowing at the crowd. Xia Ze, Sammy, Dike-ao, and other teammates rushed over to high-five him. After drawing level, Maritamo's players grew more relaxed and their attacks became even more threatening. Braga's coach frowned deeply, clearly worried about his team's situation. Another wave of noise swept through the Barreiros Stadium as Xia Ze delivered a threatening pass, though it was cleared by a defender for a corner. In the 78th minute, Maritamo earned a corner, their 6th of the match and the 5th since Xia Ze's introduction in the second half. The score was still 11-a, and both central defenders Zhang Wei and Rosario moved into the box, crucial pieces in the corner routine. After Xia Ze's stunning long-range strike against Sporting Lisbon, head coach Martins had stationed him just outside the box, ready to pounce on second balls for a shot. Sammy took the corner, the delivery landing near the penalty spot. Braga's goalkeeper roared, leaping to punch the ball with both fists. At the same time, a Zidane green figure rose above the crowd, a head taller than everyone else. Zhang Wei. He got to the ball before Quim and flicked it on. The ball gained even more spin and arrowed toward the goal with greater pace. Whoosh! It ripped into the back. Maritamo took the lead 21. At the same moment, the ball nestled into the net. Quim's fist crashed into Zhang Wei's head, striking him hard. Thud! Zhang Wei crumpled to the ground, dazed and seeing stars. Xia Ze immediately rushed over, and teammates in the box also came to check on him. The referee, after a long whistle confirming the goal, noticed a player down in the box and signaled for the medical. The Barreiros Stadium had erupted in thunderous cheers at the goal, but then fell silent. Only low murmurs of concern hung in the air as everyone watched the field anxiously. The ball drilled into the net, just as Quim's fist pounded Zhang Wei's head, knocking him to the ground. Xia Ze immediately ran over to help when the box teammates also gathered beside him. Zhang Wei, how are you? A voice rang in Zhang Wei's ear. All he could hear was a buzzing sound, and he could not make it out clearly. The darkness before him was slowly dissipating, but everything remained hazy. Zhang Wei shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his mind. Hey kid, look here, a gentle voice reached his ears. Can you hear me? Zhang Wei looked at the blurry figure before him and managed to nod. Look, how many fingers do I have here? The voice extended its right hand in front of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei gazed at the vague palm, shaking his head again as the scene gradually became clearer. 2 fingers. Good, how do you feel now? The team doctor asked again. My head is a bit dizzy but much better than before. Let's get you up then. The team doctor knew that Zhang Wei was not in any serious trouble. Oh, at least his mind was clear at the moment. So, he and Gretel helped the tall Zhang Wei to his feet. After Zhang Wei fell, Gretel was the first to react, urging the referee to call for the team doctor, and he was quite anxious. This left Xia Ze feeling quite puzzled. He did not expect Gretel to be even more nervous than himself for Zhang Wei. Seeing Zhang Wei standing up, Xia Ze let out a long sigh of relief and walked over to pat Zhang Wei on the shoulder, saying worriedly, "Are you alright?" At this moment, Zhang Wei had completely regained his composure. He knew that he had just headed the ball into the penalty area, so he chuckled foolishly, saying, "I'm fine, it's a pity I can't celebrate my goal in front of the beautiful fans." Upon hearing this, Xia Ze could only smile wryly. As Zhang Wei stood up and went to the sidelines with the team doctor for treatment, the tension that had gripped the fans in the stadium began to ease. In recent years, there have been too many accidents on the field, and when Zhang Wei fell, everyone was extremely worried. At this moment, as Zhang Wei stood up again, the Boleros Stadium erupted in enthusiastic applause, and the cheers that had been suppressed for so long slowly began to be released. Martins, who had been anxiously clenching his fists on the sidelines, also let out a sigh of relief. If Zhang Wei were to be injured, the team would have to fight with 10 players, and that hard-won lead could be reclaimed by the opponents. Whether it was out of concern for Zhang Wei's safety, or in consideration of the team's performance, Martins was deeply worried about the situation that had just unfolded. However, he no longer had to worry as Zhang Wei had stood up again, and it seemed that the situation was not serious. The game was delayed by 2 minutes due to Zhang Wei's injury. As the match reached the 80th minute, Maritimo scored 2 goals in the second half, turning the score around to lead Braga 21. After falling behind, Braga immediately launched a fierce attack on Maritimo's goal, leveraging their own strength and the temporary numerical advantage due to Zhang Wei's brief absence. However, Maritimo was united, firmly guarding their goal. After Zhang Wei confirmed he was fine and returned to the field, Braga's offensive became ineffective. They seemed to be completely unable to break through Maritimo's defense, and their once indomitable spirit had, as the stoppage time phase approached, Maritimo still led 21. At this point, Braga pushed all their players forward, with all 10, excluding the goalkeeper, crossing the halfway line. Zhang Wei intercepted the ball and passed it to Xia Ze in front of him. After taking a lateral step, Xia Ze made a through pass to Di Li, then quickly made a forward run. Di Li leaned against the opposing center back and passed the ball back to the supporting Dicko. After receiving the ball, Dicko quickly surveyed the situation on the field, noticing Xia Ze sprinting towards the opponent's half at high speed. Without any hesitation, Dicko sent a long pass over the halfway line, landing right in front of Xia Ze. At this moment, Xia Ze had already made his move and his speed had increased. The opposing center back, who had crossed the halfway line, was already slow to turn back and chase. As Xia Ze crossed the halfway line, he had already left the opponent's defender behind. A unknown opportunity. After gaining possession, Xia Ze quickly advanced, taking several strides to reach the edge of the penalty area, while Braga's goalkeeper rushed out, leaving only this last line of defense. Xia Ze looked at the only remaining Braga goalkeeper, and a classic image flashed across his mind. He then swung his left and right foot behind the ball in succession, while swaying his upper body side to side. After unbalancing the goalkeeper, he nudged the ball outward, bypassing Braga's last line of defense. A pendulum-style dribble. In this match, Xia Ze recreated a classic move, the signature dribbling technique of the alien Ronaldo. After getting past the goalkeeper, Xia Ze effortlessly nudged the ball into the vast net. 31. Maritimo secured the victory. Xia Ze ran to the fans, celebrating wildly and savoring the cheers that belonged to him. As he executed such a dribble, bypassing Quim with ease, the entire stadium, including fans, teammates, and opponents, was in awe of his impromptu performance. A classic move, a classic goal. This miraculous Chinese boy once again stepped up when the team was behind, turning the match around and sealing the win. The Boleros Stadium was alive with excitement. Even after the final whistle blew, the fans continued to sing loudly, reluctant to leave. After gradually calming his emotions, Xia Ze chatted with Zhang Wei while walking towards the players' tunnel. Xia Ze, it's me, I'm over here. A high-pitched female voice called from the stands near the entrance of the players' tunnel. Xia Ze vaguely heard someone calling him, turned his head, and saw a beautiful blonde girl leaning against the railing shouting at him, with a burly, bearded man standing beside her. Xia Ze recognized that the girl was Monica. Seeing her so excited, he felt it would be rude to ignore her, so he smiled and walked over. Xia Ze, you were amazing. Monica exclaimed excitedly. Thank you. Don't you have work today? No, I have a vacation this week, so I came to support you. Look. Monica pulled out several pieces of cards she had brought with a few Portuguese letters written on them. Were you the one who started the chant just now? Xia Ze replied, slightly surprised. Really? Yes, shouldn't you thank me? Monica said proudly. Xia Ze found himself at a loss for words. If he agreed with Monica, it would imply that he had objections to his coach Martin's arrangements. If the media caught wind of this detail, it could lead to trouble. So he felt quite troubled at the moment. Hey big guy, do you still recognize me? Zhang Wei's voice rang out just in time from behind Xia Ze. He walked over and grinned at the burly man next to Monica. Huh. I didn't expect you really knew Xia Ze, and he's our center back. The burly man scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After Xia Ze and Zhang Wei returned to the locker room to shower, they prepared to leave. However, Zhang Wei still felt a bit dizzy. For safety, Sake, the team doctor, asked Xia Ze to accompany him to the hospital for a detailed checkup to avoid any unforeseen issues. Xia Ze went with him to the nearest hospital. After Zhang Wei went in for his examination, he called Hua Yin to inform her that he was accompanying Zhang Wei for a checkup, so they didn't need to wait for them to have dinner. Unexpectedly, 30 minutes later, Hua Yan's hurried figure appeared in the hospital, startling Xia Ze. Xia Ze, what happened to Wei? Is he alright? Hua Yin asked anxiously. From her eager gaze, Xia Ze could still feel her deep concern for He's fine, just bumped his head during the match. For safety, we brought him to the hospital for a checkup. Xia Ze smiled, hoping to reassure Hua Yin. That's not fine. Bumping your head can be serious. Hua Yin said nervously, her flustered demeanor suggesting she was quite beside herself. Seeing Hua Yin so flustered, Xia Ze pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, Sister Yin, are you so concerned about Zhang Wei because? Hey, you still have the mood to joke around. You two are my good friends, so why shouldn't I care? Hua Yin snapped, slightly annoyed at Xia Ze's teasing. However, after Xia Ze made that joke, Hua Yan's anxiety seemed to ease. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei came out of the examination room with the doctor, and Xia Ze and Hua Yin hurried over. Doctor, is he okay? Hua Yin asked with concern. He only has a slight concussion. He should rest for a day or two and avoid strenuous exercise, and he should be fine, the doctor said, holding up the examination report. After hearing this, Hua Yan's tension immediately relaxed, and she let out a sigh of relief. The worry that had lingered for so long was finally lifted. Meanwhile, Xia Ze walked over and playfully punched Zhang Wei in the chest, laughing with him. The next day, Zhang Wei returned to the training base with Xia Ze. Although the doctor had advised him against strenuous exercise, he still wanted to come back to maintain his fitness, working out alone in the gym. Xia Ze, is Zhang Wei okay? Gretel unexpectedly approached Xia Ze and initiated a conversation. He had an examination yesterday, it's just a mild concussion. The doctor said he'll be fine as long as he avoids strenuous exercise for a couple of days. Xia Ze hesitated for a moment, but still told Gretel the truth. That's good to hear. Gretel returned to his usual aloof demeanor and turned to leave. Hey Gretel. Xia Ze called out, suddenly stopping him as he looked at Gretel's retreating figure. What's up? Gretel turned around, his fierce face still maintaining that eternally cold expression. Thank you for what you did in Lisbon, Xia Ze said somewhat shyly. I never had the chance to thank you before. During the match against Sporting Lisbon, Gretel had stood up for Xia Ze, preventing the opposing defenders from maliciously targeting him, which Xia Ze was very grateful for. However, for over a week, Gretel had been intentionally or unintentionally avoiding them, leaving Xia Ze without the opportunity to express his gratitude. No need to mention it. Gretel looked at Xia Ze with some surprise and replied indifferently. By the way, why are you so concerned about Zhang Wei? Xia Ze finally voiced the question that had been on his mind. Upon hearing this, Gretel's expression changed slightly, and he stared blankly ahead, as if recalling some distant memories. However, his face quickly returned to its usual indifference, and he shot Xia Ze a glance before leaving without answering. Xia Ze watched Gretel's departing figure sensingly, and he stared blankly ahead, as if recalling some After discovering that Gretel was a man with a story, Xia Ze shared this information with Zhang Wei. The two curious Chinese boys began to investigate Gretel's past under the pretext of being teammates. From Captain Brile and their mentor and friend Tenonio, they learned about some events from Gretel's past. Gretel was born in 1980 and came from Benfica's youth training camp. He played for Manchester City for 3 years. In 2001, he witnessed Captain Holland being maliciously fouled by Manchester United's former captain, the tough guy Keane, which directly led to his retirement. From that moment on, he decided that he could never be weak on the field and wanted to be a villain, which resulted in his fiercely aggressive playing style today. Whenever Gretel saw his teammates being bullied, he would always step in to defend them. He stood up for Xia Ze because he had already considered Xia Ze as his own teammate. 2 years later, in 2003, Gretel experienced the sudden death of his friendly Cameroonian teammate Marc-Vivien Foe during the Confederations Cup, which caused him to question the sport of football. This also explains why Gretel became so anxious when he saw Zhang Wei being knocked out by the Braga goalkeeper. After 3 years at Manchester City, Gretel returned to Portugal, where he continued to play for teams in the Primeira Liga and started a family, welcoming a son. However, his 80-year-old son was diagnosed with leukemia at the age of 5 and has been battling the illness for the past. Despite this, Gretel has not complained and continues to work hard on the pitch to earn money for his son's treatment. He is currently one of the highest paid players at Maritimo, and his performance justifies his salary. After learning about Gretel's past, both Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were moved. They were surprised to find that a ruthless-looking tough guy had such a gentle side, which changed their perception of Gretel. This investigation took Xia Ze and the others 2 months to complete. During their understanding of Gretel's past, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei secured their positions as key players at Maritimo through their own strength and outstanding performances on the field. As the core midfielder, Xia Ze, with his handsome appearance and excellent skills, became a new favorite among Maritimo fans, with many coming to watch him train every day. During these 2 months of home games, a song titled Let Him Play, created by Monica and centered around Xia Ze, became one of the songs that the home fans sang together at every match. In these 2 months, Xia Ze as the team's core led Maritimo forward, defeating Benfica at home and achieving an unbeaten streak of 10 games. After 12 rounds of the league, they ranked 4th in the Primera Liga with 23 points, just behind the top 3 teams, with only a 2-point gap to third-place Benfica. This points tally led Maritimo's fans to believe that there was a possibility of advancing to next season's UEFA Champions League. Xia Ze's own performance was outstanding, contributing 4 goals and 5 assists in 8 league matches, directly involved in 2/3 of the team's goals, earning him recognition as the biggest contributor to Maritimo's rise. Zhang Wei's performance also gained fan recognition as he edged out Igor to become the team's main center-back, partnering with Rosario and ensuring that the team did not concede in 4 out of 7 matches, showcasing solid defense. In the second round of the Portuguese League Cup playoffs at the end of November, the two who had already been promoted to starters took a rest, and Maritimo defeated their opponent to advance smoothly to the main event. However, during these 2 months, Grealitt, who had been stable, made several basic mistakes, leading to 2 draws that were caused by his errors, which left the head coach quite dissatisfied. Nevertheless, the team was in good form, and no one blamed him. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei analyzed that Grealitt's performance was affected by his son's illness. It was heard that his son's treatment had reached a critical stage. During these 2 months, several important events also occurred in Chinese football. Guangzhou Evergrande Club, under the leadership of the Silver Fox Lippy, fought in the AFC Champions League final, drawing 22 away and 11 at home, defeating South Korea's Seoul FC with an aggregate score of 33 to win the 2013 AFC Champions League title, marking the first time a Chinese club had won this trophy. Meanwhile, Guangzhou Evergrande also successfully defended their league title, achieving the remarkable feat of a double crown. The official FIFA website even published an article congratulating Guangzhou Evergrande on their outstanding performance this year, attracting attention from the global football community. After winning the AFC Champions League, Guangzhou Evergrande's main right-back Zhang Limping hinted in an interview that he might leave Guangzhou Evergrande after the Club World Cup and transfer to Europe. Zhang Limping's boss Su Jian also expressed a willingness to send promising players abroad to improve the level of Chinese football. As for which league he would join in Europe, Lippy mentioned in an interview that several teams in Serie A were interested in signing Zhang Limping, with offers reaching as high as €3 million. Due to Lippy's influence in Italy, numerous Italian media outlets reported this news. The 2013 Chinese Super League concluded with Shanghai Dongjia's young striker Wu Lei finishing second in the scoring charts with 18 goals, making him the top local scorer. After the league ended, Bundesliga club Stuttgart officially announced they would sign Wu Lei during the winter transfer window for a fee of €2 million. This transfer was reportedly facilitated by Europe's transfer giant, the current number 1 agent Mendes, who managed to lower the Shanghai Dongyao owners' previously firm bottom line of €3 million to €2 million, prompting Stuttgart to increase their original offer from €1 million to €2 million. Mendes' negotiation skills were once again validated in this transfer, and people realized that his reach had extended to Asia. Mendes' agency is developing in every corner of the globe where football is played. Zhang Limping and Wu Lei's potential transfers to Europe, apart from their own talent and outstanding performances in the Chinese Super League, were also boosted by the Chinese national team's impressive showing in the Asian Cup qualifiers. The national team defeated Indonesia 21 away and returned home to win 41 against the same opponent, achieving a double victory and accumulating 9 points in the first 4 rounds, putting them in a strong position to qualify. In the crucial 5th round, China did not falter as they had in the past in key matches, defeating Saudi Arabia 20 at home with a record of 4 wins from 5 matches, accumulating 12 points and qualifying for the 2015 Asian Cup finals ahead of schedule. Under the leadership of Fu Bo, this team won matches and gained recognition from fans with their beautiful possession base. After the Chinese team qualified, early rumors about Lippy taking charge of the national team, which had been swirling, also began to come closer to reality, thanks to the efforts of the Chinese Football Association. Chinese football fans finally felt that the association had done something right. After suffering a humiliating 15 defeat to Thailand in the summer, the Chinese team paid a hefty penalty to dismiss Spanish coach Camacho and promoted the local new coach Fu Bo, correcting the course and ushering in a concentrated period of explosive growth for Chinese football over these 2 months. FIFA's official website also reported on the transformation of the Chinese team over the past 6 months, believing that Chinese football is on the rise. Additionally, during the summer, the sensational transfers of Ai Huang and Gao Bo to Manchester United and Real Madrid respectively, after a period of silence, also re-entered the public eye in different forms. Ai Huang performed excellently in Manchester United's reserve team. Although he did not have a work permit and could not play for the first team, his performance had already earned the recognition of the coaching staff. During a press conference, Manchester United's manager Moyes specifically praised Ai Huang and stated that he would loan him out during the winter transfer window to gain more match experience. In an instant, many teams outside of England prepared to loan AI, Huang, causing a stir in the British media. Galbo, on the other hand, was sent down to Real Madrid's B team after transferring to the club competing in the Spanish second division. In this B team, which had previously nurtured excellent strikers like Soldado and Negrito, Galbo initially did not get many chances to play and struggled to integrate into the team due to language barriers. But after a chance appearance off the bench that helped the team clinch a last-minute victory, this young Chinese forward quickly found his scoring touch, pushing the original starting striker to the bench and firmly securing a starting position. By December, he had already scored 9 goals, placing 5th on the scoring chart of the second division despite having only started 7 times. His outstanding performance has attracted the attention of many teams seeking to one day bring him away from Real Madrid's star-studded squad. Chinese football, which has long been in a state of ups and downs, suddenly experienced a concentrated explosion over these 2 months with the performances of clubs and the national team putting Chinese players in the spotlight of world football, leading fans to believe that Chinese football is showing signs of rising. Gary Neville, a former Manchester United star and current commentator for Sky Sports in the UK, wrote an article analyzing the current phenomenon of Chinese football, stating that this long-dormant Eastern giant is finally awakening and the world of football will surely undergo significant changes due to the rise of Chinese football in the coming decades. Although various media hold differing views on whether Chinese football can change the current landscape of world football, they all agree the dormant Eastern giant of Chinese football is about to awaken. On December 3, 2013, local time in the UK, at Manchester United's Carrington training base, the players who had just struggled to a draw in the weekend league match were conducting recovery training under the guidance of their coaches. Head coach David Moyes stood by the pitch speaking with a middle-aged man in his 50s dressed in a black training suit. "David, you must go and see that kid this time. He is truly talented. We cannot afford to miss him," Taninho Cruz urged with a note of urgency. Over the past 2 months, having watched so many of Xia Ze's matches, Cruz had come to realize that Xia Ze's talent was exceptionally rare among his peers. That was why he kept pressing Moyes to make a decision. "Taninho, you know as well as I do that the team's results have been poor over the last 2 months. David Moyes frowned deeply. "The contract renewals for Wazza Rooney and Vita Vidic need to be sorted out as well. I simply cannot find the time." Ever since Moyes took over Manchester United, the team had been in a period of adjustment and their performance had been lackluster. After 14 rounds, they languished in 6th place on the league table. Fortunately, this season saw a surge of strong contenders in the Premier League, with all top teams dropping points. As a result, United were only 7 points off the top, keeping their title hopes alive. But you must have seen from the reports that this kid is already being courted by many clubs. "If we don't act quickly, it may be too late." Cruz's tone remained anxious. "I understand that," Moyes replied. "I understand that," Moyes replied. Moyes acknowledged, then lowered his head in deep thought for a long while before looking up. "How about this'll go with you to Portugal midweek? There's a derby match, isn't there?" "Great. He'll have my assistant book the tickets." Cruz, delighted that Moyes had agreed to watch Xia Ze's game, cheerfully left the training ground. In the Ueshio district of Guangzhou, inside an inconspicuous aging apartment building among a cluster of old residential houses, a 70-year-old man with graying hair sat in a wheelchair. Wearing a pair of reading glasses, his wrinkled, withered right hand held a pair of scissors as he slowly cut out newspaper clippings. The sound of scissors slicing through paper echoed through the quiet room. The old man meticulously searched for the most neatly shaped rectangle on the newspaper. The walls of the room were covered with posters and photos of a young football player in his jersey. On the desk, a thick scrapbook was filled with reports related to the same football teenager. After the scissors made another hole in a piece of newspaper, a satisfied smile finally spread across the old man's face. This was Xia Ze's home in Guangzhou, and the elderly man was none other than Xia Ze's grandfather, Xia Jinhua. Although Xia Jinhua harbored a deep resentment toward football because of his son, to the extent that he once regarded his grandson, who played the sport, with animosity, the past few months of Xia Ze's outstanding performances in Portugal had filled the grandfather with pride. The inherent love of a grandfather now manifested in this thick scrapbook. Ever since Xia Ze's transfer to Maritimo in the Portuguese Liga was reported by Guangzhou Daily, Xia Jinhua had clipped every article about Xia Ze and pasted them into this scrapbook. Over the past 3 months, the scrapbook had grown from just a few pages to a thickness of a full centimeter. Xia Ze had already sent money home 3 times since he started playing, which had greatly relieved the family's financial situation. Li Chunhua no longer had to juggle multiple jobs, and Xia Jinhua's daily routine consisted of cutting out reports about Xia Ze from newspapers and repeatedly watching the DVDs of Xia Ze's matches that Wang Xiaolin had downloaded and burned for him. Xia Jinhua applied glue to the freshly cut clipping and carefully pasted it into the scrapbook. But his usually steady and strong hands trembled slightly as they held the small piece of newspaper. A dull thud rang out, and Xia Jinhua slid off his wheelchair, crashing to the floor. Li Chunhua, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard a commotion from Xia Jinhua's room and rushed in to find him unconscious on the ground. In Madeira, Portugal, Xia Ze was walking along the street with Zhang Wei and Hua Yan. Over the past 2 months under Hua Yan's tutelage, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei had made significant progress in Portuguese and could now hold basic conversations. Apart from Hua Yan, Monica also contributed to their improvement. Ever since meeting Xia Ze, Monica had been visiting the training ground almost every day, clinging to him and talking to him, her affection for him unmistakable. Although Xia Ze had repeatedly made it clear, directly, indirectly, and from every angle, that he already had a girlfriend, one he deeply loved, the passionate Monica paid no heed and continued to haunt him like a ghost. Today he had finally managed to escape Monica's clutches and was strolling with Zhang Wei and Hua Yan. Strangely enough, Hua Yan had initially felt something special for Xia Ze, but over the past 2 months, with Monica constantly pursuing Xia Ze, she had ended up spending more time and engaging in more conversations with Zhang Wei. Their relationship had now become tinged with ambiguity. Xia Ze unapologetically acted as the third wheel, wedging himself between Zhang Wei and Hua Yan because he thought being a third wheel was still better than being pestered by Monica. Just the thought of Monica made Xia Ze frown with frustration. But today Funchal was still bathed in glorious sunshine. Every pedestrian on the street seemed to wear a sunny smile, basking in the gentle sunlight that blessed the region all year round. Occasionally some passers-by recognized Xia Ze and greeted him warmly. In this small city, the name Xia Ze had become extremely famous over the past 2 months. Everyone knew that a Chinese prodigy had emerged at Maritimo, leading the mediocre team in a charge for a Champions League spot. Among the crowd there were also unfriendly gazes directed at Xia Ze. He knew they were supporters of Nacional, the other Portuguese Liga club in Funchal. The hostility in those looks was because the first Madeira derby of the season was taking place midweek, Maritimo hosting Nacional. Nacional had also been in good form recently, sitting 7th in the league, just 5 points behind Maritimo. The tension for this match was palpable. As the core player of Maritimo, Xia Ze naturally drew the ire of Nacional's fans. But he simply smiled, seeming to revel in the feeling. Now that he was thriving at Maritimo, he looked forward even more to the high-profile matches such as this derby. Walking leisurely along the street, the three of them seemed to lose track of time. Suddenly a ringtone blared from Xia Ze's pocket. He pulled out his phone and saw it was Wang Xiaolan calling. He quickly calculated it was about noon in Portugal, which meant it should be around 8 p.m. in Guangzhou. Over the past 2 months, Xia Ze and Wang Xiaolan had talked frequently, usually around midday Portuguese time, which was evening in Beijing time. Receiving another call from Wang Xiaolan, Xia Ze assumed she missed him, so he teased her as he answered, "What's up?" "Xia Ze, your grandfather is in the hospital." Wang Xiaolan's urgent voice came through the phone. Xia Ze, who had been smiling, felt a chill at those words. His smile froze instantly, and his body stiffened on the "Xia Ze, what's wrong?" Hua Yan, who had been walking with him, noticed he had suddenly stopped, his face pale. Xia Ze didn't answer. His mind was in turmoil, as if he couldn't process the news. "Xia Ze, are you listening?" Wang Xiaolan's voice came again. Xia Ze suddenly shuddered, snapping out of his shock, and urgently asked Wang Xiaolan, "What happened to Grandpa?" "Your grandfather suddenly collapsed at home yesterday. Your aunt took him to the hospital where they found he had a heart condition. His condition is stable now, and she asked me to call you." Hearing that he was temporarily out of danger, Xia Ze breathed a long sigh of relief. But he knew that if his mother wanted Wang Xiaolan to call him, there must be another reason, so he asked Wang Xiaolan to put his mother on the phone. "Mom, how is Grandpa now?" "Xia Ze, your grandfather is stable for now, but the doctor recommends a heart bypass surgery. Otherwise there's still a risk of relapse." Li Chunhua said anxiously. "Did the doctor say the surgery is risky?" "The doctor said the risk is low, but..." "Then go ahead with the surgery. How much will it cost?" Xia Ze knew what his mother was hesitating about, and immediately made the decision for her. Although his grandfather had never shown him kindness since his father's death, he was still his grandfather. Xia Ze didn't want to lose him so soon. The doctor said the surgery and follow-up treatment will cost about over 1,000 yuan. Xia Ze did the math quickly. Over the past 2 months, his salary and bonuses had totaled about 15,000 euros. He had remitted 6,000 euros home, spent some, and still had over 7,000 euros left in his bank account. His mother hadn't spent much at home, so together it should be just enough to cover the surgery. "Mom will send some money first. If it's not enough, let me know. Don't worry about the money. He'll handle it," Xia Ze comforted her. "All right, I'll tell your grandfather to ease his mind." Li Chunhua felt a little more at ease knowing her son had enough money to cover the surgery. "Mom, take care of yourself too. I know. You be careful in Portugal." His grandfather's sudden illness disrupted Xia Ze's preparation for the Madeira derby. His distracted demeanor during training did not go unnoticed by head coach Martins. After the afternoon training session, Martins called Xia Ze aside and asked with concern, "Xia Ze, has something happened recently? You've been absent-minded during practice." "There's some family issue, but it's almost resolved," Xia Ze said apologetically. "That's good," Martin said lightly, but then his tone shifted and he looked seriously at Xia Ze. "Are you able to play in this match?" "Yes, I'm ready," Xia Ze answered without hesitation, his gaze resolute. On December 7th of Saturday in the city of Funchal on the Portuguese tourist destination of Madeira, a group of media reporters gathered in the media meeting room of the Barreiro Stadium for the pre-match press conference of the first Madeira derby of the season hosted by Maritimo Club. The Chinese player Xia Ze, who has been performing exceptionally well and rapidly rising like a rocket over the past 2 months, was also present at the press conference. This marked the first time he appeared in front of the media alongside his coach since joining Maritimo. In the past period, although Xia Ze had already been awarded the best player of the match in the Primeira Liga 5 times, Martins had kept him shielded within the club's protection due to his limited Portuguese skills. Perhaps to generate momentum for this Madeira derby, Martins brought Xia Ze to the press conference for the first time. When Xia Ze made his appearance at the press conference, the media reporters who had long been eager for this hot new star stirred with excitement. Following the young coach Martins into the venue, Xia Ze looked at the press conference area of several dozen square meters, where 30 or so reporters sat beneath the podium, their flashlights flickering as they suddenly bombarded the two upon their arrival. This scene reminded him of a dream he had months ago where he attended a press conference with Ferguson to announce his joining Manchester. That had merely been a dream, yet now he found himself truly in such a scenario, albeit for a pre-match press conference of a small club in Portugal. The press conference proceeded without any unexpected events, and after the reporters asked Martins a few routine questions at the beginning, they began to focus their firepower on Xia Ze, conducting a thorough exploration and investigation of the young player from that mysterious eastern country. Xia Ze, what was the reason that brought you to Maritimo? Dreams, without a doubt, dreams. My dream is to become a professional player and showcase my strength on the top stage in Europe. Maritimo undoubtedly provided me with this opportunity, so I am very happy playing for the team. Xia Ze skillfully answered this question, a confident smile appearing on his handsome face. However, the reporters were unaware that Xia Ze had practiced his smile for how long in front of the mirror yesterday in preparation for today's press conference, and had simulated answering questions with Zhang Wei multiple times, so he had nearly prepared the answers to these questions in advance. Only when Zhang Wei, kneeling in desperation, begged for mercy, did Xia Ze finally let him go. Mr. Martins, it is rumored that Swansea City was also interested in Xia Ze. How did you win out in the competition against the Premier League powerhouse? A reporter suddenly threw this question in somewhat awkward Portuguese. As soon as he asked that question, the venue erupted. All eyes turned to Martins in astonishment, as no one was aware of such insider information. Even Xia Ze was taken aback, looking curiously at his coach. Although he was quite satisfied with his current situation at Maritimo, if he had to choose between Swansea City and Maritimo back, then he would undoubtedly have chosen the former, because the reputations of the two clubs were too far apart in China. However, having chosen Maritimo now, it evidently turned out to be a good result. Xia Ze felt neither regret nor sorrow. He looked at Martins, simply hoping to learn more about the insider information he was unaware of. Ahem. This friend must be from England. Martins coughed lightly, politely addressing the reporter. After the match with Swansea City in August, their coach inquired about Xia Ze's situation. Of course, by then Xia Ze had already decided to join our team. Upon witnessing Martins confirming this matter, the reporters were taken aback. Xia Ze's ability to gain the favor of Swansea City's head coach Laudrup was indeed not coincidental. His recent explosive performance over the past 2 months was a testament to the fact that he was originally a highly gifted young player. Xia Ze, are you aware that Swansea City was once interested in you? A clever reporter posed this question. To be honest, I only found out about it now. Xia Ze scratched his head and said shyly, but the current situation is evident. I am very happy at the club and performing well here, so this is clearly the right choice. Xia Ze, it is said that many scouts from big clubs will be watching your performance in this match. Will you feel pressure? The reporter continued to press on issues related to Xia Ze's transfer. Martins shot a glare at the reporter, his face showing signs of annoyance. However, he was still a young coach and could not intimidate reporters like Ferguson. He was also unable to control the rhythm of the entire press conference with his presence. Xia Ze still had to face this question. Guangzhou RF nurtured me, and Maritimo is the beginning of my professional career. I have very deep feelings for both clubs. Xia Ze smiled, taking a detour. I have only played for the team less than 10 times. I will still have many more appearances for the team ahead. Scouts from other clubs cannot become a pressure for my matches. My pressure comes from being responsible for the team's performance and the attention of the fans. As Xia Ze spoke these words, he still maintained his smile and paused slightly. Of course, the fans' expectations are also my motivation to play. Throughout Xia Ze's responses, Martins consistently looked at him with approving eyes, clearly satisfied with Xia Ze. He could not have anticipated that Xia Ze could respond so cleverly to media questions in his first press conference. The reporters fell into silence after Xia Ze's answer, as no one knew what question to ask next. At this point, the press conference had already passed 30 minutes, and there were only 10 minutes left before it was set to conclude. Xia Ze, do you have a girlfriend? A young female reporter broke the deadlock by suddenly posing this question. Her question caught everyone by surprise. Every gentleman in attendance looked at him with strange expressions, then glanced at Xia Ze's handsome face, seemingly understanding as everyone wore a subtle expression of "I see" that made the atmosphere particularly awkward. "Yes, we are happy together, thank you," Xia Ze answered the female reporter's question shyly, politely, and simply. Although the female reporter felt a bit embarrassed, her question revitalized the atmosphere. "Xia Ze, I heard your father was a professional player, and your family must support your pursuit of football. When did you decide to become a professional player?" Upon hearing this, Xia Ze recalled that his father had passed away when he was young, and his grandfather had tried to stifle his dream when he first expressed his desire to play football. He himself did not know how he had managed to persist to this point. For a moment, Xia Ze fell into deep thought. "Xia Ze, can you answer?" The reporter, seeing Xia Ze lost in thought, smiled and reminded him. "Oh, sorry, I was just reminded of some things." Xia Ze suddenly came to his senses. "Actually, I don't know when I decided to become a professional player. Perhaps this is my connection with football." Xia Ze answered somewhat listlessly. His response seemed a bit perfunctory, and the smile that had been on his face. Martins had already sensed something was off when Xia Ze seemed distracted. Seeing that another reporter was about to follow up, he spoke to protect Xia Ze. "Alright, everyone has asked Xia Ze so many questions. I think he is tired. If anyone has questions, just ask me." Although Martin's words were polite, everyone could sense the firmness in his tone. Thus they did not continue to press on Xia Ze's childhood, but instead asked Martin some questions regarding the match arrangement. Soon 10 minutes passed, and the press conference was officially concluded. The atmosphere, which had been pleasant throughout the press conference, turned somewhat oppressive after a reporter posed a rather ordinary question. It ended in a somewhat unpleasant atmosphere, with everyone, including Martins, noticing the unusual expression on Xia Ze's face. The next day, Madeira Island, a tourist destination, was livelier than usual. The streets and alleys were filled with fans wearing red and green striped shirts and black and white striped shirts representing two Primera Liga clubs on this small island, embodying different social classes. The red and green striped Maritimo represents the lower middle-class common people, while the black and white striped Nacional represents the wealthy class. The two factions are at odds, unwilling to yield. Every confrontation between them is no less significant than any city derby on earth, with the victors able to carry their heads high and be proud for the following 6 months. The losers, however, are left dejected like stray dogs. Before the first explosive Madeira derby of the season began, Funchal Airport welcomed a rather special visitor arriving on a regular flight to Madeira. A tall, middle-aged Caucasian man dressed in a formal suit with furrowed brows and a face full of wrinkles exited Funchal Airport, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a black sports tracksuit with a neat short haircut, getting into a taxi, heading to the match venue, the Estadio dos Barreiros. These two middle-aged men were Manchester United's head coach David Moyes and scout Tonino Cruz. 2 hours before the match, passionate Maritimo fans had already gathered outside the Duosi Ballalosi Stadium. Redan green striped jerseys were everywhere, and some passionate fans were loudly singing the team's cheering songs, including "Let Him Play," which had become especially popular in the past 2 months. It was a song tailor-made for Xia Ze. The outstanding performance over the past 2 months made the lower-status commoners on Madeira Island feel as if they had overthrown the landlords and become masters themselves. Everyone was elated, having let out a long-held breath of relief in front of their city rivals. This sentiment reached its peak 2 weeks ago when they defeated Benfica at home. In that match, Maritimo took full advantage of home ground to dominate the game, convincingly beating one of the Portuguese Super League's top 3, leaving the Portuguese media stunned. As the home team in such blazing form, they certainly had reason to expect more from this match. Outside this modest yet historic stadium, Latin language songs, loud conversations among fans, and vendors hawking cries formed a beautiful symphony, a tune called the Festival of Fans. A black Volkswagen taxi slowly pulled over on the road opposite the Barreiros Stadium. 2 middle-aged men in black suits got out and entered a cafe on the street. "The atmosphere here seems pretty good," Moyes said as he sipped his coffee, gazing through the window at the fans across the street. There was still some time before kickoff. They didn't need to enter the stadium so early. Given Moyes' current fame, if he appeared among the crowd, he would likely be surrounded and unable to escape. Although he was not entirely comfortable in his role as Manchester United's head coach. 2 months ago it wasn't this long. Tonino, sitting opposite, replied, "It's because that Chinese kid has led Maritimo to one thrilling victory after another with his stunning performances, making the fans increasingly passionate." Hearing this, Moyes, usually with a bitter melon-like face, couldn't help but crack a smile. Tonino always had Xia Ze on his lips no matter the time. It seemed he truly had high hopes for this young Chinese player. "Let's see what kind of performance your unforgettable Chinese magic boy will bring us today," Moyes said expectantly. That goal he scored against Sporting Lisbon was truly beautiful. In the parking lot outside Barreiros Stadium, a rather old car slowly pulled into a space. As soon as the car stopped, a girl jumped out from the passenger seat and hurried to the trunk. While taking things out, she scolded, "Brother, it's all your fault for picking me up so late. Look, the match is about to start. What's the rush? There's still an hour until kickoff," said a burly, bearded man as he got out and helped the girl. "Xia Ze is already warming up," the girl said sharply. Although the bearded man was sturdy, he seemed utterly incapable of retorting under her reproach, so he simply shut his mouth and obediently helped. These two were naturally Monica and her brother. Since meeting Xia Ze, Monica had attended every home match over the past 2 months. The cheering squad she led had spread the song, Let Him Play, far and wide, a song praising Xia Ze. Creating this song was her proudest achievement. Dad, Mom, hurry up, the match is about to start. Inside a house, Hua Yin urged Hua Bin and Xuebingyi at the door. Coming. Hua Bin's resigned voice came from the room. After a while the two finally emerged, awkwardly both wearing shy expressions. The couple, both in their 40s, were not dressed in their usual mature and composed attire, but rather in Redan green Militamo jerseys. Xiao Yin, I said we're just watching a match. Do we have to dress like this? Hua Bin said with a grimace. What do you mean? We're going to support Xia Ze and David. We definitely need to look like supporters. Hua Yin had tied her hair in a ponytail, her jersey knotted at the waist, and she wore denim shorts, perfectly accentuating her stunning figure. Exactly. You old dog, what's with the hesitance? Xuebingyi, who seemed to have gotten used to it too, couldn't help. Hua Bin saw that his wife had also knotted her jersey at the waist, and he was dumbfounded. An hour before kickoff, crowds in Funchal began gathering toward Duosi Belarusi Stadium. The brilliant performances over the past 2 months had filled Militamo's home ground to near capacity for every match. Some fans who hadn't bought tickets gathered in bars and restaurants around the stadium to watch the game on TV. The entire Funchal became a sea of football, with televisions showing the Madeira Derby everywhere. At this moment, it was exactly the pre-match warm-up time for both teams. Xia Ze was walking out of the tunnel from the dressing room with his teammates. He had played 4 or 5 matches at this stadium and was quite familiar with its atmosphere. He even felt somewhat dependent on the feeling of this stadium. Xia Ze, you're so handsome. Xia Ze, look here. Xia Ze, I want to marry you. As soon as they emerged from the tunnel, the right side stands were filled with young foreign ladies. They were all blonde and blue-eyed, with skin tones ranging from fair to wheat-colored and faces from charming to ordinary, all gathered on the stands to the right of the player tunnel. Although their skin colors and appearances varied, they shared one common trait, a deep infatuation with the handsome and skilled Xia Ze. If there was another commonality, it was that they were all friends Monica had brought or had come to know Xia Ze through Monica. These passionate female fans often appeared outside the training ground shouting Xia Ze's name while watching Militamo's training, which once gave Xia Ze and the coaching staff a big headache. Later, after negotiations between Xia Ze and Monica, Xia Ze agreed to go on 3 dates with Monica in exchange for these fanatical female fans no longer appearing outside the training ground. However, whenever there was a match, these female fans would gather on the right side of the player tunnel waiting for Xia Ze to enter or exit. When Xia Ze passed by, they would let out heart-stopping screams. Xia Ze was quite embarrassed at first, but after a few matches he got used to it. Occasionally he would even cast a warm smile at these female fans, provoking another round of screams. But today, when Xia Ze walked out of the dressing room, the girls could clearly sense that he was in a bad mood, frowning deeply, his mind seemingly full of worries. Xia Ze, what's wrong? Zhang Wei, who was walking with him, also noticed Xia Ze's abnormality. Is it because of... Don't worry, the surgery will definitely be fine. Yeah, I know I'm fine. Let's warm up. Xia Ze nodded, still not saying much, just jogging with his head down. Seeing this, Zhang Wei knew he couldn't adjust so quickly, so he patted his shoulder in encouragement. They had suddenly received news yesterday that Xia Ze's grandfather's surgery had been rescheduled to Wednesday evening because it needed to be performed at night, when bodily functions were less active and blood supply was relatively lower, which coincided with Xia Ze's match time. Originally, Wang Xiaolin had only told Zhang Wei, asking him to inform Xia Ze after the match. But Zhang Wei, being such a thick-skinned guy, never realized that Wang Xiaolin wanted him to tell Xia Ze after the match to avoid affecting his performance. So as soon as Zhang Wei got the news, he told Xia Ze directly. The 40-minute warm-up ended and fans were quickly filling Barreiro Stadium. Players from both teams returned to their dressing rooms. In the away team's dressing room, Nacional's head coach Jokanovic stood before the tactical board, giving his final pre-match speech. Boys, recently Militamo have been very arrogant. For the honor of our club, for our position on Madeira Island, we must make them suffer in this match and let them taste defeat. We'll put them under our feet again. Show them our strength. Conquer Duosi Balaosi. Encouraged Nacional's players shouted out their bold declarations. Jokanovic looked at the excited expressions, nodded in satisfaction, and finally his gaze fell upon a sturdy, determined player. Giro, in this match you must stick to their midfield core, Xia Ze, and not let him have any influence. Coach I, Clodomir, stake my reputation on this. He'll defend that brat Xia Ze until he loses his temper and show him what Portuguese Super League level really is. Clodomir punched his own chest and said resolutely, "Good. I need every one of you to give it your all. Treat this match as your own World Cup final. Victory will bring supreme honor. For our fans, for yourselves, for the honor of Nacional Club, fight." Jokanovic rallied every player in the fight like men. A firm voice echoed from the away dressing room. The Madeira Derby was finally about to be. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Sport TV's live broadcast of the most heated matchday 13 clash in the Portuguese Primeira Liga, the Madeira Derby between Maritimo and Nacional. I'm your host, Christian. And joining us today as always is our esteemed guest Luis Figo. Hello everyone, Figo said with a courteous smile toward the camera. Luis, which team do you support in today's match? Today's Madeira derby sees Nacional ranked 7th, while Maritimo, led by the extraordinary Chinese prodigy Xia Ze, sits 4th, just 2 points behind Benfica. Both sides still harbor realistic hopes of qualifying for European competition next season, making this encounter fiercely contested. Still, I slightly favor Maritimo playing at home. Figo delivered his analysis with calm authority. Indeed, over the past 2 months, the meteoric rise of young Xia Ze has been nothing short of astonishing. On the pitch, it seems no force can impede his relentless advance. With him anchoring midfield, today Maritimo appears poised for victory. Christian enthusiastically echoed Figo's praise. Ever since his first commentary on Xia Ze, where he had famously contradicted himself, he had followed the young player's every match with unwavering attention. In each broadcast, Christian never missed an opportunity to laud Xia Ze. Beyond the player's own dazzling performances, Christian's vocal advocacy played no small part in propelling him into the spotlight so swiftly. Now let's preview the starting lineups. Host Maritimo lines up in their familiar 433 formation: goalkeeper Sasha O, defenders from left to right, Ruben Ferreira, Rosario Zhang Wei, a promising young Chinese talent, and Captain Brugger. In midfield, the prodigious Xia Ze, veteran Gret, and Artur, who has impressed since returning from injury. Up front, Sammy Dilly and Helton. As for Nacional, their lineup is, with the referee's whistle, the long-awaited Madeira derby officially began. The Estadio dos Barreiros erupts in jubilation. Over 10,000 home supporters launch into spirited chants, team anthems, tributes to players, unbroken and thunderous, rivaling even the roar of a packed 5,000-seat Estadio de Luz. Amidst this tidal wave of sound, Maritimo launches its attacks under Xia Ze's orchestration. Yet today Xia Ze appears distracted, repeatedly misplacing passes or delivering them at suboptimal moments and angles, robbing his team of control despite their clear advantage. Xia Ze, the prodigy, seems off form today. Could fatigue be the cause? Christian remarked, concern edging his voice after yet another misplaced pass. His physical stamina appears compromised, but Martins has shielded him diligently. Could it be overwhelming pressure weighing upon him? Figo frowned, watching Xia Ze move sluggishly across the pitch. It's only been 15 minutes. We'll see if... Christian added. It seems we found our answer. Look who's here. Suddenly Christian stared intently at the big screen and exclaimed, that's David Moyes, Manchester United's manager. Has he come to scout Xia Ze? Could his presence explain Xia Ze's uncharacteristic laughs? Has the young man grown anxious to impress? Christian voiced his thoughts aloud as though speaking directly to the audience. Perhaps that's precisely it. Let's hope Xia Ze regains composure and delivers a stellar performance before such distinguished observers. Figo remained composed. Taninho, this lad seems rather ordinary, Moyes muttered from the stands, his brow. David, perhaps he learned you'd be watching today, and grew nervous. Over the past 2 months I've watched nearly 10 of his matches, each one marked by remarkable poise and precision. Taninho Cruz offered the explanation beside Moyes. He is after all still very young. Let's watch on. Moyes nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the pitch, his frown unrelenting. Though modest in size, the Estadio dos Barreiros features private boxes, designed into the stadium from its earliest blueprints. Inside one such box sat a white-haired man in his 40s, seated on the sofa, eyes locked on the match, his brow faintly furrowed. Beside him sat a graceful woman equally absorbed in the game. Opposite them sat a tall, powerfully built bald man, also watching the pitch with rapt intensity. Peter, is this Chinese youngster truly as exceptional as they claim? So far these first minutes haven't been particularly impressive, the white-haired man mused, his brow still knotted. Roman, patience. Over recent years I've devoted myself entirely to talent representation. My eye for potential rivals mend his own. Peter smiled gently. But can he truly hold his own in our squad? Roman remained skeptical. We lead the league, but Frank is 35. We need a successor. Xia Ze is unquestionably the ideal candidate. Peter's smile remained serene. Won't Jose object? The Andre incident already strained relations between him and Roman. The elegant woman beside Roman finally spoke, her tone measured. We have only 1 or 2 forward spots, but 4 or 5 in midfield. This young Chinese talent excels both as a central midfielder and an attacking playmaker. His youth makes him an invaluable asset to the squad. Peter continued his analysis, pausing briefly to gauge Roman's expression before adding, more importantly, should Xia Ze join us, his presence would dramatically accelerate our expansion into the Chinese market. To surpass Manchester United's global influence, we must cultivate deep-rooted fan loyalty across China. At these words, Roman's tightly furrowed brow lifted slightly. His expression softened, though his gaze remained fixed on the pitch, his lips moving silently. Upon hearing Roman's quiet remark, both Peter and the elegant woman exchanged knowing smiles. Xiaoyan, where is Xia Ze? I only see David. A portly bald Maritimo supporter squinted intently at the field. None other than Hua Bin attending the match with his family. Look at your father. His eyes are failing. I honestly don't recall how I ever fell for him, Xue Bingyi teased, covering her mouth with a laugh. Dad, look, there he is dribbling right now. Hua Yin pointed eagerly toward the player weaving through defenders. Xia Ze, go for it. Hua Bin peered hard, then suddenly recognized his grandson and roared into the air. Dad, Xia Ze just lost possession. Hua Yin rolled her eyes exasperated. What's wrong with Xia Ze today? He's always so sharp on TV. Xue Bingyi murmured, her brow knitting in quiet concern. It's all David's fault. He told Xia Ze about Grandpa's surgery today. No wonder he's distracted. Hua Yin sounded indignant. Don't blame David. He's earnest and simple-hearted. He never meant any harm. Xue Bingyi interjected gently, clearly fond of Zhang Wei. Xia Ze, go for it. Xia Ze, don't fear them. Xia Ze, defeat them. Xia Ze, you're incredible. Along the tunnel entrance, a group of young female fans raised their voices in unison, cheering wildly regardless of whether Xia Ze retained possession or not. When Xia Ze had been consistently brilliant in prior matches, they'd become a vibrant fixture in the stands. But today, after 20 minutes of erratic play, surrounding fans grew restless. Monica, what's wrong with Xia Ze today? Her brother frowned. Everyone has off days. We can't expect brilliance every match. Though deeply concerned, the bearded man remained level-headed. But he's Xia Ze. He's only 18. By the 25th minute, Xia Ze ran aimlessly, desperate for the ball, but after his earlier mistakes, teammates hesitated to feed him. They passed only when he stood completely unmarked. Yet shadowing him relentlessly was a burly opponent, like a phantom tracking his every movement, even abandoning his own midfield position without hesitation. Already unsettled by his grandfather's impending surgery, Xia Ze now faced suffocating man-marking, leaving him little recourse but to create space for others through tireless movement. Grandpa must be in surgery right now, Xia Ze murmured, gazing blankly at the rolling ball, lost in thought. Xia Ze, receive. A sharp command cut through the noise, Gret delivering a crisp horizontal pass. For once his marker was nowhere near. Yet as Xia Ze extended his right foot to meet the ball, it slipped unervingly beneath his sole. An amateurish, Xia Ze had surrendered possession, directly to the opposition. A collective gasp rippled across the Estadio dos Barreiros. Damn, the passer, Grelot muttered under his breath, and hurried to block the opposing player with the ball. Due to Xia Ze's mistake, the opposing team broke through the midfield, quickly approaching the penalty area through a large. Xia Ze's blunder has given the national team a great opportunity for an attack. They might try a long shot. The voice of Kristen echoed in the studio. Oh, it's Grelot. He tracked back in time and executed a beautiful sliding tackle to intercept the ball. Kid, focus. Grelot ran to Xia Ze's side and warned him. Xia Ze was also shocked and annoyed by his previous mistake. He didn't expect his grandfather's situation to affect his performance. No, if this continues, we will be defeated, Xia Ze told himself. I must rise like a man and set aside my grandfather. Xia Ze shook his head, seemingly trying to toss out the chaotic emotions from his mind. His gaze gradually grew more resolute as he proactively ran towards his teammates, signaling for the ball. Although Xia Ze was not in top form, Maritimo was still dominating the game with defenders, primarily passing to Grelot and Arthur, while Xia Ze's role shifted to pulling the opposing midfield and defense. However, he did not feel discouraged. Instead, he moved more actively to create passing opportunities for his teammates, and also to receive more passes himself. David, pass the ball to me. Xia Ze shouted as he ran to the position of the defensive midfielder, calling out to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked up and observed the front, seeing that Xia Ze had created space, while Arthur and Grelot were being marked by the opposing midfield. In the past, he would have passed the ball to Xia Ze without hesitation, but today, seeing Xia Ze's apparent lack of form made him hesitate. Trust me, Xia Ze shouted at Zhang Wei as he ran, arms outstretched. Zhang Wei's expression shifted as he caught Xia Ze's determined gaze, reigniting his trust in the childhood friend, and with a push from his foot, he passed the ball to Xia Ze's feet. This was almost the first time in the last 5 minutes that Xia Ze got the ball. Having shaken off the defender by several meters, he was able to comfortably receive the ball, turn around, and assess the situation on the field. Both Arthur and Grelot sensed that the former Xia Ze seemed to be back, and a hint of smiles appeared on their faces as they approached from different positions to support him. Due to Xia Ze's inaccurate performance in the first 30 minutes, Maritimo's midfield struggled to organize effective attacks. So when Xia Ze received the ball, the 3 players in front were all tightly marked by the opposing defenders. Xia Ze did not blindly pass forward. Instead, he passed the ball to the feet of the fullback, then moved forward to support, working through the midfield and backline to draw out the opponent's defense. Xia Ze did not blindly pass forward. Instead, he passed the ball to the feet of the fullback, then moved forward to support, working through the midfield and backline to draw out the opponent's defense. Good, let your performance come through with the passing. Martins on the sidelines thought to himself, clenching his fists. During the first 30 minutes of the first half, he had been frowning, worried about Xia Ze's form, even considering substituting him off. However, these few minutes of performance had made Martins feel a bit more at ease. After a few minutes of careful passing, Maritimo's attacking flow had become smooth again. The players had developed a strong synergy and returned to their unbeaten form. In the last 10 minutes of the first half, Xia Ze adjusted his form, allowing Maritimo to regain control of the game, creating several threatening attacks, though none were able to breach the national team's goal. With the referee's whistle, the first half ended with both sides entering the locker room at 0-0. Outside the restroom at the Barreros Stadium, a middle-aged man in sportswear was speaking softly on the phone in English, not stealthily glancing around, attracting odd looks from the surrounding fans. "Vilas, I watched half of that Chinese kid's game, and he indeed has some talent, but it seems he is not a player suited for big." The middle-aged man continued discussing Xia Ze on the phone. "Compared to him, our Christian is much better." The chairman said to expand the club's global influence, "It's rare to have such a decent young player from China, which is exactly what we need." On the other end of the phone, a voice in his 30s came through. "Well, then I will stay in Portugal and observe for a while longer, but..." The middle-aged man hesitated. "Did you discover something?" The person on the other end sensed the middle-aged man's doubt and pressed for more. "I saw David Moyes here, and there's another person I'm not sure is him. He'll call you back after I confirm." "All right then, thank you for your efforts." In the Maritimo locker room, Martin stood before the tactics board, first delivering a reprimand about the team's performance, then outlining a few adjustments needed for the second half. After the first half's sluggish performance, Xia Ze was now pouring ice water over his head, trying to clear his mind. As he walked back to the locker room after halftime, he realized how much his grandfather's surgery had affected him. "Xia Ze, what's wrong with you today?" Martins approached Xia Ze and spoke softly. The teammates next to Xia Ze also intentionally moved away, leaving space for Martins and Xia Ze to talk. "Coach, it's nothing. I was troubled by something at the start, but I have adjusted now." Xia Ze slightly shook his head, indicating to the coach that he was fine. "Zhang Wei told me about your grandfather. I also feel very sorry, but your grandfather is just undergoing surgery, and the success rate is high. You shouldn't let it affect you," Martins firmly told Xia Ze. Xia Ze's expression changed when he heard Martins say this, looking at him in surprise. "I know your grandfather must hope you succeed in football, so you should not be distracted during the game because of your worries about him. You should dedicate your performance to him, who is battling illness." Martins continued to impart some match experience, addressing Xia Ze's current worries. "Frank Lampard scored just days after his mother passed away to honor her spirit, turning emotions from off the pitch into motivation on the pitch. That's essential to becoming a top star." After saying this, Martins patted Xia Ze on the shoulder, his tone softening somewhat. "I hope you understand the team still needs you in the second half. To become a star like Lampard, I must transform off-pitch emotions into on-pitch motivation." Xia Ze's gaze was vacant as he stared at the floor, the words echoing in his mind. After a while, his gaze began to focus and gradually became resolute. His previously bent back straightened slowly, and his expression transformed from confusion to determination. "Mr. Martins, I understand." Luis, in the first half, Maritimo clearly did not perform to their potential. "When do you think Martins will make adjustments in the second half?" Kristen was chatting with Figo in the studio, and of course their conversation was being broadcast live across Portugal. "Actually, we all saw that Maritimo's midfield core, the talented Xia Ze, had a poor performance in the first 30 minutes, which was also the reason the home team couldn't break the deadlock. However, after 30 minutes, Xia Ze's form seemed to improve, creating several threats on the field. So we can look forward to how a returning Xia Ze will change Maritimo's attack in the second half." "Thank you for your analysis, Luis." Well, the players have come out of the locker room. Let's watch the second half of the match together. "Grandpa, I will prove to you that I can gain recognition on the football field," Xia Ze silently vowed as he stood near the center circle waiting for the kickoff. Beep! With a whistle from the referee, the second half of the match began. After some mental adjustments during halftime, Xia Ze was clearly in much better form than in the first half, actively seeking the ball from his teammates right from the start of the second half, penetrating into the opponent's dangerous zone through coordinated plays in midfield. Although the opposing defensive midfielder was tightly marking Xia Ze, the support and protection from Arthur and Grelit on either side allowed Xia Ze to shake off the opponent's entanglement to the maximum extent, showcasing his playmaking ability. Xia Ze received the ball near the center circle, and the opposing defensive midfielder Clodomir quickly closed in. He did not dribble, but directly tapped the ball to Arthur, who was making a run on the left side where the space was wide open. The ball was then passed to the left winger Sammy, who crossed it in. In the center, Dilly was ready to pounce, but unfortunately the opposing defender got to the ball first and cleared it. The ball fell to Grelit on the outskirts, who then passed it horizontally to Arthur, who suddenly played a sharp through ball. Xia Ze appeared on the left side of the penalty area, quickly catching up to Arthur's through ball. During that previous attack, Xia Ze had already managed to shake off Clodomir with a clever run. Arthur's telepathic through ball gave him an unknown opportunity against the opposing defender on the left side of the penalty area. Xia Ze lightly touched the ball with the outside of his foot, his gaze darting between the opponent's defender's knee and waist. He nudged the ball with his right foot, leaning his body to the left, as if preparing to push it down. The opposing defender had been closely watching the ball at Xia Ze's feet. Upon realizing Xia Ze wanted to break through down the baseline, he quickly reacted and kept up with Xia Ze's pace. Unexpectedly, just as Xia Ze's ball left his right foot, he flicked it with his left foot, sending it in the opposite direction. His body had only feigned to the left before he moved to the right. The opposing defender lost his balance as Xia Ze executed a nutmeg to bypass him. Xia Ze had shaken off the defender and found a shooting opportunity at the edge of the penalty area. This is a great opportunity, Xia thought as he watched Xia Ze feint past the defender and find space just left of the penalty arc poised to shoot. On the touchline, Ma Dingxi assistant coach Hao Er he and the substitutes rose to their feet tense and fixated on the distant penalty area waiting for the goal to unfold. Every heart in Ba Lei Luo Si Stadium was taut with anticipation. Some fans who had stepped out at halftime for the restroom or snacks were stranded in the concourses, frozen in place, crushing the treats in their hands. Hua Yin and her family, Moni Ka, and the fervent female supporters watched Xia Ze with bated breath, hoping his strike would break the deadlock. Xia Ze created space, glanced up to gauge the goalkeeper's position, and without hesitation curled a right-footed shot with a graceful arc toward the far corner. The opposing keeper had been on edge since Xia Ze received the ball. This Chinese youngster had already struck 2 or 3 stunning long-range efforts, and he dared not treat him like an 18-year-old. The instant Xia Ze struck, the goalkeeper read the leg motion, shifted left, planted, and launched himself through the air to meet the crescenting ball. Beautiful. Gutadi held it cleanly. Li Ding's excited voice came from the studio. As a commentator, he narrated without bias. Xia Ze's shot was exquisitely placed and seemed not struck with full power, posing little real threat to Gutadi. A wave of regret swept through the Mali DMO supporters inside Ba Lei Luo Si Stadium. Guamin team launched an attack, a threaded pass from midfield aimed at penetrating Mali DMO's backline, but Zhang Wei stretched out and intercepted with a long reach. He swiftly fed the ball to a 2-air, a counterattack opportunity for Mali DMO. As Xia Ze's form returned, the contest reached a white-hot intensity. Mali DMO commanded the game, yet Guomin's counters were threatening enough to restrain any reckless press. In the 59th minute, Mali DMO fashioned an opening. Xia Ze carried the ball from midfield, surging forward, while the 2 wing sprinters made incisive runs, and striker Li pulled defenders to create space. Xia Ze evaded a tackle, nudged the ball past the left back toward the byline. Right winger Xia Dun read the intent and darted in to collect and drive the ball into the box. Li and Sa Mi were positioned at near and far posts to pounce, and Xia Ze arrived on the edge of the penalty area ready for Xia Dun's cross. Xia Dun delivered a thunderous cross threading between keeper and defenders. Sa Mi arrived at the far post, slid, and struck, sending the ball screaming for goal. Bang! The ball smashed against the post and ricocheted out over the goal line. Sa Mi's slide had been fractionally off, failing to meet the sweet spot. A heartbreaking miss. A collective sigh rose from the touchline and stands. In the 65th minute, Mali DMO won a right-side corner. Sa Mi bent a left-footed arc that landed on the penalty spot. Luo Sali Ao rose above the crowd and met the ball with a header, accelerated by his contact. The ball shot toward the right side of goal. The opposing goalkeeper was helpless, yet a defender on the goal line booted away what would have been Rosario's certain goal. Mali DMO had squandered another clear chance. In the 70th minute, Ma Dingxi withdrew Xia Dun and brought on Dai Luo. 2 minutes later, Mali DMO mounted another attack. Xia Ze and a 2-air exchanged a series of 1-2s, breaking into the opponent's penalty area. Xia Ze feinted 2 successive shots to draw 2 defenders and then, with a sudden backheel, flicked the ball to a 2-air at the left of the arc. A 2-air was unmarked. He met the pass and unleashed a thunderous drive. The ball flew like a cannon toward goal. Guomin's keeper dived, but could not touch it. Bang! The ball thundered against the crossbar, rose high, and Gutadi lunged forward to snatch it into his own. Oh! It seems the goal frame at Ba Lei Luo Si Stadium is conspiring against Mali DMO today. They've struck the woodwork twice. Li Ding lamented Mali DMO's squandered dominance, even as he called the action. Gutadi launched a long clearance to spark a counterattack. Guomin's left winger Mali Ao Long gathered the ball and surged toward the byline, with Yanai and Tia Gu providing support in the center. Guomin's counter was razor sharp. Mali Ao Long soon reached the vicinity of the byline. Zhang Wei moved to cover, while Luo Sali Ao and the retreating Gulai Te tracked 2 opposing men. Mali Ao Long crossed. The ball landed inside the box. Oh! The referee blew his whistle and awarded a penalty. It was Gulai Te's hand. This player had been outstanding all match, yet in the box he foolishly handled the ball and cost his side a penalty. Guamin team had a chance from the spot. Inside the penalty area, Buligu Air and keeper Sa Sha argued with the referee, while Gulai Te crouched near the spot, racked with regret. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei went over and helped Gulai Te to his feet, patting his shoulder. They saw the pained, conflicted look on his face and felt a sharp sympathy. The referee stood by his decision, ordering Sa Sha and Buligu Air back to their positions. Guomin's forward Didiya and I placed the ball on the spot and faced Sa Sha. The entire stadium, both Mali DMO loyalists and Guamin supporters, watched in taut silence the duel between keeper and striker. The whistle sounded. Didiya and I ran, struck, and deceived Sa Sha with apparent ease. The ball nest led the net. 10. The visiting Guamin team led. Ba Lei Luo Si Stadium fell into stunned silence. Mali Demo fans wore expressions of disappointment and pain. The distant celebrations of the visiting supporters sounded unbearably grating. Do not give up. There is time, we can equalize. Ma Dingxi pounded his palms on the touchline and shouted encouragement to the dispirited players. Yes, we still have time. Give everything. Bu Li Guer also bellowed encouragement as captain, and now was when he most had to lead. Play resumed. Despite Mali Demo's predominance in the second half, they unexpectedly trailed 0-1 to the visitors. Only 15 minutes remained. After conceding, Ma Dingxi quickly made substitutions, withdrawing Zhang Wei and Gu Laite for Diku Ao and striker Fei De Lisi, leaving 3 at the back and sending everyone forward. In the ensuing quarter hour, Mali Demo launched frantic waves of attack, while Guomin withdrew into a compact half, defending stubbornly. But Lady Luck simply refused to glance in Mali Demo's direction today. In the final 15 minutes, Mali Demo fashioned 10 shots, 3 flew wide, the others were either palmed away by the keeper, cleared from the line by defenders, or repelled by that accursed frame. In the dying moments, even Sasha surged forward to no avail. When the referee blew his third and final whistle, the pre-match favorites Mali Demo had shockingly lost at home to Guomin team. The faces of Mali Demo supporters were etched with despair. They could accept defeat to any rival, but not to their city nemesis. Such a sting was almost intolerable. Xia Ze bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Sweat coursed down his face and dripped onto the turf. Even now he could not accept the loss. He could not fathom how a side that had dominated could be beaten. Opposition players came over to shake hands. Xia Ze moved like a shell of himself, barely touching palms before lowering his head and slowly heading for the players' tunnel. As he passed the tunnel, the women who once screamed his name now watched in silence as their idol walked into the dim. In the dressing room, the players were listless. Ma Dingxi fumed at the tactics board, while Xia Ze's face remained expressionless. At that moment, even his grandfather's operation slipped from his mind. Only one thought occupied him: why did we lose? He could accept defeat to a superior side, but not to a weaker opponent whom they had dominated for the match, and who only prevailed with a single furtive strike. I know you are hurting, but there is nothing to be done. This is football. If you fail to seize chances, others will punish you, Ma Dingxi said angrily. Having vented his anger, he rubbed his lower back and added with weary resignation. He knew the veterans in the squad understood this truth. He only wanted to impress it upon Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, Diku Ao, and the other young players. Outside Ba Lei Luoc Stadium, Moec and Tua Niao Kaluzi walked through the dispersing crowd. Tua Niao Kaluzi turned to Moec and asked expectantly to Wei, how do you rate Xia Ze? Moec offered a faint smile. The kid did well, but his finishing seemed wanting. We'll see how he fares in the next. Watching ahead, Moec added with quiet significance, losing this game may not be a bad thing for him. The first match of the season in the Madeira Derby concluded with a 10 defeat for the home side Maritimo. No one had anticipated that Maritimo, unbeaten in 10 league matches and riding a wave of momentum, would lose at home to their city rivals Nacional. Throughout the match, Maritimo dominated, superior in shots, possession, and every other statistical category. Yet no matter how impressive the numbers, the most crucial tally favored Nacional. During the first half, Xia Ze's lackluster performance became a target of criticism from media and fans alike. The player who had previously shone brightly now found himself in the crosshairs. Whether Xia Ze possessed the ability to bear the weight of high-stakes matches and lead the team forward became the most heated debate beyond the result itself. This loss by Maritimo also blindsided countless bettors, while the bookmakers laughed all the way to the bank, raking in substantial profits. For several days, Xia Ze failed to recover from the defeat. Though he trained even harder, a pervasive gloom hung. Even the success of his grandfather Xia Jinhua's surgery could not inject joy into his spirit. Hua Yin and Zhang Wei observed this with deep concern. Yet both knew that this was a problem within Xia Ze's own mind. Unless he could shatter this shackle, it would be difficult for him to make further progress. Why did we dominate every aspect yet end up with a losing result? We clearly worked harder than them, so why were we the ones to fail, and not them? These questions persistently troubled Xia Ze. He was someone who detested failure, and since his debut for Maritimo, he had never tasted defeat. This loss was an entirely new experience for him. Xia Ze, don't overthink it. Matches have winners and losers. We can't win all the time, Zhang Wei said, walking beside Xia Ze, trying to console him with the limited wisdom he possessed. Xia Ze did not respond nor react, merely gazing ahead with a bewildered look as he aimlessly trudged toward Hua Yan's home. Xia Ze, isn't that person familiar? Zhang Wei suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming in surprise. Xia Ze followed Zhang Wei's gesture and saw a man draped in a black coat, a hat pulled low over his head, and every inch of his body shrouded in clothing, as if the mild weather felt like the Arctic to him. The man walked hurriedly, glancing around constantly, his hand draped in a black coat, a hat pulled low over his head, yet Xia Ze found the figure's silhouette and gait intimately familiar. Moreover, from the man's furtive demeanor, something was clearly afoot. He gestured to Zhang Wei and began to follow. Though baffled, Zhang Wei could only trail behind Xia Ze, tailing the trenchcoat man. The three of them moved in this formation, one ahead, two behind, for a stretch giving Zhang Wei the distinct sensation of acting in a detective film or perhaps becoming detectives themselves. At the thought of Sherlock Holmes' suave moves and expressions, he felt a surge of excitement. But when he considered his own looks and build, he realized he was at best a Watson. How could he be Holmes? Lost in his whimsical thoughts, the trenchcoat man stepped into a betting shop. Zhang Wei suddenly collided with Xia Ze, who had halted at a corner of the alley. So, should we go in? Zhang Wei seemed to have fully embraced his Watson persona. That man. I feel I know him, but I just can't place who he is. Xia Ze furrowed his brow, evidently straining his memory. Who cares who he is? If he's sneaking into a betting shop like this, he must have won big. Zhang Wei said offhandedly. If he's someone we know, that would be terrible, Xia Ze said with concern. What is he going to silence us? Zhang Wei blurted out his bold conjecture. Idiot. Say one less word, and no one will think you're stupid. Xia Ze smacked Zhang Wei's head hard, looking exasperated. After more than 10 minutes, the man emerged from the betting shop. Though his face was still concealed by the scarf, Xia Ze recognized him by those thick eyebrows. It's him. Xia Ze gasped, unable to suppress his shock. The trenchcoat man scanned his surroundings, and after confirming no one was watching, he cautiously turned into a narrow alley. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei quickly followed. By now Xia Ze no longer cared about concealment. He hurried a few steps and appeared before the trenchcoat man. The man stopped abruptly, staring at Xia Ze with a surprised expression. So it is you, Jiliet. Xia Ze looked at the fierce-browed man and said sternly, Why were you at a betting shop? Don't you know that professional players are forbidden from gambling? Realizing he had been recognized, Jiliet no longer tried to hide his face. The scarf slid down slowly, revealing a complex expression filled with intense guilt. Oh, it's you. Jiliet. How much did you win? Treat us to something. Zhang Wei, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, recognized Jiliet as well and put an arm around his shoulder cheerfully. David, don't mess around. Xia Ze snapped at Zhang Wei. Startled, Zhang Wei quickly released his hold on Jiliet's shoulder and stepped back, looking at the two with tension and confusion. Jiliet, did you gamble on the match? Xia Ze stared coldly at Jiliet, interrogating him. Jiliet's face was a tangle of emotions, sorrow, guilt, hesitation. Finally his eyes dimmed, and he nodded slightly. Seeing him admit to gambling, Xia Ze could not help but look up to heaven and sigh. A scene from 13 years ago flashed through his mind. 13 years earlier, at the turn of the millennium, in Guangzhou, a man stood on the rooftop of a building more than 10 stories high, while a crowd gathered below. At that time, only 5 years old, Xia Ze looked up at the man on the roof and called out in his childish voice, Dad, please come down. The man on the roof seemed to hear Xia Ze's plea. Ignoring the tearful pleas of Xia Ze's mother behind him, he closed his eyes and leaped. From a height of over 10 floors, 1 or 2 seconds spanned the distance between heaven and hell for Xia Ze's mother. She fainted. Little Xia Ze watched his father plummet in free fall, a glimmer of terror seeping into his innocent eyes. Thud. A dull sound, and a life was extinguished. Xia Weihong's self-inflicted end released him from worldly troubles and pain, but transferred that suffering to his wife, parents, and child. Xia Weihong, then 30, had been a professional footballer. During the booming years of the Chinese Xia A League, his modest fame allowed him to support his family comfortably through his earnings. But as his career entered its twilight, knowing he had few skills to fall back on after retirement, he turned to gambling on matches, sinking deeper into the mire until he could not extricate himself. As he grew older, Xia Ze learned of his father's mistake and understood the catastrophic consequences gambling could bring to a football family. Looking at the guilt-ridden Jiliet before him, he felt a surge of anger, shock, and regret. In Porto, inside the opulent office of FC Porto club president Jorge Nuno Pinto da Costa sat at his desk, speaking on the phone with a note of irritation in his voice. Jorge, it's been 2 weeks. Why haven't you secured those 2 Chinese kids yet? Mr. Costa, those 2 Chinese kids already have agents. I can't exactly force them, can I? Perhaps I can help you connect with their agent to arrange a private transfer agreement, Mendez said slowly on the other end, unfazed by the septuagenarian's slightly angry tone. That kid has stood out over the past 2 months. Do you think he can escape the attention of other clubs? I wanted you to bring them under your agency precisely to avoid being gazumped. Da Costa's tone remained firm. Mr. Costa, if you push me so hard, I can't guarantee they'll transfer to Porto, Mendez said, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice, carrying a veiled threat. Da Costa caught the implication in Mendez's words. Though advanced in years, the 70-year-old was still sharp. He knew the power Mendez wielded in the transfer market and that he could not afford to fall out with him now. He paused briefly to calm his anger, then cleared his throat and said evenly, Jorge, I just hope to finalize the future of those 2 kids as soon as possible because I see great promise in them. I also hope you can bring me good news soon. Mr. Costa, I share your optimism, and I've been working on it for the past 2 months. I believe there will be results shortly, Mendez replied, his tone also softening. After speaking, he ended the call. Da Costa hung up the phone and sat silently in his chair, gazing absently at the team photos on the wall. On the other end of the line, Mendez tossed his phone onto the sofa, rose from the couch, and walked to the wine cabinet in his office. He carefully selected a bottle of red wine, poured a small glass, and moved to the window. Gazing at the scenery outside while lost in thought, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Come in," Mendez said without turning around. "Boss, I'm back," said a young man in a suit about 20 years old holding a document folder. "How did it go?" "I spent 2 months in Guangzhou and managed to investigate the backgrounds of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei is unremarkable. His father is a manager and they've kept out of trouble. Xia Ze is different. His father was a professional footballer who committed suicide due to gambling debts, leaving the family heavily in debt. Fortunately, one of his father's former teammates helped pay off the debts." As his assistant narrated, Mendez looked out the window, a faint smile spreading across his face. "Gret, can you explain what's going on now?" Xia Ze sat on the sofa in Gret's house, his tone still icy cold. Even Zhang Wei, no matter how dense he was, knew that Gret was betting on football matches, a forbidden act for any professional player. He too looked at Gret with confusion. Gret sat on the sofa, having taken off his trench coat, his expression complex. He fumbled inside his jacket, then tossed a few sheets of paper onto the table. Relaxing, he leaned back on the sofa and said slowly, "These are the lottery tickets I've bought over the past few months." Xia Ze glanced down at the lottery tickets on the table, but didn't pick them up. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Gret and asked, "Did you deliberately handle the ball in the last match?" The guilt on Gret's face deepened. He lowered his head and nodded slightly. "And the goals you conceded due to your mistakes over the past 2 months, were they also intentional?" Gret nodded again. Zhang Wei's mind was reeling. He stared wide-eyed, glancing from Gret to Xia Ze. He had thought Gret was just betting on matches, but he never imagined he would also fix games, deliberately handling the ball to give the opponent a penalty, causing the team to lose. He hadn't realized that the reason professional players were banned from betting was precisely to prevent them from rigging matches. Once a professional player starts betting, it's only a short step to manipulating the game. A dark abyss that swallowed. Xia Ze kept a stern face, saying nothing while Gret hung his head in shame, silent. Zhang Wei was so shaken by the conversation between Xia Ze and Gret that he couldn't speak. The thought of Gret fixing matches echoed in his mind. He didn't know how to handle this. The small room fell into dead silence. "Why did you do it?" Xia Ze stared steadily at Gret for a few minutes before speaking. Gret looked up, his face calmer now. He let out a long sigh, stood up from the sofa, and walked toward the inner room. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei also got up and followed Gret. Gret led them to a room, gently turned the doorknob, and revealed a vibrant room decorated with posters of football stars plastered on the walls. Xia Ze and the others could tell at a glance it was a child's room. "My son is 8 years old. His name is Antonio. As you might know, he fell ill when he was 5 and has been fighting the disease ever since. For 3 years I've been working hard to earn money, and he has been struggling against his illness. Unfortunately, I'm not a very outstanding player. The money I make from football is barely enough to cover Antonio's treatment costs. 3 years have drained all the savings from my decade-long career. Even this house is rented. Antonio and his mother are receiving treatment in Lisbon. Now he's at the most critical stage of his treatment. I have to earn enough money to sustain the life that's just beginning for him. 2 months ago I realized that my salary alone couldn't support Antonio's treatment anymore. I had no choice but to gamble, to bet my career for a sliver of hope for his recovery." As Gret spoke, he gently touched the objects in the room, his voice calm, yet haunting. Standing at the door, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei watched Gret, whose face betrayed a trace of sorrow. Both felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts. After a long while, Gret finished his story. He turned back, looked calmly at Xia Ze, and said flatly, "Now." Xia Ze looked up and saw the moisture in Gret's eyes. He realized that this tough player on the field had shed tears while recounting his story. "I understand your predicament, but you have to stop this. I'm just a little short of the money needed for Antonio's medical expenses. I have no choice." Gret said heavily, lowering his gaze. "Do you know what consequences gambling on matches will bring to your family? Do you want Antonio and his mother to live in loneliness for the rest of their lives?" Xia Ze suddenly strode over, grabbed Gret by the collar, and said angrily. At that moment, a scene of his father jumping from the rooftop flashed through his mind, and the sobbing of his mother holding him and his baby brother resounded in his ears. Sometimes he even hated his father, for gambling, for not taking responsibility, and for abandoning the three of them. Now facing Gret, though they weren't very close, he didn't want to see him fall into an irreversible abyss. "I have no other choice." Gret let Xia Ze grip his collar, his voice calm, but resolute. "Even so, you must find another way. You can't gamble anymore. Do you want to be suspended, or even imprisoned? Have you thought about what will happen to your family if you go to jail? What about Antonio?" Xia Ze still held Gret's collar, his eyes wide, face flushed, red veins bulging on his neck as he roared. Gret seemed startled by Xia Ze's agitated demeanor. In his eyes, which had been calm, yet desperate, a flicker of surprise appeared. Zhang Wei, standing by, didn't step in to pull Xia Ze away because he knew Xia Ze's agitation stemmed from his own experience. He didn't want Antonio to suffer the same tragedy. After more than a minute, Xia Ze slowly calmed down. He released Gret's collar, paused at the door, and turned his head slightly to say, "You must never gamble again. If you need help, let me know, and I'll assist you." With that, he turned and left. Zhang Wei glanced at Gret's strange expression, then at Xia Ze walking away without looking back. With a sigh he followed his friend out of Gret's house. Xia Ze, why did you leave like that? Zhang Wei caught up with Xia Ze puzzled. He couldn't understand why Xia Ze would leave when Gret hadn't even agreed to stop gambling. Wasn't that giving up on all his efforts? Gret is an adult much older than both of us. He can figure out the pros and cons. I've said everything I needed to say. Saying more won't help. Now we need to find a way to raise money for him, Xia Ze said as he walked. Then how do we raise the money? Zhang Wei looked bewildered. I wonder if my dad would help. Let's see. Xia Ze, you want to borrow money from me? Huabin looked at the handsome young man in front of him, his tone revealing his astonishment. Ever since he got to know Xia Ze, he knew that although the kid seemed gentle and quiet, he was actually stubborn. He never asked for help easily and hated being in debt. Now Xia Ze had broken his usual pattern by asking to borrow money, and a considerable amount at that. Yes, Uncle Hua. I need your help this time, Xia Ze said somewhat awkwardly. This might have been his first time borrowing from others, or perhaps not, but definitely one of fewer than 5 times, so it felt especially embarrassing. Is your grandfather's condition acting up again? Huabin asked with concern. He could afford the amount Xia Ze mentioned, but he needed to know how it would be used. No, my mother said grandpa's surgery went well, and he's recovering without major issues, Xia Ze quickly denied, not daring to use his relative's health as an excuse to borrow money. Actually, I'm borrowing for a friend. His son is sick and needs a large sum for treatment. I want to help him, Xia Ze then told the truth. He had no intention of hiding it from Huabin given the amount involved. Well, Huabin hesitated as soon as he heard Xia Ze was borrowing for a friend. If it were for Xia Ze himself, he would undoubtedly help if he could, because he trusted Xia Ze's character. But borrowing for someone else made him less willing. He wasn't running a charity, and he didn't know the person. Seeing Huabin's hesitation, Xia Ze understood he was reluctant to lend money to Gret, a stranger. Feeling too embarrassed to persist, he was about to back out and think of another plan when Hua Yin happened to return. Noticing the odd expressions on their faces, Hua Yin curiously asked what was going on. Huabin explained that Xia Ze was borrowing money for a friend. Hua Yin immediately began coaxing her father to lend the money to Xia Ze. Dad, just lend it to him. Xiao Ze's grandfather just had surgery, and he needs money now. He'll pay you back once he shoots some commercials. What are you worried about? Hua Yin pulled on her father's arm and spoke in a coquettish tone. Huabin felt a bit embarrassed by his daughter's words, and Xia Ze standing nearby also felt awkward and wanted to stop Hua Yin. But before he could speak, Hua Yin shook Huabin's arm and continued her coaxing. Dad, didn't you always teach me that helping others is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation? If you can't practice it yourself, how can I believe you? To help Xia Ze, Hua Yin even brought out cliches that had nearly rotted in the books, making both Xia Ze and Huabin's skin crawl. Finally, unable to withstand his daughter's sweet talk and the shaking that made his head dizzy, Huabin smiled wryly and nodded. All right, I'll lend it to Xiao Ze. Just stop shaking me, or my arm will break. Yay? Thanks, Dad. Hua Yin cheered, hugging her father and kissing him on the cheek. Xia Ze stood there dumbfounded. On the second day of training, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei arrived early at the training ground. Greta seemed to have arrived even earlier, entering the dressing room together with head coach Martins. When Greta entered the dressing room, he cast a brief glance at Xia Ze before averting his gaze. His expression was remarkably calm, as if the events of the previous day had never occurred. Training proceeded as usual. Today Greta appeared particularly attentive and relaxed. The usually ferocious man was even joking with others and wearing a naturally cheerful smile. This puzzled Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, who wondered what could have caused such a transformation in Greta. After the morning training session ended following the usual routine, the roster for this week's match was expected to be announced. This weekend Maritimo would face Rio Avenue, a mid-to-low-table team in the Portuguese Primeira Liga. This was their second match within a week, the 14th round of the league, and also the final game before the winter break. After this match, the Portuguese league would enter a month-long winter break with each player entitled to 3 weeks. Zhang Wei was already eager planning his itinerary back home, while Xia Ze refrained from such thoughts, knowing he should focus his energy on preparing for the next match. He was determined not to repeat the mistakes of the previous game. But honestly, over the past week or so, he had been troubled by too many off-field distractions. First, his grandfather fell critically ill and needed a heart bypass surgery, and then he discovered Greta's involvement in match fixing, which stirred up painful memories he had buried deep in his heart. During these 2 days of training, Xia Ze found himself somewhat restless despite his best efforts to adjust. When training ended, Xia Ze for the first time went to check the match roster along with Dikyo and Zhang Wei. Unaccountably, he felt an urgent desire to know whether he would be in the starting lineup. As they approached the bulletin board, some teammates cast strange glances at Xia Ze. Xiao Ze, your name isn't on the list. Zhang Wei exclaimed in shock, staring at the roster. A chill surged through Xia Ze's heart. His eyes scanned the match roster 3 times, but he could not find his own name. His mind was chaos, utterly incapable of coherent thought. He had come to check the roster fearing he might be relegated to the bench, but he never imagined he wouldn't even make the squad. Given his performances over the past 2 months, even though he had an average first half in the previous match, being omitted from the roster was utterly unexpected. A bitter taste filled Xia Ze's heart. Martins had not informed him of the reason. Look, Greta isn't on the roster either. Zhang Wei's astonished voice sounded again. Xia Ze pulled himself together slightly, raised his head to scan the bulletin board, forced a faint smile, and said self-deprecatingly, "Seems I'm not the only unlucky one." Zhang Wei and Di Qiu exchanged puzzled looks, sensing his inner anguish. They could only pat his shoulder in silent comfort. "Xia Ze, do you know why I didn't include you in the match roster?" Martins asked, gently, a warm smile on his face as he looked at Xia Ze sitting before him. "Mr. Martins, I don't know," Xia Ze answered bluntly, voicing the confusion in his heart. Martins slowly withdrew his smile, then let out a soft sigh. "Xia Ze, you are exceptional, but too many things have happened to you this week. At your age, you haven't yet learned to manage the relationship between these matters and the game." Xia Ze lifted his head to look at the young coach in his 40s, a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. "This is the last match of the first half of the season. You've done well over the past 2 months, but you still don't know how to face failure," Martins continued. Xia Ze couldn't help but retort, "Mr. Martins, I believe I have already moved past the defeat in the last match. Xia Ze, I can see that you are still brooding over that loss. That's why I didn't include you in the roster. I want you to be truly ready before the next game. I hope you understand," Martins said earnestly without any sign of anger at the rebuttal. Martins patiently explained the reason for keeping him out of the upcoming match, speaking with sincerity and compassion. Xia Ze knew deep down that he wasn't fully prepared for the next game. He had only been thinking about redeeming himself for the previous defeat, but hadn't understood why the team lost that match despite holding a promising position. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally raised his head and looked at Martins, nodding slightly. "All right, I understand, Mr. Martins. Believe you now." Martins watched Xia Ze's retreating figure, a faint smile spreading across his face. He felt that the defeat a few days ago had come at a timely moment for Xia Ze. It gave the young player who had enjoyed a smooth start to his professional career ample space to reflect after his first setback, allowing him to grasp the true essence of the game. The next day, Martins led Zhang Wei, Di Qiu, and 18 other first-team players to face Rio Avenue. Xia Ze and those not selected for the roster were granted a day off. In fact, their winter break had begun from that day onward. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Xia Ze went to a bar with Hua Yin, Monica, and her bearded brother to watch the match. Despite not being able to play, he still felt compelled to support his team. "Xia Ze, how is your grandfather's condition?" Hua Yin asked with concern, deliberately steering the conversation away from the match to ease his mind. "My mom said the surgery was successful and he's recovering well, but he's not out of the hospital yet," Xia Ze replied, pulling his scarf tighter against his face. The winter on Madeira was bitterly cold, the wind cutting like a knife, so most people covered their faces with scarves when going out. "Then you should spend some quality time with your family. I'd like to meet your grandfather too," Hua Yin said lightly. "You're coming to Guangzhou as well?" Xia Ze asked, surprised. David said, "Head, take me around Guangzhou." Hua Yin hesitated. Xia Ze looked at her, a curious smile hidden beneath his scarf, and shook his head as he walked into the bar. Monica and the bearded man were already inside. Upon seeing Xia Ze, Monica rushed over excitedly and threw her arms around him. Poor Xia Ze had no time to react before being enveloped in a bear hug. His face contorted into a bitter, helpless expression, as if the beautiful girl had taken advantage of him. The other patrons in the bar were drawn by Monica's cheers. When they saw Xia Ze holding the lovely Monica so intimately, though it was really Monica embracing him, their faces displayed varying degrees of envy, jealousy, or anger, all silently echoing one thought: "Lucky bastard." Xia Ze could only manage an awkward smile at the hostile stares from everyone, raising an eyebrow slightly. After a long while, he managed to extricate himself from Monica's embrace, walked to the counter, pulled off his scarf, and ordered 2 mugs of hot beer from the bartender. The young bartender deftly poured 2 beers, and as he handed them to Xia Ze, deliberately gave him a disdainful glance. But when he saw Xia Ze's face, he froze. You're Xia Ze." The bartender's voice was filled with surprise. "Hello," Xia Ze replied with a "Oh, it's great to see you here. We were just wondering why you didn't play." The bartender, who had initially looked unfriendly, now beamed with excitement. Hearing the bartender's excited words, the other patrons turned back to look. Realizing they had been sneering at Xia Ze, they all gave embarrassed smiles and raised their glasses in greeting. Xia Ze, bemused by the sudden shift from hostility to genuine smiles, could only raise his glass in return. Though Xia Ze was a rising star from Maritimo and a fan favorite, the patrons here were not as fanatical as the female fans. The bar often hosted players, so they were accustomed to it. After a friendly nod, they returned to their conversations. "Xia Ze, are you injured?" the bartender asked, looking him over with concern. "No, just a bit fatigued. The coach let me rest this match," Xia Ze replied with a faint smile. Relieved to hear Xia Ze was fine, the bartender began chatting with him, clearly an admirer interested in his story. The match between Maritimo and Rio Avenue began amid their conversation. Without their 2 main midfielders, Xia Ze and Greta, Maritimo's attack seemed lackluster. Rio Avenue, on the other hand, was evidently weaker than Maritimo. Both teams' attacks were superficial, as if every player had been distracted by the impending winter break and lacked. After a tedious 90 minutes, the match ended in a 0-0 draw. Maritimo had failed to win or score in the last 2 matches, dropping from 4th to 5th place, a full 7 points behind third-placed Benfica. With this match, the Portuguese Primeira Liga officially entered its month-long winter break. The next league game would resume on January 12, 2014. Hua Yan accompanied Xia Ze and Zhang Wei back to Guangzhou. Xia Ze sat on the plane, turning his head to gaze at the clouds outside the window. They had already boarded in Lisbon and were now flying toward Guangzhou. The trio, Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and the others, had departed for Lisbon the day after Zhang Wei finished his match, and they had boarded the return flight to their homeland. Zhang Wei, who had played in the match the previous day, had already succumbed to fatigue and fallen into a deep slumber. Beside him, Xia Ze simply stared out the window, lost in thought, with no trace of drowsiness. Gret had not accepted his help. When Xia Ze offered to lend him money, Gret refused calmly and amicably. Gret was not going to continue betting on matches. He had already made that promise to Xia Ze. And yesterday, he had not appeared on the match roster. After training the day before yesterday, Xia Ze could no longer find any trace of Gret. Even when he called him, the phone was turned off. Xia Ze had no idea what had happened. He only hoped that Gret would not encounter any misfortune, for he did not want anyone else to repeat the mistake he had once made. More than 20 hours later, the plane descended slowly at Guangzhou Baiyun Airport. Xia Ze and the other two, dragging their weary bodies, appeared at the passenger exit. There, Zhang Xuesheng and Wang Xiaolin were already waiting. Zhang Wei, naturally broad-minded and cheerful, caught sight of his father, whom he had not seen for half a year, and immediately rushed over to give him a bear hug. This brought a gratified smile to Zhang Xuesheng's face, which was beginning to show the wrinkles of his approaching 50s. Although his son was not academically gifted, the fact that he could play as a starter for a top European League team still filled Zhang Xuesheng with deep satisfaction. Wang Xiaolin, on the other hand, gazed at Xia Ze with expectant eyes, hoping he would give her the same bear hug. But Xia Ze only looked at her, smiling as he walked over. His shy nature prevented him from making such an intimate gesture in front of so many people. Though there was no bear hug, Xia Ze couldn't help but pinch Wang Xiaolin's chubby cheek. This affectionate gesture instantly dispelled the trace of dissatisfaction in Wang Xiaolin's heart, and she broke into a sweet smile as she linked her arm with his and began to chatter. "Xiaolin, Uncle Zhang, let me introduce you. This is Hua Yan, our Portuguese teacher. She helped us a lot while we were in Portugal." Xia Ze introduced her to the two. After speaking, he shot a meaningful glance at Zhang Xuesheng. Having grown up playing with Zhang Wei, Xia Ze was quite familiar with Zhang Xuesheng, so he felt none of the usual restraint toward elders. Seeing Xia Ze's wink, and then noticing the shy demeanor of the beautiful girl with black-rimmed glasses, Hua Yan, Zhang Xuesheng immediately grasped the situation and greeted her enthusiastically. After exchanging a few words, the group parted ways. Zhang Wei naturally went home with his father, while Hua Yan, at Xia Ze's suggestion, went to stay at Wang Xiaolin's house. The two girls were more than happy with the arrangement. Wang Xiaolin first drove Xia Ze home to drop off his luggage, and then they went together to the hospital to visit Xia Jinhua. Xia Ze's mother was at the hospital looking after his grandfather, while his younger brother Xia Tao had not yet finished school. Half an hour later, Xia Ze arrived at his home in Ueshio. In this old neighborhood he had left months ago, Xia Ze dragged his suitcase through the alley. The overcast sky cast the lane into deeper gloom, and the mingled odors of trash bins and aged walls filled the air, yet to Xia Ze it brought an indescribable sense of comfort. This scent somehow smelled like home. The key that had not found a lock for months was now gently inserted into the keyhole. With a twist from Xia Ze, the slightly rusted iron door swung open. Stepping inside, his eyes were greeted by walls plastered with football posters intermingled with his brother's academic awards. The protagonist of those posters was naturally Xia Ze, playing for Maritimo. Seeing this scene, Xia Ze couldn't help but smile. He had never expected his home to be covered with so many of his own posters. After months away from home, his mother must have missed him terribly, he thought. He set his luggage down in the living room, but did not immediately go downstairs to join Wang Xiaolin and Hua Yan, who were waiting to visit his grandfather at the hospital. Instead, he first walked into his own room. The room was still much the same, a space shared with his brother, cluttered as ever with two more of his own posters stuck on the wall. His upper bunk, however, had already been made up. He had left in summer, but now winter bedding lay spread upon it. Naturally, his mother had prepared it in advance, knowing he was coming home. The thought of her raising two sons alone while also caring for his partially paralyzed and now bedridden grandfather made Xia Ze's heart ache. But fortunately, his football career was going increasingly well. With the money he earned, the family would no longer have to rely on his mother's hard labor. After lingering in his own room for a while, Xia Ze unconsciously walked toward the dim room. He had never wanted to enter, the one he had even avoided looking at. This was his grandfather Xia Jinhua's room. But the moment he stepped inside, he was stunned. The walls were covered with posters and photos of him playing football, even more than those in the living room. On the worn desk lay a thick scrapbook. Flipping through the clippings that his grandfather had carefully cut from newspapers, never missing a single report about him, and neatly pasted onto the pages, Xia Ze's eyes grew moist. This grandfather, whom he had once detested and believed would resent him deeply, had actually devoted so much effort to record every detail of his time at Maritimo. At that moment Xia Ze recalled the saying love is not absent, it is simply never expressed. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Xia Ze quickly sniffed, forcing his voice to sound natural. Hello Xiaolin. Xia Ze, what are you doing? Drop off your things and come down. Okay, I'm coming down now. Wang Xiaolin did not detect any strain in his voice, nor did she know that he had been moved to tears by that thick. A white car pulled up in the hospital parking lot. 3 young people got out and hurried into the hospital. Xia Ze, Wang Xiaolin, and Hua Yin. Their steps were brisk, but their faces showed neither worry nor excitement. Not quite agitated nor completely calm. Under Wang Xiaolin's guidance, Xia Ze and Hua Yin soon stood outside a private ward. Gently pushing open the door, Xia Ze saw his mother's back. She was sitting on a chair beside the bed, her hands deftly threading beads. She was still doing her small handcraft work. Mom. The soft call reached the ears of Xia Ze's mother, who was absorbed in her work. As if struck by lightning, her body trembled violently. Then she slowly turned her head, her face lighting up with joy and excitement. I'm home, Xia Ze said softly as he walked over. Wang Xiaolin and Hua Yin followed him in and sat down nearby. Xia Jinhua was still asleep. After the surgery, his recovery was going well, and a hint of color had returned to his pale face. Mother and son spoke in hushed tones. Xia Ze's mother caressed his cheek with her rough palm, her gentle loving gaze roaming over her son's body. A son she had not seen for months. But the usual phrases like you've lost weight or you've gotten darker did not apply to Xia Ze. Over the past months he had grown a little taller, his physique had become more robust, and his complexion was healthy. He did not look as if he had been suffering. After some catching up, Xia Ze introduced Hua Yin to his mother. At first his mother regarded Hua Yin with a somewhat resistant look. Over the past few months Wang Xiaolin had often visited and told her about her son's progress in Portugal, and had also helped Xia Tao with his studies whenever he faced difficulties. Despite her family's wealth, Wang Xiaolin was humble and courteous. Xia Ze's mother had long regarded Wang Xiaolin as her future daughter-in-law, and adored her deeply. Now seeing that Hua Yin had come back from Portugal with her son, and was now even visiting his grandfather, she could not help but feel a sense of resistance. Inwardly she reproached her son for not being loyal to Wang Xiaolin. But when she saw the close, affectionate manner between Wang Xiaolin and Hua Yin, and that her son treated Hua Yin like an older sister, her heart finally eased. The group continued chatting in low voices. Xia Ze and Hua Yin recounted some events from Portugal, which had Xia Ze's mother and Wang Xiaolin thoroughly entertained. After a while Xia Jinhua, who had been sleeping on the hospital bed, awakened. Is that Xia Ze? Xia Jinhua's voice was also very soft, a sign that his aged and frail body had not yet fully recovered. Hearing his voice, everyone quickly turned their heads. Xia Ze's mother walked over and gently propped up Xia Jinhua, so he could speak more easily. Grandfather, it's me. I'm back. Xia Ze looked at the old man in his 70s, whose hair was sparse and white, and whose face was pale, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. He had never looked at his grandfather so calmly before. Perhaps he had when he was very young, but after his father passed away, an unbridgeable rift seemed to have formed between them. But now, gazing at his grandfather, who was recovering from a serious illness, the disgust of more than a decade had vanished. It seemed that after all these years he was finally feeling a familial bond toward this old man again. It's good that you're back. Take good care of your mother. Xia Jinhua still seemed unable to fully shed the sternness he had once shown Xia Ze. Yes, grandfather. How are you feeling now? Xia Ze paid no heed to Xia Jinhua's tone. He knew his grandfather was even more stubborn than he was, and besides he had seen the scrapbook in his room. He understood that his grandfather took pride in him. Xia Jinhua seemed moved by those 2 calls of grandfather. His face twitched, and he forced a faint smile, saying quietly, I'm much better now. Thanks to your mother. After so many years the 2 grandfather and grandson spoke calmly for the first time. Under this atmosphere Xia Jinhua gradually opened his heart, and a look of relief slowly spread across his face. Xia Jinhua could not be discharged from the hospital yet. That evening, after Xia's mother briefed the nurse, she went home with Xia Ze. After dropping them off, Wang Xiaolin took Hua Yin back to her home. Xia's mother bought vegetables and meat at a nearby market, and returned home to cook a lavish dinner for her son, who hadn't eaten her cooking for months. At this time Xia Tao had not yet returned from school. Xia Ze felt a bit tired, so he decided to take a hot shower to wash away his fatigue. After finishing his shower, Xia Ze walked past the kitchen, and saw his mother washing vegetables and cooking. Her slightly hunched back and worn winter clothes reminded him of the hardships she had endured over the years, stirring a feeling of deep emotion within him. He quietly approached her, and said, Mom, let me help you. Xia's mother didn't turn around. While chopping vegetables, she replied, No need, you've just been on a long flight. You must be tired, go rest for a bit. I'm not tired. Let me wash the vegetables for you. Although Xia Ze felt somewhat fatigued, he did not leave. He wanted to spend more time with his mother. Xia's mother turned to glance at Xia Ze, a look of gratitude spreading across her weathered face, revealing happiness. The mother and son chatted while cooking in the kitchen. The winter sun in Guangzhou sets early, though shortly after 6 in the afternoon darkness enveloped the sky. Why hasn't Xiao Sheng returned yet? Xia Ze looked out at the completely dark sky, feeling puzzled. I don't know either. Usually he comes back before 6, but now it's almost 6:30. Xia's mother also looked outside, a hint of worry in her eyes. Just as they were speaking, Xia Tao's voice echoed from the living room. Mom, I'm back. Is brother home? Xia Ze noticed that his brother's voice seemed deeper than it had been a few months ago, realizing that he was likely undergoing significant changes during his growth spurt. So he smiled and walked out to see his brother, whom he hadn't seen in months. But when he saw him, he was taken aback. Xia Tao was carrying a bulging backpack and 2 large bags, looking utterly exhausted and distressed. Are you doing manual labor? Xia Ze couldn't help but laugh. Brother, you finally came back. Did you bring all this stuff for me? Yes, Xia Tao said, taking out the large and small bags he was carrying, sitting down on a chair while catching his breath. My classmates heard you were coming back and asked me to bring these for you to sign. Not a single one can be missing. Xia Ze looked at the items Xia Tao pulled out from the backpack and bags, soccer magazines, posters, jerseys, and even soccer shoes, and was left speechless. This was the first night Xia Ze returned to Guangzhou, and the family of 3 sat together for dinner after months apart. Xia's mother continuously served her son dishes, making it nearly impossible to see any rice in Xia Ze's bowl, which was completely covered by the dishes. They enjoyed a warm and cheerful dinner. In the following 2 days, the 3 who returned from Portugal were all adjusting to the time difference and did not go out to play. Burble, burble, burble. Xia Ze was playing on his laptop in bed when the phone next to him rang. Hello, Xiaolin, what's up? Have you adjusted to the time difference yet? Wang Xiaolin spoke hesitantly. I have. Do you want to go out and play? Xia Ze had missed his girlfriend for a long time and quickly said. Not exactly, I just have something to tell you. On the other end, Wang Xiaolin still seemed hesitant. What is it? Xia Ze asked calmly, though he felt a bit nervous inside. After a long hesitation, Wang Xiaolin finally blurted out quickly, my dad wants you to come to my house. What did you say? Xia Ze couldn't hear clearly and asked in confusion. My dad said to invite you to our house for dinner tonight. Wang Xiaolin hesitated for a moment, but finally conveyed the message completely. Upon hearing this, Xia Ze felt as if his heart had stopped for a few seconds before suddenly racing wildly. Was this the moment to meet the parents? That afternoon, Xia Ze tried on many outfits in his room and practiced what to say repeatedly before he nervously walked downstairs. He finally understood the agony of girls picking outfits for parties. Although he didn't have many clothes, figuring out how to present himself to his future in-laws proved to be quite a headache for him. Wang Xiaolin drove to pick him up, and when she saw Xia Ze's hesitant and anxious expression, she couldn't help but laugh. But after laughing, a wave of sweetness washed over her heart. Had these 2 young lovers together for over 2 years, and yet not yet 20, really reached the point of meeting the parents? Wang Xiaolin had initially worried her father might look down on Xia Ze or not like him, because in their eyes, parents always wanted their daughters to marry someone with a high education and promising future rather than a boy like Xia Ze, who had poor grades and hadn't even graduated from high school. However, unexpectedly, Wang Jingxuan seemed to have greatly changed his view of Xia Ze over the past 6 months. Just a couple of days after Xia Ze returned, he asked Wang Xiaolin to invite him over for dinner. This could be considered Xia Ze's first time meeting the parents. Although he felt quite anxious, the dinner turned out to be quite pleasant, especially since Hua Yan was also present. Wang Xiaolin's parents only asked about Xia Ze's family situation and urged him to spend more time with his family and be more mindful while playing soccer. They didn't ask any embarrassing questions like when he would buy a house or a car. Of course, given Xia Ze's current financial situation, he didn't need to consider those issues at all. However, if he could perform well in a bigger club in Europe, he wouldn't need to worry about those issues either, as the income of top professional players is quite considerable. After dinner, Wang Jingxuan personally drove Xia Ze home. Initially, Wang Xiaolin wanted to drive him, but both felt it was too dangerous for a girl to drive at night, especially since she had only just gotten her license. Xia Ze, you need a manager now. Have you found one? Wang Jingxuan spoke as he drove. If not, Feng Bo can help you contact a well-known agent in Europe. The Feng Bo they referred to was once Xia Ze's father's teammate. After Xia Weihong's suicide, he lent money to Xia Ze's family to pay off the gambling debts, so they had always been grateful to him and kept in close contact. However, Xia Ze didn't know that Feng Bo could actually contact a famous agent in Europe. Yes, Feng Bo studied in Europe before. The player management company he runs now is a branch of a major agency in Europe. If you need it, he could recommend someone. Wang Jingxuan explained to Xia Ze. Oh, I see. Xia Ze understood a bit more, but politely declined Wang Jingxuan's suggestion. However, David and I already have a manager, Mr. Tenonio, who initially recommended us to Maritimo. In that case, Tenonio is a good person, so choosing him should be a decent choice. Wang Jingxuan replied. The two then fell into silence for a while. Since you returned, have you gone back to the club to see them? Wang Jingxuan broke the silence. I've been adjusting to the time difference these past few days and haven't been back yet, Xia Ze answered honestly. Although Wang Jingxuan was very approachable, he still felt a bit reserved. Find a time to go back and see your coach and David. You and David have established yourselves in the Portuguese league, and he's always been proud of you. I'm sure he misses you both. Wang Jingxuan encouraged him. Yes, I plan to visit my coach in a couple of days. Xia Ze nodded and said great. The next day, Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Wang Xiaolin took Hua Yan around Guangzhou. For Huayan, who was returning to China for the first time, everything felt very fresh. Although she had been to Chinatown and Lisbon, it was nothing compared to a place filled with Chinese people and architecture. After a few days of wandering, Xia Ze recalled Wang Jingkun's words and felt it was time to visit the club and see his former teammates and coaches. So the four of them appeared once again at the training base of the RF youth team. The security guards at the base had not changed. They recognized Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Wang Xiaolin, but when they appeared at the entrance, the guards stopped them. However, they weren't being denied entry, rather they were asked to sign the security log, which left Xia Ze feeling both amused and perplexed, while Zhang Wei enjoyed the star treatment. After chatting with the guards for a while, Xia Ze and his friends stepped into the place that had made them professional players. They had trained here for several years, making it their true alma mater. As he looked at the familiar sights around the base, Xia Ze couldn't help but feel nostalgic. The four of them strolled around the base, and since the players and coaches should be in training, there were few people in some of the buildings, allowing Xia Ze to see the place he once lived from this angle for the first time. As they walked, they naturally found themselves by the training field where dozens of teenagers were training under the coaches. These dozens of young players were divided into different age groups, engaging in various soccer drills. Under the winter sun, each face expressed determination as they diligently tackled each training session. However, the unexpected arrival of these few uninvited guests caused a stir on the training field. At first, the young players didn't know who they were, but when one of them recognized Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, the news of these two players who had made their mark in Europe quickly spread among the younger players. The young players turned their curious gazes towards Xia Ze and the others, whispering among themselves, distracted, "What are you doing? Focus. Anyone who dares to speak will have to run 10 laps." A stern voice from a middle-aged man echoed across the training field, causing the young players to react, as if they had seen a ghost, immediately silencing themselves and averting their eyes from Xia Ze and his friends. "Looks like the coach is still as fierce as ever," Zhang Wei said with a chuckle from the sidelines. "Hey, the coach is coming," Zhang Wei said, looking nervously at Luo Jin approaching them. "What are you afraid of? You're already a big star." Wang Xiaolin scoffed. "Look at Xia Ze." When she turned to praise Xia Ze, she found him also wearing a timid expression, and she was at a loss with the two of them. Luo Jin had now reached them. A forced smile appeared on his stern face as he said affably, "Shaolin, coach." Before Wang Xiaolin could answer, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei spoke in unison with respect. Luo Jin looked at the cautious and respectful Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, and the faint smile on his face instantly turned grim. He said coldly, "You're both starting in the Portuguese Super League now, and you're still this afraid of me." Coach, it's out of respect for you, sir." Xia Ze stammered defensively. "Yes, respect for you, sir," Zhang Wei quickly echoed. Luo Jin glanced at the two at a complete loss for words. Watching the three of them, Hua Yan's face was also filled with awkwardness. She thought to herself, what a peculiar master and disciples. It was simply because Xia Ze and Zhang Wei had yet to emerge from the shadow of Luo Jin's hellish training methods. Once Wang Xiaolin introduced Hua Yan to Luo Jin, their conversation gradually became more natural. By the training ground of the Fully Youth team, head coach Luo Jin chatted with two outstanding players who had emerged from this very team, drawing the attention of the entire training ground. Those teenage players were intimately familiar with the names Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, for head coach Luo Jin often used them as examples of success whenever he scolded them for their lack of effort. Now, seeing these two senior brothers who were currently starters in the Portuguese Super League, every one of them could barely contain their excitement. If not for the presence of the demon coach Luo Jin, they would have surrounded the pair long ago. Naturally, the four of them stayed at the base to have a meal with the coaches who had taught them, reminiscing about old times. Although less than half a year had passed, everyone felt that so much had changed. One day passed like that. The next day, without contacting Zhang Wei, Wang Xiaolin, or the others, Xia Ze returned alone to the Fully Youth team's training base and stood by the field watching Luo Jin and the others conduct practice. When Luo Jin noticed Xia Ze alone on the sidelines, he arranged for the young players to engage in a scrimmage and then walked over to speak with him. "Xia Ze, is something troubling you?" Luo Jin asked with concern. "Coach, 2 weeks ago our team hosted our city rivals. We dominated the entire match and yet lost. I just can't understand it." Xia Ze glanced at the field and said slowly. He had come to the training ground alone today, specifically to confide his confusion to Luo Jin. This mental burden had been haunting him for a long time. "Are you frustrated by the defeat itself, or because your efforts went unrewarded?" Luo Jin pressed on. "I just can't comprehend why, despite being stronger and performing better, we still couldn't win." Xia Ze remained perplexed. "We were playing at home, yet the goalposts repeatedly denied our shots. I don't know." Luo Jin looked at Xia Ze's confused expression and sighed softly. He thought to himself that his disciple was still too young. Without experiencing setbacks and failures, he could not mature. However, as his coach, he had to guide him somehow to prevent him from being trapped by inner demons and unable to move forward. Strength, luck, and fighting spirit. These are the 3 key factors that decide the outcome of a match. "I'm sure I've told you this before," Luo Jin said slowly. "You were stronger than the opponent, and your fighting spirit was no weaker, but that doesn't guarantee victory. Does that mean luck can determine the result of a match?" Xia Ze was even more puzzled. Luck cannot decide the outcome, but it can influence the game. Luo Jin shook his head and explained, your opponent's fighting spirit is no less than yours. The key is that they know how to leverage their strength better, so they could withstand your attacks, while you couldn't breach their goal. If it weren't for the woodwork, they wouldn't have been able to stop our offense. Why didn't you aim your shots closer to the goal, instead of hitting the frame? Xia Ze was left speechless. Yes, why hadn't he managed to place the ball into the corner instead of striking the post? Was it merely a matter of luck? Seeing Xia Ze in deep thought, Luo Jin realized he had steered him in the right direction. It's because your fighting spirit was suppressed by the opponent, preventing you from calmly handling your scoring chances. He paused briefly and continued. If your fighting spirit had been stronger than theirs, then, when you shot, it wouldn't be you fearing to miss, but them fearing you would bury it in the corner. But you didn't achieve that. Hearing this, Xia Ze recalled the match 2 weeks prior. When his side had shots, they desperately wanted the ball to hit the net, yet were equally terrified of skying it. Perhaps it was because their determination to win was insufficient, their fighting spirit overwhelmed by the opponent. So what should I do? Xia Ze inwardly acknowledged Coach Luo Jin's explanation, resolving his doubts, and began seeking a solution. Never assume victory is a given. No matter how strong you are, no matter how weak the opponent, no matter how many matches you've won before. Luo Jin said meaningfully. Never assume victory is a given. That phrase echoed in Xia Ze's mind, his expression lost in bewilderment. When you go on a winning streak, the psychological advantage you hold isn't because you're confident, it's because your opponents are intimidated. Once you start believing your next victory is inevitable, you are not far from defeat. Luo Jin continued guiding Xia Ze. Hearing this, Xia Ze's body jolted, and his face lit up with sudden realization. The furrowed brows that had been tightly drawn finally relaxed. He finally understood why he had lost. It was because he had never considered that the opponent could beat him, he had never imagined he could fail. Yet on the football field, no team and no individual can be undefeated forever. Everyone must taste the bitterness of defeat. That is football. If you wish to continue savoring the taste of victory, you must forget the flavor of victory before the next match. Only then will you have the drive and fighting spirit to win. The worry that had plagued Xia Ze for weeks was finally swept away under his mentor's guidance. The long sullen look on his face gave way to a confident smile. Thank you, coach. Xia Ze said from the bottom of his heart. Don't thank me. I'm your coach. When you make a name for yourself, it brings me glory too. Luo Jin showed a rare smile. Xia Ze smiled back shyly. You're still young, and you haven't experienced. The same goes for life. Never assume what you have is deserved. Learn to cherish what you possess. Luo Jin continued with his wise words, but then realized he might have wandered off track. He waved his hand, interrupting himself. You'll understand these things later. Whenever you have troubles, my door is always open. Got it, coach. Xia Ze looked at the middle-aged man before him, strict in demeanor, yet warm-hearted inside, and felt an indescribable comfort. This was the second week of their vacation. To maintain fitness and ball sense after returning to the training base, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei went to the Fully Youth Team's training ground every day to train alongside their former teammates. Having resolved his mental block, Xia Ze trained with great intensity. Although the presence of the duo caused some awkwardness among the Fully Youth Team players who had been their teammates for years, it further spurred their training attitude. News of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei training at the Fully Youth Team base spread across Guangzhou. Each day, many fans tried every means to enter the base for a glimpse of the two. Wang Xiaolin and Hua Yan also occasionally visited the training ground to watch the sessions, with Xia Ze and Zhang Wei being their obvious focus. The appearance of the two beauties only intensified the envy of the young players who yearned for the day a foreign scout would notice them, allowing them to play abroad and make a name in Europe. In late December 2013, only a few days remained of the year. Xia Ze's father, Xia Jinhua, had recovered well from his surgery and had been discharged a few days earlier, returning to their home in Yueshio district. After Xia Jinhua was hospitalized, Xia Ze's mother had quit her job as a sanitation worker and now took on some people. However, with Xia Ze's salary supporting the family, they were living even better than before. Seeing his mother less toil brought Xia Ze some comfort. That day, Xia Jinhua was still clipping newspapers in the living room. During his illness, Xia Ze's mother had collected newspapers and placed them in his room. Though his limbs were still not fully dexterous after discharge, spending some time each day cutting out clippings was beneficial for his recovery, so Xia Ze and his mother did not stop him. A knock came at the door. Come in. Xia Ze's mother put down her beadwork and went to open it. When the door opened, a slightly overweight, middle-aged man in a suit stood outside, holding a bag of fruit. Uncle Feng, it's you. Come in and sit down. Xia Ze's mother warmly welcomed him inside. Xiao Feng, it's been a while since you visited. Seated in his wheelchair, Xia Jinhua adjusted his glasses and said with a faint smile, I've been quite busy lately and didn't have time to visit you, Uncle Xia. Sorry about that. The middle-aged man said apologetically, his expression seeming a little awkward. This was Feng Bo, a former teammate of Xia Ze's father, Xia Weihong, during his younger days. After Xia Weihong committed suicide, Feng Bo helped Xia Ze's family pay off the gambling debts they owed and had always been kind to Xia Ze. Xia Ze's mother also called him Uncle Feng, just as her son did. Uncle Xia, how is your health? There's nothing serious, right? Feng Bo sat down looking at Xia Jinhua with concern. It's nothing much, just that I'm getting old and useless. It seems my days are numbered. Xia Jinhua shook his head. That won't do. Now Xia Ze has become capable earning money to let you enjoy life, Feng Bo said with an awkward smile. Then he sighed somewhat worried. Unlike me, my business is getting worse and worse. Mother Xia, though always a sanitation worker, was adept at reading people's expressions. Noticing the tone of Feng Bo's words, she quickly asked, Uncle Feng, is there a problem with the company? Alas, the company made a mistake in the player transfer recently, losing tens of millions. It's on the verge of collapse. Forget it, I won't talk about this. Feng Bo said, hesitating. Mother Xia's brow also furrowed with worry. She wanted to say something to comfort him, but couldn't find the words. For a moment, the living room was filled with a suffocating atmosphere more oppressive than the winter chill. Sister-in-law Xia Ze is playing football abroad now and must have earned a lot. About that money from over a decade ago, could you perhaps? Feng Bo said with some difficulty. Hearing this, Mother Xia understood the purpose of his visit. Her family had been indebted to Feng Bo for over a decade, so much so that it often caused friction between him and his wife. Now that his company was on the verge of bankruptcy, she had to find a way to raise the money and repay this debt. But 800 was no small sum. How could Mother Xia possibly come up with it? Xia Ze had only been playing football for a few months. Even without the major illness of Xia Jinhua, he would not have been able to repay such a debt. Just as Mother Xia was at a loss, the door of the house opened. Mom, I'm home. Xia Ze appeared at the entrance of the living room. When he saw Feng Bo sitting on the sofa, he said with some surprise, Uncle Feng, you're here. I was planning to visit you in a couple of days. Feng Bo forced a faint smile and nodded. Sensing the strange atmosphere and the troubled expressions on his mother and grandfather's faces, Xia Ze asked with confusion, Mom, what's going on? Upon seeing her son return, Mother Xia quickly pulled him aside and whispered in his ear, ignoring Feng Bo. During this time, Feng Bo felt extremely uneasy, for he had no desire to collect the debt from this family. When he lent them the money, he never expected it back. Yet the sudden turn of events forced him to take this step, or else the career he had painstakingly built over the years would be destroyed. So Feng Bo had to steel himself and ask the family of his old friend whom he had looked after for over a decade for. After learning the reason for Feng Bo's visit from his mother, Xia Ze was slightly puzzled. He couldn't understand why Uncle Feng, whose company had always been doing well, suddenly suffered losses and faced bankruptcy. However, he didn't dwell on it too much because he had already made up his mind. From the moment he received his first paycheck from Maritimo, he decided to repay the money owed to Uncle Feng's family as soon as possible. Although he could never fully repay the kindness of over a decade, he could at least settle the debt that rightfully belonged to his family to avoid criticism. Uncle Feng, I don't have that much cash on me right now. He'll deliver it to your home within 3 days, is that okay? Xia Ze walked over and said straightforwardly. Feng Bo hadn't expected that his nephew could actually repay the debt. Looking at the confident Xia Ze, his unease eased slightly. Alright, I'll head back then. Having achieved his goal, Feng Bo had no desire to stay longer and hurriedly left Xia Ze. Xia Ze, where can our family get so much money? Mother Xia said anxiously. Mom, don't worry, they'll find a way. Xia Ze gently grasped his mother's arm and comforted her. Xia Ze, whether you can repay it or not, don't do any. Xia Jinhua, who had been silent all along, now spoke with a gloomy expression. I know. Feng Bo left Xia Ze's home with an uneasy heart. After returning to his own house, he went to the study, carefully closed the door, and told his family not to disturb him before dialing a number. Hello boss, it's me, Feng Bo said in English on the phone. How did things go? The voice on the other end was that of a calm middle-aged man. It's done, but... Feng Bo hesitated. But what? The middle-aged man seemed impatient. It's just that using this method seems a bit improper, Feng Bo said uneasily. There's nothing improper about it. We haven't done anything illegal. As long as this ends in success, you will be the head of the entire China region in the future, the middle-aged man reassured. I will definitely do my best. Feng Bo's unease seemed to dissipate, leaving only a firm promise. Late at night, Xia Ze lay in bed listening to the rhythmic snoring of his younger brother from the lower bunk. Each rise and fall added a touch of summer's restlessness to the still winter night. He was thinking about how to repay the debt. 800 was a huge sum. He couldn't possibly come up with it in a short time. Borrow from Uncle Hua. Or borrow from Uncle Zhang. Or perhaps seek help from his future father-in-law Wang Jingxuan. The only solution he could think of was borrowing money. As his grandfather said, if he didn't turn to dishonest means, there was no way he could earn so much money in 3 days. Perhaps signing an endorsement deal could net him the money, but at the moment Tenorio was not in China, and he hadn't considered getting involved in endorsements so soon. It might affect his football performance. While he was tangled in worries and unable to clear his mind, the phone by his bedside rang. It was past midnight. Who could be calling? Xia Ze glanced at the caller ID. It was an international call from Portugal. Hello, who is this? He threw on a coat, walked to the balcony, and answered the phone quietly. Hello, is this Xia Ze? The voice on the other end was that of a middle-aged man speaking Portuguese, quite steady. Yes, who is this? Xia Ze, hello. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. This is Mendes. The man finally gave his name. Mr. Mendez, what can I do for you? Xia Ze's head spun again. Why were bizarre things happening one after another? Xia Ze, I've received word that you're facing financial troubles back home. Perhaps I can help you, Mendez said gently. How do you know about this? Xia Ze demanded, his face full of shock. He never expected the other party to know about Uncle Feng pressing him for repayment. I also have business in China. News among players naturally reaches me first, Mendez said with evident confidence. If you're willing to join my agency, I can not only help you out of this predicament, but also ensure you never have to worry about money again. Xia Ze was still in shock and didn't really care about Mendez's words. Mr. Mendez, let me be clear, I already have an agent. Please don't bother me again. Xia Ze's tone was resolute. On the other end of the line, Mendez seemed to sense the change in Xia Ze's attitude and fell into silence. After a deathly silence of dozens of seconds, Mendez's voice finally sounded again. What a pity. I hope you won't regret it, Mr. Xia Ze. Though Mendez's voice was calm, every word carried a hint of threat. The negotiation had broken down. After hanging up, Xia Ze knew he had fallen out with Mendez. In an office in Lisbon, Portugal, Mendez sat on the sofa. After gently placing the phone down, he poured himself a glass of red wine from the cabinet, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed absently at the view outside. The office door opened softly, and a young man in his 20s entered. It was Mendez's assistant, Richard. Boss, you called for me. Richard walked behind Mendez and said respectfully. The attempt to recruit those two Chinese lads, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, has failed. We need to look for other targets. Mendez said casually, as if nothing had happened. Richard was secretly shocked, never expecting anyone to repeatedly turn down the boss' invitation. It was almost like gambling with one's own future. However, he quickly caught Mendez's implication. After a rapid search in his mind, he came up with two names. Boss, among Chinese players, Wu Lei, who transferred to Stuttgart, is already with our company. Among those playing elsewhere in Europe, Ai Huang, who moved to Manchester United this summer, and Gaobo, who transferred to Real Madrid, show considerable potential. Then contact them. We cannot fail this time, Mendez said with a calm, yet resolute tone. Yes, I'll get on it right away. Richard took the order and left the office. Shaolin, do you know which European agency Uncle Feng Boss Company is cooperating with? Xia Ze asked Wang Xiaolin by the sidelines after training. Uncle Feng's agency. I heard it's the South China branch of Mendez's agency. What's wrong? Did Uncle Feng try to persuade you to join them? No, nothing. Xia Ze said it was nothing, but he was quite shocked inwardly. Although he had suspected Mendez might be behind it, he hadn't expected the relationship between Mendez and Feng Bo to be so close. Perhaps Uncle Feng was acting under Mendez's instructions, forced to come collecting the debt. What was the goal? Naturally, to force him to join his agency. Xia Ze still didn't understand why Mendez repeatedly threatened and tempted him to come under his wing. He was just an ordinary young player in the Portuguese Primeira Liga. Even if he had shown some potential, if Mendez wanted, he could dig up as many players as he wished in the Portuguese league, or even the entire world of football. Why waste so much effort on him? Unable to figure it out, Xia Ze only knew one thing: he absolutely could not join Mendez's agency. That evening, Tenorio appeared at Guangzhou Baiyun International Airport, setting foot on Chinese soil once again after an absence of several months. After receiving a call from Xia Ze the previous day, he learned that Xia Ze was facing financial difficulties. Knowing that Xia Ze was reluctant to borrow from others, he had turned to Tenorio for help. Without a second thought, Tenorio, who had been on vacation, immediately caught the next flight to Guangzhou. After a 20-hour journey, he stood before Xia Ze ready to resolve the troubles of the talented young player he had personally discovered. 2 months earlier, after agreeing to serve as the agent for Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, Tenorio had begun learning the ropes of being an agent. Juggling the dual roles of scout for Maritimo and agent for Xia Ze, he discovered a newfound passion in the realm of football agency, gradually shifting his focus towards securing commercial endorsements for Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Over the past month, as the duo rose to prominence in the Primeira Liga, numerous sportswear companies had contacted Tenorio to discuss endorsement deals for Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. However, Tenorio believed they were not yet ready to sign sporting endorsements, fearing that prematurely entering into such deals might cause them to lose themselves amidst sudden exorbitant endorsement fees. Therefore, he merely maintained contact with these companies without progressing to the operational stage. These sportswear brands range from globally renowned names to domestic Chinese enterprises, each offering different terms and wielding varying degrees of influence. After settling Tenorio into his accommodation, Zhang Wei and Xia Ze gathered in his room that evening to Xia Ze, I hadn't planned for you two to take on endorsements so soon, but since you're in urgent need of money, this is the only way, Tenorio said with some reluctance. He needs the money by the day after tomorrow. With such a tight deadline, can we make it? Wang Xiaolin asked, a note of worry in her voice. She turned to Xia Ze and added, I told you to let my father help, then Tenorio wouldn't have had to rush over overnight. Xia Ze shot Tenorio an apologetic grimace, then shrugged and said, I don't want to owe your father a favor. Besides, we were going to take on endorsements sooner or later, we're just moving up the timeline a bit. Hearing this, Wang Xiaolin didn't argue, but pouted with a sullen expression. Alright, let's get back to business. A month ago, I received endorsement offers from many sportswear companies. Take your pick. Tenorio pulled a stack of documents from his luggage and placed them on the table. Puma leaning step and Tao Warrior Sports. Wang Xiaolin read out the names of well-known sporting brands, leaving Xia Ze and Zhang Wei utterly astonished. They had never imagined that such major companies would approach them for endorsements, so soon feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. Zhang Wei was particularly elated, almost losing his bearings. Now what you need to do is choose one. All the companies that have extended invitations are Chinese domestic firms. Even global brands like Nike and Puma have only had their Chinese subsidiaries reach out to you for endorsements with no global promotion involved, Tenorio explained, studying their expressions. After the initial shock, Xia Ze quickly regained his composure. Nike. If we're going to do endorsements, we might as well go with the best brand. Tenorio smiled in satisfaction, then turned his questioning gaze to Zhang Wei. I'm with Xia Ze. Whatever he decides is fine, Zhang Wei said with a naive grin. The others present couldn't help but laugh at his words. The next day, Tenorio quickly contacted the head of Nike China, and Xia Ze and Zhang Wei signed a 3-year endorsement contract with their advertising and distribution limited to mainland China. Their endorsement fees were set at 5,000 RMB and 3,000 RMB per year respectively, a substantial sum for the fledgling athletes. Zhang Wei lent his first-year endorsement fee to Xia Ze, allowing Xia Ze to repay Fengbo and resolve the pressing financial crisis. During the following week and a half of the vacation, Tenorio remained in Guangzhou. Over those 10 days, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei filmed commercials for Nike China, which would air domestically in the second half of the season. In Porto, Portugal, the president of FC Porto da Costa sat in his chair with a visibly annoyed expression. Jorge, you know how much I wanted those 2 Chinese players. Why did you mess things up? Mendes, sitting across from him, looked unperturbed. Mr. da Costa, those 2 Chinese players were completely resistant to me. I had no choice. Perhaps I could introduce 2 other Chinese players to you. What Chinese players? Ai Huang and Gao Bo. Surely you've heard of them, Mr. da Costa. They're now under my agency, Mendes said casually. Unexpectedly, da Costa's expression darkened further. Those 2 play for Manchester United and Real Madrid. How do you expect me to poach them? Then I'm afraid I can't help you. Sorry, I can't be of assistance. Mendes shrugged, offering an insincere apology. After leaving da Costa's office, Mendes' assistant Richard hurried to catch up. How are they doing now? Mendes asked. Having lost the promising talents of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, Mendes leveraged his extensive network to quickly connect with Ai Huang and Gao Bo, successfully bringing them under his wing. Including Wu Lei, Mendes now represented 3 Chinese players in Europe, and his global expansion was accelerated. After signing with Adidas, they're shooting commercials today. It should air in mainland China soon, Richard reported. Mendes nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Learning that Tenorio had secured a 3-year endorsement contract with Nike China for Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, Mendes promptly connected Ai Huang and Gao Bo with Adidas. But this time they signed directly with Adidas headquarters, and their ads would air globally, not just in mainland China. Given their current influence, however, the campaign would yield the best returns in mainland China, so that region remained. Mendes orchestrated this arrangement to build up Ai Huang and Gao Bo's image in opposition to Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, aiming to overshadow them and make the latter regret not choosing his agency. The 3-week holiday passed swiftly. After resolving his debt crisis, Xia Ze prepared to return to Portugal with Tenorio, Zhang Wei, and Hua Yin. Wang Xiaolin, already on winter break, used all her coaxing skills to obtain permission for a 2-week trip to Portugal, joining Xia Ze and the others on the same flight to Madeira Island. Over 20 hours later, the 4 arrived in Funchal. The next day, before they had even adjusted to the time difference, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei had to report to the team's training ground. Fortunately, they had maintained their condition by training with the Guangzhou RF youth team during the holiday. Though the jet lag left them somewhat unaccustomed, it did not hinder their training. To their surprise, Jelite was absent from the training ground. When Xia Ze asked assistant coach Jorge about it, he received no response. A strange atmosphere seemed to envelop the team. On the coaches' faces there was both sorrow and a hint of joy, leaving Xia Ze puzzled. After training, as Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Dike walked toward the changing rooms, head coach Martin's voice came from behind. Xia Ze, come to my office later. I have something for you. Xia Ze turned back, nodded with a slightly puzzled expression, then headed to the shower. After showering, he told Zhang Wei and Dike to go ahead, and made his way to the coach's office alone. Coach, you wanted to see me? Xia Ze knocked politely. Come and have a seat. Martins was writing something, and didn't look up, gesturing for Xia Ze to sit at his desk. After a moment, Martin stopped writing, and raised his eyes to study Xia Ze. He noticed that the confusion that had clouded Xia Ze's gaze before the holiday was gone, replaced by a hint of determination. He nodded approvingly. Looks like you made good use of your vacation. Thank you, coach, Xia Ze replied humbly. But you must be wondering why Jelite wasn't here today, Martin said with an... Xia Ze looked up at Martin's, confusion flickering in his eyes. Jelite has retired. He needs to take care of his son, Martin said calmly. The words struck Xia Ze like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly stunned. Retired, he exclaimed, his face a mask. Xia Ze had never imagined Jelite would choose retirement. Given Jelite's condition, he could easily play in the top division for another 3 or 4 years, and his son's treatment required the financial support from his football salary. The sudden news left Xia Ze completely dazed. We tried to persuade him to stay, but it was no use. I think he made this decision long ago, Martin said, shaking his head helplessly as he saw the shock and confusion in Xia Ze's eyes. Indeed, losing Jelite will greatly weaken our team's strength, Martins continued. But don't worry, we'll respond quickly and bolster our squad. He assumed Xia Ze's gloom stemmed from concern over the team's declining performance, so he offered words of reassurance. Xia Ze remained largely unresponsive, merely nodding slightly. He looked at Martins and asked, "Coach, is there?" Martins looked at Xia Ze with some surprise, then after a moment a faint smile appeared on his face. "Jelite asked me to pass along a message. He said he and his family are grateful to you." The following day, Maritamo's official website published an article announcing Guret's retirement, stating that he decided to step down from professional football to care for his son's illness. This news sent shockwaves through the entire Portuguese football scene. Although Guret was not a top-tier star, he was a key player for Maritimo and held a certain degree of fame within Portugal. His sudden retirement became the talk of the Portuguese football world for days. During the first few days back in Portugal, Xia Ze spent his time either training for the upcoming league match or accompanying Wang Xiaolin on shopping trips, which made quite a few people envious. Monica, upon Wang Xiaolin's arrival, seemed to tactfully vanish and no longer cling to Xia Ze. On the third day after their return to Portugal, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei went to the club as usual in the morning to prepare for training. But as they entered the club, they noticed every face brimming with excitement and joy, as if something wonderful had happened. "Dikio, do you know why everyone at the club is so happy?" Xia Ze caught up with Dikio and asked, puzzled. "Oh, you haven't heard." Dikio seemed surprised at their ignorance. "Quaresma is about to join our team." Dikio could not conceal his elation as he spoke, his eyebrows dancing with joy. "Who is Quaresma? I've never heard of him," Zhang Wei, who had caught up, asked while scratching his head. "What? You don't know Quaresma either?" Dikio looked even more astonished. After a moment of thought, recalling his earlier misunderstandings of Dikio and Guret's name, Xia Ze suddenly realized a name. "Not Kuale Sima. It's Quaresma." The moment Xia Ze finished speaking, Zhang Wei stood stunned. Quaresma, a name that was intimately familiar to Chinese fans and players alike. The prodigy who alongside Cristiano Ronaldo was once hailed as Portugal's twin stars. Though he never reached the heights expected of him, he still enjoyed considerable fame worldwide. His arrival would undoubtedly boost both Maritimo's profile and the team's strength, which explained the club's power. At this moment, Xia Ze recalled Martin's words from a few days ago: the team's strength would not decline, on the contrary, it would improve. It seemed Martins had already secured this deal, and today was merely the final signing. After confirming that the new signing was none other than the renowned Quaresma, the two asked Dikio about the transfer details. Quaresma had terminated his contract with Al Ahly in the summer and had been without a club since. For the past 6 months, he had been training at his former club Porto to maintain his form. Before the new year, his agent finally secured a deal with Maritimo, and he voluntarily lowered his salary demands. Even so, he still became the highest-paid player at Maritimo, with a net annual salary of $1.5 million, signing a 2.5-year contract. Despite the substantial wage burden, the Maritimo board was satisfied. The dark clouds of gloom that had shrouded the Estadio dos Barreiros after Guret's retirement finally dispersed, allowing the warmth of the sun to be felt once more. Mendes seems to have done a good deed after all, Xia Ze thought to himself. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Dikio returned to the locker room together. As they were changing into their training gear, head coach Martins walked in with a man in a suit. That suited man was without a doubt Quaresma. Xia Ze looked up and carefully observed the illustrious Portuguese. His hair was neatly cropped, his chin cleanly shaven, oversized diamond earrings adorned his ears, a hint of a rebellious smile played on his lips, and his brows were naturally slightly furrowed, as if bearing the myriad vicissitudes of life. "All right, let me introduce a new teammate, Ricardo Quaresma," Martins announced with great enthusiasm to the After Martins finished, applause and cheers erupted in the locker room. The addition of such a famous star undoubtedly elevated the team's strength. A radiant smile spread across Martins' face. Indeed, Quaresma's arrival significantly bolstered the squad. Though no one knew exactly how much of his former brilliance he could regain, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Martins remained quite optimistic about Quaresma's prospects with the team. "Ricardo, would you like to train with us today?" Martins asked Quaresma beside him. "Of course. I came here to play football," Quaresma replied straightforwardly. "Good. That's your spot. Get changed quickly," Martins said, pointing to the locker that had belonged to Guret, assigning it to Quaresma. On the training ground, after several days of joint practice, the players' intensity gradually increased. The next match was at home against Academica Coimbra, a mid-to-low table team. Despite that, Maritimo, who had gone 2 games without a win, approached it cautiously. After warm-ups and basic drills, Martins organized a scrimmage to rehearse tactics. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Dikio were all placed in the starting group, while Quaresma, being new, was assigned to the reserve group. "Quaresma, let me see your dribbling and skill," Xia Ze thought as he watched Quaresma in his white bib. The scrimmage began. The starting group controlled the tempo with slightly superior ability, while the reserve group occasionally launched counters, but due to a lack of chemistry between Quaresma and his teammates, those attacks posed little threat. Quaresma received the ball on the flank again, dribbled past Briggle, and broke into the edge of the box. "Ricardo, you'll never get past me," Zhang Wei shouted confidently as he rushed over to cover. Quaresma did not accelerate to blast past Zhang Wei. Instead, he stopped the ball and performed a few stationary stepovers in front of him. Seeing that his opponent did not opt for direct penetration, Zhang Wei stepped forward slightly, intending to use his body to contain him. At that moment, Quaresma flicked the ball with his foot, and it bizarrely passed through Zhang Wei's legs. He then burst past Zhang Wei in a flash. A clean nutmeg that left Zhang Wei utterly beaten. Zhang Wei tried to recover, but it was too late. Quaresma surged into the box and slotted the ball home for the first goal of the scrimmage. So strong. Xia Ze marveled silently as he watched Quaresma jog back with a smile. When his body was not yet fully recovered, he chose not to rashly charge through, but instead relied on finesse and technique to beat Zhang Wei. This was the composure of a top-tier star in seizing opportunities. Xia Ze asked himself if he could remain as calm as Quaresma in such situations. "Dave, that's embarrassing," a teammate on the reserve group laughed at Zhang Wei. After months of getting along, they all knew Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were easygoing, so jokes were common. "Damn, I won't let him get past me so easily next time." Zhang Wei cursed profanities he had picked up from the earthy defenders around him. The scrimmage continued. The starting group soon equalized through Xia Ze and Di Li while the duel between Zhang Wei and Quaresma went on. Though Zhang Wei remained vigilant in subsequent encounters, he still lost more often than he won against the more experienced and technically superior Quaresma, which frustrated him greatly. "Xia Ze, Quaresma is just too good. When I face him, I have no idea what he's going to do next," Zhang Wei complained to Xia Ze while showering. "That's the gap between us and top stars. Besides, Quaresma hasn't yet reached his peak form. Once he does, even two of you might not be able to stop him," Xia Ze sighed from the adjacent shower. "Then what do I do?" Zhang Wei asked somewhat absurdly. After all, Quaresma was his teammate, and asking how to deal with him in a game was rather pointless, as Zhang Wei wouldn't have to face him in official matches. Xia Ze did not answer, and simply let the water run over him. He didn't know how much Quaresma's arrival would elevate the team. All he knew was that he still fell short of this somewhat past his prime star, and a twinge of disappointment crept in. When the news of Quaresma joining Maritimo broke, the entire Portuguese football scene was shaken once more. Although Quaresma had been away from Portuguese football for years, his reputation was no less than that of any star currently dazzling in the Primeira Liga. His move made Maritimo the center of Portuguese football headlines again. On the island of Madeira, many Maritimo fans who had been worried about the team's poor form before the winter break were injected with a shot of adrenaline. Quaresma's signing sent them into ecstatic celebrations, with fans singing and reveling in the streets. This once again subdued the high spirits of Nacional fans who had been riding high after the derby. In the following days, whether in Funchal's bars or on street corners, everyone was talking about Quaresma's arrival, and every fan's face gleamed with excitement and anticipation. Quaresma was arguably the most famous player ever to don Maritimo's colors in recent years, if not in the club's. One effect of his signing was that more fans gathered outside the training ground. Besides those who had long been watching Xia Ze train, many new faces, mostly female fans, joined the crowd, peering through the wire fence and cheering at Quaresma's impressive moves. Yet another headache for the coaching staff emerged, met only with resigned smiles. After 2 days of training with the team, Martins placed Quaresma on the roster for the next match, but not as a starter. He was only on the bench. On the eve of the match, in the media room of the Dos Barreiros Stadium, over 100 reporters gathered in the 100-square-meter room awaiting the arrival of Quaresma. The number of media present at this press conference was more than double that of the one held a month ago for the Madeira Derby, leaving one in awe of Quaresma's magnetic appeal. After a brief wait, Maritimo's head coach Martins, captain Buligear, and new signing Quaresma entered the press conference in succession. A flurry of camera flashes instantly illuminated the venue, as every journalist seized the moment to capture the first photographs of Quaresma since his transfer to Maritimo. Quaresma seemed to have grown accustomed to the paparazzi's lights, a smile never fading from his face. "Ricardo, why did you choose to join Maritimo?" A reporter was the first to pose a question naturally directed at the universally watched Quaresma. "Well, as everyone knows, I haven't played football for half a year. I wanted to join a team with strength, and Maritimo's performance over these past 6 months has been undeniably brilliant. I'm delighted to be able to join this historic club." Quaresma handled the reporter's question with ease. "Mr. Martins, will you have Quaresma play in this match?" "Well, as everyone knows, I haven't played football for half a year. I wanted to join a team with strength, and Maritimo's performance over these past 6 months has been undeniably. He will be on the roster for this match, so everyone can look forward to it." Buligear, as captain, what changes do you think Quaresma's arrival will bring to the team? "Ricardo is an excellent player without a doubt. I believe he will act as a lubricant within our squad, pushing every one of us to improve. His technique is outstanding, and he will lead us to challenge for higher rankings." Buligear's words were full of praise, clearly delighted with the reinforcement Quaresma represented. "Ricardo, are you ready to play?" asked a male reporter with a smile. Though the question seemed redundant after Martin's answer, it carried a subtle malice. I haven't played a match for several months. While I have confidence in my body, I think I should follow the coach's arrangements. If the coach says I'm ready, then I'll give everything I have to help the team win. I hope to win trophies here and to lead the team into European competition. That is my goal. After the press conference concluded, the headline of the day's newspapers was that Quaresma wanted to help Maritimo win a championship, instantly stirring up a storm across Portugal. Some fans considered Quaresma a has-been and his words mere bravado, while others thought it wasn't impossible given Maritimo's other young talents. A debate erupted from Quaresma's single remark, lasting for a considerable time. After training, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei walked out of the training base and noticed numerous media vans parked outside the Dos Barreiros stadium, once again awestruck by Quaresma's influence. Brrr. A phone rang in Xia Ze's backpack. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from home. Fearing something was wrong, he quickly answered. "Hello, is that my brother?" On the other end came a slightly hoarse but excited voice. "Xiao Tao? Xiao Tao, what's up?" Xia Ze asked tensely. "Brother, I saw the news. Did Quaresma really transfer to your team?" Xiao Tao was still excited. "Yes, what's the matter?" Hearing it wasn't a family emergency, Xia Ze breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, get me his signed jersey. Aren't you only a fan of Ronaldo? I like Quaresma too. You must get me a signed jersey. Have Sister Shaolin bring it back." Xia Tao's tone was decisive, leaving no room for argument. All right." Unable to refuse, Xia Ze frowned and agreed. Wang Xiaolin had been in Portugal for nearly a week. This weekend happened to be a Maritimo home match, so the couple naturally planned to support Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Wang Xiaolin also wanted to buy some gifts for Xia Tao. That day, they arranged to go to a jersey store in Funchal to purchase souvenirs related to Maritimo. Maritimo's official jersey stores were indeed scarce in Funchal. Apart from the club's own shop outside the stadium, there were only 2 or 3 others. Hua Yin led Wang Xiaolin to the largest one. The shop owner was a bald, middle-aged man, short and stout, with a smile that, though affable, came off as somewhat sleazy. When he saw the two beauties Hua Yin and Wang Xiaolin enter the store, he immediately came over to greet them, rubbing his. Hua Yin noticed that more people seemed to be buying jerseys today than usual, and found it odd, so she asked the bald owner, "Boss, business seems better than before, huh?" It's all because of Quaresma. Since he joined the team, sales of Maritimo jerseys have more than doubled. His jerseys alone sell more than all the other players combined. The bald owner grinned ear to ear. "Are you two here to buy Quaresma's jerseys? You'd better hurry. They're all." Wang Xiaolin didn't understand Portuguese. After Hua Yin explained, she pouted and snorted. "If I want buy that dead horse. I want to buy Xia Ze's." She said that and walked into the store. After they finished shopping and waited in line to pay, they realized the bald owner was right. Most people were buying Quaresma's jerseys, and later they truly sold out. The two finally witnessed the pull of a superstar. Perhaps, just from jersey sales, Maritimo had already recouped Quaresma's salary. A day later, on matchday weekend, the area outside the Dos Barreiros stadium was once again a lively scene. Maritimo fans had already tossed aside the painful memory of their last home loss to their city rivals, replaced by anticipation for new signing Quaresma. Among the home fans, at least half wore Quaresma's jersey. In the stands, a banner was even hung to support the star once considered on par with Ronaldo. "This is where you will take flight again." The massive banner fluttered in the stands, that encouraging motto addressed to Quaresma. Inside the home locker room, after finishing their warm-up, Maritimo's players were organizing their gear at their respective spots. Meanwhile, head coach Martins was delivering an impassioned speech. This match was the first after the winter break. Before the holiday, they had suffered a 2-game winless crisis. Now hosting the weak Coimbra University team at home, they absolutely had to secure all 3 points. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei both started. Replacing Gret in midfield was the other defensive midfielder Pereira, while Quaresma and Daiko were on the bench. After an impassioned talk, the team, led by Captain Bewley Gears, stepped onto the pitch. Xia Ze listened to the cheers of the fans around him. After a month away, he was finally back on the field. But this time his mindset had undergone many changes. He no longer took victory for granted, no longer underestimated any opponent, and no longer hesitated out of fear of missing opportunities. More decisive and calmer, he would become stronger. Welcome to Sport TV's coverage of the 15th round of the 2013-2014 Portuguese Primeira Liga. Today, Maritimo, who performed brilliantly in the first half of the season, host Coimbra University at home. I'm your host, Kelly Siding, and joining us for commentary is our guest, Luis Figo. In the Lisbon studio, Kelly Siding appeared on screen with his usual fervor. Luis, the Portuguese football scene has been buzzing with the news of Ricardo Quaresma joining Maritimo. How much do you think this will help the team? Before the match began, Kelly Siding chatted with Figo about the hot topic of the game. "I believe Ricardo's arrival is a significant event for Maritimo. If he performs well, he can elevate the team's quality by a notch." Figo had high regard for his former national teammate. "Then do you think Quaresma's bold claim in the pre-match press conference, that he will help Maritimo win a title, has any real chance of being realized?" Kelly Siding pressed further. "If Ricardo returns to form, he's unquestionably world-class. But for Maritimo to win any title, even just the Portuguese League Cup, the key isn't Ricardo's world-class brilliance on the pitch, but the performances of the two young Chinese players. Figo offered a different perspective, not denying Quaresma's talent, but placing more importance on Xia Ze and Zhang. How so? Kelasiding was puzzled. Quaresma plays on the wing. If he performs well, he can help the team score goals and even win matches. But Xia Ze and Zhang Wei occupy more crucial positions, central midfield and center back. Figo elaborated, from the first half of the season, we can see that both are fully capable of holding down starting spots at Maritimo. Xia Ze's performance can even influence the team's overall display in a match. So if they can consistently unleash their potential in the remaining half of the season combined with Ricardo's incisive attacks, Maritimo has a fair chance of striving for the Portuguese League Cup. Thank you, Luis, for your assessment of Maritimo's prospects in the second half of the season. Now the match is underway and Maritimo kicks off first. Maritimo's first match of 2014 had already begun against Coimbra University. After Xia Ze kicked off, he did not rush to attack, instead controlling the tempo through passes, making the opponent, like Maritimo's other opponents, Coimbra University assigned a defensive midfielder to specifically mark Xia Ze. In the opening stage, Xia Ze did not tangle much with the opposing defensive midfielder. As soon as he received the ball, he quickly transferred it. Since most of the opponent's midfield defensive focus was concentrated on Xia Ze, Artur had more space to organize attacks. Artur was originally the midfield core of Maritimo before Xia Ze. Now that the opponent gave him so much space, he naturally would not waste the opportunity. The attacks orchestrated by Artur frequently threatened Coimbra University's backline, forcing their midfield to shift more defensive attention to Artur. As a result, Xia Ze faced much less marking and pressing, suddenly gaining more space to handle and organize. Xia Ze is very calm. In these 15 minutes, he never tangled with the opposing defensive midfielder. Instead, he created plenty of space for Artur through his runs. Now the opponent's attention is on Artur. Xia Ze has a chance to get the ball. Christian commented on Xia Ze's performance while watching the game. Xia Ze received the ball from defender Rosario. The opposing defensive midfielder was too late to press, so he quickly turned to survey the situation on the field. At this moment, Maritimo's formation was fully stretched with players on both wings providing support, and Pereira, Artur, and himself forming a midfield triangle in the center. Seeing the opposing defensive midfielder quickly closing in, Xia Ze rapidly pondered in his mind. No need to dribble past him, a simple 1-2 pass will shake him off. Xia Ze calculated calmly. When the defensive midfielder approached within 3 meters, Xia Ze tapped the ball to Pereira in the center and quickly bypassed the opponent. Pereira understood immediately and played it back to Xia Ze. A simple giveyango earned Xia Ze plenty of time and space to handle the ball. Right winger Helton made a diagonal run toward the opponent's penalty area. Left winger Sammy and center forward Dilly also moved in the front along with Pereira nearby, giving Xia Ze at least 4 passing options. Without any hesitation, Xia Ze pushed a ground ball with his right foot along the left side of the midfield straight through the gap between the opponent's left back and center back, landing at the corner of the penalty area. Helton streaked like lightning, overtaking the opponent's left back from the sideline and arriving in front of the ball. Xia Ze's through pass sliced through the opponent's defense, instantly accelerating the attack. Coimbra University's defense, which had been accustomed to Maritimo's positional play, was caught off guard by Xia Ze's sudden through ball, creating a fine attacking opportunity for Maritimo on the right. Helton received the ball and quickly entered the penalty area. Inside the box, Dilly and Sammy rushed in to meet the cross, while Artur provided support from the edge of the area. Helton whipped in a low cross. In the center, Dilly shook off the defender and went for it. Christian narrated excitedly in the studio. This is a golden opportunity. Oh, the Coimbra goalkeeper deflected it. But there is a chance for a rebound. After the goalkeeper parried the ball, it landed near the penalty spot. Artur, unmarked, stepped forward and struck a shot toward the empty net. The home fans stood up watching this attack, nervously staring at Coimbra's penalty area. On the sideline, Maritimo's coaching staff were also stirred by the attack. Martins even rose from his seat. Oh, what a pity. A Coimbra defender cleared the ball off the line. Maritimo wasted a golden chance to score. Will this match be like their last home game? Plenty of attacks, but no goals. Christian said worriedly. It won't be like the last match. Oh, we can create better chances. After Artur wasted that chance, Xia Ze did not hold his head in frustration as he used to. Instead, he calmly calculated in his mind how to create more goal-scoring opportunities. In the next 10 minutes, Maritimo, orchestrated by Xia Ze, created several goal-scoring chances, but all missed. Strangely, the crossbar and post denied Maritimo 2 certain goals. Other Maritimo players seemed confused and disheartened by the team's failure to score despite dominating. Maritimo seems truly trapped in the curse of the home goal frame. At this moment, someone must step up. Christian lamented after Maritimo missed several clear chances. Xia Ze initiated another attack. He passed to Sammy, who drove to the byline and pulled the ball back to the overlapping Ruben Ferreira. Ferreira crossed directly. Odili attacked the ball in the center. The opponent's goalkeeper came out and punched but the ball did not travel far, landing perfectly at the feet of Xia Ze, just outside the penalty area. He had ample space and time to adjust for a shot. Xia Ze has a great chance. He's about to unleash a volley. Will he score? Christian stood up again nervously. Xia Ze outside the box faced the oncoming ball, raised his right leg high, preparing to volley it without stopping. At that moment, two figures threw themselves desperately from the penalty area towards Xia Ze, sliding into, but Xia Ze's high leg dropped gently. He didn't shoot. Instead, he flicked the ball past both diving defenders. Now only the goalkeeper, who had just scrambled back to the line, stood in front of Xia Ze. This goal is mine. Xia Ze's eyes were firm as he looked at the keeper. He pushed the ball with his right foot. It skimmed the ground toward the far post. The goalkeeper dived quickly, but the ball slipped past his fingertips, and he could only watch it roll into the net. From the shot to the ball crossing the line took less than a second, but that brief half-second felt like half a century. When the ball crossed the line and nestled into the net, the anxiety that had been weighing on Xia Ze finally eased. The Estadio dos Barreiros erupted. The roar of joy from the fans seemed to shake the entire stadium. After more than a month without a goal, Xia Ze finally scored, and it was a goal that broke through his inner demon. As if it were his first goal ever, he spread his arms, sprinted toward the corner flag, dropped to his knees, and executed a beautiful slide to celebrate. Way to go, Xia Ze. Well, beautiful. Well done. Teammates swarmed around him, celebrating. After the prolonged inability to score, their emotions had been suppressed for a long time. Xia Ze's opener released all that pressure. Coach, I did it. Xia Ze murmured to himself after the ecstatic outburst. What an incredible goal. Xia Ze's performance was remarkably calm. He elegantly bypassed the defenders and gently pushed the ball to shatter the gloom over the Barreiros. Maritimo took a 10 lead. Christian narrated excitedly after Xia Ze's goal. After finishing his celebration, Xia Ze jogged back and upon reaching the midfield made a heart gesture toward the stands above the coaching bench, causing a group of female fans to buzz in confusion. But two beauties in the stands understood. Hua Yin teasingly poked Wang Xiaolan's waist upon seeing this, making She looked at Xia Ze and found him sending her a tender gaze. Her heart sweetened, and she quickly lowered her head. Xia Ze smiled at Wang Xiaolan's shy expression and refocused on the game. After the match restarted, the Barreiros once again echoed with the song, Let Him Play. Xia Ze performed even better amidst the melody celebrating him. Maritimo, having ended a 2-game goal drought and wasted multiple chances in this match, regained their confidence. Every player handled the ball with assurance, completely suppressing the opponent's attack. In the remaining time of the first half, Xia Ze assisted Dilly for a goal, locking the halftime score at 20, entering the dressing room with a comfortable advantage. Luis, please comment on the first half. Christian said to Figo. The first half, as the score suggests, was completely controlled by Maritimo. But looking at the first 25 minutes, it wasn't like that. After failing to score despite repeated chances, Maritimo's players' confidence began to waver. At that critical moment, the magical kid Xia Ze stepped up, shouldering the responsibility of scoring for the team with his only 18-year-old shoulders. He scored a goal with remarkable calm, and after that the game fell entirely under Maritimo's control. Xia Ze's performance in the first half was like a key that unlocked the door to victory, helping Maritimo break the deadlock in a difficult situation. The second goal came naturally afterward. Figo spoke concisely in front of the camera, analyzing the first half situation thoroughly. Indeed, the first half was entirely Xia Ze's show. The 20 scoreline also added anticipation for Maritimo fans. When will new signing Quaresma come on in the second half? Alright, let's wait and see. After the second half began, Maritimo still controlled the tempo of the game. The fans at Estadio dos Barreiros sensed the match was already decided and began looking towards the substitutes bench, hoping to see Quaresma's figure. In the 50th minute, Martins felt his team had secured control after the break. He turned and said 2 words to the bench. Quaresma stood up, pulled on a vest, and walked to the sidelines to warm up. Instantly, cheers erupted across the entire stadium. Every fan rose, craning their necks toward the substitutes bench. The appearance of Quaresma reignited the atmosphere, rivaling the excitement when Xia Ze scored in the first half. Coimbra University had a corner kick. Xia Ze dropped back to defend, finding himself beside Zhang Wei. Xia Ze, are they really that over the top? Zhang Wei frowned as he watched Quaresma warming up. Xia Ze also glanced toward the sidelines. Amid the roaring cheers, Quaresma seemed to revel in the sensation, a smile perpetually on his face. Never mind that, focus on the game. Xia Ze shifted his attention back. Yanjia, why is everyone so excited? It's just Quaresma, not Cristiano Ronaldo. Wang Xiaolan felt indignant that the commotion from Quaresma's warm-up surpassed the excitement over her boyfriend's goal. That's the influence of a star. Xia Ze has little global recognition yet, but once he plays brilliantly, just as many people will adore him. Hua Yin said, watching the match and smiling comfortingly. Humph, I won't even look at him. Wang Xiaolan stomped her foot and turned away petulantly, as if unwilling to catch even a glimpse of Quaresma. Hua Yin patted her back, stifling a laugh. Brother, look. Quaresma is about to come on. He'll definitely create sparks with Xia Ze. Monica, sitting behind the substitutes bench, watched Quaresma warming up with excitement. Aren't you worried that Quaresma will steal Xia Ze's spotlight? Big Beard teased. "Oh, Quaresma is handsome too," Monica said with a hint of infatuation. "But I believe Xia Ze will become a top star. Didn't you see his heart-shaped gesture? That wasn't for you. His girlfriend might be here." Big Beard mercilessly Alright, Quaresma has finished his warm-up and is now standing on the sidelines waiting to enter. The camera focused on Quaresma. Kristen said excitedly, "The Estadio dos Barreiros is thundering with applause. They are welcoming the most famous star in the club's history, Ricardo Quaresma, making his debut for Maritimo in the number 17 shirt, replacing left-winger Sammy." The referee's whistle signaled the substitution. Quaresma stood at the sideline. The entire stadium erupted in applause. Whether for the departing player or the incoming Quaresma was unclear. The substituted Sammy acknowledged the crowd with waves as he jogged to the sideline, preparing to leave the pitch. He knew that at least half of the thunderous applause belonged to Quaresma, and he could already feel his starting spot under. Quaresma, still wearing a smile, high-fived Sammy and sprinted onto the field. The cheers grew even louder, as if welcoming a hero. "This is the power of a star. One day he'll reach that level. No one will surpass him," Xia Ze said to himself, watching Quaresma enter the pitch. In the 60th minute, Quaresma replaced Sammy, making his debut for Maritimo and stepping onto a professional league pitch for the first time in 6 months. Maritimo continued to control the game. Xia Ze collected the ball in midfield, quickly shook off the opposing holding midfielder, and advanced. "Xia Ze, pass it to me." Quaresma raised his hand on the left flank. Hearing the call, Xia Ze lifted his head to assess the situation. Quaresma had not fully escaped the right back. Now was not an ideal moment to pass. Instead of passing, Xia Ze dribbled forward. Forward Dilly made energetic runs ahead. "Hey, over here," Quaresma shouted again, demanding the ball. Now Quaresma had found a decent pocket of space, and the right back was drawn away by Xia Ze and Dilly's movement. Yet Xia Ze still refused to pass. He continued driving forward. "Pass it to Ricardo." Martins called anxiously from the touchline. The team was 2 goals up. He wasn't worried about the result, but about potential incompatibility between his 2 key players. It seems Xia Ze has no intention of passing to Quaresma, even though there is space on the left, Kristen lamented. But a moment later he jumped to his feet, staring at the big screen in surprise. "Oh no." Xia Ze dribbled forward a considerable distance, pulling apart the opposition defense until he stood just outside the penalty area, perfectly positioned to shoot. Hilton was on the right flank and Dilly was inside the box. But instead of shooting, Xia Ze used an extremely subtle and clever motion with his right foot, a drag and a flick, to send the ball into the vacant space on the left side of the box. Quaresma, who had been constantly signaling for the ball, arrived at the perfect moment. It was a telepathic connection. Xia Ze, as if with eyes in the back of his head, magically delivered the ball to Quaresma, who had pulled into the gap on the left. Quaresma had a clear shooting chance. The defender rushed to close him down, but it was too late. Without stopping, Quaresma met the ball, curling a right-footed shot that arced toward the far corner of the goal. Every spectator in the Estadio dos Barreiros rose to their feet, ready to witness Quaresma's first goal. The Coimbra University goalkeeper dived, full stretch. The ball traced a beautiful arc, bending past his outstretched hand. So close. The goalkeeper cursed as the ball nestled into the net. A magnificent curving strike. Quaresma had scored on his Maritimo debut. The Estadio dos Barreiros erupted once more. The fans, already standing, now cheered and embraced one another, celebrating the goal. "Well done." Martins clenched his fist, whispering under his breath. Moments ago he had worried about the synergy between Xia Ze and Quaresma. Now Xia Ze had assisted Quaresma, opening a brilliant chapter for the latter's Maritimo journey. After striking the ball, Quaresma tracked its flight intently. When it rippled the net, he could no longer contain his excitement, spreading his arms and sprinting toward the fans in the corner, roaring skyward, releasing the pent-up frustration of 6 months without competitive football. Got him back. He dropped to his knees in front of the corner flag, roaring to the heavens. Xia Ze, Dilly, and the other Maritimo players rushed over and embraced Quaresma in celebration. 30. Maritimo cruised to victory. Maritimo were outstanding tonight. Xia Ze, 1 goal and 2 assists, is the undisputed man of the match. This wonder kid has recharged after his vacation. Kristen commented after the game. Ricardo Quaresma scored on his debut. His future in the Primera Liga is promising. If he performs well, he might even earn a recall to the national team. Luis Figo offered his assessment of his compatriot's performance. Well, that concludes our broadcast. Look forward to Maritimo's upcoming displays. Goodbye. In the home dressing room, Martins waited by the door as the players returned. Great job. Well played. A fantastic start, Ricardo. He high-fived each player, offering encouragement and praise. Every Maritimo player seemed in good spirits. The first game after the winter break had been a perfect victory, and they had also welcomed a powerful reinforcement, Quaresma. After the post-match talk, the players began showering and packing up to leave. Xia Ze sat in his spot, glancing toward Quaresma's seat. Not seeing him there, he looked around in mild panic. "Xia Ze, who are you looking for?" Zhang Wei asked. "Quaresma. Has he left?" "Not yet. Look, he's coming out." Zhang Wei pointed. Xia Ze saw Quaresma emerging from the shower wrapped in a towel. Feeling awkward, Xia Ze stood up, mentally rehearsing how to approach him. Something on your mind? Quaresma looked up at the still somewhat green Chinese lad. The assist from Xia Ze had left a deep impression. He began to acknowledge that his choice to come to Maritimo might have been absolutely right. Ricardo, my little brother idolizes you. He asked me to get your jersey. Xia Ze scratched his head embarrassed. Oh, take it. Quaresma handed over his sweaty top without hesitation. And could you sign it for me? Xia Ze extended his right hand, which had been hidden behind his back, holding a pen. Quaresma shook his head with a wry smile, took the pen, and signed the shirt. Xia Ze waited beside him, resembling a fan asking for an autograph. Oh, Xia Ze, you're asking Ricardo for a signed jersey. I can give you mine too, haha. Dikeo happened to see and joked as he walked by. The entire dressing room burst into laughter, making Xia Ze even more awkward. Quaresma's news of scoring a goal in his debut match for Maritimo quickly spread throughout Portugal. The media, who had been concerned whether Quaresma could regain his form after being away from Europe's mainstream leagues, began to praise the Maritimo head coach's vision, expressing strong optimism about their prospects. The Nacional fans, who had rejoiced in their derby victory, found themselves suppressed just a month later by the buoyant Maritimo supporters, bolstered by their new reinforcement, causing considerable distress for the Nacional president. Manchester, England, at the Carrington training base. David, I believe this isn't my first time dealing with you. Trust me, sending this kid to Portugal will greatly benefit his development. Mendes flashed his signature smile, addressing David Moyes, seated behind his desk. We've also received loan offers from Antwerp and several other clubs. Moyes pulled several documents from a folder and placed them before Mendes. Antwerp is our club's partner team. It's hard to turn down their invitation. I asked AI Huang, and he said he prefers Portugal because his rival from China is there. The competition will accelerate his improvement. Mendes looked confidently into Moyes' eyes and continued his persuasion. Moyes lowered his head in thought, pinched his nose with his right hand, then looked up. All right, let him go to Portugal for a half-year stint. Thank you, David. Mendes stood up smiling and shook hands with Moyes. In Funchal's Chinatown at dusk, as the sun had sunk below the horizon, Hua Yin and Wang Xiaolin were preparing dinner at home, awaiting the return of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Since Quaresma joined the team, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei had voluntarily requested extra training. Their physical conditioning in the first half of the season had long concluded. This time their initiative to train extra was primarily influenced by Quaresma, who was also doing extra practice. Quaresma's skill had already surpassed theirs, yet at 30 in the twilight of his career, he still insisted on extra training to refine his technique. His behavior inspired Xia Ze, making him realize that without extra training, surpassing Quaresma would be impossible. So he dragged Zhang Wei to stay behind and intensify their technical drills. Every day after training they would stay for an extra hour, as if competing with Quaresma. This brought great satisfaction to head coach Martins, who saw the team's future. By the time it was completely dark, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei returned from the training ground to Hua Yan's home. They were now having all 3 meals there. Hua Bin, fond of lively company, practically treated them as half-sons. Hua Bin and his wife were away traveling, leaving only Hua Yan, Wang Xiaolin, Xia Ze, and Zhang Wei. The 4 had dinner together while Portuguese sports programs played on TV. According to an official announcement from Manchester United, their Chinese youngster AI Huang will join Portuguese Liga Club Nacional on loan. The news broadcast from the TV caused Xia Ze and Zhang Wei to stop their chopsticks and stare at the screen. Xia Ze, David, you will have a companion coming to Madeira. Next time invite him for a meal, Hua Yin said cheerfully upon seeing the news. Who's coming to Madeira? Wang Xiaolin, who didn't understand Portuguese, asked in confusion. It's AI Huang transferring to Nacional Humph. I'm not going to invite him to dinner, Zhang Wei said, still harboring resentment toward his former rival from the Guangzhou Evergrande youth team. AI Huang. What a small world. Wang Xiaolin frowned upon hearing this. What's wrong? Do you have a bad relationship with him? Hua Yin asked, puzzled. Back in Guangzhou we were sworn enemies. Zhang Wei, though appearing clumsy, succinctly explained their relationship. That's just a rival on the pitch. But in a foreign land we should set aside these petty conflicts and unite. Hua Yin, now understanding the situation, said dismissively. Sister Yin is right. Since we're all abroad as fellow Chinese players, we should help each other. Let's see when he arrives and organize a welcome dinner for him. Xia Ze, who had been silent, now smiled and said, in a foreign land there's really no need to dwell on. The next day AI Huang completed his medical and loan transfer formalities at Nacional. As he walked out of the training base, his eyes lit up at the sight of 2 beautiful girls standing before him, along with 2 people he found displeasing. AI Huang, welcome to Funchal. We'll be city rivals again, Xia Ze greeted with a smile. Xiaolin, what are you doing in Portugal? AI Huang completely ignored Xia Ze and walked straight to Wang Xiaolin, flashing a warm smile. Zhang Wei and the other 2, seeing AI Huang snub Xia Ze's greeting, all turned cold. Wang Xiaolin let out a cold snort and turned away, completely ignoring AI Huang. AI Huang, we've all left Guangzhou. In this foreign land, how about we set aside our past grudges? Xia Ze, undeterred by AI Huang's cold stare, turned around and continued to smile. Don't think you're something just because you've played a few matches in Portugal. You're not qualified to lecture me yet. AI Huang, rebuffed by Wang Xiaolin's cold shoulder, was extremely irritated and immediately cut off Xia Ze. We're all adults now. Why be so childish and cling to these things? Xia Ze said helplessly. Ridiculous. I've joined Nacional, not your lousy Maritimo. You'd better watch out. See how I defeat you. AI Huang said arrogantly, then glanced at Wang Xiaolin before turning to leave alone. Xia Ze watched his overbearing back and sighed helplessly. But Hua Yin Zhongwei and Wang Xiaolin's eyes seemed to spout fire. Xiao Ze, I've never seen such a rude person. Hua Yin was so angry her chest heaved. Sister Yin, don't bother with him. If he doesn't eat with us, I save a meal's cost. I dislike him from back to front. Wang Xiaolin took Hua Yan's arm and made a face at AI Huang's retreating figure. The four's wish to befriend AI Huang was shattered by his cold treatment. One couldn't help but wonder were AI Huang and Xia Ze destined to be rivals. On Saturday, the Portuguese Liga match saw Nacional host Rio Avenue, with AI Huang on the bench. The first half ended scoreless, a 0-0 stalemate. In the second half, Nacional's head coach brought on AI Huang, provided an assist, and scored a goal in the second half, leading his team to a 20 victory and earning the Man of the Match award. His stellar debut performance made Portuguese media exclaim once again that Chinese football was on the rise. To build up an image of rivalry with their city rival Maritimo's Xia Ze, Nacional used the media to pit the two Chinese talents against each other, sparking debates across Portugal about whether Xia Ze was stronger or AI Huang more gifted. For a time, disputes raged. Nacional seized the opportunity to recenter themselves in Portuguese football spotlight, bringing up their derby victory from the first half of the season and gaining a slight edge in public opinion. The result was that Xia Ze had to deliver a better performance than AI Huang in the next match to shift the pressure onto his rival, otherwise the weight on Maritimo and Xia Ze would only grow heavier. Maritimo's next opponent would be the Portuguese Liga powerhouse Porto. After Saturday's pre-match training, Xia Ze stayed behind for extra practice, though this time the intensity was low. He only practiced direct free kicks from outside the penalty area. Watching Xia Ze with his head down, repeatedly shooting the ball towards the goal, Quaresma, who had just finished his technical drills, slowly walked over. You seem nervous, Quaresma said calmly, approaching Xia Ze. I'm not nervous. I just care greatly about this. Xia Ze kicked the ball over the wall and into the net before speaking solemnly. Because the media compares you to AI Huang? Quaresma asked with interest. Xia Ze gave no answer, continuing to practice free kicks. I know that this loan of AI Huang to Nacional was Mendes' idea. He is already AI Huang's agent. Quaresma said slowly. Xia Ze stopped, looked up, and stared at Quaresma in confusion, wondering why he was being. Mendes wants AI Huang to defeat you on the pitch because he believes AI Huang's talent is no less than yours, Quaresma continued. Xia Ze became intrigued. How did Quaresma know so much inside information? But you have to get used to such comparisons if you want to become a top player. Quaresma looked ahead thoughtfully. As long as you perform, well, people will compare you with others. If you withstand the pressure, you will transform into a top star. He paused for a moment, then continued. Otherwise, you will only spiral downward, losing even your own sense of. Xia Ze looked at the distant look in Quaresma's eyes and understood that he was thinking of himself. Back then, Quaresma and Cristiano Ronaldo were hailed as the Portuguese twin stars, but Quaresma lost in the comparison, with Ronaldo drifting away from Europe's mainstream leagues and never fulfilling people's expectations. Xia Ze suddenly felt a pang of pity for Quaresma. But I have high hopes for you, Quaresma said, unaware of Xia Ze's thoughts. He patted Xia Ze on the shoulder and then turned to leave. Xia Ze's shoulder received 2 light taps, but he felt the weight behind them, a legacy of competition. Quaresma hoped he would emerge victorious in this contest. I will win, Xia Ze murmured, his gaze upon Quaresma's retreating figure growing rock solid. On January 19, 2014 Sunday, in the 16th round of the Portuguese Super League, the top team Porto will host the rising island team Maritimo at the Dragao Stadium. In the previous 15 matches, Porto had 11 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 36 points, consistently leading the standings. Meanwhile, Maritimo, with a record of 7 wins, 6 draws, and 2 losses, has 27 points, ranking 5th, and becoming a strong competitor for European competition and even Champions League spots. Sporting Lisbon, who is 2 points behind Porto in the standings, has now surpassed Porto after winning in this round, moving to the top despite having played 1 more match. Therefore, this match is crucial for Porto. Maritimo's city rivals have achieved 4 consecutive wins in the last 4 matches and currently rank 4th in the standings, surpassing Maritimo on goal difference. This match is also critical for Maritimo if they do not want to fall behind their city rivals. In this high-stakes match, public opinion is overwhelmingly in favor of Porto. After all, Porto, with its strong lineup playing at home, should be more than capable of handling Maritimo, who has only emerged in the last half-season. Most football commentators believe that if Maritimo does not suffer a crushing defeat in this match, they have already accomplished their objective. In the first round of the new season, Maritimo faced Porto at home and suffered a significant 0-3 defeat. This time, playing away, the situation is clearly not optimistic. With outside opinions believing the outcome is a foregone conclusion, the biggest highlight of this match is Quaresma's confrontation with his former club, raising expectations on whether he will receive applause at the stadium where he once thrived. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Quaresma are all listed in the starting lineup, while Dico sits on the bench. Stepping off the plane and onto the bus to Porto's Dragao Stadium, Xia Ze feels the atmosphere reminiscent of his first appearance in the Primeira Liga. Porto is Portugal's second-largest city, and the enthusiasm of its fans surpasses even that of the capital, Lisbon. Along the way, he can see Porto fans in blue and white jerseys drinking and chatting in the streets. Some fans recognize Marítimo's team bus and suddenly start singing Porto's anthem loudly, as if to intimidate Marítimo's players. After traveling for about half an hour, the bus turns onto a straight road, and at the end of the road a massive, oval white building appears before Xia Ze, the Dragao Stadium of Porto. Another sacred place of Portuguese football. After taking the first step in his professional career at the Alvalade Stadium in the first half of the season, Xia Ze finally arrives at this admired and revered stadium 6 months later. Do you know why it's called the Dragao Stadium? Quaresma, seated in the adjacent aisle, noticed the longing expressions of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei and couldn't help but ask. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei shook their heads, indicating they did not know. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Quaresma smiled and slowly explained the origin of the name Dragao Stadium. Nearby, a winding river flows through Porto. The Douro River, which nurtured the city, is also known as the River of Gold. There is an ancient legend in Portugal about a dragon that wanted to seize the mineral wealth on both banks of the Douro River, often breathing fire and rendering people powerless. Eventually, the wise people of Porto extinguished the dragon's flames with the river water, and the dragon became their servant and protector, helping the people of Porto fend off enemy invasions. Since then, many Porto residents have claimed to be children of the dragon, hence the name Dragao Stadium. After listening, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei understood, marveling at the historical significance behind foreign stadiums and clubs. Their names and cultures are deeply connected to the history of the city they are in. The bus slowly arrives at the outskirts of the Dragao Stadium, where many fans and vendors have gathered outside ready to enjoy the feast of this match on this sunny weekend. Xia Ze's feelings about his first away match in Lisbon outside the Alvalade Stadium are now quite different. He no longer feels nervous. Instead, he is filled with excitement and determination, wanting to conquer this Dragao Stadium, just as he did the Alvalade Stadium. Listen up, everyone, this match is crucial for us, and for Porto as well. Don't be afraid of them, show your true colors, and let them see our strength. Martins is making the final motivational speech in the locker room. The 40-minute warm-up has ended and the match is about to begin. Captain Briggle stands up first, leading the other starting players to the player tunnel, waiting to take the field. Inside the player tunnel, Porto's players are already lined up, greeting each other. Among them, Quaresma is the most familiar with the opposing players, having once played for Porto. Hey, are you Xia Ze? A short-haired, flat-nosed Brazilian greets Xia Ze. Hey, hello, Fernando, Xia Ze replies politely. The one greeting him is Fernando Regis, Porto's main defensive midfielder, known as the best defensive midfielder in the Primeira Liga, valued at 20 million euros. Known for his fierce defense, he is referred to as the next Emerson. You performed well in the first half of the season, but don't think you'll have any impact in front of me in this match. You'll see when we get on the field. Xia Ze is not provoked by the opponent, but instead calmly and resolutely accepts the challenge. Alright, see you on the field. Fernando did not expect Xia Ze to remain so calm, smiled, and walked away. Hello everyone, it's me, Christina. Welcome to the highlight match of this round of the Primeira Liga, brought to you by Sport TV. Porto at home against Marítimo. Once again, our commentary guest is Luis Figo. Luis, do you think Marítimo has a chance in this match? Christina and Figo appear in front of the television camera. Well, Marítimo has improved a lot this season, especially with the rise of two young Chinese players, significantly enhancing their strength. With the addition of Quaresma, they have strong competitiveness. So you think they have a chance to win this match? No, I don't think so. Although Marítimo has improved a lot, Porto is still the strongest team in Portugal. They have hardly lost at the Dragao Stadium, and I don't think this match will be an exception. Fonseca's team will control everything. So do you think the highlight of this match is how many goals Porto can win against Marítimo? Marítimo might be able to put up some resistance, but I believe Porto will ultimately emerge victorious. However, the biggest highlight of this match is Ricardo Quaresma's return to the Dragao Stadium to face his former club. Ricardo Quaresma has won many honors at this stadium. Today, let's see if he can deliver an outstanding performance against his old club. As the camera shifts to the player tunnel exit, both teams, led by their respective captains, walk onto the field. Xia Ze stands in the center of the line. He can already faintly hear the songs of the Dragao Stadium fans while in the player tunnel. Even before the match starts, Porto's fans have turned the entire stadium into a sea of joy. The chorus of over 5,000 people resonates in Xia Ze's ears, directly shaking his soul. The stands are a sea of blue and white with flags waving. If Xia Ze had not experienced the grandeur of the Alvalade Stadium, he might have been overwhelmed by the fans' momentum upon entering this stadium. Xia Ze, this is the Dragao Stadium. It's amazing. The carefree Zhang Wei seems very excited, completely oblivious to the pressure from the home fans. Xia Ze smiles wryly. Perhaps this is the benefit of being simple-minded. In a corner of the stands, thousands of away fans dressed in red and green jerseys are singing loudly, trying to find a sliver of space amidst the home fan songs to cheer for their team. Hua Yin and Wang Xiaolin are among them, along with Xia Ze and Zhang Wei's agent, who is also the scout that discovered them, Rui Trino. Xiaolin, this stadium is so much larger than ours. Hua Yin, experiencing the atmosphere of tens of thousands for the first time, is somewhat stunned. This is the Dragao Stadium, one of the 3 most famous stadiums in Portugal, and it's quite renowned in Europe as well, Wang Xiaolin explains calmly to Hua Yin. When she was in Guangzhou, the derby between Guangzhou RF and Guangzhou Evergrande at Tianhe Stadium didn't have a much greater momentum than the Dragao Stadium. It was just that the fame was not on the same level. You must perform well in this match, then your name will spread all over Europe. Wang Xiaolin secretly encourages Xia Ze as he prepares for the match. Inside the executive box of the Dragao Stadium, an elderly man in his 70s with white hair is sitting on the sofa smoking a cigar while chatting with a middle-aged man in the box. He is Da Costa, the president of Porto, and the man he is talking to is Mendes. Jorge, they have all come here, but I can't be sure I can secure them. Mr. Costa, I've received news that their agents, the scouts from Maritimo, have also come to Porto, Mendes says casually. You can get in touch with him and see if you can draft a contract. Costa stands up looking at the field and says nothing. Xia Ze stood within the center arc with Dilly beside him preparing to kick off. Beep. With a whistle from the referee, Dilly gently passed the ball to Xia Ze, who turned and did not rush to attack, but passed it back to the defensive midfielder Pereira, who then shifted the ball. The forwards of Porto had already pressed forward. The match has begun. After passing the ball, Xia Ze quickly moved forward to receive it, and the stands around the Dragon Stadium erupted in a roar, shaking like a mountain collapse or a sea split. Every player in Porto's lineup could be considered top tier. Being able to break through in the Champions League group stage is certainly not something just anyone can achieve. The captain of Maritimo, right back Briggle, passed the ball to Xia Ze. As soon as Xia Ze received the ball, he felt pressure from behind. It was Fernando. This Brazilian defensive midfielder quickly closed in on him, making it impossible to turn around. Xia Ze was secretly astonished, bracing his body against Fernando's challenge, and passed the ball back to Rosario. Porto's Colombian forward Jackson Martinez quickly approached Rosario, who had no choice but to quickly pass the ball to Zhang Wei on the other side of the penalty area. The opposing attacking midfielder also pressured Zhang Wei, leaving him no chance to receive the ball, forcing him to pass back to the goalkeeper. Sasha, not daring to be negligent, kicked the ball towards the center arc with a long boot before Martinez closed in. At this moment, Xia Ze had already appeared at the center arc, looking up at the ball, ready to receive it. It's mine. A loud shout erupted from behind him. A tall figure surged over Xia Ze's shoulder, leaping high and crashing down on him. Bang! The ball was headed back into Maritimo's half, flying 20 to 30 meters. Xia Ze felt a tremendous force crash into his back, and he was knocked to the ground along with the ball by the towering defender from the opposing team. However, the referee did not blow the whistle. This was a legitimate body collision. Xia Ze lay on the ground, slightly turning his head to see a pair of feet that were at least size 45, with a muscular thigh that was quite astonishing. A fierce face appeared in his line of sight. It was the opposing center-back Mangala, a giant nearly 1.9 meters tall. The players of Porto are indeed very strong. Xia Ze thought to himself, quickly getting back on his feet. Mangala's header landed perfectly at the feet of forward Martinez, who quickly passed the ball back to midfielder Steven Defour, the Belgian prodigy, who swiftly organized the team's attack. There was no time for Xia Ze to be amazed. He had to participate in the team's defense, as was already arranged before the match. As we expected, Porto has completely controlled the game since the start. Maritimo can only passively endure the onslaught, said Kristen in the studio. Porto forward Martinez is breaking through with the ball. Currently defending him is another young Chinese player, Zhang Wei. Oh, what a play. Martinez has gotten past Zhang Wei, and he has a great shooting opportunity. Sasha saved Maritimo. With a diving save, he deflected Martinez's shot, allowing Maritimo to escape a crisis. Today is a test for the two young Chinese players. The tall center-back Zhang Wei has been very steady in previous matches, but that is because he has yet to encounter a formidable opponent. Today, Porto's forward Martinez poses a significant challenge for him. Figo interjected as Porto prepared. Indeed, both Zhang Wei and Xia Ze, the two previously outstanding young Chinese talents, are under severe scrutiny today. Let's see if they can hold up. Kristen agreed with Figo's viewpoint. Focus. Don't let him get an easy shot. After deflecting Martinez's shot, goalkeeper Sasha stood up and shouted angrily at Zhang Wei and the others. This was his third crucial save in the first 20 minutes, otherwise Maritimo would have already been behind. Zhang Wei, don't rashly put your foot out. That forward is very quick on his feet. Rosario walked over, patting Zhang Wei on the shoulder. They had anticipated this match would be very difficult, and at this moment Rosario knew he had to use his experience to help the only 18-year-old Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei said nothing, just nodding with a serious expression. In this match, he had already allowed the opposing forward to break through twice, and his performance was quite poor. The most reliable player had unexpectedly become a vulnerability in Maritamo's defense, forcing the entire midfield to retreat to cover for him. David, focus on the game, don't be influenced by the Porto fans. Xia Ze approached Zhang Wei and said. Zhang Wei shivered slightly, the guilty look on his face seeming to fade a bit, his expression becoming more resolute. I can't be the one to drag everyone down, oh, I must not hold them back. Zhang Wei silently told himself as Porto's corner was taken, landing perfectly in the area just ahead of the. Martinez shook off Rosario's defense, leaping high to contest the header. This is mine, a furious shout. Zhang Wei beat Martinez to the ball, heading it out of the penalty area. Martinez was then knocked to the ground by Zhang Wei's momentum, executing a perfect clearance. Such dominance. Maritimo had left Dilly alone in the front, and now Zhang Wei's clearance header flew far out of the 30-yard area. Dilly, seizing the opportunity, rushed towards the ball's landing spot, stopping it before the opposing defender could reach it. Dilly, give it to me. At this moment, Xia Ze had already run out of the penalty area, waving to Dilly for the ball. This was a rare counterattack opportunity. Without hesitation, Dilly passed the ball back to Xia Ze, then quickly ran forward to draw away the opposing defender. After receiving the ball, Xia Ze quickly dribbled forward, looking up to assess the situation outside. On the right, Halton had not yet caught up with him. He turned his gaze to the left. Quaresma. He had already sprinted past the halfway line, with one of the opposing defenders desperately chasing him from behind. Maritimo has a counterattack opportunity. Xia Ze has the ball, and they are now 3 against 3 in the front with Quaresma on the left. Will Xia Ze pass to him? Kristen, seeing Maritimo gain a rare counterattack opportunity, couldn't help but get excited. Xia Ze took long strides to carry the ball past the halfway line, striking the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it arcing into Quaresma's path. At this moment, Quaresma had already shaken off the opposing defender, creating a half chance to shoot. A Porto defender rapidly closed in on Quaresma, while another stayed glued to Dilly. Xia Ze quickly made a forward run. Quaresma surged forward to receive the ball, appearing very calm in front of the opposing defender. The Dragon Stadium fell into a dead silence, with both Porto and Maritimo fans holding their breath, anxiously watching the unfolding situation on the field. Over 4,000 Porto fans were watching their once beloved Ricardo Quaresma, who now stood in a red and green jersey, facing his former club as an opponent. The entire crowd did not boo him, as he had left Porto with 4 years of wonderful memories. Quaresma had an opportunity to break through. He calmly looked at the ball, his peripheral vision scanning the opposing defender, his foot movements exceptionally agile, ready to capitalize on any opening that appeared. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The Porto defenders dared not underestimate their opponent, despite what the world believed that Quaresma had lost his former prowess. As Quaresma dribbled towards the penalty area, the opposing defenders could only retreat and defend. This is a good opportunity. There is only one defender in front of him. Can he break through? Kristen said nervously. Oh, he didn't break through. Quaresma passed the ball into the center. That's Xia Ze. In a sudden burst of excitement, Kristen stood up again. Quaresma did not find the space to break through, but from the corner of his eye he spotted Xia Ze appearing in front of the penalty area unmarked. Without hesitation, he made a horizontal pass, just as Xia Ze had done for him a week ago, wanting to return the favor. As Xia Ze surged forward, the opposing defensive midfielder Fernando was unable to keep pace with him. At the top of the penalty arc, he had a chance to shoot. Quaresma's pass was perfectly weighted, allowing Xia Ze to shoot without needing much adjustment. Let me show you my long-range shot, Xia Ze said to himself as he prepared for the shot. Xia Ze has a chance for a long-range shot. Everyone knows his shots are incredibly powerful. Kristen, holding the microphone, excitedly commented while watching the screen. Porto's goalkeeper was also fully focused, as at the moment Xia Ze prepared to strike, he tensed his nerves to the maximum, while his muscles relaxed completely. All the spectators in the stands held their breath, not daring to make a sound as they watched the impending shot. On the sidelines, young coaches Martins and Fonseca had distinctly different expressions. Porto's head coach Fonseca watched his own penalty area with a cold face, feeling his heart sink. Meanwhile, Martins clenched his fists, eagerly watching the scene that was about to unfold. This was the best shooting opportunity they had received after being suppressed for 20 minutes. Fernando, the Porto defensive midfielder left behind by Xia Ze, watched Xia Ze prepare to shoot, with a faint chill in his heart. The ball landed perfectly at the top of the penalty arc as Xia Ze timely appeared, taking a deep breath, planting his left foot firmly on the grass, and drawing back his right foot to shoot. Time stood still once more. Helton, the goalkeeper of Bordeaux, stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom how Xia Ze's strike could have been unleashed with such velocity, leaving him barely any time to react. Yet as the first-choice goalkeeper of Portugal's premier club, Helton possessed reflexes of remarkable speed. The muscles that had been thoroughly relaxed suddenly tensed, unleashing a burst of power in an instant. At the very moment Xia Ze released his shot, Helton lunged to his right, stretching his right arm as far as it could go. In a mere instant, Helton executed an extraordinarily swift reaction. The ball sliced through the air, hurtling towards the top left corner of the goal. There's no way you're scoring this. Helton gritted his teeth, his right arm seeming to extend just a fraction farther. A faint thud sounded audible only to Helton. A smile crept across his face. His right hand just barely reached the ball, the tips of his fingers deflecting Xia Ze's shot, redirecting it over the crossbar and skimming past the goal. That is a world-class save. Helton has rescued Bordeaux. Xia Ze could not defeat this miraculous goalkeeper. After a momentary silence following Xia Ze's shot, Kristen once again erupted with passionate commentary. Xia Ze's powerful strike was neutralized by Helton. In the instant Helton landed, the Dragon Stadium, which had been deathly silent, erupted into a breath of relief, then transformed into thunderous applause. The crowd offered this ovation to Helton, whose brilliant performance had kept the net inviolate. Helton has rescued Bordeaux. Xia Ze could not defeat this miraculous goalkeeper. After a momentary silence following Xia Ze's shot, Kristen once again, about 5 meters away, Bordeaux head coach Fonseca let out a long breath. With one hand in his pocket, he took a couple of steps back to relieve his tense nerves. Well done. The defenders of Bordeaux came over one after another to high-five Helton. Had it not been for his save, the team would likely have fallen behind. Xia Ze watched Helton in astonishment, the goalkeeper's save still replaying in his mind. He couldn't believe that his own shot had been parried away, or it felt almost surreal. But I will defeat you. Xia Ze was not disheartened, only mildly regretful, and even more motivated. If he could overcome such an outstanding goalkeeper, his own skill would undoubtedly reach new heights. This counterattack gave Militamo's players a moment to catch their breath, and also made Bordeaux' defense more cautious, unwilling to commit too heavily. After 20 minutes of relentless pressing, Bordeaux began to pull back their formation, slightly granting Militamo more opportunities to possess and attack. Though controlling the ball and besieging the opponent created a more pleasing spectacle, the danger of their counterattacks was equally formidable. Thus Fonseca intentionally relaxed the pressure on Militamo, allowing his own attacking players more room to operate. Now Xia Ze could receive the ball more easily in midfield and defense. Fernando's tight marking on him was no longer as ferocious as at the start. Yet when he turned with the ball to orchestrate attacks, he realized there was a considerable gap between his teammates and the opposition players. Whether it was his own right winger Helton or forward Dilly, once they received his passes they were frequently dispossessed by opponents, leading to counterattacks that left Xia Ze and the other two midfielders scrambling. This frustrated Xia Ze immensely. Even after the opposition slightly eased their forward pressure, the threats they created were no less than in the first 20 minutes. Fortunately, after some adjustments, Jean Weiss's form improved, allowing him to fend off wave after wave of attacks. The only player who could hold the ball in midfield was Quaresma. Every time he received a pass from Xia Ze, he remained extremely composed, never rushing to dribble, instead choosing the most appropriate option, either passing back to Artur and Xia Ze combining with forward Dilly, or using feints to shake off the defender and break through on his own. Each decision on the ball was remarkably rational, drawing admiration from Xia Ze. This is the caliber of a top star, the aura he displays in front of tens of thousands. Luis, this match seems exceedingly difficult for Militamo's players. They can barely retain possession in the attacking. As the situation stabilized somewhat, Kristen began analyzing the on-field performances alongside Figo. Militamo's current problem lies in the fact that their players are always a level below Bordeaux. Among their front three, only Quaresma can control the ball and pose some threat to Bordeaux. At this point, the midfielders need to provide more support. Figo offered advice for Militamo, but neither Martinez nor Xia Ze would hear it. Let's see what the wonder kid Xia Ze can conjure up. Last time he played on such a grand stage, he scored a stunning volley that left both you and me utterly astonished. Kristen seemed still captivated by Xia Ze's performance against Sporting Lisbon. In the latter part of the first half, Xia Ze increasingly demanded the ball from his teammates, using his movement to secure more possession for the midfield. Through his efforts, Militamo did create several chances, but they were all neutralized by the opposition defenders and goalkeeper Helton. Meanwhile, Bordeaux attacks frequently threatened Militamo's goal, yet each time they narrowly missed. Twice Sasha had already conceded, only for the ball to strike the woodwork, drawing sighs from the Dragon Stadium. Now the match had entered stoppage time of the first half, with less than a minute remaining before halftime. On the sidelines, Martinez clenched his fist lightly, awaiting the referee's whistle. A 0-0 draw at halftime would afford him greater tactical flexibility in the second half. After all, Bordeaux needed the 3 points more urgently than his team. If they couldn't break the deadlock in the second half, they would grow anxious, and that would be Militamo's opportunity. As he calculated, Militamo's captain Brigel picked up the ball on the right flank. The opposing winger quickly closed him down, forcing Brigel to pass to Xia Ze, who was positioned centrally in midfield. Xia Ze hurried forward to receive the pass, with Fernando, the opposing defensive midfielder, pressing up behind him. This is a chance, Xia Ze assessed inwardly. He used his body to shield Fernando. When everyone expected him to stretch out his foot to control the ball, he suddenly spun around, letting the ball slip past his body. Fernando seemed caught off guard, allowing Xia Ze to get past both ball and man. Just as Xia Ze thought he had cleanly beaten Fernando, he saw the latter pivot, swiftly thrust out his right foot and hooked the ball away from under Xia Ze's feet. Before Xia Ze could react, Fernando had already passed the ball to forward Martinez. Because Militamo had been in possession, Martinez was unmarked. Receiving the ball, he turned and accelerated in one motion, slipping past Rosario and charging into the area just outside the penalty box. Oh, Xia Ze's error allows Fernando to win the ball. Martinez has already dribbled to the edge of the box. In front of him is the Chinese lad Zhang Wei. Kristen exclaimed in astonishment. He hadn't expected such danger to arise just before the end of the half. Zhang Wei faces Martinez. Will he try to dribble past? Oh, third time. For the third time today, Martinez has beaten Zhang Wei, and he's through on goal. Goalkeeper Sasha rushes out. Martinez faces Sasha. Beautiful. He evades Sasha and faces an empty net. Then, in the dying moments of the first half, Borja finally takes the lead. Amid Kristen's passionate commentary, the Dragon Stadium erupted with Martinez's goal, transforming into a sea of celebration for Borja's fans. The goal they had waited 45 minutes for finally arrived, just before the halftime whistle. Martinez sprinted toward the fans, celebrating wildly. He had wasted so many chances in the first half. This run past 3 defenders to slot into an empty net finally vented his frustrations. The camera panned to Xia Ze, now crouching near the center circle, watching helplessly as Martinez celebrated. His expression was bleak, his demeanor dejected. If not for his own overconfidence on that play, Militamo would not have conceded so late in the first half. All the efforts of the first half seemed ruined by his mistake. Was I too arrogant? Just before halftime, why did I try those pointless tricks? Xia Ze silently reproached himself. Captain Brigel approached and pulled Xia Ze to his feet. Get up. How can a man be defeated by one mistake? Xia Ze stood up weakly, head bowed, his expression utterly despondent. Damn it. Martinez kicked the turf in fury, watching his team concede at the death. Zhang Wei was still lying on the ground in the penalty area, having been completely beaten by Martinez's feint, a humiliating defeat. Goalkeeper Sasha also got up, helplessly fished the ball out of the net and booted it back toward the center circle. B. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. Alright, the first half is over. These 45 minutes were truly roller coaster, almost too much for the heart to bear. Borja, playing at home, capitalized on a mistake by Militamo's midfielder Xia Ze just before halftime. Fernando assisted Martinez, who beat 3 defenders and slotted into an empty net to give Borja a 10 lead. Kristen's voice echoed from the television. This goal has completely disrupted Militamo's manager Martinez's plans. In the second half, they can no longer rely on a counterattacking strategy. They have to come out and attack. Figo analyzed the consequences of this goal. Luis is right. We'll take a commercial break, and after the break, we'll see how both teams perform in the second half. During the halftime break in the VIP box of the Dragon Stadium, Da Costa and Mendez sat on the sofa chatting idly. Mr. Costa, you asked for me. A middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in casual wear, appeared at the door of the box. Oh, Joao, yes, please have a seat. Costa gestured for the newcomer to sit on the opposite sofa. Beside him, Mendez narrowed his eyes as he studied the man, seemingly pondering how he had managed to bring Xia Ze and Zhang Wei from China to Portugal. This middle-aged man was Xia Ze and Zhang Wei's agent, Joao Tenorio. Mr. Costa, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Tenorio spoke politely. He seemed to have known Costa before, so, although he was a bit surprised, he was not restrained. Joao, no need to rush. We have plenty of time to talk, Costa said slowly. Let me first introduce you to a colleague of yours now, Jorge Mendez. Tenorio turned his gaze to Mendez, whose eyes were fierce and powerful, and smiled at him. Jorge is a famous figure in Portugal. I believe everyone recognizes him. Mendez, however, walked over courteously and shook hands with Tenorio. After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 of them finally got down to business. Joao, I would like to sign a preliminary transfer contract for Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. I hope to acquire them in the summer, Da Costa stated bluntly, getting straight to the point. Mr. Costa, you should know that contacting players directly without going through the club is against the rules, Tenorio said, maintaining a proper distance as he understood Costa's intention. Joao, I will reach an agreement with Felipe. I want you to persuade those 2 Chinese lads to join us. I have great expectations for them. Da Costa persisted. Tenorio furrowed his brow in thought. After a long moment, he looked up. Mr. Costa, Porto is a great club, but Xia Ze and Zhang Wei need match experience. I believe Porto has no place for them. I can ask Fonseca to give them playing time, Da Costa said confidently. Perhaps you can, but let's talk after you've reached an agreement with President Felipe. Everything I do is in their best interest. I hope you understand. Well, I must be going. Perhaps you can, but let's talk after you've reached an agreement with President Felipe. Everything I do is in their best interest. I hope you understand. Well, I must be going. In the away team's dressing room, the Maritimo players looked dejected. Martin stood before the tactics board, venting his fury at his players. I'm extremely disappointed. How many times have I told you? Never relax until the referee blows the whistle. Our opponent is Porto, the strongest team in Portugal. His spit flew everywhere, making every player in the room extremely uncomfortable, their brows furrowed. I never thought the coach could be a hairdryer too. Zhang Wei muttered, frowning. Xia Ze, however, did not share Zhang Wei's lightheartedness. His mistake had led to the team conceding at the last moment. Every word Martins spoke seemed to be directed at him. He gripped his water bottle tightly, vowing to make amends for his error with his actions in the second half. Xia Ze, today you made a foolish mistake. I hope it never happens again. After blasting the entire team, Martins turned his wrath towards Xia Ze. Xia Ze's body trembled. He immediately lifted his head, meeting Martins' eyes with a resolute gaze, enduring the young coach's verbal storm. If you want to atone for your error, then show it in the second half. Prove that you can shoulder your responsibility like a man instead of cowering behind others. After saying that, Martins turned and walked out of the dressing room. Everyone fight like men. Show your strongest. After Martins left, assistant coach Jorge stepped before the team to rally them. Fight like men. The team shouted in unison, their morale seemingly restored. Determination and confidence filled Xia Ze's face. I will make up for my mistake with my actions. The second half began. Maritomo's concession of a goal just before halftime had rendered their tactical plans useless. They had no choice but to push forward aggressively from the start of the second half, which gave the home side Porto more opportunities to counterattack and space to exploit. The roar of the fans in the Dragons Stadium grew louder and louder. After the second half kicked off, the Porto supporters' songs never ceased, drowning out the voices of the small contingent of Maritomo fans who lost all enthusiasm for chanting and cheering. On the pitch, however, the Maritomo players were not intimidated by the grand scale of the Dragon Stadium like their fans were. Instead, they launched a frantic pressing game against Porto. Although Porto created several threatening opportunities, after missing them, Maritomo's pressing began to bear fruit. The Porto players seemed shocked by the relentless pressing of their opponents and struggled to adapt. Within 10 minutes of the second half, Maritomo had gradually seized the initiative. The most ferocious of them all was Xia Ze. He sprinted relentlessly across the pitch, covering every blade of grass from his own penalty area to the opponent's. He could be seen in almost every corner of the field. That's it. Press them to death. Martins shouted at the sidelines, clenching his fist. They had won back possession. In the Porto technical area, Fonseca frowned, deeply pondering a countermeasure. Behind him, several Porto substitutes were already warming up, ready to come on at any moment. Another attacking opportunity. Xia Ze received the ball in midfield. Ahead of him, the three forwards were making runs to stretch Porto's defensive line, while Artur pushed up alongside him. He faced the opposing defensive midfielder Fernando. The two had clashed repeatedly throughout the match, and were now directly matched up. You can't get past me. Fernando growled confidently. I don't need to get past you, Xia Ze replied lightly. He subtly nudged the ball to the side with his left foot, and immediately sprinted forward. The ball fell to Artur, who without stopping it played a quick 1-2 pass. Xia Ze easily bypassed Fernando's. Fernando hadn't expected Xia Ze to be so composed, completely unfazed by his verbal provocation. Somewhat angered, he immediately turned and chased after him. Xia Ze drove forward at pace. On the right flank, Helden had found space. Just as Xia Ze was about to send a through ball to the edge of the box on the right, a blue and white figure slid toward him from behind. Fernando slides in from behind on Xia Ze. That's a dangerous tackle. In the commentary box, Christian, who had been intently following the match in the second half, now watched with concern as Fernando lunged from behind. Fernando didn't get the ball, his foot hooked Xia Ze's leg. Xia Ze stumbled and lost his balance, falling. Fernando's tackle is a tactical foul. He should be booked, Christian said confidently, but then his tone shifted. No, the referee hasn't blown his whistle. He's signaling advantage. Play on. Even if you foul me, you can't stop me. Tripped by Fernando, Xia Ze didn't go down completely. He caught himself with his left hand and immediately sprang back to his feet. Though he lost a second, he still managed to send a timely through ball. The ball threaded between two opposing defenders and landed on the right side of the penalty area. A Zidane green figure raced onto the ball. It was right winger Helden. He took a touch and drove into the box. A Porto center back had already come across to cover, while in the center Dilly and Quaresma were at the near and far posts respectively, and Artur was charging up around the edge of the area. Xia Ze's brilliant through ball has torn open Porto's defense. Maritomo now have a golden chance to equalize. Helden whips in a low cross. Christian stood up again. Helden delivered a horizontal pass that landed on the 6-yard line. Porto's goalkeeper couldn't come out. Dilly shook off his marker and got to the near post. A sweeping shot. The Porto goalkeeper had no time to react as the ball flew past his hand and into the net. 11. Maritomo equalized in the 56th minute of the second half. Well done. On the sidelines, Martins punched the air and roared as he saw Dilly score. A dead silence fell over the Dragon Stadium. Only from the small cluster of Zidane green Maritomo fans near the left corner flag did cheers erupt. Thousands of Maritomo supporters, suppressed for nearly an hour, finally burst into uninhibited celebration. Brilliant. Great job, Xia Ze. Among the away fans, Hua Yin and Wang Xiaolin were also there, their faces radiant as they celebrated the goal. In their eyes, Xia Ze was the hero of the goal, even though he neither scored nor assisted. Dilly, who had equalized for the team, ran to the Maritomo fans and began to dance joyfully, completely lost in self-admiration. Xia Ze, Quaresma, Artur, and other players all rushed over to celebrate the goal together. After Dilly's strike, Xia Ze let out a long breath. He glanced at the opponent's goal, his expression growing resolute. This isn't enough. I want to bring victory for the team here. That was a beautiful goal. Most of the credit goes to Xia Ze. It was his surgical pass that split the defense and created this goal. His performance in the second half has been outstanding. Christian praised Xia Ze. Indeed, he stood up like a man and redeemed himself for his first half mistake. Figo smiled, agreeing with Christian. Damn it. The head coach of Porto Fonseca cursed as he kicked the water bottle lying on the ground aside with force. He had intended to make substitutions to change the tense situation after the second half began, but before he could act, Maritimo equalized the score, making his subsequent adjustments crucial and forcing him to reconsider. Nuno tells Xia Ze and the others that they don't need to press forward like before. We should fall back and let them come at us, then we will counterattack. Now it's their turn to feel the pressure. After venting his frustration, Martins quickly calmed down and called over Nuno Briggle, the captain of Maritimo, not far from him, to convey the coach's tactics. Briggle nodded, and before the match resumed, conveyed the coach's tactical arrangements to the players. Once the match resumed, Maritimo's overall formation indeed fell back significantly, ceding midfield control to the home team Porto, who were organizing a counterattack, only intensifying their pressure once the opponent entered the 30-yard area. From being caught off guard to suddenly gaining easy control of the ball, Porto's players sought to break through Maritimo's goal. However, once the ball advanced to the opponent's 30-yard area, it became difficult to push forward, leaving them frustrated, as if they were filled with energy but had nowhere to exert it. Meanwhile, the Maritimo players led by Xia Ze were fiercely pressing in the 30-yard area. In particular, Xia Ze, who covered a vast area in midfield, was like a rabid dog, relentlessly chasing after every opposing player in possession, seemingly with boundless stamina. It seems Xia Ze really wants to make up for his mistakes in the first half, Kristen remarked, watching Xia Ze's frantic running with admiration. In fact, his previous pass helped the team equalize, compensating for his earlier errors. Now I see he is Figo seemed to discern Xia Ze's spirit, speaking bluntly, pursuing victory. Do they really think they can take 3 points from the Dragon Stadium? Kristen found it hard to believe. Based on Maritimo and Xia Ze's current performance, they indeed deserve to take a point from Porto. Even if they ended up losing, they would earn people's respect. But to think they could take 3 points from the Dragon Stadium seemed a bit greedy. Among all the teams in the Primera Liga, only the 2 strong teams from Lisbon would dare to say such a thing, and even they mustered the courage to speak through sheer bravado. Yet here was this Chinese lad, Xia Ze. I see the look in his eyes, like a beast hunting for food, instilling fear. Figo looked at the big screen where the camera zoomed in on Xia Ze. He looks like a fierce tiger that came out of China. Kristen, seeing Figo's serious expression, couldn't help but glance at Xia Ze on the screen with some confusion. Since I made a mistake, I will work even harder to make up for it. Xia Ze ran and thought to himself. In the 10 minutes following the goal, whether in attack or defense, Xia Ze's figure could be seen fighting for every ball from his own penalty area to the opponent's, with every Porto player, including the goalkeeper, having collided with Xia Ze. Xia Ze's reckless running and fighting also inspired his teammates on the field. Everyone was doing their utmost to win every ball. Despite Martin's plan to abandon midfield and focus on quick counterattacks after equalizing, Maritimo still managed to engage Porto in a midfield contest. Fernando received the ball near midfield, and just as he turned around, a red and green figure came crashing and taking the ball away before he could react, causing him to fall to the ground. He looked up at the figure sprinting ahead, the number 26 growing more distant. Does he have 3 lungs? What a terrifying man, Fernando mused in his heart. The one who intercepted Fernando's ball was none other than Xia Ze. At this point, the match had entered the 75th minute. He could still suddenly appear behind Fernando, intercept the ball, and swiftly advance to launch another counterattack. God, is he even human? Impossible, he must be made of iron. Has he run 10,000 meters today? On the stands, Porto fans watched in shock as Xia Ze continued to fly around the field, managing to steal the ball from Fernando and launch an attack, their faces filled with astonishment and admiration. Regardless of whether Maritimo could leave the Dragon Stadium unscathed, this man could hold his head high as he walked out of the stadium today. Xia Ze quickly brought the ball past midfield with an opposing defender, closing in on the left. Quaresma was waving for the ball. Noticing that Quaresma was ready to make a move, Xia Ze sent a long pass with his right foot toward the left side in front of the opponent's penalty area. Quaresma's figure broke through the crowd, leaping to stop the ball, and had a chance to take on the opposing defender at the edge of the penalty area. After a couple of feints, he nudged the ball to the left and pressed toward the baseline. The opposing defender, caught off guard, was about to let Quaresma break through when he suddenly tripped him. Beep! The referee's whistle blew, calling the foul on Porto's defender. He quickly ran over and showed the defender a yellow card. The Porto defender had no objections, shrugging to signal acceptance. Better to concede a free kick than to allow an unknown opportunity against the goalkeeper. This was the awareness of being a top-tier league defender, using a yellow card to ensure the safety of his penalty area. However, Maritimo had gained a direct free kick opportunity just outside the penalty area, about 25 yards from goal, in a very favorable position. Maritimo has earned a free kick in the attacking zone. This is definitely within range. Will it be Quaresma? Kristen said excitedly, as if he had become a fan of Maritimo. Xia Ze is also standing over the ball seemingly discussing with Quaresma. This Chinese lad has a powerful long-range shot. Could he take the free kick as well? Kristen found it hard. In the stands of the Dragon Stadium, Porto fans held their breath. A free kick from this position, with a player possessing good shot-taking skills, was a golden scoring opportunity, which made them very anxious. Among the Maritimo fans in one corner of the stands, Tononio, who had returned to his seat, smiled as he watched the field. He knew Xia Ze possessed the ability to take free kicks, and had nearly scored a game winner with a free kick back in Guangzhou. After discussing for a moment, Xia Ze and Quaresma both took a few steps back, positioning themselves diagonally behind the ball, facing the opposing goalkeeper Helton. This is an opportunity, I must seize it. I have practiced this free kick position many times in training. If I stay calm, I will make you retrieve the ball from the net. Xia Ze fixed his sharp gaze on the opposing goalkeeper Helton, adjusting his mental state. I won't let you score again. I was able to beat you in the first half, and I can do it again. I will guard the goal behind me. Helton stood on the goal line, half-bent, intently watching Xia Ze and the ball in front of him. The two seemed to be locked in a silent battle. Beep. The referee's whistle blew, and the showdown between Xia Ze and Helton began. The Dragon Stadium fell silent, everyone watching the field with tension. With a 7-man wall standing 25 yards from the goal, the duel between the two players commenced. Xia Ze took a deep breath, his gaze slowly shifting from the goal to the ball in front of him. Approaching, drawing back, shoot. As the ball left Zai's foot, it arced over the jumping wall, causing Porto's defenders to look back. It flew straight towards the dead corner. Helton, positioned on the left side of the goal, was already focused at the moment Xia Ze kicked. He quickly moved 2 steps to the right, then leaped, stretching his body to reach as far forward as possible with his right hand. The ball bent around the wall, traveling with a strong arc, heading straight for the upper left corner of the goal. Helton had even held his breath, straining to stretch right, but the ball still sailed past his fingertips and into the net. Xia Ze scored from the free kick. 21 Maritimo took the lead at Porto's home ground. Once again, the Dragon Stadium fell silent, except for a small section of stands where over 3,000 fans in yellow and green jerseys cheered with joy. I did it. At the moment the ball hit the net, Xia Ze felt as if his heart had stopped beating, and only this phrase flashed through his mind. He sprinted towards the away fans' stand, leaping into the air as he reached the corner area, swinging his arms forward in a fierce roar, venting the frustration that had built up throughout the half. From sinner to hero, he achieved the most perfect redemption. With 78 minutes gone, Maritimo took the lead 21 over Porto thanks to Zai's free kick. In the following 10 minutes, Porto pushed all their players forward. Maritimo substituted Quaresma for a defender to strengthen their defense, allowing Porto to bombard them with attacks, yet they could not equalize. In the 88th minute, after running tirelessly and giving his all, Xia Ze was finally substituted by Dickow. As he left the field, everyone in the Dragon Stadium, including Porto fans, stood up to applaud his performance. What made this man great today was his ability to rise again after making mistakes, using his actions to achieve. In the studio, Kristen couldn't help but cheer for Xia Ze in his heart, excitedly exclaiming, "Today, Xia Ze conquered the Dragon Stadium with his performance." Xia Ze ran towards the sideline, savoring the applause from over 5,000 fans in the stadium. He hadn't expected his performance to win the applause of the entire crowd. Even the opposing Porto fans stood up and clapped for him in admiration. In his memory, only players like Ronaldo could conquer the home fans of a giant club. This applause is truly wonderful. Xia Ze jogged slowly. Although there was still a slight tightness and pain in his calf muscles after the cramp, and every breath seemed particularly difficult after exhausting his energy, he still enjoyed the applause. Xia Ze, well done. Head coach Martins took the initiative to shake his hand. Thanks to Xia Ze, they now had hope of defeating Porto in this match. Xia Ze took his jacket from the assistant coach and sat back on the bench. His excitement was still hard to calm, so he could only drink large mouthfuls of cold water, using its chilling coolness to quiet his mind. Including stoppage time, there were 5 minutes left in the match. Fonseca had used all 3 substitutions, sending 4 forwards to storm Maritimo's defense. 5 minutes was usually enough for a team to turn a game around. In 1999, Manchester United only needed 3 minutes to snatch the Champions League trophy from Bayern. But miracles don't happen often, otherwise they wouldn't be called miracles. The 5 minutes passed in a flash. Porto could not break through Maritimo's goal. 12 they lost at home. Thanks to Xia Ze's outstanding performance in the second half, Maritimo miraculously overturned Porto 21 away, taking 3 points from the Dragao Stadium in an unbelievable victory. Xia Ze became the hero of the team. A day later, news of Xia Ze conquering the Dragao Stadium spread across Europe and the world. Coaches and scouts from major European clubs who had previously paid little attention to Xia Ze began to take notice of this Chinese wonder kid. Figo's description during the commentary of Xia Ze's eyes being like a fierce tiger later earned Xia Ze the nickname South China Tiger. But that's a story for another day. In North London at the Coney Training Centre in Holloway, a 60-year-old man with graying hair and a wrinkled, frowning face sat on a sofa, watching a huge TV screen mounted on the wall. The TV screen showed a football match with players from both sides fiercely contesting the ball. Opposite the old man, a bald-headed man in his 50s also sat on a sofa watching the game on the screen, but with a stack of documents in his hands. Steve, is this the Chinese player you mentioned? The 60-year-old stopped the match video and turned to the bald man. Yes, Arsene. This player has already become known across Europe, and many clubs are beginning to pay attention to him, but we already have excellent midfielders like Mesut, Aaron and Jack. There's no need to buy him. The priority is to strengthen the defense, otherwise Chelsea will widen the gap. Arsene frowned. But this player is very young, only 18. Steve sighed. What? Arsene's eyes suddenly lit up. Then let's take a look at this Chinese kid. Also in North London, a man in his 30s walked into a luxurious office. Daniel, we need him. The man placed a document on the desk without hesitation. Behind the desk sat a bald man wearing glasses. Villas, is he really that good? Daniel looked at the document full of analysis data and asked doubtfully. Trust me, I want to get him this summer. Then whether in strength or influence we will rise to a higher level, Villas said confidently. Alright, I'll make contact. Manchester, England, Carrington Training Center. David, we must act quickly. He is attracting a lot of attention now, Taninho Cruz said to Moyes beside him. I know, but we are a club with a long history. We must follow legal procedures, David. Moyes frowned. Now he couldn't focus too much on this matter as he was already overwhelmed by the team's poor results and the pressure from fans. Iberian Peninsula, Madrid. Carlo, do you need him? I can bring him back for you, a bald middle-aged man in his 40s said to a gray-haired man in his 50s. Zinedine, there is no place for him in our team right now. Let's observe first. The Chinese forward in the B team has performed well, and I plan to promote him to the first team next season, Carlo responded. Alright, I respect your opinion, but I really like him. He reminds me of my younger self, Zinedine shrugged. Back in London, a middle-aged man in his 40s sat on a sofa. Beside him was a slightly chubby middle-aged man along with Jorge Mendes. They were talking on a phone. These two middle-aged men were Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich and CEO Gourlay. Accompanied by Mendes, they were speaking with the president of Maritimo. Roman, do you mean you want to buy our club, Xia Ze? On the other end of the phone, the aged voice of Felipe, the Maritimo president, sounded. Yes, I want to bring him to London now. Is 2 million euros enough? It was not Abramovich who spoke, but Gourlay, the CEO beside him. Not this season. We cannot let go of our midfield core at such a critical moment. Felipe refused without hesitation. We can sign a contract with Xia Ze first, and then loan him back to you until the end of the season, Gourlay quickly responded. There was a moment of silence from Felipe's, and clearly he was considering. But your offer is really too low. With Xia Ze's current performance, we cannot let him go. After a while, Felipe seemed to accept the idea of a transfer with a loan back and began to haggle over the price. 3 million euros, Gourlay raised the offer. No, still too low? Unless you come up with an amount equal to the release clause, we won't let him go. Felipe opened his mouth wide. Release clause? Gourlay said indignantly. He could not believe that this old Portuguese man would ask for the release clause amount for a player who had only shown for half a season in Europe's second-tier league. It was delusional. How much is his release clause? Abramovich, who had remained silent until now, spoke, his tone flat and unwilling. Gourlay and Mendes were immediately stunned by Abramovich's words. Even Felipe on the other end of the phone was so shocked he couldn't speak. He hadn't expected Abramovich to actually pay the release clause for Xia Ze. 8 million euros. After a long pause, Felipe finally reacted and reported the figure. Alright, deal. I will send someone to negotiate the contract with Xia Ze. Abramovich agreed without any hesitation, as if 8 million euros was nothing to him. On the other end, Felipe now regretted not setting Xia Ze's release clause higher. He hadn't expected Abramovich to agree so readily. Although 8 million euros was a huge fortune for Maritimo, Felipe still felt a pang of pain because Xia Ze might be worth even more. After hanging up, Felipe leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and quietly thought for a few minutes to clear his. After a while, he opened his eyes and made a phone call. 15 minutes later, Martins Trinonio and Xia Ze appeared in Felipe's office. I have news for you. Chelsea is willing to pay 8 million euros to buy out Xia Ze's contract. The deal will be completed in a few days, but they agreed to let Xia Ze stay on loan for the second half of the season. I couldn't refuse the offer, Felipe said calmly, looking at the three seated before him. What a... The three exclaimed in unison. They thought Felipe had something to discuss, but he had already accepted Chelsea's offer and sold Xia Ze. Mr. Felipe, are you sure you've considered this? Martins asked with concern. I have no choice. They offered the release clause amount. As long as Xia Ze agrees to the contract with them, we cannot stop the transfer. Felipe looked at Xia Ze with regret. In his heart, he knew Xia Ze would not stay at Maritimo forever, but he didn't want him to leave so soon. Because over the past half-year, Xia Ze had brought too many surprises and honors to the club and too much joy to the fans. But now it seemed time to part ways. Xia Ze, what do you think? Martins turned to ask him. Felipe and Trinonio both looked at Xia Ze, eagerly waiting for his answer. All three present did not want Xia Ze to transfer to Chelsea. Felipe hoped Xia Ze would stay for 1 or 2 more seasons to win more honors for the team. Martins, as head coach, cared only about on-field results and naturally didn't want to lose a player of Xia Ze's caliber. Trinonio, as Xia Ze's agent, was worried that Xia Ze might not get playing time at Chelsea, thereby hindering his career. Upon hearing Felipe say that Chelsea wanted him, Xia Ze felt a shock followed by the joy of being recognized by a giant club, his attachment to Maritimo, and the complex considerations of his career and dreams. Facing the three pairs of eyes, he frowned deeply and remained silent for a long time. After half a quarter of an hour, Xia Ze's gaze gradually became determined. He slowly raised his head and, "I refuse to transfer to Chelsea." A cold, unyielding statement came from Xia Ze's lips, resonating with unwavering conviction. Felipe Martins, Antonio all changed their expressions, each one gasping in disbelief. They understood what this statement represented. To reject the transfer invitation from the current Premier League leader required immense courage. Moreover, judging from Xia Ze's calm tone and demeanor, it was clear that this decision was not made impulsively. "Mr. Felipe, all I wish for now is to play peacefully for the team and compete for a Champions League." Xia Ze looked at the elderly gentleman before him, asserting without room for doubt, "I hope you can understand. If any other teams come to negotiate my transfer, I hope you will reject them. I only want to play for Maritimo." After Xia Ze finished speaking, admiration appeared on the faces of Felipe and the others. They hadn't expected Xia Ze to be so mature and so committed to Maritimo, completely unfazed by Chelsea's high salary and status. Felipe was momentarily stunned, then broke into a radiant smile. "Good, I will ensure you have an environment where you can play at ease. I hope you can elevate Maritimo to new heights." Xia Ze's response pleased him greatly. In the office, Martins, Antonio smiled genuinely. "Now is not the time, I am not yet capable of establishing myself in the Premier League. I must become stronger." Xia Ze looked at Felipe's aging face, which blossomed with a smile, feeling calm and resolute within. "Roman, it's not that I am unwilling to sell that kid to you, it's just that he doesn't want to transfer at this time. He hopes to focus more on football. Let's discuss it again after the season." Felipe dialed Abramovich's number, speaking with a hint of pride. "What? He doesn't want to join us?" Abramovich sounded very surprised. He had seldom encountered young players unwilling to join Chelsea. "Yes," he said it himself. "You can send someone to ask his agent Tonio, but please do not disturb him. He is still our player." After Xia Ze made it clear that he wouldn't transfer before summer, Felipe felt much more confident in his words. All right," Abramovich said somewhat helplessly. 2 days later, the phone in Felipe's office rang again, but this time the voice on the other end was not Abramovich, but that of a middle-aged man. "Hello, Mr. Felipe, I am Daniel Levy, the chairman of Tottenham Hotspur in England," the voice said politely. The caller turned out to be Levy, who had gained global fame during the summer transfer window in 2013 due to the Gareth Bale transfer saga. "Hello, Daniel. I wonder what brings you to call me." Upon hearing the renowned Levy's voice, Felipe guessed the purpose of the call, yet still pretended to be unaware. "Mr. Felipe, I won't beat around the bush. Our coach is very interested in your Chinese player Xia Ze and hopes to bring him to White Hart Lane." Levy was straightforward. "Daniel, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. We do not plan to let Xia Ze go right now, and he does not wish to leave so soon. Let's talk again after the season." Felipe decisively rejected Levy. "Oh, did he really say that?" Levy sounded incredulous. "Yes, that's exactly what he said." Felipe was quite indifferent. "All right, sorry to disturb you," Levy said, hanging up after feeling a bit dejected. Felipe hung up the phone, leaned back in his chair, and murmured, "Arsenal, Manchester United, Porto, Dortmund, Tottenham. I've turned down so many clubs for that kid in the past few days. It seems he won't be staying this summer after all." After rejecting Chelsea's invitation, Xia Ze was no longer troubled by transfer news, although reports occasionally surfaced about which coach had taken an interest in him, or that he had already signed a preliminary transfer contract with a certain prestigious club. But he knew that everything would only happen after the season ended. For now, his most important task was to help Maritimo rise higher in the league standings and achieve further success in the Portuguese League Cup. The winter transfer window of 2014 closed quietly, with no significant movements from the major clubs, as everyone seemed to be secretly conserving energy for the summer transfer. Wang Xiaolin returned home after watching the Porto match, bringing back Quaresma's signed jersey for Xiaotao. At home, Nike had already started airing commercials featuring Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, while Adidas had also launched ads for AI Huang and Gao Bo concurrently in mainland China. Discussions about the four players from the Evergrande and RF clubs surged. In Guangzhou, the city where these four players began their football careers, the presence of their billboards was particularly striking. The rivalry between the two major sports brands, as well as the subtle competition between Evergrande and RF clubs, became the biggest sports topic in Guangzhou before and after the Spring Festival. Fans of both RF and Evergrande had engaged in numerous verbal spats, and every day at the grassroots football fields in Guangzhou, fans wearing jerseys of the four players could be seen playing street football. This contentious topic led to a surge in sales for Nike and Adidas products in Guangzhou, much to the delight of their agents in China. Far away in Portugal, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei also learned about the discussions regarding themselves and AI Huang and Gao Bo through the internet, but they simply shrugged, unable to intervene. Time quickly moved to late February, and for the first time Xia Ze and Zhang Wei did not spend the New Year at home, but had a New Year's meal with the Hua family, which lessened their feelings of sadness. After defeating Porto, Maritimo's momentum continued to soar, having distanced themselves from Nacional in the league standings and contending for third place with Benfica, one of the three major teams in the Primeira Liga. The two teams frequently alternated in that position, with neither able to pull away from the other, the margin being merely 1 or 2 points, or even level on points advancing together. Maritimo, initially thought to be fighting only to avoid relegation at the start of the season, achieving such results took everyone following the Primeira Liga by surprise. In the Portuguese League Cup, Maritimo continued their positive form in the league, eliminating opponents one after another, and reaching the semi-finals where their rival would be their city nemesis Nacional, who had also performed impressively this season. The other semi-final matchup was between Porto and Sporting Lisbon. The second Madeira derby of the season was about to commence, and Maritimo's players, having held their breath for over 2 months, finally awaited a chance for revenge. February 24, 2014, Monday. Maritimo's training base Martins was deep in thought in his. After winning the game over the weekend, they temporarily led Benfica by 2 points, sitting in third place in the league standings, but with an 8-point gap to second-placed Sporting Lisbon, there was basically no hope of climbing higher. However, Martins' immediate priority was not to fantasize about surpassing Sporting Lisbon, but to maintain the players' form amidst the tight schedule and secure the third position until the end of the season. 2 days later, on the 26th, they would challenge Nacional away, which was the semi-final of the Portuguese League Cup. They had drawn away against their city rivals. This match was crucial. If they wanted to win the championship, they had to overcome Nacional. Nacional had significantly strengthened their squad by loaning several players during the winter transfer window, managing to eliminate Benfica and reach the semi-finals. Martins faced a dilemma. After the match with Nacional, they would immediately have to face another tough battle in a away match against Braga. A week of consecutive matches had left his players feeling quite fatigued. Xia Ze continued his outstanding performance in these recent matches, consistently scoring and assisting, opening the door to victory for the team. His remarkable performance in so many consecutive matches had made him the strongest contender for the Best Newcomer award in the league, according to the Portuguese media. At this moment, however, he was jogging on the sidelines, recovering his stamina. A month of consecutive matches had pushed his body to the limit. If he didn't recover quickly, it would likely affect the League Cup semi-final in 2 days. It seems my stamina is still not good enough. I must learn to manage my energy during matches to maintain my form. As Xia Ze jogged, he said to himself. Zhang Wei, also a main defender who had played almost every match, followed behind Xia Ze with heavy steps. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, come here. The head coach is looking for you, called out assistant coach Jorge from the sidelines. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei stopped and looked at Jorge, who was waving them over. Although they felt some confusion, Coach, do you need us for something? Xia Ze and Zhang Wei asked softly as they appeared in Martins' office. Martins, who had been frowning in deep thought, smiled upon seeing Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, saying quickly, you're here. Please sit down. I have good news for you. Seeing the coach, who had just been troubled, smiling and announcing good news, Xia Ze couldn't help but feel puzzled, but he still sat down at the desk with Zhang Wei. Martins pulled out 2 letters from the folder on his desk and handed them to the two calmly, saying, you have been selected for the Chinese national team. What? Both Xia Ze and Zhang Wei exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Martins' sudden declaration, their expressions quickly transforming from surprise to joy. Being selected for the national team. This is the greatest affirmation for a professional player. Although the national team has performed poorly in recent years, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei constantly aspire to serve their country as Chinese players. Leading the national team back to the World Cup can be considered the greatest goal for Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Coach, is this true? Xia Ze asked, still dubious, as he gazed at the letter bearing the seal of the Chinese Football Association. Yes, I have already agreed to let you report for duty. The match will take place on March 5th. Martin smiled knowingly upon seeing the joy of his 2 disciples. On March 5th, during the final round of the Asian Cup qualifiers, the Chinese team will challenge Iraq away. Xia Ze already knew the match schedule and hoped to be selected for the national team. Now that he had indeed received the news of being chosen by Fu Bo for the national team, he felt a mix of surprise and a hint of concern. After the Madeira derby in 2 days on March 1st, a Maritimo will challenge Braga away, and then I will fly to Iraq to participate in the national team match. Given my current state of fatigue, I fear I could easily get injured. Xia Ze secretly worried to himself. Martins noticed that flicker of worry in Xia Ze's eyes, yet he smiled reassuringly, saying, you don't need to worry. This is your first selection for the national team, and I will ensure you are well prepared. He paused briefly before continuing. I have already decided that after you finish this League Cup semi-final, you will have a rotation training during the weekend. The intense schedule over the past month has pushed your bodies to their limits. It's time to rest. Martin's words completely dispelled Xia Ze's doubts. A smile immediately appeared on his face as he thanked. Now he only needed to focus on how to help Maritimo defeat Nacional in the next match, avenging the loss they suffered at home during the first half of the season. More importantly, this was a battle against AI Guang. He could not afford to lose. That evening, Xia Ze saw the news online, noticing that many newcomers had been selected for this national team set to face Iraq. This match against Iraq no longer affected China's qualification chances, so Fu Bo naturally wanted to evaluate more players. Besides Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, their arch-rivals from their time in Guangzhou RF youth team AI Guang and Gaobo were also selected for the national team for the first time due to their outstanding performances in their respective clubs. Additionally, Wang Shunyuan, who plays in Bruges, Belgium, was also selected for the national team for the first time. Including Wu Lei, who joined Stuttgart in the winter, and Zhang Linpeng, who joined Sampdoria, this national team boasted as many as 7 overseas players, setting a record for the highest number of overseas players in national team training camps. Xia Ze and the other 6 had all established themselves in their respective teams, performing quite well in the league, allowing European teams to recognize the strength of Chinese players once again. On the afternoon of the 25th, the day before the Madeira Derby, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were walking down the street preparing to have dinner at Hua Yan's house. Along the way, some people greeted them warmly, and Xia Ze and Zhang Wei smiled back, while others cast hostile glances at them, clearly supporters of Nacional. The two were already used to various gazes. Occasionally, when children approached asking for autographs, they were more than happy to oblige. "Shall you look over there? Why are there so many people?" Zhang Wei said, pointing to a place crowded with people looking somewhat puzzled. Xia Ze had also noticed it earlier, but he was not one to enjoy crowds, so he didn't want to pay attention. "Let's go check it out." Zhang Wei insisted on not missing this opportunity to join the commotion, greeting Xia Ze before eagerly walking over. Xia Ze had no choice but to shake his head and follow. The spot that drew the crowd was the window display of an Adidas store on the street in Funchal. Zhang Wei squeezed into the crowd with his tall stature, but when he saw the content in the window, his expression changed. Curious, Xia Ze walked over, and the people who had been pushed aside by Zhang Wei turned to look at Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, their eyes revealing unfriendly intentions. "That man will defeat you. Tomorrow's match will let you taste failure once again. You will meet your downfalls." The Nacional supporters shouted harshly at Xia Ze and Zhang Wei as they saw them. However, they did not take overly aggressive actions. After shouting a few words, they dispersed. Just moments ago, the Adidas store had been crowded, and now only Xia Ze and Zhang Wei remained. "Xiao Yu, what does this mean?" Zhang Wei said angrily, pointing at the poster in the window. In the window, a relatively small poster was affixed at a less conspicuous spot, yet the content on the poster was AI Guang, dressed in an Adidas jersey, stood arrogantly looking ahead with a soccer ball at his feet. Beside him was the slogan, "I will defeat you as I always have." This was clearly a provocation aimed at Xia Ze and his team. Even the usually calm Xia Ze could not suppress a flicker of anger within. Adidas actually created such a controversial poster for AI Guang using the upcoming Madeira Derby for promotion, completely disregarding Maritimo. However, after a moment, Xia Ze calmed down, pulling Zhang Wei away. "Let's go, no need to get angry. Oh, everything will be set." This poster is part of Adidas' marketing strategy. Since AI Guang signed a global endorsement contract with Adidas after his loan transfer to Nacional, and his remarkable performances, the Portuguese Adidas company began to use AI Guang's image for promotion. The issuance of such a poster in Funchal also caused a stir in Portuguese football. Before the second Madeira Derby of the season kicked off, players and coaches from both teams were already exchanging barbs. This is something Adidas has done, and we have not collaborated with them, so this question shouldn't be directed at me. Nacional's head coach Jokanovic naturally distanced the team from the responsibility when reporters questioned him about the poster at the press conference. However, as the poster states, "We have been the victors of the Madeira Derby in recent years, and this time will be no exception. We will defeat them at home." Jokanovic's tone shifted sharply. "I played against Xia Ze and Zhang Wei when we were in China, serving in different youth teams in the same city. I often led my team to defeat them, and they have never beaten me. I intend to keep that record intact." AI Guang also attended the press conference. Now a core player for Nacional, many attacks are initiated from his right flank, so he spoke with great confidence. "Are you good friends with Xia Ze and the others off the field? How would it feel to defeat them?" "We are not friends. We have always been rivals. Perhaps next month in the national team we will be teammates, but that is merely on the field." AI Guang shrugged and said coldly, "But I will enjoy defeating them once again. I relish that feeling." Facing reporters at the press conference, AI Guang handled the questions with composure, repeatedly stating his intention to defeat Xia Ze and Zhang Wei again, his tone filled with confidence in his team and himself, as well as disdain for Maritimo. After Nacional's pre-match press conference, their remarks were broadcasted, and Maritimo soon held a press conference. "Mr. Martins, what do you think about the poster? I don't know what you were trying to express. To me, it is merely a marketing strategy from a business, nothing special." Martins skillfully avoided the topic. "What do you think are the chances of winning this match? We are currently third on the league table. This is not by coincidence. We have the strength to defeat our opponents. You lost the previous match against Nacional. Will that have an impact on this one? That was 3 months ago. Our team is in great form now, and every player is filled with a desire for victory. The defeat from the last match will only fuel their determination." "What do you think about AI Guang's statement that he will defeat you again, Xia Ze?" "I have indeed been rivals with AI Guang for a long time. When we were in Guangzhou, I could feel his progress with each encounter. He is indeed a strong opponent." Compared to AI Guang, Xia Ze's words were much more understated. "I have watched him in Nacional's matches, and he has done well. But our team is stronger. We have stars like Quaresma, and they do not. Dele has also scored many goals this season, and we will strive for victory in tomorrow's match. Is what a reporter hesitated, saying, "You have never beaten AI Guang on the field. Is that true?" As soon as the reporter finished, all eyes were on Xia Ze. This question was simply too cunning. Xia Ze was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting the reporter to ask that. However, he quickly regained his composure, smiling slightly to ease the awkward atmosphere. Football is played by 11 people. A victory is the result of the team's effort, not just a contest between me and him. He may influence the game, but our team of 11 will achieve the ultimate victory. After saying this, Xia Ze confidently looked at the reporter, showing no signs of embarrassment or unease. The match between Maritimo and Nacional had already become contentious even before it began, with neither side willing to back down. The semi-final of the League Cup kicked off amidst a heated war of words, with all of Portugal paying attention to this life-and-death showdown between local rivals. The victor would advance to the finals to compete for the championship, while the loser would face humiliation from their city rivals for the next half year. Before the match, the Nacional team, whether players or coaches, exuded immense confidence, declaring they would make Maritimo taste failure once again. Although Maritimo's Martins and Zays were not as flamboyant, their attitude was resolutely strong, standing firm against the provocations of their opponents. On the afternoon of February 26th, O Alves Stadium in Funchal was packed with fans, with numerous home supporters in Nacional jerseys gathered outside the stadium. The number of Maritimo fans was considerably smaller, as Nacional only allocated 1,000 tickets for them, significantly reducing their cheering presence. Inside the away team's locker room at Alves Stadium, Martins stood in front of the tactical board, giving his players the final briefing on their strategy. In this match, Martins deployed a midfield combination of Pereira, Zays and Dicó, replacing veteran Arthur, who had been playing 2 matches a week for over a month and had reached his physical limit. Zay sat in his position, organizing his cleats, and Shin guards his gaze resolute. We must win this match. Hello everyone, I am Kristen, and today joining us to watch this League Cup semi-final from Portugal is our former Portuguese international Rui Costa. Good afternoon everyone. Kristen said, his smile as bright as ever as he appeared on screen. A middle-aged man with a prominent nose and the air of a mature individual appeared on screen. He was Rui Costa, praised by the media as the last classical playmaker. Rui, you must have seen Zay's performance this season, and his compatriot Ihong, who has excelled since being loaned to. Some see the two of them as a young version of you and Luis Figo. What are your thoughts? Kristen cleverly compared Zays and Ihong to Rui Costa and Figo. In that case, Luis might have to concede defeat. Rui Costa laughed, adding, I must say Zays' performance this season has been quite remarkable. His through balls bring me great enjoyment. Although Ihong has played a few good matches at Nacional, there is still a gap between him and Zays. It seems you have high hopes for Zays, but before this match begins, Nacional's coach Jokanovic boasted that he would defeat Maritimo once again. Let's see if they can achieve that. The match is about to start. Kristen's words directed the audience's attention to the match footage, with players from both sides on the field. Zays and forward Dele standing at the center circle ready to kick off. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and Dele passed the ball to Zays, who immediately returned it to Dicó behind him. The semi-final of the League Cup had finally commenced. Maritimo's strength was somewhat superior to Nacional's, but in a derby match the disparity in strength is merely one factor influencing the game's dynamics. Both teams understood the significance of a derby, and despite Nacional being the weaker side, they remained unyielding, engaging in fierce competition in the midfield. In the midfield, Zays, Pereira and Dicó battled fiercely against Maritimo's midfield, both sides eager to seize control of the ball and dictate the pace of the game. Within the first 10 minutes of the match, the referee frequently blew the whistle, urging both teams to control their emotions. Thankfully, both sides' players displayed great professionalism, avoiding excessive actions beyond their competitive spirit. After 10 minutes of a tense stalemate, Maritimo's advantage began to show, gradually seizing control of the match, while Zays found himself with more opportunities to receive the ball in midfield. In the 12th minute of the match, Zays received a pass from Pereira near the center circle. As he prepared to turn, a figure in black and white attire sprinted towards him from the left flank. Zays did not rush to pass the ball. He had encountered situations where the opposing forward pressured him many times in previous matches and had developed ample experience to handle them. As Nacional's forward closed in on Zays, aiming to intercept the ball from his feet, Zays remained calm, turning to the side and circling around, shaking off the opponent. Instead of directly breaking through, he passed the ball laterally to Dicó, controlling the tempo. At this moment, Zays realized that it was Ihong who had just attempted to steal the ball from him. However, he paid no mind to the opponent, and after passing the ball, slightly dropped back to support Dicó. Oh, that was Zays' first direct confrontation with Ihong, and he deftly evaded Ihong's tackle. Kristen marveled. Zays received a pass from Dicó in the backfield, controlling the tempo. Ihong is pressing again. It seems he is quite unsettled after being evaded by Zays just now. Kristen continued narrating the footage. After dropping back to receive Dicó's pass, Zays originally intended to control the tempo with a pass to disrupt the opponent's midfield arrangement. However, from the corner of his eye he noticed Ai Hong charging towards him. It seems I won't get off easily unless I take you on directly, Ze's thought to himself, feeling somewhat helpless yet confident in his abilities. Ze's, this time I will definitely steal the ball from you, and make you lose face in front of the audience in all of Portugal. Ai Hong gritted his teeth and rushed towards Ze's, secretly vowing revenge. Ze's remained calm as he advanced with the ball moving as if on a leisurely stroll, while keeping an eye on Ai Hong charging toward him from the left. As Ai Hong approached within 2 meters of Ze's, he was pleasantly surprised to see Ze's remain unresponsive. Good opportunity. Let's see how I can steal the ball. He gritted his teeth and executed a low sliding tackle, both feet rushing toward the ball in front of Ze's. Ai Hong is going for a slide tackle. Is he going to intercept the ball? Kristen exclaimed, filled with excitement and tension. Seeing this scene, Kristen was both thrilled and nervous. Ze saw Ai Hong's sliding tackle coming, but a smile appeared on his face as he flicked the ball, with his right foot leaping into the air with the ball, while evading Ai Hong's fierce tackle. Beautiful. Ze's executed a stunning move to avoid Ai Hong's tackle, and now he's going to break forward with the ball. Ai Hong fell to the ground, watching Ze's elegantly evade him as he surged forward. A wave of shame surged within him, quickly turning into intense hatred. Ze's, I will make you pay for this humiliation. As Ai Hong sprinted from his right flank to intercept Ze's ball, Maritamo's left back Ruben Ferreira went unmarked, boldly pressing forward, creating a numerical advantage on the left. Ze strode forward confidently with the ball, easily brushing past the opposing defensive midfielder, and quickly broke into the final third around 30 yards from goal. Quaresma was open on the left. Ze's passed the ball to Quaresma, who feigned a move before crossing it. Dilly leaped high in the center, preparing for a header. It was a great opportunity. Unfortunately, Nacional's goalkeeper anticipated the move, quickly rushing out to snatch the ball away from Dilly's head, then launching a rapid counterattack with a throw. While Dilly was still lamenting his missed opportunity, Nacional's offense surged past half-field, distributing the ball to the right flank and swiftly attacking Maritamo's defense. Maritamo had just pushed forward, leaving only Rosario Zhang Wei and defensive midfielder Pereira at the back. Ai Hong was in possession on the right flank for Nacional. Central defender Rosario quickly moved to cover, while Ruben Ferreira advanced to assist, still yet to return. Kid, you won't get past me. Rosario experienced viewed Ai Hong, a rookie, as someone he could easily knock aside. However, Ai Hong's speed with the ball was impressive. Facing Rosario, he executed a bicycle kick feint, pushed the ball forward, and instantly bypassed Rosario. The crowd erupted in noise as they watched Ai Hong break past Rosario, quickly advancing forward with many fans rising to their feet, anticipating a goal. In the middle, 2 Nacional forwards were already in position, and Zhang Wei quickly moved to cover after Rosario was bypassed, facing his old adversary once more. After Nacional's attack faltered, Ze's realized the vulnerability in the defense and quickly retreated, but he had already surged into the opponent's penalty area, and despite his frantic chase, he couldn't catch up. Ai Hong dribbled down the right flank, confidence surging after bypassing Rosario, now breaking into the corner of the penalty area. 2 Nacional teammates in the middle were ready to receive him, having found space for a shot. But Ai Hong had no intention of passing. He aimed to go past Zhang Wei directly. After a series of feints with both feet, he pushed the ball toward the baseline and swiftly moved into the penalty area. Zhang Wei, aware of Ai Hong's agility, did not recklessly rush in, keeping pace with Ai Hong as he broke toward the baseline, ensuring Ai Hong could not gain an advantage. Zhang Wei's strong body pressed in, and Ai Hong, at 175 centimeters, could not withstand Zhang Wei's pressure. As soon as Zhang Wei closed and Ai Hong stumbled. Good opportunity. Zhang Wei recognized that Ai Hong could no longer control the ball and extended his right foot, preparing to intercept. But at that moment, Ai Hong subtly leaned into him, causing himself to fall to the ground. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded behind them, and Zhang Wei turned to find the referee rushing toward the penalty spot. A penalty kick. The referee awarded a penalty. Unbelievable. Zhang Wei, the defender for Maritimo, looked furious as he rushed towards the official. Was it a dive? After the referee blew for the penalty and walked to the spot, Christian exclaimed excitedly. Martins also looks furious, constantly complaining to the 4th official. Let's take a look at the replay. What really happened? The television screen began to replay the moment Ai Hong went down. When Christian and Rui Costa saw it, clearly both were stunned. This is absolutely not a penalty. It was an egregious dive by Ai Hong. Zhang Wei made no foul whatsoever. Rui Costa defended Zhang Wei indignantly. Let's see if the referee will change his decision. His positioning was poor too. Zhang Wei and Pereira are both pleading their case to the official. Christian said helplessly, "Ref, that was definitely not a foul. He went down on his own." Zhang Wei, furious after the unexpected whistle, rushed over to explain. "It's a penalty. Don't argue. I saw it clearly," the referee affirmed. "Ref, it's absolutely not a penalty." Zhang Wei was on the verge of tears. "You fouled, so stop talking." Ai Huang's flippant voice came from behind Zhang Wei. He had quickly gotten up after winning the penalty. "How dare you say that? What do you mean by diving like that?" Enraged by Ai Huang's contemptuous expression, Zhang Wei shoved him. What do you think you're doing?" Ai Huang shoved in return, immediately grappled with Zhang Wei. The clash quickly drew teammates. Rosario and Pereira nearest to Zhang Wei rushed over. Two opposing forwards also joined the fray, threatening a melee. The referee's whistle pierced the air and the assistant referee ran over to separate them. Both captains, maintaining their composure, pulled away their hot-headed teammates, preventing the scuffle from escalating into a... After the conflict subsided, the referee called Zhang Wei and Ai Huang over and showed each a yellow card. No amount of protest from Marítimo's players could change the penalty decision. The Nacional forward didn't waste the opportunity, converting the spot kick to make it 10. The underdogs had taken... For the second consecutive Madeira derby, Nacional had been awarded a penalty. Xia Ze, I really didn't foul him, Zhang Wei complained to Xia Ze after the goal. I know. That was Ai Huang's trick. Don't worry, he'll win it back for you. Xia Ze patted Zhang Wei's shoulder reassuringly. You won't have the last laugh. Xia Ze stared at Ai Huang, who was celebrating the goal, and vowed silently. 15 minutes into the first half, Marítimo trailed 0-1. The home fans were ecstatic, their songs echoing around the stadium. Xia Ze led Marítimo's attack, determined to equalize. But Zhang Wei on the backline, still dazed after the unjust penalty, was completely out of form, preventing his teammates from fully committing to the attack. Damn it. Martins cursed, seeing Zhang Wei's disoriented state. He ordered substitute center back Igor. Oh, only 25 minutes in and Martins has Igor warming up. Is someone injured? Christian wondered. It must be Zhang Wei. He hasn't been the same since the penalty. His psychological resilience still needs work. Rui Costa pinpointed the issue. True, but Zhang Wei just turned 19. For such a young center back, this kind of sudden pressure is bound to unsettle. Xia Ze saw Igor warming up and knew the coach was dissatisfied with Zhang Wei. Anxiety crept into his... Give me the ball, he called to Rosario, who naturally passed it. The opponent's midfielder immediately closed in. Instead of passing, Xia Ze feinted past the midfielder, burst forward, and quickly carried the ball into the opponent. Beautiful. Xia Ze beat two men and broke into their half. He looks unstoppable. Christian, he passes to Quaresma on the left. These two have been outstanding today. Quaresma will dribble. No, he squares it to Xia Ze, who has a shooting chance at the edge of the box. A thunderous strike. After a 1-2 with Quaresma, Xia Ze created space and smashed the ball with his right foot, aiming for the top. Martins on the sideline nearly jumped, arms raised, staring anxiously at the penalty area. The Nacional defender, who had tried to block the shot, turned, watching the ball rocket toward goal. The goalkeeper's view was obstructed. He was beaten. Had it been on target, it would have been a goal. Oh, so close. Christian lamented as the ball skimmed past the post, sparing Nacional. After Xia Ze's cannonball, Marítimo's morale surged again. They pinned Nacional in their half, and the reduced pressure on Zhang Wei's defense made Martins postpone the substitution. In the 35th minute, Nacional, having been pinned for 10 minutes, caught a counterattack. Once again, Ai Huang stormed down the right wing, dribbling into the corner of the box. Again, Zhang Wei came across to defend at the same spot where Ai Huang had won the penalty. I won't be fooled again. Zhang Wei slid in decisively, cleanly taking the ball off Ai Huang's foot. Ai Huang was brought down. Well done. Zhang Wei completely dominated that duel. He was so composed. Christian was practically a Marítimo fan now. Ai Huang doesn't give up, he chases Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei passes to Xia Ze. The moment Zhang Wei released the ball, he felt a violent impact on his thigh. A searing pain shot through him, he cried out, and collapsed. The referee blew his whistle. Ai Huang had fouled Zhang Wei from behind. Xia Ze, seeing everything from nearby, rushed over and grabbed Zhang Wei by the collar. Another clash threatened. Xia Ze is furious. That foul was ugly. Will the referee show a second yellow? Christian shook his head as the replay ran. The slow-motion replay showed Ai Huang, after being dispossessed, chasing back, and as Zhang Wei passed to Xia Ze, covertly and viciously ramming his knee into the back of Zhang Wei's thigh, causing immense pain. That is a malicious foul. The referee should send Ai Huang off. Rui Costa also lost his cool. I don't understand, they're both Chinese. Why is there such deep-seated hatred? Maybe that's why China with 1.3 billion people can't qualify for the World Cup. Christian shook his head and he was disappointed not only by Ai Huang attacking a compatriot, but also by the referee, who seemed to ignore the severity of the foul, perhaps due to home crowd pressure or simple oversight, issuing only a verbal warning. How is that possible? Damn it. Martins, seeing no punishment, became hysterical, venting his fury at the fourth official could only shrug helplessly. The confrontation between players subsided after a few minutes. After receiving treatment, Zhang Wei insisted on continuing. After these two clashes, the match grew increasingly heated. Marítimo, who had been on the attack and seemed about to equalize, couldn't find the net before halftime due to their players' loss of composure. The referee blew the halftime whistle precisely at 45 minutes, adding no stoppage time, fearing further misconduct. Surprisingly, Xia Ze immediately sprinted toward the tunnel as the whistle sounded. As he passed the stands, debris rained down and Nacional fans showered him with boos. Seemingly deaf to it, he lowered his head and ran into the tunnel. But instead of heading to the locker room, he stopped at a corner and leaned against the wall. Had Figo seen his eyes, he would have recalled his own words, the look of a beast locking onto its prey. After some Nacional players entered the tunnel, AI Huang came into Xia Ze's sight. Without a word, Xia Ze walked coldly toward him. Teammates tried to stop him, but he shook them off. Xia Ze, don't do anything rash. Zhang Wei grabbed him. It's okay. I want to use my hands. Xia Ze's voice was calm, terrifyingly so. Zhang Wei let go. Xia Ze approached AI Huang. Seeing Xia Ze's chilling gaze, AI Huang felt a shiver of fear. But he steeled himself and faced him. Xia Ze grabbed AI Huang by the collar, his eyes venomous. AI Huang, slightly thinner than Xia Ze, was intimidated, but forced a bold front. What do you want? I'm telling you, if you've got a problem, come at me. Don't touch my brother. Xia Ze glared, enunciating each word. I am deeply disappointed in your performance. After we conceded the goal, we had already regained control of the game, yet your reckless actions handed the advantage away. This is highly unprofessional. Martins bellowed furiously in the locker room. He cast a glance at Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, then continued, I don't care about your personal grudges with the opposing players. We are trailing now, and they are trying to provoke us to divert our focus from the game. As professional footballers, your duty is to ignore their taunts. Goals and victory are the only true That is all I have to say. I expect you to keep your composure in the second half and turn the tide. I want to see goal. Martin's tone softened slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, the second half has begun. Nacional kicks off, leading 10 from the first half. AI Huang dribbles down the flank, marked by Marítimo's left back Ruben Ferreira. Xia Ze moves over to provide support. Wow. Xia Ze executes a sliding tackle, sending AI Huang and the ball flying. AI Huang collapses in agony, clearly not expecting such a challenge right after the restart. The referee shows Xia Ze a yellow card. This is his first yellow card since joining Marítimo. It seems these two young Chinese players have a serious rivalry. Keep calm. Damn it, I told you to stay calm. Martin saw Xia Ze's reckless slide on AI Huang right after the second half began, earning himself a yellow card, and his fury reignited. He had lost count of how many times he had exploded in anger during this match. Xia Ze, you need to calm down, said Captain Briggle, rushing over after noticing such impulsive behavior. Captain, I know. He'll control my emotions. I won't make any reckless moves until we win this game. Despite receiving the yellow card, Xia Ze remained remarkably composed, his mind clear. This is a warning. I told you won't touch my brother. AI Huang limped off the pitch with the help of the medical staff after emergency treatment, hobbling to the sideline. His gaze toward Xia Ze was a mixture of hatred and fear. At the moment of the tackle, he had feared his leg might be broken. Fortunately, only his fibula throbbed with pain with no serious injury. A few minutes later, AI Huang rejoined the game, but whenever Xia Ze approached, the ball beneath his feet seemed to turn into a blazing fire. He dared not dribble again and quickly passed to a teammate. Thanks to Xia Ze's ferocious foul at the start of the second half, AI Huang remained ineffective for the rest of the match. AI Huang was the offensive core of Nacional, with most counterattacks launched through his right flank. His silence after the second half began stifled Nacional's counterattacks. With no defensive worries, Marítimo launched a full-scale assault under Xia Ze's orchestration. Well done. Martin saw his team relentlessly attacking the opponent's goal, and sensed that an equalizer was not. Moreover, he seemed to grasp the intent behind Xia Ze's tackle on AI Huang, as Nacional failed to mount even a single decent attack in the second half. His gaze, initially angry, now turned appreciative as he looked at Xia Ze, sacrificing a yellow card to tip the scales completely in his team's favor. This player's influence over the game extended far beyond passing and organizing. That was what delighted him most. In the 56th minute, Xia Ze controlled the ball in front of the box. Seeing the approaching defender, he skillfully chipped the ball over the dense defensive line, landing it at the feet of right-winger Helden. Helden had a golden chance. He shook off the left back, and without waiting for the ball to drop, hammered a volley. Bang! The ball rocketed toward the far post. Nacional's goalkeeper made a lightning reaction, tipping it over the bar. Nacional escaped. In the 68th minute, Quaresma sent a cross from the left. The ball sailed past the goalkeeper, but was cleared by a defender before Dilly could pounce. In the 70th minute, from a Marítimo corner, Zhang Wei's header headed straight for the far corner, but was knotted off the line by a Nacional player stationed at the post. In the 74th minute, Xia Ze dribbled past two players on the left side of the box and unleashed a long-range shot that struck the post and bounced away. Marítimo launched wave after wave of frenzied attacks on the opponent's goal, yet they could not breach the net. The scenario from the first half of the season seemed to be repeating itself. Martins clenched his fists on the touchline. Every chance that emerged sent a jolt of excitement through him, nearly draining his adrenaline. In the stands, fans of both Marítimo and Nacional watched with bated breath. Each time Nacional defused a shot, applause erupted from the home supporters. As time ticked by, Nacional supporters grew more hopeful of defeating their rivals again and reaching the Portuguese League Cup final. Their songs began to echo across the stands. In the 77th minute, Nacional's head coach Jokanovic substituted the ineffective AI Huang for a defensive midfielder. Seeing this change, Martins waved his command, replacing Zhang Wei with Sammy on the right wing, while Quaresma and Xia Ze operated together in the attacking midfield position. This move put immense pressure on Nacional. With the score still 0-1 in the 80th minute, Quaresma dribbled down the left flank. Despite playing for 80 minutes, his stamina remained abundant and his footwork dazzling. The defenders simply could not dispossess him. Quaresma drives down the left, he skips past a Nacional defender. Sammy is on the flank, Xia Ze and Dico are waiting in the middle. Christian stared nervously at the big screen. But he doesn't pass. He continues his solo run. He bursts to the edge of the box. Two Nacional defenders close, and surely he must pass now. Xia Ze is unmarked in the center, waving for the ball. A pass would create a golden opportunity. Christian's commentary reflected his anxiety over Quaresma's choice. He still doesn't pass? Is he trying to take on the entire defense? Damn it. Give the ball to Xia Ze. Martins on the sideline was once again livid, clearly frustrated with Quaresma's individualism. Oh, he's broken through. The two Nacional defenders can't stop him. Quaresma has a clear shot. Christian gasped and sprang to his feet. Quaresma had dribbled past three Nacional defenders, cutting into the left side of the box, ready to shoot. Another defender slid in to cover. Both Dilly and Xia Ze were free in the middle. If Quaresma passed now, it would be a tap-in into an empty net. In the stands, Nacional supporters clenched their hands, watching their penalty area with concern. The small pocket of Maritimo fans also rose, hoping their team could equalize. Quaresma chose not to pass. Facing the sliding defender, he elegantly lifted the ball over the challenge, bypassed the Nacional backline, and found himself union with the goalkeeper. Union. Quaresma calmly slotted the ball past the keeper, curling it into the far corner. Oh, unbelievable. Quaresma has scored an extraordinary goal. He single-handedly dismantled Nacional's entire defense. Maritimo have equalized. Quaresma is sprinting toward the fans in celebration. What a magnificent goal. Christian leaped from his seat, exultant, startling Rui Costa beside him. Well done. The moment the equalizer went in, Martins jumped up, punching the air in celebration toward the pitch. At last they had leveled the score. With the momentum swinging, Maritimo had a strong chance to snatch a winner and advance. Rui, after all the struggle, Maritimo have finally pulled level. How do you think the game will unfold from here? Will Maritimo kill it off? Christian, having calmed down, continued analyzing the match with guest Rui Costa. Maritimo certainly hold a significant advantage, but that doesn't guarantee victory. Remember, football is round. Rui Costa elaborated. If Djokanovic can make timely tactical adjustments and stop stubbornly defending for a draw, their home advantage might still spring a surprise. That's a fair point, Rui. But now that Nacional's key player Ai Huang is off, I wonder what cards Djokanovic has left. Let's see the remainder. The final 10 minutes will surely be. On Nacional's bench, head coach Djokanovic wore a grim expression. He had never imagined that Quaresma alone could dismantle his carefully laid defensive setup. Perhaps that's the difference between a player and a star. He sighed inwardly, a note of resignation creeping in. On the substitutes bench, Ai Huang sat with an ice pack, his face dark with resentment, as he watched Xia Ze celebrate. Xia Ze, if you hadn't injured me, you wouldn't be strutting now. We haven't lost yet. If we drag this to penalties, you'll lose, even more bitterly. Don't give up. Mark them tightly. Don't let them have any more chances. Djokanovic, though lamenting his lack of a game-changer, continued to command his players with determination. But when they decided to hold on for a draw and take it to penalties, their fate was already sealed. Failure awaited. Kristen did not anticipate that national team's head coach Djokanovic would adopt such a conservative approach, nor did Martins expect it. He had even been preparing to substitute a defender to balance the formation. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the opponent intended to defend steadfastly until the final whistle. Counting extra time, that meant at least 40 more minutes. Even the players on the national team found it unbelievable. Regardless of whether they intended to hold their ground, Xia Ze and the Maritimo players knew the team needed to press forward and secure the victory in one surge. Keep attacking. Don't let them cross the halfway line until we score a second goal. Martins commanded the players on the pitch. Following his orders, Xia Ze led the team into another fierce offense. Djokanovic, however, had conveyed his intent to defend relentlessly. After conceding the first goal, national team's defense wobbled, but never allowed Maritimo a second opportunity. The regulation 90 minutes were nearly over. Djokanovic's tactics seems to be working, but can they hold a 11 draw until the end of regulation? Kristen admired Djokanovic's stubborn defense, which had held for 10 minutes, yet couldn't help worrying about the ensuing battle. I suspect this might be within his expectations. Look, their players are warming up on the sideline, likely preparing substitutions for extra time. Moreover, Maritimo's players seem to be running out of steam, Rui Costa analyzed while watching the screen. Maritimo has been playing 2 matches per week for over a month. Fatigue is inevitable. If the game drags into extra time, it will be extremely disadvantageous for them. Xia Ze continued to sprint across the pitch, but he felt his steps growing heavier, less agile than before. He knew his stamina was nearing its limit, and glancing at his teammates, they seemed no better off. He knew his stamina was near its limit, and looking at his teammates, they fared no better. We have to finish this within 90 minutes. If they drag us into extra time, even if we win the league match against Braga 3 days later, we'll be severely compromised, Xia Ze resolved inwardly. Martins on the sideline furrowed his brow. He did not want his team already on a double-game week to play a full 120 minutes. That would all but guarantee defeat in the next league fixture. Lost in thought, his eyes remained fixed on the players. Xia Ze received the ball in the attacking third, but all national team players had retreated to their own half, leaving him few passing options. Could he break through the defense single-handedly like Quaresma? Though confident in his technical abilities, Xia Ze was not arrogant enough to think he could dribble past an entire defense like Quaresma. He looked up at the scoreboard in the stands. The clock had ticked into stoppage time with only 2 or 3 minutes remaining. The match has entered stoppage time, 4 minutes added. Xia Ze now has the ball in the attacking third. Kristen commented calmly, as Maritimo had failed to create clear chances in the 10 minutes since their goal. He passes to Dicko. National team's midfielder challenges Dicko, can't hold it, and has to send it back to Rosario. As time goes on, national team's defense tightens. Maritimo's players seem spent. They've had possession but can't penetrate the defense, Rui Costa added, describing the situation. Time has reached the final minute of stoppage time. Quaresma has the ball on the left flank. His energy looks depleted. Can he break through? He can't break through, but he wins a corner kick. Maritimo's last attacking opportunity, Kristen said. Quaresma earned a corner and went to take it himself. Rosario surged forward, leaving only Captain Briegel behind. Xia Ze, as usual, stationed himself just outside the box waiting for a second ball shooting chance. The entire stadium held its breath watching the national team's penalty area. This skirmish would decide the team's fate. Either one would advance, or they'd be dragged into extra time. Quaresma seized a moment to catch his breath, raised his right hand to signal his teammates in the box, then ran up and curled across into the area. Rosario leaped high, overpowered the defender, and headed the ball toward goal, a lion's shake of the head. Unfortunately, the header was a bit too central, and the national team's goalkeeper parried it out. The ball didn't travel far but dropped into the box, sparking a scramble. Chaos in the box. National team's defenders can't clear it, Maritimo's forwards can't shoot. Kristen narrated tensely. The referee has the whistle in his mouth, ready to blow for full time. Wait. The ball rolls to an unoccupied spot at the edge of the box. Xia Ze is there. This is a golden opportunity. Martins watched the chaos in the box, his heart pounding almost out of his chest. When he saw the ball reach Xia Ze, he nearly jumped for joy. I will end this match. Xia Ze, waiting outside the box for so long, finally saw the ball weakly cleared by a defender right to his feet. Prepared, he struck without hesitation. A powerful right-footed cannon. The defender dove to block, but the ball whistled through the crowd of over a dozen players at blistering speed, heading straight for the bottom right corner. The national team goalkeeper, his vision obstructed, could only watch helplessly as it rocketed past him into the net. Oh, it's a last-minute winner. Xia Ze has killed the game in the dying seconds. Kristen leaped to his feet, arms raised, delivering a passionate commentary from the studio. As the ball nestled into the net, Xia Ze's mind went blank again. I did it. We won. He sprinted toward the corner flag where a small pocket of fans were erupting in ecstasy. His hands instinctively found the hem of his jersey, a shirt-off celebration. He didn't care that he already had a yellow card. The adrenaline of scoring a stoppage-time winner had consumed all rational thought. He revealed his chiseled physique, showing off his body to the traveling fans, passionately beating his chest to vent his exhilaration. Quaresma, Dicko, and Dilly rushed over and piled on top of him in a dogpile celebration. On the sideline, Maritimo's substitutes and coaching staff, after Xia Ze's decisive goal, burst onto the pitch, embracing each other in celebration of the last-minute strike. With this goal, they had reached the final, just one step away from the Portuguese League Cup title. The referee, after signaling the end of the match, walked directly toward the still celebrating Xia Ze. Xia Ze was too excited after the goal, taking off his shirt. Now the referee is coming to give him trouble. Kristen said, a note of regret in his excitement. Oh, the referee shows Xia Ze his second yellow card and sends him off. It won't affect his participation in the final, but he'll miss Maritimo's league match against Braga in 3 days. A rather imprudent act. Xia Ze shrugged nonchalantly at the red card. He had known he wouldn't play the next game, which was why he had dared to be so reckless. Beep, beep, beep. After showing the red card, the referee blew the final whistle, confirming that Xia Ze's goal was truly a last-gasp winner. With Xia Ze's stoppage-time strike, Maritimo had secured a dramatic victory, advancing to the League Cup final. After thanking the traveling Maritimo fan, Xia Ze and his teammates walked back to the dressing room amid jeers from the Nacional supporters. Despite the hostility, Xia Ze's joy remained unchecked. One of the reasons he had stripped off his shirt despite already being booked. The last match against Nacional had been deeply frustrating for him. Though Luo Jin's guidance had given him a deeper understanding of the game's significance, it was only after scoring this last-minute winner that the knot in his heart concerning Nacional finally unraveled. Quietly entering the dressing room, he found his teammates in high spirits. The decisive goal had propelled them into the final and restored their pride after the derby loss at home. If not for the red card Xia Ze had received, which drew odd glances from the coaching staff, the atmosphere would have been even more jubilant. After the post-match team talk, Martins pulled Xia Ze aside with a stern expression. The others assumed the coach was going to reprimand him, so they discreetly looked away. Only Zhang Wei, aware of the inside story, smirked secretly. Xia Ze, that was very unprofessional, do you understand? Martin said seriously. Coach, I was just too excited. I couldn't control myself. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Do you realize this red card affects your image in the eyes of referees and fans? It also reflects on the club's image, Martins said, both exasperated and amused. Coach, I want to take my shirt off again. Showing my bare chest in front of over 10,000 people really felt weird, Xia Ze replied, with a mischievous grin. Martins, caught between anger and laughter, could only shake his head helplessly. Fine, don't let it happen again. Yes, coach. Xia Ze abruptly snapped his heels together and saluted Martins with mock seriousness. Martins couldn't help but burst out laughing. Maritimo threw the goals of Quaresma, and Xia Ze overturned their city rivals Nacional in the League Cup semi-finals, advancing to the semi-finals of the Portuguese League Cup. The opponent in the final will be determined between Porto and Benfica, and due to scheduling, the match between these two giants of the Primeira Liga will not take place until mid-March. The final will take place in early April. After this intense 90-minute battle, Xia Ze felt both physically and mentally exhausted. After taking a shot, he even felt he lacked the strength to celebrate. Lying in bed at that moment, he finally sensed a wave of fatigue wash over him. The bedside alarm clock showed it was already 11 p.m., and according to Xia Ze's usual routine, he should be dreaming by now. Although his body was tired today, his mind was still excited by flashes of images, and some random thoughts began to surface in his mind. What excited him was not the last-minute goal from the daytime match. After all, his first professional match had also seen him score a last-minute winner, in excitement he had already experienced months ago, so it didn't have such a large impact. It was neither the last-minute win nor the anticipation of the Portuguese League Cup final that truly kept him awake. Although that was something to look forward to, it was still over a month away, and it seemed unnecessary to think too much about it at this moment. What truly made it hard for him to sleep was being selected for the national team, a tremendous honor of representing his country. He had learned about his selection for the national team a few days ago, but at that time, he was preparing for this match and hadn't distracted himself to imagine what might happen in his first national team game. Now that the match against Nacional was over and with no tasks on Sunday, the excitement and thrill that had been suppressed in his heart for days finally surged to the surface. His figure in the red national team jersey galloping on the field kept flashing in his mind. Although the national team had performed poorly in recent years, he still remembered how the whole of Guangzhou erupted with joy when they qualified for the World Cup in 2001. A large number of fans wearing jerseys and waving national flags shouted loudly on the streets. Even though he was only 6 that year, the scenes from that time left an indelible mark in his heart. While lost in thought, the door to his room was opened, and a sliver of light crept in, revealing Zhang Wei's forlorn face in the doorway. Xia Ze, I can't sleep. Why are you looking for me if you can't sleep? Xia Ze said, a hint of panic on his face. Sigh. I'm so excited about being selected for the national team that I can't sleep. Zhang Wei sighed, but said it with a hint of joy. Xia Ze, upon hearing this, was surprised to find Zhang Wei felt the same way and couldn't help but chuckle. Buddy, want to have some fun? The next day, when Xia Ze and Zhang Wei appeared at the training ground with panda eyes, everyone was shocked. However, thinking about the last-minute goal that secured their place in the League Cup finals, it was understandable why these two young men couldn't sleep. In the following 2 days, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei engaged in restorative training. The coaching staff had long known that the two would not participate in the away match against Braga, and did not subject them to intense training, as they had likely become a bit fatigued over the past month. On March 1st, Saturday, the 18 first-team players and coaching staff of Maritimo boarded a plane and left Funchal for Braga. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei also received a day off, and the two planned to have some fun with Hua Yin on Madeira Island. Although they had been in Portugal for half a year, there were still many places in this tourist destination they had yet to visit. Just as the three were preparing to set off, Xia Ze's phone rang. He took it out and immediately made a bitter face. Hello, Monica, do you need something from me? Xia Ze, are you free today? Remember your promise. You want me to go on a date again? I thought you had forgotten. Upon hearing this, Xia Ze's arms instantly got goosebumps. Last season, when he performed excellently, he was surrounded and harassed by a swarm of fans outside the training ground. Under the pressure from the coaching staff, he had no choice but to use 3 dates with Monica as a condition to resolve the matter. And before the winter break, Monica had already arranged 2 dates with Xia Ze, and on both occasions Monica either tempted him in a bikini on the beach or made him accompany her shopping, putting Xia Ze's body and mind under immense strain, leaving him utterly exhausted. Just when he thought Monica had forgotten about the 3rd date, feeling secretly relieved, the quirky Portuguese beauty called him. Monica spoke on the phone assertively regardless of whether Xia Ze had time. Today, she was determined to have him. After hanging up, Xia Ze looked at Zhang Wei. Monica spoke on the phone assertively regardless of whether Xia Ze had time. Today, she was determined to have him. After hanging up, Xia Ze looked at Zhang Wei and Hua Yin with a grimace. From Xia Ze's demeanor and the conversation, the two had roughly guessed what was going on and could only helplessly wave their hands at him, signaling that they were powerless. What a rare good holiday, and now it's gone. Xia Ze with a long face trudged like a zombie toward Monica's house. Are we going to watch a match today? Xia Ze and Monica walked side by side on the street. The usually lively and cheerful Monica had hardly said a word today, and it was Xia Ze who spoke first. Monica remained silent, only shaking her head. Going to the beach? Xia Ze asked, somewhat surprised glance. Although he didn't like Monica, he had to admit that she had a very hot body. During their first date last year, she had tempted him in a bikini on the beach, making it nearly impossible for him to resist. Monica shook her head again. Going shopping? A hint of fear flashed in Xia Ze's eyes, as shopping with a woman was more terrifying than playing a full 120 minutes. I'm taking you to a place today. Monica suddenly turned her head and said. After saying that, she returned to her quirky self, bouncing ahead. Xia Ze looked at her back, shaking his head, helplessly unsure of what kind of scheme she was planning for him today. Following Monica through the streets and alleys of Funchal, they unknowingly drifted away from the city's hustle and bustle and arrived at a tranquil and elegant place. Monica, where are you taking me? Xia Ze noticed they were walking further into a secluded area and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just follow me. Monica seemed very excited, walking ahead briskly. After about 15 minutes, Monica and Xia Ze appeared in front of a secluded and quiet courtyard. Monica, you're here. A plump, middle-aged woman with a smile walked out from the courtyard and greeted Monica at the door. Any long time no see, I brought a friend today, Monica said as she and Xia Ze entered the courtyard and chatted. Oh, is this the big star? Hello, I'm Annie, the caretaker here. Annie greeted Xia Ze with a big smile. Hello, I'm Xia Ze, Xia Ze replied with a smile. As they chatted, several children around 7 or 8 years old ran out from the rooms in the courtyard, all rushing towards Monica. Sister Monica. Sister, why haven't you come to see us for so long? Sister Monica, we really miss you. What did you bring us today? A dozen children wearing faded old clothes surrounded Monica, each speaking to her, clearly very fond. For a moment, the previously quiet courtyard became lively. Xia Ze looked at the scene before him, utterly baffled, unsure of what was happening. Hey, who is this brother? After a while of surrounding Monica, the children finally noticed Xia Ze's presence. Guess. Monica playfully walked over to Xia Ze, presenting him to the children, as if introducing a product. Xia Ze could only smile, awkwardly standing there bewildered, still not understanding the situation. Oh, I know. A Sharpie child seemed to recognize Xia Ze and exclaimed, he's Xia Ze, the star of Merit. After this child shouted, the others quickly recognized Xia Ze, surrounding him just as they had with Monica. Brother Xia Ze, can you teach us how to play football? Brother Xia Ze, why are you so good at football? Xia Ze looked at Monica with an innocent face full of helpless smiles. Through Annie's introduction, Xia Ze learned that this courtyard was an orphanage in Funchal, housing some poor and abandoned children. Monica was a volunteer at this orphanage, often coming to visit the kids. These underprivileged children naturally supported Maritimo and were very fond of Xia Ze. Due to Monica's work and Xia Ze's training and matches, they only had this day off together, so Monica used her third date privilege to bring Xia Ze to the orphanage, allowing the children to interact closely with him. After hearing Annie explain Monica's connection to the orphanage, Xia Ze's view of the quirky, beautiful girl, kind-hearted, warm, beautiful, and with a hot figure. If Xia Ze hadn't already had Wang Xiaolin in his heart, he might have been moved. Monica is a good girl, you should treat her well, Annie whispered to Xia Ze, but her voice was just loud enough for Monica to hear, making Xia Ze feel quite embarrassed. Annie, we're just good friends, don't misunderstand. The girl who had desperately wanted to become Xia Ze's girlfriend and had often claimed to be his woman in front of others, Monica surprisingly denied Annie's ambiguous statement at this moment. Looking at Monica's innocent smile directed at him, Xia Ze was stunned. Women are truly unpredictable. This third date surprisingly brought a sense of comfort to Xia Ze as the children in the orphanage clung to him, asking him to play soccer, allowing him a rare day of relaxation. While he was immersed in the tranquility of his holiday far away in Braga, Maritimo was engaged in a tough battle in an away game. Without Xia Ze, the midfield commander of this season, Maritimo's midfield appeared very passive. Moreover, with Zhang Wei's absence, the central defense partnership of Igor and Rosario, having been out of practice for too long, was not stable, causing them to fall into a passive situation right from the start. Despite Martin's adjustments, the exhausted Maritimo still lost 0-1 to Braga, ending the team's unbeaten streak since the winter break and allowing Benfica to seize the opportunity to overtake them for third place in the standings. Fortunately, after this match, there should be an international match day. Maritimo does not have many national players, granting the athletes 2 weeks of rest to recover their exhausted bodies. The next morning, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, accompanied by Taninho, boarded the plane to Iraq. Neither of them understood English, which made it a challenge to report to the national team, but Taninho took the initiative to accompany them, for which they were very grateful. A few hours later, the plane slowly landed in Doha, the capital of Qatar. Iraq has been plagued by war and the panic of terrorist attacks, and even the safest stadium in Baghdad could not serve as a venue for international events, so they had to borrow a stadium in Doha, Qatar. The Qatari side generously lent the Qatar National Stadium to Iraq as their home ground to face the Chinese. At Doha Airport, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei quickly followed the instructions of the national team staff to arrive at the hotel where the national team was staying, where most of the players and coaches had checked in the day before. Xia Ze Zhang Wei, I've brought you here. I don't think him suited to meet your coach, Taninho said as he bid farewell to the two at the hotel entrance. Xia Ze initially wanted to keep him around, but thinking about his lack of clarity on the national team's training rules, he could only thank Taninho and part ways. Just after Taninho left, the national team staff, who had been in contact with Xia Ze, came out to greet them. Following the young assistant, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei discovered that the hotel was quite large and well-equipped. Through conversation, Xia Ze learned that the assistant's name was Xiao Li and the national team's coaches and players had already gone to the training ground. After Xia Ze and Zhang Wei dropped off their luggage, they would also head to the training ground for acclimatization training. Due to the time difference, arriving in Qatar was already the afternoon of March 2nd, and when Xia Ze and Zhang Wei arrived at the stadium, the national team's training was nearing its end. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, welcome. A middle-aged man in a black training jacket walked over smiling as he shook hands with Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Hello, Coach Fu, Xia Ze said while shaking hands, assessing this middle-aged man, who was about the same height as himself. The man before them with dark skin and slightly graying hair, yet still wearing a smile, was Fu Bo, who had taken over the national team after being criticized in the media for Camacho's dismissal, leading the team out of the Asian Cup qualifiers despite knowing he would eventually be replaced by a foreign coach. Xia Ze admired him inwardly. He knew that Fu Bo had a full head of black hair before taking over as the national team coach, but just 6 months later the hair began to turn gray, revealing the immense pressure of the position. And this man managed to help the national team stand up again amidst the scorn of countless fans after their disastrous 15 loss to Thailand. You just arrived, right? Go for a run and stretch your muscles. Fu Bo's calm voice pulled Xia Ze back to. After greeting Fu Bo, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei changed their gear, and under the guidance of assistant coach Wang Jun engaged in recovery training. While warming up, Xia Ze watched the other national team members in training vests conducting tactical drills not far away. Xiao Ze looked at Zhang Ji. Zhang Wei was momentarily thrown off and seemed a bit startled. David, are we already one of them? Xia Ze replied somewhat helplessly, I took a photo with him before. I wonder if he remembers me. Zhang Wei continued to talk to himself, ignoring Xia Ze. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, you guys are here too. A somewhat familiar voice came from behind. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei turned around to find Gao Bo smiling as he walked towards them. Zhang Wei immediately became alert, enraged by AI Huang's antics on the field, and had long since severed ties with AI Huang. Consequently, Gao Bo, who was equally renowned in the Evergrande youth team, also made it onto his blacklist. Gao Bo clearly sensed Zhang Wei's hostility, hesitating for a moment, but still continued to smile, and said, Zhang Wei, don't look at me like that. Although we were rivals in the past, we played abroad together, and now we are both selected for the national team. This must be fate. Zhang Wei snorted coldly. Despite Gao Bo's honest smile, he could not accept the goodwill right away. Xia Ze observed Gao Bo's demeanor and words, realizing that Gao Bo was different from AI Huang. Although both were outstanding players in the Evergrande youth team, Gao Bo was considerably more low-key compared to the arrogant AI Huang. This might be related to his not-so-privileged background, similar to Xia Ze's. We're also glad to see you. When did you arrive in Doha? Gao Bo smiled. I just arrived today, a little over an hour before you guys. As Gao Bo spoke, he glanced at Zhang Wei and noticed he was still ignoring him. Seeing this, Xia Ze could only helplessly shrug, stretching his legs while continuing to converse with Gao Bo. Gao Bo's Madrid was livelier than Funchal, and sometimes he trained with the first team of Real Madrid, naturally discussing the stars of Real Madrid. This was undoubtedly intriguing for Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, who had never been in contact with top clubs and top stars. As they chatted, Zhang Wei, who had been silent, could no longer maintain his aloofness and joined the conversation. The three of them, all serving in the Iberian Peninsula, occasionally interjected with a few Latin words and bursts of laughter, drawing the attention of other players engaged in tactical training. As the three newcomers to the national team faced the big names they had previously only seen on TV or from the sidelines, they naturally felt somewhat reserved. Fortunately, Gao Bo, having come from the Evergrande youth team, knew several players in the national team, allowing the three to integrate into the team more quickly. As evening approached, the training session came to an end. Everyone go back and change into swim trunks. Oh, let's soak in the pool to relax our muscles, Fu Bo instructed the players as he was leaving. Do we really need to go to the pool? Xia Ze asked Gao Bo, somewhat surprised. I don't know, let's just follow everyone, Gao Bo replied, also unsure of the situation. There's a pool in the hotel, let's go together with everyone later, a voice came from behind. The three turned around to see the captain Zheng Ji. Zheng Gu. Gao Bo was the first to greet him. Zheng Gu. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei followed suit. No need to be so formal, we're all teammates now, Zhang Ji said, noticing the three's cautious expressions, waving his hand with a relaxed smile. If you have any questions, just ask me. Thank you, Zheng Gu. Although Zheng Ji was quite approachable, the three still couldn't help but feel a sense of respect and nervousness towards their captain. Seeing this, Zheng Ji could only shake his head helplessly and walked away. Xia Ze soaked in the hotel's massage pool, feeling his muscles relax as the fatigue from a day of flying drifted away with the steam. Previously, he had read news articles stating that the national team stayed in luxurious hotels during their trips, and he couldn't understand why they needed to stay in such high-end hotels just for playing a game. At that time to him playing a match was merely about 90 minutes, as long as there was a place to sleep afterward, he didn't see the need to spend so much. However, after becoming a professional player, he realized the importance of recovery after matches and training for especially in such significant matches for the national team. Players cannot afford to have their bodies and mental states affected by inadequate training facilities before the match. Therefore, when the national team travels and checks into hotels, they must choose ones with gyms and pools allowing them to either focus on strength training or relax their muscles after training, ensuring their physical condition is optimal. A match lasts only 90 minutes, but the time for preparation before it is far greater. The next day, Zhang Limping, Wu Lei, and Ai Huang, who were playing in Europe, arrived in Doha to join the national team after finishing their league matches. When Ai Huang noticed Gao Bo was getting close to Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, he said nothing, but snorted coldly, continuing his recovery training alone. Meanwhile, Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Gao Bo had already joined the tactical training of the team, gradually becoming more familiar with the veteran players. Fu Bo discerned from the exchanges of glances between Ai Huang and Xia Ze that there were considerable grievances among Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Ai Huang. He had also learned from the news about Ai Huang's underhanded tactics against Zhang Wei in the Portuguese League Cup semifinals and Xia Ze's flying tackle on Ai Huang. This middle-aged man with slightly graying hair watched the players training with a furrowed brow, pondering how to resolve the grievances between the three and prevent these off-field factors from affecting the team's performance. The training for the national team differs from that of clubs, focusing more on tactical training against opponents, such as corner kick strategies and offensive tactics. Since the national team usually has only a few days to integrate, communication among players is extremely important. Fortunately, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei are not introverted individuals. They frequently communicate and respond to their teammates during training, quickly adapting to the team. This match is the final group stage of the Asian Cup qualifiers, with both China and Iraq having already advanced, so there is no pressure on either side. In this national team training camp roster, Fu Bo has called up many newcomers, including Xia Ze and 3 other players who have never played in the Chinese Super League. During training, Xia Ze was placed in the substitute group, competing against the main group, led by Captain Zheng Ji. He noticed that although Zheng Ji is already 33 years old, his control of the ball and overall game awareness would allow him to compete successfully in the Portuguese league. Both Wu Lei and Zhang Limping have the capability to establish themselves in European leagues, and their tactical abilities displayed during training greatly impressed Xia Ze. Despite the national team's poor performance in recent years, often being eliminated within 2 rounds of the World Cup qualifiers, and failing to advance in the Asian Cup group stage, last summer's loss to Thailand marked a low point for Chinese football. However, Xia Ze sees hope in this group of teammates. Aside from Wu Lei and Zhang Limping, the performances of Huang Bo and Zhang Shizha and Yu Debo also bolster Xia Ze's confidence. I want to help the national team qualify for the World Cup. This vow has been rooted in his heart since he started playing football, and now being selected for the national team is just the first step towards fulfilling that promise. In the eyes of the national team coaching staff and teammates, the talent and strength displayed by Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Gao Bo are what truly astonishes them. It's important to note that these 3 are merely 18 or 19 years old, having only played professionally for half a year, yet they hold their own in European leagues. In Fu Bo's eyes, they represent the future of Chinese football. Whether Chinese football can rise as the Western media suggests still has a long way to go. At least for now, Fu Bo faces a dilemma. After training, he pulled Xia Ze and Zhang Wei aside for a private. Other players assumed this was just a routine exchange between the coach and newly selected players and did not interrupt. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, I can see that there seems to be some conflict between you and Ai Huang. Fu Bo wasted no time and got straight to the point. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei exchanged surprised glances, both showing a hint of hesitation. They did not expect Fu Bo to notice the tension among the 3 so quickly, but they had no intention of hiding it. Through Xia Ze and Zhang Wei's explanations, Fu Bo quickly got to the bottom of the matter. Frowning, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Your approach to handling this matter is very immature." Xia Ze and Zhang Wei looked at each other in surprise. Fu Bo glanced at them and continued, "Although Ai Huang certainly acted wrongly, as teammates targeting each other during a derby match is unacceptable. If the media catches wind of this, they will claim that our Chinese team is not united, which will damage our reputation." Fu Bo paused briefly before continuing, "As professional players, I hope you can conduct yourselves more professionally on the field and not let personal grievances affect the team. This is advice from someone who is like an elder to you." Hearing this, Xia Ze felt a twinge of shame in his heart. However, as the head coach of the national team, I must tell you that our Chinese fans have been deeply hurt by the national team, and we cannot squander their support any longer. All your actions must be worthy of this red jersey you wear, as it represents the honor of our country. Fu Bo concluded with a determined gaze and an impassioned tone. "You must be worthy of this red jersey." This phrase echoed in Xia Ze's mind. Ever since he was young, he had longed to join the national team, not just to fulfill his dreams, but to lead Chinese football to greatness. Ultimately, it stemmed from his love for this country. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of warmth spreading from his chest throughout his body, igniting a passionate resolve within him. I hope that during the national team training you can set aside all previous personal grievances for the sake of this red. Fu Ba's tone softened at last. Yes, coach, I understand, Xia Ze replied firmly unwavering. I understand too, Zhang Wei added quickly glancing at Xia Ze's expression. Alright, let's leave it at that. Fu Bo nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. 2 days later on March 5th, at Qatar National Stadium, the last round of the Asian Cup qualifiers began with Iraq's home game against China. Both teams had already advanced, so they approached this international level match with a training mentality. Xia Ze and a few newly selected national team players did not start, and instead sat on the substitute bench. Although this match did not carry any pressure regarding results, Fu Bo seemed unwilling to take risks. In the locker room, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei sat next to each other focusing on organizing their gear. As Xia Ze prepared to take down his jersey hanging on the wall, his hand reaching for the national team jersey trembled slightly. Looking at the red number 21 jersey before him, he felt as though his dream was within reach. His father had once said that not being selected for the national team was the biggest regret of his career. Now he had achieved it, fulfilling that wish for his father. Do you see this, Dad? Gazing at the national team jersey that belonged to him, Xia Ze's thoughts drifted back to an afternoon many years ago when he sat on his father's shoulders. Xia Ze, what's wrong? Zhang Wei, seeing Xia Ze lost in thought, quickly asked with concern. Oh, it's nothing. Xia Ze snapped back to reality, hurriedly pulling the jersey over his head. Xia Ze, that. What? You haven't taken off your jacket yet. Oh, I forgot. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the live broadcast of the last round of the Asian Cup qualifiers from the Central Television Sports Channel. China faces Iraq in an away match. I am Lu Jianhong. In the Central Television studio, Lu Jianhong sat at the commentary desk preparing to analyze the match. Today, commenting on this match for the Chinese team felt easier than ever as the national team had already advanced from the group stage, turning this match into a training exercise. Alright, the referee blows the whistle and the match begins. Iraq kicks off first. Lu Jianhong's relaxed and cheerful voice came through the television. This time Fu Bo has called up 6 players playing in Europe for the national team, including Wu Lei and Zhang Limpeng, who have established themselves as key players in this squad and are starting today. Furthermore, 4 young players under 20, due to their outstanding performances in European leagues, have also been selected for this national team. Many fans are likely familiar with their names. However, these 4 young players are all sitting on the substitute bench today, indicating Fu Ba's cautious approach. As the match progresses into the second half, they should have the opportunity to represent the national team for the first time. Unfortunately, there are only 3 substitution slots available, so some of them will inevitably miss out on playing time. But they are still young, as long as they are patient, opportunities to play for their country will surely come. Xia Ze sat on the substitute bench watching his teammates and opponents maneuver on the field, while sporadic cheers of "Go China" from the sparse crowd stirred his emotions. In the first half, China and Iraq exchanged attacks, each scoring a goal, ending the half in an 11 draw. After the halftime break, Fu Bo had Xia Ze and the other 3 warm up. Hey, the Chinese players are warming up on the... Oh, it's Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, Gao Bo, and Ai Huang, the 4 young players. It seems Fu Bo is preparing to... However, looking at Iraq's attack, the Chinese defense has made a mistake. The Iraqi forward has an unknown opportunity. This is dangerous. Zheng Cheng charged out, but couldn't stop the ball, and China fell behind again at the start of the second half, now 12. As Xia Ze and the others warmed up, China conceded another goal to Iraq, trailing 12. 5 minutes later, they returned from warm-up, nervously watching Fu Bo. This time, Fu Bo would decide which of the 4 would take the first substitution slot. Fu Bo glanced at the 4, and then focused on Gao Bo before turning to Xia Ze. Gao Bo, Xia Ze, you 2 are preparing to enter the game. When Fu Bo mentioned his name, Xia Ze's heart skipped a beat, realizing that his dream of playing for the country was about to... Moreover, this was an urgent summons, although the outcome of the match was not crucial. Zhang Wei and Ai Huang had already returned to the substitute bench. Zhang Wei seemed indifferent as Xia Ze had always been one step ahead of him. Missing this chance meant there would be another. But Ai Huang, sitting beside them, looked sullenly at Xia Ze, and Gao Bo, feeling secretly disgruntled. Why did they get the opportunity? What makes them better than me? Though he felt dissatisfied, he didn't dare to show it openly. After glaring at Xia Ze and Gao Bo for a moment, he shifted his focus back to the match. Remember, we have no pressure in this match. Once you get on the field, just play as you normally would, Fu Bo whispered to Xia Ze, and Gao Bo nodded while adjusting their socks. Xia Ze and Gao Bo replaced Zhang Shizha and Yu Dabayat, with Xia Ze playing in the attacking midfielder position alongside Zheng Ji and Huang Bowen in the midfield. Gao Bo took the center forward role, while the center forward Gao Lin moved to the left winger position, maintaining a 4,231 formation. After entering the match, the 2 had only trained with their national team teammates for 2 days, lacking mutual understanding, especially since the teammates were not very trusting of these 2 players who were under 20. So until the 70th minute of the match, Xia Ze and Galbo had very few opportunities to touch the ball, and the Chinese team was unable to create any chances to equalize. Daji passed the ball to Xia Ze and let him organize. Fubo, watching from the sidelines with a furrowed brow for over 10 minutes, could no longer hold back. Upon receiving Fu Boss instruction and with Xia Ze demonstrating his tactical abilities on the field, the teammates began to trust him and were willing to pass the ball to Xia Ze. As Xia Ze received more passes, the Chinese team's offense became fully activated, with both Gao Bo and Gao Lin getting numerous scoring opportunities. However, luck seemed to be against the Chinese team today. Despite their efforts throughout the half, they still couldn't equalize. As the referee's whistle blew, the Chinese team lost 12 away from home, and although Xia Ze and Gao Bo made their national team debuts, they couldn't help to turn the tide. This match has ended, and the Chinese team lost 12 to Iraq away, qualifying for the Asian Cup finals next year to be held in Australia, as the second in the group. Although we lost this match, we can see that young players are gradually rising. The future looks promising for the Chinese team. Lu Jinhong said expectantly in the studio. Despite the loss, he did not express as much resentment as before as he observed the contributions of Xia Ze and Gao Bo after they took the field. After the referee's whistle, Xia Ze took off his jersey and walked quietly on the field. The sparse shouts of fans in the stands reached his ears, and the greetings exchanged between teammates and opponents became a scene in his national team debut. While shaking hands with the opponent, Xia Ze looked towards the opposing goal, and then raised his head to glance at the scoreboard. 12. He ultimately could not help the team to victory. This is football, though not all good things can fall upon oneself. My debut at Maritimo is already perfect enough. Being able to represent the national team is sufficient, and this match is merely a routine affair, a bittersweet memory to carry in my heart. Xia Ze walked quietly on the field, comforting himself. The next day after this Asian Cup qualifying match, the national team disbanded, and Xia Ze and a few overseas players flew back to their respective clubs from Doha. Due to the international match day, the league would not restart until next weekend, allowing them ample time to rest and recover from their already fatigued bodies. Back in Funchal, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei went to the club for training the next day. While the teammates trained with laughter, head coach Martins wore a face full of concern. "Carlos, what do you think we should do?" Martins asked his assistant coach Carlos Jorge, frowning. "I didn't expect the association to schedule a midweek match. Our players haven't had enough time to recover." Jorge also frowned tightly. "I'm not worried about that right now. We are already behind Benfica, and if we have to fight on two fronts, it will be very unfavorable for our pursuit of third place. What do you suggest?" "Well, since the opponent is Porto, our chances of defeating them to advance are slim. It would be better to stop here and focus on the league." "That might be a good idea." Martins did not respond, but gazed thoughtfully at the many players on the training ground. In the Portuguese league, a team must participate in 2 cup competitions each season alongside the league, making it a 3-front battle. In addition to the Portuguese League Cup, there is also the Portuguese Cup. Now that the Portuguese Cup has reached the round of 16, Maritimo drew Porto as their opponent for the away match scheduled for March 12. 3 days later, there will be another Portuguese League match, where Maritimo will again play away. Originally, the Maritimo players, who were supposed to have 2 weeks of rest during the international match days, had their rest time cut down by nearly a week due to this schedule, and had to return to the rhythm of playing twice a week. Before the international match day, Martins had already noticed the fatigue among the players. They had lost to Braga away a week prior, losing their hold on third place on the standings. If they want to compete with Benfica for the remaining Champions League qualification spot, they must focus on the league matches, and cannot be burdened by the Portuguese Cup right after finishing their League Cup journey. The final takes place in April. Thus, Martins made an important decision that day Maritimo would forfeit the Portuguese Cup match. This decision, after being discussed with the coaching staff, ultimately received the board's approval to send most of the substitute players to face Porto in the Portuguese Cup match. Key players like Xia Ze and Zhang Wei did not accompany the team, and Maritimo unexpectedly lost 0-3 to Porto, ending their journey in the Portuguese Cup early. On the same day, their local rivals Nacional eliminated their opponents after a hard-fought battle to advance to the quarterfinals of the Portuguese Cup. However, this very normal strategic decision to abandon the match was sensationalized by Nacional, Maritimo's local rivals, who used their official news media to question Maritimo's intentions in the match. Nacional's article stirred up significant controversy in Portuguese football, with media outlets reprinting and commenting, each presenting differing opinions. I believe the Maritimo head coach was right this time. Everyone knows Maritimo has been strong this season, but their squad is not as robust as the top 3 teams in the Portuguese league, and they are even inferior to Braga, who ranks 5th. From their recent loss to Braga, it was evident that playing on 2 fronts was significantly taxing on them. The players were exhausted. For a team just freed from the pressure of competing on 2 fronts, it would be unwise to fall into such a crisis again. I think Martins sending most of the substitutes to Porto is not a big deal. To forfeit 1 cup competition while focusing on securing 3rd place in the league, I believe if Nacional were in this position, they would do the same. For a team just freed from the pressure of competing on 2 fronts, it would be unwise to fall into such a crisis again. Figo, sitting opposite Kristen, spoke on Sport TV's talk show, "As a professional football club, Maritimo should be adequately prepared to face all challenges. Intentionally fielding substitutes and abandoning a match clearly violates the principles of fair competition." Figo, sitting opposite Kristen, spoke on Sport TV's talk show, "As a professional football club, Maritimo should be adequately prepared to face all challenges. Intentionally fielding substitutes and abandoning a match clearly violates the principles of fair competition." However, Maritimo's fans strongly supported their team's choice. After learning from Xia Ze that the team was under significant pressure, Monica organized fans to gather outside Maritimo's training ground daily, holding banners to show their support. The actions of these fans also inspired the players and coaches within the team. Despite the immense pressure, they managed to win the league match 3 days later. In the post-match press conference, Martins expressed his carefully prepared remarks. "I'm glad we won today and didn't let Benfica pull away further. At the season start, our team was considered a potential relegation candidate in the Portuguese league, yet now we are closely following the top 3 teams and even have a chance to contend for a Champions League spot. If this is deemed negative play, then I have nothing more to say. The lineup I fielded against Porto was arranged based on that match, and today's league match, we lost that match. Although we have defeated Porto before, in my eyes the team is still far from being able to compete evenly with Porto. This defeat was merely to be expected. My team still has to face important battles like the league and the League Cup final, and I hope they can perform excellently in these 2 competitions. Thank you all." After Martin's remarks, everyone suddenly understood, and public opinion began to tilt in favor of Maritimo. The reason is simple: if Maritimo, currently 4th in the league and having reached the League Cup final, is accused of negative play, then what can be said about other teams? Martin's comments transformed the pressure of public opinion into motivation for the team, allowing them to seize an opportunity in the league when Benfica dropped points, surpassing their rivals once more and returning to 3rd place. Yet the point differential between the 2 teams was only 1 point, and a small mistake could result in being overtaken. Another League Cup semi-final also took place in mid-March, where Benfica defeated the league leaders Porto in a 120-minute battle, ultimately winning on penalties to face Maritimo in the final. The match between these 2 teams, extending from the league to the League Cup final, has become a major highlight of this season in Portuguese football. The time pointer has turned to April 2014, with Maritimo tied with Benfica in the Portuguese league, ranked 3rd based on goal difference. The Portuguese League Cup final will be held on Saturday, April 12th, at Porto's Dragao Stadium. On April 8th, 2014, 4 days before the Portuguese League Cup final, Benfica and Maritimo, who had been neck and neck in the Primeira Liga and were fiercely competing for a Champions League spot, both secured victories in their league matches 2 days prior. They were now intensively preparing for this decisive showdown. In the city of Porto, inside the club president's office of FC Porto, Da Costa reclined in his chair, eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Across from him sat a 40-year-old man with a neatly cropped haircut, quietly observing Da Costa from his seat. After a long pause, the white-haired Portuguese elder opened his eyes, gazed at the middle-aged man before him, and spoke slowly. "Paulo, during the final 4 days from now, you can approach those 2 youngsters and see what their intentions are." Seated opposite Da Costa was none other than the head coach of Porto, Paulo Fonseca. The man who had once played for Maritimo in his youth frowned slightly. "Mr. Da Costa, do we really have to go after those 2 Chinese players?" A hint of hesitation lingered in his tone. "Paulo, you have seen those 2 youngsters play. You know their potential. If we can secure them, it would be a tremendous asset for the club." Da Costa's shrewd eyes flickered with determination. "But Mr. Da Costa, Chelsea, Manchester United, and Tottenham all seem interested in those 2. Roman Abramovich is even planning to buy out Xia Ze's contract. I'm afraid we can't compete." Fonseca hesitated before voicing the difficult truth. Da Costa's sparkling eyes slowly dimmed, and he lowered his head with a soft sigh. He knew all too well that Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were already coveted by numerous top clubs. Yet he was reluctant to give up on such promising talents. In London, England, 2 men in their 50s sat on a sofa, sipping red wine and conversing. The atmosphere seemed relaxed, but the tone and content of their words carried an undercurrent of tension. "Boss, the team is doing perfectly fine. I don't need those 2 players," said a handsome, silver-haired, middle-aged man. "Jose, I understand your point, but these 2 players could greatly help us expand into the Chinese market," countered the slightly younger man, none other than Chelsea's owner Roman Abramovich. The man he was speaking with was naturally Chelsea's current manager, Jose Mourinho. "Boss, all I know is that we are at the top of the Premier League table. 3 more wins, and we'll clinch the title. I don't need any other factors to boost the team's profile," Mourinho said, shaking his head with rapid-fire speech. Ferguson did the same thing. That's why Manchester United has such high visibility in Asia. Abramovich, "I am Mourinho." "All right, maybe I was wrong," Abramovich conceded, slumping back into the sofa, unable to persuade Mourinho. "But I suggest you watch those 2 lads play. They are truly remarkable." "I'll handle it," Mourinho replied coolly, then stood and left. Abramovich watched Mourinho depart and let out a resigned, bitter smile. Truly a maverick, disrespectful even to his boss. After leaving Abramovich's office, Mourinho made a phone call. When is Maritamo's next match? This Saturday, the Portuguese League Cup final against Benfica at the Estadio do Dragão in Porto came the book me a flight to Porto for Saturday. Understood. In North London inside Arsenal's training ground, a bald-headed middle-aged man, Arsenal's assistant coach Steve Bold, addressed the elderly man beside him wearing a trench coat. Arsene, there's a Portuguese League Cup final on Saturday. Both Xia Ze and Zhang Wei will be playing. Steve, we're fighting with Tottenham and Manchester United for a Champions League spot. It's hard to find the time, replied the elderly man, frowning. None other than Arsenal's manager, Professor Arsene Wenger. But this match is a perfect opportunity to see how Xia Ze performs under pressure. Our game is at the weekend. It won't cause much disruption, Bold urged. Very well, then let's go watch, Wenger said after a moment's deliberation, eventually succumbing to the allure of a gifted young player. In Manchester, England, at the Carrington Training Centre, David Moyes watched his team's training with a furrowed brow. 2 days earlier, they had been held to a draw by Stoke City, dropping to 5th in the league standings and jeopardizing their Champions League qualification. He was under immense pressure. David, aren't you going to watch the Portuguese League Cup final? Asked Taninho Cruz, who had been closely following Xia Ze's performances approaching once more. No, I don't have time now. This Saturday's match is absolutely crucial for us. Since the kid said he won't consider a transfer until the season ends, we'll talk about it after the season, Moyes replied, frowning deeply, showing no desire to attend. Taninho, seeing this, tactfully took his leave. In North London at Tottenham's training ground, Andre Villas-Boas was on the phone by the practice pitch. Have you booked the flight to Porto? I'll need to head over after our league match on Saturday. It should be fine. We play at noon. While coaches and scouts from England's top clubs turned their attention to the Portuguese League Cup final, the Portuguese media were already ablaze with heated debates about the match. Support for Maritimo and Benfica was roughly split among the media outlets. Television channels built hype for the game as Portugal's first piece of silverware for the season would be decided in 4 days. European bookmakers opened betting markets for the match. Although the odds uniformly favored Benfica, one of the traditional big three and the stronger side, Maritimo's odds of victory kept dropping as the match approached, hinting at something. The Portuguese League Cup, not even the most prestigious domestic competition, had unexpectedly stirred considerable interest across Europe, and thousands of miles away in China the impact was even greater. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, 2 Chinese players, would have the opportunity to start in this final, a chance no overseas Chinese player had ever been granted before. In Guangzhou on the evening of April 8th, Beijing time. Welcome to Sports World on April 8th. I'm Jiahua. Before we begin the program, I have a piece of good news for our viewers at home. Our sports channel has signed a broadcast agreement with Portugal to live stream the Portuguese League Cup final this Saturday night, specifically at 3:45 am on Sunday, Beijing time. 2 young players from our Guangzhou RF Youth Academy, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, will represent Maritimo in the final against Benfica. Please tune in to Guangdong Sports Channel for full Cantonese commentary. Guangdong Sports Channel host Wu Jiahua appeared on screen with a smile, delivering the astonishing news, a live broadcast of the Portuguese League Cup final. This obscure cup, dwarfed by many European football competitions, was making its debut on Chinese television solely because of 2 Chinese players. It was undoubtedly a groundbreaking step. Shortly after Guangdong Sports Channel announced the broadcast, Sina Sports also posted a video livestream notice on its official Weibo account, leaving fans nationwide stunned, then cheering. The chance to see Xia Ze and Zhang Wei start in a cup final in a top European league striving for a trophy. What Chinese fan wouldn't be thrilled? The chance to see Xia Ze and Zhang Wei start in a cup final in a top European league striving for a trophy. Though the coaches of England's top clubs were eager to travel to Porto for the final, and the media, fans and bookmakers were all engrossed in verbal battles, the teams and their coaches remained remarkably low-key. In post-match interviews after the previous league round, they barely mentioned the final, dodging all questions from reporters. The more reserved and cautious both sides were, the more evident the weight of this match for the 2 clubs. In Lisbon, Portugal, at Benfica's training ground, head coach Jorge Jesus watched his team practice with a frown. Mineral, who do you think should mark Maritimo's Xia Ze? Luceo, Ruben, or Felipe? Jesus asked a small white-haired man beside him. Xia Ze is indeed their key player, but if we focus too much on marking him, we might be wasting our efforts, replied the man named Mineral. No, look at this youngster's track record. He helped Maritimo draw with Sporting Lisbon in his first game, then led the team to beat Porto at the Dragão. He's no ordinary player. If we want to win this final, we must take him seriously, Jesus said, with firm conviction. Maybe we should study his match footage again. There might be a better solution, Mineral suggested, now respecting the coach's call. Good. Tell the other coaches to prepare. We'll have a meeting to figure out how to deal with that Chinese lad. In a courtyard on the outskirts of Funchal, Madeira Island, a group of children of various ages were playing football. Though their shoes were tattered and worn, every face beamed with pure joy. A pickup truck showing its age rolled down the road toward the courtyard and came to a gentle stop before the gate. The children playing football had already noticed the vehicle. No sooner had the pickup stopped than they rushed out of the courtyard and crowded around it, leaving the ball they had been fiercely contesting forgotten in the corner. Sister Monica. Brother Xia Ze. The children surrounded the pickup, their faces brimming with anticipation and excitement. Stepping out of the car were naturally the ones they had called out. Xia Ze and Monica. The two were now encircled by the children, both wearing warm smiles. Monica had first brought Xia Ze to this orphanage in early March, and since then he had found great comfort in the company of these children. Their circumstances reminded him of his own childhood, and over the following weeks he frequently visited them with Monica. Every time they came, Xia Ze and Monica brought gifts, making the children eagerly look forward to their arrival. Brother Xia Ze, what did you bring us this time? A child asked expectantly. Go see for yourselves, it's in the back. Don't fight, everyone gets something. Wow. The children erupted in excitement, then swarmed onto the pickup bed, grabbing several bags and dashing joyfully toward the courtyard. Monica, Xia Ze, you don't have to bring something every time, said the plump nanny Annie, leaning against the doorframe and looking at them with a smile. Annie, don't be so reserved like us Chinese, Xia Ze teased as he walked into the courtyard. Over the past month, he had grown familiar with everyone in the orphanage. Annie was one of the founders who had built this home. Now she was essentially the only one left caring for the kids. Her personality, however, was quite similar to that of the Chinese. She always insisted on being polite and courteous, lacking the straightforwardness typical of foreigners. Wow. Soccer shoes. And jerseys. Awesome. The children tore open the bags, discovering the shoes and jerseys inside. Overjoyed, they took them out to try on. Xia Ze, Monica, and Annie watched their excitement and couldn't help but share knowing smiles. After putting on the new jerseys and shoes, the children immediately dragged Xia Ze into the courtyard for a game of football, playing with boundless delight. Monica and Annie stood by, watching Xia Ze frolic with the children like an overgrown kid. They exchanged glances and smiled. They really like him. I never expected him to be so approachable, Annie remarked, watching Xia Ze. When Maritimo had matches, she and the children would watch Xia Ze play. On the field, he was the commander, rigorous, tenacious, and fiercely competitive. She had assumed that in daily life Xia Ze would be a stern, unsmiling person. But after a month of interactions, she found him effortlessly bonding with the children, becoming their ringleader. I never thought he'd be so fond of kids either. Back then they just wanted to meet Xia Ze, so I brought him along. He's a good man, you know. Treasure him. Annie hinted meaningfully. Annie, I told you. He already has a girlfriend. Monica blushed under Annie's teasing and quickly defended herself. Monica, he has a girlfriend, sure, but you should think about yourself too. Where can you find a man this good? Annie pressed on. I'm not talking to you anymore, Monica said, unable to argue further. She turned away but stole a glance at Xia Ze on the field. On the eve of the Portuguese League Cup final, which the media and the public had painted as a tense showdown, Xia Ze, the core player of finalist Maritimo, was playing and laughing with a group of children in a Funchal suburb, seeming utterly unconcerned about the impending match. Pedro letting them have a day off now. Aren't you worried it might affect the team's preparation? João Tenorio asked as he walked alongside Maritimo's head coach along the bustling streets of Funchal. Obviously we've been wound too tight these past few days. No one said it, but I could feel the pressure from outside and from the final weighing heavily on them. Martins continued as they walked. Giving them a day off now lets them relax their nerves, which is more beneficial for our preparation. How so? Tenorio was puzzled. We've been preparing for this final for a month. Now in the last few days, everything that could be done has been done. What's left is to adjust the players' mentality to have them face this decisive battle in their best state. Martins mused. After last week's league match, the struggle for third place with Benfica had already drained the players physically and mentally. I could feel their nerves were too tight. He glanced at Tenorio and continued, today's day off is to let their nerves unwind. Then over the remaining 3 days, we'll slowly tighten the bowstring, store up all the energy, and release it in one burst during the final. That's how they'll give their full strength. Tenorio listened and suddenly understood. He realized why he had never been able to become a coach. He was still far from grasping the control needed on the pitch. I guess I'm really not cut out to be a coach. Maybe even being a scout is a stretch, Tenorio said with self-deprecation. Joao, I know what you're thinking. You brought us Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. That's already remarkable. Martin seemed to see through Tenorio's thoughts. Tenorio said nothing, just walked with his head down. Annie, we have to go now, Monica called as she and Xia Ze emerged from the courtyard after spending most of the day at the orphanage. Take care on the way back and look after our midfield core, Annie said with a wink. Monica simply blushed and smiled without answering, while Xia Ze pretended not to notice. Brother Xia Ze, good luck in the weekend match. We'll all support you. The children stood outside the courtyard, reluctant to see Xia Ze and Monica leave. The car sped along the road, kicking up clouds of dust. Inside, the passionate voice of Latin pop queen Shakira filled the cabin. Monica was driving. Xia Ze still hadn't gotten his license, so every outing Monica chauffeured him. Looks like those kids like you more and more. They don't even care about me anymore, Monica joked. You're not jealous, are you? Jealous? Not a chance. I've had enough of them clinging to me before now. I'm happy that after Wang Xiaolin had come to Portugal during the winter break, and Monica learned about her relationship with Xia Ze, Monica had stopped seducing him as before. Their relationship had evolved into a good friendship, and their conversations became more relaxed. By the way, why do you have a day off today? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the final? Monica had been surprised when Xia Ze suggested visiting the orphanage. Even when you're hanging, you need to catch your breath. Xia Ze leaned back in the passenger seat, the words slipping out in what? Oh, it's a Chinese saying, even when hanging you need to catch your breath. It means you have to take breaks even when there's something important to do. Only after speaking did Xia Ze realize had used a Cantonese saying, and he struggled to explain. Looks like you're really enjoying this day off. Yeah, it's been a good day. Xia Ze rested his head against the headrest, closed his eyes, and let his body sway with the car's motion as Shakira's music filled his ears, utterly relaxed. Amid the music, a phone rang. Xia Ze kept his eyes shut. It wasn't his ringtone. Hey brother, Xia Ze and I are heading back now. We'll be home in about 10 minutes. Can you wait for the car? Monica spoke into her phone while driving. On the other end was Monica's spirited brother. This stretch of road usually had little traffic, so Monica felt safe enough to talk on the phone while driving. As she was about to hang up, a goat suddenly darted onto the road. Startled, Monica yanked the steering wheel to avoid it. Xia Ze, who had been dozing, felt the car lurch. He opened his eyes to see the vehicle careening off the road. Bang! The out-of-control car slammed into a tree. Xia Ze felt a violent impact from the front. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Back at the Maritimo training ground in Funchal, Martins, who had been walking with Tenorio, was now in his office watching Benfica footage with the coaching staff to prepare for the final. Though they had given the players a day off to relax their strained nerves, the coaches could not afford to waste any time. Every day, they studied tactical plans for the final. This was Maritimo's best chance in years to win a trophy, and the entire club was filled with anticipation. The phone on the desk rang. Frowning, Martins asked assistant coach Carlos Jorge to answer it. Jorge picked up the phone. Moments later, his face paled as he gasped, turning to the other coaches and saying, Xia Ze has been in a car accident. Inside a hospital in Funchal, Hua Bin and his wife hurried in. Xiaoyan, what happened to Xia Ze? Hua Bin asked with deep concern. Although Xia Ze shared no blood relation with him over the past 6 months, Hua Bin had come to regard this resilient and courteous young man as almost his own son. When he received Hua Yan's call about Xia Ze's car accident, he immediately set aside his work and rushed over with his. Xia Ze is already awake and the doctor is performing a full examination. Oh, it shouldn't be anything serious, Hua Yan reassured her father. Zhang Wei, where's my sister? Is she okay? A bearded man rushed in from outside, panting heavily. She's fine too, just undergoing some checks, Zhang Wei, standing beside Hua Yan, quickly replied. Hua Bin, his wife, and the bearded man all breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that neither was seriously injured. They had been terrified when they first received the call. In the hospital corridor, Hua Bin's family, Zhang Wei, the bearded man, Tenonio, and Maritimo's head coach Martins were all present. Martins and Tenonio had arrived first, followed shortly by Zhang Wei and Hua Yan. By the time they reached the hospital, both Xia Ze and Monica had already regained consciousness. Since the doctors were still running tests, they could not learn more and had to wait in the hallway. Martin's face was clouded with worry. Though he knew Xia Ze had woken up and was not severely hurt, a car accident was no trivial matter. If Xia Ze couldn't play in Saturday's match, it would deal a heavy blow to Maritimo. Sensing Martin's gloom, the others fell silent as they waited anxiously for the doctor's report. A heavy, oppressive stillness hung over the corridor. Just then a commotion and footsteps erupted from outside. Several journalists with cameras appeared at the far end of the corridor. Spotting Martins and the group, they rushed over swiftly, ignoring the hospital staff's attempts to stop them. Mr. Martins, is it true that Xia Ze was in a car accident? How is he now? Will this affect the next? The reporters surrounded Martins and the others, chattering noisily. Dear friends from the press, please. This is a hospital. Kindly refrain from asking questions here. Tenonio stepped forward to block them. Mr. Tenonio, can you tell us about Xia Ze's condition? One reporter, recognizing Tenonio, asked eagerly. Xia Ze is fine. He's undergoing a checkup right now. This is a hospital and I ask that you do not disturb the medical staff. We will provide a detailed statement regarding this incident later, but I must emphasize that it was an accident and Xia Ze has not sustained serious injuries. I hope you can cooperate, Tenonio said firmly. Seeing that Tenonio had made his point, the reporters felt too embarrassed to press further. They quietly sat down on the corridor chairs, waiting alongside Martins for the test results. After the reporters' commotion, Hua Yan suddenly remembered that no one had yet called Xia Ze's family to inform them of the accident. If the news spread online, it might cause them great worry. She quickly asked Zhang Wei to call Xia Ze's family, while she called Wang Xiaolin. Zhang Wei successfully reached Xia Ze's mother, telling her that her son was unharmed. After hearing that her son was safe, the mother's initial anxiety eased somewhat. She gave Zhang Wei some instructions and hung up. But Hua Yan could not get through to Wang Xiaolin. Every call went to voicemail. After several attempts, she gave up and waited quietly with Zhang Wei for Xia Ze's examination to finish. Half an hour later, Xia Ze and Monica appeared at the other end of the corridor, accompanied by doctors and nurses. As soon as they saw Xia Ze, everyone surged forward with the Sharpied reporters moving the fastest, covering the distance in just a few strides. Xia Ze was startled to find himself surrounded by cameras and microphones, but quickly realized that as a key figure in the Portuguese league final, a car accident of this magnitude was bound to attract the press. He did not answer the reporters' questions, but walked past them in silence. With nurses and doctors nearby, the reporters dared not pursue him and could only watch as he entered the ward. After Xia Ze and Monica entered the ward, their family and friends followed. The reporters were left waiting outside. "Doctor, what do the test results show?" Martins asked urgently as soon as the door closed. Fortunately, they weren't speeding, so the impact wasn't severe. Only a mild concussion. They can be discharged today. The doctor adjusted his glasses and said calmly. Hearing that the two were fine, everyone's worried expressions softened into relief. Then Doctor, can Xia Ze play in Saturday's match? Now that Xia Ze was safe, Martins breathed easier, but this issue still troubled him. I would advise against any strenuous exercise this week, the doctor said cautiously. Sitting on the hospital bed, Xia Ze's heart sank. Coach Martins felt just as disheartened. Zhang Wei and the other friends cast sympathetic and comforting glances at Xia Ze, knowing what it meant for a professional player to miss the final. "Doctor, I feel fine. You said I can be discharged today, so why can't I play?" Xia Ze's expression dimmed for a moment, but he didn't give up and pressed the doctor. "Soccer is a highly physical sport. Every collision on the field could jolt your brain again before it has fully recovered. For safety, Sake, I recommend you not think about playing. You're still young," the doctor explained patiently. "All right, doctor, thank you." Xia Ze was about to speak again, but Martins interrupted him and politely saw the doctor out. "Coach, I want to play." Xia Ze looked pleadingly at Martins after the doctor left. "Xia Ze, didn't you hear the doctor? No strenuous exercise for a week. Let this final go and try again next time." "Yes, Xia Ze, your health matters most. You're only 18, there will be many more finals. Xia Ze will win the match for you, don't worry." The people in the ward tried to persuade Xia Ze to change his mind. But Tenonio and Martins remained silent, lost in thought. Both had once been professional players themselves and understood exactly what was going through Xia Ze's mind. Martins also had selfish motives. Xia Ze's absence would greatly affect both the team's strength and morale, so he didn't know whether he should advise Xia Ze to sit out. "But I really want to play this match. It's the first final of my life. I've worked so hard to get here, and I don't want it to be for nothing," Xia Ze said resolutely. "Mr. Martins, please say something," Monica pleaded, hoping the coach could persuade Xia Ze to give up the idea. Martins frowned, deeply thought for a moment, then sighed lightly, and said to everyone, "Could you step outside for a moment? I need to talk to Xia Ze." Seeing that the master and his disciple had things to discuss, the others filed out of the room, leaving them alone. "Coach, I want to play," Xia Ze said for the second time, his expression now utterly serious. "I know, but I don't want to take the risk." Martins sighed, his voice heavy. "But I want to defeat Benfica myself." Xia Ze's face hardened. Martins said nothing, turning to look out the window, his brow deeply furrowed. He clearly also wanted Xia Ze to play, but both the doctor's advice and his duty as head coach to protect his player argued against it. "Coach, you'll protect myself and avoid collisions as much as possible," Xia Ze said urgently. "Or I could ask Nike to make me a special headgear like Rooney's to protect my head." Xia Ze tried every argument to convince his coach, knowing the team needed him badly. After a long pause, Martins turned back, looked into Xia Ze's eyes, and asked sternly, "Do you really want to play this match?" "Yes." Xia Ze nodded emphatically. "Even if it might kill you, you still want to play, eh?" Xia Ze saw the gravity in Martins' face and knew his answer would determine whether his name appeared on the team list for the weekend match in Porto. "Yes." Xia Ze nodded firmly again, and this time Martins saw unwavering determination in his eyes. "All right, I'll include you in the squad, but you won't start," Martins said slowly. "But coach, no more arguments. Including you in the squad already means I'm taking a big risk. I don't want to endanger your life, but you're important to the team. You'll only get on the field if the situation turns against us." "Even doing this, my conscience is troubled," Martins said with a hint of guilt. He understood that everyone in the team desperately wanted to win. Even though letting Xia Ze play could lead to serious consequences, he had to take a calculated risk, the safest way possible. Xia Ze saw the guilt in Martins' eyes and knew it took great courage for the coach to go against the doctor's advice. He said no more, simply nodding in acceptance of the agreement. After speaking with Martins, Xia Ze and Monica completed their discharge procedures and left the hospital through the back door, avoiding the reporters blocked by Tenonio. "Why did you tell my family?" Xia Ze asked with some worry, concerned that his mother would be anxious after hearing about his. "I did, but I also told Aunt that you were fine." After hearing this, Xia Ze glanced at Zhang Wei in surprise, clearly impressed by his unexpectedly mature handling of the situation. "But I can't get through to Shaolin. I'm worried she might be anxious after seeing the unclear media reports." Hua Yin said from the side. "Can't get through. What's going on?" "I don't know, it's just always out of service area." Frowning, Xia Ze took out his phone, and just as he was about to dial, it rang. BRR. "It's Shaolin," Xia Ze said with some surprise. As soon as he mentioned her, she called. Earlier, Hua Yin and Zhang Wei had been unable to reach Wang Shaolin, but now she called Xia Ze. "Xia Ze, I'm at the airport to come pick me up." Wang Xiaolin's lively voice came through the phone. Which airport are you at? Xia Ze asked, somewhat taken aback and confused. Funchal Airport, hurry up, I'm so hungry. Wang Xiaolin pouted on the other end of the line. Okay, wait a moment, he'll be there soon. Xia Ze frowned and said helplessly. He hadn't expected that Wang Xiaolin would come to Portugal without saying a word. After telling Zhang Wei and Hua Yin this news, both were also quite surprised, and then it dawned on them no wonder they couldn't get through to Wang Xiaolin's phone earlier, she was on the plane. Although Zhang Wei was worried about Xia Ze's health and wanted to go with him, with Xia Ze's refusal and Hua Yin's tacit understanding, Xia Ze went alone to Funchal Airport to pick up Wang Xiaolin. As soon as Wang Xiaolin saw Xia Ze at the airport, she dropped her suitcase and ran towards him. Rarely without other friends around, Xia Ze embraced Wang Xiaolin tightly, followed by a sweet long kiss. This couple, who hadn't seen each other for 2 or 3 months, kissed at the airport without a care. Though passers-by were somewhat surprised for the open and romantic Portuguese, such scenes were not uncommon. After expressing their longing for each other, Wang Xiaolin noticed Xia Ze's slightly furrowed brow, as if he had something on his mind. Being perceptive, she asked Xia Ze with concern. Xia Ze then told her about his car accident and that he wouldn't be able to start in the weekend finals. Upon hearing about Xia Ze's accident, Wang Xiaolin couldn't help but call out in worry, but seeing that Xia Ze was unharmed, she gradually felt relieved. You're not going to blame me for risking my health, right? Xia Ze said with a hint of guilt. Wang Xiaolin looked at Xia Ze, gently caressing his face, and said, of course not. I will support whatever you decide. I know you know your limits. This statement was extremely tender and considerate, allowing Xia Ze to indulge in his role as a man, and he couldn't help but pull Wang Xiaolin into another passionate kiss, once again attracting the attention of others. Finally, the two blushed as they exited Funchal Airport and took a taxi back to Hua Yan's home. In the car, Wang Xiaolin told Xia Ze that she had been accepted into the University of Liverpool and would be studying abroad in the fall. This news surprised Xia Ze, but it also made him quietly decide after the summer transfer window opens he would seek opportunities to transfer to England. That evening, news of Xia Ze's car accident spread throughout Portugal via reporters' news articles reaching even faraway China. Upon receiving this explosive news, Portuguese media immediately made it the headline story for the next day's front page, swiftly printing and publishing it, predicting the impact of Xia Ze's accident on the upcoming match, gradually favoring Benfica to win the final. Moreover, news of Xia Ze's car accident reached China in the early hours of April 9 Beijing time. Due to the lack of detailed information, domestic media and fans were anxious about Xia Ze's accident that morning. On the morning of April 9th, a local time in Portugal, Xia Ze appeared outside the Maritimo training base, where a large number of reporters were already waiting. When they saw Xia Ze's figure appear, they all aimed their cameras at this hot topic figure of the past few months. Upon realizing that Xia Ze seemed to be unharmed, they felt both relieved and disappointed. The relief was that this talented player was not harmed by the accident, but the disappointment was that Xia Ze's lack of visible injuries deprived them of excellent material for writing. Xia Ze quickly avoided the reporters' cameras and rushed into the training base, leaving them sighing in vain. However, they did not leave immediately, but found a place to rest around the training base, as they had another task that morning: attending Maritimo's pre-match press conference. During the morning training, Xia Ze did not participate in the tactical training with the team, but worked out in the gym to maintain his fitness and explosive strength, which puzzled his teammates. After the morning training, Martins appeared at the press conference with Captain Briggle, but the reporters waiting there did not see the figure of Xia Ze whom they had been eagerly anticipating. Mr. Martins, is it true that Xia Ze had a car accident yesterday? A reporter eagerly asked before Martins had even settled down. The question, of course, was about Xia Ze's situation, which had become the focal point of Portuguese football today. Ahem. Indeed, Xia Ze was in a car accident yesterday, but it was not serious. Fortunately, he was not injured. Martins said calmly, clearing his throat. Will he be able to play in Saturday's final? Another reporter followed up. He suffered a slight concussion. I don't believe he will be fit to appear in Saturday's match. He will not be playing, Martins said confidently. His words immediately caused a small stir in the venue. Everyone understood Xia Ze's significance to Maritimo. Whether it was reporters, fans, or opponents, everyone knew that Maritimo's position in the standings and their entry into the League Cup final this season was largely due to Xia Ze's emergence. Now, with Martins asserting that Xia Ze would not be present for the match, everyone understood the impact this would have on Maritimo. Without Xia Ze, Maritimo would have little chance against Benfica. Mr. Martins, who do you plan to use to replace Xia Ze? This is part of my tactical arrangement, and I cannot. We have many excellent players on our team. Although Xia Ze's absence indeed has a significant impact on us, I believe other players can also lead the team to victory and win this championship. Although Martins spoke with conviction, everyone present knew his confidence was lacking. News of Xia Ze's inability to appear in the final quickly spread throughout Portugal, and media speculation became a fact. Xia Ze would miss the final. After the news broke, the previously ongoing debate among Portuguese media about whether Maritimo or Benfica would win this match overwhelmingly tilted in favor of Benfica. Everyone believed that without Xia Ze Maritimo would not be a match for Benfica despite still having stars like. The most telling reflection of Xia Ze's impact was the adjustment of the betting odds for the match. After the news broke, the odds for Maritimo's victory were dramatically raised while the odds for Benfica to win were significantly lowered, indicating that even the bookmakers favored Benfica to win. In Lisbon at Benfica's training base, head coach KK Flores was sitting in his office reading today's newspaper. In front of him sat a man around 50 years old. "Quick, it seems that even God is helping us this time. Without Xia Ze Maritimo, won't be able to stir up any trouble," the man said with a smile. "Paulo, although Martin said this, we don't know if it's just a smokescreen he is throwing out. We cannot let our guard down." Flores still looked serious and did not take the news of Xia Ze's absence lightly. "That's true, but our players will certainly feel a lot less pressure because of this, which will also help our performance." Although Paulo nodded in agreement with Flores' view, he couldn't help feeling pleased. "Let's hope so," Flores said, putting down the newspaper looking quite serious. After news of Xia Ze's absence spread in Funchal, fans of their bitter rivals Nacional celebrated joyfully, almost happier than if their own team had won. In contrast, Maritimo's fans all wore sorrowful expressions, as if they had already lost their chance to win this match. Monica in a bar drank while blaming herself. She felt that it was her careless driving that caused Xia Ze to suffer a concussion and miss this match. Her brother Big Beard and the bartender were too disheartened to console her, as they too felt a bit disheartened due to Xia Ze's absence. Far away in China, after the news of Xia Ze's absence in the final broke, various media expressed their regret. However, in the eyes of Chinese media and fans, Xia Ze's role in Maritimo was not fully understood. They still hoped that Zhang Wei could help the team defeat Benfica and win this edition of the Portuguese League Cup. Unexpectedly, in less than a day from Xia Ze's accident to Martin's announcing his absence from the final, the attitudes and views towards this League Cup final in Portugal changed so drastically, all because of Xia Ze, which was indeed surprising. On the afternoon of April 12th, Xia Ze followed the team to Porto. Meanwhile, Benfica also set off for the Estadio do Dragão in Porto, the neutral venue for the final. Though the match wouldn't start until evening, a large crowd of fans had already gathered outside the Dragão. The usual blue and white Porto jerseys on match days had been replaced by red and Redan green kits, the colors of Benfica and Maritimo supporters. Before the game began, the fans of both sides were already engaged in a quiet battle, competing with their songs. Some supporters even exchanged friendly conversations with their rivals. Vendors hawked Benfica jerseys and scarves in one hand and Maritimo caps and souvenirs in the other, peddling their wares around the stadium. With 50 to 60,000 fans flooding into Porto for the final, those who hadn't secured tickets wandered the perimeter, hoping to find someone selling a spare. The match tickets had been snapped up the day before. The Maritimo team bus slowly pulled into the Dragão's parking lot, and Coach Martins led the coaching staff and players off the vehicle. Xia Ze walked alone at the rear, gazing up at the magnificent stadium with a complex mix of emotions. This was Xia Ze's second visit to the Estadio do Dragão. The last time he set foot here, he had captivated all 50,000 spectators with his performance, earning a standing ovation. Today, on the stage of the League Cup final, how would he leave this stadium? One thing was certain: he wouldn't be in the starting. Nevertheless, his inclusion in the matchday squad and on the substitutes bench came as a surprise to many. Benfica's head coach Flores looked puzzled as Martins emerged from the tunnel, wondering what he was up to. The TV cameras zoomed in on Martins as he walked, his gaze deep and distant. When he caught sight of Flores, he smiled and stepped forward to exchange pleasantries. As the starting players came out of the tunnel, the cameras deliberately focused on Xia Ze, who was walking with the others. Thousands of miles away in China, it was already late at night, yet faint lights still glowed in many homes. Good evening, viewers watching late into the night. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2013-14 Portuguese League Cup final between Maritimo and Benfica, brought to you by Cena Sports Video. Your commentator for the match is Jean Jun. A bespectacled, scholarly-looking, middle-aged man appeared on the screen before the feed switched to the live scene. This match is one that everyone has been eagerly awaiting. Through a commercial partnership, Cena Sports Video brings you this game. Jean Jun's slightly sharp voice reached the ears of countless Chinese fans huddled before their computers in the dead of night. Maritimo's squad includes two young Chinese players, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Before the match, Maritimo coach Martin said that Xia Ze would not play in this game, and indeed, he is not in the starting 11. His place is taken by 19-year-old Maritimo youngster Daiko. However, his name appears on the substitutes list, so perhaps he will come on if the team needs him. Now on screen is Xia Ze, born on August 23, 1995, in Guangzhou. He's only 18 years old, a handsome young lad. And in the starting lineup, we also see Zhang Wei, a young center back, who came through the Guangzhou RF youth system. He's 19'1", 88 meters tall, with exceptional physical attributes. As Jean Jun narrated, the Portuguese League Cup final kicked off. With a single whistle from the referee, the 50,000 fans in the stadium erupted into a thunderous roar. The Estadio do Dragão could hold 50,000 spectators. Before the match, Benfica and Maritimo each received 20,000 tickets, with the remaining 10,000 sold to neutral fans outside the ground. In the stands, the Redan green of Maritimo supporters and the red of Benfica fans formed opposing blocks, each singing their team's anthems, trying to drown out the other. Benfica's fans initially held a psychological advantage. Combined with the news of Xia Ze's absence before the game, Maritimo supporters were dispirited. In the pre-match psychological battle, Benfica seemed to have the upper hand. But when the matchday squad was announced and Xia Ze's name appeared among the substitutes, Maritimo fans regained their confidence. They believed that if the team ran into trouble, Xia Ze would step onto the pitch and lead them to victory. Thus the songs of both sides rose and fell, neither yielding an inch. On the pitch, due to a clash of colors, Maritimo wore their away kit, white shirts and green shorts, while Benfica donned their home strip of red shirts and white shorts. Right from the start, Benfica launched a fierce assault on Maritimo's defense, led by their midfield linchpin Zidane. Today, Benfica fielded their strongest lineup at the back: Argentine center-back Xia Ze, who almost moved to Manchester United last summer. In midfield, the highly sought-after Zidane, and up front, the formidable trio of Lima, Cardozo, and Rodrigo. Jean June dissected the lineups from the studio. On the other side, Maritimo's defense combines experience with youth veteran defenders Brigel and Rosario, lead alongside Zhang Wei and Ruben Ferreira. In midfield, Dico Artur and Pereira, and up front, Quaresma, Dilly, and Hilton. Since joining Maritimo on a free transfer in January, Quaresma has been outstanding with 5 goals and 7 assists in all competitions so far. He is considered the second most important contributor to Maritimo's third-place league finish and their place in today's League Cup final. The number 1 contributor is Xia Ze, sitting on the bench today, an 18-year-old midfielder from Guangzhou who is arguably the most stunning discovery of this Primera Liga season. As Jean June said this, his tone became impassioned. As a Chinese fan, Xia Ze's brilliant performances fill. Alright, let's look at this attack. Zidane carries the ball on the left flank. Lima provides support on the wing, and the 193-meter towering striker Cardozo has already positioned himself, centrally signaling for the ball. Zidane crosses to the center. This is a chance. Cardozo. Jean June's excited voice rang out. Is it a goal, eh? Oh, Zhang Wei headed the ball away just in time. Corner kick for Benfica. Let's take a look at the replay. If Zhang Wei hadn't gotten a touch on the ball before Cardozo, the striker would have opened the scoring for Benfica. Benfica's early onslaught left Maritimo's fans on tenterhooks in the stands, while Benfica supporters seized the moment to sing loudly, overpowering their counterparts in spirit. Sitting on the bench, Xia Ze watched his teammates struggle to mount any effective counterattacks under Benfica's relentless pressure, his palms sweating with anxiety. He saw his teammates battling on the pitch while he could not fight alongside them, and a bitter taste filled his heart. Hold on. If we can survive the first 15 minutes, we'll have our chance. Xia Ze understood the team's tactics well. Maritimo's third-place finish was not only due to the attacking midfield group he led, but also to the solidity of the defense. Zhang Wei had emerged as a formidable presence, forming a center-back partnership with Rosario that other Primera Liga teams found almost insurmountable. Even the Big Three struggled to gain much advantage against them. This match was no exception. Despite losing control in midfield, Maritimo's defense, anchored by Zhang Wei's impeccable marking of Cardozo, kept Benfica at bay for the first 20 minutes. Though they were pinned back and gasping for air, they never conceded. After failing to breach Maritimo's goal with the intense pressing of the opening phase, Benfica deliberately slowed the tempo. Maritimo's midfield began to hold more possession and organize attacks. At 22 minutes, Benfica are easing off the pace. The wave of early attacks was almost all neutralized by the defense, led by Zhang Wei. Having weathered the storm, Maritimo are ready to strike back. Jean June narrated. Quaresma has the ball on the left flank. This Portuguese winger, who started his career at Sporting Lisbon and played for Barcelona and Porto, was once hailed as the equal of Cristiano Ronaldo. In recent years his form has dipped, but since joining Maritimo in January he has rediscovered his brilliance. The calls for his return to the national team for the World Cup in Brazil are growing louder. Watch his dribble, a feint to bypass the defender cutting into the penalty area. Dilly and Dico are in support. He shoots. Wow, what a save from Benfica's goalkeeper. This is Maritimo's first shot of the match, and it nearly broke the deadlock. Fortunately for Benfica, their goalkeeper Artur was alert and tipped the ball over the bar. Corner for Maritimo. After Quaresma's attempt, Maritimo's players gradually adapted to the atmosphere of the final. The three midfielders began to seize control of the tempo, and the battle for possession in the middle of the park grew fierce. Benfica's Zidane was exceptionally talented. Under the scrutiny of many top clubs for years, rumors swirled that he would leave at the end of the season, likely for Manchester United. But Dico, deputizing for Xia Ze, was not outmatched in his duel with Zidane. On the contrary, his nimble technique impressed everyone, proving that Maritimo possessed another outstanding midfielder beyond Xia Ze. The match has been underway for 40 minutes, and this Portuguese League Cup final is exceptionally thrilling. Initially, it was believed that Xia Ze's injury would leave Maritimo's midfield completely overpowered, but unexpectedly Dico, a homegrown midfielder from Maritimo's youth academy, managed to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zidane. Truly, one can't judge a book by its cover. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning in China, yet Zhang Jun remained in the studio broadcasting this match live. Look, Mourinho is also present at the venue. It's rumored that Abramovich intends to buy out Xia Ze's contract, but Mourinho disagrees. Is he here to evaluate Xia Ze's performance? The television camera caught a glimpse of Chelsea's coach Jose Mourinho clad in a black trench coat, with his head shrouded under a hood. Despite his discreet attire, the cameraman still spotted him. Look again, that's Tottenham's head coach Villas-Boas. He has also arrived at the Dragao Stadium. The camera shifted to Villas-Boas, and Zhang Jun once again voiced his astonishment. Zhang Jun was not the only one surprised. Fans in front of their televisions were equally shocked. Maritimo supporters watching the match in a Funchal bar already had a premonition that their team would be unable to retain Xia Ze during the summer transfer window, a dragon in a shallow pond destined to escape. In the final 5 minutes of the first half, what stirred the fans who stayed glued to their television and computer screens was not the offensive and defensive plays on the field, but the scenes captured by the onside cameraman. Arsenal's manager Arsene Wenger, Chelsea's Jose Mourinho, Tottenham's Villas-Boas, and Liverpool's Brendan Rodgers are all present at the Dragao Stadium. Their target of assessment is likely the same person. It seems this summer's transfer market will be quite a spectacle. After the camera consecutively zoomed in on these four renowned Premier League managers, Zhang Jun could no longer contain his excitement. Despite the lively stands, the match on the pitch grew increasingly subdued. Both teams expended too much energy in the midfield stalemate, leaving the remainder of the first half devoid of effective attacks. The teams entered the locker room tied at 0-0. In Benfica's locker room, head coach Quique Flores was lecturing. Oscar, what's wrong in the first half? Nicholas delivered so many good balls for you, yet you couldn't capitalize on a single one. Flores looked at Oscar Cardozo with some irritation. Coach, that Chinese defender clung to me like a piece of taffy, though I couldn't control the ball well. Cardozo replied helplessly. Zhang Wei had essentially marked him out of the game in the first half. Sigh. To be shut down by an 18-year-old kid. Flores shook his head in frustration with his players' lack of fire, then frowned in silence, lost in thought. In the first half, he had also noticed how severely Zhang Wei restricted his front line. To break through Maritimo's defense, they would have to bypass Zhang Wei. After a long pause, he turned his gaze to Gaetan. Nicholas, try more long-range shots in the second half to pull their defenders out. Lima, use your speed to break through. Based on the performances from the first half, Flores quickly devised targeted adjustments. Meanwhile, in Maritimo, we played well in the first half. Even though we couldn't control the midfield, we limited our opponents. However, beware of their midfield core, Gaetan. Although he didn't perform exceptionally in the first half, we must never give him any chance. Martins first praised the team, then sternly pointed out Gaetan's threat. Ricardo, when you have the ball in the second half, work on more combinations and create long-range shooting opportunities for the midfield. Martins instructed Quaresma. Both coaches during their halftime adjustments coincidentally thought of long-range shots as the key to breaking the deadlock. Coach, if we can't break the deadlock, I'm ready to go on at any time. Xia Ze, sitting on the bench, said eagerly. Martins gave Xia Ze a meaningful look and said slowly, I have my own ideas about when you'll go on. Now, after speaking, he turned around and fell silent. How could he not know that Xia Ze was the ultimate weapon to break the deadlock? But including Xia Ze in the squad was already a huge risk. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never rashly field Xia Ze, who had suffered a mild concussion from a car accident 3 days ago. In the second half, neither side made substitutions. Quique Flores glanced at Xia Ze on Maritimo's bench, then at the composed Martins, and couldn't help but wonder, what is Martins up to by leaving Xia Ze unused? Xia Ze's presence on the bench made Flores hesitant to act rashly. This young Chinese player was like a thorn in the back of his head, making him uneasy. It was a tremendous threat. With neither side making moves following the coach's halftime instructions, both teams intensified their long-range shots from outside the box. Within just 5 minutes, Gaetan and Dikio launched 3 highly threatening shots, as if competing in their long-range prowess, causing fans to gasp in amazement. After these long-range attempts, the formation stretched and the tempo quickened. Benfica, with their superior individual skills, gained the upper hand in the fast-paced transitions, creating several dangerous attacking opportunities. If not for Zhang Wei and goalkeeper Sasha's outstanding performances, blocking and neutralizing shots from Lima Cardozo and Gaetan Maritimo would have fallen behind. On the sidelines, Martins frowned deeply as he watched the situation tilt in the opponent's favor. Despite several attempts to adjust his team's approach, he could not contain Benfica's offensive. He turned to look at Xia Ze on the bench, contemplating sending his beloved disciple onto the field, but immediately dismissed the idea. Now was not the time. In the stands, Maritimo's fans watched the on-field action with tension, while Benfica's chants grew louder, nearly overwhelming the entire Dragao Stadium. Xiaolan, why won't Martins substitute Xiao Zhean? Huayan gripped Wang Xiaolan's arm nervously in the stands. Yinjia, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to take the risk. Wang Xiaolan also frowned, not worrying about Maritimo's situation, but knowing that Xia Ze must be burning with anxiety. Coach, let me play. I will change the situation. Xia Ze said to himself, looking at Martin's back. He watched as his team increasingly lost ground on the field, with the opponent's attacks growing fiercer. It wouldn't be long before they conceded. The match is now in the 75th minute. Benfica is gaining momentum, creating several threatening attacks. Martins must make adjustments quickly or his team will fall behind. Jean-June, watching Martins appear in the camera frame, said anxiously. Xia Ze is on the bench, so he should be able to play. Why isn't he being brought on to strengthen midfield control? Could there be a rift between the mentor and his protege? Another Benfica attack. Lima is dribbling on the left flank, facing Marítimo's captain Brigel. The camera immediately cut back to the pitch. Benfica's Lima had already advanced to the edge of the box. He fakes past the veteran Brigel and goes for a low cross into the box. In the middle it's Cardozo. Zhang Wei fights for the same position and clears the header. Still outside the box. Gaetan. He shoots before the ball touches the ground. It's in. Gaetan. He scores for Benfica. 10 over Marítimo. Just as I was saying, Martins needs to make a substitution. Benfica has taken the lead with a stunning world-class strike from Gaetan at the top of the box. The camera immediately cut to Martins, his expression gloomy as he watched the pitch. The cheers of over 20,000 Benfica fans in the Dragao Stadium seemed especially shrill to his ears. Gaetan charged wildly toward the corner flag, celebrating with his team's fans. Inside the box, Zhang Wei sat dejectedly on the ground, his expression full of despair. Sasha retrieved the ball from the net, kicked it to midfield, and went over to help Zhang Wei up. Get up, we haven't lost yet. Martins frowned, pondered for a moment, then turned and gestured to the bench. 5-2-0 spectators, dozens of cameras, a pitch measuring 118 meters long and 65 meters wide, 11 opponents, and 3 referees. Xia Ze stepped onto the hallowed grounds of Portugal's football sanctuary, the Dragao Stadium, where he had once conquered, marking his first appearance in a professional final. The passionate songs of Benfica fans clashed with the unwavering chants of Marítimo supporters, while the commands and shouts of coach Quique Flores rang out from the sidelines, and Martins remained silent. All of this echoed in Xia Ze's ears. This is merely the beginning of my professional career. I will bring the trophy back to Funchal. Xia Ze closed his eyes, quietly savoring the moment, his right hand sweeping over the grass, as his right foot firmly planted itself on the verdant field. Suddenly all sounds receded, leaving only a steadfast belief swirling within his heart. Decow dropped back a bit, ill play as the attacking midfielder. The coach wants us all to push forward. As soon as Xia Ze stepped onto the field, he dashed to the midfield, relaying the coach's instructions to his teammates. With only 15 minutes left in the match, they could no longer play defensively. There was no retreat, only fight. Right upon entering the game, Xia Ze was presented with a direct opportunity to confront the opposing midfield. Gaetan possessed the ball near the center circle, having performed exceptionally well in the previous 78 minutes, and just 3 minutes ago, he had scored a stunning long-range goal, establishing himself as Benfica's star player. Xia Ze was immensely familiar with this player. Despite it being their first meeting, he had seen Gaetan's figure numerous times in newspapers and broadcasts. Once a target for Manchester United's midfield recruitment, Gaetan was valued at €25 million, and there was no need to elaborate on his abilities and statistics. Gaetan had missed the first match against Marítimo due to injury, which was considered a significant factor in Benfica's shocking away loss to Marítimo. Standing opposite him now was the key player responsible for Benfica's defeat in their last match, the South China Tigers, Xia Ze. Lima on the flank called for the ball from Gaetan, but Gaetan ignored him, instead guiding the ball towards Xia Ze, wanting to use his deft skills to dribble past the newly entered player and deliver a crushing blow to his confidence. Gaetan quickly approached Xia Ze with the ball, feinting with his body, and with a pull of his right foot, he brushed past Xia Ze. Merely that. A dismissive smile flickered in Gaetan's heart. But in an instant his smile froze as Xia Ze's right foot, like a ghost, swiftly reached around from behind him, nudging the ball away, causing it to slip from Gaetan's control and roll toward the right sideline. To the right was Decow, who controlled the ball Xia Ze had poked away from Gaetan, and quickly passed it to Dilly, who then returned the ball to the advancing Xia Ze, setting him up for a counterattack. How is this possible? Gaetan stared at Xia Ze's swiftly retreating figure, still unable to believe what had just transpired. Xia Ze sprinted with the ball, leaving Benfica players who had already played nearly 80 minutes in the dust. Xia Ze over here. On the left, Quaresma had found space and raised his hand for the ball. Xia Ze understood immediately. He sent a precise through ball that cut between the opponent's left center back and left back, landing directly at the left side of the penalty area, where Quaresma's figure appeared before the ball. A splendid through ball from Xia Ze. Quaresma quickly pressed into the penalty area. In the center were Dilly and Hilton. The voice of Jean-June rose sharply after Xia Ze entered the field as he nervously watched this attack unfold. Pass to the center. At the back post. Hilton has an opportunity. Did he score? Oh no, what a great... In the following 5 minutes, Martins continued to shuffle his players, substituting the underperforming Hilton with... Although this attack didn't equalize the score, Marítimo gained the upper hand in midfield since Xia Ze's entry, frequently creating threatening offensive opportunities that put Benfica's defense on edge. In the following 5 minutes, Martins continued to shuffle his players, substituting the underperforming Hylton with left winger Sammy, while Quaresma moved from the left to the right flank. Xia Ze continued to lead the attack, winning every confrontation with Gaetan, which greatly boosted the morale of the entire team. In the stands, Mourinho, enveloped in a coat, watched the game with great interest, nodding occasionally while taking notes. On the other side of the stands, Wenger, with a face like a bitter melon, revealed a smile of appreciation, clearly impressed by Xia Ze's performance in these past few minutes. In the box at the Dragao Stadium, a silver-haired septuagenarian watched Xia Ze on the field. Though his face was calm, a glint of a shrewd businessman's greed sparkled in his eyes. In the stands, Maritimo fans sang loudly, rallying their team for a final push, while over 20,000 Benfica supporters anxiously observed the unfolding situation, devoid of any joy expected from leaders. On the coaching bench, Quique Flores wore a grim expression as his assistant coach spoke to a black player preparing to substitute. "When you come on, keep a close eye on that Chinese player. Even if it means fouling, do not let him have any opportunity to receive the ball." The match reached the 85th minute as Benfica made a substitution, withdrawing a forward for a defensive midfielder, seemingly intent on preserving their 10 lead. Jean Jun commented on the broadcast, observing the scene. Since Xia Ze substituted in the 78th minute, he had completely controlled the situation in the 7 minutes that followed, gaining the upper hand against Benfica's core player Gaetan, and had undoubtedly become Maritimo's midfield linchpin. It seems Flores intends to use this strong black player to contain Xia Ze. However, time is running out for Xia Ze and Maritimo. If stoppage time is included, there are only 7 to 8 minutes left. Can he create a miracle? From his tone, one could still sense his expectations for Xia Ze. "Push forward, all of you." Martins, who had been calm on the sidelines, glanced at his watch and could no longer sit still, directing the players to push forward and attack. Rosario, following Martins' instructions, quickly advanced past the halfway line. Sammy, who had just come on from the left flank, received a pass from Arthur and, carrying the ball, dashed towards the baseline before sending in a cross. In the center, Xia Ze and Quaresma's Dilly were vying for position, but before they could reach it, a red figure leaped high and cleared the ball. It was Garay, the Argentine center-back who caught Manchester United's eye. Had firmly controlled Benfica's defense for over 80 minutes, and Sam's cross could not evade his head, which sent the ball flying out of the penalty area. Due to Xia Ze's advance into the area, there was now an open space outside the penalty area, where Gaetan, returning to defend, received the ball without pressure and swiftly led his team's counterattack. Lima, on the flank, quickly surged forward. Benfica has a counterattack opportunity. Gaetan is carrying the ball in the center, a through ball. Jean Jun said excitedly. Lima is racing up the left flank incredibly fast. Breakout cannot catch up, and he's already broken into a corner. If he scores this, the match will end. Lima sped forward with the ball, with only Zhang Wei left in defense, while Benfica's Cardoso was available in the center. The Maritimo fans in the stands covered their mouths in tension, hardly daring to watch. Zhang Wei is rushing over to assist. A sliding tackle, taking Lima down along with the ball. "No foul, that was a great play." Lima complained to the referee, but the referee waved him off, making a very decisive judgment. Maritimo now has a quick counterattack opportunity. Quaresma is carrying the ball on the flank. The camera shifted to Quaresma on the right flank, who, having battled for nearly 90 minutes, was still full of energy, thanks to his constant high-intensity training. At that moment, Benfica's left back seemed unable to keep up with the opponent's pace. Quaresma executed a feint with his left foot, slipping past the defender and swiftly heading toward the baseline. Dilly and Sammy were already positioned in the penalty area, waiting for Quaresma's pass. However, Quaresma did not pass immediately, as the opposing defender quickly closed in. He gently feinted, maneuvering past the Benfica defender in front of him. The ball settled at his left foot's position. Quaresma paused momentarily, then curled the ball, with his left foot landing near the penalty spot. Benfica's centre-back Garay had been closely watching Quaresma's cross. When he saw that Quaresma had not opted for an immediate cross, but instead held onto the ball for a moment before passing, he sensed danger. He quickly turned back, where a white figure was rapidly charging in from outside the penalty area, heading straight for the ball's landing spot. It was Xia Ze. Garay hurriedly abandoned his mark on Dilly and rushed toward the penalty spot, leaping high in an attempt to clear the ball with a header before Xia Ze could reach it. Xia Ze understood at the moment Quaresma paused. He dashed toward the unmarked area at the penalty spot, having left the strong Benfica defender trailing behind. Xia Ze soared toward Quaresma's cross, rising high, as if a celestial warrior had suddenly appeared above Benfica's penalty area. "If you insist on playing, remember, absolutely do not head the ball." The doctor's warning echoed in Xia Ze's mind at that last moment. "This is my final. No matter what, I will not let it slip through my fingers." The voice within Xia Ze drowned out the doctor's words completely. "Even if it costs me my life, I must score this goal." As Xia Ze faced Garay, the two players nearly collided at the same point. Bang! Xia Ze was half a moment faster than his opponent. With a resounding crash, he struck the ball fiercely into Benfica's goal, leaving the opposing goalkeeper with no chance to react. 11. Maritimo equalized. On the sidelines, Martins shouted in anger, embracing his assistant coach in a wild celebration. Quaresma, Decau, and other teammates showed joy on their faces as they rushed to Xia Ze. The over 20,000 Maritimo fans erupted in a thunderous cheer celebrating the equalizing goal Yet the savior Xia Ze was struck hard on the forehead by Garay, collapsing to the ground with stars in his eyes, unable to rise. Indeed, it was a life-risking strike. At the Dragon Stadium in Porto, Portugal, the Portuguese League Cup final between Maritimo and Benfica. The scoreboard showed 88 minutes with the score tied at 11. Did the ball go in it? Xia Ze lay on the ground, his right hand gently pressed against his forehead, his vision blurred, a myriad of stars flickering in the sky. Hey Xia Ze, how are you? Quaresma's concerned voice came from above. Xia Ze tried to speak, but found himself unable to control it. The referee immediately stopped the match. The Maritimo medical team rushed onto the field, but before they arrived, a white figure sprinted even faster into Benfica's penalty area. Zhang Wei, deeply worried after Xia Ze fell, ran over hoping his brother would be unharmed. Martin stood on the coaching bench staring ahead, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. A hush fell over the Dragon Stadium. Though Maritimo had just equalized, their fans, upon seeing Xia Ze lying on the ground, lost their celebratory fervor. Only concern remained as they whispered among themselves. Hua Yin and Wang Xiaolin watched anxiously from near Benfica's area. Xia Ze, surrounded by medical staff, still couldn't rise, filling them with worry. Xia Ze, please don't let anything happen. Your stage has only just begun, Wang Xiaolin prayed inwardly. Let's look at the replay. What exactly happened? The television began to replay the moment of Xia Ze's goal. Zhang Jun, watching the live feed with concern, commented, Agare hit the back of Xia Ze's head. That looks serious. I hope Xia Ze isn't too badly hurt. Kid, can you hear me? How do you feel? The team doctor's voice came from beside him. My head. Very dizzy. Xia Ze said with difficulty. Probably a head impact. Follow my instructions. After a preliminary assessment of Xia Ze's injury, the doctor guided him to regulate his breathing. After treatment and some rest, Xia Ze finally recovered. The dizziness that had plagued him began to clear. As he was helped up from the ground by the medical staff, over 5,000 spectators in the stadium applauded him. Just 4 days earlier, this young man had been in a car accident. His fall had made the entire crowd anxious. After standing, Xia Ze walked toward the sideline, raising his right hand to acknowledge the stance. He gestured toward the section where Wang Xiaolin was seated. Wang Xiaolin saw Xia Ze's gesture signaling he was fine and breathed a sigh of relief, her tense nerves. While Xia Ze received treatment, the match had already reached 90 minutes. After he stepped off the field to continue treatment, the referee signaled 5 minutes of added time and play resumed. On the Maritimo bench, Martins had a player warming up to replace Xia Ze. Xia Ze, you've already helped the team equalize. Don't take any more risks. Yes, for safety, Sake, you shouldn't continue playing now, the team doctor added, concerned for Xia Ze's well-being. Coach, I feel great now. I want to lead the team to victory, Xia Ze said, firmly ignoring their advice. Martins looked at Xia Ze's resolute expression, felt a pang of guilt, but didn't insist further. He walked over and patted Xia Ze on the shoulder. After receiving the referee's signal, Xia Ze re-entered the field. The Maritimo fans erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, welcoming back their hero. Xia Ze, are you okay? Zhang Wei took the chance to run over. I'm fine. In the subsequent 5 minutes of added time, neither side created a goal-scoring opportunity, and the match went into extra. The 90-minute match ends with Benfica and Maritimo tied at 11. We'll go to extra time. The goals were scored by Gaetan and Xia Ze. In this match, Xia Ze took over after coming on, risking injury to head in the equalizer. We'll take a short break. After the commercials, we'll bring you the extra time action. Zhang Jun finished, stood up from the studio seat, stretched, and spoke with the cameraman and director. It was already 5:30 m. In Beijing, the sky faintly lightening. But this match in Portugal was far from over. Two young players from China were striving for the first trophy of their professional careers. Listen, in extra time, we need to control the midfield, while maintaining defensive solidity, attack down both flanks. Their fullbacks are exhausted. Use pace to get past them. Martins instructed his players in the dressing room. The medical staff and substitute players massaged the muscles of Quaresma and others who had played the full 90 minutes, preparing them for the 30-minute extra time. In the Benfica dressing room, Quique Flores looked at his somewhat dejected players. They had been minutes away from winning the trophy, only to have Xia Ze equalize and drag the match into extra time. Heads up. We still have a chance to score a second goal. They have no defensive midfielder now. Increase midfield pressure, take back control, and beat them. Flores motivated his team. Benfica's players slowly lifted their heads, their confidence gradually returning. The referee's whistle blew. Extra time began. Before the match, with news of Xia Ze's absence, outsiders believed Benfica would surely win. But when Xia Ze's name appeared on Maritimo's squad list an hour before kickoff, a different anticipation grew. For bookmakers quickly adjusted the odds. Xia Ze's presence was seen as an unpredictable factor, and the previously lopsided odds returned to equilibrium. The match's flow mirrored this. Benfica dominated the first 80 minutes and scored a goal. But after Xia Ze came on as a substitute, he quickly turned the tide for Maritimo, equalizing in the dying moments and forcing extra time. In extra time, both teams followed their coach's instructions, engaging in fierce midfield battles. After being humbled by Xia Ze, Gaetan no longer underestimated the young Chinese player, and Xia Ze, facing an opponent of equal caliber, found it hard to gain an advantage. The first half of extra time passed in a fierce struggle for midfield control. At the referee's whistle, both sets of players immediately lay on the grass, receiving massages and stretches from teammates. Some players, after more than 100 minutes of battle, had exhausted their energy and lay on the pitch gasping for air. 15 more minutes, hold on. Martins encouraged his Maritimo players. Xia Ze, if you have a chance, take a long shot. Breaking into the box is very difficult now, Martins instructed beside him. Xia Ze nodded in understanding. It was already past 10 p.m. in Portugal, but the fans who had watched for over 2 hours at the Dragon Stadium felt no fatigue. The closer to the end, the more nervous they became. Neither Benfica nor Maritimo fans could be sure their team would win. At this moment, neither side held a clear advantage on the field nor confidence in breaking through the opponent's goal. Though the score was 11, the match had been full of twists and turns, exceptionally thrilling. After a few minutes rest, the second half of extra time began. Following Martin's instructions, Xia Ze attempted 2 long-range shots, but failed to breach Benfica's goal. Benfica, led by Gaetan, organized several attacks, but all were neutralized by the defensive line marshaled by Jean. Both teams expended too much energy on midfield control and defensive solidity, unable to decide the match within 120 minutes. The game went to a penalty shootout. Martins and his coaching staff walked onto the pitch from the bench. While the players rested, they arranged the penalty shootout. "Ricardo, you take the first one," Martins said to Quaresma. "All right, leave it to me," Quaresma replied with conviction. Though he wasn't the primary penalty taker in many teams, his decade-long career had given him ample experience with spot. He was the most experienced player in the Maritimo squad, and for the most pressure-laden first penalty, he was undoubtedly the right choice. "Daiko, you take the second," Martins said to the young Daiko. "Okay, I can do it," Daiko replied confidently. "Artur third, Dilly fourth, and for the fifth." Martins quickly settled the first 4 order. For the equally crucial 5th penalty, his gaze fell on Xia Ze. "Xia Ze, you take the 5th penalty. Can you do it?" Martins asked, though his tone was firm. "Yes, I can," Xia Ze replied briefly and resolutely. He didn't say much to the opponent's goal, just one sentence to show his stance. In the RF youth team, he had been the primary penalty taker. A difficult childhood had forged a tenacious spirit. No matter the opponent, he would never waver. As soon as he stood over the penalty spot, he would end the match. Seeing Xia Ze's determined expression, Martins nodded in satisfaction and quickly finalized the remaining orders, submitting the list to the referee. The Portuguese League Cup final, penalty shootout, was about to begin. To the audience who have been waiting in front of their computers following this match closely, the 2-0-1-3-1-4 Portuguese League Cup final between Maritimo and Benfica. After 120 minutes of intense battle, the score is tied at 11, and the game has entered a penalty shootout. After nearly 3 hours of broadcasting commentary, Jean Jun's voice remained as spirited as ever. Benfica shoots first. Maritimo's goalkeeper Sasha faces this penalty kick. Beautiful. He deceived the goalkeeper and calmly slotted the ball into the net. After Benfica's player converted the first penalty, the over 20,000 Benfica fans at the Estadio do Dragão erupted in cheers. Amid the cheers, Maritimo's first penalty taker Quaresma walked towards the penalty spot. The Estadio do Dragão, a stadium he once knew so intimately. When he was deemed a flop at Barcelona, it was in this very stadium that he rediscovered himself, took flight again at Porto, and returned to the public eye. And when he left Porto, sinking once more at giants like Inter Milan and Chelsea, he now appeared once again at the Estadio do Dragão. Now past his prime, could he prove himself capable of standing on Europe's top stage once more? Facing Benfica's goalkeeper Artur, Quaresma stood calmly before the ball, his eyes fixed on the goal like a hawk. The referee's whistle blew. Quaresma ran up and struck. The ball soared past Artur and nestled securely into the net. The tense Maritimo fans instantly raised a thunderous wave of cheers at the Estadio do Dragão. "Come on." Quaresma exhaled with relief, pumping his fist towards his supporters and shouting triumphantly. During Quaresma's penalty, the towering Zhang Wei even hid behind Xia Ze, afraid to look at the goal. Only after hearing the cheers did Zhang Wei lift his head and gaze ahead with relief. Yet Xia Ze remained remarkably composed, knowing that the penalty shootout had only just begun. And he had to stay calm, for he would be the 5th to take a penalty, a shot that would likely decide the championship. He could not afford any mistake. Benfica's second penalty taker also safely converted. Now it was Daiko's turn. He walked slowly to the spot, placed the ball, then turned and stepped back to the edge of the box, taking a deep breath. "I can do this." Daiko encouraged himself inwardly, then turned, ran, and shot. The opposing goalkeeper made no reaction as Daiko drove the ball into the net. But the referee's whistle sounded. "I haven't blown the whistle yet. Wait for my signal," the referee said sternly, approaching Daiko. Xia Ze, standing at the center circle, felt a chill. Damn, Daiko is too nervous. Sure enough, when retaking the penalty, Daiko, still tense from before, lost his composure. His footwork faltered, and he sent the ball straight to Benfica's goalkeeper Artur. A gasp from the crowd, then a sudden eruption of cheers from Benfica fans. What have I done? Diko fell to his knees, filled with remorse. Get up. He'll make up for it. Goalkeeper Sasha walked over, pulled Diko up from his kneeling position, and Diko walked back to the center circle with a deathly pallor. Veteran players like Brigido and Quaresma came to console him, but he remained deeply self-reproachful. In the penalty area, Sasha faced Cardozo. As the referee blew the whistle, Sasha anticipated the direction the moment Cardozo swung his leg and dove to his left. The ball flew towards the right side of the goal. A soft thud. Sasha's fingertips grazed the ball, but he could not alter its course into the net. So close to saving it. Sasha pounded the turf in frustration. Then Marítimo's Artur also converted his... After 3 rounds, Benfica led Marítimo 32. In the 4th round, Benfica shot first. Xia Ze watched Sasha and the opposing player in the box, suppressing the tremor within him. He could not afford to fear. Fear would lead to failure. Sasha, I believe in you. With unwavering faith and absolute trust in his teammate, Xia Ze watched calmly as Benfica's player, after the referee's whistle, ran towards the penalty spot and shot. Sasha once again guessed correctly and dove towards the ball's path. 50 meters away, standing inside the center circle, Xia Ze saw clearly as Sasha's hands firmly caught the ball, denying the opponent's shot and keeping Marítimo's hopes for the championship alive. After 2 seconds of silence, the stadium erupted. This time the cheers were from Marítimo fans. Great save. Martins clenched his fists and roared after Sasha's save. But the hero Sasha merely patted his gloves, appearing remarkably calm and commanding. Encouraged by Sasha, Dilly stepped up and calmly slotted the ball into the net next. 33. Both teams had missed 1 penalty each in the first 4 rounds, leveling the score once again. Benfica's 5th penalty taker is Gaetan, while Marítimo entrusts theirs to Xia Ze. These 2 goalscorers of the match will now face off directly in the final round. Their duel will decide the outcome of this game and the destiny of this trophy. Jean Jun exclaimed his passionate words, stirring the Chinese fans watching online. After Dilly's successful penalty, Gaetan stepped out of the center circle and walked towards the box. You'll lose to him, Dilly whispered as he brushed past Gaetan. Gaetan was startled, and a hint of panic crept into his mind. The him Dilly referred to was not Sasha, but Xia Ze. Ever since Xia Ze's breakout season, the media had constantly compared him to Gaetan. After Moutinho transferred to Monaco last summer, Gaetan had enjoyed the title of the best attacking midfielder in the Portuguese league. But Xia Ze's emergence cast doubt on that claim. The two were perpetually compared by the media, and this League Cup final placed all those comparisons under the spotlight. Dilly's remark reminded Gaetan of the ongoing debate about who was superior between him and Xia Ze, weighing heavily on his shoulders. He carried not only Benfica's fate in this match, but also the outcome of his personal duel with Xia Ze. Facing him, Sasha was resolute. Since the 3rd penalty, Sasha had correctly guessed the direction of every Benfica penalty taker. Gaetan was Benfica's primary penalty taker. Sasha had studied enough footage before the match to analyze the Argentine midfielder. Gaetan placed the ball and glanced at Sasha. Seeing Sasha's confident gaze, he quickly looked away. Sasha smiled. He knew Gaetan was afraid. Run up, swing, shoot. Sasha dove swiftly and pushed the ball away. The Benfica side of the stands fell silent, while Marítimo fans erupted in joy. After saving that penalty, Sasha rose immediately, pumping his fist and roaring with emotion. When he saved the 4th, he had been calm, knowing it only helped level the odds. Now his save gave his team the chance to win. Xia Ze, undisturbed, walked slowly towards the penalty spot. As he passed Gaetan, Gaetan's lips moved as if to say something to rattle Xia Ze, but no words came out. Xia Ze walked steadily to the spot. The goal loomed larger before him. Behind the goal, boisterous Benfica fans taunted him with whistles and jeers, trying to unsettle him. Marítimo fans watched nervously, awaiting this historic moment for the club. Hua Yin and Wang Xiaolin were so tense that their fingernails dug into each other's arms without noticing. Mourinho, Wenger, Villas-Boas, Rogers. For Premier League managers, watched Xia Ze with keen interest. This Chinese player had already impressed them enough. They wondered if this kick would continue his magic. Xia Ze gently placed the ball on the spot. Benfica's goalkeeper Artur approached and growled menacingly, "Kid'll beat you." He clenched his fist, his expression fierce. Xia Ze did not respond. He merely stared coldly at Artur, stepped back step by step, his face devoid of any emotion. Like an ancient assassin about to strike, terrifyingly calm. Artur retreated to the goal line. Xia Ze looked at the goal, too. 44 meters high, 32 meters wide. White posts, white netting, everything like a white dream. The referee's whistle pierced the silence of the Estadio do Dragão. Xia Ze's eyes hardened. Run up. Swing. The ball rocketed like a cannonball into the top left corner of the goal. Goal. Marítimo had won the League Cup. Awesome. Accompanied by Martin's roar, the entire Estadio do Dragão was engulfed by the cheers of Marítimo's thousands of fans. We won. After scoring the decisive penalty, Xia Ze turned, his eyes fixed on the image of his teammates sprinting towards him in celebration, his mind echoing only those words. Seconds later, his teammates piled on him, treating him once again as a hero. This time there were 2 heroes, Goalkeeper Sasha was also buried at the bottom of the pile. Benfica players slumped to the ground, watching Maritimo celebrate in dejection. Head coach Flores could only console them one by one. The league was not over, and they still had to fight Maritimo for third place. In the stands, Mourinho cracked a smile, a satisfied one. Maritimo, after a penalty shootout, defeated Benfica to claim the 2-0-1-3-1-4 Portuguese League Cup. It was the first championship of Xia Ze's professional career. Maritimo secured the championship of this season's Portuguese League Cup, defeating Benfica, one of Portugal's big three Primeira Liga clubs, in a penalty shootout, with Chinese player Xia Ze scoring the decisive final kick. As Xia Ze buried the final penalty, commentator Zhang Jun's exhilarated voice echoed across fans' screens nationwide, his own elation unmistakable. In Maritimo's starting lineup this season, two young talents from Guangzhou, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, anchored the team's central axis, with Xia Ze serving as the club's undisputed core, hailed alongside Quaresma as one of the squad's twin souls. It was Xia Ze's entrance onto the pitch that reinvigorated Maritimo's attack, and at great personal risk of injury, he scored the crucial equalizing goal. Indeed, without Xia Ze, Maritimo would never have claimed the title. It would have been Benfica's players standing atop the... Zhang Jun grew increasingly impassioned, lavishing praise upon both young stars. Praise richly deserved and deeply meaningful to Chinese fans who had risen in the dead of night thousands of miles away to watch the match. Well done, Xia Ze. Brilliant. An outstanding match. As Xia Ze exchanged handshakes with Martins and other coaching staff, each offered words of encouragement. Meanwhile, over 20,000 Maritimo supporters in the stands belted out the club anthem, while the Dragao Stadium DJ played the iconic post-final anthem, "We Are the Champions," Queen's legendary melody swirling triumphantly throughout the arena. Xia Ze and his teammates sang the anthem awkwardly, yet joyfully, waving enthusiastically to the fans in the stands. They circled the pitch together, expressing gratitude and jubilation to those who had traveled so far to witness their historic victory. When they reached the area directly in front of the technical bench, Xia Ze's gaze swept swiftly across the upper tier and instantly found Wang Xiaolin. Wang Xiaolin gazed back, radiant with unrestrained joy, her smile blooming like a flower as she swelled with genuine pride for him. Overcome with exhilaration, Xia Ze blew her a kiss. Hua Yin, seated beside Wang Xiaolin, immediately understood the gesture was meant for her friend, and with a mischievous grin gave Wang Xiaolin a playful pinch, prompting her to blush and lower her head, her heart brimming with quiet sweetness. Yet nearby female fans, unaware the kiss already had its rightful recipient, mistook it as a personal tribute, screaming in delight, utterly captivated by Maritimo's handsome midfield maestro. "We are the champions, my friends, and we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions, we are the champions, no time for losers." Amidst Queen's rousing anthem, tournament staff hurriedly erected the trophy podium on the pitch, while Xia Ze and his jubilant teammates reveled in their triumph. Exhausted Benfica players lay motionless on the grass, too spent to rise. Each lyric pierced their spirits like a blade. Television cameras intermittently captured their desolation, the hollow stares of defeated players, the tear-streaked faces of their heartbroken supporters. This stood in stark contrast to Maritimo's exultant celebration on the opposite side, a poignant testament to football's unrelenting duality. The vanquished must bear the agony of loss even as they dream of one day dancing upon the ruins of their rivals, though today laughter belonged only to others. The podium was swiftly assembled. Under the Master of Ceremonies' guidance, Xia Ze received his first professional medal from the hands of the award presenter. He turned the 3 to 4 centimeter wide medal thoughtfully in his palm, and a surge of fierce ambition rose within him. This was merely his debut season, and already he held a championship title. Many professionals spend entire careers chasing such glory, never grasping it. Yet Xia Ze had seized it. "Father, this is for you. Your son has done it. I fulfilled your unspoken wish and brought this title home." He whispered the vow silently toward the heavens. The 2-0-1-3-1-4 Portuguese League Cup champions, Maritimo. Amid the host's resonant proclamation, Captain Briggle lifted the gleaming trophy high above his head, the moment punctuated by thunderous cannon fire from both sides of the podium as over a dozen Maritimo players erupted into unrestrained celebration. Over 20,000 Maritimo supporters at the Dragao Stadium shared in the euphoria, marking the club's first top-tier Portuguese championship in nearly a century, an epical achievement etched into history. After the ceremony, nearing midnight local time, the squad could not return immediately to Funchal, and instead checked into a hotel in Porto. That night, most Maritimo players, many experiencing championship glory for the very first time, lay wide awake, electrified by the magnitude of their triumph. The following day, upon landing in Funchal, they were stunned by the airport's overwhelming reception. Hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of Maritimo fans packed the arrivals hall, eagerly awaiting their hero. The moment Martins and the Maritimo delegation appeared, the crowd erupted. Fans who had been singing the anthem at full volume now broke into thunderous applause, honoring their champions with unified reverence. "Xia Ze, Quaresma, Sasha, Mr. Martins," Each name rang out proudly, echoing through the terminal as fans hailed their beloved players and coaches. Xia Ze, I'm so nervous, Zhang Wei murmured, retreating behind Xia Ze's back, overwhelmed by the scale. Xia Ze, though equally unaccustomed to such adulation, simply smiled calmly and teased, if you're already trembling, maybe you'll never make it back to Guangzhou. No way. Zhang Wei paled, imagining Guangzhou's population of over 10 million. After receiving this hero's welcome, the Maritimo squad returned to their club headquarters. Young men, your performance yesterday was extraordinary. You've more than earned this reception, declared club president Felipe, personally greeting his triumphant players outside the training facility. Tonight the club hosts a celebratory banquet at the hotel. Feel free to bring a dance partner. I shall await you. Felipe's address was brief and to the point. With that, the team dispersed to their homes. Meanwhile, Hua Yin and Wang Xiaolin returned to Funchal aboard the same flight. Xia Ze, let's go shopping. We haven't brought formal wear for tonight's banquet. Wang Xiaolin exclaimed, instantly thrilled at the prospect. Don't rush. It's not certain I'll even take you, Xia Ze replied languidly. What do you mean? Who else could you possibly? Wang Xiaolin's expression darkened instantly. Well, look how many female fans adore me. I truly can't decide whom to choose. He grinned slyly. Dare you? She snapped, yanking his ear. No, I dare not. He relented immediately. I'll take only you. Zhang Wei and Hua Yin, watching Xia Ze's antics, couldn't suppress quiet chuckles. Seeing even the usually earnest Zhang Wei snickering, Xia Ze feigned offense and asked mischievously, David, do you have a dance partner tonight? I'll introduce a few to you. He winked pointedly at Zhang Wei. Predictably, Zhang Wei flushed crimson, stammering incoherently. Xia Ze knew his closest friend had always struggled with women, so he was certain Zhang Wei hadn't found a partner. How about Monica? She's quite lovely. I'll ask her to be your date. Seeing Zhang Wei remain silent, Xia Ze pressed on. No thank you. Zhang Wei mumbled, eyes fixed on the floor. Nonsense. What kind of brother would I be if I didn't look after you? Xia Ze clapped a hand on his shoulder, feigning benevolence. How clever you are on the pitch, yet how utterly clueless in life. Before Xia Ze could continue teasing, Wang Xiaolin strode over, seized his ear again, and dragged him onto the balcony. Let go, he cried in pain, begging for mercy. Sorry, did I hurt you? Though outwardly fierce, especially before Hua Yin and other close friends, she was in truth tender and deeply caring towards Xia Ze. It's fine, but I really was trying to set David up. Xia Ze protested, aggrieved. Are you genuinely oblivious? Or just pretending? What? Haven't you noticed? Hua Yin and Zhang Wei are already a couple. Wang Xiaolin retorted, exasperated. What a... Xia Ze's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared into the room, where Zhang Wei and Hua Yin exchanged knowing glances. Since when? How had he missed it? Hua Yin and Zhang Wei, together. He still couldn't believe it. I'm off. Hua Yin and I are going shopping. Wang Xiaolin ignored his disbelief, linked arms with Hua Yin, and swept out. Hey you, when did this happen? Xia Ze grabbed Zhang Wei's collar, interrogating him like a suspect. Haha, not long ago. Zhang Wei chuckled bashfully. Not long. You've kept it hidden for months. No wonder you've refused to join me at the orphanage these past weeks. Haha. Zhang Wei only grinned sheepishly. Xia Ze released his collar and sank onto the sofa, a warm, knowing smile spreading across his face at last. This boy has truly grown up. That evening, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei made dazzling entrances, each accompanied by Wang Xiaolin and Hua Yin, becoming the radiant center of attention. With Xia Ze's romantic relationship now publicly confirmed, countless female fans who dreamed of a serendipitous encounter with the rising Chinese star were left disappointed. Photographs of the two couples soon appeared in local sports newspapers, and via the internet crossed oceans to reach mainland China. A Tencent editor suddenly found himself with fresh material to work with. In Beijing at dusk, two polished anchors appeared before the television cameras. Good evening, dear viewers. Today is April 13th, Sunday, the 14th day of the third lunar month. Welcome to Xinwen Lianhua. The national evening news broadcast daily at 7 p.m. sharp once again flickered to life before every television set in mainland China. After more than 20 minutes detailing the leaders' busy schedules, the happiness of the Chinese people, and frequent overseas calamities, the program neared its end. Yet, just before concluding, the anchor read a brief bulletin. We now bring you a short piece. Last summer, Chinese football players Xia Ze and Zhang Wei transferred to the Portuguese club Maritimo. In yesterday's Portuguese League Cup final, they helped the team defeat the Portuguese giants Benfica, claiming the League Cup title. This marks the first time a Chinese player has won a championship as a key member in a top-tier foreign league. Accompanying the anchor's narration, footage from yesterday's final between Benfica and Maritimo appeared on screen. Though the clip lasted only a few dozen seconds, this gesture stunned the entire nation. Last year, Xinwen Lianhua had repeatedly aired news about the national football team. However, this was the first time it had broadcast coverage of overseas players plying their trade in Europe. This broadcast instantly multiplied Xia Ze and Zhang Wei's fame across China several times over. Although the two were already well-known figures among Chinese football fans, they remained unknown to ordinary citizens who did not follow the sport. But with this airing on Xinwen Lianhua, more and more Chinese people learned their names, perhaps sparking greater attention to Chinese football. In April, the major European leagues began entering their final stages. In La Liga, Barcelona had led the charge through the first half of the season, but after the winter break, injuries allowed Real Madrid to close the gap. Real Madrid defeated Barcelona in the second El Clasico of the season with goals from Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale, leaving the three teams, Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Atletico Madrid, locked in a three-way battle for the league title. The race was so fierce that it seemed the winner would not be decided until the final match day. In Serie A, Roma's 10-match winning streak at the start of the season could not be sustained into the second half. Juventus and Napoli overtook them. By the end of April, Juventus led the standings by 5 points. A single victory in their remaining 2 matches would secure their league title defense. In the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund had run neck-and-neck in the first half of the season. But after the winter break, Bayern leveraged their deeper squad to reel off a winning streak, taking the lead. With a victory in late April, they clinched the league title 2 rounds early. In Ligue 1, Paris Saint-Germain dominated, holding a staggering 17-point lead over second place, securing the title 5 rounds early. The most fiercely contested league was the Premier League, where multiple strong teams traded the lead. After the new year of 2014, propelled by Luis Suarez's outstanding performances, Liverpool surged ahead. A victory over Manchester City brought them within touching distance of the league trophy. Their arch-rivals Manchester United, under the guidance of the genius David Moyes, suffered repeated defeats and were eliminated from the Champions League early. Moyes was subsequently sacked by United. In the April campaign, Steven Gerrard's slip in the match against Chelsea became a turning point. Ultimately, Manchester City overtook Liverpool to claim the top spot in the standings. In the Champions League, the semi-finalists had been decided by April: Chelsea, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Atletico Madrid. The semi-final pairings featured Chelsea against Atletico Madrid and Real Madrid versus Bayern, promising another round of elite clashes. To allow teams to prepare for the World Cup in Brazil, all European leagues had to conclude before May 11th, and the Champions League final was set for May 17th at the Estadio de Luz, Benfica's home ground. Free from league pressure, Bayern and Chelsea could focus fully on the Champions League semi-finals. Meanwhile, the intense domestic rivalry between Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid left them less favored by outsiders in the semis. But all this would only be revealed after the 2 semi-final ties concluded. At Chelsea's training ground in West London, club owner Roman Abramovich sat on a sofa, savoring a glass of fine wine and indulging in the anticipation brought by their Champions League progress. "Jose, thank you. You've brought us to the Champions League semi-finals again," Abramovich said, gazing at Jose Mourinho with gratitude. "It's my job, boss. But I came to see you today about something," Mourinho replied, sitting on the opposite sofa with unexpected humility. "What is it?" Abramovich looked at Mourinho, intrigued. "I want Xia Ze," Mourinho stated bluntly. "Oh, that's simple. As soon as the season ends, I'll bring him to you from Maritimo," Abramovich said casually. "Thank you, boss." In North London, at Tottenham Hotspur's training ground, Andre Villas-Boas and Daniel Levy stood by the pitch watching the team train as they talked. "Daniel, we need to act quickly. The squad needs reinforcement," Villas-Boas said with narrowed eyes. "I understand, but we need to secure a Champions League spot to win the race against Chelsea," Levy replied with concern. Villas-Boas shared the anxiety. Currently, Tottenham sat 5th in the league, a precarious position. "I've looked into Xia Ze. His release clause is $8 million, so the transfer fee isn't an issue. The key is to make him want to join us rather than Chelsea." Before the league had concluded, a quiet war between 2 Premier League clubs for Xia Ze had already begun. In the Portuguese Primeira Liga, Maritimo, riding the momentum of their cup triumph, led Benfica by 2 points as April ended. On the last day of April, Porto defeated their opponents to clinch the league title a round early, their 8th championship in the last 10 years and near monopoly of the Portuguese league. The final round of the Primeira Liga was scheduled for May 10th, with the most crucial match being the battle for third-place Benfica at home against Maritimo. On May 4th, 2014, in the outskirts of Funchal, Portugal, Xia Ze and Monaco once again visited the orphanage to see the children. "Brother Xia Ze, you must win on Saturday. Then next season we can play against Real Madrid," a thin child said, his eyes full of hope, confident that Maritimo would reach the Champions League. "Don't worry, we'll defeat Benfica at the Estadio de Luz," Xia Ze assured the boy. "Will you give me the match shirt from that game?" the thin child asked, his eyes sparkling with a strange light. "Don't you already have one of my shirts?" "Why so greedy?" Xia Ze pinched the boy's almost fleshless cheek. "Well, this game means more. He'll swap it for my current one," the child said, rolling his big eyes and acting spoiled. "I can't argue with you," Xia Ze laughed, stroking the boy's head, amused by his cleverness, and agreed to his request. "Brother Xia Ze, I want one too." "Me too." "And me. Count me in." After the thin child secured Xia Ze's promise, the other kids chimed in with excitement, leaving him overwhelmed. In the afternoon before sunset, Xia Ze and Monica stepped out of the courtyard. Amid the children's reluctant gazes, they left the orphanage and headed for the nearby bus stop. Since the car accident more than half a month ago, Monica had refused to drive Xia Ze anywhere. and Xia Ze had not yet had time to get his driver's license, so the two had been taking the bus to visit the orphanage children. After a photo of Xia Ze and Wang Xiaolin attending a celebration dinner together appeared in the newspapers, the atmosphere between him and Monica had grown somewhat strange. Monica seemed to be intentionally avoiding him. Over this period, he saw less and less of her. Apart from their agreed weekly visit to the orphanage, Xia Ze hardly ever encountered her. This puzzled Xia Ze. As they walked together, there was little to say. "Hey, handsome and beautiful, care for a ride?" A middle-aged man's voice came from behind, accompanied by the sound of a car engine. They turned to see a familiar face. "Joao, what are you doing here?" Xia Ze asked in surprise. "How could Tenorio chance to be in the suburbs?" "I went to your place, and Zhang Wei said you were here, so I came." "Get in, we'll talk on the way," Tenorio said cheerfully. "Joao, is there something you need?" Xia Ze asked once inside the car. "Well, people from Chelsea and Tottenham have contacted me. They want to know your intentions," Tenorio said directly, not minding Monica's presence. "Turn them down for now. There's still one league match left. We'll talk after the season ends," Xia Ze said, focusing on the final game and not wanting to think too far ahead. "They'll stall them. But you should start considering your options," Tenorio replied unsurprised. "Also, I've already resigned from Mr. Felipe's office. After the season, I'll work full-time as an agent." "Really?" Xia Ze was a bit surprised, but also pleased. "Yes, I'm enjoying the agent work more and more," Tenorio said with a smile. "One more thing, the Primera Liga awards ceremony will be held on the 12th. You'll need to attend, so get your formal wear." On April 10th, the final match day of the Portuguese Primeira Liga saw Benfica host Maritimo at the Estádio da Luz. The outcome of this match would determine which team would secure Portugal's third Champions League berth for the upcoming. FC Porto had already clinched the league title, while Sporting CP sat in second place, meaning this clash would decide whether Portugal's Big Three would retain all three Champions League slots or whether Maritimo would break through and claim one for themselves. Maritimo needed no rallying speech. Their resolve was absolute. To preserve their Champions League qualification, they had to emerge from the Estádio da Luz unscathed. Qualification for the Champions League group stage promised tens of millions of euros in revenue, and a rare opportunity to elevate the club's global stature among football fans worldwide. Benfica, playing at home, faced the very team that had snatched the Taça da Liga trophy from their grasp just 1 month earlier. Their players and coaching staff were united in purpose to reclaim their pride on this decisive night. Neither side could afford defeat. This was a collision of titans, a match whose intensity rivaled any simultaneous fixture in Europe's top 5 leagues. Maritimo's flight touched down smoothly at Lisbon Airport. Upon disembarking, the squad boarded the bus prepared by Benfica for their arrival. Though Benfica had lost the Taça da Liga final to Maritimo, and thus missed out on silverware, their staff remained impeccably professional, treating Maritimo's players and coaching staff with courtesy and respect. Yet along the route, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei witnessed a stark contrast. Benfica supporters lined the streets, trailing the team bus, hurling jeers, and worse, through its windows. To shield themselves from the noise, many players drew the blinds, slipped on headphones, and closed their eyes, retreating into quiet composure. Retaliation on the pitch was the only true answer to provocation. Xia Ze refused to waste energy on fan confrontations, yet he found himself glancing outside, unable to resist. His first visit to Lisbon had been his debut abroad, his first step onto the grand stage. Then Maritimo had faced another Portuguese powerhouse, Sporting CP. That match marked the beginning of his professional career, answer to provocation. Xia Ze refused to waste energy. Now in the final round of the Primeira Liga, he returned to Lisbon, this time challenging another capital club. It felt like destiny's quiet hand guiding his path. Though Xia Ze had visited Lisbon before, the route taken by the bus this time was entirely different, revealing a new facet of the city's landscape. The buildings and vistas changed, but the fervor of Benfica's supporters mirrored that of Sporting's, proud, aristocratic, steeped in the legacy of a capital club, utterly distinct from Maritimo's grounded working-class identity. They carried themselves with the hauteur of Portugal's elite, what some might call noble bearing, while Maritimo embodied the grit and humility of the underdog. After several minutes, red-clad Benfica fans thickened along the roadside, streaming steadily toward the stadium. Xia Ze knew their destination was near. Sure enough, rounding a bend, a colossal circular edifice rose before him. He had already seen the imposing Estádio Alvalade and Estádio do Dragão, but even so, the Estádio da Luz struck him with awe, its sheer scale commanding reverence. Its redanned white facade and gleaming white roof were crowned by 4 sweeping arched canopies, lending the stadium an aura of majesty and palpable dominance. Beside the stadium stood a sleek modern structure teeming with red-shirted home supporters. Vendors wove through the crowds as they did outside every great arena. Tens of thousands of fans streamed in and out, vibrant, exuberant, yet moving with disciplined order. The Estádio da Luz, the largest football stadium in Portugal, seating 650,000 spectators, had hosted the 2004 European Championship final, where Portuguese hearts broke and Greek myth became reality. In 2014, it would again host the Champions League final, Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid set to battle for the fabled Big Ears trophy. At the Estadio de Luz, Benfica's European pedigree shone brightly. They had once humbled Manchester United here, condemning the Red Devils to a humiliating group stage exit. That triumph belonged to a decade past. Gazing upon the stadium, Xia Ze understood his greatest test in Portugal had finally arrived. Portugal's three sacred football grounds. Alvalade, where his debut goal had launched his name. The Dragão, where he lifted his first trophy, now led him to the Luz. What awaited him here remained unwritten. He knew the challenge would be immense. Benfica had not lost a single match at the Estadio de Luz this season, not in the League Cup or European competition. Even FC Porto and Sporting CP struggled to leave with honors intact. The bus halted beside the stadium and Maritimo entered via the designated awaiting access. As the team walked, a fan evaded security and darted to Xia Ze's side, thrusting a magazine into his hands while muttering, "We will beat you. You'll pay for what you did that day. Nicholas is stronger than you." Before Xia Ze could react, the fan vanished into the crowd, leaving only the magazine as proof he'd ever. The cover bore a soaring eagle, the symbol of Benfica. Above the bold headline, "The Eagle Returns." A clear declaration dominance would be reclaimed. The incident unsettled Xia Ze. He recognized the intent to rattle his focus. Though he tried to remain impervious, an inexplicable tremor of unease stirred within him. He dropped the magazine into a nearby bin, shook his head sharply, cleared his mind, and followed his teammates into the a state-of-the-art venue. The Estadio de Luz mirrored the Dragão in layout and technological sophistication. Even the away dressing room surpassed Maritimo's home facility, the Estadio dos Barreiros, in size and luxury. "Wow, this place is incredible, even better than the Dragão. I wish we could play here more often," Zhang Wei marveled, running his fingers over the pristine fixtures. "Don't say things like that." Xia Ze stepped forward and lightly tapped Zhang Wei's head. Fortunately, Zhang Wei had spoken in Cantonese, unintelligible to the rest of the squad, who assumed the two were merely teasing. Zhang Wei rubbed his head crestfallen and fell silent. Xia Ze sat down to change, his hands unsteady, his thoughts scattered. He mistakenly pulled on the wrong pair of socks twice and barely registered Coach Martin's pre-match address. Only after finally donning the correct kit and walking down the long tunnel into the heart of the pitch did Xia Ze fully grasp the stadium's overwhelming grandeur. All around him rose vast crimson stands, most already filled. Flashbulbs popped incessantly. In the northern stand behind the goal, thousands of Benfica fans held up colored cards, preparing to assemble a giant mosaic in support of their team. Even before full capacity was reached, the low, resonant hum of tens of thousands of voices pressed upon him, oppressive, inescapable. For the first time, the usually unflappable Xia Ze felt irritation rising, not from the noise itself, but from the quiet, persistent anxiety coiling deep in his chest. Good afternoon, viewers. Welcome to Sport TV's live coverage of Matchday 30. The decisive final round of the Portuguese Primeira Liga, where fourth-placed Benfica hosts third-placed Maritimo at home. The result will determine Portugal's third Champions League representative next season. Cristiano's signature smile and velvety voice filled the broadcast frame. Beside him stood two distinguished middle-aged men, both radiating the quiet confidence of seasoned professionals. Joining us today are legendary Benfica icon Rui Costa and former Portugal national team captain Luís Figo, two pillars of Portugal's golden generation, here to share their insights on this pivotal encounter. Hello everyone. Rui Costa and Figo offered warm practice smiles to the camera. Rui, whom do you favor in this match? Cristiano asked, grinning. I'm a Benfica man. Naturally I support Benfica. Still, Maritimo is formidable. Their Taça da Liga final victory over Benfica proves that. To win tonight and secure Champions League qualification, Benfica must perform at 120. He paused. This will be a grueling contest. Rui backs Benfica. Luis, how about you? Cristiano turned the same question to Figo. Maritimo currently leads Benfica by 2 points, giving them a tangible advantage. And looking at recent head-to-head results, Maritimo won 1 and drew 1. They hold the psychological edge. Benfica remains undefeated at home this season, but if Maritimo plays cautiously, they stand an excellent chance of earning a draw at the Estadio de Luz, preserving third place. Figo's analysis clearly leaned toward Maritimo. So you're predicting Maritimo will secure at least a draw? Cristiano pressed for clarity. For Maritimo, a draw is effectively a win. So yes, I believe they'll walk away from the Estadio de Luz. Excellent. Thank you, Luis. Now let's turn to the action. The starting lineups are entering the pitch. As the camera cut to both teams emerging onto the field, Cristiano's voice swelled with anticipation. Led by their respective captains, the players from both teams emerged from the tunnel onto the pitch. Xia Ze followed behind Quaresma, flanked by Benfica players who exuded a palpable hostility. A month ago, these two had dealt them a crushing blow. In the tunnel, Xia Ze could already faintly hear the cacophony from the stadium, a terrifying roar generated by 6,500 spectators. As they stepped out onto the pitch, the stadium announcer's long cry ignited the 6,000 Benfica fans at the Estadio de Luz into a thunderous ovation. The sound reverberated within the massive circular arena, deafening in its intensity. Though Xia Ze's face remained composed, the noise pierced his eardrums with a sharp, aching sting. Behind him, Zhang Wei frowned and muttered a curse in Cantonese under his breath. Damn it. The stadium announcer began introducing the starting lineups for both sides. Maritamo's starting lineup saw one change. Midfielder Dicao replaced Artur, who was suspended due to yellow cards. Xia Ze and Dicao, both young midfielders, were tasked with countering Benfica's midfield. Whenever the announcer mentioned a Benfica player's name, the home fans erupted in cheers. When the Maritimo players were introduced, piercing jeers rained down incessantly. The boos were especially deafening when Quaresma's name was called several times louder than for any other player. Xia Ze had long grown accustomed to hostile away crowds, but he hadn't expected Quaresma to receive such honor from Benfica fans. However, recalling that Quaresma came from Sporting CP's youth academy, Benfica's archrival, he understood. After the announcer finished reading the starting lineup, Xia Ze noticed the volume of the fans in the stands gradually increasing, as if they anticipated something. He unconsciously looked around, his gaze landing on the second tier of the opposite stand. An eagle soared out from the stands, flapping its wings and circling above the pitch. The Benfica fans erupted once again in an earth-shattering roar. The eagle was the club's mascot, which always appeared amid the fans' cheers during major matches, bringing luck to the team. Amid the eagle's circling and the fans' cheers, the match began. Buoyed by the home crowd support, Benfica quickly seized control of the game. Gaitan orchestrated wave after wave of attacks, suffocating Maritimo's defense. Benfica had to win this match to surpass Maritimo and claim third place in the league. Gaitan dribbled through the center, swiftly bypassing the charging Dicao and advancing toward Maritimo's penalty area. Damn it. Dicao cursed after being beaten, immediately giving chase. I've got this. Xia Ze's voice sounded beside him. Dicao turned to see Xia Ze sprinting toward Gaitan. With remarkable speed, his expression resolute. Xia Ze rapidly closed in on Gaitan and executed a slide tackle from the side, attempting to hook the ball away. But Gaitan, as if with eyes in the back of his head, deftly nudged the ball aside, evading the tackle. He's really going all out today, Xia Ze lamented inwardly after the failed tackle. During their previous encounter, Gaitan had displayed strong control over the game, but Xia Ze had sensed a hint of timidity during the penalty shootout, which allowed Sasha to save the shots. But today's Gaitan seemed entirely different. From the firmness in his handshake to the fearless determination in his play, everything indicated that he was several times more formidable than before. Beautiful. Gaitan evades Xia Ze's tackle and breaks through to the edge of the box. Christian exclaimed excitedly. He creates space and fires a long-range shot. Oh, thanks to Zhang Wei, who threw himself in front of the ball to block Gaitan's powerful strike. Corner kick. The match description was all handled by Christian. In the first direct duel between Gaitan and Xia Ze, it seems Benfica's midfielder came out on top. Luis, who do you think is stronger? Christian seized the deadball moment to ask Figo. Both are highly talented. There's been enough debate this season about who is better, and I want comment. Figo skillfully dodged the question. But both play the same position Rui did back in the day. I'd like to hear Rui's opinion. Who do you think is your true successor? Yes, Rui, share your thoughts. Well, both are excellent players. Gaitan has more refined technique, while Xia Ze possesses better physical attributes. Each shares similarities with me. Who is my successor? That depends on their performances. Rui Costa offered no clear answer to this question. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond, he genuinely couldn't determine which of these two young midfielders would inherit his legacy. Only time would tell. In the first 15 minutes, Benfica dominated the game. Gaitan's performance was outstanding, creating several threatening attacks, but Zhang Wei neutralized each one. After 15 minutes, Maritimo, relying on Xia Ze's swift advances and precise passes, enabled their wingers to launch frequent counterattacks. This forced Benfica's players to think twice before pressing forward as aggressively as they had at the start, leading to a stalemate. This was exactly the situation Martins wanted to see. Speaking of successors, Luis, your former protege Ricardo Quaresma, after years of decline, has enjoyed a resurgence this season. Do you think he can return to his peak? Christian, amidst the lull in intensity on the pitch, chatted with Figo. Ricardo is 30 now. Returning to the peak he reached at Porto would be very difficult. However, his performances this season for Maritimo are enough to earn him a spot on the national team for the World Cup in Brazil, Figo said slowly. Let's see if he can impress Paulo Bento today. He's also here at the Estadio de Luz. As they spoke, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared on the television screen. Portugal's national team coach Bento. By the 25th minute, the match had gradually settled into a balance. Benfica, with their superior quality and home advantage, held the upper hand in possession and control. Yet Maritimo, under Xia Ze's orchestrating passes, launched several dangerous attacks, creating a mutual check. Zhang Wei intercepted the ball in the box, passed it to defensive midfielder Pereira, who quickly switched it to Xia Ze. As soon as Xia Ze received the ball, a red-clad figure rapidly closed in on him. Xia Ze knew exactly who it was, Gaitan without a doubt. The two had clashed multiple times today, but neither had gained a clear advantage. Gaetan was exceptionally active today, leaving his mark on almost every blade of grass in the attacking half. His direct duels with Xia Ze were the most ferocious. Gaetan and Xia Ze face off again. Gaetan slides in for a tackle. Christian said tensely. Xia Ze executes a Marseille turn cleanly, evading Gaetan's slide tackle. Now Maritimo has a counterattack opportunity. Christian exclaimed with excitement, while beside him Figo and Rui Costa exchanged knowing smiles, glancing at Christian with amusement. I won't lose to you. Gaetan slammed the turf in frustration after failing to dispossess Xia Ze, then scrambled to his feet to give chase. After beating Gaetan, Xia Ze surged forward, dribbling rapidly and crossing the halfway line in no time. Ahead, Quaresma on the left and Dilly in the center were already making runs. Decal also pushed up to support Xia Ze's pass. Benfica's defense had only 3 defenders, a golden counterattack opportunity. Xia Ze over here. Dilly sprinted from the center into a vast gap on the right, raising his hand to call for the ball. Xia Ze quickly assessed the passing lanes. The moment Dilly raised his hand, Xia Ze had already made his decision. Fixing his gaze on Dilly's direction, he delivered a piercing through ball. Dilly has broken into space. Xia Ze is going to pass to him. This will be a great chance. The Lisbon broadcast studio erupted with excitement once more. Oh, no. Xia Ze didn't pass to Dilly. He sent the ball to the left side of the box, a terrible pass. Christian was somewhat disappointed seeing that Dilly had created ample space for a clear run. Christian, you're wrong. That was a brilliant pass. Quaresma now has an unknown opportunity. Luis said with a calm smile. Oh, what's happening? Quaresma has a clear unknown chance. Christian, initially frustrated, was now bewildered, unable to fathom how Quaresma had appeared in front of the ball. Quaresma. Facing Benfica's goalkeeper Artur, he rounds the keeper. An open goal. It's in. Quaresma. A magnificent goal. Paulo Bento must take him to Portugal. Amid Christian's passionate commentary, Quaresma received Xia Ze's pass, rounded the goalkeeper unknown, and slotted the ball into the empty net. Maritimo took a 10 lead against Benfica away from home. The Estadio de Luz fell into dead silence except for the corner where 5-0 traveling Maritimo fans cheered jubilantly. Well done. Great job. Martins pumped his fists on the sidelines. The first 10+ minutes had been grueling, and taking the lead brought him immense relief. Xia Ze, this one's for you. After scoring, Quaresma sprinted to the corner flag, pumping his fist in celebration toward the traveling Maritimo fans. Then he turned, pointed both hands at Xia Ze, and flashed a grateful smile. Xia Ze quickly ran over and embraced him. Let's see how this goal unfolded. Christian, watching the replay, still seemed incredulous. On the television screen, the entire process of Xia Ze orchestrating the counterattack until the goal was replayed. After Xia Ze dribbled past the center circle, a 3-on-3 situation formed in the front court. Dilly had already pulled wide to the right, creating space. A pass from Xia Ze would have been an excellent breakthrough opportunity. Throughout the play, Xia Ze kept his eyes on Dilly's movement, and even his passing posture indicated a pass to. Yet at the moment of contact, his ankle subtly twisted, turning the pass into a through ball that slipped between the 2 opposing center backs. Quaresma, reading his intention, ghosted in from the left flank, collected the ball, rounded the goalkeeper, and slotted into the empty net. It was a no-look pass. Kristen exclaimed excitedly. Xia Ze delivered an assist as magical as Ronaldinho's. Watching the replay loop, his expression remained one of astonishment. This Chinese kid is truly amazing. He's incredible. Praise poured from Kristen's lips. In the stands, Paulo Bento watched the celebrating Maritimo players with a faint smile. He nodded, took out his notebook from his pocket, and focused on writing something. Maintain the formation, don't let their attack disrupt us. Martins, after the celebration, quickly regained his composure, knowing that Benfica's counterattack would be fiercer than before. Spread out the formation, keep possession, and move more. Benfica's head coach Flores roared at his players. As Xia Ze jogged back to his own half with his teammates, he passed by Gaetan, who had already stood up, his expression unshakably resolute, unaffected by the goal conceded. Such a strong mentality. An Argentine. Xia Ze felt puzzled. German players are renowned for their iron will. If Gaetan were German, his aura would be unsurprising. But he was an Argentine of the Latin school, seemingly at odds with that stereotype. When play resumed, Benfica launched an even more aggressive wave of attacks under Gaetan's orchestration. Maritimo's defense was under siege, swaying dangerously, forcing even Dilly to drop back to the edge of the box to defend. I won't lose to you again. Gaetan vowed silently as he dribbled in the 30-yard zone, his eyes fixed on Xia Ze before him. Xia Ze had no idea what he was thinking. He only knew that Gaetan had become formidable, posing the greatest threat to Maritimo's defense. He quickly closed down Gaetan, denying him any space to accelerate. Unexpectedly, Gaetan avoided direct confrontation and instead passed the ball, evading Xia Ze's press. Is he afraid? Pereira, the defensive midfielder behind Xia Ze, also looked confused. For over 25 minutes earlier in the match, both Xia Ze and Gaetan had sought to engage each other directly and overcome their opponent. But now Gaetan surprisingly shied away, almost like a sign of weakness. However, Xia Ze saw it differently. He had hoped to trap Gaetan into a personal duel to consume time. He hadn't expected Gaetan to read the situation so clearly, knowing that going head-to-head with Xia Ze carried a 50 risk of losing possession, and instead bypass him with a simple pass. Gaetan doesn't engage Xia Ze directly, he passes to Cardozo. Cardozo shields the ball and lays it back to the edge of the box. Kristen narrated tensely. Gaetan has eluded Xia Ze's defense. He has a shooting opportunity. Maritimo is in danger. A long-range strike. Oh, blocked by a defender, Zhang Wei. After conceding, Benfica continued to press Maritimo's backline. If not for Zhang Wei's desperate covering and Sasha's acrobatic saves, Benfica would have equalized long ago. Xia Ze orchestrated several counters, but none could douse Benfica's momentum. The entire opposition, led by Gaetan, were inching closer to a goal. The first half entered its final 5 minutes with Benfica still organizing attacks through Gaetan. Gaetan has the ball. After falling behind, his determination to win is truly unwavering. Kristen remarked. That's the quality a great player should possess, Figo concurred. Let's watch this attack. Gaetan carried the ball in midfield as Benfica launched a rapid counter following a Maritimo turnover. Since Xia Ze and Dikeo had pushed past the halfway line, vast open space lay ahead of Gaetan. Cardozo made his run ahead. The 193cm striker had scored 25 goals in the Primera Liga this season, virtually securing the league's top scorer title. Without much hesitation, Gaetan delivered a straight-through ball to Cardozo. Cardozo controlled it, but Zhang Wei closed him down instantly, denying him any space to shoot. Cardozo was visibly irritated by Zhang Wei's tight marking. If not for Zhang Wei's repeated interventions at key moments, he would have already helped the team equalize. Though unable to free up space for a shot, Cardozo used his body to shield the ball and drove toward the box. You won't get past me, Zhang Wei growled, holding his ground against the towering Cardozo. Zhang Wei stabbed his right foot at Cardozo's legs, poking the ball loose. It rolled out toward the top of the arc. Just as Zhang Wei thought the danger had passed, a red-shirted figure appeared at the edge of the box. It was Gaetan. After passing, he surged forward, arriving precisely as the ball was dislodged from Cardozo and fell at his feet. Oh no! Zhang Wei lunged desperately to block Gaetan's shot angle. You can't stop me. Gaetan gritted his teeth, his mind set. His right instep slammed into the ball with ferocious power. The ball rocketed like a cannonball, hurtling toward the top left corner of the goal. Sasha dived full stretch, his hands extended to the limit, but the ball slipped past his fingertips and smashed into the net. 11. Benfica had equalized. After scoring, Gaetan sprinted toward the stands, arms wide, and slid onto his knees in a joyous celebration of the exquisite goal. The Estadio de Luz erupted at Gaetan's strike. Over 6,000 fans roaring, shaking the entire. Benfica supporters, who had endured 20 minutes of frustration, finally saw their team score just before halftime, turning the stadium into a sea of red. Quique Flores pumped his arms on the touchline, the goal a huge relief. But he quickly sobered. A draw wasn't enough to overtake their rivals. They had to win. Martins frowned deeply. He had hoped to take a 10 lead into the dressing room, but conceding just before the break forced him to rethink his strategy urgently. In the remaining minutes of the first half, Benfica pushed for another goal, but Maritimo's defenders held firm. The teams went into halftime tied 11. The balance still favored Maritimo. Luis, an exciting first half and an 11 draw. Who do you think performed better, Xia Ze or Gaetan? Kristen asked Figo during the break. Undoubtedly both were outstanding. Xia Ze's pass was pure artistry, and Gaetan's goal was spectacular. Figo praised both. I must say Gaetan's performance today surpassed his display in the League Cup final a month ago, mainly because he now has an unwavering will to win. So Xia Ze lacks that determination today. Not at all. Xia Ze's will is strong. We've mentioned it often. It's why he repeatedly leads his team to victory over stronger opponents. I can't believe an 18-year-old can do that. Figo continued. But today Maritimo's tactics were somewhat conservative, as if settling for a point against Benfica, which limited Xia Ze's influence. Rui, which was more brilliant, Xia Ze's assist or Gaetan's goal? Kristen turned to Rui Costa. As Luis said, both were outstanding. Nicolas Gaetan's goal was spectacular and crucial. Sasha had no chance to save it. Even Buffon couldn't have stopped that shot. But I prefer Xia Ze's through ball, a pass full of imagination. With that kind of passing ability, he's ready for a top club. Thank you, Luis and Rui. Today's match is truly thrilling, and it's only halftime. Both teams will surely surprise us in the second half. Which team will secure Champions League qualification? We'll find out. In the away dressing room, Maritimo players gulped down water in silence. The atmosphere was tense. Boys, you did well in the first half. Keep that energy until the final whistle, Martins said. The players remained quiet, unaccustomed to protecting a draw at halftime when they had been level. This season, their outstanding performances, including several upsets over the Primera Liga's top three, had come from relentless attacking spirit, not the cautious approach they showed today. Coach, I think we shouldn't be so defensive. We can win this match. Quaresma spoke up. Every player agreed, but no one dared challenge the coach's authority. Not even the midfield core, Xia Ze, who was only 18. Quaresma was different. Though his career hadn't reached its early promise, he had been a top star, and his excellent form at Maritimo this season gave him weight in the dressing room. With him speaking, Martins wouldn't feel his authority questioned. "Ricardo, of course we aim to win, but it must be built on solid defense. I don't want us to concede a second goal. Only when the defense is secure can we think about attacking." Martin's tone was calm, but firm. The dressing room fell into silence. "A 11 draw is not enough. Oh, I need you to continue scoring and maintain pressure on the Maritimo defense." Inside the home team's locker room, Benfica's coach, KK Flores, said sternly the first goal conceded in the first half was unacceptable. "I don't want to see this happen again. You must closely mark their Zaz." Flores looked at the defensive core Jair and reminded him. Jair said nothing but nodded firmly. "Nicholas, you did very well in the first half. There is no need to waste energy entangled with Zaz. Our team's overall strength is superior to theirs. If we score just one more goal in the second half, they will crumble." Flores then turned to Gaetan. "Coach, I know what to do. We will help the team win the match, trust me." Gaetan's gaze was resolute, filled with confidence. In the second half, Benfica continued to take the initiative. Although Zaz wanted to compete for control of the midfield with Gaetan, their tactical approach did not allow for aggressive midfield pressing, and they could only concede possession to Benfica. Losing possession, they could only seek scattered counterattack opportunities while passively enduring the onslaught. In the 58th minute, Cardozo's header was caught by Xia Ze, who immediately threw the ball to the retreating Quaresma. "Ricardo here." Zaz quickly surged forward from outside the penalty area. Quaresma, leaning against the opposing defender, promptly passed the ball to the advancing Zaz. Zaz swiftly dribbled forward the opposing defensive midfielder, already closing in. However, Zaz feinted, slipping past the opponent's midfielder. The opposing defense had only two central defenders, while the midfielder Zaz had evaded was in hot pursuit. This was a great opportunity for a counterattack. The 65000 fans in the stands stood up nervously, whether they were Benfica or Maritimo supporters, all paying close attention to this attack. If Maritimo took the lead again, it would undoubtedly create a very advantageous situation, possibly having an irreversible impact on the match. Zaz is bringing the ball forward. It's a 3-on-2 situation in the attacking zone with Hilton on the right and Dilly on the left, both finding space. Christian's voice rang out. He chose not to pass, but to break through himself. The Benfica players behind him couldn't keep up with his pace. Jair moves up to assist defensively. Dilly on the left is open. Zaz passed the ball. Dilly is about to get a clear chance. Oh no. Dilly took too long on the ball. Of Benfica's goalkeeper Arthur rushed out to claim it. Maritimo wasted a golden opportunity, and Dilly was clearly frustrated. "Damn it." Martins shouted angrily from the sidelines. If that goal had been scored, it could have killed the match, but Dilly inexplicably took too long at such a crucial moment. The 6-0 Benfica fans breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts quickly raced again as Benfica launched a counterattack. The ball quickly reached Maritimo's half, and Gaetan, who had completely controlled the game's tempo in the second half, initiated all threatening attacks for Benfica. Pereira and the young Daiko were helpless against him. At this moment, Zaz, due to the counterattack, had already reached the opponent's penalty area, unable to return in time. Gaetan sprinted with the ball, changing from his cooperative style after the start of the second half, breaking toward Maritimo's penalty area, effortlessly dribbling past Daiko and Pereira. Gaetan has broken into the penalty area. Zhang Wei is defending him. Can he break past? He got past Zhang Wei but has no shooting space. He chips it into the middle with his left foot. Inside the penalty area, Cardozo and Rosario are positioning. Cardozo heads it. Beautiful. Benfica has scored. 21. With Christian's excited commentary, the ball nestled into the net, leaving only the fallen Rosario, the stunned Zhang Wei, and the motionless Xia Ze in the penalty area, all of them watching Cardozo and Gaetan celebrate wildly. The Estadio de Luz shook again, the thunderous cheers entering the ears of Maritimo's players like a rolling thunder, filling them with dread. Benfica took the lead. Gaetan sprinted through the middle, dribbling past three Maritimo players, assisting Cardozo's header, turning the score around for Benfica. If the match ended with this score, Maritimo would be overtaken by Benfica and lose their third place in the league, thus missing out on a spot in the Champions League. This would mean losing tens of millions of euros in broadcasting revenue and depriving Zaz and his teammates of a grander stage to showcase themselves. Flores shouted and waved his fist in the direction of Martins, seemingly trying to intimidate him. Martins, however, wore a face of silence, tightly furrowing his brows, as if regretting his cautious approach. Zaz, who had been tracking back from the opponent's half, stood outside the penalty area, looking at his dejected teammates, inside feeling a pang in his heart. We cannot lose this match. We must turn it around. Zaz silently told himself. Get up, the match is not over, stand up like men. Quaresma's voice rang out from the other side as he walked into the penalty area, helping the fallen Rosario up, then patting Xia Ze and Zhang Wei on the shoulders. Indeed, we need to equalize and win this game. There is no turning back now, we can only fight. Brigel encouraged his teammates. Let's fight. Although Martins did not give instructions, Maritimo's players still found a way to assert themselves in adversity. In this season's matches against the three giants, they had often fallen behind, but managed to equalize or even turn the match around many times. Now that Benfica was in the lead, it actually helped them regain their rhythm for this season's games. Maritimo, after conceding a goal, not only did not lose confidence, but their players seemed even more spirited. Will they be able to equalize? Christian was astonished by the fighting spirit displayed by Maritimo's players. Indeed, it is incredible how perhaps this is the characteristic of their team. After leading in the first half, they became somewhat conservative, but now that they are behind with no retreat, they instead control. Figo marveled. In the 60th minute, Benfica took the lead 21 thanks to Cardozo's header. In the subsequent 15 minutes, Maritimo, under relentless pressing from Xia Ze and Pereira, regained control of the midfield within just a minute or two, launching wave after wave of attacks toward Benfica's goal. Benfica's coach Flores also intentionally wanted his team to tighten up a bit, looking for opportunities to counterattack. In the center, Zaz received the ball with Gaetan quickly closing and having already retreated to just outside his penalty area. I can get past you, Zaz thought to himself as he faced Gaetan. But I don't need to do that. As soon as he had this thought, he passed the ball to the overlapping Deiko, who quickly outpaced Gaetan, while Zaz circled around Deiko, executing a cross run. As Deiko surged forward, the opposing defense fell into disarray. Urger was drawn to one side by Dilly's movement, while Quaresma distracted the opposing right-back, creating a gap between Benfica's right center-back and right-back, perfectly set for Deiko to break through. Gaetan and the others focused their attention on Zaz, completely ignoring that there was also a young talent like Deiko in the Maritimo lineup. By the time Jair wanted to come over for support, it was already too late. Deiko gently flicked the ball, evading Jair's tackle and breaking into the penalty area. Benfica's goalkeeper rushed out. The two sides faced each other. Deiko looked up to assess the goal, realizing that Arthur had blocked the shooting angle. He remained calm, raised his right foot, faked a shot, and as Arthur shifted his weight, Deiko quickly slipped to his left. Arthur was bypassed. This would be an open goal opportunity. However, Arthur clearly did not want to let Deiko have an easy shot. As he fell to the ground, his right hand discreetly tugged at Deiko's support leg. Deiko stumbled, but did not fall. Instead, he supported himself with his hands on the ground and continued racing. But this slight delay caused Deiko to lose his shooting angle, and the ball was about to roll out of the baseline. Foul. This is a foul. This is mine. Jair, who had been very focused, quickly returned after being outmaneuvered by Deiko, just in time to nod the ball away with the back of his head before Dilly could react. This is mine. Jair, who had been very focused, quickly returned after being outmaneuvered by Deiko, just in time to nod the ball away with the back of his head before Dilly could react. As Arthur thought the danger had passed and was about to bet before settling down, the Estadio de Luz fell into silence. The once vibrant the ball cleared by Jair fell right on the edge of the penalty area with no one marking him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zaz met the ball with a volley, effortlessly sending it into the empty net. The ball spun violently, rolling several times in the net before settling down. The Estadio de Luz fell into silence. The once vibrant sea of red had now quieted, with only a small section of the stands in the corners celebrating excitedly. Maritimo's fans. Although their cheers could not shake the stadium, they were sharp enough to pierce the ears of the 6-0 Benfica supporters. Zaz excitedly ran to the corner flag, pumping his fist in celebration of this goal. 22. Zaz has helped Maritimo equalize. The third place in the league has changed hands again. This truly is a thrilling match. In the 80th minute, Maritimo equalized 22 against Benfica thanks to Xia Ze's rebound shot from the Maritimo experienced a journey from leading to being equalized and overtaken to equalizing again. A roller coaster that saw the third-place position in the league change hands multiple times. With only 10 minutes remaining, Benfica needed to score another goal within that span to surpass Maritimo and secure a spot in next season's Champions League. For Benfica, playing at home, scoring a goal in the final 10 minutes might not be particularly difficult, but Maritimo was equally strong. If they were determined to defend, it would not be an easy task. Flores immediately had the substitutes warm up, intending to send on forwards in the dying moments to bombard Maritimo's goal. Martins, not to be outdone, also had his midfielders and defenders warm up, ready to counter Flores' substitutions. Indeed, 2 minutes later, Flores substituted a defender for a forward, deploying a double striker formation to assault Maritimo's backline. Martins, dealing with each move as it came, substituted Helton and Diogo, sending on a defensive midfielder and a defender clearly intent on holding the draw for the final 10 minutes. One side was desperate to attack, while the other was united in defense. Benfica's assault was fierce, but at this stage of the match the players' stamina was mostly depleted. Moreover, Maritimo had piled a large number of defenders in the penalty area, preventing Benfica from breaking through their defensive line. Time ticked away second by second, soon entering stoppage time, leaving Benfica with just 2 minutes remaining. In the stands, Benfica fans covered their mouths, watching the tense situation with anxiety for their team. Meanwhile, the small section of Maritimo fans were far more optimistic. Though their team had been under relentless attack in the final 10 minutes, their songs still echoed throughout the Estadio de Luz. Just 2 minutes away from securing a spot in next season's Champions League. Push up, everyone, push up, Flores shouted from the sidelines. Benfica's defenders charged forward without hesitation, leaving only Garay near the center circle. Maritamo's players all retreated into the 30-yard area to defend. Gaetan dribbled through the middle, and just as he was about to pass, a white figure slid in to dispossess him, stealing the ball at his feet. It was Xia Ze. After the ball was stolen, Gaetan was taken down by Xia Ze as well. It was a clean tackle. The referee signaled to continue. Xia Ze took the ball from Gaetan and quickly passed it to Quaresma on the wing. Quaresma's stamina was nearly spent, but he still pushed forward with all his might. Maritimo had a counterattack opportunity. Benfica's players sprinted back. "Ricardo here," Xia Ze shouted after passing sprinting forward. He still had enough energy for one final burst. Quaresma saw Xia Ze's run and knocked the ball across to him in the center. Xia Ze collected it smoothly with only Garay left as a defender in front of him. "If I get past you, it's a onion," Xia Ze thought as he eyed Garay, who was backing off cautiously. He quickly crossed the halfway line. Garay half-turned, watched him warily. In Benfica's half, aside from the goalkeeper, only the two of them remained. The other Benfica defenders were too far behind to recover. A gasp swept through the Estadio da Luz. The already tense Benfica fans grew even more anxious, fearing that Xia Ze would break past Garay and finish the game. After crossing the halfway line, Xia Ze sensed the Benfica players closing in from behind with no teammates supporting from either flank. He knew he could delay no longer. He had to beat Garay. He feinted left and right, swaying his body over the ball, then nudged it to the right, preparing to break through on that side. It was a pendulum-style dribble, one of his most frequently used feints in matches. But Garay seemed to read Xia Ze's move and intention. He was not fooled by the feint. As Xia Ze pushed the ball, Garay slid to the left, intercepting it cleanly. How could this happen? Xia Ze was brought down by Garay as he felt disbelief flooding his mind. His push-off had been so subtle. How had the opponent seen through it? Xia Ze's usually unshakable confidence began to waver. After Garay won the ball, he quickly passed it forward, and it soon reached Gaetan's feet. Because of this counterattack, Maritimo's formation loosened slightly. The 30-yard area, once packed with defenders, now offered some gaps. Gaetan seized the opportunity without hesitation, using his agile body and technique to dribble past several defenders and break into the penalty area ready to shoot. Sasha rushed out without a second thought. He knew all too well how sharp Gaetan's dribbling was. The diminutive Argentine, standing only 170 centimeters, had indeed broken through the crowded defense and now faced Sasha directly. "I won't let you score." Sasha's resolve was ironclad. He had conceded 2 goals today, but without his saves left and right, the team would have been torn apart by Benfica. At that moment, a white figure sprinted into the box at incredible speed. "I won't let you score." Xia Ze echoed the same thought as Sasha. Gaetan had bypassed all defenders and faced Sasha on his own. Without hesitation, he pushed the ball with his left foot toward the far post. The moment Gaetan struck, Sasha dived to his left, confident he could save it. Xia Ze's white figure slid in front of Gaetan, blocking his shot. The air in the Estadio da Luz froze. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Everyone watched Gaetan, Xia Ze, and Sasha as if their movements had slowed dozens of times. Bang! Xia Ze's sliding right foot intercepted Gaetan's shot. This was Benfica's last chance, and Xia Ze had sprinted back to ruin it. Everyone thought so. But the ball ricocheted off Xia Ze's foot, looped over the already diving Sasha, traced an arc, and in everyone's sight rolled into the net. Goal! Benfica had snatched victory at the death. Xia Ze lost possession in the final moments, then saw Gaetan's shot deflect off his own foot, bypassing Sasha's dive and roll into the goal. The Estadio da Luz erupted. Gaetan tore off his shirt and sprinted to the bench, embracing the coach and team. Oh my God! Gaetan's shot hit Xia Ze and deflected into the net. After playing the angel, Xia Ze turned into a devil personally, pushing Maritimo into the abyss. Christian said incredulously as Xia Ze's figure appeared on the screen. "What have I done?" Xia Ze sat dazed on the ground, still unable to accept the reality. "I let the team lose. What kind of player am I? How could this happen?" In the final round of the Portuguese League, Benfica defeated Maritimo 32 at home, edging them by 1 point to finish third and qualify for the Champions League. The defeated Maritimo had to settle for 4th place and a spot in the Europa League. In this match, Gaetan scored 2 goals and provided an assist, unquestionably earning the Man of the Match award. Xia Ze, with 1 assist and 1 goal, was even more talked about for the scene where his last-ditch block deflected the ball into the net. Angel and devil. In a single match, Xia Ze experienced both. After the match ended, Xia Ze remained in low spirits for days. Though Maritimo fans did not blame him, he was still deeply guilt-ridden. Whenever he encountered Nacional fans, they would mock him loudly with songs, making him feel utterly miserable. The team atmosphere was somber after the loss. Martins offered only routine words of comfort, unable to truly uplift Xia Ze. After all, losing the Champions League spot at the last moment, even Martins couldn't accept it. Club president Felipe was equally frustrated. Tens of millions of euros had vanished. Who wouldn't feel the pain? Blub blub blub. Xia Ze's signature phone ringtone sounded. He answered, his voice listless. "Hello, Monica, is there something you need?" "Xia Ze, did you forget we're going to the orphanage today?" Monica's tone was casual, as if she had no idea he was feeling down. Oh, where are you? Xia Ze remained lifeless. I'm downstairs. Don't forget the jersey you promised Philip. Monica reminded him. Only then did Xia Ze recall that he had promised to give the jersey from the Benfica match to the skinny boy named Philip, who said it would be a souvenir. But he had lost that game. He could hardly face Philip, but with Monica's urging, the two went to the orphanage anyway. Philip and the others were already waiting eagerly at the courtyard gate. Spotting Xia Ze and Monica, they rushed over and joyfully ushered them inside. Philip, this is the jersey for you. I'm sorry I couldn't win the match. Xia Ze handed the jersey to Philip. Philip, sharp as ever, immediately saw Xia Ze's low mood and ran over to console him. Brother Xia Ze, don't be sad. Players who lose important matches become superstars. Just like Ronaldo. He lost the European Cup final before, but now he's World Footballer of the Year. Xia Ze looked at Philip, who was trying to sound wise beyond his years, and couldn't help smiling. He ruffled Philip's hair and said, don't worry, you'll be fine soon. He'll become a superstar like Ronaldo too. Indeed, which superstar hasn't lost a crucial match? May 14, 2014. In a grand hotel in Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, a procession of luxury cars swept through the main gate. The men who alighted, all impeccably dressed in suits, strode energetically into the hotel lobby. A white Porsche slowly pulled into the entrance and came to a halt before the lobby. 3 handsome, stalwart men stepped out. 2 of them were Easterners, yet both were taller than the European who had driven the car. Ricardo, thanks for driving us. Otherwise we'd have had to take a taxi here, said the tallest of the 3 Easterners. Don't mention it. My home is in Lisbon. How could I not host you? The European, named Ricardo, replied, chatting and laughing. The 3 entered the lobby and, guided by an attendant, arrived at the venue of the gala. These 3 were naturally Quaresma, Xia Ze, and Zhang Wei. Tonight all 3 had the opportunity to attend the Primera Liga's season-ending awards gala, as each was a nominee for various honors. Ricardo, you've arrived, a middle-aged man said with a smile as he approached. Mr. Martins. The 3 shook hands with the man in turn. He was naturally Martins, the head coach of Maritimo. Today he attended the gala as a candidate for coach of the season. Mr. Martins, there seem to be quite a lot of people here, Zhang Wei remarked, looking around at the sports figures chatting and laughing. Zhang Wei glanced at the sports figures chatting and laughing around him, somewhat astonished. Huh. This is my first year attending the awards gala too, so I'm just as inexperienced as you, Martins chuckled, poking fun at himself. Is that so? I have plenty of experience. Quaresma joked beside them. Xia Ze, look over there. Isn't that Figo? Zhang Wei pointed at a distinguished middle-aged man not far away. Xia Ze followed Zhang Wei's gaze, and indeed saw Figo, and could not help but feel a secret thrill. Look, there's Rui Costa, Nuno Gomes, Eusebio. Amid Zhang Wei's exclamations, the 2 recognized quite a few once famous football stars, secretly marveling at the galaxy of talent assembled at such a gala. Good evening, friends. Welcome to the 2013-2014 Primera Liga Awards Gala hosted by the Portuguese Football Federation. I am your friend Kristen. Kristen, the host from Sport TV, appeared on stage dressed in a tuxedo exuding elegance. And in the audience were the nominees for various Primera Liga awards. All 3 head coaches of the top 3 clubs were present, and with multiple players from those teams nominated, the lineup appeared quite formidable. Maritimo, as the dark horse that had risen unexpectedly in the league this season, had its head coach Martins and 3 players from the squad given the opportunity to attend such an occasion. Surprisingly, Ai Huang, from Maritimo's city rival Nacional, had also made the shortlist for the best. After taking his seat, Xia Ze unintentionally noticed Ai Huang sitting at the edge. The latter's expression was quite cold and aloof, as if he scorned such an event. David, look, Ai Huang is here too, Xia Ze said in a low voice to Zhang Wei beside him. How did he get an invitation? Who knows? He looks like he couldn't care less whether he came or not. Ai Huang seemed to overhear them talking about him. He turned his face towards Xia Ze and Zhang Wei and provocatively raised his middle finger at them. This provocative gesture immediately ignited fury in Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. If Kristen were not in the midst of presenting the awards, the 2 might have rushed over to teach him a lesson. But Ai Huang's arrogance stopped there. In the subsequent award ceremony, among the nominees for the Primera Liga's Best Young Player, which included Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Ai Huang, Xia Ze convincingly defeated the others to claim the title. When Kristen called out Xia Ze's name, Xia Ze immediately rose from his seat, a smile on his face, and strode gracefully to the stage. Xia Ze, congratulations, Kristen said as he stepped forward to shake Xia Ze's hand. Beside him stood an elegant middle-aged man around 40 years old. We invite Rui Costa to present the award to Xia Ze. Xia Ze, congratulations. Rui Costa handed the trophy to Xia Ze, smiling as he offered his congratulations. Even Xia Ze, usually so composed, could not suppress a surge of inner excitement. Rui Costa was presenting him the award. Every player who occupied the attacking midfielder position knew what the name Rui Costa represented. This Portuguese player's through balls were truly unparalleled in history. Thank you. Though nervous, Xia Ze maintained his composure. I think highly of you. Keep playing well. Rui Costa said in a low voice. The awards ceremony continued. In the subsequent honors Martins won Coach of the Season, a Best Goalkeeper, went to Patricio, Best Defender, was Porto's Otamendi, Best Midfielder, went to Gaetan who triumphed over Xia Ze, and Fernando, and Best Forward, was the top scorer Cardozo. In addition, the volley from outside the box that Xia Ze scored in stoppage time during his debut against Sporting Lisbon was voted the goal of the season in the Primera Liga. He single-handedly claimed 2 honors. Xia Ze and Quaresma were named to the starting 11 of the league's best team, while Zhang Wei made the substitute list. The 4 men, the mentor and his 3 disciples from Maritimo, became the biggest winners of the awards gala. After the awards, some people left, but the majority remained to mingle with one another, taking advantage of this rare opportunity to get to know more peers and legends of Portuguese football. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, come. Let me introduce you to Figo and the others. After the ceremony, Quaresma enthusiastically led Xia Ze and Zhang Wei over to the legends and introduced them one by one. Xia Ze, you've performed well this year. Keep up the good work. Figo smiled as he encouraged them. Ricardo, an elderly man with graying hair, approached. Oh, Mr. Costa, I've been doing quite well, Quaresma replied with a smile to the old man. The visitor was naturally the president of Porto, Da Costa. He had seen Quaresma together with Xia Ze and Zhang Wei and naturally walked over. You two have performed excellently this season. I have high hopes for you, Da Costa said to Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Thank you. Xia Ze responded politely, while Zhang Wei simply followed Xia Ze's lead. It was a pity about last Saturday's match. You weren't able to qualify for the Champions League, Da Costa said, with some regret. I believe players like you should join a club that can play in the Champions League as soon as possible. There a bigger stage awaits you. For example, Porto. Hearing such an obvious hint from Da Costa, all 3, including Quaresma, could not help but be visibly moved. This was the president of Porto inviting them to join the club. To remain indifferent would be inhuman. Thank you for your suggestion, Mr. Costa. We will give it serious consideration, Xia Ze replied courteously. Da Costa felt he had received the response he wanted, and a gentle smile spread across his face. I will await your decision. There will be a place for you at Porto. With those words he left. Xia Ze, this is a great opportunity for you. Porto is truly a fine club, Quaresma advised the 2 after Da Costa had gone. Before the 2 could respond, a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples approached the trio. His features were all too familiar to them. They had encountered him just a few days earlier. It was Quique Flores, the head coach of Benfica. His arrival surprised the 3, and they wondered what he intended. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, congratulations, Flores said as he came over, offering his congratulations to both. You 2 have performed brilliantly this season. My team needs both of you. In my plans for next season, I have already reserved places for you, Flores stated directly, getting straight to the point. Mr. Flores, thank you for thinking so highly of us, but we haven't yet considered these matters. Everything depends on our club, Xia Ze said tactfully once again. I am confident that I can handle things with Felipe. If you are willing to come, I will give you starting positions, and together we will make a charge for the league title next season, Flores said in a low voice. Even Quaresma, who had nothing to do with it, was visibly impressed. Benfica, one of the Primera Liga's big 3 and a 2-time European champion, with its head coach promising starting roles. This temptation was no less than Porto's invitation. Think it over carefully. With that, Flores patted Xia Ze and Zhang Wei on the shoulder and turned to leave. Before the 2 could digest the words of Da Costa and Flores, another middle-aged man approached them, the head coach of Sporting Lisbon. Unsurprisingly, his purpose was the same as the previous 2, to recruit Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Xia Ze, what should we do? Zhang Wei asked, still somewhat shaken as he sat in Quaresma's car. I don't know yet. Let's see how things go, Xia Ze replied, also without a clear idea. The simultaneous invitations from the Primera Liga's big 3, even with promises of starting roles, left him momentarily at a loss. In fact, all 3 clubs are very competitive. But Porto has been dominant in the Primera Liga over the past decade, so they might be the best choice. However, the other 2 have promised starting positions, which might be better for your development. As for your choice, you'll have to decide yourselves, Quaresma advised beside them. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei shook their heads, bewildered, and could not come up with any good ideas at the moment. They only had one thought: to go back and consult Tenorio. After the award ceremony concluded, the 2013-14 Primera Liga season officially came to an end. In his debut season as a professional, Xia Ze had scored 11 goals and provided 17 assists across all competitions, a truly outstanding performance. On May 16th, at Guangzhou Baiyun Airport, 2 tall young men in casual wear walked out of the terminal, each dragging a suitcase behind them. As they emerged from the airport, the surrounding crowd cast puzzled glances at the pair, with some even pulling out their phones to snap photos of them. Xia Ze, Dawei, over here. A sweet female voice called out from not far away. After over 20 hours of travel, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei spotted Wang Xiaolin and the others waiting for them. The exhaustion on their faces instantly dissipated, and they promptly made their way toward them. Accompanying Wang Xiaolin were Zhang Wei's father Zhang Xuexing and Xia Ze's younger brother Xia Tao. Xiaolin, didn't my mother come? He scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of his mother. Before boarding the plane, Wang Xiaolin had mentioned she would come with his mother to pick him up. Her absence now left him puzzled. Auntie said she would cook at home for you, so she asked me, and shout out to come Wang Xiaolin explained. Brother Xia Tao said with a slightly hoarse voice. Xia Ze looked at his younger brother, who seemed to have grown taller in the half-year since they last met. Xiaolin, why is everyone taking photos? Xia Ze was baffled. You two are huge celebrities in Guangzhou now. It's a wonder they haven't come over for photos. Let's hurry, Wang Xiaolin said with a hint of exasperation. The two glanced around at the people who seemed on the verge of approaching, and quickly followed Wang Xiaolin and the others out. Xia Ze's mother had been eagerly awaiting his return at home. Together with Wang Xiaolin and Xia Tao, he returned to the familiar alley in Yueshio district, the modest cramped house that had held all of his childhood memories. Mom, I'm home, Xia Ze shouted as soon as he stepped through the door. Hearing his voice, his mother hurried out of the kitchen, still wearing an apron. Xia Ze, you're back. His mother's face bloomed with a radiant smile at the sight of her son, whom she hadn't seen for over half a year. Xia Ze observed that her complexion had improved, and she was no longer as thin as before. A few months ago, after much persuasion from Xia Ze, and Wang Xiaolin, his mother had quit her grueling job as a street sweeper, which required her to rise early and work late to stay home and care for Xia Tao and Xia Jinhua. Upon hearing Xia Ze's voice, Xia Jinhua, who had been making clippings in his room, wheeled himself into the living room. Grandpa. Xia Ze's heart ached at the sight of the elderly man whose expression bore the marks of weariness. It's good you're back. Go wash your hands and eat. Xia Jinhua's voice was hoarse and faint. The five of them, the family of four plus Wang Xiaolin, sat down to eat in the old worn house, yet the meal felt exceptionally warm to Xia Ze. After the meal, Xia Jinhua quickly retreated to his room. Xia Ze learned from his mother that although Xia Jinhua's heart bypass surgery at the end of the previous year had been successful, his health had been declining over the past few months. The doctor said his time was limited. Hearing this, Xia Ze felt a deep pang of sorrow. He had only just begun to make a name for himself in Europe, and before he could give his family a better life, his grandfather was about to leave. But such is life. When one's time is up, no one can stop it. Though somewhat disheartened, Xia Ze resolved to spend more time chatting with his grandfather, a man with whom he had rarely communicated before, to fulfill his duty as a grandson. After spending 2 days at home to adjust to the time difference, Xia Ze felt it was time to go out. Having not been back to Guangzhou for over half a year, he sensed that the city where he had grown up had undergone many changes. During the winter break at the beginning of the year, he had heard from his former teammates about the grand spectacle when Guangzhou Evergrande won the AFC Champions League, and he regretted not being able to witness it. Although he was a player for the RF youth team, the two local clubs had little historical rivalry, nothing like the century-old crosstown enmity between Nacional and Maritimo. So if he had been in Guangzhou at the time, he would surely have joined the sea of reds celebrating across the city. Though he missed that spectacle, helping Maritimo win its first title in decades allowed him to personally experience the thrill of victory, which he believed was no less intense than that of Evergrande players winning the Champions League. Little did he know that his triumph in the Portuguese League Cup over a month earlier had caused a massive stir in Guangzhou, one that had yet to subside. The first place Xia Ze wanted to visit was the KFC in Yueshio district, where he used to work part-time. He wondered if Qian Xiaoan, that shrewd colleague who treated money like life itself, was still working there. Thinking back to those days when he and Qian Xiaoan would slack off together and dodge the patrols of the bald manager, he couldn't help but smile. Having settled on his plan, Xia Ze grabbed some pocket change and left. The KFC was 2 subway stops from his home. Without a driver's license or a car, he had to take the subway. But he actually enjoyed taking the subway. It made him feel more grounded. Though summer had not yet arrived, Guangzhou in May was already quite hot. People on the streets scurried to avoid the sun, moving in a hurry, their brows dripping with sweat. Xia Ze, however, strolled leisurely along the streets of Guangzhou in no rush, as if the sun here had lost its former harshness. But his leisurely walk drew the attention of passers-by, though almost every pedestrian turned to stare at him, and his head-turn rate was remarkably high. Xia Ze found this situation quite odd. Although he had made a name for himself in Portugal, how could he be so famous even in Guangzhou? Even the auntie selling snacks by the roadside looked at him as if she truly recognized him. Fortunately, these people only gazed at him without approaching for autographs or photos, otherwise Xia Ze might not have reached the KFC until evening. After entering the subway station, Xia Ze finally understood why so many passers-by, and even the snack vendors, recognized him. All over the Guangzhou subway station were large posters of himself and Zhang Wei, produced by Nike. On the television screens on the platforms, clips of his matches in the Portuguese Primeira Liga played frequently. With his face appearing so often in the subway station, the busiest location in terms of foot traffic, it was inevitable that people would recognize him. No wonder Wang Xiaolin had said they were now huge celebrities. Xia Ze had thought she was joking at the time, but now it was clearly the truth. As soon as he got on the subway and steadied himself, Xia Ze felt the strange gazes around him. Glancing behind, he realized the carriage he was leaning against had a Nike poster of himself, and he was standing right next to his own image. With the real Xia Ze appearing before them, it was no wonder everyone stared at him in surprise. "Mom, that's Xia Ze." A 7 or 80-year-old child exclaimed, pointing at him. Beside him, a woman in her 30s tugged the child and said somewhat awkwardly to Xia Ze, "You're back." Yes, on break, Xia Ze replied, forcing himself to respond. If the person in the poster wasn't the same as the one before them, who would believe it? With those words, he essentially confirmed his identity. The passengers in the carriage who had been somewhat restrained now swarmed around him, asking for photos and autographs. Xia Ze was startled by their sudden rush, but having been frequently approached by fans in Portugal for photos and signatures, he handled it with ease. The 2 stops passed quickly. After bidding farewell to the child, Xia Ze exited the carriage. After he left, the passengers in the carriage still gazed wistfully at his retreating figure, and many eagerly pulled out their phones to post their photos with Xia Ze on Weibo, WeChat, and other social platforms. Inside a KFC in Uesio district, a petite female server stood at the counter taking orders from various customers. She was none other than Qian Xiaoan, Xia Ze's former colleague. "Sir, what would you like?" Qian Xiaoan asked politely. "I'd like a plane ticket to Portugal," said a man in a peaked cap, his voice somewhat low. "What?" Qian Xiaoan was puzzled, thinking she had misheard. She looked up at the customer. But when she saw the face beneath the cap, she exclaimed in delight, "Xia Ze, it's you." Xia Ze smiled. What he had just said about a ticket to Portugal was exactly what he had asked Qian Xiaoan about last year when he was about to head to Maritimo for a trial. Her indiscreet shout immediately drew strange looks from the surrounding customers. Realizing her mistake, she covered her mouth, looking like she had done something wrong. Fortunately, it wasn't rush hour. Qian Xiaoan managed to get a colleague to cover for her and slipped away to chat with. After Xia Ze became famous, she thought he wouldn't remember her. But to her surprise, he remained just as approachable, even joking with her, which delighted her. "Qian Xiaoan, slacking off again." A stern middle-aged man's voice came from behind. Xia Ze and Qian Xiaoan both frowned and turned around. The one who had scolded Qian Xiaoan was none other than Xia Ze's former bald manager. "Manager Xia Ze is back. I was just chatting with him for a moment. I'll go back to work now," Qian Xiaoan said with an apologetic smile. Xia Ze could only offer a faint smile. The bald manager was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Xia Ze, but his face remained as grim as ever. He waved for Qian Xiaoan to return to work. "Xia Ze, you're back. Come with me for a moment, will you?" The bald manager tried to speak in a gentle tone, then turned and walked toward the staff break room. Xia Ze followed, puzzled. As soon as they entered the break room, the bald manager closed the door, took out a jersey from his locker, and his cold expression instantly turned into a warm smile. "Xia Ze, my son is your fan. Please sign this for me." Xia Ze felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the bald manager's ingratiating smile, the same man who had once been a terror. Over the following day, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei truly experienced their fame in Guangzhou. Whether having morning tea with family or simply walking on the streets, they could see their own posters everywhere with dozens of eyes on them and countless requests for photos and autographs. A few days later, their smiles had grown stiff. They hid at home, afraid to go out. Perhaps this was what it meant to be famous, but burdened. A fat pig is afraid of getting fat. In a park in Guangzhou's Uesio district, the couple Xia Ze and Wang Xiaolan walked hand in hand beneath the verdant shade, savoring a rare moment of leisure. After Xia Ze returned to Guangzhou, his family and Wang Xiaolan's relatives shared morning tea together, formally meeting one another. By nature tranquil and taught by his mother to be modest and courteous, Xia Ze had also made a name for himself in the Portuguese league, which only increased Wang Xiaolan's parents' approval of him. Their bond deepened. Although both were still under 20, it seemed their families already regarded each other as him. With their families blessing, the pair were naturally delighted. After more than a month apart, they walked the park path with particular closeness, yet there lingered a worry. The many separations of the past year. "Xia Ze, I'm going to study in Britain this autumn. I may not have as much time to see you," Wang Xiaolan said, a touch of melancholy in her voice. "Why would I come to see you? He'll just go to England to play," Xia Ze replied. "No, Porto, Benfica, and Sporting Lisbon all want you. Such a rare opportunity. You should gain experience in Portugal first," Wang Xiaolan protested. Wang Xiaolan shook her head. "If the top 3 in the Portuguese league want you, does that mean you won't want me?" Xia Ze leaned in with a mischievous smile. "Come on, be serious." "This is serious. Joao told me Chelsea and Manchester United both want to sign me. Is that true?" Wang Xiaolan asked in disbelief. "Yes," he said. "He told me Chelsea intend to buy out my contract in the winter transfer window. But you might not break into Chelsea's starting lineup. That would be too risky. And if you move to Chelsea now, how would you ever get to Manchester United later?" "But you might not break into Chelsea's starting lineup. That would be too risky. And if you move to Chelsea now, how would you ever get to Manchester United later?" "I know, but for you I will move to the Premier League this summer, no matter what," Xia Ze promised. Hearing that, Wang Xiaolan was moved, a man willing to venture into the unknown for her. What more could she ask? She lifted her head slightly to meet Xia Ze's tender gaze. He stopped, slid his right arm around her waist, and his lips drew slowly closer. Wang Xiaolan closed her eyes and parted her lips to receive the kiss, when a buzzing from Xia Ze's pocket shattered them. Frowning, Xia Ze fished his phone from his pocket and answered. "Hello, is this Xia Ze?" a man's voice asked. "Yes, who is this?" "Hello, I'm a reporter from Guangdong Sports Channel. I'd like to schedule an interview with you. Would that be possible?" The man explained politely. "An interview, eh?" "Yes. Our sports channel is doing a special on players from Hongda and Fully who have gone abroad. When would you be available for a feature interview?" Tomorrow then. I'm free tomorrow. Very well. We'll see you tomorrow. He hung up, irritated that the call had intruded upon an intimate moment. What's wrong? Wang Xiaolin asked me. The sports channel asked me for an interview tomorrow, he replied. That's good. I expected they'd ask you. They probably waited until you were back. You will likely be busy from now on. Calls always come at the worst times, Xia Ze grumbled, then wrapped his arm around Wang Xiaolin's slender waist and teased, by the way, I think we left something unfinished. Oh, you are so bad. Wang Xiaolin scolded playfully, closing her eyes. Xia Ze looked at her flushed, beautiful face and felt his heart quicken. His lips met hers to complete what had been. The phone buzzed again. Xia Ze planted a fleeting kiss on Wang Xiaolin's lips, then impatient pulled out his phone. Who is it? It was Zhang Wei. He was even more annoyed. If the television station had bad timing, at least his good friend should not be spoiling the mood. Hey, what's up? Xia Ze said harshly. Xia Ze, the station asked me for an interview. Zhang Wei exclaimed, should I wear the Maritimo jersey or the fully kit? Zhang Wei babbled. I don't care what you wear. Xia Ze, should I wear the Maritimo jersey or the fully kit? Zhang Wei babbled. I don't care what you wear. Xia Ze, don't call me, I'll reach you tonight. Xia Ze said, hanging up impatiently. He turned back to Wang Xiaolin, still holding her. Come, let's continue. Wang Xiaolin gave him an embarrassed look. Following her gaze, Xia Ze saw a child of around 10, standing just off the path staring at them. Are you Xia Ze? Could you sign for me? The boy asked timidly. The next day, Xia Ze threw on a polo and went with Wang Xiaolin to pick up Zhang Wei. When they saw him, they were astonished. Zhang Wei wore black dress, shoes, black trousers, a white shirt, and a tie. Man, it's sweltering. Why the tie? Xia Ze asked, speechless. For the interview. You have to dress nicely. My mother told me to, Zhang Wei said, dabbing sweat with a tissue and fanning his collar. Xia Ze and Wang Xiaolin were dumbfounded. At the Guangdong television building, the three were led into the studio, where several people were already gathered. Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, you're here, a familiar figure greeted them. Galbo, you're here too. Zhang Wei was a little surprised. I returned a few days ago. When I got the call about the feature, I knew I might meet you. Galbo smiled. After days of national team training, the ice between him and Xia Ze had melted. Will Ai Huang be here? Xia Ze asked. He had not seen Ai Huang in the studio and found that slightly. It was not that he minded sharing a segment with Ai Huang. He only worried that Zhang Wei and Ai Huang might be unable to resist recounting conflicts from the Portuguese pitch and undermine the national team's unity. I heard he's not in Guangzhou, so his interview will be recorded later. I see. Xia Ze nodded without comment. The interview was conducted with several guests in a conversational style. When Zhang Wei appeared, his attire drew amused shakes of the head from the crew. He was teased for looking more like the host than the host himself. The interview was conducted with several guests in a conversational style. When Zhang Wei appeared, his attire drew amused shakes of the head from the crew. He was teased for looking more like the host than the host. For the sake of sound quality, the studio initially kept the air conditioning off. Under the blazing lights, sweat poured from his forehead. Eventually, even the host could not bear it and had the air conditioning turned on. As the conversation warmed, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei recounted their experiences in Portugal, meeting Mendes, being teammates with Quaresma, duels with Guerre and Gaetan, and their championship stories stirred Galbas envy. From the talk, Xia Ze also learned about Galbas' season with Real Madrid B. He had scored 20 goals, ranking third in the Segunda División scoring chart, and was seen as having the potential to earn opportunities with Real Madrid's first team. But Galbo understood the reality. With his current level, he could not establish himself amid Real Madrid's constellation of stars. Rather than cling to an unrealistic dream, he preferred to seek playing time at a lower-ranked La Liga club to hone his craft. Following Mendes' advice, he had told the club he wished to be loaned next season to a mid- or lower-table La Liga side to continue developing. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei both admired Galbas' thinking. To know one's true level and to choose an environment that fosters growth, rather than remain at a top club for the slimmest chance at glory, takes considerable courage. At the end of the interview, the conversation turned to the national team. On June 1st, the Chinese squad would fly to Argentina for a friendly against the Lionel Messi Argentine team. Because Argentina had drawn South Korea in the World Cup group stage, they had early arranged a warm-up match against China. The thought of facing old adversaries Gaetan and Guerre made Xia Ze smile. The prospect of confronting Messi, the game's current preeminent player, filled him with excitement. They could not in an interview make grandiose claims of defeating Argentina. The Chinese team had not yet reached that. All they could do was steel themselves, inwardly determined to show Argentina and the world that China harbored players capable of challenging the best. A World Cup warm-up against Argentina was a higher-tier stage for the national team, and for Xia Ze than they had. Every pair of eyes watched powerhouses like Brazil and Argentina in the run-up to the World Cup, and their opponents would likewise draw scrutiny. After more than an hour, the interview concluded, and Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Galbo left. In the following days, outlets such as the Guangzhou Daily and Football Daily crowded them with interview requests, an honor that also proved burdensome. On May 25th, nearly 10 days after returning to Guangzhou, Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, and Galbo rejoined the national team and boarded the flight to Argentina, their next stop Buenos Aires. On June 1, 2014, 13 days before the opening match of the World Cup in Brazil, a red bus slowly advanced along the road in Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina. On board were the members of the Chinese men's national football team, led by Fu Bo, including 23 players and nearly 10 coaching staff members. This was their fourth day in Argentina, and the day of the friendly match against the Argentine national team. While other teams as World Cup participants were sharpening their skills, the Chinese team, lacking strength, could only watch from the sidelines, serving as a warm-up opponent and a whetstone for Argentina. Xia Ze sat by the window with Zhang Wei beside him. The two always sat together in this arrangement, whether on club or national team buses. Xia Ze gazed at the scenery outside, finding that Argentina's capital was no more prosperous than Guangzhou, and even somewhat dilapidated. Yet from the blue and white Argentine flags fluttering on the rooftops and balconies, he could feel the fervent love these people had for their homeland. The bus crawled forward, and before long a colossal stadium came into Xia Ze's view. Its white exterior walls, tinged with a pale yellow, the archaic architectural design, spoke volumes of the stadium's history. La Bombonera, home of Boca Juniors, and today's venue for the Argentine national team. This stadium, with its white outer walls and sky blue interior, was built in 1940, now 74 years old, capable of holding over 5,600 spectators. Three sides of the stadium featured circular three-tier stands, while the fourth side housed a vertical structure offering a refreshing perspective. Outside the stadium, a crowd of Argentine fans dressed in blue and white jerseys had already gathered. This was their home ground. Facing an Asian team that hadn't even qualified for the World Cup, their fans were naturally confident, eager to boost their morale for winning the World Cup trophy with a resounding victory before the tournament began. After stepping off the bus, Xia Ze realized that this stadium was vastly different from the top three Portuguese leagues. Though all were large venues accommodating over 5,000 people, neither Estadio do Dragão, Estadio José Alvalade, nor Estadio de Luz possessed the historical charm imbued in La Bombonera. Such charm required time to settle. Portugal's three stadiums were only a decade or so old, while La Bombonera had stood on this land for 3/4 of a century, ranking among the oldest stadiums on Earth. Despite the marks of time both inside and out, Xia Ze found that the facilities within La Bombonera were no less modern than those of the new Portuguese stadiums. All essential equipment was well in place. After all, it was the home ground of one of Argentina's two giants, Boca Juniors, a club renowned worldwide. This stadium had nurtured legends like Maradona, Batistuta, Varane, Riquelme, and many others who had emerged from its pitches to conquer the world. Although Xia Ze was not an ardent fan of Maradona, the thought that a football king had once run across this very field stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. Wow, Xia Ze, this is Boca Juniors' locker room. I wonder which spot Maradona sat in. Zhang Wei exclaimed wide-eyed as soon as they entered. Xia Ze covered his face, unable to bear Zhang Wei's naivety. David, stop touching everything. Maradona never sat in any of these spots. This is the away team's locker room. Galbo reminded from behind. Oh, Zhang Wei said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. The others burst in. Fubo, watching from behind, couldn't help but chuckle as well. Their ease came from the fact that playing away against Argentina, they had little chance of victory. They were simply here to learn and experience the style of a strong team. Thus, during training, the players had been relaxed, carrying no pressure. Changing gear, warming up, receiving pre-match instructions. Everything proceeded without a hitch. La Bombonera gradually filled with spectators. The passionate Argentine fans were already singing, awaiting the arrival of their heroes. In this World Cup, Argentina was a favorite to win. Their star player Messi, the current king of football, if he could lead Argentina to victory in this tournament, would unquestionably be crowned the third football king in history. For this match, Fu Bo fielded all 6 overseas players in the starting lineup: goalkeeper Zheng Cheng, left back, Wuxi center-backs Feng Xiaoting, and Zhang Wei right back, Zhang Limpeng playing for Sampdoria, midfield holding duo Huang Bowen, and captain Zheng Ji, attacking midfielder Xia Ze, left winger Wu Lei, right winger Ai Huang, and lone striker Galbo. This lineup was Fu Bo's first deployment, with every player arguably the best China had to offer in their positions. All 6 overseas players held starting roles at their clubs, and had performed excellently in the past season. Xia Ze's outstanding performances in the Portuguese league caught Fu Bo's attention, and in training, Fu Bo made him the midfield core, entrusting him with the distribution of the ball and granting him sufficient trust. Listen up, everyone, Fu Bo addressed the team in the locker room before the match. Although we're facing Argentina, and it's just a friendly, I expect you all to take it seriously without the slightest slack. Standing before the tactical board, he swept his gaze across each player, took a breath, and continued. But since they invited us for a warm-up to prepare for the World Cup, while playing hard, we must be careful with our tackles and avoid injuring their players. If we injure Messi, we might never leave Argentina, he added with a hint of jest. The tense atmosphere in the locker room instantly lightened, though a few players glanced knowingly at Captain Zheng Ji. In the tunnel, the Chinese players led by Zheng Ji had already lined up waiting. The match officials were ahead, and Zheng Ji was exchanging a few words with the referee. Soon after, the Argentine players led by Captain Messi arrived and lined up beside the Chinese team. Hey Xia Ze, we meet again, a voice came from Xia Ze's right. Turning around, he saw a short figure about 170 centimeters tall smiling at him. It was Gaetan. Hey Nicholas, long time no see, Xia Ze replied, and they exchanged a light hug. In Portugal, Xia Ze and Gaetan had faced each other twice, each winning once. Xia Ze had taken the league cup from Gaetan, while Gaetan had snatched back the third-place spot in the league and ultimately beat Xia Ze in the competition for the league's best midfielder. Though rivals on the pitch, Xia Ze felt no competitive animosity toward him now. Oh, it was more like meeting an old friend. Perhaps this was mutual respect. I won't let you win today, Gaetan joked. His words carried a double meaning. Naturally, Argentina was stronger and expected to win, and he hoped to come out on top in his personal duel with Xia Ze again. That's not so easy. You'll have to ask my brother if he agrees. Your brother? Gaetan was puzzled. Oh, this is my brother, Xia Ze said, pointing at his own feet. Haha, my brother is no worse than yours. Gaetan laughed, understanding immediately. Then Garay and Zhang Wei joined the conversation. Gaetan also attempted to greet Ai Huang, whom he had faced before, but Ai Huang only responded briefly without joining in. Then Garay and Zhang Wei joined the conversation. Gaetan also attempted to greet Ai Huang, whom he had faced before, but Ai Huang only responded briefly without joining in. Lottery. Why was it different? They couldn't dwell on it as the match was about to begin. The referee checked his watch, saw the time was near, shouted to the players behind him, and strode onto the pitch, ball in hand, chest high. As soon as Xia Ze entered the stadium, the sea of blue and white jerseys and flags startled him. It seemed far more than 5-6-0-0-0, perhaps 8-0-0-0-0, or 9-0-0-0-0. Every time he stepped into a new it seemed far more than 5-6-0-0-0, perhaps 8-0-0-0-0, or 9-0-0-0-0. Every time he stepped into a new stadium, Xia Ze felt a surge of excitement. Each entry brought a fresh sensation. Some stadiums inspired awe, like Estadio do Dragão, others imposed immense pressure, like Estadio de Luz. La Bombonera offered both. When the two teams emerged, fans in the stands behind the wire mesh set off confetti cannons at the same time, blanketing the entire stadium in a flurry of blue and white paper. This spectacle was unlike anything Xia Ze had ever seen in the Portuguese league. Even as a mere friendly, the feverish atmosphere of Argentine fans was palpable. He could imagine how magnificent it would be during the heat of a match, with fireworks blazing around the stands, the roaring cheers of passionate fans, and the red flames flickering in every direction. Before the game even started, Xia Ze felt a restless eagerness stirring within him. No wonder the clash between Boca Juniors and River Plate was hailed as the most ferocious derby on earth. Under such an atmosphere fueled by the fans, a player would find it hard to stay calm, his body almost beyond control. The referee blew his whistle. The match began. CCTV. Welcome to the 2014 China team friendly match. The Chinese men's national team will challenge the Argentine national team at the Candy Box Stadium in Argentina. This is a pre-World Cup warm-up match. Commentating for you is Lu Jianhong. A deep, resonant voice emanated from the television. It was Lu Jianhong, the host of CCTV Sports, a figure deeply familiar to the nation. Argentina was drawn into the same group as Japan in the World Cup group stage, so they invited China for a warm-up match, hoping to find the rhythm of playing against an East Asian team. For the Chinese players, this was also a rare opportunity to compete against a world-class powerhouse. In this match, Fu Bo placed all 6 overseas-based players in the starting lineup, clearly treating this game with great seriousness. Argentina, on the other hand, fielded all their main players. Messi, as today's captain, led the forward trident, flanked by Agüero and Di Maria. However, Messi was plagued by injuries last season and didn't perform exceptionally well at his club. He failed to help his team achieve ultimate victory in either the league or the Champions League. Would this match be an opportunity for Messi to prove himself again? Argentina boasts a strong squad for this World Cup, arguably their best chance to win the title. After the kickoff, Lu Jianhong announced the starting lineups of both sides, while providing relevant background information, exuding a relaxed and conversational tone. However, the Chinese players facing the Argentine national team at the Candy Box Stadium were not so at ease. Argentina's strength was even greater than they had imagined. The ball flowed continuously among their feet, and the Chinese players, giving their utmost effort, seemed unable to even touch the ball. In the first 10 minutes, Argentina completely controlled the tempo, and the Chinese players could only exhaust themselves chasing after their passes. After a difficult tackle that finally pushed the ball out of bounds, Xia Ze gasped for air, watching Zabaleta prepare to take the throw-in, deeply shocked. I never imagined Argentina would be so much stronger than expected. If we continue like this, we won't be able to create any threat. We need to press more fiercely to take the ball off them. Originally, Fu Bo had instructed the players to avoid dangerous sliding tackles, but the Chinese team was immediately constrained by this tactical requirement, allowing Argentina to firmly control the game. Dodgy, play freely. Press however you need to. Fu Bo's voice rang out from the sideline. He had originally thought to avoid excessive aggression to prevent injuring the opposing players. But after all, the opponent was the Argentine national team. If you didn't take them seriously, you would only end up passively beaten with no chance to fight back. He now realized that his pre-match words had been restraining the players. Upon receiving Fu Boss instructions, Xia Ze and the others immediately perked up. They should have played like this from the start. Zabaleta launched the throw into Gaetan, who passed it back to defensive midfielder Mascherano. The moment Zabaleta released the ball, Xia Ze immediately pressed forward, preventing Gaetan from receiving comfortably and forcing him to pass back. Inspired by Xia Ze's intensity, the other Chinese players also swiftly pressed the Argentine players. The Chinese team, which had been quite tame for the first 10 minutes, suddenly turned into ravenous wolves, frantically pressing Argentina. The Argentine stars were momentarily unsettled, losing possession several times in quick succession. Zheng Ji slid in to tackle Gaetan's ball, passing it to Xia Ze. After 15 minutes, Xia Ze finally had the chance to receive the ball in the center and organize an attack. On both wings, Wu Lei and Ai Huang had already created space, waiting for Xia Ze's pass. Up front, Gao Bo was making quick runs to stretch the opposing defense. However, Argentina's players were all from top clubs, possessing exceptional individual skills. Within 1 or 2 seconds, Xia Ze couldn't find a passing option before defensive midfielder Gago pressed him. This elegant midfielder, who had once played for Real Madrid, bore down on Xia Ze with aggressive intent. In his eyes, this frail Chinese kid had no ability to get the ball past him. Come on, former successor of Ronaldo, Xia Ze had already spotted Gago's approach and continued dribbling. Got it. Gago closed to within a meter of Xia Ze and swiftly lunged for the ball. Xia Ze was waiting for just this moment. He quickly dragged the ball with his right foot, shifting it from his right to his left in a flash, evading Gago's tackle and gliding past the opponent. How is this possible? Gago kicked at thin air, stunned. In his eyes, this was a sure steal, yet Xia Ze had cleverly dribbled past him. The Candy Box Stadium erupted in uproar. Beautiful. Xia Ze's dribble was brilliant, showcasing exceptional footwork in front of Argentine players, proving that our Chinese players are no less capable than theirs. Lu Jianhong was visibly excited after Xia Ze used a clever drag-back dribble to evade Gago's tackle. After bypassing Gago, Xia Ze swiftly advanced into the opponent's half. Mascherano, now in front of him, dared not recklessly lunge, fearing to repeat Gago's mistake. Thus, Xia Ze had ample time and space to pass. On the left, Wu Lei had created an opening, but the opportunity on the right for Ai Huang was even better. Without a moment's hesitation, he sent a crisp pass to Ai Huang on the right flank. Xia Ze did not let personal grudges affect his decision on the field, ignoring the other player. Ai Huang received the ball and paused for a split second, clearly surprised that Xia Ze had passed him. That slight hesitation allowed the Argentine defender to immediately close in, but Ai Huang's footwork was still quite good, allowing him to keep the ball firmly under control. Meanwhile, right-back Zhang Limpeng had quickly overlapped down the flank, creating an excellent open space. Zhang Limpeng has made a run into space. He should pass to him. Lu Jianhong said excitedly. This was China's first attack after 15 minutes against Argentina, no less, so his excitement was understandable. However, Ai Huang did not pass. Facing the Argentine defender, he confidently feinted, attempting to shake. The defender seemed to have his balance shifted, so Ai Huang nudged the ball inside, but the ball failed to get past the defender and was intercepted. Oh no. Ai Huang dribbled too much. Argentina is about to counterattack. Dangerous. Messi dropped back to midfield to receive the ball. He turned quickly after receiving it, immediately shaking off the pressing Huang Bowen, and continued to drive forward with lightning speed. Oh no. Xia Ze, after Ai Huang lost the ball, immediately sprinted back in pursuit. He chased frantically behind Messi and finally caught up to him near the 30-yard zone. By then, Messi had already dribbled past Huang Bowen and Zheng Ji, leaving only Feng shouting ahead of him. Messi facing Feng, shouting, "It's dangerous." Xia Ze quickly caught up and leaned into Messi. This was his first direct confrontation with Messi. The urgency in Lu Jianhong's voice conveyed the commentator's tension. Xia Ze closed in on Messi, noticing that the world's best player was indeed not tall, just about 170 meters. As he pressed against him, Messi seemed to stumble. This is a good chance. Xia Ze targeted Messi's ball and lunged with a sweeping tackle from his right, hoping to dispossess him, but before his foot could reach the ball, Messi with uncanny speed poked the ball forward. Xia Ze was beaten. So fast with his feet. Xia Ze lay on the ground staring at the turf he had dug up, still incredulous at Messi's lightning-fast touch. He had thought his tackle was fast enough, but Messi's footwork was even quicker. Is this the strength of the world's best? Xia Ze watched Messi's swift figure charging toward the penalty area and couldn't help feeling his own insignificance. Messi has broken to the edge of the box, facing Feng, shouting, "Dangerous." Lu Jianhong was visibly tense. Feng, shouting, facing Messi, could only retreat, while defending, already backing into the penalty area. On both sides, Di Maria and Agüero were making runs, placing China's defense under immense crisis. Messi's dribbling rhythm was extremely rapid. As he slowly approached Feng, shouting, he nudged the ball outward with his left foot, quickly accelerated his body, and instantly left Feng, shouting, behind. Feng, shouting, was utterly unable to stop Messi's advance. He could only lean into him at the last moment, trying to disrupt his dribble and shot. Messi stumbled, but did not fall. He quickly recovered and chased the ball. This was an unknown opportunity. Zheng Cheng rushed out facing the world's finest player. Just as Messi was about to strike, a red-clad figure slid in. It was Zhang Wei throwing himself into a desperate defensive cover, sliding to block Messi's shot. He was originally marking Agüero on the right, but after Messi's breakthrough he had no other choice but to desperately try to block the shot. Zheng Cheng also went to ground. At the moment Messi swung his leg, he anticipated a shot to the far post and quickly dove to his left. But Messi did not shoot. As Zhang Wei slid in, he gently hooked the ball inside with his left foot, causing Zhang Wei to slide past, while Zheng Cheng was half sprawled on the ground, leaving half the goal exposed. Dangerous. Lu Jianhong had lost count of how many times he had said that, but this time, it was truly critical. Messi gently chipped the ball with his right foot, it arched over Zheng Cheng's head, and landed in the net. 10. Argentina took the lead through Messi's goal in the 16th minute of the first half. All this stemmed from AI Huang's dribbling mistake, but Messi's subsequent run from midfield, dribbling past 5 Chinese players, was equally breathtaking. The Candy Box Stadium instantly erupted, blue and white flags waved everywhere. The Argentine fans were ecstatic because their invincible Messi had returned. Alas, the Chinese team really stands no chance. Messi is just too formidable and they can't defend against him. Lu Jianhong lamented. Last season Messi's performance at the club didn't match the glory of Cristiano Ronaldo, who led Real Madrid to win the Champions League. It seems he is determined to make a statement in the World Cup. On the sidelines, Fu Bo stood with a serious expression. Just when the team's situation was starting to improve, Messi managed to single-handedly defeat the entire Chinese defense. Whether it was Xia Ze in the Portuguese league or domestic players like Zheng Zhihuangbowen and Feng shouting, they were all unable to halt Messi's advance. Such a player is truly terrifying. After a moment, he came back to his senses, realizing that once Argentina scored, their morale would soar. If the team couldn't contain the opposition, a crushing defeat awaited them. Even though he didn't expect to leave the candy box unscathed, if they suffered defeat in such a high-profile match, it would significantly damage the reputation of Chinese football and the confidence of the players. Don't relax, keep a close eye. Continue pressing them. Fu Bo's booming voice immediately rang out from the sidelines. Xia Ze, still crouching on the ground, quickly stood up upon hearing Fu Bo shout. Beside him, Captain Zheng Ji also clapped, encouraging his teammates. After the restart, the Argentine fans in the candy box stands were surprised to find that their team, after scoring, failed to suppress the counterattack from the Chinese team, allowing them to control the ball in the forward area. The Chinese team's number 21 left a deep impression on them, as it was his frantic runs and passes that pushed the Chinese team into Argentina's half. This number 21 player is named Xia Ze, and they had seen his performance during the Portuguese League Cup final on television in April. Their compatriots Gaetan and Garay had fallen at his feet. Xia Ze was oblivious to the astonished gazes of over 5,000 fans in the stands. He only knew he had to create scoring opportunities for his teammates through passing and running. He controlled the ball in the forward area with Gao Bo leaning against Garay in front of the penalty area asking for the ball. On the wings, Wu Lei and Ai Huang were also pulling at the opponent's defense. Between him and Gao Bo there was only Mascherano as the defensive midfielder, with Gago rushing in from behind. With little time to think, he gently pushed the ball with the arch of his foot, accurately sending a through ball to Gao Bo before quickly maneuvering around Mascherano and darting into the opponent's penalty area. The intention was clear, they were going for a wall pass. Mascherano clearly knew this, but Xia Ze rushed past him with remarkable speed, making it impossible for Mascherano to keep up. He could only pull Xia Ze back slightly to slow his advance. Gao Bo held Garay off and passed the ball horizontally to Xia Ze, who also quickly rushed toward the penalty area. Garay closely followed behind him. Although Xia Ze was pulled back by Mascherano, he still managed to control the ball ahead of the opposing defender, while Gago was also closing in. Looking up at the opponent's goal, he found no space to shoot, and had to control the ball, passing it to the left flank, where Wu Lei timely appeared outside the left side of the opponent's penalty area. After joining Stuttgart in the winter transfer window, Wu Lei initially struggled to adapt to the pace of the Bundesliga, but in the second half of the season, he gradually found opportunities to play and performed quite well. Having been tempered by the Bundesliga, he appeared very calm, now slowly drawing the ball closer to Zabaleta on the left flank. Zabaleta dared not make a rash challenge, and Wu Lei seemed to have trouble finding a good breakthrough method. But at that moment, Wu Shi quickly cut in from the side, and Wu Lei understood, lightly tapping the ball to the sideline. Wu Shi immediately got up and crossed the ball. In the middle, Gao Bo out-jumped Garay, heading the ball. Bang! The ball sped toward the far corner of the goal, and the Argentine goalkeeper had already surrendered. Oh no! What a pity, Gao Bo's header was just a bit off, Lu Jianhong said regretfully. The fans in the Candy Box Stadium were also left in a cold sweat. Another counterattack opportunity for the Chinese team as Xia Ze advanced with the ball in the middle and passed it to the left flank. At this moment, Ai Huang and Wu Lei switched positions and moved to the left flank. Since the start of the game, Ai Huang had been playing very frustratingly, finding no opportunity to showcase his skills on the right flank, as Zhang Limpeng frequently cut in preventing his sharp breakthroughs. This is a great opportunity. I will let fans all over the world know about my sharp breakthroughs. AI Huang thought to himself as he carried the ball forward on the flank, facing Zabaleta. After passing the ball, Xia Ze quickly darted forward to support AI Huang, and Gago, who had been suppressed by him, was also left behind. Over here, pass it to me. Xia Ze waved to AI Huang for the ball, as there was a wide-open space for breakthroughs and passes ahead of him. AI Huang seemed not to have heard, and continued dribbling forward. However, Zabaleta was the main left-back for Manchester City, very solid defensively, and would not allow an easy breakthrough. Moreover, behind AI Huang, Messi, who had scored earlier, was actively tracking back. Quick pass it. Xia Ze sensed the situation was not good, and continued shouting at AI Huang. AI Huang still showed no reaction, pushing the ball forward, attempting to force his way through. As expected, the ball was intercepted and fell at Messi's feet. Messi sped off, quickly advancing into the Chinese team's half. Damn it! Xia Ze cursed, and immediately chased back, quickly closing in on Messi. Messi's characteristic was his rapid footwork, but Xia Ze was definitely faster in sheer speed. At around 30 yards out, Xia Ze caught up with Messi, using his body to pressure him toward the sidelines. Messi seemed surprised that Xia Ze could close in so quickly, and as he followed closely, he found it difficult to seeing Messi lose his balance under his pressure and appear somewhat disorganized. Xia Ze seized the opportunity and slid into a tackle. This time, Messi couldn't poke the ball past, and Xia Ze managed to hook it away. Great play. Xia Ze's tackle was beautiful, Lu Jinhong praised. As Xia Ze hooked the ball, he also brought Messi down. Messi let out a cry of agony, clutching his leg as he fell to the ground. Beep. The referee's whistle immediately sounded, and two players rushed over. I didn't foul, I got the ball first, Xia Ze said in confusion, holding the ball. We'll discuss that later. The referee interrupted Xia Ze's complaint, looking at Messi on the ground. After a cry of pain, Messi was still lying on the ground, holding his leg painfully, pounding the grass with his right hand, clearly in considerable pain from Xia Ze's tackle. At the referee's signal, the team doctor quickly ran onto the field. The Candy Box Stadium fell silent, as everyone watched Messi on the field with concern. Messi's earlier scream could be heard by the fans near the sidelines. Messi's health is crucial to how far Argentina can go in the World Cup, and every Argentine fan watched the field. Where did you tackle him? The Argentine team doctor quickly appeared next to Messi, kneeling to check his injury. My foot hurts so much I think the bone is broken. Messi groaned miserably. His hand continued to pound the grass. The situation is a bit serious, bring in the stretcher and protective gear. The doctor spoke into his radio to the sidelines. Where did you tackle him? The Argentine team doctor quickly appeared next to Messi, kneeling to check his injury. My foot hurts so much I think the bone is broken. Messi groaned miserably, disgusted with the assistant. What happened? Gaetan approached Xia Ze, speaking to him. I have no idea. I got the ball first, maybe I caught. Xia Ze shook his head, feeling somewhat apologetic. Gaetan didn't know what to say either, patting his shoulder before walking over to see Messi's injury. Messi was still in great pain as the team doctors secured his left foot with protective gear and lifted him onto a stretcher. It seemed his injury was quite serious, potentially affecting his participation in the World Cup. After the stretcher came out, the fans in the Candy Box Stadium felt something was wrong. Each of them covered their mouths, anxiously watching the field. The Argentine team's head coach on the sidelines was also very worried. Messi is their biggest asset, and if he got injured in this friendly match, it would be a disastrous blow to them. After discussing for a while, the main referee ran over to the crowd, pulled out a card from his pocket, and showed it to Xia Ze. A red card. No, referee, I got the ball first, I definitely didn't foul. Xia Ze couldn't believe that his tackle would lead to a red card. No need to say more, that tackle was very dangerous. I have to send you off. The referee shook his head, speaking firmly. No, this is absolutely not a foul. Xia Ze helplessly explained to the referee. After the referee showed the red card, there was an uproar followed by intense noise. Some were cursing, some booed Xia Ze, while others cheered. Their suppressed emotions regarding Messi's injury erupted at that moment, shifting to Xia Ze. No need to say more. The referee resolutely pointed to the sidelines, indicating for Xia Ze to leave the field. Xia Ze felt helpless, glancing at the referee, and then at the fallen Messi. He could only walk off the field in frustration. As he left the field, the boos from the Candy Box Stadium were deafening. Every Argentine fan loathed Xia Ze. It's okay, just go back for now. Fubo patted Xia Ze's shoulder, comforting him. The staff on site led Xia Ze into the changing room tunnel. As he passed the sides of the stands, the fans shouted angrily at Xia Ze, some even throwing coins at him. Injuring Messi made him the public enemy of Argentina. During the 35th minute of the World Cup warm-up match between Argentina and China, Xia Ze made a sliding tackle from behind to dispossess Messi. The referee blew his whistle for a foul and showed a red card, sending Xia Ze off the pitch. Messi, injured, was carried off on a stretcher, and Higuain came on as his substitute. The match continued, but neither the fans in the stadium, nor the viewers before their television sets, nor even the Argentine manager on the bench could focus on the game. After Xia Ze was sent off, the television replay showed his tackle once more. That was not a foul. Xia Ze's tackle was textbook. He struck the ball first. Lu Jinhong watched the replay as he spoke, his tone heavy with emotion. But during the tackle, Messi's foot got pinned under Xia Ze's body, causing the injury. If the referee gave Xia Ze a red card, I believe the only explanation is that he needed to appease the 5-0 fervent Argentine fans at La Bombonera. Liu Jinhong had lost his earlier liveliness. His voice trailed into silence toward the end. He paused as if struck by a thought, then continued, Xia Ze has no reason to blame himself for this. Though the victim is Messi, the world's finest footballer, Xia Ze did nothing wrong. This red card is nothing short of unjust, he added. One can only say that over the past year Messi's physical condition has deteriorated significantly, and he no longer fights injuries with the same resilience. Let's just hope Messi's injury isn't too severe. In the subsequent periods, Liu Jinhong found himself struggling to commentate. Xia Ze dodged the debris thrown by fans from both sides of the tunnel as he walked alone into the players' path. At the tunnel entrances, staff members stood guard, none of them offering a kind glance. To them, Xia Ze's red card was deserved for injuring their national hero. He walked silently along the passage, his studs clicking against the floor, the crisp sound echoing through the empty court. On the wall, a television was broadcasting the match, live, the voice of a Portuguese-language commentator, thick, with an Argentine accent spilling from the speakers. This was far from Xia Ze's first red card, but it was the first time he had experienced the solitude of walking alone from the tunnel back to the locker room. A red card. No one could understand what he felt, and he himself was uncertain what emotions should churn within his mind at that moment. His mind was a tangled mess, like a knotted skein of silk that defied all attempts to unravel. The distance from the entrance to the locker room was a mere few dozen seconds, yet to Xia Ze it felt like an eternity. The resentful stares of stadium staff he encountered at every turn, the veiled accusations from the Argentine commentator on the wall-mounted TV. These struck his soul more fiercely than the sharp click of his studs on the floor. Once seated in the locker room, he stripped off his shirt and wiped his face roughly with a towel. Finally his mind, did I do wrong? Did I commit a foul? He asked himself. Just then the screen on the wall replayed the slow-motion clip of his tackle, clean and decisive without a trace of hesitation. No, I didn't foul. I did nothing wrong. The fault lies with the referee. A voice resonated in his mind, answering with firm conviction. His eyes, once vacant and lost, gradually focused and hardened. He lifted his head and stared at the screen on. At that moment Messi was lying on a stretcher, slowly being carried off the field by the medical staff. A round of applause erupted at La Bombonera. Messi's left foot was immobilized in a brace, completely motionless, while he covered his face in dejection, clearly crushed and despondent, almost despairing over this injury. Still, he got hurt because of me. I ought to apologize to him, Xia Ze murmured to himself. Throwing on a jacket, he immediately headed toward the home team's locker room. From the hurried manner of the staff coming and going, he guessed Messi was inside. He pushed the door open gently and saw Messi lying on the treatment bed, surrounded by team doctors who were carefully tending to his foot. Messi's face bore an expression of pain and despair, cold sweat dripping down his brow, a sight that saddened Xia Ze. The arrival of Xia Ze startled everyone in the room. Leo, I want to apologize. I didn't mean to hurt you, Xia Ze said, looking at Messi with sincere regret. Messi raised his head, shrugged helplessly. It's not your fault. Just my bad luck. I hope you recover soon. I want to see you play in the World Cup. Thanks. Having been directly involved, Messi knew clearly that Xia Ze's challenge was neither a foul nor intentional. But at that moment his mood was genuinely low, so he did not say much. A footballer's career spans only a decade or so. Missing a World Cup that comes once every 4 years might mean no chance ever again. Moreover, Messi was already 27. By the 2018 World Cup, he would be 31. This year might be his last opportunity to lift the trophy. For the remainder of the match, Xia Ze spent the time alone in the locker room. His phone was back at the hotel, so he had no way to communicate, but his friends and family would surely have seen the broadcast and would be worried about him. After Messi's injury and Xia Ze's dismissal, both teams lost their will to fight. The 10-man Chinese side could not resist Argentina's attacks and eventually lost 0-3. Due to the unexpected incident of Xia Ze injuring Messi, Fu Bo did not let the team linger at La Bombonera. They packed up quickly and, under the arrangement of the stadium staff, boarded the team bus heading to the hotel. After Messi left the pitch injured, the fervent Argentine fans at La Bombonera filled Fu Bo with concern, especially in the second half, with fireworks constantly going off around the stands and players being threatened and pelted with objects by opposing fans. Fu Bo's anxiety deepened. Argentine fans are renowned worldwide for their passion. With the national hero Messi injured by one of his own players, Fu Bo could not predict what extreme measures they might take. For the safety of the entire team, they had to leave the match venue as quickly as possible. On the bus, the coaching staff, led by Fu Bo, and the national team players, led by Zheng Ji, all assured Xia Ze that the tackle was not his fault and that they would stand by him. The support from teammates and coaches touched Xia Ze deeply, even though he did not feel much self-blame. Only a twinge of guilt toward Messi. Back in his hotel room, Xia Ze pulled out his phone and found over a dozen missed calls and several unread messages. The missed calls came from Wang Xiaolan, Hua Yin Tenonio, and a long-distance number from Portugal, likely the club's. Among these calls, Wang Xiaolan's were the majority. Clearly she had watched the live broadcast in China and was extremely worried. The messages were all from Wang Xiaolin. Xia Ze, don't be sad. That tackle wasn't a foul. Even Lu Jianhong on CCTV said so. The referee was biased toward Argentina. Don't be sad, okay? If you're sad you can't smile, and if you can't smile you're not handsome. Forget the match, come back and rest. They'll go shopping with you. No matter what happens they'll always be by your side. Remember you have family, and you have me. Xia Ze scrolled through each message hearing Wang Xiaolin's voice whispering words of comfort in his ears. A wave of emotion washed over him, and he silently resolved never to let down this girl who loved him so deeply. Bloop bloop bloop. The phone rang. It was Tenonio. Hello Joao. Xia Ze, where are you? Tenonio's voice came through tinged with anxiety. I'm at the hotel. I'm fine. Xia Ze could hear the concern in the other's tone, and felt a subtle warmth. That's good. But I see Messi's injury is serious. He probably won't be able to play in the World Cup. Still, it's not your... Tenonio paused, then continued, this injury will certainly cause an uproar worldwide. The Argentine media will likely condemn you. You need to be mentally prepared. I know. I've already apologized to him. You apologized to him? Tenonio was surprised. Yeah, but he didn't accept it. Xia Ze said helplessly. I suppose he's still coming to terms with it. We should take some action, otherwise the pressure on you will be enormous. Tenonio said regretfully. What should I do? After you return home, get in touch with the local media. Tell them you didn't intentionally hurt Messi, and that you apologized to him in the locker room. Tenonio advised, I'll ask the Portuguese media to say a few positive words for you. Okay, I understand. Xia Ze nodded in agreement. Also, the transfer situation hasn't progressed much yet, but I'll do my best to communicate with the club soon. Be patient, and remember not to discuss any transfer matters with anyone. Just say you're still a Maritimo player. Tenonio further advised. Alright, get some rest. Call me if anything comes up. Tenonio gave up. The two then ended the call. That same day, Fu Bo led the team onto a plane back home overnight to avoid any further complications in Argentina. As the Chinese team boarded the return flight, Messi's injury was confirmed, a bruised sole on his left foot requiring at least half a month to recover. With the World Cup opening in just over 10 days, this cast a thick shadow over Argentina's journey. The news instantly sparked a global uproar, with Argentine media launching a scathing attack on Xia Ze, branding him a barbaric caveman. I don't know what kind of character that Chinese kid has, but his tackle on the world's best player in a friendly was undoubtedly a malicious act. Maradona was the first to speak out. He has some potential to become a good player, but I don't think he can be an excellent one because his understanding of the game is poor. He injured Messi and nearly destroyed the World Cup dream of football's greatest. Unforgivable. After Maradona's remarks, Argentine media found their direction. Online in newspapers and on TV, hosts and legends all voiced opinions condemning Xia Ze's tackle as barbaric and destructive to football. Of course, not all global media agreed. In fact, replays showed that most believed Xia Ze's tackle was not intentional and wasn't even a foul. Christian from Portugal's Sport TV was the first to stand up for Xia Ze. I don't think Xia Ze is a villain. I have interacted with him. He is a very easygoing and calm person who would never do anything outrageous on the pitch. This is just misfortune for Argentina and Messi. Additionally, Figo and Rui Costa also spoke out in support of Xia Ze. During the 30-plus hours of the flight, football media worldwide engaged in heated discussion over the incident. Though Xia Ze missed the World Cup, his name became a hot topic before the tournament, even more familiar to people than many participating players. Neither Messi nor Xia Ze came forward to explain, which fueled further debate among media. On June 3rd, the Chinese team's flight finally landed at Guangzhou Baiyun Airport. At the airport, hundreds of fans and journalists waited for the players to appear. Most of the media present were there for Xia Ze, hoping to get first-hand information on his entanglement with Messi. Wang Xiaolin, Xia Tao, and Zhang Xuexing stood among the crowd, worried as they eyed the aggressive cameras, camcorders, and reporters. Soon a stir ran through the crowd. The Chinese players emerged, led by head coach Fu Bo. Reporters rushed over, shoving cameras, microphones at Fu Bo, creating chaos. Airport security, though prepared, couldn't stop them. Behind Fu Bo came the national team players, but Xia Ze was nowhere to be seen. Some reporters familiar with Zhang Ji approached him for information. Coach Fu, was Xia Ze intentionally trying to hurt Messi? During our pre-match preparation, did we encourage players to tackle like that? Reporters fired questions at Fu Bo like machine guns. Dear friends, please calm down and let me speak. Fu Bo raised his hand to stop them. I know everyone cares about this, and I will clarify it. Hearing that Fu Bo wouldn't dodge the question, the reporters fell silent, listening and recording. Regarding Messi's injury, I express my regret, Fu Bo began. But Xia Ze did not intentionally hurt him. From what we saw on the field and in replays, it was not a foul, let alone a deliberate tackle. It was merely an accident. I think the referee's decision to give Xia Ze a red card is more questionable. It was an unfounded call. Fu Bo spoke with righteousness, each word forceful, firmly siding with Xia Ze. The reporters were stunned by his strong stance. That's all I have to say. I hope you journalists can report this event fairly, especially with a protective mindset toward our domestic players. Don't just echo what foreign media say. Thank you. After speaking, Fu Bo pushed through the crowd and left. Knowing Fu Bo wouldn't say more, the reporters noticed Xia Ze being interviewed by a few colleagues, and quickly swarmed over, creating a spectacular scene as a dozen reporters shifted from Fu Bo to Xia Ze. Other players like Zhang Limping and Wu Lei were also interviewed by 2 or 3 reporters, all about the conflict between Xia Ze and Messi. Led by Captain Zhang Ze, the Chinese national team members all supported Xia Ze, believing he hadn't fouled or intentionally hurt anyone. After answering questions, most players left the airport, but the incident's protagonist Xia Ze had yet to appear. Wang Xiaolin and the others kept tiptoeing to look toward the exit. "He's here," a sharp-eyed reporter spotted Xia Ze walking with Zhang Wei and Gao Bo. Reporters rushed over, surrounding Xia Ze in an even bigger crowd than when Fu Bo appeared. "David, go help Xia Ze," Wang Xiaolin worriedly said to Zhang Wei. Xia Ze said he has something to say. "Don't worry," Zhang Wei comforted. When they came out, Xia Ze had told them he would face the reporters himself, so they didn't need to block them. Xia Ze looked at the dozen microphones in front of him, several cameras flashing and reporters firing questions. Though he had anticipated media attention, he was slightly startled by the scale. But he quickly adapted, smiled, and gestured with his hand as Fu Bo had done to stop the questions. "Dear friends, I understand you want to know what happened between Messi and me," Xia Ze said calmly. "I can tell you clearly I did not intentionally hurt Messi, nor do I consider it a foul." He paused, sighed lightly, and continued, "It's just a pity. After he was carried off on a stretcher, I apologized to him, and he forgave me. That's all I have to say. Thank you." After speaking, Xia Ze pushed through the crowd and walked toward Wang Xiaolin and the others. The reporters tried to continue questioning, but the security guards had reacted and joined forces to block them. Xia Ze quickly left the airport with Wang Xiaolin and Gao Shuesheng. Back in Guangzhou, Xia Ze realized how much of a storm his accidental injury to Messi had stirred worldwide, his name spreading across the globe. Of course, under the deliberate sensationalism of Argentine media, it was hardly a good reputation. Fortunately, Wang Xiaolin and his family supported him, and Xia Ze's own psychological resilience was strong enough that he wasn't troubled by the controversy. After the national team returned home, and Fu Bo, Zhang Ze, and Xia Ze himself had spoken, domestic public opinion leaned in Xia Ze's favor, which was a reasonable direction. For Messi, Chinese media mostly expressed regret, and in response to Argentine media's criticism, some outlets issued strong statements in support of Xia Ze. Just as people thought the incident was calming down and attention shifting to the World Cup, a phone call was made to a well-known Portuguese media outlet. A day later, a Portuguese newspaper published a headline story on its front page: "Chinese national team reveals Xia Ze intentionally injured Messi." The report claimed that an anonymous Chinese national team player had called them, saying Xia Ze had secretly told teammates before the match that he would take Messi out and prevent him from playing in the World Cup. The statement once again caused a global uproar. The controversy that had been subsiding erupted anew. Given the authority of this Portuguese media outlet, people seemed to believe that Messi's injury was intentional on Xia Ze's part. After this, Xia Ze's phone was bombarded by media again. Fu Bo and the national team captain also stepped forward to clarify it was a rumor, but it couldn't stop domestic fans and media from doubting Xia Ze's motives, especially among Messi's fans in China. One radical Messi fan even posted on Weibo that he would break Xia Ze's leg as retribution for his idol's injury. He even earnestly detailed his plan on his blog, which quickly went viral online. The fan somehow obtained Xia Ze's phone number and sent him a threatening message, prompting Guangzhou police to launch an investigation. The fan somehow obtained Xia Ze's phone number and sent him a threatening message, prompting Guangzhou police to launch. Since returning from Argentina, Xia Ze hadn't been able to go out, either staying home or visiting Zhang Wei and Wang Xiaolin's houses, feeling quite frustrated. After the radical fans' threatening remarks, Guangzhou police quickly acted and detained him. Though the incident was under control, Xia Ze still worried about his family's safety. Taking advantage of Xia Tao's holiday, he went abroad with his family, Wang Xiaolin and Zhang Wei. Xia Ze had originally planned to go on vacation with his mother and grandfather, but Xia Jinhua's health was deteriorating, making him unable to endure long-distance travel. Thus, Li Chunhua stayed behind to care for him. With no alternative, Xia Ze had to take Xia Tao, Wang Xiaolin, and Zhang Wei and leave Guangzhou, the land of strife. Li Chunhua was just an ordinary woman, and he believed those passionate fans would not act recklessly. On the sun-kissed beaches abroad, Xia Ze spent his first summer vacation as a professional footballer and celebrated his 19th birthday there. While he was on vacation, the World Cup was being held with great fervor in Brazil, far away in the southern hemisphere. Messi recovered from his injury just in time for the tournament's opening, but insiders revealed that he had to receive a pain-killing injection to play. Although he scored in all 3 group stage matches, his injury affected his performance after entering the knockout rounds. He managed to lead Argentina to the final, but ultimately fell short of victory. The defending champion Spain suffered a humiliating group stage exit, and the host nation was crushed by Germany in the semifinals. These events, along with Messi's narrow miss of the World Cup trophy, became major highlights of this edition of the tournament. The World Cup concluded with Germany's triumph. Amid all the chaos and fanfare, the tournament ended, and the participating players began their own vacations. As July arrived, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei had to prepare to report back to Maritimo in Portugal for the Europa League qualifying matches. In Funchal, Portugal, inside the Maritimo training base, the club president Felipe was in his office. The silver-haired, wise old man was in a conversation with a middle-aged gentleman. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit with thinning hair combed back and a round face that always bore a smile. "Ed, it's good to see you. What brings you here?" asked Felipe somewhat casually. "Mr. Felipe, I am here on behalf of Manchester United to submit a bid for one of your players." This man named Ed was Ed Woodward, the current CEO of Manchester United. "Oh, which player are you interested in?" Felipe asked, though he already knew the answer. "Mr. Felipe, we made an inquiry during the season, and this time it's the same. We want Xia Ze. Xia Ze is a crucial player for us. If you don't come with a substantial offer, we will absolutely not let him go." Felipe said, his eyes sharp and discerning. "Absolutely, we know he's an excellent player. That's why we're willing to offer 3 million euros. Woodward smiled. "Huh? Are you joking? Xia Ze was the best young player in the Portuguese league last season. 3 million euros. Felipe's face turned disdainful upon hearing the low bid. Then 4 million euros. That's already a very high price for a Chinese player like him. Startled by Felipe's sudden outburst, Woodward raised the offer slightly. "We will not release him unless the offer matches his release clause." Felipe was adamant. Seeing that Felipe had drawn a firm line, Woodward knew there was no room for further negotiation on the price. "So, hello, Lewis. Maritimo wants the full 8 million euros release clause before they allow Xia Ze to transfer." After leaving Felipe's office, Woodward immediately called the newly appointed Van Gaal. "Is that so?" Van Gaal sounded surprised on the other end. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "In that case, let's forget it. The kid isn't worth that much. Besides, we have Adnan and Nick, and AI Huang can help us with the Chinese market." So Louis Van Gaal gave up on Xia Ze, just 4 million euros apart. "He'll come back now. No, go to Lisbon instead. Rio has left, and we need to reinforce the defense." "Alright, okay, wait for my news." In London, England, Arsene Wenger and Arsenal CEO Ivan Gazidis were talking in the office. "Arsene, we offered 3 million euros, but Maritimo thought it was too little." Ivan Gazidis said to the elderly man before him. "He is an outstanding young man, indeed worth more than that." Wenger frowned as he pondered. "Should we add £1 and try again?" Gazidis asked earnestly. "No need. We already have too many midfielders. We'll talk about it later." Across North London, at the training ground of Arsenal's arch-rival Tottenham Hotspur, new manager Mauricio Pochettino was on the phone with club chairman Daniel Levy. Levy handled Tottenham's transfer affairs. Last season, he had brought Ajax's Eriksen to White Hart Lane at a very cheap price. But what made him famous was selling Bale to Real Madrid for 100 million euros. "Daniel, how are the negotiations with Maritimo going?" Pochettino asked with concern. Tottenham's coaching staff had been trying hard since January to bring Xia Ze to White Hart Lane. Felipe still won't budge. He insists we pay the full release clause. He'll try to negotiate with him again. Levy's voice on the phone also carried some frustration. "Alright, thank you for your hard work." In West London, Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich was sitting in his office when a middle-aged man walked in. Chelsea's CEO Ron Gourlay. "Boss, you wanted to see me? I heard Xia Ze has returned. Go to Portugal and bring him back. Jose has already agreed." Abramovich said casually. "If that old man Felipe wants the 8 million euros release clause, pay it. Whatever it takes, get Xia Ze." "Understood. He'll go now," Gourlay replied briskly, then turned and left. At the Maritimo training base in Funchal, Madeira, Portugal, after hanging up on the fourth call of the day, a handsome middle-aged man in his 40s appeared in Felipe's office. Maritimo's head coach Martins. "Mr. Felipe, we have a Europa League qualifier in 10 days. We cannot let Xia Ze leave." Martins said anxiously. "Ricardo is still on vacation because he played in the World Cup. The team now needs Xia Ze to lead us forward." The World Cup ended on July 14th, and by July 15th, Maritimo's players had already returned to the club for preseason training. In 10 days, they would play a Europa League qualifier. Only by winning that match could they advance to the group stage. Since Quaresma had been selected for the Portuguese national team again and participated in the World Cup, the club gave him an extra 2 weeks of rest. "I know the next match is crucial, but we can't keep him. Da Costa has already offered 8 million euros to buy out his contract." Felipe said calmly, his expression revealing neither joy, doubt, nor worry. "Porto. Their ambitions are quite impressive." Martins was somewhat surprised. "Let's first see what Xia Ze thinks. We might be able to delay things and let him help the team qualify for the group stage before transferring," Felipe suggested. "For now, that seems like the only option. Is there really no way to keep Xia Ze?" Martin still didn't want to give up. He is a dragon. He cannot stay in this small pond forever. Having helped us win a championship, his contribution is already sufficient. Felipe's usually calm face showed a trace of melancholy. "Besides Porto, you also know that Chelsea wanted to buy out his contract back in January. Today, Manchester United, Arsenal, and Tottenham have all inquired. We can't keep him." But he rejected Chelsea's offer earlier this year. Martin still held a flicker of hope that Xia Ze wanted to stay. "He rejected Chelsea, which probably means he wants to go to another club," Felipe said uncertainly. But if even a club like Chelsea isn't appealing to him, what team could be more attractive? Manchester United, Real Madrid, or Barcelona? I don't know. Unless someone pays his release clause, I don't want to let go of such a player either. Felipe shook his head. The office fell into silence for a moment. Ring. The phone on Felipe's desk rang again. The old man shook his head helplessly and picked up the receiver for the 5th time that day. Hello, Mr. Felipe. This is Jorge Jesus. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end, sporting CP's head coach Jesus. Hello, Jorge. What can I do for you? Felipe had already guessed the purpose of the call, undoubtedly to sign Xia Ze, but he still played ignorant. Well, I want one of your players. Would you consider selling him to me? He is. Flores stated his intention over the phone. What? You want him? Felipe was astonished upon hearing this. A middle-aged man with a round face, always wearing a smile, sat in a taxi talking on the phone. Luis, it's done. 16 million pounds. He's also flying from Argentina to the club for a medical today. Thank you for your hard work, Ed. You're welcome. But are you sure you don't want that young Chinese player? No, we don't need him now. Alright, I'll be back now. Okay. In Felipe's office, Martins looked at his usually calm and astute boss, now showing a surprised expression on his face, and couldn't help feeling puzzled. Mr. Felipe, who is it? Jorge Jesus. Rojo from Sporting Lisbon is transferring to Manchester United, and he wants to use Zhang Wei to replace Rojo. Felipe leaned back in his chair, speaking with some melancholy. Zhang Wei. Martins was also taken aback. Mr. Felipe, we can't afford to lose another starting player, otherwise we'll be in danger for the match in 10 days. I know, but they plan to buy out Zhang Wei's contract. A buyout again. Martins exclaimed in surprise once more. Today was only the 2nd day of the team's return to training, yet they had already encountered top clubs making offers for their core players, and both were Chinese players. Whether it was Xia Ze or Zhang Wei when they joined the team a year ago, Martins and Felipe never imagined that both would have such outstanding performances in their first season. Even before the season ended, several teams had set their sights on Xia Ze, and now even Zhang Wei could not escape their gaze. If they had known that after one season both would have so many suitors, they would not have set the buyout clauses at just €8 million and €5 million. As a result, Maritimo Club found itself in a very passive position regarding the transfers of the two players. There's no other way. We can only see what they want and try to delay the transfers until after the Europa League qualifiers. Felipe said somewhat helplessly. Martins looked at the gray-haired club owner in front of him, not knowing what to say. After training, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei as usual went to Hua Yan's house for dinner. Hey kid, where are you going? A car pulled up beside them, and a familiar voice came from inside. Joao, long time no see. What a coincidence. The two turned around and found it was Tenorio, and both exclaimed joyfully. Although Tenorio was the agent for both, he had been busy traveling around this summer, and the two had not seen him for a long time. They usually communicated by phone, so seeing Tenorio for the first time after returning to Portugal naturally made them excited. I came specifically to find you. Do you have anything to do now? We're going to a friend's house for dinner. Want to join? Xia Ze smiled and invited him. No, get in the car. Let's go eat together. I have something to tell you. Tenorio patted the car door, speaking seriously. Xia Ze glanced at Zhang Wei, then walked over and opened the passenger door. Zhang Wei, seeing this, also got in. The two then called Hua Yan to tell her they wouldn't be coming for dinner, and then went with Tenorio to find a relatively quiet restaurant. Joao, what's the important matter? After sitting down in the restaurant, Xia Ze asked eagerly. Over the past month, he had been in touch with Tenorio by phone and knew that several clubs were interested in him, including Manchester United was his favorite team since childhood. The Theatre of Dreams, Old Trafford, was a place he dreamed of going. Now that Tenorio had come to find him and Zhang Wei in such a serious manner, there must be important progress on the transfer front, otherwise he wouldn't easily disturb their training and preparation. Indeed, there are important matters regarding your transfers. Tenorio picked up a glass of water, took a sip, and then spoke. Both Xia Ze and Zhang Wei showed a hint of excitement on their faces, the fatigue from training completely swept away. Let's talk about yours first, Xia Ze. Tenorio looked at Xia Ze as he spoke. Xia Ze's heart suddenly tightened, adrenaline surged, and his eyes lit up as he looked at Tenorio. Porto has made an offer for you. They plan to buy out your contract. I believe they will contact me soon to discuss contract terms. Are you willing to join them? Porto, what's your opinion, Joao? Let's see what terms they offer. With your current ability, you can certainly establish yourself at Porto, but if they can promise you a starting position, then it's worth considering. Tenorio advised cautiously. But I'm not really keen on going to Porto, Xia Ze said after contemplating. Tenorio was not very surprised, as he knew Xia Ze had been waiting for a chance to join Manchester United. If he transferred to Porto and performed well, given Porto's tactics in selling players, the price would surely be high. In recent years, Manchester United had not made any big money moves, and it was unlikely that after the somewhat unsuccessful transfer of Shinji Kagawa, they would splash tens of millions on another East Asian player. Is there no news from Manchester United? Xia Ze couldn't help asking when he saw Tenorio just nod. Mr. Felipe hasn't received any more offers from Manchester United. Maybe they think the club's asking price is too high, Tenorio said regretfully. Upon hearing this, Xia Ze fell silent. Even though he wanted to go to Manchester United, he couldn't ask the club to concede too much on the transfer fee. After all, he wanted to transfer this year, and he couldn't let Maritimo, which had given him a stage to shine, suffer too great a loss, otherwise he would feel guilty. Xia Ze, that's all the news about your transfer for now. There might be other changes in the coming days. You should be patient and focus on preparing for the Europa League qualifiers. I know. Xia Ze nodded, snapping out of his slightly disappointed mood. Another matter is about you, Zhang Wei. A team wants you. Tenorio turned his gaze to Zhang Wei. Me? Zhang Wei was surprised, and Xia Ze also looked at him with some surprise. Although Zhang Wei had secured the starting center-back position for Maritimo last season, he hadn't received much attention under the dazzling light of Xia Ze and Quaresma. So hearing that a team wanted him was naturally surprising. That's right. Rojo from Sporting Lisbon is transferring to Manchester United, and they want you to join and fill the void left by Rojo, Tenorio said slowly. Lisbon Sporting wants you. Zhang Wei was somewhat taken aback, unable to react. Did Mr. Felipe agree? After the initial surprise, Xia Ze helped Zhang Wei inquire for details. Lisbon Sporting has offered a price of €5 million, which meets the buyout clause in Zhang Wei's contract, so Mr. Felipe and the others have no way out. Tenorio said, Zhang Wei, this is a great opportunity. The head coach of Lisbon Sporting has already spoken to me and can promise you a starting position. What about Xia Ze? Did the coach of Lisbon Sporting mention him? After a moment, Zhang Wei finally reacted. Lisbon Sporting is not lacking in attacking players. Even if Xia Ze goes there, he will face intense competition, especially since Jesus did not mention Xia Ze. Tenorio pouted. Then I won't go to Lisbon Sporting. I'm used to being with Xia Ze, Zhang Wei blurted out. No, David, you should seize this opportunity. Going to Lisbon Sporting will greatly enhance your skills, he urged him. But we have known each other for over a decade, and we are accustomed to each other's presence. However, no two players can remain in the same team forever. Sooner or later we will have to play for different teams and adapt to this change. Now is the time to part ways, though everyone has their own path to follow. Only through experience can one grow. Xia Ze immediately interrupted Zhang Wei, continuing to persuade him. Zhang Wei glanced at Xia Ze, his lips moved slightly, but he still did not speak. Xia Ze is right. If you want to become an excellent central defender, you must train at a higher level team. You need to fight for your dreams. Tenorio also joined the persuasion. Zhang Wei looked at Xia Ze and then at Tenorio, his lips moving several times, and finally said slowly, he'll think about it first. Zhang Wei knew that Lisbon Sporting wanted him to join and promised him a starting position, which made him quite excited. However, he had been teammates with Xia Ze for nearly a decade, and their brotherly bond was very strong, even closer than that of biological brothers, making it hard for him to let go. Seeing that he did not resist too much, Tenorio and Xia Ze knew it was not good to pressure him too hard, so they did. After this conversation, Tenorio realized that Zhang Wei was not far from agreeing to transfer to Lisbon Sporting. He might just need a moment to think it through, so he was also discussing Zhang Wei's contract terms with the team manager of Lisbon Sporting. After Lisbon Sporting expressed their willingness to pay the buyout fee, Maritimo had no further say in the matter. As for Xia Ze's transfer, Porto was not willing to promise him a starting position, so Tenorio had already helped Xia Ze reject their transfer offer. The news that Xia Ze and Zhang Wei received offers from multiple clubs also spread through the Portuguese media. As Europe's major clubs learned that the two had garnered attention from several Premier League giants and the three strongholds of Portuguese football, they gradually turned their eyes to them. A smoke-free war for the two seemed to slowly unfold. Deep in transfer rumors, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were both training hard during that week. Maritimo gave them the opportunity to rise rapidly in the Portuguese league. Knowing that their time at the club was limited, both were secretly determined to help the team qualify for the UEFA Europa League. Their opponents in the qualification round were the Norwegian powerhouse, Molde. Although Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were caught up in transfer rumors, it deeply unsettled Maritimo's fans. However, the team's return to the European stage after several years still excited them. Maritimo was one of the first clubs in the Portuguese league to start preparing for the new season, but they only had 10 days of pre-season training before facing the challenge from the Norwegian powerhouse Molde. Many players had not yet built up enough stamina to handle such a high-intensity match. Thus, this match against Molde was bound to be a tough battle. On July 24, 2014, at the Estadio dos Barreiros in Madeira, Portugal, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were included in the starting lineup of the team, marking their debut on the European stage against the Norwegian team Molde, coached by Manchester United legend Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Just thinking about facing Solskjaer made Xia Ze secretly excited. Even the transfer rumors could not distract him from this match. David, do you think it would be weird if I asked Solskjaer for an autograph? Xia Ze couldn't help but ask Zhang Wei beside him. Just don't act like a bumpkin and don't say I know you. In the Maritimo locker room, Martin stood before the tactical board explaining the tactical arrangements for the match to the play. Although Molde only ranked 6th in the Norwegian league last season, they defeated Rosenborg in the Norwegian Cup final to secure their place in the Europa League. Their strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, as the Norwegian league was currently in mid-season, Molde's players were in great form and had ample stamina. In contrast, Maritamo's players had just returned from a long break and had not yet adjusted their match condition. Thus, although outsiders generally favored the stronger Maritimo, Martins did not dare to let his guard down. In addition to the players' stamina and match condition, the transfer rumors surrounding Xia Ze and Zhang Wei also unsettled the morale of the team, which was Martins' greatest concern. This match is our first of the season, and for many of you, it's your first European match. This is a competition at a higher level than the Portuguese league, where we face championship-level teams. Therefore, I hope you treat this match seriously and cast aside all distractions. Martins' resolute voice echoed in the locker room. The many players of Maritimo were jolted, clearing their minds from the distractions caused by transfer rumors, and began to fully commit to preparing for this match. 40 minutes of warm-up quickly passed, and both teams' players had lined up on the field under the gaze of nearly 10,000 Maritimo fans, and a few loyal Mold supporters. The battle for this Europa League qualification match began. Xia Ze and Dilly stood at the center circle ready to kick off. Listening to the Maritimo fans around him singing the team anthem along with the song, "Let Him Play," that Monica composed for him, he felt a bit emotional. No matter where I play next season, I will give my all in this match and leave the most beautiful memories for Maritimo's. Xia Ze thought to himself. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, marking the beginning of Xia Ze's first ever European match at the Estadio dos Barreiros. From the opening kickoff, Mold, having already played over a dozen league matches, quickly found their rhythm, dominating possession with skillful passes and coordinated plays. Though Maritimo's players sprinted and contested with all their might, each felt their strength waning, a consequence of insufficient preseason physical conditioning. Every pass they attempted seemed destined for a teammate's feet, yet always fell agonizingly short, conceding possession time and again. Under the leadership of their star player Dali, Mold repeatedly stormed Maritimo's flanks, especially targeting the veteran captain Bulig, now 33, whose defensive line was breached time after time. Fortunately, Zhang Wei had improved rapidly during training in recent days, stepping up in time to cover critical gaps and block Dali's passes. "Don't push so hard. Slow the pace, keep the ball moving," Martins shouted from the sideline, sensing the tide turning and ordering his men to adjust. Xia Ze had already recognized the team's rhythm disadvantage. At Martins' command, the entire squad slowed the tempo under Xia Ze's metronomic control. Though Maritimo's players lagged behind Mold in match fitness and stamina, their overall quality edged out the. After weathering the initial onslaught, Maritimo began to organize effective attacks under Xia Ze's guidance. Left winger Sammy dribbled forward with intent. With Quaresma yet to rejoin the squad, the left flank's attacking burden fell entirely on his shoulders. Compared to Quaresma, Sammy was faster but lacked the technique and experience of his senior. Often, after using speed to shake off the defender, his crosses failed to find the supporting midfielders and his cutbacks were poorly executed. Sammy again outpaced the defense and drove to the byline. In the box, Dilly and Hailton had already taken up positions for a header. This time, instead of crossing into the box, he feigned a cross, dragged the ball back, and passed to the corner of the left side of the penalty area, where Artur had arrived unmarked. Maritimo had a golden opportunity on the left side of the box. Artur could either shoot or pass. He glanced toward the center and chose the latter. A swift square pass swept the ball to the top of the area. With Dilly and Hailton occupying the defenders in the box, the arc of the penalty area lay wide open for a shot. Xia Ze appeared exactly where the ball arrived. The fans at Estadio dos Barreiros rose to their feet, anticipating another stunning long-range strike from their talisman. But shooting would not come easy. Mold's holding midfielder shadowed Xia Ze relentlessly, never allowing him more than a few yards of space. Meanwhile, Mold's defenders surged out to block, shrinking the angle and space for Xia Ze's shot in an instant. Left with no choice, Xia Ze dragged the ball to his left to evade a sliding tackle, flung his right arm to shake off the persistent, holding midfielder, and burst into the box. The ball settled at his weaker left foot, far less precise than his right for shooting. But there was no time to hesitate. Any delay would allow the defenders to close him down, squandering the chance. He swiftly raised his left foot and drove the ball with the inside of his boot toward the far post. A defender lunged in for a last-ditch tackle, but a fraction too late. The ball threaded through a forest of legs and rolled toward the bottom right corner. The shot lacked power and pace. As soon as he released it, Xia Ze knew he must strengthen his left foot, else opponents would simply mark his right side and neutralize him. But Mold's goalkeeper had his view obstructed. Though the ball was not fast by the time it entered his field of vision, it was already nearing the 6-yard box. Startled, he lunged to his left, stretching his arm to its full extent in a desperate attempt to parry the ball. Though Xia Ze's shot lacked power, its angle was devilish. Even with arms fully extended, the goalkeeper could not reach. Before the eyes of nearly 10,000 spectators in Estadio dos Barreiros, the ball trickled into the net at the far post. 10 Xia Ze scores. The stands erupted in joy. After enduring Mold's early onslaught with pounding hearts, Maritimo's fans finally released all their pent-up emotions. Xia Ze could hardly believe his feeble shot had found the net. Overjoyed, he sprinted to the corner flag, bowed his head slightly before the fans, and gently kissed the club crest on his shirt. It was a celebration of his first goal in European competition and a gesture of gratitude and affection for the club that had given him a chance. But from the stands the fans interpreted it differently, as a pledge of loyalty, a sign that he would not leave the club. After the goal, Martins let out a long sigh of relief and could not help pumping his fist in celebration. On the other side of the dugout, the former baby-faced assassin Xia Ze frowned deeply, stepped onto the pitch, and shouted at his dejected players, issuing new tactical instructions. But Maritimo were the stronger side. After scoring, they would not allow the visitors any chance to fight back. In the second half, Dilly added another goal, and Maritimo defeated the visiting Mold 20 at home, taking the upper hand in the two-leg tie. The second leg would take them to Norway to face the same opponent. With the referee's final whistle, 1 long and 2 short, Xia Ze knew he had finally helped the team secure victory. Though the result seemed routine, the process was far from simple. Lacking sufficient fitness, they had relied on sheer willpower for long stretches in the second half. After the match, Xia Ze breathed heavily, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He pulled off his jersey, clapped to the crowd, and headed toward the tunnel. "Not a bad performance today, young man." An unfamiliar voice came from beside him. Xia Ze looked up in surprise. The words were spoken in English. During his 1-month vacation, knowing he intended to play in England, he had been learning English from Wang Xiaolin. Now he could barely understand others. When he raised his head, a familiar face appeared before him, smiling and greeting him. That face he had seen countless times on television. The man before him looked older than on screen, but there was no doubt. It was Xia Ze. "Thank you," Xia Ze said shyly. After a slight hesitation, he added, "I'm your fan. Very glad to meet you." "Really? Glad to meet you too. Hope we can work together someday." Xia smiled, patted Xia Ze on the shoulder, and walked away. "Work together?" Xia Ze murmured to himself in confusion, gazing at Xia's retreating back. A week later, Maritimo traveled to face Mold in an away match, and the players of Maritimo were evidently in better form than they had been a week prior. Mold, on the other hand, appeared somewhat fatigued due to their dual commitments in the league and the UEFA Europa League qualifier. Ultimately, Maritimo drew 0-0 against Mold in the away match, advancing with an aggregate score of 20 to qualify for the group stage of the UEFA Europa League. In a bar in Funchal, Portugal, Maritimo fans, including Monica and a bearded man, were discussing the recently concluded UEFA Europa League qualifier. "Which teams will we encounter in the group stage? Perhaps last season's champions Tottenham. I hope we don't face Tottenham. I still want to see Zez lead us further." True with Monica here, how could Zez bear to leave, right? They burst into laughter as they spoke. Monica, slightly annoyed by the teasing from these burly men, retorted, "What are you talking about? I'm just friends with Zaz." The young bartender cleaning a glass nearby chimed in teasingly, "Who in Funchal doesn't know that you like him? No need to deny it. Speak another word, and he'll cut out your tongue," Monica said fiercely. The bartender stuck out his tongue and immediately fell silent. "By the way, Monica, since you're so close with Zaz, you must know whether he wants to transfer, right?" a half-drunk man asked. "I don't know, but I can tell he quite likes it here. He probably won't leave," Monica said, furrowing her brow unsure. "Woo. Since Monica thinks he won't leave, then Zaz definitely will stay. Let's toast to Zaz leading us to victory over Europe's strong teams." Upon hearing Monica's words, the drunk man excitedly raised his glass and shouted to everyone in the bar, "Cheers!" The bar erupted in a joyful atmosphere. Monica observed the excitement on everyone's faces, yet her brow furrowed deeper as she truly did not know what Zaz was thinking. If she wanted him to stay, but he might not necessarily do so. As August arrived regarding the transfers of Zaz and Zhang Wei, Felipe insisted on making the suitors wait until Maritimo secured their spot in the UEFA Europa League group stage before reopening negotiations. Clubs like Porto, Sporting Lisbon, and Chelsea, who pursued the two, understood that they needed to show more respect to the clubs of Zaz and Zhang Wei to win their favor. Once Maritimo confirmed their qualification for the group stage of the UEFA Europa League, negotiations for Zaz and Zhang Wei's transfers quickly commenced, whether it was Sporting Lisbon wanting to buy Zhang Wei or Porto and Chelsea wanting to acquire Zaz. The offers from the three clubs were impossible for Felipe to refuse, as their bids reached the buyout clause, leaving only the negotiations between the clubs and their players regarding contracts. In a restaurant in Funchal, Zaz, Zhang Wei, and Taninho sat in a quiet corner. "Rogelio, did you call us out here because you have some news?" "Did I call you out? Wasn't it Zhang Wei who said he had something to discuss?" Taninho replied, puzzled. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Zaz turned to Zhang Wei, who was silent, looking down. "Zaz, I've made my decision. Oh, I want to join Sporting Lisbon." Zhang Wei took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Zaz and Taninho could even sense the tremor in his voice. "Haha, that's great. You should have agreed long ago, David." Hearing that Zhang Wei was willing to join Sporting Lisbon, Zaz couldn't help but beam with joy, raising suspicions about his feelings towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei didn't mind Zaz's excitement. He understood that Zaz was happy because he had made a decision beneficial. "Rogelio, he'll be counting on you to negotiate the contract with Sporting Lisbon," Zhang Wei said with an awkward smile to Taninho. "No problem, I've already discussed the terms with him, just waiting for your nod," Taninho replied with a smile. "What?" Even Zaz was surprised at this. Sporting Lisbon is willing to offer a 5-year contract, a net weekly salary of €80, a match fee of €150, a signing bonus of €150, and a buyout clause of €30 million. This is the treatment of a starter, and they also promise at least 25 starts in a season. Tininho confidently laid out the series of offers. Zaz and Zhang Wei were stunned by this series of statements from Tininho, not only due to Tininho's efficiency, but also because of the buyout clause set by Sporting Lisbon for Zhang Wei, leaving both of them speechless. A buyout clause of €30 million. What does that signify? It clearly indicated that they viewed Zhang Wei as a top defender. So what do you think? Can you accept these terms? Tininho asked with a smile. Zhang Wei was taken aback by the buyout clause set by Sporting Lisbon, and after a while he finally reacted, nodding at Tininho, indicating his agreement to the transfer. Zhang Wei was taken aback by the buyout clause set by Sporting Lisbon, and after a while he finally reacted, nodding. Forget it, as if I can't get by without you. Zaz replied with a laugh. As I've already declined the interest from Porto, but there are still clubs wanting you. Tininho shifted the topic back to Zaz, looked at him, maintaining a calm expression. Chelsea has already received Mr. Felipe's approval for their offer. I spoke with them yesterday. The contract is very generous, with a net weekly salary of €500, a signing bonus of €500, and Mourinho sees you as the successor to Lampard. Even the nearby Zhang Wei gasped, looking at Zaz with a strange gaze, as if questioning why this monster received such a high salary offer. Zaz's expression was also quite peculiar, shifting between emotions as he struggled internally. A weekly salary of €500 was indeed hugely attractive, yet Zaz was not someone who was motivated by money. What truly swayed him was Mourinho's view of him as Lampard's successor. With Mourinho's character, if he didn't approve, Abramovich would likely not forcibly place him under Mourinho's command. After all, he wasn't Abramovich's compatriot. Receiving an invitation from Chelsea, Xia Ze's heart skipped a beat. Given that Mourinho viewed him as Lampard's successor, it was easy to imagine the opportunities he would have once he transferred to Chelsea. Moreover, Chelsea had demonstrated formidable strength both in the Premier League and the Champions League last season, boasting numerous strong players and considerable competitiveness. For a club with such immense potential to invite him with a weekly salary of €500 and a guarantee of becoming a future core midfielder was a tremendous temptation for the just-turned-19 Xia Ze. Yet Xia Ze hesitated to make a decision because he harbored another dream. The dream he had cherished since childhood, even a pursuit that led him to become a professional player, to be part of the Red Devils Manchester United, battling in the iconic Old Trafford while donning the red jersey. Since childhood, Manchester United had been the team he adored. Having made his mark in the RF youth team, and even being discovered by Tenorio in Europe last year, Xia Ze had secretly resolved to join Manchester United in the future and become a legendary player there. However, once he agreed to Chelsea's transfer invitation, it would be exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to join a rival club in the league afterward. Caught between a childhood dream and an exceptional career opportunity, Xia Ze found it hard to choose. After a long pause, he finally looked up at Tenorio and said, "Can I have some time to think about it?" Tenorio, aware of Xia Ze's inner conflict, did not pressure him and nodded slightly. In the afternoon, Xia Ze called Wang Xiaolin, who was far away in the country. "Xiaolin, I don't know how to choose right now." Xia Ze expressed his inner confusion to Wang Xiaolin. "Do they need your answer right away? Can you delay it a bit to see if any other clubs show interest?" Wang Xiaolin suggested, "I want to be more decisive, or otherwise I will still be troubled by the same issue in the future. What if I can never join Manchester? Will you regret it?" Wang Xiaolin gently asked. "Yes, I became a professional player to join Manchester United." Xia Ze blurted out, then froze in realization. "Xia Ze, why did you stop talking?" Wang Xiaolin queried, puzzled by his sudden silence. "I understand now, I know." Xia Ze's tone suddenly became very firm. "As long as it's your decision, I will support you," Wang Xiaolin said warmly over the phone. After solidifying his choice, Xia Ze rejected Chelsea's invitation, which surprised Felipe. News of Zhang Wei joining Sporting CP soon spread, causing panic among Maritimo fans who feared Xia Ze would announce his departure next. 2 days later, Zhang Wei arrived for a medical and signed with Sporting CP, marking the day when Xia Ze and his teammate of over 10 years parted ways, each striving for his own career and walking different paths. The European transfer market was bustling as Nani and Shinji Kagawa left Manchester United, and Ai Hong was promoted to the first team by Van Gaal. With Mendes' help, Galbo was loaned to La Liga team Osasuna to earn more playing opportunities and enhance his skill. In August, the European transfer market was chaotic and tumultuous. After Zhang Wei's transfer to Sporting CP, Maritimo fans became anxious. In the suburbs of Funchal, inside an orphanage, Monica was sitting in the courtyard watching the children chat. Xia Ze was absent as he had training. "Sister Monica, where is brother Xia Ze?" Philip approached and sat beside Monica. "Brother Xia Ze is training, he can't come today." Monica gently patted Philip's head and said. Both she and Xia Ze were fond of the slender child. "Is he really going to leave Maritimo?" "I don't know. Maybe he will, after all. His goal is to become the best player in the world," Monica replied, without hiding anything from Philip. "Does he not like us anymore?" Philip pouted, feeling a bit wronged. Philip, you must understand that Ronaldo also lived here before, but after he went to England and then Spain, he still often returns here. His leaving doesn't mean he doesn't love this place, rather he seeks higher goals, and we should understand him, Monica explained patiently, while patting his head. But I don't want him to leave. Although Philip somewhat understood, the child was still swayed by his emotions. Silly boy, he hasn't said he wants to leave. Maybe next season they will lead us to the Europa League final. Monica couldn't help but comfort him. Really? Philip exclaimed in delight. Monica looked at his expectant gaze, smiled, and said nothing. At the Maritimo training base, Xia Ze followed Martins into the office. Xia Ze, you have repeatedly rejected offers from Chelsea and Porto. Do you want to stay with the team? After sitting down, Martins immediately spoke up. Xia Ze's prolonged silence and refusal to accept Chelsea and Porto's offers left him puzzled. He needed Xia Ze to clarify his stance to stabilize the team. After all, since Zhang Wei's transfer to Sporting CP, both fans and players had concerns, fearing the team's strength would decline further, especially since they would be competing in European matches next season, which meant fighting on four fronts. Previously, he found it hard to voice his desire to leave, as this club had given him the opportunity to shine in professional football. But now it seemed he had to state his intentions. Previously, he found it hard to voice his desire to leave, as this club had given him the opportunity to shine in professional football. But now it seemed he had to state his intentions. However, I feel I need to move to a bigger club to improve. I hope you can understand this summer. Upon hearing Xia Ze's intention to leave, Martin's previously hopeful expression dimmed immediately. He sighed slightly and said, I don't want you to leave, but both Chelsea and Porto have offered amounts that match your buyout clause, so we have no choice. As for Xia Ze's thoughts, he could understand. Although Xia Ze had only joined the team for a year, he had already brought enough honor to the club. Martin's statement undoubtedly affirmed that Xia Ze could leave. Though resigned to it, he understood that Maritimo could never keep the South China Tigers' Xia Ze tethered. After a pause, as if recalling something, Martins asked Xia Ze with a hint of curiosity, but why did you reject Chelsea and Porto? Xia Ze gave a faint smile. Porto couldn't guarantee me enough playing time. I suspect they see me merely as a money-making tool. As for Chelsea, I'm not confident enough that I can secure a place in a Premier League champion team yet. So I'm waiting for other offers. I hope you understand, Mr. Martins. And if no other club makes an offer, what would you choose? Martins clung to a last shred of hope. He'll stay, Xia Ze said firmly. Hearing this, Martins let out a relieved sigh. A day later, in the office of Maritimo's president Felipe, a bald middle-aged man wearing glasses sat across from him, speaking with a smile. Daniel, didn't I tell you? Without 8 million, don't even think about touching my player, Felipe said coldly. Mr. Felipe, I'm here to tell you that we are willing to pay 8 million to buy out Xia Ze's contract. The bald man named Daniel said confidently with a smile. What? Felipe's expression turned even colder. He stared at Daniel for a long moment, then slumped back in his chair, speaking wearily. Enough. I could never keep him. 1 club, 2 clubs, but the third always comes. Go negotiate the contract with Joao. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Felipe. I believe we'll meet again soon. The man stood up with a polite bow and left the office. After leaving Felipe's office, the man immediately made a phone call. Mauricio, it's done here. I'm heading to discuss the contract with Xia Ze's agent. Hold on, I'm coming over. He'll go with you. You're coming? Yes. That kid turned down Chelsea a few days ago. I think I need to give him my personal assurance before he agrees. Alright, I'll wait for you. The island of Madeira enjoys a Mediterranean climate. On an August afternoon, the heat was not oppressive, instead occasional sea breezes drifted in, bringing a pleasant coolness. At a bar frequented by Maritimo fans, Big Beard sat by the entrance, soaking in the summer sun and the sea wind, utterly content. But his brow was furrowed. His sister Monica had learned from Xia Ze about his desire to leave, shattering his good mood. Big Beard, why the long face? The young bartender walked out with 2 glasses of beer. Business was slow today, so he welcomed the leisure. Zhang Wei has transferred. Xia Ze also seems intent on leaving. If both core midfielders are gone, how will we manage next season? Big Beard sighed, taking the beer from the bartender and taking a sip. His frown deepened, as if today's beer tasted bitter than usual. Maybe not. Didn't Xia Ze kiss the club badge against mold? That shows he loves this club, the young bartender said dismissively. Besides, word is that Porto and Chelsea were both ready to pay the buyout clause, and Xia Ze turned them down. He still wants to stay. I hope so, Big Beard muttered, still frowning, drinking his beer in silence. Look, those 2 look familiar, the bartender said, suddenly pointing across the street. Big Beard followed his gaze and saw 2 middle-aged men in suits walking briskly down the street, as if on urgent business. Isn't that Pochettino? Big Beard said in confusion. What's he doing here? As he spoke, the 2 men disappeared around a corner. In a restaurant 1 street away from the bar, 4 men sat facing each other. On one side were Xia Ze and Trinonio, on the other the 2 men Big Beard had spotted. Xia Ze, these are Tottenham Hotspur's chairman Daniel Levy and head coach Mauricio Pochettino, Trinonio introduced. Xia Ze already knew who they were. Pochettino frequently appeared on television broadcasts. If Xia Ze couldn't recognize him, he had no business in professional football. And Levy, though rarely in the media with his iconic bald head and now sitting beside Pochettino, could only be the Tottenham chairman who oversees transfers. Xia Ze offered them a polite smile and a greeting. We've offered Maritimo $8 million and they've agreed to your transfer. Today we're here to discuss your contract terms. Levy began, still smiling. You already have so many excellent midfielders in your squad. Paulinho, Eriksson, Dembele, Sigurdsson, and Sandro. Why do you need me? Xia Ze asked, skipping salary to address the more critical question, would he get playing time at Tottenham? I have high hopes for you, and we're planning a midfield overhaul this year. Sigurdsson and Sandro will both be transferred soon. I've watched many of your matches and I believe your creativity can elevate our team, Pochettino answered with a reassuring smile. I'm not afraid of competition, but I must ensure he'll have playing time at the new club, Xia Ze pressed. Don't worry. You are part of my future plans. I can guarantee you at least 30 matches, Pochettino said patiently. We narrowly missed out on the Champions League last season, but I'm confident we'll make it this year. Daniel and I share that belief. Xia Ze fell silent, pondering for a long moment. The midfield competition at Tottenham was indeed fierce, but joining a Premier League club was precisely what he had promised Wang Xiaolan. Besides, Tottenham was an ambitious club, not so big that he would rot on the bench. Wasn't this the opportunity he had been waiting for? Alright, that's all my questions. Let Joao handle the rest of the negotiation. Xia Ze shrugged and leaned back into the sofa, falling silent. His gesture indicated acceptance of Tottenham's offer, leaving the contract terms to be settled for the transfer to proceed. Trinonio and Levy then discussed Xia Ze's compensation. After some back and forth, they reached an agreement on the contract, a 5-year deal, weekly wages of 300, a match appearance fee of 200, a goal bonus of 100, a signing bonus of 300, and a buyout clause of 40 million. Subject to passing the medical examination, Xia Ze would transfer to Tottenham Hotspur. That afternoon, Trinonio confirmed with the club that Xia Ze had finalized his contract with Tottenham Hotspur. He would accompany Xia Ze to London the next day for his medical examination and to complete the transfer procedures. In the evening, Maritimo's official website announced that Xia Ze was about to complete his transfer to Tottenham Hotspur, instantly sparking a huge uproar among the club's fans. How is this possible? Didn't Xia Ze tell us he would stay? Inside a bar, Maritimo players stared at the TV report, speaking with disbelief. He clearly kissed the club crest. Doesn't he love this club? This liar has deceived our feelings. We cannot forgive him. The atmosphere in the bar grew increasingly heated. All of them had witnessed Xia Ze kiss the club crest and repeatedly reject offers from Porto and Chelsea. They thought it was his declaration of loyalty, yet just days later news of his transfer to Tottenham Hotspur emerged. Last season, Xia Ze led the team to win the League Cup, so much so that they regarded him as the club's savior, placing immense expectations on him. Now that news of his transfer broke, these fans could not accept this truth. What on earth is this guy thinking? The bearded man took a swig of beer somewhat dejectedly. I don't know either, but he will leave eventually. Maybe leaving sooner is better for everyone. Monica, standing beside him, was equally astonished, yet she still supported Xia Ze's decision. Martins returned to his home, his expression weary. He had ultimately failed to keep Xia Ze, which filled him with deep disappointment. The midfield and defense that had been honed over a whole season would now have to be reshuffled from scratch. Are you alright? Martin's wife approached, her tone concerned. I'm fine, just a little tired. Martin sank onto the sofa, rubbing his... Don't worry too much about it. With his potential, the club could never hold on to him anyway. It's better to be generous and wish him a bright future. His wife sat beside him, gently massaging his shoulders as she spoke softly. Ring, ring, ring. The phone in there. Hello. Martins walked over and answered. Hello, coach. It's Quaresma. Quaresma's voice came. Ricardo, what's the matter? Martins asked, puzzled. Quaresma had returned to the team a week ago and was training with the squad, maintaining excellent physical condition. I saw the news. Is it true that Xia Ze is leaving? Quaresma asked, still in disbelief. Yes, it's true. He's going to England. Tottenham Hotspur bought out his contract. I couldn't stop it. Martins said helplessly. But we've only just qualified for the Europa League this season. I was hoping the team could perform better in the new campaign. Don't worry. They'll bring in capable players as soon as possible to compensate for Xia Ze's departure. Mr. Felipe will provide sufficient funds to strengthen the squad. Martins assured Quaresma. That's good to hear. I hope we can do even better in the new season. With Martin's guarantee, Quaresma felt somewhat relieved. Xia Ze returned to the apartment he shared with Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had moved his belongings out days ago, leaving half the room empty, which felt somewhat desolate. Yet knowing that he too would soon move to England, the initial melancholy gradually gave way to the excitement of his impending debut in the Premier League. Tottenham Hotspur, one of the three giants in London, with their famous North London rival, Arsenal. At White Hart Lane, teammates like Loris Vertonghen, Paulinho, and Soldado awaited him, as well as rivals like Arsenal, Chelsea, and Manchester United. Just thinking of those names made Xia Ze excited beyond control. He packed his meager belongings while daydreaming about scoring goals alongside his future teammates on the pitch, an unconscious smile spreading across his face. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone rang. It was Zhang Wei. Hey Xia Ze, are you really transferring to Tottenham Hotspur? Zhang Wei asked bluntly. Yeah, I'm going for the medical tomorrow. Xia Ze admitted. Are you crazy? Tottenham's midfield is packed. Are you going to warm the bench? Zhang Wei said, slightly annoyed. Pochettino came to see me personally today. He said he would clear out some midfielders and promised me at least 30 appearances this season. Why wouldn't I go? Xia Ze said playfully. The two talked on the phone for a long time. Zhang Wei's initial worry about Xia Ze's future gradually faded, replaced by envy for his chance to compete in the Premier League against stars like Rooney and Van Persie. Shortly after hanging up, the phone rang again. Still in high spirits from the conversation with Zhang Wei, Xia Ze saw the caller was Wang Xiaolin. Only then did he remember he hadn't told his family about the transfer. He quickly answered and said excitedly, Xiaolin, I'm transferring to Tottenham Hotspur. I'm going to London for the medical tomorrow. He rattled off a string of words, but Wang Xiaolin remained silent on the other end, even letting out a faint sob. Xiaolin, what's wrong? Sensing something was off, Xia Ze asked with concern. Xia Ze, your grandfather. His heart condition relapsed. He's in the hospital. Wang Xiaolin sobbed softly. The doctor says he's not going to make it. Come back and see him one last time. When Xia Ze heard her words, his mind went completely blank. Grandfather was dying. What did that mean? His football career had just started. He hadn't even given his family a few days of happiness, and now this. He couldn't accept it. Although his grandfather's health had been deteriorating over the past few months, hearing the news still felt impossible to believe. Xia Ze, are you okay? Wang Xiaolin asked when she noticed his prolonged silence. Oh, I'm coming back now. I'll tell you once I get to the airport. Xia Ze choked back, tears, his voice trembling. What about the medical at Tottenham Hotspur you mentioned? Is that okay? Wang Xiaolin suddenly remembered what he had said earlier. It's fine. I can postpone the medical and inform them. Let's not talk about that now. Xia Ze finished hurriedly and hung up. He collapsed onto the sofa, staring at the ceiling, his mind a blank. Images of the old man's face flashed through his mind, the scoldings when he was a child, the arguments when he was older, and the rare warmth after they reconciled last year. All of them raced through his thoughts. But moments later he snapped back to reality. Now was not the time for memories or sorrow. The most important thing was to get back and see him one last time. Xia Ze immediately scrambled off the sofa and dialed Tononio. Roy, I cannot go for the medical examination tomorrow. What's happened? You don't want to transfer to Tottenham? Tononio was taken aback when he heard Xia Ze say this as soon as he answered the phone. No, my grandfather is critically ill and I must rush back to see him for the last time. That's why I can't go to London for the medical tomorrow. Oh, I'm so sorry. Don't worry and go back. I'll inform Tottenham that you'll return for the medical after you've handled matters in Guangzhou. Thank you, Ruayo, Xia Ze said gratefully. Don't mention it. Tononio replied, but then something occurred to him. By the way, someone threatened to break your legs a month ago. Be careful this time when you go back. They'll be cautious. However, the person who sent me that threat message was a minor, a middle school student. I think after the police taught him a lesson, he won't act recklessly. Don't worry. That's good. Settle things quickly and come back to sign the contract so as not to cause any complications. I understand. After giving his instructions, Xia Ze hung up the phone. After hastily packing a few clothes, he called Martins to ask for a few days off, then hurried to Funchal Airport to fly back to Guangzhou that very night. But there was no direct flight from Funchal to Guangzhou Baiyun Airport, so Xia Ze had to fly from Funchal to Lisbon and then transfer to Guangzhou. By the time he arrived at Lisbon Airport, it was nearly midnight. Famished, he didn't even have time to eat and immediately rushed to buy a ticket. However, at that hour there were no flights to Guangzhou. He had to wait until early the next morning. Exhausted, Xia Ze had no choice but to find accommodation near the airport and wait for the next day's flight. In a hospital in Yueshio District, Guangzhou, Xia Jinhua lay on a hospital bed with an oxygen machine beside him. His eyes were tightly closed and the heartbeat on the cardiac monitor at the head of the bed was very weak, like a flickering candle in the wind ready to be extinguished at any moment. Beside him were Wang Xiaolin and Li Chuanhua, while Xia Tao had succumbed to fatigue and fallen asleep on a nearby chair. Xiaolin, you should go back first. I can manage here. Li Chunhua said to Wang Xiaolin with concern. It was late at night, almost dawn. Wang Xiaolin had stayed by Li Chunhua's side ever since Xia Jinhua's accident, which deeply moved Li Chunhua and made her worry about Wang Xiaolin's health. Auntie, I'm fine. I still need to wait for Xia Ze's call. You get some sleep over there, I'll keep watch here, Wang Xiaolin said, forcing herself to stay alert. Li Chunhua looked at Wang Xiaolin's weary face and felt a pang of distress. Just as she was about to speak again, Wang Xiaolin's phone rang. It's Xia Ze, Wang Xiaolin whispered to Li Chunhua before stepping out to answer the call. Xia Ze, are you about to board the plane? Xiaolin, I'm in Lisbon now, but I won't be able to get a flight back to Guangzhou until tomorrow morning, so I won't be back very. Xia Ze's voice was filled with worry. Have you eaten? Don't wear yourself out. Wang Xiaolin didn't say much else, but asked about Xia Ze's well-being. She knew Xia Ze must be very anxious and might not have had time to eat. I've eaten. Take care of yourself too. I understand. Xia Ze stayed overnight at a hotel near Lisbon Airport, tossing and turning until finally enduring till the next morning when he boarded the flight back home. After a 20-hour journey, Xia Ze finally arrived at Guangzhou Baiyun Airport around noon on August 7th. As soon as he left the airport, he called Wang Xiaolin. Xiaolin at Baiyun Airport. Where are you? Wang Xiaolin had said she would pick him up, but Xia Ze didn't see her. Xia Ze, come quickly. Grandpa is failing and the doctors are resuscitating him. Wang Xiaolin's urgent voice came through the phone. Xia Ze's heart skipped a beat. Without saying anything more to Wang Xiaolin, he hung up and hailed a taxi. But the more urgent things were, the more fate seemed to oppose him. There was a traffic jam on the road. Xia Ze, why aren't you here yet? Wang Xiaolin called again. I'm stuck in traffic, Xia Ze replied, equally anxious. Hurry up. After a full 2 hours, Xia Ze finally arrived outside the hospital. Paying the driver, he stumbled into the hospital, asked the doctor for his grandfather's ward, and rushed over immediately. But when he pushed open the ward door, he found everyone inside silently gazing at the elderly man lying on the bed, their faces filled with deep sorrow and grief. The cardiac monitor beside the old man displayed a flat line. Am I too late? Xia Ze stared in disbelief at the old man with closed eyes, his mind going blank. After more than 20 hours of travel, Xia Ze ultimately failed to see his grandfather one last time. Over the next 2 days, Xia Ze and his family handled his grandfather's funeral arrangements. Luo Jin, Wang Jingxuan, and others came to pay their respects. Even the national team players playing in Guangzhou came to bow to Xia Jinhua. Though they had only met Xia Ze a few times, they would eventually serve in the same national team, and offered their respects as a gesture of deference from the younger generation. For 2 consecutive days, Xia Ze was overwhelmed with tasks, mentally and physically exhausted. Li Chuanhua, on the other hand, had not rested well since Xia Jinhua was hospitalized. Had it not been for Wang Xiaolin's care, she would have fallen ill. On August 10th, Xia Jinhua's funeral matters were largely settled, and Xia Ze prepared to return to Portugal for his medical at Tottenham and complete the transfer to White Hart Lane. That evening, after booking his ticket, Xia Ze spoke with Tononio to confirm that he would fly back to Portugal the next day and then go with him to London to finalize the transfer procedures with Tottenham. Wang Xiaolin drove Xia Ze to the roadside outside his home. After the car stopped, Xia Ze didn't get out immediately, but gently took Wang Xiaolin's hand and looked at her tenderly. What's wrong? Wang Xiaolin asked, puzzled. Xia Ze didn't speak, but slowly leaned toward her. Wang Xiaolin knew what he intended to do and shyly closed her eyes, waiting for that tender moment. Xia Ze's slightly moist lips gently kissed Wang Xiaolin's forehead. Then he whispered close to her ear, Xiaolin, thank you for everything these past few days. The two were lovers, and Wang Xiaolin had entrusted her lifelong happiness to Xia Ze. It was only natural for her to do things for his family. But Xia Ze knew he should thank the girl who had been taking care of his family all along. From her haggard face, he could see how hard she had been working these past few days. Wang Xiaolin felt that all the hardship of the past few days was worthwhile because of Xia Ze's kiss. You don't need to say thank you, your family's matters are my matters. Although Wang Xiaolin said it was nothing, she felt sweetness in her heart. At least Xia Ze could see her efforts and also knew how to respect her. Wang Xiaolin's gentle and considerate nature deeply moved Xia Ze. He gently stroked her smooth face, his eyes filled with tenderness. I really don't know how to thank you. Xia Ze said softly. Want to thank me? Let me go with you to London. Wang Xiaolin suddenly said playfully. That's not good. To look at you. You've been so tired these past few days. You should rest at home. Xia Ze hesitated. Let me go? Didn't you say you wanted to thank me? I really want to go. Wang Xiaolin shed her usual gentle demeanor and shook Xia Ze's arm coquettishly. All right, but only one plane ticket was booked. Xia Ze couldn't resist her coquettishness and gave in. Thank you, Ziz. Wang Xiaolin affectionately kissed Xia Ze on the cheek. I've long prepared to go to England with you. I booked. Xia Ze was speechless. After getting out of Wang Xiaolin's car and watching his beloved woman drive away to the end of the road, Xia Ze's heart was still deeply pained by his grandfather's passing. But with Wang Xiaolin always by his side, her gentleness and thoughtfulness gradually healed his wounds. With a hint of a blissful smile, Xia Ze walked into the dim alley. Tonight seemed especially quiet. Even the streetlights were off. Xia Ze found it very strange, but he had walked this alley since childhood for over a decade. Even with his eyes closed, he could find his way home. Although a faint melancholy lingered in his heart, the lingering sweetness of his intimate moment with Wang Xiaolin still played on his face, causing him to momentarily overlook the situation in the alley. A hurried sound of footsteps came from behind. Xia Ze's heart jolted. As he turned his head to see what was happening, his vision went dark and his entire upper body was covered by a burlap sack. What? Before Xia Ze could finish his questioning words, a wooden stick struck his right knee fiercely. A piercing pain shot up from his leg, making him cry out in agony. He could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. The assailant seemed unwilling to stop. The wooden stick continued to rain down on his body. He could only curl up, instinctively protecting his head. Enough! Stop hitting! A voice rang out. The relentless blows from the wooden stick finally ceased. This is your retribution. A rather youthful voice spoke. Although his entire body ached from the beating, Xia Ze could still tell that the voice belonged to someone no older than 14 or 15. Just as he was about to speak, the two people threw the wooden sticks to the ground and ran away. Xia Ze had no idea why someone would ambush him in the alley. He pulled the burlap sack off his head, every movement accompanied by pain. If he hadn't protected his head earlier, he would probably have passed out by now. When he tried to stand up, a sharp pain shot through his right knee. He cried out again and fell back to the ground. Oh no! Xia Ze felt the throbbing pain in his knee and realized that the blow from the wooden stick had severely injured it, perhaps critically. Enduring the agony, he reached out to retrieve his phone from the ground and dialed the emergency number. After doing everything, his face was covered in sweat the size of soybeans. Late at night in the hospital, Xia Ze lay on a bed as a nurse wheeled him out of the MRI examination room. Waiting outside were Wang Jingxuan and his daughter Wang Xiaolin. They had rushed to the hospital immediately upon hearing about the attack, only to find that Xia Ze had already entered the MRI room for injury assessment. As Xia Ze was wheeled out by the nurse, Wang Jingxuan stepped forward to speak with the doctor. He knew that if Xia Ze needed an MRI, the injuries were likely severe. Xia Ze was a professional athlete, and his physical condition was as vital as life itself. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaolin immediately went to Xia Ze's side, holding the bed railing, as she walked, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at her boyfriend's bruised arms and face. How did this happen? Wang Xiaolin said, painfully, tears threatening to spill. It's okay, don't worry. Xia Ze reached out and touched her face, comforting her. On the other side, Wang Jingxuan was talking to the doctor. Doctor, what is injured? Wang Jingxuan asked anxiously. His knee suffered a severe impact, causing distortion and partial ligament tears. The doctor said gravely. Wang Jingxuan's heart sank to the bottom. He knew exactly what a ligament tear meant for an athlete. Xia Ze would need at least a month, maybe longer, to recover and return to the field. Though this might not end his career, the blow was considerable, since he was supposed to report to Tottenham for a medical and registration the next day. How long until he can recover? Wang Jingxuan judged the injury to be severe, but consulting the doctor might offer a glimmer of hope. I can't guarantee that. An athlete like him should seek treatment from more specialized physicians. I cannot promise the best conditions here. But based on my experience, this type of injury requires at least 2 months of rest, the doctor said cautiously. When Wang Jingxuan relayed the test results and the doctor's diagnosis to Xia Ze, the color drained from his face, which had just regained some vitality. After a long moment, he forced a faint smile and consoled himself. Maybe this is fate. I wasn't meant to leave Maritimo yet. Hearing this, Wang Jingxuan and Wang Xiaolin felt heartbroken. Uncle Wang, it's very late. You and Xiaolin should go home and rest. We can talk about the rest tomorrow. Xia Ze looked up and said to them, No, I want to stay with you. Wang Xiaolin held his hand, her voice filled with pain. She knew how devastated Xia Ze must feel right now, and she didn't want to leave his side in his darkest moment. Listen, you haven't had a good rest these past few days. Go home for now, and come see me tomorrow. The nurses here will take care of me, they'll be fine. Xia Ze patted her hand, persuading her. Yes, Xiaolin, let's go home first. Wang Jingxuan also advised. Under Xia Ze and Wang Jingxuan's persuasion, Wang Xiaolin reluctantly left the hospital with her father. After they left, Xia Ze dialed Tenonio's number. His first words, spoken with a wry smile, were, Joao, I messed up. What's wrong? Tenonio was startled hearing Xia Ze's dejected voice and immediately pressed for answers. I probably won't be able to transfer to Tottenham. Xia Ze replied, still crestfallen. What happened? Xia Ze then told Tenonio about the attack, and after hearing this, Tenonio drew a sharp breath and instructed Xia Ze, don't have surgery yet. They'll come find you right away. Then he hung up the phone. That night, Xia Ze lay on the hospital bed with his right foot immobilized. Though the pain was gone, he couldn't fall asleep. Staring at the ceiling, a wave of bitterness surged within him. In the past few days, Xia Ze had endured too many blows. He had thought he could join Tottenham and make his mark in the Premier League, but unexpectedly his grandfather passed away. After handling his grandfather's funeral, his emotions had just calmed slightly under Wang Xiaolin's comfort when he was suddenly attacked. A wooden stick struck his knee, causing a ligament tear. This would sideline him for 2 to 3 months and greatly diminish his chances of joining Tottenham. No matter how resilient Xia Ze's mind was, he couldn't help sighing at the cruelty of fate. By midnight, exhausted physically and mentally, he finally drifted into a hazy sleep. The next day, when Xia Ze woke up, the sports sections of all national newspapers and media were leading with the story of his attack the previous night. He had no idea why the news spread so quickly, but undoubtedly once it spread in China, it would quickly reach Europe. Both his club and Tottenham's Levy and Boas. When he woke up, Wang Xiaolin and Li Chunhua were already waiting by his bedside. Looking at the two most important women in his life, his mother and girlfriend, their haggard faces filled with worry, Xia Ze couldn't help feeling a pang of tenderness. Xia Ze, how are you? Does your foot hurt? Li Chunhua asked anxiously when she saw him awake. It doesn't hurt now. Just a minor injury. Oh, everything will be fine. Xia Ze comforted his mother, trying not to worry her. Really? Li Chunhua looked doubtfully at the brace on his right. The doctor said I just need to rest properly. It won't affect my future, Xia Ze continued to reassure her. Li Chunhua looked at his foot with a pang of sorrow, then touched his slightly bruised cheek. You must be hungry. I made you some porridge, eat it while it's hot. As she spoke, Wang Xiaolin took out a thermos, opened it, and handed it to Xia Ze. While he was eating breakfast, 2 police officers entered to ask about the previous night's events and take his statement. Xia Ze was now a nationally recognized footballer and a public figure. Being attacked at his own doorstep was a significant incident. The police wouldn't ignore it and promptly sent 2 officers to investigate. After Xia Ze recounted the incident, especially mentioning the youthful voice, the police preliminarily determined it was related to the radical fan who had previously threatened to break Xia Ze's leg. Of course, this was just speculation, not yet conclusive. After the police left, doctors came to examine him. However, they were cautious, knowing that although the hospital could operate, they couldn't guarantee the best outcome. So they took conservative treatment measures to prevent the injury from worsening. Journalists, catching wind of the story, surrounded the hospital entrances. When Li Chunhua and Wang Xiaolin came and went, they were besieged by reporters. However, both remained silent, refusing to say a single word. During this time, Wang Jingsu and Luo Jin and others visited Xia Ze. Martins and Zhang Wei, far away in Portugal, also called to inquire about his injury. The concern from so many people helped Xia Ze somewhat emerge from the loneliness and helplessness he had felt the previous. In the evening, Tononio finally arrived from Portugal. Despite the journey, he didn't bother to find a hotel and came directly to the hospital to meet Xia Ze. Xia Ze, what did the doctor say? Tononio asked as he sat down. The doctor said they don't have the best treatment technology and conditions here, so they just gave me some conservative care to prevent the injury from worsening. Xia Ze replied truthfully. I understand. This isn't suitable for your treatment. I've already contacted a doctor for you. We'll leave for Finland tomorrow. What do you think? Tononio was very decisive and had arranged everything so quickly. Xia Ze glanced at his mother Li Chunhua and Wang Xiaolin. Seeing they had no objections, he nodded in agreement. But you need to be mentally prepared. Your injury might not be too optimistic, Tononio said with a frown. I know. As long as I can fully recover, that's enough. Transfers and such. There will still be opportunities in the future, Xia Ze said with a faint smile. Tononio hadn't expected Xia Ze to be so optimistic and was a bit surprised. The next day, Tononio and Xia Ze took a flight to Finland with Wang Xiaolin accompanying them to take care of Xia Ze. Xia Ze hadn't wanted her to go through the trouble, but Wang Xiaolin insisted, so he had to agree. The sports medicine doctor Tononio contacted for Xia Ze was Sakari Arava, who had treated David Beckham and also operated on Liu Xiang after his injury at the 2012 London Olympics. He was an absolute authority in sports medicine. Tononio had contacted this doctor through Wang Jingkun's connections and booked an appointment as quickly as possible to ensure timely treatment for Xia Ze's injury. After a long flight, the 3 arrived in the Nordic country of Finland. As soon as they landed, they rushed to Arava's. However, when they appeared outside the clinic, an unexpected figure was waiting inside. Daniel, why are you here? Tononio looked at the Tottenham chairman Levy in surprise. I came to see Xia Ze's condition, so I can make an accurate. Levy gave an awkward smile, then walked over and exchanged a few words. After waiting about half an hour in the clinic, Dr. Arava finally appeared, a bespectacled man in his 50s with graying hair. After briefly communicating with Tononio and the others, he examined Xia Ze. Following a series of tests, Arava said gravely, the ligament in his right foot is half torn. Fortunately, it's not too bad. How long will the recovery take? Levy asked with concern. He seemed even more anxious than Tononio. I will arrange the surgery tomorrow. The recovery time after the operation will be about 10 weeks. That's the fastest possible, Arava said softly. The recovery time assessed by Ayalawa was not far off from what the doctors at Guangzhou Hospital had estimated. It would also take 2.5 months before he could fully recover. In other words, the possibility of Xia Ze transferring to Tottenham Hotspur this summer was minuscule unless Tottenham were willing to sign him despite his injury. But it was clear that Levy was not willing to take that risk. After a brief conversation with Tononio, he left Finland. Xia Ze understood exactly what his departure signified. The transfer to Tottenham had officially fallen through. The day after the operation, both Portuguese and Chinese media simultaneously reported on Xia Ze's surgery, and the 10-week recovery period led them to believe the Tottenham deal would be cancelled. Sure enough, a day later, both Maritamo's official website and Tottenham's released simultaneous statements confirming that the 8 million transfer of Xia Ze to Tottenham Hotspur had been officially called off, sending shockwaves through Portuguese and Chinese media. Maritimo fans were caught in a bittersweet turmoil. The cancellation of the transfer was certainly a relief, but the fact that it meant their core player would be sidelined for over 2 months dampened any joy. How did he get injured? Big Beard sat in the pub still frowning. I heard he was attacked, and the culprit hasn't been, the young bartender replied, while wiping a glass. No matter what, he's staying now, but who will lead us for these 2 months? Big Beard said with frustration, a sentiment shared by most Maritimo fans and even players. Coach, now that Xia Ze isn't transferring, will you still bring in new players? Quaresma spoke quietly with Martins on the sidelines of the training ground. I will, Martins replied with a deep frown. After all, Xia Ze's injury is serious, and even when he recovers his form, we won't be able to keep him. Martins' troubles weren't just about Xia Ze's injury. The lack of transfer funds also made it difficult for him to sign a capable player. Maybe we have someone in the squad who can step up, Quaresma suggested, sensing the coach's dilemma. You mean? Martins hesitated, unsure whom Quaresma was referring to. Yes, I mean him. He's actually quite talented, just overshadowed by Xia Ze. Quaresma's gaze turned to the training pitch. Martin's followed his eyes and landed on Dike, a glimmer of something unusual flickering in his own. The police in Guangzhou interrogated the fan who had once threatened Xia Ze, but the suspect had an alibi and was not the one who had harmed him. With that suspect eliminated and insufficient leads, the investigation into Xia Ze's assault could not proceed any further. Xia Ze remained in Portugal to recover as Tenonio did not allow him to risk returning to Guangzhou. Wang Xiaolin, who was not due to report to her university in the UK until October, stayed in Portugal to care for him. Although Hua Yin had followed Zhang Wei to Lisbon, Hua Bin and his wife still stayed in Funchal. With multiple people looking after him, Xia Ze did not feel too lonely. The days of Xia Ze's recovery were agonizing despite Wang Xiaolin's company. The summer sunshine of Madeira was warm and gentle, perfect for recuperation and vacation. But whenever Wang Xiaolin pushed him in his wheelchair through the streets, fans of Nacional would cast mocking glances, making him deeply uncomfortable. Moreover, watching his teammates battle on the pitch while he sat idle in a wheelchair only deepened his bitterness. Thankfully, Wang Xiaolin stayed by his side, talking and chatting with him, making his recovery less tedious. A month later, the cast on Xia Ze's foot was removed, and he could walk with crutches. His recovery was progressing well. The day after the cast was removed, Wang Xiaolin returned to China to prepare for her university enrollment in the UK. After Wang Xiaolin left, Xia Ze felt even lonelier. Though the cast was off, he still had a long way to go before returning to play, and no one knew what his form would be like after recovery. On a day in mid-September, Xia Ze leaned on his crutches and left home to head to the club for upper body strength training. After the cast was removed, he went to the club's gym every day to work on strength, gradually aligning his power with the pace of his recovery. "Xia Ze, are you going to the club?" a sweet, clear voice called out. Xia Ze turned around and saw Monica, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He smiled and said, "Yes, I need to do strength training or my bones will rust." "How is your recovery?" Monica asked with concern, though her tone carried a hint of distance. "It's going well. I should be able to resume training in a month," Xia Ze said with a shrug, leaning on his crutches. "Are you free today? The kids said they haven't seen you for a long time. I'd love to see them too, but after my training." "All right, I'll pick you up then." After saying goodbye to Monica, Xia Ze took a taxi to the club's training base. Several rounds of the league had already passed, and the Maritimo players were training on the pitch. Alone in the chilly gym, Xia Ze exercised while hearing their laughter outside, a bitter ache swelling in his heart. Over the past month, he had endured immense anguish. He watched his teammates battle on the field, scoring goals, assisting, celebrating victories, and soaking in the applause of the fans. Meanwhile, he could only sit in front of the television, observing their every touch. Whenever a teammate received the ball, he would imagine what he would do if he were in that position, how he would pass. Sometimes his legs would involuntarily mimic a swinging motion. But when he kicked nothing but air and realized he was sitting on the sofa with a crutch beside him, a wave of inexplicable loss flooded his heart. That feeling of tumbling from a beautiful dream back into harsh reality was utterly terrible. Xia Ze never wanted to endure such pain again, so he trained tirelessly in the gym, preparing for his comeback. Over this past month, he finally understood why Messi had been so furious with him. For a professional footballer, the most crucial asset is their legs. If his legs were injured, it meant being away from the pitch, away from the source of his joy. He lowered his head and lifted the dumbbell above his head again, and again, his shirt soaked with sweat, utterly oblivious. After working out alone at the gym for over an hour, Xia Ze dragged his weary arms, and leaning on his crutches, slowly walked out of the training base. By then, the first team training of Maritimo had also ended, and most of the players had already left the training base. "Xia Ze, over here." Monica's voice rang out from the roadside. Xia Ze looked up and saw Monica waiting for him in her brother's car. "You dare to drive now?" Xia Ze approached, teasing her. "If you dare to get in, I dare to drive. My skills are much better than before." Monica replied with a smug smile. "How are the kids? Are they all right?" Xia Ze asked about the orphanage children as soon as he got into the car. After his injury, he had been unable to visit them for a long time due to his limited mobility. Last season, every holiday after match days, he would visit these unfortunate children at the orphanage. Spending time with them helped relieve the pressure from the games. After a month of gloom, Xia Ze was looking forward to seeing the children again and seeing their smiling faces. As the car drove along amid their conversation, they arrived at the orphanage gate. The children were already waiting, eagerly craning their necks for Monica's arrival. The moment Monica stopped the car, the children rushed over, cheerfully calling her name. But when Xia Ze got out of the car, the jubilant children suddenly froze in their tracks. They stared at him silently, their eyes even showing disdain. With a cold snort, a little girl turned and walked back into the courtyard with a sullen face. The other children followed suit, snorting at Xia Ze and walking away without even glancing back, seemingly ignoring Monica as well. Seeing their indifferent gazes, Xia Ze was utterly bewildered. He looked at Monica and frowned in confusion, signaling his lack of understanding. Monica could only force an awkward smile. After the children sulkily retreated into the courtyard and came out, greeted Xia Ze briefly, and then helped Monica carry things inside. Still injured, Xia Ze hobbled slowly into the courtyard on his crutches. Inside, the children had returned to their normal state and were playing. but they were playing games shooting basketballs, anything except football. And when Xia Ze entered, the lively children grew silent, as if he were a stern principal rather than the kind brother Xia Ze they once knew. He had to sit down on the side, quietly watching the children play their silent games, his heart full of puzzlement. After and Monica finished moving the items, they came over and sat beside Xia Ze. "Do you know why they ignore you?" the plump housekeeper and asked Xia Ze. He turned to her, shaking his head in confusion. "They used to adore you and they loved playing football. But last month, when you said you wanted to transfer to Tottenham, their hearts," and said regretfully, "I didn't think they'd stay angry this long. I thought after not seeing you for over a month they'd have cooled down, but it's still like this," Monica added helplessly. She had brought Xia Ze here today hoping to cheer him up, but instead it only made him more upset. "It's all right. They're just kids. Once I come back and score a few goals, they'll like me again," Xia Ze said quickly with a smile, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Monica and both looked dejected, knowing that Xia Ze was just trying to comfort them. "Brother Xia Ze, please don't be sad. I still support you." A childish voice came through. Xia Ze and the two women looked up in surprise and saw the thin, lean Felipe, wearing the jersey Xia Ze had given him, sitting down among them. "We all understand that someday you'll have to leave Maritimo and this island. We just didn't want you to leave so soon. That's why we got so angry when we heard about the transfer," Felipe said sadly, looking at his playing companions. "Brother Xia Ze, please don't be sad. We'll always support you. You have to get back on the field and score many goals." Felipe held Xia Ze's hand, encouraging him. Xia Ze looked at Felipe's clear eyes raised to meet his gaze, making a determined face to encourage him, and felt a surge of emotion. He gently patted Felipe on the head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. He'll heal quickly and get back on the field to score goals for Maritimo." Monica and watching from the side saw their earlier embarrassment and disappointment turn into faint smile. After spending a short while at the orphanage, since the children still refused to talk to Xia Ze, he had to leave with Monica, planning to visit them another time. Xia Ze returned alone to his house, the same way he had come back alone a month ago after Zhang Wei left. Back then, with the Tottenham transfer pending, he hadn't felt anything much. Now, looking at the half-empty house and his messy, unkempt bedding, a wave of loneliness washed over him. Yesterday, after seeing Wang Xiaolan off back to China, he had come back to the house and smelled her lingering scent on the pillow, but the feeling of loneliness had not been so strong. Now Wang Xiaolan was back in China, Zhang Wei was playing in Lisbon, and he seemed to have no one to talk to. Worst of all, he had to endure the torment of not being able to play, which made his heart ache even more. After Xia Ze's injury, Martins quickly brought in a strong defensive midfielder. And for the attacking midfield position, Dicko stepped up directly. Last season, Dicko hadn't had many chances to play. But during Xia Ze's absence, he rose rapidly, scoring 2 goals and providing 3 assists in 4 matches, helping Maritimo achieve a 4-game winning streak at the start of the league. Dicko's emergence seemed to make Maritimo's fans forget about Xia Ze. The headlines in the newspapers were no longer about Xia Ze leading Maritimo to victory, but about Dicko's meteoric rise as the new midfield leader of Maritimo. In the bars, the autographed jersey of Xia Ze that used to hang on the wall had been replaced with Dicko's. Deep down, Xia Ze was genuinely happy for Dicko. After all, Dicko was the first friend he and Zhang Wei made after arriving in Portugal. Even after Xia Ze's injury, Dicko often came to visit him. Dicko's rise did not trouble or threaten Xia Ze, instead it fueled his fighting spirit. To become the best player in the world, he had to accept every challenge. September soon came to an end. After days of upper body strength training, Xia Ze's leg injury gradually began to heal. By October, he was able to discard his crutches and walk slowly. However, his teammates who returned from the training ground seemed strangely distant, as if deliberately avoiding him. Consequently, every time he exercised in the gym, he found himself alone with only Dick Ao and Quaresma occasionally stopping by to exchange a few words. Aside from that, no one else took the initiative to communicate with Xia Ze. He understood that his transfer in August had led his teammates to view him as an outsider, and it was only the unexpected injury that kept him from leaving the pitch. Nonetheless, for now, at least before the winter transfer window opened, Xia Ze was still a player for Maritimo, possibly for even longer. Wang Xiaolan had already enrolled at a university in the UK, Liverpool University. Wang Xiaolan was a pseudo-Manchester United fan, and Xia Ze couldn't imagine her attending university in a city dominated by the rival red jerseys of Liverpool. Zhang Wei had been performing exceptionally well at Sporting Lisbon, securing a starting position since the league began, helping the club firmly hold the top spot in the Primera Liga, much to the surprise of the fans. At the end of September, Maritimo faced Sporting Lisbon at home. At that time, Maritimo was third in the league standings, only 3 points behind Sporting Lisbon. Xia Ze's injury cost him the chance to play in the Chinese derby against Zhang Wei. Sporting Lisbon, thanks to a header from Zhang Wei, defeated Maritimo away, continuing to sit firmly at the top of the standings. In that match, Dick Ao was closely marked by Zhang Wei and failed to make any notable contributions, causing some fans to miss Xia Ze, who was still recovering from his injury. After the match, Zhang Wei requested to stay in Funchal for a night to catch up with Xia Ze. The two good friends who had played together since childhood found their destinies had diverged dramatically after the summer transfer window. Xia Ze lay in the hospital bed for over a month while Zhang Wei was advancing towards his first league title, with Sporting Lisbon even making appearances in the Champions League. In the Chinese media, Zhang Wei was even subtly regarded as a leading figure among the young talents, shining brighter than Ai Huang, who played for Manchester United, and Gao Bo, who performed well in La Liga for Osasuna. However, Xia Ze did not mind this at all. He treated Zhang Wei just like his brother. The day Zhang Wei spent in Funchal was perhaps the happiest Xia Ze had felt in the past month. Pain eventually comes to an end. By mid-October, Xia Ze's leg injury had healed about 80 to 90%, allowing him to begin jogging and gradually return to training. After Maritimo lost to Sporting Lisbon, Dickao's form fluctuated, yet he still managed to keep the team hovering near the top of the standings. Additionally, in the Europa League, Maritimo was temporarily in second place in their group, with a promising outlook for advance. On this day, Xia Ze jogged along the sidelines. His leg no longer felt painful, but after 2 months without exercise, his thigh muscles remained tight, preventing him from taking long strides. Xia Ze, how are you feeling? Assistant coach Jorge approached him as they jogged together. Much better. The team doctor said that in a few days I can start training with the ball. That's good. Don't rush it. If you feel anything unusual, stop training immediately. Understood? Jorge reminded him with concern. Yes, I know. Xia Ze nodded seriously. Also, forget about what happened in summer. You are still a Maritimo player, and as long as you perform well, the fans will support you just the same. Upon hearing this, Xia Ze turned to look at Jorge, slightly surprised. He was curious how Jorge knew that he was worried about the fans' and teammates' perceptions, and that this troubled him. I've interacted with many players. Quite a few have been injured just before a transfer, leading to their deals falling through. Some of these players fell into despair. They had good talents, but after their injuries they became trapped by their inner demons and faded into obscurity. However, some managed to push through and underwent transformations after their injuries, becoming superstars like Ruud van Nistelrooy. You worked with Van Nistelrooy? Xia Ze asked in surprise. Indeed. Over a decade ago, I was a first-team coach at PSV Eindhoven. At that time, Van Nistelrooy, like you, was preparing to sign with Manchester United, but suffered a serious injury. However, he did not let it defeat him. Instead, after nearly a year of recovery, he returned, joined Manchester United, and earned the title of King of the Box. I know this. When he was injured, Manchester United's coach, Sir Ferguson, often sent him encouraging texts. That's right. Van Nistelrooy was able to return after nearly a year of serious injury, and his performance exceeded what it was before the injury, all because he possessed exceptional willpower. Our coaching staff believes your greatest advantage lies in your strong will, so we hope you can get through this challenge. I will. I've never given up in my heart. I've always been working hard for my comeback. Xia Ze said, firmly meeting Jorge's gaze. Jorge nodded in satisfaction, then hesitated for a moment before speaking again. By the way, have Tottenham contacted you again? In the days right after my surgery, Pochettino did call me, urging me to take good care of my recovery. But after that he hasn't reached out to me again. This shows that you are not indispensable in Pochettino's eyes. Jorge furrowed his brow and said, Tottenham's midfield is already crowded. I don't think they will extend an invitation to you before you return to your best form. Even if they make an offer, I don't think Tottenham is a good destination. Xia Ze quietly listened and didn't say much. Given his current injured state, he felt he had no standing to discuss transfers with the coach. He could only listen to Jorge's advice for now. Alright, that's all I wanted to say. I just came to remind you that you don't need to overthink things and should focus on your recovery. Jorge patted Xia Ze on the shoulder, smiled, and then left. Xia Ze watched Jorge's departing figure, knowing that this nearly 60-year-old assistant coach genuinely wished him well. His resolve grew even stronger. He could not let others down, and more importantly, he could not let himself. 2 weeks later, on Friday, October 30th, Xia Ze had resumed normal training for a week. During this week of training, his condition rapidly improved. After training, the matchday squad for the next league round was posted on the bulletin board. Last season, Xia Ze wouldn't have paid much attention, but today was different. After over 2 months of injury, he was desperately eager to play in a match. When he approached the bulletin board, the teammates who had been looking at the squad list all walked away. Xia Ze shook his head helplessly. Over the past month, he had grown accustomed to his teammates' fear of him, as if he were a tiger. When he looked up at the list on the bulletin board, he saw his name prominently displayed. Although he wasn't in the starting 11, being on the bench right after his return showed that the coach still had ample trust in him. Finally, I can make my comeback. The next match, Maritimo would travel to face Coimbra University. Inside Martin's office, a frowning Martin sat on the sofa, chin resting on his right hand, eyes fixed on the table, lips moving slightly, as he spoke in a low voice. Don't you think I might be rushing him by putting him on the field so soon? Across from him, assistant coach Jorge smiled slightly and said, you asked me the same question last year, and back then he scored a beautiful goal in his first match, helping us escape unharmed from the Estadio Alvalade. Jorge paused, then continued, he has trained very hard this week. His fitness may not be at its peak yet, but the away match against Coimbra University is undoubtedly the best time for his comeback. I think so too, Martin said, still cupping his chin, pensive. If we let him return in the next home game, the pressure from the fans would be too great. It seems they still haven't forgiven him. Martin, still chin in hand, said thoughtfully. Our players don't talk much to him either. Should we do something about it? Jorge inquired. Let's not rush. As long as Xia Ze shows his form again, his teammates will naturally trust him. When that time comes, we can just go with the flow and their relationship will repair itself, Martin said confidently. Jorge's lips moved, but no words came out. Good afternoon, dear viewers. Today is Saturday, November 1st, 2014. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Portuguese Premier League, brought to you by Sport TV. I'm Christian, and today's guest commentator is the charming man Nuno Gomes. Christian's excited voice sounded from the TV again. On the screen, the slightly graying-haired host was seated next to a man with jet black hair and a classical handsome face. Nuno Gomes, one of the representatives of Portugal's golden generation. Today's match is Coimbra University hosting Maritimo. The gap in strength between the two sides is quite large. I think the only highlight of this match is the Chinese player Xia Ze, who almost joined Tottenham in the summer transfer window, and after missing more than 2 months due to injury, he has finally returned today and is sitting on the bench. I believe Martins will definitely send him on in the second half, whether they are leading or trailing. Xia Ze's comeback in this match is absolutely certain, Christian said with great certainty. Beside him, Nuno Gomes looked at him with a puzzled expression, wondering where the host's confidence came from. Fortunately, the TV feed had already switched to the live scene, so Gomez's strange expression was not captured. The players from both sides had already lined up to enter the field. Xia Ze, following behind the starting players, walked into the stadium while talking with Jorge. Coimbra University's home stadium was not large, even smaller than Maritimo's home, the Estadio dos Barreiros, with a capacity of only 980 spectators. Nevertheless, the stands were still not full, with an attendance rate of about 80. It shows that in the Portuguese Premier League, apart from the more popular teams, the market for other clubs is not very good. Xia Ze did not mind that his comeback match was in such a modest stadium, although he would have preferred to prove his return in front of tens of thousands of spectators. He was not afraid of pressure. The match progressed smoothly, exactly as Martins had anticipated. Maritimo quickly took a 2-goal lead, and after the second half began, Xia Ze had been warming up on the sidelines. Midway through the second half, Xia Ze took off his warm-up vest and stood by the sideline ready to come on. Jorge was beside him, explaining the team's tactical setup. Okay, Xia Ze is about to come on. He is replacing Artur. Let's applaud this Chinese wonder kid. Xia Ze, last season's Portuguese League best young player who has fought through injury and returned to this field, Christian said excitedly, watching Xia Ze appear on the TV screen. In a bar in Funchal, Maritimo fans were watching the large TV on the wall, which just showed Xia Ze ready to come on. The previously noisy bar suddenly fell silent. They didn't know how to face the return of this man, who led the team to the pinnacle of honor last season, but almost transferred to Tottenham in the summer. 1 or 2 half-drunk men cursed Xia Ze in slurred words. The rest, however, chose silence, quietly watching the TV screen. Xia Ze listened to Jorge while watching Artur slowly jogging toward him from the field, and felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. This scene had occurred a year ago when Xia Ze was still a rookie, just entering the professional football world. Now this comeback match signified that he, the best newcomer of last season in the Portuguese league, was returning to the field that made him famous. Come on. The substituted Artur lightly high-fived Xia Ze, encouraging him. After the high-five, Xia Ze looked at the grass ahead, stepped forward with his right foot bent slightly, and brushed his hand over the ground. I'm back. After stepping onto the field, Xia Ze quickly ran to the attacking midfield position, pairing with Deco to form a double playmaker duo. According to Martin's arrangement, Deco played slightly deeper, while Xia Ze took a more advanced position. After coming on, Xia Ze was very active, frequently dropping back to get the ball, but his teammates seemed unwilling to pass to him. After defenders got the ball, they mostly passed to Deco or hoofed it forward to Dilly. Sometimes, even when Xia Ze ran into open space, they would rather pass sideways to another teammate. Only Deco and Quaresma, after receiving the ball, were willing to combine with Xia Ze. Without the ball, Xia Ze, no matter how talented, couldn't produce a standout performance. Xia Ze has been out of action for too long. He clearly isn't in good form, and his teammates are hesitant to pass him the ball, Kristen said with some regret. Indeed, after Xia Ze came on, Maritimo's control of the game actually deteriorated compared to before, allowing Coimbra University to launch counterattacks. Nuno Gomes echoed. After aimlessly running around for over 10 minutes, Xia Ze realized his teammates still didn't trust him, and he never got the ball, leaving him somewhat impatient. Xia Ze, catch. Daiko's voice came from beside him. Startled by the shout, Xia Ze snapped back to reality just as Daiko's pass arrived at his feet. He had little time to handle it. As he tried to control the ball with his instep, it bounced nearly a meter away. The opposing midfielder immediately closed in and intercepted the ball. Oh, Xia Ze lost the ball. He's in terrible form today. Kristen couldn't help but complain. Damn, why did Martin send him on? They should sell him in the summer. In a bar in Funchal, Maritimo fans erupted in complaints after Xia Ze's clumsy touch led to a turnover, bitterly cursing him. Terrible. Xia Ze reacted only after the ball was stolen. Because he had dropped deep, the opponent immediately had a great counterattack opportunity. Xia Ze didn't want his mistake to cost the team a goal. He couldn't bear that pain again. So the moment the ball was lost he gave chase, and just before the opposing midfielder could pass slid in from behind, taking down both the player and the ball. The referee's sharp whistle sounded calling a foul on Xia Ze. He rushed over, and without hesitation showed Xia Ze a yellow card as a warning. Xia Ze knew he couldn't avoid the booking, so he just shrugged and walked away helplessly. He had to take responsibility for his own mistake, otherwise his teammates would hold an even greater grudge. On the sidelines, Martins watched Xia Ze receive the yellow card with a furrowed brow and tight lips. Damn it. This is a disastrous performance. Daiko is far better than him. He deliberately got himself a yellow card. Doesn't he trust our defenders? In the Funchal bar, complaints continued after Xia Ze's foul and booking. No matter what Xia Ze did, it seemed he couldn't escape the fans' criticism. For the rest of the match, burdened by the yellow card, he played more cautiously and his teammates were even more reluctant to pass to him. Fortunately, Coimbra University's attack was weak and Maritimo held on to a 20 victory, securing 3. This was Xia Ze's first game after a 2.5-month injury layoff. It seems he didn't perform well, probably because he's been away from the pitch too long. Kristen analyzed after the match. He had always been supportive of Xia Ze and certainly didn't want to see him fade away. But to become a top player, one must be ready to perform at any time, even after a year off. He should have delivered an inspiring display upon his return. Nuno Gomes continued. If Xia Ze wants to be a top player, he must show more competitiveness in future matches. There was a hint of melancholy in his voice. As one of the last members of Portugal's golden generation, despite his talent, injuries had prevented his career from reaching greater heights. Injuries had become his deepest pain. Regardless, we look forward to Xia Ze's future performances. I believe this Chinese prodigy won't disappoint us. Kristen remained optimistic. After that poor showing, Xia Ze wasn't included in the squad for the next Portuguese League Cup match, clearly because Martins was dissatisfied with his form. But following some adjustments, Xia Ze came off the bench again in a home league game, yet his performance was still poor. Both his chemistry with teammates and his own form were far from last season's level. When he had the ball, he even drew boos from the home fans, making things even harder for him. In the next 2 matches, Xia Ze started, though his form improved slightly. Still, the criticism from fans and media, especially in the away game against Porto, where he was substituted at halftime after an unremarkable performance, making him the scapegoat for that loss. During the few rounds since Xia Ze's return, his incompatibility with Daiko had thrown Maritimo's midfield into chaos, dropping them to 6th in the standings. Not even in the European spots, let alone competing for the Champions League. The poor results turned all fingers towards Xia Ze. After several games without a standout performance, Martins seemed to lose patience. In the 11th round on November 15th, during the City Derby against Nacional, Xia Ze was left out of the squad. Without Xia Ze, Maritimo defeated their archrivals Nacional at home, halting their decline. The day after the match, as Xia Ze walked through the streets of Funchal, he not only faced hostile and mocking glances from Nacional fans. Some Maritimo fans even waved the team's flag in front of him, shouting, "Leave. The team doesn't need you anymore. Go to your damned London." Those shouts from Maritimo fans hurt Xia Ze the most. He never expected that his efforts to return to the pitch would be met with hostility from fans and teammates, as if all his hard work had flowed away like spring water eastward. In London, at Tottenham Hotspur's training ground, Pochettino sat in Levy's office, the two of them talking. "I heard Xia Ze is back," Levy said. "Yes, but his form has been terrible since returning," Pochettino replied. "Do you still need him?" "No. Eriksen is in great form, and we have enough midfielders. Let's wait until then. Let's keep observing him. We invested too much time on him this summer. We need to make moves in the winter window to further strengthen the squad," Levy analyzed. Pochettino didn't respond, just nodded slightly. Xia Ze was a player his predecessor Villas-Boas had his eye on. Pochettino had some interest, but not too strong. Giving up now didn't feel like a loss. It was no great regret. Xia Ze avoided the crowd and walked into a quiet alley. In the alley stood a shop with a worn wooden sign hanging on the wall, fastened by 2 rusty wires. The wooden sign bore a few words, almost illegible from wind and rain. Xia Ze strained his eyes and finally made out the inscription, "Tavern of the Disheartened." Isn't this exactly where I wanted to go? The disheartened. Now he himself was one. Whether it was his performance on the pitch or his standing in the fans' hearts, everything seemed to have hit rock bottom. Xia Ze lowered his head and gently pushed open the wooden door of the tavern. The place was quiet, with a melancholic string melody playing. Scattered at the bar sat a few men, each half drunk. The decadent atmosphere, the sorrowful music, and the dim lights of the bar. This was indeed a tavern for the disheartened. The bartender glanced up at Xia Ze but didn't seem to recognize him. To tell the truth, in this small city of Funchal, anyone who didn't know Xia Ze was either blind or had never watched. The bartender didn't seem like someone who didn't watch football, for he was wearing a Portuguese national team jersey. But when Xia Ze sat down at the bar, the bartender still said nothing, simply poured him a glass of wine and placed it before him. After entering the tavern, all the frustrations immediately surged in Xia Ze's heart. With the atmosphere here, he, who normally didn't drink much, unconsciously picked up the glass. After finishing one glass, he instinctively took out his phone and dialed Wang Xiaolan's number. After more than 10 seconds the call connected, but was quickly hung up on the other end. A moment later a message came, Xia Ze, I'm in class. Can I call you tonight? Xia Ze stared at the screen, didn't reply, and put the phone on the bar counter to continue drinking. Time slipped away in the glasses he kept drinking, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. The bartender seemed to have no intention of stopping him, refilling his glass again and again. Soon Xia Ze was completely drunk, his head spinning, and he slumped over the counter unconscious. The old man who had been pouring his drinks finally stopped. He gazed at Xia Ze for a while, then picked up Xia Ze's phone from beside him and deftly dialed the number. Hello, Monica. Your friend the footballer passed out here. Come take him home. After saying this, the bartender left Xia Ze alone and went to attend to other customers. About 10 minutes later, Monica's hurried figure appeared outside the tavern of the Disheartened. She pushed open the door and saw Xia Ze lying on the counter reeking of alcohol. How could you let him drink so much? Monica snapped at the bartender. Hey, he wanted to drink. No choice. If he hadn't gotten drunk, it would be harder to talk to him, the bartender replied nonchalantly. He's a professional player. Drinking this much will harm his health. Monica was still angry. The drinks I gave him were mild, not too harsh. He's been suppressing himself for too long without an outlet. This binge might just clear his mind. The drinks I gave him were mild, they won't harm his health much. He's been suppressing himself for so long without an outlet, so this bout of drinking can just clear his mind. If I don't care about you. Monica snorted angrily, and then moved to help Xia Ze up. But Xia Ze's 1.8-meter professional athlete frame was too heavy for her petite figure to lift. After several failed attempts to move Xia Ze, Monica yelled at the bartender, come help, or I'll tell an you deliberately gave Xia Ze alcohol. The bartender, who had been smiling, immediately hurried over to support Xia Ze, following Monica out of the tavern. The few men still drinking inside paid no attention to this commotion, continuing to sip their drinks in utter decadence. Monica and the bartender heaved Xia Ze into the car. Seeing him dead drunk like a pig, she shook her head and drove off. While the bartender had helped get him out of the tavern, once Monica's car stopped downstairs at Xia Ze's building, she had to drag the drunken Xia Ze up the stairs alone. By now it was dusk. Monica summoned an unknown strength, and after an immense effort finally managed to haul Xia Ze into his room. Looking at Xia Ze lying on the bed, his face flushed, and muttering incoherently, Monica felt a pang of pain in her heart. I can't fall like this. I have to win back the fans' hearts. But why don't you even care about me? Xia Ze slurred in Cantonese, and Monica couldn't understand a word. She only knew that after more than 2 months of injury, Xia Ze's comeback had been lackluster, and the fans' criticism and boos had put enormous pressure on him. Maybe the bartender was right. Letting him get drunk once might lighten his load, Monica said to herself as she looked at Xia Ze. After catching her breath, she soaked a towel in hot water, wrung it out, and gently placed it on his forehead. Gazing at the handsome man, his eyes blurred with intoxication, Monica's heart gave a little leap. She whispered to Xia Ze, even though the fans boo you now, you have to stand up again, because I am still here, silently supporting you. Her eyes were filled with infinite tenderness. Ever since Wang Xiaolin came to Portugal earlier this year to stay with Xia Ze for a while, Monica had seen the intimacy between them and knew she had no chance to become Xia Ze's girlfriend. Being naturally outgoing as she was, she chose to bury this feeling deep in her heart, never again revealing her love to Xia Ze, and even keeping silent about it in front of others. Now alone with Xia Ze in the room, smelling the alcohol and masculine scent from his body, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her cheeks flushed from the wine fumes he exhaled. She looked at Xia Ze and slowly lowered her red lips toward him. If she couldn't be with this man, at least having intimate contact with him could solace her lonely heart. In the dim room, their lips gently touched. Monica kissed the man she loved. Even though he might be unaware of her action, she still blushed with embarrassment, her heart racing and breath quickening. After more than 10 seconds, Monica's red lips left Xia Ze's, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. She gently lay on his chest, feeling the rise and fall of his breathing and the slow beating of his pulse. The hot towel on Xia Ze's forehead was steaming, absorbing some of the alcohol fumes. He stirred slightly from his drunken stupor, but his head was still spinning with dizziness. He found himself with Monica. He didn't know what to do. He knew he absolutely couldn't hold her back, otherwise lingering would only make the three of them more troubled. Since it had already happened, he could only treat it like a dream, just as Monica had suggested. But the event was so sudden that his muddled mind couldn't process it, so he decided to take a hot shower. After clearing his head a little, he finally had an idea, and remembered he needed to call Wang Xiaolin. He quickly came up with an excuse and dialed her number. Where were you just now? Wang Xiaolin asked with concern as soon as she answered. Oh, I was discussing something with Tononio, and it's done now. Xia Ze said somewhat hesitantly, but he quickly concealed his panic. Are you okay? I have no classes these 2 days. Shall I come keep you company? Wang Xiaolin said, gently, a hint of tenderness in her tone. Next week maybe. I might be quite busy these 2 days, Xia Ze replied. As soon as he heard she wanted to come, he worried about any traces left in the room and quickly made an excuse. Alright, I'll come find you next week then. The voice on the phone sounded a bit disappointed. They chatted a little more, but Xia Ze felt increasingly uneasy and hurriedly ended the call. They talked a bit longer, but Xia Ze grew more uneasy and quickly ended the call. In a secluded restaurant in Funchal, Xia Ze and Tenonio sat across from each other. Tenonio, noticing the hint of panic in Xia Ze's eyes, asked with surprise, "What happened?" "I can't say. I just know that my situation is terrible now and I can't stay in Funchal any longer," Xia Ze said dejectedly. Indeed, he truly couldn't bear to stay in Funchal any longer. Whether it was his performance on the field, his relationship with the fans, or the accident with Monica off the pitch, all of it made him want to leave Maritimo, a desire stronger than ever before. "But you can't leave now. If you do, you'll only go downhill from here and never reach the level of a top-tier player." Tenonio firmly refuted Xia Ze's thoughts. Xia Ze looked up at him, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "I don't know what it is that you can't talk about, but your current performance on the team isn't satisfactory. People will think you haven't recovered from your injury. No good team will want you like this. You'll only end up at an even worse club," Tenonio said meaningfully. "The Maritimo fans may feel they don't need you anymore, but you can't think that way. You can't run away when you encounter setbacks. You have to overcome them. I won't ask about your personal affairs, but you must perform on the pitch before we can even talk about a transfer." Tenonio's attitude was unyielding. He instantly dismissed Xia Ze's desire to transfer. Without his agent's help, you would find it nearly impossible to secure a new club, so Xia Ze had no choice but to concentrate on playing. Xia Ze fell silent, unable to find words to argue. Tenonio was right. If he couldn't regain his form from last season on the field, no better club would come calling. If he couldn't overcome this hurdle, then perhaps his career would truly end like this, with its peak forever stuck at the moment he led the team to win the League Cup last season. He couldn't let his achievements stop there. His career had only just begun. "Think it over carefully," Tenonio said, patting him on the shoulder before leaving as Xia Ze sank into contemplation. "I can't go on like this. I must win back the hearts of the Maritimo fans. I can't think about leaving now, if that's not the most important thing. What matters most is proving that I'm no worse than last season. Since I didn't make the matchday squad, I'll start from scratch and earn back the trust of my teammates and coach," Xia Ze told himself in his mind, his gaze gradually becoming resolute, the previous dejection nowhere to be found. He left the restaurant and wandered aimlessly through the streets, but he was no longer the dispirited Xia Ze from yesterday. As he walked, his feet unconsciously led him to the bar where he had gotten drunk the previous day, the Losers Bar. He stopped at the entrance, staring at the old, slightly trembling sign above, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. Gently pushing open the wooden door, he stepped inside. The same melancholic music played, and a few scattered patrons sat slumped at the bar, dejected and listless. Yesterday, when Xia Ze had entered, he hadn't paid much attention, but now he noticed that those drinking themselves into stupors at the counter were all well-dressed men in suits. On the street, they might have been mistaken for managers at some company, but here they were just drunks. The bar owner, whom Xia Ze hadn't really noticed yesterday, was a short, bald, chubby man in his 50s with squinting eyes when he smiled. But when he saw Xia Ze, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Why are you back?" the owner asked, clearly taken aback by Xia Ze's return. "I just happened to be passing by and thought I'd drop in," Xia Ze said, casually sitting at the counter. They spoke as if they were old friends, their conversation easy and unguarded. The bar owner studied Xia Ze for a moment and noticed that his expression was completely different from the dejected one of yesterday. Now his eyes were especially determined, just like when the owner watched him play on TV. "You seem different from yesterday. Why did you come in?" "This is a bar for the downcast," the owner said in a curious tone. "I don't know. I was walking outside and my feet just brought me here," Xia Ze replied flatly. The owner poured a glass of wine and slid it toward him. Xia Ze glanced at it, but didn't pick it up. Instead, he looked at the slightly drunk man beside him and said, "Your bar is strange." The owner said nothing, simply continued pouring drinks for the other patron. That drunkard was already 7 or 8 parts intoxicated, yet he kept drinking. Xia Ze noticed that his face was clean shaven and his hair was smoothly combed. Nothing like a man who spent his days drowning in alcohol. This bar gave him an even weirder feeling. Did they all fail in business? Xia Ze guessed. Dressed in suits, yet utterly wasted. That was the only explanation he could think of. No, they're all very successful at work. Each one is someone who has a say in their respective companies. The owner shook his head, refuting Xia Ze's guess. Then why do they drink so heavily? Xia Ze asked curiously. And why did you drink yourself unconscious yesterday? The owner countered. Xia Ze was left speechless. If he called himself a failure, he didn't quite qualify. It was just a small setback. As for why he had drunk yesterday, he didn't really know. He just remembered the owner kept pouring and he kept drinking. And why aren't you drinking today? The owner asked again, eyeing the untouched glass on the counter. Xia Ze also looked at the glass, but couldn't find an answer. Because you don't need it today, the owner answered for him. They drink to escape reality, but this glass can only help them escape for 12 hours, maybe less. When they wake up and find reality unchanged, they stop running, the owner continued. That's why you don't feel like drinking today? You've seen the truth, you can't run from all this. The owner fixed his gaze on Xia Ze, as if trying to see through his very soul. Xia Ze remained silent, stunned by the owner's words. He realized it was just as Tenonio had told him earlier. He truly couldn't escape reality. If he was dissatisfied with reality, then he had to change it. Thank you, Xia Ze said to the owner from the bottom of. He meant it sincerely, though he wasn't sure why he said it. Still, he felt that after yesterday's binge many of his troubles had lessened, even if one more had surfaced. Don't thank me. Just don't tell Annie you came here to drink, the owner said with a squint, leaning in to whisper. Annie. Over the following 2 days, Xia Ze's performance in training was exceptionally outstanding, completely reversing his slump of the past month. He even took the initiative to practice extra, earning the admiration of his teammates and coaches. On Thursday, Maritimo will face Steaua Bucuresti away in Romania. This is the final round of the Europa League group stage. Maritimo currently sits in second place while Steaua Bucuresti is in third, separated by just 1 point. This is a crucial match for qualification. After training on Wednesday, Xia Ze approached head coach Martins. Coach, I believe I have regained my best form. I hope to play tomorrow and help the team advance from the group, Xia Ze said with a firm tone. Martins turned to look at Xia Ze's determined expression and couldn't help but nod inwardly, but outwardly. He said casually, your performance in training has been noticed by the coaching staff. As for tomorrow's match arrangements, they will be announced later. Having said that, he ignored Xia Ze and turned away. Xia Ze looked at Martins' back and shrugged helplessly. He really had no idea what this young head coach was thinking. After finishing his extra training, Xia Ze passed by the bulletin board and saw his name on the squad list for the next match. A surge of joy filled his heart. However, the squad list did not indicate who would start. This season, Maritimo had changed its way of announcing the lineup. Only the squad list was released the day before the match, and the starting 11 would be revealed only 1 hour before kickoff. So although Xia Ze knew he was on the squad list, he could not confirm whether he would get the chance to start. In any case, this was better than being completely ignored in the previous match. It showed that his hard work and training had earned the coach's recognition. Let's give it our all. The emotions Xia Ze had suppressed for over a month were now on the verge of eruption. On Thursday, Xia Ze traveled with the team by plane to Romania. After a few hours of flight, the plane landed slowly in Bucharest, the capital of Romania. It was Xia Ze's first time traveling with the team to Eastern Europe, setting foot on this unfamiliar land. Steaua Bucuresti can be considered the top football club in Romania, having once defeated Barcelona to win the European Cup in the 1980s. The history and honors this club possesses are beyond Maritimo's comparison. The Steaua Stadium, which can hold 2,800 spectators, is celebrating its 40th anniversary this year. Although not large, the Romanian fans are very passionate. From the time Xia Ze entered the airport and boarded the bus, he noticed Steaua fans waving flags and cheering for their team all along the way. Unlike Portuguese fans, the Steaua supporters seemed to harbor no malice toward the visiting Maritimo players. Wherever the team bus passed, fans heading to the stadium could be seen greeting the Maritimo players with warmth and smiles. This was completely different from Xia Ze's impression that Eastern European teams' home grounds were Devils stadiums, which helped him relax a bit. The team bus pulled into the parking lot of the Steaua Stadium. Under Martins' lead, the Maritimo players filed into the away team dressing room. Alright everyone, listen up. I'm now announcing the starting lineup for this match. After the players had found their seats, Martins took a piece of paper from his pocket, scanned the room, and said with some seriousness. Upon hearing that the starting lineup was about to be announced, Xia Ze immediately straightened up, stopped his shoelacing motion, and looked at Martins. Goalkeeper is Sasha, left back is. As Martins read each name, he glanced at the player. If there was a positional change, he would briefly explain to the player concerned. The starting players, when hearing their names, would nod firmly to indicate they were ready. Midfielders Pereira and Martins glanced at the two as he read their names, and they immediately nodded. Another midfielder, Xia Ze. Martins looked at Xia Ze and said affirmatively. Upon hearing his name, Xia Ze's heart leaped. He then looked at Martins and nodded vigorously. I won't let you down again, Xia Ze said silently in his heart. Beside him, Daiko showed a surprised expression. He looked at Martins, but received no explanation from the head coach, inevitably feeling a bit disappointed. Recently, while Xia Ze's form had been poor, Daiko had been a consistent starter. In the previous match, he even helped Maritimo defeat their city rivals Nacional at home. Yet today, in such a crucial match, he found himself unable to play, leaving him quite disappointed. After announcing the starting lineup, Martins had the team go Europa League match. Hello everyone, I'm Christian. Welcome to this crucial Europa League match. Maritimo takes on Steaua Bucuresti away. The winner will advance to the knockout stage while the loser will head back home. Christian's voice came through the television, still as witty and humorous as ever. The starting lineups for both sides have been announced. Quite surprisingly, Chinese player Xia Ze, who has been in poor form since returning from injury and was even benched in the last Madeira derby, appears in the starting lineup today. In such a crucial match, Martins has abandoned Daiko, who scored the winning goal last game, and instead starts the out-of-form Xia Ze. It must be said this is a risky choice. Although Xia Ze's ability was demonstrated last season, his performance this season has been truly terrible. We can't help but worry for Maritimo. Christian commented on Maritimo's starting lineup, clearly not expecting Xia Ze to perform well in this match. Although he had highly praised Xia Ze last season, Xia Ze's performance this season truly worried him. On the island of Madeira inside a bar in Funchal, Maritimo fans gathered, as usual, to watch the television broadcast of the final Europa League group stage match. What's he doing, Martins? Is he crazy? How can you put him on? His form this season is terrible. No need to watch this match is a sure loss. After learning that Xia Ze would start in place of Daico, Maritimo fans couldn't help but complain, criticizing Martin's lineup decisions. Although Xia Ze was their hero last season, the summer transfer saga and his poor form after returning have caused his status in the fans' hearts to plummet to the lowest point. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Xia Ze might just deliver an impressive performance. The bearded man sat at the bar speaking to the young bartender. He has been in such poor form this season, not losing this match would already be a good outcome. The bartender replied with little confidence. I believe he will score in this match. Do you believe it? A voice came from outside. The bartender and the bearded man turned to see a short, bald, old man entering. What are you doing here? Isn't your rundown bar supposed to be open? The young bartender exclaimed in surprise. The newcomer was indeed the owner of the disheartened bar. Don't worry about that, just watch the match. The Xia Ze from last season is coming back. The bar owner said proudly. The young bartender snorted dismissively, seemingly quite contemptuous. Xia Ze stood in the center circle preparing to kick off with Dilly. Today they were wearing white away kits while the home team Bucharest Stars donned red and blue striped jerseys. Beep. The referee's whistle blew and the match began. I will not shy away any longer. I will show you through my performance that I can help the team win. Xia Ze silently told himself. This crucial match for qualification had begun, and Xia Ze actively ran to receive the ball after the kickoff. However, his teammates seemed to still distrust him and were not very willing to pass the ball to him. As a result, Xia Ze, who was supposed to be the core of the midfield, lacked the trust of his teammates, making the midfield of Maritimo operate as if its gears were rusted, moving with great difficulty. After repeatedly running into open spaces, Xia Ze still had few opportunities to receive the ball. However, Xia Ze did not give up, for he knew this was just the beginning of the match. As long as he continued to find good positions, his teammates would eventually pass the ball to him, giving him a chance to regain their trust. But Bucharest Stars were not about to give Maritimo's midfield. Xia Ze had already returned to the vicinity of the center circle, running into space to receive the ball. In the 7th minute of the match, Pereira received the ball in midfield. Xia Ze had already returned to the vicinity of the center circle, running into space to receive the ball, but Pereira did not pass it to him immediately. Instead, under pressure from the opposing midfielders, the ball was intercepted. Bucharest Stars quickly formed a counterattack opportunity with 3 or 4 players surging over half the field. Xia Ze watched as Pereira lost the ball and hurried back to defend. However, Bucharest's advance was rapid, and within just a few touches they breached Maritimo's penalty area. At this moment, Pereira, who had lost the ball, turned and attempted a sliding tackle to reclaim possession. Bucharest Stars player was brought down along with the ball. Beep. The referee rushed towards the penalty area, raising his right hand decisively to point at the 12-yard spot. A penalty. The referee firmly awarded a penalty after Pereira's foul during his pursuit following the lost ball, handed Bucharest Stars a golden opportunity. You should have passed the ball to Xia Ze. Sasha yelled at Pereira as he rushed out. He was quite furious about Pereira. Martins on the sidelines also wore a grim expression, watching the scene with a dark look. He did not expect his players to be so unprofessional. Months had passed, and they still couldn't trust Xia Ze again. Pereira, frustrated, held his head in his hands, showing no reaction even to the referee's yellow card. He clearly felt remorse for his earlier decision. Bucharest Stars did not waste this opportunity, scoring the penalty effortlessly. 10. Bucharest Stars took the lead in the 9th minute of the match. Damn it. Pereira, you idiot, you should have passed the ball to Xia Ze. After the Stars scored from the penalty, the camera focused on Pereira while the bearded man in the bar erupted in anger. Other fans also began to curse Pereira, seemingly agreeing with what the bearded man said. Pass the ball to Xia Ze. Martins shouted towards the players on the field. You all need to trust him. Pereira still looked dejected, feeling regret for giving the opponent a penalty. The match resumed, and within 10 minutes Xia Ze took the kickoff for the second time, passing the ball directly to the trailing Pereira. After receiving the ball, Pereira passed it sideways to the captain Brigel on the flank. Here, pass the ball. Xia Ze once again ran into open space, shouting at Pereira for the ball. Give him the ball, you fool. The bearded man in the bar shouted once again. Other fans in attendance echoed his shouts. Pereira hesitated for a moment, then pushed the ball to Xia Ze. Seeing Pereira actively pass the ball to Xia Ze, the tense Martins on the sidelines immediately breathed a sigh. Due to Pereira's moment of hesitation, when Xia Ze received the ball, the opposing midfielder had already closed in. He had no space to turn, and could only pass to the left, giving the ball to Arthur, then quickly turned and ran forward. Arthur understood, immediately executing a wall pass, with Xia Ze returning the ball to him. Supported by his teammates, Xia Ze surged forward like a dragon, entering the sea, swiftly breaking into the opponent's offensive zone. Quaresma on the left flank had also found space, and without hesitation, he sent a lofted pass right to Quaresma. Under Xia Ze's lead, Maritimo immediately launched a wave of attacks. Quaresma, breaking through 2 opposing players on the left flank, found a gap and shot narrowly, missing the left post. and sending the ball out of play, almost equalizing for Maritimo. Although they couldn't equalize immediately, Xia Ze played a crucial role in this attack, and his teammates felt that his form seemed to be returning. In the following matches, teammates, including Pereira, gradually restored their trust in Xia Ze. Every time he ran into open space asking for the ball, they would pass it to his feet, allowing him to orchestrate the attack. Xia Ze did not betray his teammates' trust. When receiving the ball in midfield, he transformed from the poor form of previous matches, excelling in possession and passing. Leading Maritimo in wave after wave of attacks, he directed assaults towards the Stars' goal. Bucharest Stars, buoyed by the momentum of their home ground, scored within the first 10 minutes. During this period, Xia Ze gradually regained midfield control through his passing, getting possession back to Maritimo. Another beautiful evasion by Xia Ze. His performance today is outstanding, completely different from the disastrous form of previous matches. The South China Tiger of last season is back. Christine exclaimed in admiration after one of Xia Ze. In a bar in Funchal, the Maritimo fans let out low murmurs of amazement, though they did not openly praise Xia Ze, having berated him before the match. Although Maritimo had yet to equalize, the furrowed brow of Martins on the sidelines had already begun to relax. With 30 minutes of play elapsed, he discerned that Xia Ze had revived, helping the team seize complete control of the midfield. A goal was merely a matter of time, so he felt no urgency. The coach of Steaua Bucharest, however, wore a deep frown despite his team's current lead. Before the match, he knew Xia Ze's form was abysmal and had assumed Martin's decision to field him was a blunder. The opening 10+ minutes seemed to confirm that. Yet after conceding, Maritimo unexpectedly reignited Xia Ze, allowing the young Chinese player, who had shown in the Portuguese Premier League last season and was pursued by major clubs in the summer transfer window, to dominate the midfield, placing immense pressure on the defensive line. In the 20 minutes following the conceded goal, Maritimo created several threatening opportunities, through Xia Ze inching closer to scoring. The more critical this moment, the less I must rush, Xia Ze told himself calmly as he received the ball in mid. With the team controlling the tempo, he should craft the best possible scoring chance rather than let frustration and impatience take over after missed opportunities. He glanced forward, seeing Dilly occupying one defender, while the two wingers pinned back the opposing fullbacks. Only a single defensive midfielder and a center-back stood in his way. The opponent's defensive midfielder closed in swiftly while a Steaua player approached from behind. Xia Ze remained composed. As the defensive midfielder lunged, he deftly pulled the ball with his foot, then pushed it forward, smoothly bypassing the challenger. Clearly the opponent hadn't anticipated such quick footwork. Having committed to the tackle, he couldn't recover to block Xia Ze's advance. Over the preceding 20 minutes, Xia Ze had already delivered several dangerous passes. Giving him space to orchestrate was tantamount to exposing the goal to Maritimo's forwards. Xia Ze advanced into the 30-yard zone, his eyes fixed on Quaresma's direction on the left. With a slight lean to the right, he readied his left foot to deliver a pass to Quaresma. Quaresma sprinted down the left flank at full speed, the opposing right back unable to contain him. A Steaua center-back charged over and launched a sliding tackle, aiming to snuff out the pass before it materialized. But Xia Ze saw the defender sliding in, and a faint smile crept across his lips. His left foot, poised to pass, instead gently hooked the ball, deftly evading the center-back's challenge. After bypassing the sliding defender, Xia Ze found himself in a vast expanse of space just outside the penalty area, with the pursuing Steaua midfielder still at least 5 meters behind. Xia Ze has a comfortable chance outside the box. Quaresma is unmarked on the left. Will he pass? Exclaimed Kristen excitedly as Xia Ze sidestepped the Steaua center-back. Xia Ze chose not to pass. After that aborted delivery, Quaresma had drifted offside. Moreover, with such open space ahead, there was no need to hurry the ball. He lifted his gaze to the opponent's goal and realized the other Steaua center-back and the goalkeeper formed a straight line. The goalkeeper's line of sight was blocked. This was a golden opportunity. Xia Ze nudged the ball forward a step, adjusted his rhythm, with short strides, planted his left foot firmly on the grass beside the ball, and swung his right leg high back. Drawing the bow, he unleashed a shot. Boom. Xia Ze's first attempt of the match, nearly 30 minutes in from about 25 yards. A thunderous strike with the instep. The ball, without any spin, hurtled in a straight line toward the top left corner of the net. The Steaua goalkeeper's vision was obstructed. By the time the ball entered his sight, it had already nestled into the top left corner. He could only watch helplessly as the ball distorted the netting before dropping weakly. I did it. Xia Ze knew the moment he struck the ball, it would find the back of the net. He sprinted toward the Maritimo supporters' stand, pounding his chest fiercely at the sparse crowd and shouting, "Imba!" Maritimo had equalized. 11. Quaresma dashed over to embrace Xia Ze in celebration. On the sideline, Martins remained remarkably calm, as if expecting this. Wow. What a spectacular long-range strike. The ball rocketed into the top corner, leaving the keeper motionless. The Chinese lad Xia Ze has pulled Maritimo level. The wonder kid from last season is back. Kristen exclaimed passionately. In Funchal's bar after Xia Ze's goal, the Maritimo fans were stunned for a moment before erupting into jubilant celebration, hugging each other and shouting, "Well done. See, I told you. Xia Ze is coming back," the bar owner exclaimed joyfully to the young bartender. The first half ended in an 11 draw. If the score held, Maritimo would advance. Steaua Bucharest refused to give up. At halftime, they substituted a defensive midfielder for an attacking midfielder, aiming to suppress Maritimo with offense and reclaim the lead. This injected strong momentum into their attack, but it also opened up more counterattacking opportunities for Maritimo. In the 62nd minute, Rosario intercepted the ball in the backfield and fed it to Xia Ze, who drove swiftly through midfield, spearheading the counterattack. After dribbling past two defenders in succession, Xia Ze suddenly slipped the ball to Quaresma, who had found space on the left flank, then surged forward himself. Though Quaresma was past 30, he had still shown on the World Cup stage that summer. Receiving the ball, he tore down the wing with electrifying speed, driving all the way to the byline, while the opposing right back chased desperately. But Quaresma denied him any chance to intercept. He glanced at the central area of the penalty box and swung his left foot, curling the ball into an arc that landed above the 12-yard spot. Dilly attacked the near post, but the ball sailed over his head. Turning, he spotted a white figure charging in from outside the box, Xia Ze. After distributing the ball, Xia Ze sprinted relentlessly, shaking off the defensive midfielder, and Quaresma's cross landed perfectly about 2 meters ahead of him. A conventional shooting motion would never reach this ball. But Xia Ze had already envisioned this moment when Quaresma launched the cross. He pushed off with both feet, using the momentum of his sprint to launch himself into the air. A diving header. Xia Ze flew through the air like a battering ram, sending the ball into the Steaua Bucharest net. Once again, the goalkeeper stood motionless, watching helplessly as the ball crossed the line. The stands fell into dead silence, save for the ecstatic celebrations of the few hundred Maritimo fans. In the distant Funchal bar, Maritimo supporters plunged into a frenzy of jubilation, having completely forgotten their earlier curses. At that moment, Xia Ze was like their deity. From the bar's television, Kristen's ecstatic voice rang out, 21. Xia Ze has turned the tide for Maritimo, proclaiming the king's return. This goal from Xia Ze completely crushed the star team, and they never caused any trouble for Maritimo in the rest. Maritimo managed to hold on to the 21 score until the final whistle, thanks to Xia Ze's tireless running, even after scoring 2 goals, leaving his footprints on every blade of grass on the pitch. In the 85th minute, he was substituted off for Diogo after cramping up from exhaustion. The hundreds of Maritimo fans at the stadium had already forgiven him when he scored his second goal, and when he limped off with cramps after giving his all, the traveling supporters applauded and cheered for Xia Ze. Even the home fans were impressed by his performance and joined in the applause. Amid the ovation of over 20,000 spectators, Xia Ze walked off the pitch with honor. In this crucial match, he essentially secured a spot in the next round for Maritimo. Inside a bar in Funchal, Maritimo fans watched Xia Ze on the screen, exhausted and gasping for air as he left the field, and they were deeply moved. They felt that their earlier resentment and curses towards Xia Ze stemmed from the fact that this young man had brought too much happiness to the team and to them, making it hard to accept his impending departure. After staying with the club due to injury, he remained so dedicated, rediscovering himself amid the scorn of thousands of Maritimo fans, helping the team turn the match around, even pushing himself to the point of cramping. By now, the Maritimo fans had no reason left to hate this young player. However, out of pride, they simply stared at the screen in silence without their usual cheers or even applause for Xia Ze from behind their televisions. The bearded man and the bar owner looked at this strange scene and couldn't help but shake their heads with a smile. All right, the referee has blown the final whistle. Maritimo, with 2 goals from Xia Ze, overturned Steaua Bucharest 21 away from home, advancing to the round of 32 in the Europa League. Now let's see the post-match interview. As Christian's voice sounded, Xia Ze appeared before the camera, being interviewed as the man of the match by the on-field reporter. Xia Ze, how would you evaluate your performance today? This match was very tough. Steaua's home ground is difficult to play on, and we expended a lot of effort to regain control. My form hasn't been good in the past few games, so I'm very happy to score 2 goals today. I hope my performances will keep improving. Did failing to transfer to Tottenham in the summer affect your mindset? I was indeed very disappointed right after the injury, and when I came back about half a month ago, I might have been troubled by that, as well, leading to poor performances. But now I don't think about that anymore. I really like this club. Maybe someday I will leave, but until then I am a Maritimo player. This is like my second home, and I will fight for every match for Maritimo. Alright, thank you. After the interview, Xia Ze walked away from the camera. Back in the Funchal bar, after hearing Xia Ze's sincere words, all the fans fell silent again, as if reflecting on whether they had been too harsh on him over the past few months. As Xia Ze said, he would eventually leave. This was the path he must take to become a top-tier player. Having brought honor and joy to Maritimo, and still contributing to the team, the fans wondered if they should give him the applause he deserved regardless of when he departed. Of course, this was only his first outstanding game of the new season. The Maritimo fans had merely had their emotions slightly awakened. To win back their hearts, Xia Ze needed to maintain his excellent performances. In the post-match press conference, head coach Martins and Quaresma both expressed their support for Xia Ze, urging the fans to forget his summer transfer to Tottenham and to give him full backing as long as he remains a Maritimo player. Martins' words were not only for the fans, but also for the other players in the squad. Last season, Xia Ze was the midfield core of Maritimo, and after this match, it was believed that his teammates would have more confidence in him. Xia Ze's resurgence in this match quickly spread through the Portuguese media with a sense that the young Chinese player who had led Maritimo to relentlessly pursue the top three of the Portuguese league and scored the decisive penalty against Benfica in the League Cup final was back. Martins and Quaresma's post-match remarks helped re-establish Xia Ze's status in the hearts of Maritimo fans. Except for some overly radical supporters, most Maritimo fans began to forget what had happened during the summer transfer window. Xia Ze did not let the Maritimo fans down in the following matches. He helped the team secure consecutive victories in the remaining games of November, catching up with the leading pack in the standings. On the first weekend of December in the 14th round of the Portuguese League, Xia Ze started and provided 2 assists to help Maritimo defeat their opponent, climbing back to 3rd place. Right behind them was Sporting Lisbon. Xia Ze's consistent excellent form also earned him back his starting position, leaving Diogo mostly warming the bench for nearly a month. However, although Maritimo fans occasionally felt sorry for Diogo, Xia Ze's performances left them fully satisfied. On December 7th, the day after Maritimo returned to 3rd place in the league, it was a Sunday. The team had a day off after the match, but Martin sat in his office having a conversation with someone. "Diogo, you're supposed to rest today? Is there something you want to talk about?" Martins asked, sitting in his chair looking at Diogo across from him with a puzzled expression. "Yes, coach. I want to play more matches. I don't like sitting on the bench," Diogo said, getting straight to the point. "I understand that, but Xia Ze has been performing excellently in these last few games. You should be patient and wait for your chance, just like he did before." Martin seemed to have anticipated his purpose, speaking meaningfully. "But I also played well when he was injured. I hope I can keep playing consistently. I aspire to be a top-level player too," Diogo said with some urgency. Diogo said in an urgent tone, "I understand, and I will give you more opportunities to play in the future, but you need to be patient," Martin said sincerely after listening to Diogo's words. "Coach, I hope to secure a stable starting position. I have worked hard for this for a long time. If I cannot get consistent playing time, I wish to transfer to another team where I can have more opportunities on the pitch." Diogo hesitated for a long while before uttering his bottom line. This was essentially forcing Martins to make a decision. Either give him a regular starting role, or let him leave. Diogo was a young midfielder groomed by Maritimo himself. Were it not for Xia Ze's meteoric rise last season, he would likely have already secured a starting spot. However, his position overlapped with Xia Ze's, leaving the club no choice but to keep the academy product on the bench as a rotational player for Xia Ze. Unexpectedly, this usually quiet young player began to complain, giving Martins a considerable headache. "Diogo, you are a player nurtured by this club from the very beginning. Everyone here values you highly, and there will certainly be a place for you in the future. Let's set this aside for now. After the winter break, we'll talk again, alright?" Martin spoke calmly. For now, he could only resort to a delaying tactic, stalling Diogo while seeking. Diogo's lips moved slightly, but in the end he said nothing. He simply nodded in agreement and left Martins' office. He had confronted Martins today entirely because after a brief stint as a starter, he was once again relegated to the bench by Xia Ze. He feared that last season's scenario would repeat itself, dimming his hopes of delivering outstanding performances and joining a bigger club. After Diogo left, Martins appeared in another office where the club's owner Felipe was seated. He recounted Diogo's earlier confrontation to Felipe. After listening, Felipe furrowed his brow and said with displeasure, "This must be that bastard Mendes pulling the strings. I think Diogo himself wants more playing time. We can't really blame Mendes." Martins defended Mendes. Felipe did not argue. He simply wore a stern expression and remained silent. "Mr. Felipe, what should we do now?" Martins asked when Felipe said nothing. Felipe still did not speak, but he pulled a document from his drawer and handed it to Martins. After skimming through it, Martins' expression shifted dramatically. He looked at Felipe in astonishment and said, "Is this?" "Joao just called me. He arranged this," Felipe said in a heavy tone. "But this offer doesn't meet our requirements," Martins frowned. "Though it falls short, it's not far off. Besides, that kid has brought the club many honors. Consider this some compensation for him. This place was never meant to be his permanent home. It's time to let him go." Felipe spoke with a lingering tone. Martins remained silent. "Diogo is a product of our youth academy. We must keep him. Since he demands a starting role, then give it to him. We've already advanced from the Europa League group stage this season. Let him grow with more playing time from now on." Felipe sighed, a hint of weariness in his voice. In Liverpool, England, a white-haired, rosy-cheeked, 60-year-old man sat in his office. Beyond the window behind him lay a lush green football training ground where players in blue jerseys trained under their coach's direction. In front of the old man stood a slightly balding 40-year-old man in training attire, speaking to him. "Mr. Chairman, has Maritimo accepted our offer?" the middle-aged man asked. "The offer was sent this morning, but they haven't replied yet," the old man said slowly. "Is €5 million too low?" Remember last summer they refused to let him go without meeting the release clause, the middle-aged man said hesitantly. Our offer is only €3 million short of the release clause. And it seems the player is having a rift with Maritimo. This is a golden opportunity, the old man said with confidence. Indeed, after Roger left, our midfield creativity suffered greatly. To stay competitive, we must bring in. Just as the old man was about to respond, the phone on his desk rang. It was an old-fashioned model, its ringtone a crisp metallic sound, as if the old man had a particular nostalgia for things past. The old man picked up the receiver, and a similarly aged voice came through the line, speaking English awkwardly with the same accent as the middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man sitting across from him could not make out the words from the phone. He could only listen nervously to the old man's replies, reading the situation from his facial expressions. All right, well, contact him today. Thank you, old friend. Finally, a smile spread across the old man's face as success. The middle-aged man's face lit up with anticipation. The old man nodded with a smile. Yes, Felipe agreed. Go to Portugal today to negotiate his contract with his agent. We must bring him back. Understood. He'll prepare immediately. The middle-aged man could barely contain his excitement as he turned. In Felipe's office at the Maritimo training base, Felipe, Martins, Tenorio, and Xia Ze were all seated. What? Let me transfer. Xia Ze exclaimed in surprise after hearing Felipe's account. Earlier he had been about to visit the orphanage alone when Tenorio found him saying there was something important. He never expected that upon arriving at Felipe's office, both the club chairman and the head coach would unanimously suggest that he leave during the winter transfer window. That's right. You weren't able to transfer in the summer. I'm sure you're eager to develop on a bigger stage. The club has met its European objectives for this season, so we've decided to allow you to leave. What do you think? Felipe said calmly. But I've just regained my form and Tottenham hasn't contacted me either, Xia Ze said, still taken aback. It's not Tottenham this time, but your prospects there will be better than at Spurs, Tenorio explained. Xia Ze looked at Tenorio, then at the two key club figures, his eyes full of confusion. Tenorio had not explained anything when he brought him here, let alone mentioned which team he was being transferred to. It's Everton, their offer has been approved, and someone will contact you this afternoon, Felipe said lightly, though a hint of reluctance was evident in his expression. Indeed, letting a talent like Xia Ze go for a mere €5 million to another team could be considered quite a lot. However, he was not foolish enough to sell Xia Ze to Everton at a price lower than the buyout clause. He included a clause in the transfer contract stating that 30% of any future transfer fee would belong to Maritimo. As with Xia Ze's potential, it wasn't impossible for his value to rise to 20 or 30 million in the future. Everton. When Xia Ze heard this name, his heart skipped a beat, silently marveling at the coincidence of fate. Wang Xiaolin was currently studying at the University of Liverpool, and Everton just happened to be one of the two Premier League teams in Liverpool known as the Toffees, with a rich history. The thought of living in the same city as Wang Xiaolin and competing in the Premier League made Xia Ze feel a thrill. After leaving Felipe's office, both Xia Ze and Tenorio wore relaxed expressions. The transfer invitation from Everton was quite fitting given Xia Ze's current fame and strength, so they had no reason to refuse this opportunity. The only concern Xia Ze had was that he had just won back the hearts of fans upset by his summer transfer, and now only a month later he was set to transfer to Everton. He wondered if this would hurt the fans again. However, Felipe and Martins assured Xia Ze that they would handle the situation properly, which eased his mind a bit. As dusk approached in the afternoon, Xia Ze received a call from Tenorio and hurried to the restaurant where they usually met. Inside, Tenorio was already waiting, sitting across from a middle-aged man in his 40s with a slightly stocky build. Xia Ze entered the restaurant and sat down next to Tenorio. Xia Ze, this is Everton's head coach Roberto Martinez, Tenorio introduced. Even without Tenonio's introduction, Xia Ze already recognized who the visitor was. In the summer of 2013, he helped Wigan achieve a last-minute victory over Manchester City in the FA Cup final, securing the championship. Last season, after Moyes left, he took over at Goodison Park and led the team to 6th place in the league, surpassing traditional powerhouses like Manchester United, a rising star among Premier League coaches. After some pleasantries, the conversation quickly turned to the main topic. Mr. Martinez, why do you want to sign me? Xia Ze's first question was to understand his standing in the eyes of the other party. It should be noted that during the summer Everton had shown no interest in contacting Maritimo, so it was somewhat strange that they now wanted to sign him before the winter transfer window. Actually, our team has been observing you for a while, but we thought it wasn't the best time to sign you during the summer, because we still had Ross Barkley in our squad, Martinez explained amicably. However, Ross joined Chelsea on the last day of the transfer window in late August, which caught us off guard, and at that time you were recovering from an injury, so we faced a challenging first half of the season. Martinez said helplessly. Everton was currently ranked 10th in the Premier League, a far cry from last season. The main reason was the lack of creativity in midfield, resulting in only 13 goals in 15 matches. Although the defense was solid, the lack of support from the midfield and forward line led to too many draws, resulting in poor performance. Xia Ze and Tenorio quietly watched Martinez, seemingly agreeing with his assessment. I have always valued your creativity. You can become a core player in our team and help us return to the top of the league table in the second half of the season, Martinez promised. His statement clearly indicated his intentions. Offering a starting position and a central role to a 19-year-old player is a clear sign of trust in Xia Ze. Having already leaned towards joining Everton, Xia Ze found himself at a loss for words. With Martinez showing such sincerity and Everton being a competitive Premier League team, it would be very difficult for him to refuse. What remained was for Tononio and Martinez to discuss Xia Ze's salary and contract details. Xia Ze watched the two haggle over terms, his thoughts drifting back to the summer months, when Tononio had similarly negotiated his contract with Tottenham's chairman Levy. Now, however, the man sitting across from him was Everton's head coach Martinez. Martins promised Xia Ze a core position, but the salary offered wasn't as high. Without mentioning the €5,000 weekly salary Chelsea had offered in the summer, even the €3,000 per week from Tottenham was still a distance away. Everton was only willing to offer Xia Ze a weekly salary of €1,500, a 4-year contract, a match fee of €1,500, and a signing bonus of €1,000, but without a buyout clause. Xia Ze was not particularly concerned about money. Although his family had been in debt during his childhood that was now settled, and his endorsement contract with Nike China had also transitioned into a global partnership in the summer, significantly increasing his endorsement fee. Thus, Xia Ze had no major objections to the €1,500 weekly salary, and an agreement was quickly reached. After the contract was finalized, it was already evening, and Martinez stayed behind to have dinner with Xia Ze and Tononio. Since Martinez was Spanish and also spoke Portuguese, communication among the three was not a major issue. To avoid any prolonged delays, Martinez instructed the club's assistant to bring the contract the next day. He wanted to complete the signing with Xia Ze and Funchal. All of this was conducted very discreetly, leaving no time for it to leak out. The next day, Xia Ze completed his medical examination at a hospital in Funchal, and the report was normal, which relieved both Xia Ze and Martinez. In Felipe's office, Xia Ze signed a transfer contract involving Everton and Maritimo. When he signed his name on the contract between himself and Everton, he felt as if the whole world had changed. Finally joining a Premier League team, he could showcase his talents on the highest stage of world football, allowing fans worldwide to witness his performance. Xia Ze turned to look out at his teammates training outside, feeling both exuberant and a tinge of reluctance, as Maritimo was the first club where his career began. On December 13th, in the final match before the winter break in the Primera Liga, Maritimo would play at home, marking his farewell performance with the team. The transfer contract would take effect on January 1, 2015, and at that time Xia Ze would officially become a player for the Premier League club Everton. The news of Xia Ze's transfer to Everton officially spread at noon through the official website of Maritimo. Upon the release of this news, the entire Portuguese football scene was shaken. The highly anticipated top match between Porto and Sporting Lisbon in the final round before the winter break was instantly overshadowed. In Funchal, the fans of Maritimo were once again enraged upon hearing this news. On this training day Monday, they spontaneously gathered outside the club's training base, demanding an explanation from Martins and Xia Ze as to why Xia Ze, whose performance had just rebounded, was transferring to another team. The fans had just fallen in love with him again, and now he was leaving, which was undoubtedly the most heartbreaking. Martins had long anticipated the emotional reaction of Maritimo's fans, so he instructed the website staff to release a notification alongside the news of Xia Ze's transfer. Maritimo Club would hold a press conference in the afternoon to explain the reasons for selling Xia Ze to Everton. By 4 p.m., the press conference had already filled up with journalists from across Portugal, and even some media from England quickly arrived after receiving the news at noon. Some diehard Maritimo fans had also managed to secure tickets to enter the press conference through connections, eager to question Martins and Xia Ze about this decision. The media room, which could accommodate nearly 100 people, was already full, with some others standing in the back. Among them were about 30 journalists from various media outlets, while the rest were Maritimo fans who had mixed in through connections. When Martins appeared at the door of the media room, he was startled by the crowd gathered inside. He clearly noticed that most were not journalists, yet he did not ask them to leave, instead smiling and taking a seat. As Martins appeared, everyone turned to look behind him, hoping to catch a glimpse of Xia Ze, but Martins had not allowed him to attend this press conference for his protection. "Mr. Martins, why did you let Xia Ze transfer to Everton? Is there some conflict between you?" a journalist asked as soon as Martins sat down. Martins had already anticipated that journalists would ask these sensitive questions, so he was not surprised. He cleared his throat gently and calmly said, "There is no conflict between Xia Ze and me, we get along very well." The decision to transfer Xia Ze to Everton was made collectively by the club. Last summer, Xia Ze almost transferred to Tottenham, and this time we are merely completing what was initiated during the summer. Does that mean Maritimo no longer needs a player like Xia Ze? Another journalist immediately followed up. Without a doubt, Xia Ze is an outstanding player whom the team needs, but he also requires a larger platform to showcase his full potential. Does that mean Maritimo no longer needs a player like Xia Ze? Another journalist immediately followed up. Did Xia Ze request the transfer himself? A Maritimo fan at the back could not help but ask. Martins glanced at the fan but did not refuse to answer. This was the result of discussions between the club and Xia Ze. He might want to stay with the team for another 6 months, but we feel it is time for him to leave, especially since the summer had already delayed him quite a bit. So does that mean Xia Ze staying at Maritimo would no longer benefit the team? The journalist pressed on. Xia Ze is an excellent player. Last season, he led the team to win the League Cup. There will always be a place. However, we believe he has already contributed enough to the team. Now there is an opportunity for him to excel on a higher level, and we should help him move to greater heights, Martin said, firmly looking at the journalist. More than 30 minutes later, as the press conference was about to conclude after answering the last question, Martins noticed that the Maritimo fans still stood there unwilling to leave, seemingly with no signs of departing. He took a deep breath and said in a calm voice, "I know everyone is reluctant to let Xia Ze go. You may still harbor resentment. But I hope everyone can understand that this transfer was not initiated by Xia Ze, but transferring to Everton will be very beneficial for Xia Ze's career. Saturday will be Xia Ze's last match with the club, and I hope everyone can send off our hero with applause, even if he has only been with the team for a year and a half." After Martins finished speaking, he turned and left. However, his words echoed in the hearts of Maritimo's fans. They did not harbor hatred towards Xia Ze for the transfer because they knew after the events of the summer that Xia Ze would leave sooner or later. They were just reluctant to let go. Since Xia Ze's transfer was a fact, leaving him with the best memories in his last match became the only choice for these Maritimo fans. On Saturday, December 13, 2014, Maritimo hosted Braga at the Dos Barreiros Stadium. "Sister, hurry up, the match is about to start." A loud voice came from a car as it parked in the lot. Before the voice fell, a burly man opened the car door and hurried to the back, lifting the trunk. A tall and beautiful young girl lazily got out of the car, looking rather listless. These two were Monica and her brother, the bearded one. He certainly wouldn't miss this match, which was Xia Ze's last game. However, Monica, who had always been very enthusiastic about Xia Ze, seemed indifferent to his departure, or more accurately, she looked lost. The bearded one noticed that his sister had not contacted Xia Ze in the past month and had stayed at home after work. Today it was he who dragged Monica along to watch this match. The bearded one couldn't care less. He pulled a thick roll of fabric from the trunk and rushed into the stadium with Monica. In the home team's locker room, Xia Ze sat in his designated spot, slowly pulling on his socks and boots, surrounded by the sounds of teammates organizing their gear, interspersed with a routine pre-match tactical briefing from head coach Martins. The seat beside him, once occupied by Zhang Wei, had been empty for half a year. After this match, his own seat would be vacated as well. This might be the last time he changed clothes in this locker room. "Xia Ze, do your best today," a voice came from in front of him. He looked up to see Captain Brigel smiling at him. Xia Ze immediately smiled back and gave him a firm high five. Following the captain, the other teammates also came over to offer words of encouragement. "Xia Ze, this match is yours to own. Give it your all." Dikeo was the last to approach, hesitating slightly. "Thanks, the team will rely on you now." He gave Dikeo a gentle embrace. Although Dikeo had seemed more distant in recent months, he was still the first friend Xia Ze had made in Portugal. "All right, focus up. This match is crucial. We must win it." Martins clapped his hands and shouted, pulling their attention back to the game after the farewells. Dear viewers, welcome to the live broadcast of the Portuguese Primeira Liga on Sport TV. Today's match pits Maritimo at home against Braga. I'm Christian, joined today by Rui Costa for commentary. In a bar in Funchal, Maritimo fans gathered watching the two middle-aged men appear on the television screen. The two teams facing off today currently rank 3rd and 5th in the league respectively. Both are strong contenders for next season's Champions League spots. However, the focus of this match lies elsewhere. It is Xia Ze's final game in the Portuguese league on January 1st of next year. He will officially transfer to the English Premier League club Everton. Rui, what are your thoughts on Xia Ze's prospects in the Premier League? Christian asked, gazing at the close-up of Xia Ze on the screen. I was truly surprised when news broke of Xia Ze signing with Everton on Monday. I never expected that after failing to transfer to Tottenham in the summer, he would find another club knocking on his door so soon. Clearly, it's because of his exceptional ability. Rui Costa began by praising Xia Ze. As for his prospects in the Premier League, I'm quite optimistic. He has exquisite technique and, more importantly, a formidable willpower. The Premier League is a fiercely physical league. Many players who transfer from other leagues struggle to adapt because they are intimidated by the defenders there. I believe Xia Ze won't be like that. He will succeed in the Premier League. Thank you, Rui. I share that view. Christian smiled and said, very well, the players are coming out. With his slightly excited voice, both teams appeared on the camera, marching in procession into the Estadio dos Barreiros. The stadium, with a capacity of over 10,000, was packed to the rafters. As the players emerged, thunderous cheers erupted from all stands, no less intense than in a stadium holding 40 or 50,000. Xia Ze walked at the back of the line, head slightly lowered, absorbing the roar of the fans, his heart a mix of emotions. His last match. After the teams lined up and exchanged handshakes, the stadium announcer read out the starting lineups. When he called Xia Ze's name, all 10,000-plus fans rose in a deafening ovation, offering their highest decibel cheers to their hero in his final match for Maritimo. Behind the coaching bench, a huge banner unfurled among the fans bearing the words, Xia Ze, the Estadio dos Barreiros will always be your home. Xia Ze had spotted the banner during the lineup. He had thought only the Chinese were capable of such sentimental gestures, but Maritimo's fans were no different. The banner was made by Monica's older brother Beard. Xia Ze also spotted Monica in the stands, and a strange feeling. After the announcer finished reading the lineups, the section where Monica sat began singing the song composed for Xia Ze, Let Him Play. The song spread from a small patch of stands, rapidly engulfing the entire stadium. Within seconds, every corner of the Estadio dos Barreiros was singing the anthem at the top of their lungs. The Maritimo fans' display even moved the visiting team supporters. Christian remarked that this was a great moment for Maritimo's faithful. Indeed, after Xia Ze's failed summer transfer, they had cursed him, but everyone knew it stemmed from their deep affection for him. Once they came to terms with the fact that Xia Ze would inevitably leave the club, their magnanimity was enough to move. Maritimo trailed Braga by only 4 points, while Sporting Lisbon, ranked 4th, was just 2 points behind. Maritimo trailed Braga by only 4 points, while Sporting Lisbon, ranked 4th, was just 2 points behind. One misstep could see them overtaken. Therefore, whether for Xia Ze's perfect farewell or for the team's push for a Champions League spot in the second half of the season, this match had to be won. The same thought echoed in Xia Ze's mind. He wanted to dedicate this victory to the Maritimo fans who had always. This was his final gift. From the kickoff, Maritimo dominated Braga, spurred on by the roaring crowd. Xia Ze orchestrated from midfield, stretching the opponent's defense to create more space for forwards like Quaresma to break through. In the 5th minute, Arthur passed to Quaresma on the left flank. With space created, Quaresma found himself unknown against the opposing right back. Braga's players were well aware of Quaresma's dribbling prowess. Despite being 31, 2 defenders still converged. The right winger and right back pressed in tandem. Ricardo over here. Xia Ze, entangled with the opposition's defensive midfielder, still managed to sprint near Quaresma to offer support. Quaresma calmly shielded the ball, glanced at Xia Ze, and saw that while Xia Ze called for the ball, his right hand pointed. He understood immediately. Instead of passing to Xia Ze, he gently backheeled the ball, rolling it toward the box. A Redan green figure sprinted past him from behind. Left back Ruben Ferreira executed an overlap, with Quaresma quickly charging into the penalty area. The opposing defender had no time to track him, leaving him with a huge passing space. Dilly sprinted to the near post, while right winger Helton rushed into the center of the box at high speed, forming a front-and-back pincer with Dilly. But Ferreira didn't choose to pass to the near post. Instead, he delivered a ground ball to the 12-yard spot. Xia Ze appeared there unmarked. Maritimo fans immediately stood up, roaring in anticipation of the goal. Bang! Xia Ze met the ball and pushed it with his instep. The ball, gaining power, quickly flew toward the top right corner of the goal. From 12 yards, the Braga goalkeeper had no time to react. The ball under his gaze nestled into the net. 10. Maritimo had a dream start. The Dos Barreiros stadium erupted instantly. Maritimo fans couldn't believe their team had taken the lead so quickly. After scoring, Xia Ze quickly ran to the corner flag, dropped to his knees, and performed a sliding grass celebration. Behind him, Quaresma, Artur Ferreira, and others came over to embrace Xia Ze, celebrating the goal. This is for you. After high-fiving his teammates, Xia Ze patted the club badge on his chest and blew a kiss to the fans in the stands. With such gestures, he expressed his love for Maritimo and the fans here. This is a beautiful goal. Xia Ze, in his last match for Maritimo, scored for the team in just 5 minutes. He is clearly very excited today, Christine said excitedly. After just 5 minutes of play, Maritimo took the lead, which allowed them to play more fluently and relaxedly in the following match. However, Braga is still a strong team in the Portuguese league, with strength not far behind Maritimo. After conceding in the opening minutes, they gradually settled down and began to organize dangerous attacks. The match was very intense. Although Maritimo led, their advantage was not significant. Once any variable occurred, it could reverse the outcome of the game. The deadlock between the two sides lasted until the final stage of the first half. In the 45th minute, Braga organized an attack in the front court. After several passes, they broke into Maritimo's penalty area, but at the critical moment, Rosario cleared the ball. The clearance fell at the feet of Xia Ze, who had tracked back. Receiving the ball in his own half's 30-yard zone, Xia Ze quickly used a feint to bypass the approaching opposing defensive midfielder, pushed the ball forward with his right foot, and rapidly advanced, leading a swift counterattack. The first half had already entered stoppage time, but the referee showed no sign of blowing his whistle, clearly intending to give Maritimo the chance to finish this counterattack. Right winger Helton had already made a high-speed run, creating space. Xia Ze sent a diagonal pass to Helton's feet, then quickly moved forward. Helton received the ball, while central midfielder Dilly signaled for it with his hand. He pushed the ball forward, driving into the opponent's 30-yard zone. In a counterattack, passing is the way to penetrate the opponent's box. He used his right instep to push across to central Dilly. Dilly quickly dashed toward the near post ready to receive the ball, while the opposing defender closely marked him, preventing an easy reception. But Dilly did not take the ball, and instead he spread his legs and let the ball slip between them. The opposing defender clearly did not expect Dilly to intentionally let the ball through. He could only watch helplessly as the ball reached the top of the penalty arc. Xia Ze appeared in front of the ball again. He received Dilly's intentional pass with perfect understanding. There was no Braga defender in front of him. He pushed the ball forward, bringing it into the penalty area, while the opposing goalkeeper quickly rushed out intending to dive and catch it. But Xia Ze was a step quicker. With a flick of his right toe, the ball sailed over the goalkeeper and toward the goal. He himself lightly jumped to avoid the opponent's body. 20. It's Xia Ze again. A classic fast counterattack, a clever lob shot. Xia Ze with his second goal today has sealed the victory for Maritimo. Christina's voice rang out excitedly again. The stands erupted again. This time Xia Ze did not run to the corner flag to celebrate. Instead, he dashed toward the coaching bench, pointing at head coach Martins and excitedly saying, "Coach, this goal is for you." Then he gave Martins a big hug, nearly knocking him to the ground. With 2 goals, Xia Ze helped Maritimo extend their lead before halftime, allowing them to enter the dressing room with grit. In the second half, Braga's head coach was clearly unwilling to accept defeat. He substituted an attacking midfielder at halftime, aiming to suppress Maritimo with offense and strive for an equalizer. But Maritimo, playing at home with a 20 lead, how could they allow the score to be leveled? Amid the loud, never-ending cheering songs of the home fans, Maritimo grew more and more spirited. Despite leading 20, their attacks remained relentless. The entire team was unanimous in their aim to help Xia Ze complete a hat-trick. But Xia Ze seemed to have exhausted his scoring luck in the first half. He failed to capitalize on 2 chances created by his teammates and simply could not score the third goal. In the 65th minute, Maritimo's attack continued with Quaresma holding the ball on the left flank. Today, Quaresma had not often dribbled past opponents. Most of the time, he passed to the overlapping Ferreira. This time, as he had the ball on the left, Ferreira tirelessly overlapped. The opposing right-back had moved toward the byline to prevent Quaresma from passing to Ferreira. Quaresma slightly lifted his right foot, but instead of passing, he feinted and then used his left foot to cut inside, shaking off the right-back and breaking into the penalty area. Braga's right-back was clearly unwilling to let Quaresma break through so easily. He quickly turned and chased using both hands and feet in an attempt to intercept the ball. But he underestimated Quaresma's footwork as he stretched out to slide tackle. Quaresma had already nudged the ball aside, and his foot caught Quaresma. Quaresma went down. Beep. The referee blew his whistle. Penalty. Braga's defender held his head in frustration, clearly regretting his foolish action. Quaresma quickly got up, picked up the ball. He was Maritimo's designated penalty taker. But Quaresma did not head to the penalty spot. He ran to Xia Ze, who stood near the edge of the box, and thrust the ball into Xia Ze's arms, whispering, "Put it in." Xia Ze did not refuse his teammates' kindness. He took the ball and nodded firmly. He slowly walked to the penalty spot, used his left foot to stamp down the turf beside the spot, placed the ball steadily, then slowly backed up to the edge of the penalty area. He looked at the goal, and the opposing goalkeeper took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his breathing. In the stands, Maritimo fans were all eager, ready to give Xia Ze the biggest cheer after his hat-trick. The referee blew his whistle. Xia Ze ran up, swung his leg, struck the ball. Thump. Unsurprisingly, Braga's goalkeeper dived the wrong way. The ball nestled into the bottom left corner of the net. Hat-trick. Xia Ze pointed to the sky with both hands, a bright smile on his face. "Dad, Grandpa, this goal." 30. Xia Ze scored a hat-trick in his final match, representing Maritimo, a perfect farewell performance. Kristen's excited and high-pitched voice came from the television. This is a day belonging to Xia Ze, leaving the most beautiful memories for Maritimo's fans. Kristen's praises flowed endlessly as if he were the one most attached to this Chinese player. After Maritimo's commanding 30 lead, the cheers from the fans grew more resounding, while the players from Braga seemed to have given up. Trailing by 3 goals, coming back was indeed very difficult. At the 75th minute, Martins made a substitution, with Diaco standing on the sidelines ready to come on. As the referee's whistle sounded, signaling a substitution, Xia Ze knew he was about to be substituted when Diaco appeared on the sidelines. After scoring the 3rd goal, he had no regrets. The 4th official raised the board, confirming that Xia Ze was being substituted for Diaco. Xia Ze slowly ran towards the sidelines, with all the Maritimo fans in the stands standing up to applaud and cheer for him. "Well done, mate." After Xia Ze high-fived Diaco as they left the field, Martins approached and shook his hand. After leaving the field, Xia Ze waved to the surrounding audience and sat on the bench waiting for the match to conclude. His career at Maritimo was declared over at that very moment as he stepped off the field. After the match, he would bid farewell to Maritimo and head to England to embark on his journey in the English football scene. Although Xia Ze had already left the field, the fans in the stands continued to sing "Let Him Play," which might be the last time they sang this song at the Estadio dos Barreiros, as its subject was about to depart. The television cameras occasionally captured Xia Ze on the bench, and the emotional Maritimo fans in the stands, with some female fans even shedding tears, perfectly caught by the cameras. Meanwhile, Monica, who had silently liked Xia Ze, stood in the stands with a cold expression, calmly holding tightly onto one corner of a banner as if she wanted to tear it apart. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's too short, and one long whistle sounded, signaling the end of the match. Xia Ze stood up from his seat and walked onto the field to request the match ball from the referee. Having scored a hat trick, he was entitled to keep the match ball. He tucked the ball under his arm and waved to the fans. The fans in the stands had hardly left, still shouting his name, which deeply moved him. After lingering on the field for a few minutes, Xia Ze ultimately walked into the players' tunnel under the reluctant gazes of the Maritimo fans. In the locker room, Xia Ze bid farewell to each of his teammates and coaches, allowing every player and coach to sign the ball as a keepsake. After the match ended, the Maritimo players left one by one after showering, leaving only Xia Ze behind, quietly sitting in his spot. He looked at the slightly yellowed walls around him, at the jerseys casually placed on each player's locker. The scent of shower gel wafting from the bathroom formed an impression of this locker room in Xia Ze's heart. "I am leaving, goodbye," Xia Ze said softly to the air in the locker room before turning to leave. That night, Wang Xiaolin flew in from England, preparing to help Xia Ze move the next day, while Zhang Wei and Hua Yin returned to Funchal from Lisbon naturally to gather with Xia Ze. In the afternoon, Zhang Wei helped Sporting Lisbon secure a draw against Porto in an away match, maintaining a 3-point lead over Porto before the winter break, firmly at the top of the table. After not having spent quality time together since the summer, the four finally had a rare opportunity to gather that night, sharing their experiences from their respective cities. Zhang Wei and Hua Yin had also begun living together in Lisbon, which prompted Xia Ze and Wang Xiaolin to cast them peculiar glances, creating an oddly charged atmosphere. After reminiscing, they each headed home. Zhang Wei awkwardly followed Hua Yin, while Wang Xiaolin shyly let Xia Ze take her back to his apartment. Although it was not her first night staying in Xia Ze's apartment, Wang Xiaolin still felt her cheeks flush with shyness. However, when they were lost in each other's affection, they forgot about all of that. After a night of passion, Wang Xiaolin lay in Xia Ze's arms, drifting into a deep sleep. Xia Ze gazed at her beautiful face, which was gradually losing its blush, feeling a pang of guilt in his heart, for he had done some foolish things here more than half a month ago, not deserving of everything Wang Xiaolin had given to him. The night was bright, and thinking about leaving the city the next day, Xia Ze felt a tinge of reluctance. This place had left him with many traces and bestowed him with countless honors. Early the next morning, before Wang Xiaolin had woken up, Xia Ze opened his eyes. For some reason, he had developed a habit of waking up early the day after a match. Gently extracting his numbed arm from beneath Wang Xiaolin's head, he leaned down and kissed her peaceful face, which bore a hint of a happy smile, then quietly got out of bed. After leaving a note on the bedside, he opened the door and quietly left the apartment. He was going to say goodbye to this city. On a Sunday morning, there weren't many pedestrians on the street. Xia Ze walked alone on the granite-paved road, occasionally greeting one or two early risers. At this moment, whether it was the fans of Maritimo or the supporters of Nacional, they all held great respect for Xia Ze, as he no longer belonged to any club in Portugal. He was merely a passerby from Madeira Island. Unconsciously, he walked to the outer perimeter of the team's training base. The security guard at the gate was already on duty, greeting Xia Ze warmly, knowing that this beloved player was coming to see the place where he had once fought on his last day. Xia Ze entered the training base, where today marked the first day of the winter break, and there was no one around, making this was his first time wandering around the base completely alone, with 2 training fields, goalposts, a gym. Every place that bore the traces of Xia Ze's past struggles now lay before his eyes. Memories flooded Xia Ze's mind, being knocked down by Gretel during his first training, the fitness training with Zhang Wei and Diaco after practice, the enthusiastic female fans cheering wildly outside the wire fence, the astonishing skills shown by Quaresma when he first arrived, and the lonely sweat shed in the gym after his injury. All of these flashed through Xia Ze's mind. Leaving the training base, Xia Ze's steps unconsciously led him to a quiet alley where a worn, dilapidated sign appeared before his eyes: the Loser's Bar. The bar was unexpectedly open, even though it was only around 8 in the morning. Pushing open the wooden door gently, there was only one person inside, the short, stout, balding bar owner. He seemed to have anticipated Xia Ze's arrival, pouring a glass of wine and placing it on the counter the moment Xia Ze entered. Xia Ze walked over, sat down at the counter, picked up the glass, and took a small sip. Neither of them spoke. Soft, melodious music played inside the bar, as if the owner was expressing his melancholy over Xia Ze's departure. "I'm leaving." "Thank you," Xia Ze said softly after finishing the small glass of wine. The bar owner remained silent. He knew what Xia Ze was thanking him for, but he had nothing to say in return. Their encounters had been too few. Madeira Island lies in the Mediterranean Sea, and winter there is not too cold. Now, walking through the streets, Xia Ze felt a slight warmth from the rising sun. He hailed a taxi and headed toward the suburbs. The last place to bid farewell was the orphanage, a place Monica had brought him to, giving him a spiritual anchor during his spare time. He also had to say goodbye to the children. When the taxi pulled over, Xia Ze spotted a pickup truck parked in front of the orphanage from afar. His heart stirred slightly. He hadn't expected to run into Monica here. Approaching the orphanage step by step, he could hear the joyful laughter of children coming from the courtyard. They were all, but when he entered the orphanage, sitting among the children was not the beautiful young girl Monica he had imagined, but a burly man, her brother Big Beard. "Ha, Xia Ze, I knew you'd come," Big Beard called out in his booming voice. Xia Ze merely smiled faintly. The children, upon seeing Xia Ze, immediately swarmed him, wanting to take photos and talk with him. They all knew he was leaving for England. "Brother Xia Ze, promise us you'll come back often." Philip said, his eyes brimming with tears as he tugged on Xia Ze. Xia Ze gently stroked his head, pulling him into an embrace. "Don't worry, he'll come back to see you. You all must work." When he left, all the children were crying, and Big Beard gave him a ride. Throughout the journey, Xia Ze never mentioned Monica's name, deepening Big Beard's doubts. The car stopped outside Xia Ze's apartment building. Just as Xia Ze was about to get out, Big Beard grabbed him, took an envelope from his pocket, and handed it to Xia Ze. "This is from my sister. She said she hopes to see you in the Golden Ball Award one day." A flicker of emotion passed through Xia Ze's eyes, his lips moved slightly, but he said nothing. He took the letter, put it in his pocket, bid farewell to Big Beard, and returned to his apartment. That afternoon, Xia Ze and Wang Xiaolin traveled together to Liverpool. He temporarily stayed in her single apartment, while Hua Yin and Zhang Wei also joined, planning to spend a few days in Liverpool. On December 14, 2014, Xia Ze officially left Funchal for Liverpool. During his year and a half at Maritimo, he made 55 appearances, scored 18 goals, and provided 23 assists. On January 1, 2015, he would transfer to the Premier League club Everton for a fee of €5 million. Liverpool, located in the northwest of England, is the fifth largest city in the UK, a renowned commercial centre and port city. This city, through which the River Mersey flows, is the birthplace of the Beatles, brimming with cultural richness. Taking advantage of her free time after class, Wang Xiaolin led Xia Ze and the other two to visit various attractions in Liverpool, allowing them to appreciate the city's beauty. However, the winter in Britain was evidently much colder than in Madeira, which lies in the Mediterranean. The frequent rain and snow made it hard for Xia Ze to adapt. He shivered from the cold. Not just Xia Ze, but Zhang Wei and Hua Yin felt the same. Coming from the warm Portuguese climate to the chilly northwest of England, they all struggled with the weather. Wang Xiaolin had already experienced Liverpool's winter chill. Watching them huddle on the street, their shivering bodies as the biting wind crept into their collars, she found it amusing. After 2 days of sightseeing, Xia Ze could no longer bear the wind and snow outside. He chose to stay in Wang Xiaolin's apartment, enjoying the comfort of the heating. This was Xia Ze's first time using indoor heating. Neither Portugal nor Guangzhou had ever experienced temperatures below freezing. Wang Xiaolin went to class while Hua Yin and Zhang Wei refused to leave their hotel room. Xia Ze was left alone in Wang Xiaolin's small apartment. Looking at his girlfriend's tidy and well-organized room, though small, he felt a sense of warmth. Most importantly, the heating pipes emitted warmth, shielding him from the cold seeping in through the window. At a loss for what to do, Xia Ze realized he hadn't called home in days. His mother might not even know he had come to England. He got up from the bed and dialed the family number. It was 10 a.m. in Britain, which meant it was only around 6 p.m. back home, so he didn't have to worry about disturbing anyone's rest. "Beep, beep. Hello, Mom, it's Xia Ze," he said warmly as soon as his mother answered. "Xia Ze, what's the matter? Is it a holiday?" His mother's voice sounded pleased, though slightly hesitant. "Mom, it's a holiday. I'm in England at Xiaolin's place," Xia Ze replied truthfully. Xia Ze said sincerely. Mother and son began to chat. Li Chunhua asked Xia Ze if he was getting used to England, if he was cold, and told him to wear more clothes. Xia Ze asked about the family, whether they had enough money, how his younger brother was doing at school, and so on. After a while, Li Chunhua suddenly remembered something. "Xia Ze, I almost forgot. Your Uncle Feng is here." "Uncle Feng?" Xia Ze asked in confusion, but his mother didn't seem to hear him. It sounded like she had put down the... Was it Uncle Feng Bo, the man who lent them money to pay off debts after his father's death, and always took care of Xia Ze and his brother? Last winter, when he came to collect the debt, Xia Ze discovered his connection with Mendes Agency. Since then, Xia Ze had kept his distance. Although he had received his care for many years, it seemed ungrateful to cut off contact after repaying the debts. But once the relationship had soured, it was hard to mend. A clamor of noise and footsteps reached Xia Ze as he sensed the receiver being lifted on the other end. "Hello, is that Xia Ze? It's Uncle Feng." A middle-aged man's weary voice came through the phone. Xia Ze recognized it clearly. It was indeed Uncle Feng, who had been kind to him and his younger brother for over a decade. Yet his voice seemed to have lost its former cheerfulness, now tinged with a hint of world weariness. The harsh, cold tone he had intended to use seemed to soften under the warmth of the room. "Uncle Feng, it's me. Xia Ze, are you settling in well in England? I saw in the news that you've transferred to Everton. Play well." Feng Bo forced a cheerful tone. After exchanging some trivial pleasantries, Feng Bo finally broached the main subject. He let out a soft sigh. "Xia Ze, I've always felt guilty about pressing your family for repayment last winter." Xia Ze could hear the remorse in Feng Bo's voice and knew he genuinely regretted it. However, he remained silent, as he wasn't yet sure what Feng Bo intended to convey. True to his expectation, after hearing Xia Ze's silence, Feng Bo continued, "I've already sold that agency. I simply couldn't bear the guilt anymore and couldn't continue in that line of work. What? You sold the agency? Xia Ze exclaimed in astonishment. He knew that agency was Feng Bo's life's work, built from scratch with the ambition of securing more overseas opportunities for domestic players and revitalizing Chinese football. It represented over a decade of his blood, sweat, and tears. Now hearing that he had sold it, Xia Ze's heart vaguely sensed the truth. Xia Ze, the reason I was so urgent about collecting the debt from your family last year wasn't because of cash flow issues for the company. Uncle Feng, no need to explain. I understand. Xia Ze cut off Feng Bo's explanation calmly. There was no need for further explanations. For Feng Bo to sell his life's work to someone else showed that he felt ashamed for using Xia Ze to gain Minda's trust and cooperation. At that moment, Xia Ze had already forgiven him in his heart. After all, the man had looked after his family for over a decade. Uncle Feng, take care of your health. If you're done with this, you can do something else. Xia Ze comforted him softly. At that moment, a faint sound of sobbing came from the other end of the line. Xia Ze put down the receiver and turned his head to look at the vast white snowscape outside the window, unable to help but let out a long sigh. The relationship between the two families, which he had thought was shattered, was now reconciled after today. Life ought to embrace more tolerance to be more beautiful. BRR. As his emotions settled, the phone on his bedside table rang again. He picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar local number from the UK. Who could be calling me in the UK? Could it be Zhang Wei? Hello, is this Mr. Xia Ze? After Xia Ze pressed the answer button, a woman's voice came through the line. Very standard English. After studying English with Wang Xiaolin for over half a year, Xia Ze could barely manage daily conversations. But hearing such standard English now put him under pressure. Yes. Yes, may I ask who you're looking for? The pressure made him stutter and even give an inappropriate reply. Since she asked if he was Xia Ze, she was obviously looking. He realized this only after speaking, but it was too late to take it back. He could only stick out his tongue awkwardly. Hello, I'm Mary, the assistant to the chairman of Everton Football Club. After confirming it was Xia Ze, she introduced herself with an enthusiastic voice. Everton. May I ask what this is about? Well, this Saturday, we have a home Premier League match. The chairman would like to invite you to watch the game at the stadium. Would you be available? I'm free, but can I bring a few friends? Xia Ze asked cautiously. Of course. How many friends will you be bringing? Mary asked politely. Including myself, 4. Xia Ze quickly gave the number. Great, the chairman will be delighted to see you all. See you at 2 p.m. this Saturday then. Okay. Xia Ze hung up the phone and frowned slightly, replaying Mary's final mention of the time. After a long moment, he confirmed it was 2 p.m. on Saturday. After checking online, Xia Ze learned that Saturday's match was a home game for Everton against Manchester United, a key fixture in this round of the Premier League. On December 20th, after days of rain and snow, the city of Liverpool finally saw clear skies, making it more pleasant for Xia Ze and his companions to go out free from the biting wind and able to enjoy warm sunshine. In the morning, the 4 of them had already left. They had been invited by the Everton chairman to tour the club in the morning. As they walked through the streets, they felt the city's intense football atmosphere and realized that the people of Liverpool were even more fanatical about football than those in Funchal. Even at 9 a.m., they saw large numbers of Manchester United fans wearing red jerseys and waving Red Devil flags traveling with the team. They marched boldly through the streets, singing United's anthem and provoking Everton fans at every opportunity. Manchester is only 55 kilometers from Liverpool, less than an hour's drive. Very convenient. Xia Ze and his group occasionally encountered United fans on the streets. Since they weren't wearing Everton jerseys, they greeted each other amiably. These fans didn't seem to recognize Xia Ze or Zhang Wei, partly because the two weren't well known in England, and partly because foreigners often see Chinese people as looking alike. However, a few fans who were already half drunk by morning whistled at the beautiful Wang Xiaolin and Hua Yin, making lewd remarks. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei could only retaliate with sharp glares. When they arrived by taxi outside Everton Stadium, they saw many Toffees fans gathered in blue jerseys. Some seemed to recognize Xia Ze, but weren't certain, just waving to him from a distance. Xia Ze responded politely to the Everton fans' greetings. The Everton fans, seasoned by experience, simply raised their beers and offered friendly smiles in return. As the 4 appeared at the club's entrance, a blonde British woman in her mid-20s dressed in a black professional suit walked toward them with a charming smile. Mr. Xia Ze, welcome. I'm Mary. The beautiful British woman was Mary, the assistant to the Everton chairman, who had called Xia Ze. She graciously ushered the 4 into the club. Xia Ze and the other 3 followed Mary into the club, where the staff greeted Mary warmly, but paid little attention to Xia Ze and the others. Upon entering the main doors, the 4 were greeted by a building approximately 4 to 5 stories high, its white and blue exterior showcasing the club's primary color scheme. An elderly man with a head of white hair emerged from the building, smiling warmly at the 4. Through Mary's introduction, Xia Ze and the others learned that this kindly smiling man was Kenneth, the chairman of Everton Club. Young man, it's a pleasure to see you. Everton welcomes you, Kenneth said with a beaming smile as he shook hands with Xia Ze. After a round of pleasantries, Kenneth and Mary led Xia Ze and the others into the building. The match would not begin until the afternoon, and Xia Ze and his companions had come in the morning to visit Everton Club's training base. The first stop was the club's history exhibition room. Though the corridor was not spacious, the three could walk side by side without issue. Kenneth walked ahead with Xia Ze and Wang Xiaolin, while Mary and Zhang Weihua followed behind. Although all four were guests, the focus was mainly on Xia Ze, who was about to transfer to Everton, which made Kenneth noticeably more enthusiastic toward Xia Ze and Wang Xiaolin than toward Zhang Wei. As they walked, Xia Ze conversed with Kenneth while the walls of the corridor were adorned with portraits of renowned players and coaches from Everton's history, along with notable moments and championship victories. Mary was responsible for explaining everything, but at first Xia Ze could not recognize anyone from the black and white photos as he had limited knowledge of Everton. Wang Xiaolin and Zhang Wei were even more confused. However, after Mary's succinct and clear explanations, they finally began to grasp Everton's history. It was from the display cases showcasing antiques related to the club from decades and even centuries ago that the four truly felt the rich history possessed by Everton. The club was founded in 1878 and has a history of over 130 years, it being one of the founders of the English League. With 9 top-tier league championships, they rank 4th among English clubs, trailing only behind the traditional powerhouses of Manchester United, Liverpool, and Arsenal. They have won 5 FA Cup titles and 1 European Cup Winners' Cup. Even on a global scale, they hold a prestige. As they walked further, they could see colorful photos featuring very familiar faces. Rooney, Moyes, and Phil Neville each had their portraits and introductions displayed in the corridor. All three were iconic figures of Everton Club, yet in the afternoon Rooney among them would represent Manchester United, challenging Everton at Goodison Park. When Mary discussed the three of them, her tone was somewhat awkward, and she could only briefly mention them before leading the three into the trophy display room. Inside were several trophies, each polished to a shine. Xia Ze knew that Everton's most recent trophy was the FA Cup won against Manchester United 20 years ago. He had expected the place to be covered in dust, but that was clearly not the case. However, as he looked at the trophy display room of Everton, he found himself not reminiscing about the club's past glory, but rather recalling the online jokes about Arsenal's trophy room being filled with dust, which now seemed unfounded. After visiting the club's history exhibition room, Kenneth took the four on a tour around the premises. Although Zhang Wei was not transferring to Everton, Kenneth recognized that this young center-back had great potential, but Zhang Wei did not speak English, making communication difficult. After touring the club, Xia Ze and the others had lunch with Kenneth in the club's restaurant. At 1:30 p.m., they arrived outside Goodison Park with Kenneth. At this time, there was still an hour until the match started, but outside the stadium, it was already a sea of blue, occasionally mixed with Manchester United fans in red jerseys. To Xia Ze's surprise, the fans of both sides were not at odds before the match. Instead, they were engaged in their own conversations. Some friendly fans even wore half Manchester United and half Everton jerseys, chatting with supporters from both sides. After days of rain and snow, the fans outside the stadium were enjoying the rare winter sunshine. There were also reporters and photographers from television stations interviewing and shooting outside the stadium. Some travelers were taking photos outside the stadium or posing for pictures with local fans. A warm and cheerful atmosphere unfolded before Xia Ze, completely different from his experiences in Portugal. People say England has many football hooligans, but it doesn't seem to be the case here. Once inside the stadium, Kenneth chatted with England's head coach Hodgson, who was there to watch the match, while Xia Ze and the others were led to the VIP seats by Mary. The VIP seats were actually located behind the home team's substitute bench and did not have any special boxes. In many smaller stadiums in England, there are no boxes set up, and some special VIP seats are just located behind the coaching area. As Xia Ze sat down, he began to observe the stadium, while Wang Xiaolin and Hua Yin, two blossoming young ladies, took out their phones for selfies. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei just smiled. They were already accustomed to this habit of girls. The stands of Goodison Park were all blue with 2 tiers that could accommodate 4,000 spectators, and its history was not far off from that of Everton Club. The stadium has been in use for over 120 years, making it a living relic of the football world. With less than an hour before the match started, players from both sides were warming up on the field. On one side were the blue-clad Everton players, while on the other were the red-clad Manchester United players. The surrounding stands were gradually filling with spectators. The main difference between Premier League stadiums and those in other leagues is that the first row of the stands is just behind the advertising boards, only a few meters away from the sidelines. Sometimes when players take throw-ins, they could even touch the players' bodies. Such intimate contact is something not found in other leagues. In leagues like the Portuguese Primeira Liga, there are high fences between the stands and the pitch, making it impossible for fans to have close physical contact with the players on the field. However, in the Premier League, it is common to see players celebrating goals by hugging fans behind the advertising boards. Of course, being able to have close contact with fans can also lead to conflicts. Manchester United's legendary player Cantona once famously kicked a fan who was incessantly insulting him, becoming an indelible moment in Premier League history. Rooney, Van Persie, De Gea, Di Maria, Falcao. Xia Ze's gaze fell upon the Manchester United players warming up on the field. Stars he could only worship on television a year and a half ago, now kicking a ball right before him, seemingly within reach. Moreover, in just a month he would be able to compete against them on the field. World-class players, a world-class team, the best league. This is the dream place to play football. In a month after the Asian Cup, I will be able to play on this field, and the whole world will witness my figure racing across the green pitch. Xia Ze watched the players warming up on the field, his heart bubbling with excitement. Xia Ze, I'm so thrilled right now. Zhang Wei's trembling voice came from beside him. Xia Ze's boiling enthusiasm was interrupted by Zhang Wei's words. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Wei's flushed face, confused, and said, "I'm the one joining Everton, not you. Why are you so excited? Look, that's Evans, that's Phil Jones," and smiling. Zhang Wei pointed to several Manchester United defenders on the field, speaking with excitement. "Aren't you a fan of Nesta? Why are you so in awe of Manchester United players?" Xia Ze asked curiously. "Phil Jones is impressive too. If I can defend against Van Persie in a match, I will become famous overnight," Zhang Wei said, imagining it while grinning. Xia Ze shook his head helplessly. This big guy had such erratic thoughts that he couldn't keep up with his rhythm, so he had no choice but to shift his focus back to the field, carefully observing the warm-up routines of both teams. As reported by the media, Van Gaal indeed led the team through very rigorous training. Even the pre-match warm-up was more intense than that of Everton's players, which surprised Xia Ze. It was frightening. If it were him up there after completing those warm-up sets, he would probably have no energy left for the upcoming. Xia Ze stared at the field dumbfounded. After a dozen minutes, the players completed their warm-up and slowly walked back to the locker room to prepare for the upcoming match. At this moment, Everton's chairman Kenneth also returned to his seat, waiting for the match to begin. "Xia Ze, what do you think?" Kenneth sat beside Xia Ze, smiling as he spoke to him. Xia Ze could clearly sense that a camera above the stadium was moving towards him, seemingly ready to capture him. He glanced at the camera and quickly looked away, smiling awkwardly. "It's great. The atmosphere here feels very comfortable. I'm looking forward to playing here." "That's good. I'm also looking forward to your performance, but let's watch this match first. I've placed a hefty bet with an old friend on our victory." After Kenneth finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair and laughed joyfully. Xia Ze laughed along. In fact, Kenneth spoke with a Liverpool accent, and quickly Xia Ze couldn't understand what the old man was saying at all, only catching words like match, bet, win, and gambling, which made him break into a cold sweat. Are the British really that fond of gambling? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live broadcast of the 2014-15 Premier League season, brought to you by Cena Video. Today's match features Everton at home against the Red Devils Manchester United. I am Jean Jun. Today our guest commentator is director Zhang Lu. Jean Jun's enthusiastic voice came through the computer speakers. "Hello everyone." A slightly deeper voice replied. It was tactical analysis expert Zhang Lu. "Director Zhang, before this match, both Manchester United and Everton haven't performed well this season. What do you think?" The two discussed the teams before the match. This is indeed a big issue. After a season of adjustment under Van Gaal, Manchester United still seems to have not found a tactical style that suits the team, which they must establish as soon as possible. On Everton's side, after losing midfield core Barkley at the last moment of the summer transfer window, Martinez seems unsure about how to structure the team's attack, which is why they brought in our Chinese player Xia Ze. Zhang Lu evaluated both teams. That's right. Before this match, the Premier League had already played 16 rounds and Manchester United was only in 5th place, while Everton was even lower at 12th, which does not reflect the strength of either team. And today on the Manchester United bench, our Chinese player Ai Huang is also on the roster. He has already made 9 appearances for Manchester United this season, performing quite well. Far away in mainland China, many Premier League fans are watching this match in front of their computers, listening to Jean Jun and Zhang Lu's pre-match commentary. Ai Huang has received plenty of playing time at Manchester United this season, and Xia Ze will join Everton in the winter transfer window, greatly exciting Chinese Premier League fans, as the performances of Chinese players abroad have garnered much attention from their compatriots. The match has begun. Xia Ze sat in the stands for the first time to watch a Premier League match, and found that the pace of the Premier League was indeed much faster than that of the Portuguese league. Both sides exchanged blows, and the match immediately entered a fierce battle from the start. This is the highest and most intense league in the world. Even a strong team like Manchester United doesn't necessarily have the upper hand against so-called weaker teams. Xia Ze watched as Everton, taking advantage of their home ground, pressed the strong Manchester United back, launching fierce attacks in the first half, and couldn't help but marvel. Even with stars like Rooney, Van Persie, and Januzaj, Manchester United still couldn't easily gain an advantage at good as. "Look, the team's defense is solid. We just lack a midfield core to orchestrate the attack," Kenneth said, slightly turning his head to Xia Ze. "And you are the best candidate for our team's number 10 position." Seeing Kenneth's smiling face, Xia Ze felt a bit incredulous. "Will I really become the core of the team? This team has won the 4th most championships in the history of English leagues." Although he had some doubts about Kenneth's words, he still had confidence that he could bear such a heavy responsibility and lead the team forward. I will do my best, Xia Ze said calmly, though he felt a surge of excitement inside. I believe in you, young. After Kenneth finished speaking, he turned his gaze back to the match. At this moment, more than 10 minutes had passed in the match. Everton, lacking an attacking core, found it difficult to break through Manchester United's defence, allowing Manchester United to gain a foothold and gradually take control of the situation on the field. By now, more than 10 minutes had passed, and Midfielder, lacking a true attacking fulcrum, found it difficult to pierce Man Lien's defence. Man Lien steadied their footing, and by virtue of the superior quality on the field, gradually seized control of the match. After being pressed fiercely by Midfielder in the opening phase, Man Lien have slowly found their balance. Zhang Jun observed, explaining the shift in the game. This is chiefly because Midfielder's attack lacks a creative organizer. Even if they can pin Man Lien back into their own half, without someone to thread the play together, the offense cannot be made to penetrate, and Man Lien cease to fear them, allowing them to move freely. Zhang Lu pierced the matter with a single incisive remark. Speak of the devil, look who has appeared in the camp. Xia Ze, he's here in person today, and at his side sits Midfielder's chairman Ken Naite. Zhang Jun suddenly exclaimed, and the broadcast cut to Xia Ze and Ken Naite. Zhang Lu let out a meaningful hum. It seems Ma Ding Neic signed Xia Ze, intending to make him the midfield linchpin. Zhang Jun warmed to the topic, recounting at length Xia Ze's season statistics at Ma Li Dmo. Last season, Luo Jiaba Koli was poached by Xia Shi, and now our young Chinese player Xia Ze has stepped into that role. As the match unfolded, Man Lien dominated the play, and in the 32nd minute, Jia Nuzhai fed Fan Pei, she who opened the scoring. When Fan Pei she struck Zhang Wei beside Xia Ze, could not help springing to his feet to cheer, but upon seeing the cold stares around him, he froze and swallowed the words, "Nice goal." He sat down awkwardly. He realized they were sitting in Midfielder's stand, and right beside him was the club chairman Ken Naite. Xia Ze was startled by Zhang Wei's outburst and furtively glanced at Ken Naite. The white-haired elder's face was dark with displeasure, plainly unhappy with Zhang Wei's near jubilation. What is he so excited about today? Xia Ze cursed inwardly at the lanky fool Zhang Wei. At that moment, Hua Yin, seated next to Zhang Wei, squeezed his thigh hard. "Oh!" Zhang Wei cried out in pain, drawing even stranger looks from the surrounding Midfielder supporters. He had made a fool of himself. Xia Ze covered half his face, unable to meet Zhang Wei's eyes. At halftime, Midfielder trailed. "Away, you idiot. What on earth were you shouting just now? You embarrassed us." After Ken Naite rose from his seat, Wang Shaolin scolded Zhang Wei furiously. Zhang Wei looked put upon and shrank into the bench. "This time I won't help you," Hua Yin said, folding her arms and turning her face away. Zhang Wei looked pleadingly at Xia Ze, yearning for his friend's intervention. Xia Ze only smiled and shrugged, indicating there was nothing he could do. When Xia Ze shifted his gaze toward the pitch among the substitutes warming up, he spotted a familiar figure. Ai Huang had found his way into Man Lien's squad, earning a few starts and apparently the coaching staff's approval. Watching Ai Huang warm up, Xia Ze felt the embers of his competitive will kindle. "If you are an Ing Chao, then I will beat you in Ing Chao," he vowed to himself. Back in Portugal, he had hoped to mend fences with Ai Huang, but the other man not only rejected the overture, but had even fouled his brother. There was no blaming Xia Ze for failing to be conciliatory. As the second half began, Ai Huang quickened his warm-up on the touchline, and by the 60th minute stood ready to be called on as a substitute. Ai Huang is on the sideline ready to come on. It seems Fan Jia values this young winger. This is already his 10th appearance for Man Lien this season. The commentator's voice rose with excitement. Man Lien emerged for the second half, still commanding the game, though the score remained 10. They're taking off number 11, Jia Nuzhai. Zhang Jun exclaimed in surprise as the fourth official lifted the substitution board, displaying 34 for 11. Fan Jia's substitutions are baffling. Jia Nuzhai was playing so well, why replace him? Zhang Lu said, puzzled. Perhaps Fan Jia is preparing for next week's match against Liverpool, but the lead is precarious, and Midfielder have long been known as a bogey team for Man Lien. Zhang Jun analyzed, then reconsidered his own conjecture. Taking off such an informed Jia Nuzhai could be the turning point of this match, because Man Lien's attack this season has largely relied on his left side link-up, Zhang Lu added. Let's see whether Midfielder can seize the chance. Good. Ai Huang now makes his 10th appearance for. As Zhang Jun spoke, Ai Huang replaced Jia Nuzhai and took the field. He was lively and flashy on the ball, tormenting Midfielder's left back with his tricks. But his flamboyance proved hollow. His gaunt frame could not shield the ball after beating an opponent, and Man Lien's attack was delayed by his tendency to cling to possession. As Zhang Lu had predicted, with Jia Nuzhai off, the starting right winger Di Ma Lia shifted to the left, while Ai Huang occupied the right. Yet Di Ma Lia was out of form, and Ai Huang too self-indulgent on the ball. Man Lien's once twin-wing threat was immediately neutralized. Midfielder seized the initiative from Fan Jia's ill-judged tinkering. After Ai Huang came on, they rapidly pressed Man Lien and launched wave after wave toward the goal. With 15 minutes remaining, Fan Xia Ze astonished many by withdrawing Fan Pei Shi and bringing on Mo Ling, seemingly intent on clinging to a 10 lead until the final whistle. His move drew the commentators' criticism. Sure enough, in the dying moments, AI Fu Dun equalized through a Lukaku goal. When AI Fu Dun scored, the stadium erupted into a thunderous roar. Fan Xia Ze paid the price for chaotic substitutions and conservative tactics, and AI Fu Dun snatched a point from Man Lian at the last breath. Watching the dejected faces of the Man Lian players, Xia Ze, long a Man Lian supporter, but about to don AI Fu Dun's colors, felt a bittersweet jumble of emotions. Yet he reminded himself that soon he would be representing AI Fu Dun against Man Lian. Such is the burden of a professional, and he accepted it. With that thought, Xia Ze found a measure of peace. After watching the match between Everton and Manchester United at Everton's home ground, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei left Liverpool the next day and boarded a flight to Australia. The Chinese national team will hold a training camp in Australia to prepare for the Asian Cup scheduled for January 4th. They have nearly half a month to adapt and adjust to the local weather before the tournament begins. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei received permission from the national team to fly directly from Europe to Australia to join Wu Lei, who plays in the Bundesliga, Zhang Limpeng in Serie A Galbo in La Liga, and Wang Shangyuan playing in Belgium's Bruges. Like Xia Ze, are all heading to Australia from Europe. However, AI Huang, who plays for Manchester United, cannot join the team until a week later due to the lack of a winter break in the Premier League. After more than 30 hours of long-haul flights, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei appeared at the airport in Melbourne dragging their luggage. The location for this national team's training camp is in Melbourne, where they will also play 2 group matches. According to the address provided by the national team, the two took a taxi and arrived at a small, relatively quiet. Upon arriving at the hotel, they found that there weren't many guests, with only a few people occasionally walking out, indicating that the national team chose this place for its tranquility. As they entered the hotel lobby, they saw Zhang Limpeng dragging his luggage while an elderly foreign man with gray hair and glasses was talking to him. The old man happened to notice Xia Ze and Zhang Wei entering, exchanged a few words with Zhang Limpeng, patted his shoulder, and walked towards Xia Ze and Zhang Wei with a gentle smile. "Welcome to the team." The old man approached and extended his right hand towards Xia Ze. "Hello, mister." Xia Ze politely shook his hand and noticed that despite being 66 years old, the old man's handshake was still very firm. He is the new head coach of the Chinese men's national football team. Marcelo Lippi, the coach who led Italy to victory in the 2006 World Cup and took Guangzhou Evergrande to the top of the AFC Champions League in 2013. After leading Guangzhou Evergrande to their 4th consecutive Chinese Super League title in November this year, his contract expired, and he was hired by the Chinese Football Association as the head coach of the men's national team to lead them in the 2015 Asian Cup. "How was the journey?" Lippi asked with concern after shaking hands with Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. Although it was their first meeting, Lippi had observed both players' performances through videos, and every player on the 23-man roster for the Asian Cup was handpicked by him, including the 7 players who play in Europe, so he was not unfamiliar with Xia Ze and Zhang Wei. When Xia Ze and Zhang Wei were in Guangzhou, they had already watched Lippi coach the Evergrande team in person. Previously, they had seen the impressive figure of this world-famous coach on television when he led Italy in the World Cup in Germany, even though they were just 11 years old at the time. "It's okay, but I haven't adjusted to the time difference yet. I don't know if it's day or night right now," Xia Ze said, half joking. "Then go rest. Training starts tomorrow," Lippi said, patting his shoulder in a friendly manner. Truly a world-class coach, his charisma is undeniable. In every gesture, he exuded confidence and authority. As Xia Ze walked, he couldn't help but glance back at Lippi's silhouette, feeling a sense of admiration. The next day, Xia Ze and Zhang Wei woke up early. Due to adjusting to the time difference, they hadn't slept much and could hardly sleep in the latter half of the night, so they got up at 6 a.m. to have breakfast in the hotel restaurant. Australia is in the southern hemisphere, and late December is the beginning of summer, so after their arrival from England, which was filled with snow and biting cold, they found themselves in sunny Melbourne and felt a bit out of place. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, they walked down the stairs feeling the cool breeze. "Xia Ze, Zhang Wei, good morning," a voice called from behind. They turned to see head coach Lippi and quickly greeted him. The 3 of them chatted as they walked towards the restaurant for breakfast. While eating breakfast, Xia Ze looked at Lippi with a strange expression. Despite being a 66-year-old man with silver hair and a face full of wrinkles, he appeared energetic and showed no signs of fatigue so early in the morning. Xia Ze couldn't help but wonder how he would feel at 66. He would surely want to sleep in until he naturally woke. During breakfast, Lippi inquired about the situations of their respective clubs. Upon learning that Xia Ze was recovering from an injury and maintaining good form, he nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Wei's performance at Sporting Lisbon also earned Lippi's praise. While they were having breakfast, Fu Bo and Lippi's coaching staff along with team captain Zheng Ji arrived at the restaurant. After Lippi took over as head coach of the national team, Fu Bo stayed on as Lippi's assistant, assisting him in managing and training the team. Fu Bo is also responsible for communication between the Italian coaching team and the Chinese coaches. Zheng Ji, who is now 34 years old, is still performing well at Guangzhou Evergrande, remaining a key defensive midfielder for the national team, which is why Lippi brought him to Australia for the Asian Cup. However, Xia Ze has stated that he will withdraw from the national team after this Asian Cup to focus on club matches. As breakfast was nearing its end, other members of the national team began to appear in the restaurant. Lippi said nothing as the national team players followed their normal meal schedule, and this Italian elder simply preferred to rise earlier than the players. After breakfast, Lippi and his coaching staff prepared for the upcoming training sessions, while the national team staff orderly arranged the bus to take the players to the training ground for adaptive training after they finished eating. Yesterday, 6 overseas players, including Xia Ze, returned to the team, and including the 16 players from within the country, the 22 players selected for this national team roster would have their first collective training today. China's opponents in the group stage are the West Asian powerhouses Saudi Arabia, North Korea, and Uzbekistan, which can be described as a group of death. Each team is tough to face, especially Uzbekistan, which is stronger than the other 3 teams. The 23-man roster for this Chinese team is goalkeepers Zheng Chengwang Dalei, Yin Junling, defenders Zhang Qingdong, Zhang Limping, Zhang Wei Ren, Heng Zhang Jipeng, Mei Fang Ji Xiang, midfielders Zheng Ji, Wu Shikai, Huekong Ai, Huang Xia, Zhe Yuhanchao, Hao Juanmin Sun, Ku Liao Lixing, forwards Wu Lei Wang, Shang Yuan Gao Lin Gaobo. Pass faster. Be proactive and move closer to the ball carrier to provide support, and the right side should also shift to create space. Lippi shouted at the edge of the training ground, his voice hoarse. The players on the field were engaged in a scrimmage with Lippi directing the attacking players' positioning. He frequently halted the match, calling individual players over to gather and listen to his tactical instructions. Apart from the original Evergrande players, the other dozen or so team members were training with Lippi for the first time, so he had to instill many of his tactical concepts anew. Even Xia Ze, who played in Europe's top leagues, found Lippi's tactical demands quite perplexing at first. As for those who played domestically, their English was poor, and they could only barely understand Lippi's requirements through an interpreter's explanations. Thus, in a single training session, Lippi halted play over a dozen times, repeatedly explaining his tactical requirements to the players. Although the Chinese players' performance fell short of his expectations, Lippi patiently explained to them. Only when the interpreter's voice grew hoarse did he slightly reduce the frequency of his instructions. After the first day's training session, Xia Ze felt the intensity was not too high, but the sweltering weather made his body somewhat uncomfortable. How do you feel? Not used to it after coming back from England. Captain Zheng Ji walked over and tossed Xia Ze a bottle of water. It's okay, I guess. A sudden temperature difference of tens of degrees really takes some getting used to. But I struggled for a long time to understand the coach's tactical requirements. You've grasped it now, which is pretty good. When he first came to Evergrande, I was utterly clueless too, Zheng Ji said with a wry smile. But he is truly dedicated, Xia Ze said, looking at Lippi's figure packing up the equipment, his voice full of admiration. That's what makes a great coach. Unfortunately, this might be the last time I play under him. From now on, the national team will depend on you, Zheng Ji said with a hint of emotion. Xia Ze said nothing, only smiled and patted his shoulder. In the following days, the Chinese players gradually adapted to Lippi's training, and the Italian coach also conducted tactical drills targeting the 3 group stage opponents. To break out of the group of death in the Asian Cup, China conducted closed-door training in the suburbs of Melbourne. Only domestic traveling journalists were allowed free movement in the training base. All other media were turned away by Lippi. The closed training sessions were intensive. Since the players' physical condition remained decent, they usually trained twice a day, sometimes with morning sessions and afternoons spent at the hotel analyzing match footage of their opponents. During these days, Xia Ze found that Lippi exuded considerable charisma, both in training and daily interactions. He was meticulous in training, patiently explaining his tactical requirements to the players, rarely losing his temper. Moreover, Lippi was always the first to rise every morning. In just a few days, Lippi earned the respect of every Chinese player both on and off the field. They began to look forward to this championship-winning coach leading them further in the upcoming Asian Cup. This confidence stemmed not only from China's recent improvement, but also largely from the assurance Lippi brought. Xia Ze, after you pass, you should immediately move forward to support your teammate. Lippi halted the training and walked over to address Xia Ze. Lippi had initially believed this midfield player playing in Europe could quickly grasp his tactical intentions, and indeed the first few days proved that. However, for some reason, Xia Ze's training performance had deteriorated over the past 2 days, which irritated him. Coach, I understand. He'll make sure to do it next time. Xia Ze looked at Lippi earnestly. Lippi glanced at him, nodded, and returned to the sidelines. After Lippi left, Xia Ze muttered to himself, what's wrong with this body? Since yesterday my chest has felt tight, and today breathing seems especially difficult. After that pass my chest was too uncomfortable, so I didn't go to support. After taking a deep breath, Xia Ze felt his chest ease somewhat. The training resumed, but Xia Ze found his steps unusually heavy. Despite his efforts to run, he felt a persistent sense of powerlessness. After the training session, Lippi approached him. Xia Ze, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You seem to be struggling when you run. Lippi's tone carried no reproach, only concern. Coach, I've been feeling a tightness in my chest these past 2 days, and my breathing seems labored. I think I'll be fine after some adjustments, Xia Ze explained. Remember, a healthy body is the foundation of a player's game. If something is wrong, speak up. Lippy warned Xia Ze with a serious yet concerned expression. I know, Coach. Xia Ze responded solemnly. Xia Ze, what's up today? Did Lippy treat you to coffee? Zhang Wei came out of the shower drying his hair as he teased. Xia Ze did not answer, his lips moved, but no words came out. Zhang Wei noticed Xia Ze's silence, turned around, and found him lying on the bed like a dead cat. Xia Ze, what's wrong? Zhang Wei saw Xia Ze's unusual demeanor and quickly walked over concerned. Xia Ze now felt dizzy, his eyelids heavy, and something seemed stuck in his throat, making breathing difficult. I think I'm sick, Xia Ze managed to mumble painfully. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Wei was startled. His voice had changed and was frighteningly weak. Zhang Wei rushed out and called the team doctor. The doctor took one look at Xia Ze and frowned. How do you feel now? The doctor asked, feeling Xia Ze's forehead while looking concerned. My whole body aches, my arms and legs feel weak, Xia Ze said with difficulty. And I'm very dizzy. After uttering these words, he closed his eyes and breathed laboriously. After finishing the afternoon training, he had come back, showered, and then ended up like this. He himself did not know why he suddenly felt weak all over and collapsed on the bed. Doctor, how is he? Fu Bo and Zheng Ji, upon hearing the news, arrived at Xia Ze's room. He's probably suffering from a severe cold due to the drastic temperature change from England to here, which his body couldn't adapt to, the team doctor said with a frown. He's been here for days. Why would he fail to adapt only now? Zheng Ji asked in confusion. After the team doctor examined Xia Ze, he provided his diagnosis, thankfully indicating that it wasn't too serious. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei expressed his concern, saying, as long as you manage your diet, rest well, and don't overexert yourself in training, you should be fine. With the doctor's explanation, Zhang Wei finally let out a sigh of relief. Xia Ze understood that it was his own decision not to stop and take care of himself when he first felt unwell yesterday, instead forcing himself to train, hoping to suppress his discomfort, which ultimately led to his condition worsening. How long does he need to rest? Fu Bo asked concernedly from the side. After all, the Asian Cup was set to begin in a week, and China's first opponent in the group stage was the formidable Saudi Arabia. If Xia Ze couldn't play, it would be a significant blow to the team's strength. Xia Ze's health is generally good, he should recover within a week, but he won't be able to make it for the first match, the doctor. The four individuals present showed expressions of helplessness and regret upon hearing this. They all knew that after a severe cold, a player's physical condition would decline sharply even if he recovered before the match. Without several days of rest, his stamina wouldn't meet the demands of the game. Moreover, a severe cold is more serious than a regular one, since the team doctor said, so it meant Xia Ze would truly miss the first match. They'll prescribe you some medicine, just take good care of yourself, and don't worry too much, the doctor said as he packed away his tools, comforting Xia Ze. After the doctor left, Fu Bo and Zheng Ji spoke a few words with Xia Ze before leaving him some space. Xia Ze lay quietly on the bed, his mind feeling foggy and his eyelids heavy, yet he couldn't find the will to sleep. He felt terrible. The group stage draw was already so harsh, and now he was afflicted by a cold right before the match. What a twist of fate. David, it's up to you in the upcoming matches, Xia Ze said weakly. Yet after a while he didn't hear a response from Zhang Wei. David? Xia Ze turned his head with difficulty to look at Zhang Wei's bed, only to see Zhang Wei bundled up in his blanket, wearing a mask, watching him warily. Xia Ze, don't talk to me. Your virus spreads through the air and could infect me. Zhang Wei said, scooting back. Damn it. In the evening, after taking his medicine and preparing for sleep, Lippy arrived. How are you feeling? Any better? Lippy sat by Xia Ze's bed looking at him with concern. Cough, cough. I just took the medicine, no effects yet, Xia Ze replied with a hoarse voice. Then don't worry, just focus on getting better, Lippy comforted. Coach, Seeing Lippy's nonchalant demeanor, Xia Ze couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This was his first major competition representing the national team, and Xia Ze was eager to contribute more to the team. However, falling ill suddenly disrupted his chances, leaving him feeling guilty towards the team. Lippy noticed the guilt in Xia Ze's tone and waved his hand, interrupting him. You need to understand there are 3 rounds in the group stage. Right now your priority is to recover quickly, you don't need to worry about anything else. Though Lippy's words were somewhat resolute, they felt warm to Xia Ze. It was as if this old man had taken the pressure off Xia Ze's shoulders. Okay, I understand, coach, Xia Ze said, nodding earnestly. After leaving Xia Ze's room, Lippy did not return to his dorm, but headed towards the conference room provided by the hotel. There the Chinese coaching staff, including Fu Bo and Lippy's Italian coaching team, were waiting for the head coach's arrival. Let's discuss it. Since Xia Ze can't play in the first match, who should we use to replace him? Lippy began the discussion after sitting down. In his mind, Xia Ze should have been the undisputed choice for the attacking midfielder position. With his vision, dribbling, passing, and long-range shooting abilities, Xia Ze's performance in the Portuguese league had satisfied Lippy, who had also devised a series of tactics centered around him. However, Xia Ze had suddenly fallen ill before the match, making it difficult for him to play in the first round of the group stage, which left Lippy quite troubled. Thus, an emergency meeting was called to select a new starting attacking midfielder and possibly revise the tactics. How about Wang Shangyuan? His performance in Bruges has also been good, and he can handle this position, Fu Bo suggested. Following him, several coaches, including those from Italy, agreed. Wang Shangyuan is good, but his forward awareness is too strong, and he isn't particularly good at organizing attacks or defense. Against Saudi Arabia, we need to be more cautious. Another Italian assistant coach opposed Fu Bo's suggestion. I think Hao Junmin could be a viable option. He's an experienced player in the national team and has better synergy with his teammates than Wang Shangyuan. What if we push Xia Ze up to the attacking midfielder position and have Kai Huikong and Wu Shi partner in the defensive midfield? But Xia Ze is already 34 years old. If he plays as an attacking midfielder, he may not have the stamina. Additionally, we need an experienced player to guard the defensive midfield position. The 7 or 8 coaches engaged in a heated discussion about the replacement for Xia Ze's position and the tactical adjustments of the Chinese team. Everyone's opinions varied, providing Lippi with nearly 10 alternative plans. He simply rested his chin on his hand, listening quietly without interrupting. It was only after midnight that they finally settled on 2 or 3 plans to trial. The shift in one position caused such a significant change that Fu Bo and the others were astonished. Lippi's efficiency in convening a meeting in such a short time left them feeling inferior. The next day, under the guidance of the coaching team, the national team tried several formations, shifting the central organizing role from Xia Ze back to Xia Ze. This 34-year-old veteran remained the player with the best overall vision on the team. As for the attacking midfielder position, there were plenty of options. Originally, Xia Ze was guaranteed to occupy the attacking midfielder position, but now that he couldn't play, Hao Junmin, Wang Shangyuan, Sun Ku, and even Wu Lei could fill that role. The players in the national team also felt the tactical changes introduced by Lippi, and everyone was very excited, hoping to secure the starting position. Lippi stood on the sidelines watching the players practice the tactics, his brow furrowed, and his expression grave. The already uncertain journey in the Asian Cup was further overshadowed by Xia Ze's cold. On January 4, 2015, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the area outside the Melbourne Etihad Stadium was bustling with people. Saudi fans in headscarves, Chinese supporters clad in red jerseys, and some local Australian fans were all gathered outside the stadium. The stadium can accommodate nearly 5,000 people, but the number of fans outside appears to far exceed that. Although the Asian Cup does not attract as much attention as major events like the European Championship and the World Cup, it is still a grand occasion in Australia, a land relatively lacking in football culture. Chinese students studying in Australia and Chinese residents here gathered outside the Melbourne Etihad Stadium, creating a thunderous sound. Each Chinese fan held a national flag in their hands, with most of them sporting face paint decorated with the flag, and some even had their entire faces painted with the colors of the flag. Chinese fans occupied most of the space outside the stadium. While Saudi fans did not match the Chinese team in numbers, they still strive to create an atmosphere for their team. Meanwhile, neutral Australian fans enjoyed the lively atmosphere on the eve of the match, chatting and laughing with. Local Australian media, Chinese CCTV reporters, and Saudi media used their microphones and cameras to capture every moment of this tournament. A large bus slowly approached the stadium with a small Chinese national flag inserted at the front, indicating that it carried the players of the Chinese team, including the world-renowned coach Lippi. As the bus carrying the Chinese players appeared, the atmosphere on site reached a small climax. Go Chinese team! As the bus passed by, Chinese fans in unison cheered and encouraged the players who had yet to enter the field. When the bus carrying the Saudi players arrived at the stadium, despite their numbers being less than the Chinese fans, the Saudi fans placed their right hands over their hearts and sang the national anthem to welcome their heroes. Xia Ze was also on the bus. He had just recovered from a cold 2 days ago, but his physical strength had not yet returned, making it unlikely for him to play in this match. Watching the Chinese fans outside the window cheer for him and his teammates, these overseas Chinese separated from their homeland by vast oceans still remembered to support their national team, even though many of them had become Australian citizens. No matter how bad things get, it's still our team. Xia Ze recalled this phrase. Chinese football had been languishing in a trough for years, and despite frequent losses, the fans remained loyal, which moved him deeply. However, mere sentiment was not enough. As a member of the national team, he was determined to lead Chinese football to. Now the national team had 7 players playing in the top European leagues, with Chinese players appearing in the 4 major leagues of Italy, Spain, England, and Germany. After being in decline for so long, it was time for Chinese football to rise. Xia Ze thought this, and the other players of the Chinese team shared the same ambitions. Although Xia Ze could not play in this match, he still came to the stadium with the team. As a member of the national team, he should stand with the team at all times. After entering the locker room, Fu Bo took Lippi's place and reiterated the tactical deployment for the match in front of the players. Although they had already practiced for several days, discussing tactics again before the match was a routine for every game. Sitting in his spot, Xia Ze was changing his gear. Although Lippi had informed him that he would not be playing, warming up with the team still benefited his physical recovery. At this moment, the stands of the Etihad Stadium were mostly filled with spectators. This match was the opening game of the Asian Cup, so there would be a ceremony to kick off the event. As Xia Ze warmed up on the field, the stands were largely occupied by Chinese fans in red jerseys, while a small portion was taken up by white-clad Saudi fans and various colored Australian neutral fans. When the players of the Chinese team entered the field, the sea of red in the stands erupted with the synchronized cheers of the Chinese fans enveloping the entire stadium. The match had not even started, and they were already in battle. CCTV. Welcome to the live broadcast of the opening match of the 2015 Asian Cup. I am Duan Xian. Duan Xian's deep, resonant voice came from the television. Across the vast ocean in mainland China, billions of viewers were watching the live broadcast of the match on CCTV-5, coincidentally on a Sunday. Today's match is between the Chinese team and the Saudi team. I have already received the starting lineup. As predicted before the match, Xia Ze, who had been struck by a cold virus a week ago, was not included in the starting lineup. Replacing him was Sun Ku from Jiangsu Suning. Duan Xian sat in the commentary booth at the Etihad Stadium introducing the starting lineup of the Chinese team to the viewers. Next to him were colleagues from other Asian countries also commenting on this highly anticipated opening match for their respective television stations. Today the Chinese team is set up in a 4,231 formation with goalkeeper Xing Cheng, and the defense line from left to right consists of Jiang Jiping, Zhang Weimei Fang, and Zhang Limping. The two defensive midfielders are Captain Zheng Ji and Kai Huikong, while Wu Lei, Sun Ku, and Ai Huan serve as three attacking midfielders with Gao Bo leading the attack. From the formation that Lippi has set today, it's clear that he still wants to win this match. Alright, the match is about. With the referee's whistle, the first match of the 2015 Asian Cup began with the Chinese team taking the first kick. In the first few minutes of the match, the battle for control in midfield between China and Saudi Arabia was intense. Saudi Arabia has long been one of the top teams in Asia, and the Chinese team's strength cannot be said to match that of their opponents. However, in the past year or two, 6 or 7 players from the Chinese team have moved to play in Europe, and this group of overseas players has significantly strengthened the main lineup compared to the past. In the early stages of the match, taking advantage of their half-home advantage, the Chinese team fiercely contested possession against the strong Saudi team. Yet the current strength of the Chinese team ultimately could not compare to that of the Saudi team. Furthermore, Xia Ze, who was originally regarded as the core of the team by Lippi, was unable to play due to the flu, leading to some chaos in the midfield organization. Although the 34-year-old captain Zheng Ji could organize the midfield and defense, he could not devote much energy to the front line, causing the two flanks of the Chinese team to seem to be playing individually. Wu Lei dribbled down the left flank, but the ball was intercepted. Saudi Arabia's counterattack was swift and dangerous. Duan Xian watched the match with concern. Saudi Arabia has broken through to the penalty area, and Zhang Wei is rushing over to defend. Duan Xian's worry grew as he spoke, even rising to his feet. Behind the Chinese goal, the Saudi fans witnessing their team launch a threatening attack rose to their feet with excitement. Beautiful. Zhang Wei slid in and intercepted the ball. Duan Xian's heart, which had been in his throat, eased with Zhang Wei's brilliant tackle. Although Saudi Arabia's attack didn't threaten China's goal, the players on the field must take heed. Losing possession in midfield carelessly puts immense pressure on the defense. Duan Xian analyzed. Lippi, who had been sitting on the bench, could no longer stay seated. He furrowed his brow and walked to the sidelines. His translator, noticing this, quickly rose and followed Lippi to promptly convey his tactical instructions to move more in midfield. Have you forgotten what I said in training? Lippi cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted to the players on the pitch. Don't hold the ball too long, play more passes. The voice of this 66-year-old man was still full of vigor, and his words were picked up by a microphone on the ground broadcast into the television feed. The Chinese players realized that their midfield had become disorganized 15 minutes into the game. With Lippi's shouts from the sidelines, they managed to slightly recover from their disadvantage. However, lacking Xia Ze's orchestration at the attacking midfielder position, wingers Ai Huang and Wu Lei were forced to fight alone, while center forward Gao Bo was isolated under the tight marking of two Saudi center backs. Thus, Saudi Arabia assigned a defensive midfielder to man-mark him, effectively neutralizing his influence. With the two wingers forced into solo, thus Saudi Arabia assigned a defensive midfielder to man-mark him, effectively neutralizing his influence. With the two wingers forced into solo efforts, midfield naturally lost its shape. Zheng Ji switches the ball to the right flank. Ai Huang faces the Saudi left back, and Zhang Limpeng is overlapping behind him. Duan Xian. Zheng Ji switches the ball to the right flank. Ai Huang faces the Saudi left back, and Zhang Limpeng is overlapping behind him. Duan Xian exclaimed excitedly as China launched a rare attack on the wing. Beautiful. He passes to Zhang Limpeng, who drives to the byline. Across into the box. Gao Bo is waiting in the middle. A great chance. Header. Zhang Limpeng delivered a beautiful curling cross that bypassed the first center back, giving Gao Bo a perfect scoring opportunity. Oh no, the header went wide. Duan Xian sighed, covering his face. The tens of thousands of Chinese fans in the stadium roared as Zhang Linpeng's cross came in, but when Gao Ba's header drifted just wide, a collective groan of disappointment filled the air. Lippi, who had been calm on the bench, couldn't help but jolt with excitement when the chance appeared. But when the ball failed to find the net, he merely showed a hint of regret with no major reaction. After China created this chance on the right, Saudi Arabia's players became cautious about committing forward. The first half ended 0-0, characterized by intensity, but a lack of clear-cut chances, and the teams headed into the halftime break. "You played well in the first half, but you didn't fully execute my tactical plan," Lippi addressed the Chinese team in the locker room. "I need more passing combinations from you, not individual play." Lippi's gaze swept over the players as he spoke. "Saudi Arabia's players are no worse than you in terms of physique or technique. We need to leverage our strengths." After each sentence, Lippi paused to allow his translator to explain to the national team players. "Sun Ku in the second half, avoid their defensive midfielder. Drop deeper and receive the ball in your own half as much as possible," Lippi instructed Sun Ku with a nod. Sun Ku, who was drinking water, quickly nodded in agreement when he saw Lippi looking at him. Xia Ze sat nearby watching his sweat-drenched teammates discussing the match situation and felt a pang of bitterness. His teammates were battling on the pitch, while he could only sit on the bench with no hope of even stepping onto the field. Curse this damned weather. The second half began. Following Lippi's halftime instructions, Sun Ku did drop deeper to receive the ball, and Zhang Ji occasionally pushed forward, increasing China's midfield connectivity and energy, gradually building up attacks. China's midfield has undergone some changes in the second half. Although there have been no substitutions, it's clear that Sun Ku is dropping deeper to demand the ball, and the midfield movement has become more active. Obviously, Lippi made demands of the players during halftime, and China's attack immediately came to life in the truly a world-class coach. Duan Xian praised Lippi as China gradually gained the upper hand. On the stands, the Chinese fans, seeing their team take control, cheered even louder. "Go China! Go China!" The cheers rose and fell, never ceasing. Saudi Arabia's head coach, frowning deeply, walked to the sidelines to direct his players in response to China's sudden tactical shift. Since the start of the second half, Lippi had not sat down once, standing at the sideline to direct the players on the field. The television camera focused on the two head coaches on the sidelines. Although they differed greatly in experience and status in the football world, Lippi showed no sign of underestimating his counterpart, maintaining a furrowed brow and a solemn expression. Xia Ze, sitting on the bench, watched Lippi continuously gesturing and whistling at the players on the pitch. He was secretly impressed that this 66-year-old man was still so energetic. In truth, the greatest hope for this national team lay not in the few overseas-based players, nor in Xia Ze himself, but in Lippi's coaching. If anyone had said 2 months ago that China could break out of the group of death and even reach the semi-finals, others would have called it a dream. But with Lippi's arrival, such statements were no longer a joke, but rather a source of anticipation. However, the changes on the football pitch were never within a single person's control. Lippi was just a 66-year-old coach, not a god. With Sun Ku dropping deeper and Zhang Ji occasionally pushing forward, China's midfield was indeed revitalized. But this created a defensive concern. Zhang Ji's occasional forward runs left the defensive midfield position lacking coverage, and Saudi Arabia was quick to exploit this vulnerability. The match progressed to the 65th minute. On the wing, AI is dribbling the ball, and in the middle, Zhang Ji is following up, passing the ball to Zhang Ji. Duan Xian exclaimed excitedly as the Chinese team's active performance in the second half filled him with a sense of anticipation. The pass was too strong. Zhang Ji couldn't control it, and it was intercepted by the Saudi team. A hint of regret was evident in his tone. "The Saudi team's counterattack is very quick, be careful." Dusari has the ball in front of the penalty area, and Zhang Wei steps up to defend. "Oh no, he couldn't intercept it." Dusari broke into the penalty area. "It's dangerous." Zhang Cheng charges out. Alas, the Saudi team scored. Duan Xian finally slumped down in despair, a helpless sigh escaping through the microphone. The stands behind the Chinese goal were filled with fans of the national team who were once full of enthusiasm, but now felt as if they had been doused with cold water, leaving them in a state of dead silence, their faces cold and expressionless. On the opposite side, the few Saudi fans erupted with piercing cheers, applauding their hero who scored the goal. Dusari, already 34 years old, still managed to single-handedly break through and score against the Chinese team in the Asian Cup. Lippi's face turned pale, his brows furrowed, clearly indicating that this goal dealt a significant blow to his tactical arrangements. What a disaster. Who would have thought that a single mistake in the midfield would allow the opponent to exploit the defensive gap? One must admit that the personal abilities of the Saudi players are truly impressive. If only I could play. Xia Ze sat on the bench, quietly watching the field. In his view, Lippi's somewhat lonely silhouette, the Saudi players embracing their coach and celebrating, and the helpless and disappointed expressions of his national teammates formed a vivid picture, one that encapsulated the essence of football. On the football field, you can never know what will happen in the next moment. Xia Ze once again grasped the profound truth of this statement. After conceding a goal, the Chinese team tried hard to counterattack, but the Saudi defense was incredibly resilient. Coupled with the previous mistake, Xia Ze dared not push forward easily. Although the Chinese team's offense seemed vigorous, they could not tear through the opponent's defense. After thinking for a few minutes, Lippy immediately called over Fu Bo and whispered a few words in his ear. Fu Bo quickly ran to the bench to warm up Gao Lin, Wang Shangyuan, and Hao Junmin. The intention was clear: Lippy was about to change tactics. After conceding the goal, the Chinese team once again fell into a disorganized state in the midfield, relying solely on breakthroughs from the wings and long passes from the defenders to Gao Bo. Trapped in the siege, Gao Bo could not protect the ball for the advancing teammates, allowing the Saudi team to intercept it multiple times and launch sharp counterattacks. If it weren't for Zheng Cheng's heroic performance, the Chinese team might have conceded 2 goals within just a few minutes. Lippy quickly made a substitution, taking off the underperforming Sun Ku and bringing on Wang Shangyuan, hoping that Wang's ability to weave through the opponents in the front line would inject some vitality into the team. However, Wang Shangyuan, who was even shorter than Sun Ku, found it impossible to create opportunities against the dense Saudi defense, and the Chinese team's offense still showed no signs of improvement. Although the Chinese fans in the stands were still cheering, many faces revealed signs of worry. They seemed to see the familiar Chinese team faltering at the critical moment. In the 75th minute, Lippy made another adjustment, substituting Wu Lei with 2 center forwards to challenge the opponent's defense. After Gao Lin came onto the field, the Chinese team also changed their tactical approach, no longer seeking penetration through the middle, but continuously launching high balls from both sides to the 2 forwards in the penalty area. This substitution had a decent effect, but the Chinese team still couldn't find the back of the net, and the match had reached the 83rd minute. The time left for the Chinese team is running out, Duan Xian said worryingly from the commentary box. He rarely uttered this phrase while commentating on the Chinese team's matches, as it was a famous saying from his former colleague Lu Jianhong. Unexpectedly, this phrase became timely relevant in today's Asian Cup opening match. No more organizing, just cross from the wing. Zheng Ze pushed forward. Lippy frowned, tightly shouting from the sidelines. The team needs me, I cannot avoid this. Just a few minutes left, I can go up and change the game. Xia Ze looked at Lippy's anxious back and thought to himself. Gritting his teeth, he stood up from the bench, putting on his training bib and walking over to Lippy. Coach, let me play. Let me fight alongside the team in the last 10 minutes. Lippy turned around, looking at Xia Ze in surprise, his gaze lingering on him for a moment before coldly replying, No, you don't have the stamina to play right now. Coach, I can do it. I can help the team equalize. Xia Ze said with determination in his eyes. Xia Ze, I told you there are 3 matches in the group stage, you will have your chance to play, but not now. Go back. Lippy firmly rejected Xia Ze's request. Xia Ze could only helplessly shrug and return to the bench. In the last 10 minutes, he endured inner turmoil. Watching the team fall behind, while he could not fight alongside his teammates to level the score, he understood the bitterness that came with it. In the final moments, Lippy sent on Hao Junmin, but they still could not equalize, suffering a 0-1 defeat in the opening match against the strong Saudi team. In this death group, the chances of advancing became even more dim. The referee blew the final whistle, and in this Asian Cup opening match, the Chinese team lost 0-1 to the Saudi team. However, this is just our first group match. As long as Lippy can adjust in time, I believe we still have opportunities to defeat the other 2 opponents in the group and secure a chance to advance. Duan Xian expressed hope for the Chinese team, but deep down there was a hint of disappointment. After all, this match was Lippy's first official match in charge, and he was still full of expectations for the Chinese team's performance, but the outcome turned out to be so bitter. The players of the Chinese team felt the bitterness as well. After thanking the fans in the stands for their support, they silently walked back to the locker room, each one of them silent. They all knew what this defeat meant. In a group where every team was not weaker than the Chinese team, every point. Lippy's minimum requirement before the match was to secure at least 1 point, but unexpectedly after the match ended, they could not even gain a single point. The Chinese team's first official match in 2015 ended in failure. The journey ahead in the group stage will only become more perilous. In the opening match of the Asian Cup, the Chinese team lost 0-1 to the Saudi team, and this news quickly spread throughout China, becoming the main topic of discussion on Weibo. In his first match after taking over the Chinese national team, Lippy lost to the Saudi team in the Asian Cup group stage. Although the Saudi team is strong, the players of the national team could not escape the media's criticism. Stubborn as ever, the national team falls again. Not even Lippy can save Chinese football. Came with high hopes, returned in disappointment. These glaring slogans appeared on the front pages of major media outlets. Although the Chinese team's losses had become a habit, the entire nation had high hopes after Lippy took charge, and now faced with a harsh reality, disappointment was inevitable. The Chinese team's loss became the headline news once more. In the hotel where the national team was staying in Melbourne, the members were unaware of the public sentiment regarding the match, as there were regulations in place during training to avoid online distractions, and phone calls could only be made using the hotel landline. However, they knew the team was once again under intense scrutiny. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei lay in bed staring at the ceiling in boredom, engaging in idle conversation. After today's loss, they really couldn't muster any energy to entertain themselves, and could only sit in their room lost in thought. Knock knock knock. A sound of knocking came from outside. Who is it? Zhang Wei shouted in a lackluster voice. There was no response from outside, and after a moment the knocking continued. It might be the Italian coach. Go open the door, Xia Ze suggested, turning slightly to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei reluctantly got out of bed and walked over to the door. After all, if it was the Italian coach, it would indeed be difficult to respond if he couldn't understand what had been said, and Zhang Wei had no way to refuse opening the door. But when he opened the door, an unusual expression appeared on Zhang Wei's previously listless face, for standing outside was AI Huang, with whom he had a past conflict. What are you doing here? Zhang Wei's face turned cold as he said icily. I came to show you something. AI Huang replied with a sly smile, his right hand hidden behind his back. Seeing AI Huang arrive, Xia Ze worried that he might cause trouble and quickly got up to stand by the door. Zhang Wei glanced behind AI Huang, unsure of what he was plotting. They had not spoken a word to each other since leaving their marks on each other's teeth during the derby on Madeira Island last. Even in the national team, they kept their distance. Teammates noticed the tension but did not intervene as long as it did not affect training. But now AI Huang had taken the initiative to approach them, wearing a sinister smile, which made Xia Ze and Zhang Wei feel on guard. Zhang Wei, why are you looking at me like that? If it weren't for you being outplayed by your opponent today, would we have lost the game? Look at the comments back home, they all blame you. The center-back duo completely defeated by the 34-year-old veteran. What good is playing abroad? Clumsy Zhang Wei is too amateurish. Efforts in the front, chaos in the back. The center-back duo completely defeated by the 34-year-old veteran. What good is playing abroad? Clumsy Zhang Wei is too amateurish. Efforts in the front, chaos in the back. The national team lost due to poor defense. Xia Ze and Zhang Wei's expressions grew darker as they read. They hadn't expected the media back home to place the blame for the loss solely on Zhang Wei. Although the Saudi goal did indeed come from Zhang Wei's defensive area, his overall performance had not been poor. The media's actions left both of them puzzled. So what do you think? You are a useless coward. If it weren't for you, we would have won this match long ago. AI Huang's words were aggressive. Zhang Wei already felt guilty about the team's loss, and now seeing the media's comments combined with AI Huang's aggressive words, he felt even more self-reproach and couldn't muster a single retort. Hey AI Huang, there's a rule against going online, and we've already lost the match. What do you mean by all this? Xia Ze saw Zhang Wei becoming more upset due to AI Huang and immediately stood up for him, glaring at AI Huang. Xia Ze, don't think you're off the hook just because you didn't play. You're just a waste. I see you're not really sick, you're just afraid of failure. AI Huang, after attacking Zhang Wei, turned his attention to Xia Ze. Xia Ze's gaze turned cold, his sharp eyes fixed on AI Huang for a long moment, but he chose not to argue. Instead, he pulled Zhang Wei back and slammed the door shut, leaving behind a cold remark. I'm not in the mood to argue with you. You're nothing but trash. The national team doesn't need you, I'm enough. AI Huang yelled angrily at the door, seeing that Xia Ze ignored him. His loud words were heard by the other teammates in surrounding rooms, but when they peeked out, they found no one. Yet in their hearts, worries only grew. After returning to the hotel, Lippi immediately convened a coaching staff meeting to analyze the tactical mistakes from the previous match and to prepare for the upcoming game against Uzbekistan in 4 days. Although Uzbekistan traditionally had a weak squad in recent years, they had been naturalizing excellent players who could not make their national teams in Europe and America, and their strength had risen to a top level in Asia comparable to that of Saudi Arabia. It could even be said that Uzbekistan was the strongest team in this group. For years ago in the Asian Cup, it was Uzbekistan that eliminated the national team from the group stage. The old and new grievances made this match even more significant. In the hotel gym, the fitness coach led the team through recovery training. The high temperatures in Australia and the exhaustion from yesterday's match were quite substantial. Those who did not play also needed training to maintain their physical condition. Xia Ze furrowed his brows, focused on pedaling on the stationary bike as the melody of the sea is vast resonated in his ears. How many times have I faced cold stares and mockery? I've never given up on my ideals. In a moment of daze, I felt a sense of loss. Unconsciously, it had faded the love in my heart. Forgive me for living a free-spirited life, yet I fear that one day I might fall. Abandoning ideals, anyone can do that. Even if one day it's just you and me, I will still be free and true to myself, singing my song forever, traveling 1,000 miles. It was just a failure, as long as we win the next 2 matches we can still qualify. What do the doubts of the people matter? What of AI Huang's mockery? I am determined to lead the Chinese team to the World Cup stage. In the next match, I will prove my capabilities through action, allowing the Chinese team to go further. Xia Ze's eyes were resolute, and the pace of his pedaling grew faster. After 2 days of training, Xia Ze felt that his physical functions had largely recovered, and he was able to participate in the team's tactical drills. However, his stamina had not yet returned to its peak, for the severe cold had taken a heavy toll on his body. On January 7th, the day before the second group match, after the morning training session, Lippi called Xia Ze aside. Coach, is there something you need? Xia Ze asked expectantly. Lippi summoning him alone could only mean he intended to discuss the tactical arrangement for the upcoming match. During the training camp 2 weeks earlier, Lippi had made it abundantly clear that the team's tactics would revolve around Xia Ze as the core. In the previous group match, Xia Ze had been sidelined by a cold, causing the Chinese midfield to operate sluggishly. Though he had not yet fully regained his best form, he was certainly capable of handling a full 90-minute game. Xia Ze, I have to tell you that you will remain a substitute for the next match, Lippi said calmly. What? Xia Ze stared in disbelief at the bespectacled, gray-haired man before him. He was a substitute. Did the team now, with no margin for error in the second group match, not need him? Xia Ze, the next game is crucial and will be intensely contested. Lippi explained to Xia Ze, your stamina right now isn't enough to handle 90 minutes of fierce competition. I must ensure that your abilities are used at the most opportune moment. Xia Ze looked at Lippi without saying a word, though a faint reluctance lingered in his heart. You are a key player in our squad capable of changing the course of a match. But if I put you in the starting lineup now, the opponent may have anticipated it and would assign at least 2 or 3 players to mark you, draining your stamina considerably. Lippi continued, I can have the team hold the opposition to a draw in the first half. Then in the second half you'll come on and change the game, I promise. Lippi looked into Xia Ze's eyes with utmost sincerity. Xia Ze had been perplexed by Lippi's decision, but when he saw the earnest gaze of the old man, he understood that all he needed to do was trust him, because he was his coach. I understand. Xia Ze nodded, showing no discontent. Lippi patted him on the shoulder and walked away. The next day at the Etihad Stadium, once again the second round of the group stage, Uzbekistan versus China, was about to begin. Despite the defeat in the first match, the Chinese fans remained loyal to the team, arriving early at the stadium to cheer for their homeland. In the nearly 5,000-seat arena, a sea of red still dominated the stands. Today, like Saudi Arabia, Uzbekistan also wore white jerseys. In the previous match, Uzbekistan had drawn with North Korea, leaving China at the bottom of the group with 0 points, while Uzbekistan and North Korea each had 1 point, tied for second, and Saudi Arabia led with 3 points. The situation was precarious for China. Moreover, Xia Ze was absent from the starting lineup, a surprise to both the domestic media and CCTV commentator Duan Xian, who was broadcasting live from the stadium. Xia Ze is not in the starting lineup today, which differs greatly from our pre-match predictions. We haven't received any news of him being injured. If it's not due to injury, Lippi is taking a considerable risk by leaving Xia Ze out of the starting 11. This match is a must-win for China. Today, Lippi has made significant changes to the starting lineup, which has caught us off guard. Duan Xian remarked with lingering astonishment. In defense, Zhang Chengdong replaces Ren Heng, shifting to the center to partner with Mei Fong as center backs. The midfield composition has also undergone a major change compared to the last match. The midfield trio consists of Zheng Ji, Kai Huikong, and Wu Shi, with Zheng Ji likely pushing up to the attacking midfield position. Duan Xian analyzed the lineup carefully. The 2 wingers remain Wu Lei and Ai Huang, with Gao Bo as the striker. Pushing Zheng Ji to the attacking midfield today might be an attempt to utilize his game vision and distribution to feed the wingers. As Duan Xian commentated from the stadium thousands of miles away, and China fans, media, and football experts alike speculated about Lippi's tactical intentions, confining Xia Ze, who had clearly stated he had fully recovered from his cold and was fit to play, to the bench, while replacing him with Zheng Ji, left many domestic fans and media bewildered. Inside the locker room, Fu Bo stood before the tactical board explaining to the players the tactical adjustments for this. After several days of discussion among the coaching staff, Lippi had made the final decision, settling on a tactical approach that was completely different from the previous match. Listen, the 3 midfielders are mainly responsible for intercepting and distributing the ball, getting it out to the wings for crosses into the box. Fu Bo pointed at the tactical board as he spoke. Move the ball quickly through midfield, make full use of the width of the pitch. Our flanks have an advantage over the opponent. Don't get bogged down in central battles. After Fu Bo finished outlining the tactics, the players rose and headed to the pitch for warm-ups. Xia Ze walked behind and noticed Lippi ahead, walking beside Ai Huang, talking as they moved. Xia Ze has Lippi shifted the offensive focus to him. Zhang Wei whispered to Xia Ze, hard to say. Ai Huang has dribbling ability, but he's too self-centered. Xia Ze frowned, then reassured Zhang Wei, just focus on your defensive duties. Lippi said, head, put me on in the second half. Zhang Wei nodded. Xia Ze watched Lippi and Ai Huang's retreating figures, a faint sense of unease creeping into his heart. Ai Huang was talented, but Xia Ze had faced him many times. He was overly confident and not resilient under pressure. Once trapped in a tight spot, he might not find a way out. Lippi trusted him, probably valuing his breakthrough ability. Xia Ze hoped there wouldn't be too many problems. Although Ai Huang and Xia Ze had their differences when it came to the national team's qualification prospects, Xia Ze did not want the team to stumble in any way. The match kicked off amid the passionate encouragement of the Chinese fans. For both sides, this was a game they could not afford to lose, or even draw. If China lost, they would be eliminated outright. If Uzbekistan lost, their situation would also be dire, as they faced the relatively stronger Saudi Arabia in the final round. Both sets of players threw themselves into the contest with full force, determined to defeat their opponent in this pivotal battle and seize the advantage for advancement. China's tactical approach from the opening whistle surprised both commentator Duan Xian in the broadcast booth and the Uzbek head coach on the sidelines. Lippy's tactics today are completely different from the last match, as Zhang Ji does not appear in the attacking midfielder position, but instead forms a trio of defensive midfielders, with Kai Huikong and Wuxi directly distributing the ball to the two flanks to launch attacks. After the match began, Duan Xian provided commentary based on the situation on the field. The strategy for the Chinese team in this match is to break through directly through the two flanks, sending threatening passes to the center. Both Wu Lei on the left flank and Ai Huang on the right flank possess strong individual combat abilities. In the previous match, due to chaotic midfield organization, the two could only resort to individual efforts. In this match, the breakthrough capabilities of several naturalized forwards from Uzbekistan are also quite strong, prompting Lippi to deploy 3 defensive midfielders to counter the opposing forwards' incursions. The two flanks maximally utilized the breakthrough capabilities of Wu Lei and Ai Huang, creating threats. As the match began, the progress followed Lippi's design, with Ai Huang and Wu Lei frequently breaking through on the flanks, creating threatening offensive opportunities that made the opposing fullbacks hesitant to push forward. The trio of defensive midfielders led by Zhang Ji directly cut off the support from the opposing midfield to their forwards, rendering Uzbekistan's attacks ineffective. The Uzbekistan coach frequently frowned on the sidelines. Upon learning that Xia Ze was not in the starting lineup for the Chinese team, he speculated about Lippi's strategy. When he noticed the sharpness of the opposing team's attacks on both flanks, he quickly moved to the sidelines to direct his players on how to respond. However, the Chinese team's attacks remained incisive, and the flanking forwards were uncontainable. Ai Huang received the ball on the right flank, and Zhang Qingdong had already made a run along the edge. Both players on the right flank have played in Europe, making them more active compared to Wu Lei and Zhang Jipeng on the other side. Close to 70% of China's attacks originated from the right flank. Ai Huang noticed Zhang Qingdong's advance and immediately sent the ball forward, executing a beautiful overlapping dribble. Zhang Qingdong swiftly moved forward, while Wu Lei and Gao Bo had already pressed into the penalty area waiting for Zhang Qingdong's cross. Bang! The sound of his right foot striking the ball echoed, but the cross was shockingly sent out of bounds by Zhang Qingdong. Sorry, Zhang Qingdong said, feeling embarrassed at his outrageous cross, quickly gesturing to his teammates. Behind him, Ai Huang showed a flash of dissatisfaction, which he quickly masked. A few minutes later, the Chinese team rallied again. Zhang Ji passed the ball to Zhang Qingdong on the right, who then quickly advanced after passing to Ai Huang. Rather than sending it out of bounds, I might as well break through myself. After receiving the ball, Ai Huang immediately turned and ignored Zhang Qingdong's run. Zhang Qingdong is open on the right. He should pass the ball to him. Duan Xian said excitedly. Oh no, Ai Huang didn't pass. He chose to break through on his own, facing 2 opposing defenders. Seeing that Ai Huang didn't pass, Duan Xian felt anxious, but just a few seconds later his expression brightened. Beautiful. Ai Huang skillfully dribbled past 2 defenders and broke into the penalty area, with Gao Bo waiting in the middle for support. This was a great opportunity. Duan Xian in the commentary booth was already standing in excitement. After Ai Huang's breakthrough, the Chinese team had a fantastic chance to score. Cross it. Gao Bo, this is a great opportunity. Shoot. Oh no. He missed it. This was a golden opportunity to score. After Ai Huang passed the ball to Gao Bo, who missed, Duan Xian couldn't help but sigh upwards, lamenting the lost chance for the Chinese team. This opportunity was entirely created by Ai Huang himself. He has performed excellently today. Forwards must seize scoring chances. After Gao Bo squandered the opportunity created by Ai Huang, he felt extremely regretful. When the ball reached him, it suddenly bounced, otherwise he wouldn't have hit the bottom of the ball. He awkwardly waved his hand at Ai Huang to apologize. Ai Huang ignored him and ran back. On the Chinese team's bench, after Gao Bo missed, Fu Bo and other substitutes lamented with covered faces. This veteran coach merely raised. Only Lippi remained calm in his chair. He merely frowned slightly when that ball missed. The camera captured Lippi's change in expression, while Fu Bo and other substitutes lamented with covered faces. This veteran coach merely raised an eyebrow, showcasing the demeanor of a world-class manager. Lippi truly is a coach who has won the World Cup, sitting calmly on the bench. Duan Xian admired, but he quickly shifted his gaze back to the field. The Chinese team has another chance to attack. Once again, Ai Huang has the ball on the right flank, and Zhang Qingdong has made another overlapping run. He didn't pass, he went straight for the breakthrough. Beautiful. Ai Huang directly broke through the opposing defender's defense during the counterattack, quickly advancing towards Uzbekistan's penalty area, creating a 3-on-2 situation in the front with Gao Bo and Wu Lei ready for support. Over here, pass it. Gao Bo had found space. Ai Huang just needed to make a simple pass for an unknown chance. However, Ai Huang chose not to pass, and continued his run. Even if I pass it to you, it would be a wasted opportunity, though I'd rather be the hero of the national team. Facing the Uzbekistan defender Ai Huang decisively chose to go solo, aiming to be the savior of the national team. After continuous footwork, he suddenly made a rightward motion preparing to accelerate past. But the Uzbekistan defender saw through his feint and tackled him down, intercepting the ball. How is this possible? Ai Huang, taken down, looked in disbelief as the opposing defender intercepted the ball and passed it away. Oh no, this opportunity was too precious. Ai Huang should have passed to Galbo or Wu Lei. Uzbekistan now has a chance to counter. We must be cautious. Duan Xian lamented. Ai Huang quickly got up from the ground and chased back hard, trying to make up for his mistake. This spirit is commendable. After Ai Huang's determined chase, Duan Xian continued to speak on his behalf. The Uzbekistan forward carried the ball while Ai Huang closely chased from behind, with Zhang Wei and Zhang Limpeng providing support ready to intercept the opposing forward. The Uzbekistan forward was quick and skilled, quickly breaking into the penalty area. At this point, Zhang Wei had pushed him close to the sideline, preventing him from posing a direct threat to the goal. They'll show you what a tackle looks like. Ai Huang sprinted half the field, seeing his chance for a steal about to be taken by Zhang Wei. He immediately dove in from behind, aiming for the ball. However, the Uzbekistan forward seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. At the moment Ai Huang lunged, he deftly nudged the ball forward, and then was taken down by Ai Huang's tackle. Beep! The referee's sharp whistle rang out as he rushed towards the penalty area, pointing directly at the 12-yard spot. Penalty kick. This is trouble. Duan Xian's heart sank on the commentary desk as he saw Ai Huang's foul and the referee's penalty call. Inside the Chinese team's penalty area, Ai Huang sat on the ground with vacant eyes, his mind a blank, knowing he had made a grave mistake. Zhang Wei stood nearby, gazing helplessly at the referee, uncertain of what to do. He was right there. Ai Huang's reckless tackle was an undeniable foul. No one on the Chinese team, including Captain Zhang Ze, entertained any thought of disputing the call, for they could conjure no reason to argue that it was not a penalty. Everyone was dejected. With the first half nearly over, they had not only failed to breach the opponent's goal, but had instead gifted them a penalty, an act of self-destruction. Lippi stood on the sidelines by the coaching bench, arms crossed, his face ashen. Beside him, the Uzbekistani head coach, after a moment of elation, clenched his fist and stared at the pitch. In the stands, fans of both China and Uzbekistan were tense, though their thoughts were worlds apart. The Chinese fans were consumed by a creeping despair, while the neutral Australian spectators watched the Chinese penalty area with keen interest, awaiting the unfolding drama. Damn it! Xia Ze muttered from the substitutes bench, his eyes coldly fixed on his team's penalty area, inadvertently uttering a Portuguese phrase in the manner of Martins. He had not expected Ai Huang to be so rash, sliding in and fouling the opponent just as Zhang Wei was about to intercept the ball, gifting a penalty with the first half nearly over. He even wondered if Ai Huang had bet on the match. Uzbekistan star player, the Uruguayan-born forward Sebastian, placed the ball calmly on the penalty spot. I can do this. Zheng Cheng bellowed, psyching himself up. He retreated slowly, stood on the goal line, planted his feet shoulder-width apart, lowered his center of gravity, and prepared to dive at any second to block the shot. It was now a duel between Sebastian and Zheng Cheng. A whistle blew. Sebastian charged forward and left. Zheng Cheng judged the direction the moment Sebastian's leg swung and dived to his left. The shot was not exceptionally angled, but carried immense power. Although Zheng Cheng's fingertips grazed the ball, it continued rolling toward the goal. With Zheng Cheng's deflection, the ball struck the post and rebounded back into the penalty area. Sebastian stood just 12 yards away, and the ball, after hitting the post, returned to his feet. Having missed his chance, he was now granted a second favor by fate. He wasted no opportunity. With a gentle push of his right foot, he sent the ball into the empty net. Zheng Cheng had already exhausted his dive. He could not react in time to Sebastian's follow-up. 0. China was trailing. A roar of celebration erupted from behind the goal. The Uzbekistani fans in white jerseys waved their flags, rejoicing in their team's goal. Sebastian ran toward the corner flag with his arms crossed over his chest, muttering something under his breath. On the sidelines, Lippi turned away in disappointment, while not far away the Uzbekistani coaching staff raised their arms in triumph. Zheng Cheng helplessly fished the ball out of the net and kicked it into the center circle, venting his frustration over the conceded goal. He had actually saved the initial shot, but the ball bounced off the post and landed at Sebastian's feet. Before he could even react to the rebound, the ball had already rolled into the net. It's okay, everyone, keep your heads up. We'll equalize. Captain Zhang Ze clapped his hands at the back, encouraging his teammates to shake off the shadow of the goal conceded. Losing a penalty just before halftime is undoubtedly a severe blow to morale, Duan Xian said solemnly on the commentary desk. The first half is in stoppage time. Time is running out for China. As Duan Xian had predicted, China could not level the score in the final 2 or 3 minutes of the first half, and they entered the locker room trailing 0-1. Xia Ze, don't go back to the locker room. Go warm up now, you'll be on after halftime. Lippi called out to Xia Ze as he turned to leave, speaking beside him. Xia Ze looked at Lippy and saw the trust in the old man's eyes. He knew the team needed him, and he had always been mentally prepared to play. He nodded firmly, signaling his understanding. You'll play as an attacking midfielder in the second half. Remember to demand the ball frequently. Lippy, seeing the desire to fight in Xia Ze's eyes, gently placed a hand on his back and outlined the tactical plan for the second half. The other coaching staff and players of the Chinese team glanced at the two curiously before heading into the locker room. Inside, a suffocating silence prevailed. No one spoke, only drinking water incessantly. Give me the ball in the second half. They'll personally level the score. Ai Huang spoke up after a long silence. The others stared at him with peculiar expressions. How can you say that? If it weren't for you dribbling too long and getting dispossessed, we wouldn't have conceded that goal. If you had passed to Galbo earlier, he would have scored. Zhang Wei, who usually kept quiet, could not help but lash out at Ai Huang upon hearing his words. What did you say? If you had been capable of defending, would I have needed to slide? Ai Huang retorted, trying to justify himself with specious reasoning. I was about to steal the ball from him. If you hadn't recklessly tackled, would the referee have given a penalty? If you don't know how to defend, keep your damn foot out of it. Zhang Wei finally exploded into profanity. Are you blaming me, you son of a bitch? Ai Huang hurled his water bottle to the ground and charged angrily at Zhang Wei. Was not to be outdone. Outstanding at 6'3", he had no fear of the slender Ai Huang. The conflict threatened to escalate into physical violence, but teammates quickly pulled them apart, plunging the locker room into chaos. Enough, stop arguing. In the second half, defend when you need to, pass when you need to. Don't think you can save the team on your own. Captain Zhang Ji spoke up after separating them. The coaching staff had not yet returned to the locker room, and after the outburst the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. A few dozen seconds later, the coaching staff, led by Fu Bo, entered. As soon as he stepped in, he sensed the tense mood, assuming the players were demoralized by the goal. Fu Bo encouraged everyone. We're only one goal behind, there's plenty of time to equalize. Don't give up. However, the atmosphere in the locker room remained somewhat oppressive. Sensing something amiss, Fu Bo called Zhang Ji out. Zhang Ji quickly explained what had just happened. Upon learning this, Fu Bo immediately strode back into the locker room, his face livid. I've told you before, wearing this jersey represents the honor of our nation. Every move you make on the field represents. We are a team, and everyone must take responsibility for conceding, including me. The team is trailing now, and I don't want anyone shirking responsibility. I want you to stand up bravely and shoulder this responsibility. Fu Bo's icy gaze swept across the faces of every player. Those who had been hanging their heads were jolted by his words, raising their heads one after another to meet his eyes. I want your performance on the pitch to be worthy of this jersey you wear, worthy of the expectations of the entire nation. Fu Bo's words were resounding and forceful, striking deep into each player's heart. Those who had been demoralized by the conceded goal and the conflict now stood tall and bristled with eagerness, ready to charge onto the pitch and fight. Seeing the change in everyone's demeanor, Fu Bo nodded with satisfaction, his tone softening slightly. I want you to give your all in the second half and fight to beat the opponent. Our coaching staff has also decided to make adjustments. Saying this, he turned his gaze to Wu Shi and said slowly, Wu Shi, Xia Ze will come on as your substitute in the second half, playing in the attacking midfield position. Wu Shi felt a slight pang of disappointment upon hearing this, but his face showed nothing. He accepted the substitution calmly. Xia Ze will play as the attacking midfielder in the second half. The midfield's possession will be given to him to orchestrate attacks. Our coaching staff trusts him, and I hope everyone can trust their teammate as well. The second half is about to begin. In the closing stages of the first half, China conceded a penalty to Uzbekistan. Saibasishan scored it, putting China 0-1 down. If we lose this match, we will be eliminated early. Duan Xian's voice, tinged with helplessness and sorrow, accompanied the television images. So Li Pai didn't hesitate. He made a substitution right at the start of the second half. Xia Ze, who had not played before, stood on the sidelines ready to come on. He replaced Huang Bowen. Barring any surprises, Xia Ze will play as the attacking midfielder. He was the midfield core that Li Pai's coaching staff had settled on before the Asian Cup began. However, just before the first group match, he suddenly caught a cold and missed the first game. He should have just recovered now. Xia Ze has performed exceptionally well in the Portuguese Liga. Last season, he won the Best Young Player award in the Portuguese League, the first individual honor won by a Chinese player abroad. During the winter transfer window, he joined the English Premier League powerhouse Everton for €5 million and will make his Premier League debut after the Asian Cup. His attacking organization ability in the attacking midfield position will bring vitality to China's forward line. Let's look forward to China equalizing or even turning the game around in the second half. After Xia Ze came on, Duan Xian introduced the player's detailed profile to the audience, even though most fans in front of their TV sets were already very familiar with Xia Ze. This also reflects the high expectations that Duan Xian, and indeed the entire nation's fans, have for Xia Ze, hoping he can lead Chinese football to rise. Xia Ze stood on the sidelines. His teammates were already on the field. The fourth official next to him held up the substitution board. Number 8 Xia Ze replaced number 15 Wu Shi. After this routine substitution display, Xia Ze stepped onto the turf with his right foot. As he had done in previous substitute appearances, he lightly brushed the grass with his right hand. His first Asian Cup match began from here. Xia Ze comes on as a substitute. Everyone can see that before stepping onto the field, he has a habit of stroking the grass with his right hand. Many professional players have such habits before entering the pitch, believing it brings them luck. For example, Manchester United's Chicharito Hernandez kneels in prayer before every start. Xia Ze's action at least shows he is on par with international standards. Duan Xian said half-jokingly. He himself didn't know why, but seeing Xia Ze come on gave him much more reassurance, even though Xia Ze had yet to prove himself in national team matches. The second half began. During the halftime break, the national team players already knew that Xia Ze would be coming on as a substitute. The tactical approach with Xia Ze as the midfield core had been rehearsed since the beginning of this training camp. The players had considerable confidence in Xia Ze's abilities. Thus, as soon as the second half started, Xia Ze immediately integrated into the team's system. Whether passing or dribbling, he handled it with ease, completely revitalizing China's midfield. On the sidelines, the Uzbekistan head coach stood nervously in the technical area, constantly directing his play. In the first half, China mostly relied on individual breakthroughs on the wings. Although Ai Huang and Wu Lei were both strong individually and had created several threatening attacks through their dribbling, that was still individual combat. Uzbekistan's defensive system remained unchallenged. After Xia Ze came on through his orchestration in midfield, China's attacks no longer relied on individual breakthroughs, but on collective advances, overwhelming Uzbekistan's defense and even threatening to break their defensive line. That was why the Uzbekistan head coach was so frantic in reorganizing his team's defense. He had already recognized Xia Ze's threat and silently thanked his luck that Xia Ze hadn't started the first half, though otherwise they would not have gone into the break with a one-goal lead. Despite this, he still feared his team might not withstand China's onslaught. On the other side, Li Pai had been standing on the sideline since the start of the second half, arms crossed, calmly watching the game unfold. Xia Ze's performance was even better than Li Pai had imagined. His vision was excellent, his passes crisp and decisive, fully revitalizing the midfield. In the 52nd minute, after a few minutes of consolidation, Xia Ze found the midfield operating smoothly. He received a pass from Zheng Ji just ahead of the center circle, and an opposing midfielder immediately pressed him. This kind of pressing was something he had encountered many times in the Portuguese league. With just a sudden stop and change of direction, Xia Ze shook off his opponent and completed the turn. He quickly lifted his head to survey the field. On the right wing, Ai Huang had already created space. On the left wing, Wu Lei was making a rapid forward run while Gao Bo was holding off the defender with his back ready to receive Xia Ze's pass. Over here, Ai Huang raised his hand high, calling for the ball from Xia Ze, as he had indeed found an open space. As Xia Ze prepared to pass an overhead ball to him, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the opposing left center back was subtly shifting to his left, seemingly anticipating that Xia Ze would pass to Ai Huang. With a twist of his ankle, Xia Ze did not send a high ball to Ai Huang, but instead pushed a low pass to Gao Bo in front of him and quickly made a forward run. Ai Huang, realizing that Xia Ze did not pass to him, angrily slapped his hand and stood still, not moving. After receiving Xia Ze's pass, Gao Bo leaned against the opposing defender, saw Xia Ze making a swift run forward and immediately passed the ball horizontally to Xia Ze's feet. Although this was only their second collaboration on the field, their synergy was remarkable considering they had been opponents for at least 5 or 6 years. On the left side, Wu Lei and Gao Bo, who had turned and moved forward after passing, occupied the opposing right center back and right back, while Xia Ze received Gao Bo's pass in the right 30-yard area of the front field, preparing to send a through ball to Ai Huang on the right, only to find Ai Huang standing still without making a run. With no passing target, Xia Ze paused for a moment. This delay allowed the opposing left center back to quickly close in, while the Uzbek defensive midfielder also rushed back, forming a pincer movement against Xia Ze. Since I can't pass, I'll just break through. Xia Ze made up his mind, pulled the ball with his right foot, swiftly evaded the advancing Uzbek center back, and quickly advanced toward the opponent's penalty area. The opposing defensive midfielder, seeing Xia Ze break through the defense naturally, would not relax, following closely behind and pulling and tugging, preventing Xia Ze from breaking through smoothly. The opposing defensive midfielder, seeing Xia Ze break through the defense naturally, would not relax, following closely behind and pulling and tugging, preventing Xia Ze. At this moment, about 25 yards from the goal, Xia Ze disregarded the ball positioned on his left side, took a stride forward, created space, and unleashed a long-range shot with his left foot. Bang! The back of his foot struck the ball with a muffled sound. The ball skimmed the grass, hurtling towards the lower left corner of the goal. The Uzbek goalkeeper was highly focused, diving to make a save, and barely deflecting the ball out of bounds. In the stands of the Ataturk Stadium at the moment Xia Ze shot, a wave of noise erupted, undoubtedly from the more than 30,000 Chinese fans. They all stood up, excitedly, desperately wishing for the ball to hit the back of the net. However, when the Uzbek goalkeeper managed to save it, a collective sigh echoed throughout the stadium. Behind the Uzbek goal, the fans dressed in white erupted in applause, appreciating their goalkeeper's brilliant performance. Xia Ze, you should have passed the ball to me. Taking advantage of the corner kick opportunity, AI Huang approached Xia Ze, questioning him. The timing was not right earlier. After receiving Galbo's back pass, I intended to pass to you, but you didn't run. Xia Ze waved his hand helplessly. Upon hearing this, AI Huang knew he was in the wrong and remained silent, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. The corner kick was taken. Zhang Wei leaped high to win the first touch, but unfortunately the ball grazed past the goal, giving the Uzbek defense a scare. Since Xia Ze came on, he had already created several scoring opportunities, significantly boosting the morale of the Chinese team as the Red Sea of fans in the stands began to heat up. Go China team! Go China team! The powerful chants in Mandarin resonated in the foreign stadium, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Standing on the sidelines, the Uzbek head coach could not help but feel annoyed by the chorus of Chinese fans echoing in his ears. After pondering for a while, he finally approached the bench and called out to a black player, saying, "Go warm up, get ready to..." This black player was a naturalized African midfielder known for his strong defensive skills, a true representation of black and tough. He hoped to use this player to neutralize Xia Ze's performance on the field, as it was evident that one midfielder was no longer sufficient to stop Xia Ze's advances. On the Chinese side, Fu Bo was also having his players warm up on the sidelines, ready to substitute in at any moment. Although the team's performance had improved somewhat, Lippy's brow remained slightly furrowed as they were still trailing in the score. Alright, Zhang Wei intercepts the ball, passes it to Kai Huekong, who then passes to Jiang Jiping. Duan Xian's voice rang out in front of the television as the situation for the Chinese team improved in the second half. His voice grew increasingly excited. Wu Lei breaks through on the left with Xia Ze and Galbo ready in the middle, and Jiang Jiping is also making a run on the flank. Wu Lei passed the ball to Xia Ze, who came running for support and quickly made a forward run, drawing the opposing. Before Xia Ze could receive the ball, the Uzbek midfielder who had been clinging to him came back for another challenge. With little opportunity to control the ball, he quickly nudged it to Galbo, who was positioned with his back to the goal in the penalty area. After passing, Xia Ze shook off the opposing midfielder and ran towards the penalty spot. After receiving the ball, Galbo made no adjustments and directly returned the pass to Xia Ze at the penalty spot. As Xia Ze met the incoming ball, he drew back, his right leg poised to unleash a powerful shot on goal. The Uzbek players had studied Xia Ze's footage before the match and knew of his accurate long-range shooting, prompting the opposing left center-back to recklessly dive in attempting to block his shot. However, Xia Ze did not shoot. Instead, he performed a feint, lightly nudging the ball to the right to evade the defender's tackle. At that moment, AI Huang had quickly found an opening on the right flank. Without hesitation, Xia Ze directly threaded the ball to the right side of the penalty area, instantly penetrating the Uzbek defense. A dazzling series of combinations left the Chinese fans in the stands exhilarated as the entire stadium seemed to reach a boiling point, just a final spark away. AI Huang received the ball in the unmarked area on the right side of the penalty area, but the shooting angle was very narrow, with Galbo and Wu Lei both charging into the small box ready to pounce. At this moment, Xia Ze also appeared at the penalty spot ready to receive AI Huang's pass. "Three ghosts," Xia Ze silently urged in his heart. He was not asking AI Huang to pass to him. He simply hoped AI Huang would not be too greedy and attempt to shoot himself. As long as he passed to the center, Wu Lei and Galbo would definitely be able to slot the ball in. Fortunately, AI Huang was not blinded by his personal desire to score. With a push of his foot, he passed the ball between the opposing defender and goalkeeper right in front of the goal. What a great opportunity. Galbo. Duan Xian was already on his feet in the stands, excitedly shouting. A push shot, the ball is in. It's in. It's in. It's in. Galbo connected with AI Huang's cross, helping the Chinese team equalize the score at 11. They did not disappoint the 1.3 billion people of the nation, nor the more than 30,000 supporters of the Chinese team present, as they leveled the score. Duan Xian's excited shout resonated from the television, as he had not experienced such an exhilarating moment in a long time. Since Xia Ze came on, he immediately revitalized the Chinese team's attack. He is the true core of the Chinese team. After Galbo sent the ball into the net, the sea of red in the entire stadium finally reached a boiling point, like a massive rock thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly exploding into turbulent ripples. Over 30,000 Chinese team fans in the stands had maintained exhilarated expressions throughout the attack, and at this moment, they were even more jubilant, embracing each other to celebrate the goal. Behind the goal, the Uzbekistan fans wore cold expressions, shrouded in dead silence. Just minutes ago, they had applauded their goalkeeper for saving Xia Ze's shot, but now they had to swallow the bitterness of seeing the score leveled. After scoring, Galbo immediately ran toward the left corner area where the Chinese team's fans were gathered. Wu Lei, AI Huang, and Xia Ze all ran toward him. At this moment, any personal grievances were completely forgotten. Helping the team score in the Asian Cup made everything else seem trivial. Well done, Galbo. Come on, let's score another goal and win the match. The 10 outfield players of the Chinese team, except goalkeeper Zheng Cheng, were now hugging and celebrating in front of the corner area, cheering and encouraging each other amid the roar of the stands. With the score leveled, everything became manageable. On the Chinese team's bench, Lippi couldn't help but punch the air toward the pitch after the goal, though he quickly regained his composure. In contrast, Fu Bo and the rest of the coaching staff and substitutes behind him were far less composed. They jumped up from their seats after Gao Bo's goal, releasing the pressure they had been carrying. On the other side, Uzbekistan's head coach and his burly black defensive midfielder were standing at the halfway line next to the fourth official, holding an electronic board ready to signal a substitution. At that moment, both the Uzbekistan head coach and the burly black midfielder stood with mouths slightly agape, staring incredulously at what was happening on the field, their hearts sinking. They had planned to bring on the burly black midfielder to neutralize Xia Ze, but unexpectedly before that could happen, Xia Ze had already initiated this fast attack, helping the team equalize. But now he was helpless. If the team did not bring on the burly black midfielder, given Xia Ze's ability, there would be no way to stop his passes, and they might concede a second goal soon. Still making the substitution, the fourth official asked. Yes, as planned, replace the striker. After a moment of hesitation, the Uzbekistan head coach gritted his teeth and decided to hold on to this 1 point. The fourth official seemed to show a contemptuous expression. After glancing at the two men, he immediately raised the electronic board to signal the substitution. Simultaneously with the Chinese team's goal, Uzbekistan chose to replace a striker with a burly black midfielder. This move was undoubtedly telling the Chinese team, I am afraid of you. Uzbekistan has made a substitution, a very conservative one. The substitute is a black defensive midfielder, very strong, defensively, surely assigned to mark Xia Ze, said Duan Xian. The Chinese team has equalized. There are still 30 minutes left until the end of the match. No need to rush, continue to control the midfield, create 1 or 2 more scoring chances, and we can seal the victory. Even while commentating, he couldn't help offering advice to the Chinese team. After Uzbekistan brought on the burly black midfielder, they indeed employed a tight man-marking tactic on Xia Ze. No matter how excellent a player is, he will fear tight man-marking. Even Zidane is no exception. Xia Ze's ability is still far from Zidane's, so the tight defense from this burly black midfielder made him very uncomfortable. After conceding the goal, Uzbekistan noticeably strengthened their midfield defense. Although the Chinese team could maintain possession of the ball, they were unable to penetrate the opponent's defense. Stay calm, keep passing, don't rush, lure them out. After receiving Lippi's instruction, Fu Bo shouted to the Chinese players from the sideline. Hearing Fu Bo's shouts from the sideline, the Chinese players, who had been somewhat impatient, calmed down a bit. Xia Ze couldn't turn and receive the ball comfortably, so the midfield organization of the Chinese team relied mostly on Zhang Zi's distribution. The central midfield was too congested, so Zhang Zi distributed the ball to the flanks, quickly bypassing the midfield, continuing the tactics from the first half. However, now the opponent had a player specifically marking Xia Ze, which gave Ai Huang and Wu Lei more space to break through. At 68 minutes, Ai Huang received the ball on the right flank with plenty of space ahead. Without hesitation, he charged forward with the ball, while Gao Bo and Wu Lei swiftly ran into the center ready to receive his pass. I already have 1 assist. If I score a goal, he'll become a national hero. Ai Huang calculated to himself as he dribbled forward. He completely ignored the runs of Gao Bo, and Wu Lei in the center kept his head down and dribbled all the way, quickly entering the penalty area. He should pass. Gao Bo has made a space in the center, Duan Xian said with concern as he watched Ai Huang's solo run. Pass the ball. Xia Ze, following behind, watched Ai Huang's entire run without ever looking up at the center and couldn't help feeling impatient. But Ai Huang heard none of this. All he wanted now was to score the winning goal through his own individual ability and become the hero of the national team. When he entered the penalty area, 3 Uzbekistan players closed in to double-team him, leaving him no space to break through. He could only lift his foot for a forced shot, and the ball feebly fell into the hands of the Uzbekistan goalkeeper. What are you doing? Pass the ball. Gao Bo shouted impatiently at Ai Huang inside the penalty area. Ai Huang just waved his hand without much reaction. After the equalizer, Lippi on the sideline still had a furrowed brow. After Ai Huang's shot, he whispered a few words into Fu Bo's ear, and then returned to the bench to sit down. Over the next few minutes, Ai Huang repeatedly got opportunities on the right flank, but he chose not to pass, instead dribbling and shooting himself. Unfortunately, none of his attempts breached the Uzbekistan goal. As a result, Zhang Zi later stopped distributing the ball to the right flank and instead sent it to Wu Lei on the left. Uzbekistan seemed to have realized that Ai Huang only played solo, so they shifted their defensive focus to their right side, making it difficult for the combination of Wu Lei and Zhang Jiping to accomplish anything on the left. In the 75th minute, Gao Lin stood on the sideline, and the 4th official raised the electronic board for a substitution. What? Substituting me? Ai Huang's face showed a look of disbelief when he saw his number on the board. But it was Lippi's decision, and he could not refuse the head coach's move no matter what, so he ran to the sideline with a look. After reluctantly high-fiving Gao Lin, he left the field. Fu Bo came up and whispered something in his ear, but he still looked sullen. The Chinese players on the field looked at him with strange expressions. In the minds of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, there was even a sense of relief. After Ai Huang scored for the Chinese team, he played too solo, which hindered the team's attack. Now he has been substituted, and the attacking line led by Xia Ze is sharpening their knives preparing to launch another assault on Uzbekistan's defense. Due to Gao Boss' outstanding performance in the center-forward position, Gao Lin came on as a substitute, directly taking Ai Huang's place as the right winger. He often plays this role in his club, so he is quite familiar with it. After more than 10 minutes of adaptation, Xia Ze has found a way to shake off the opponent's strong defense, while Gao Lin's entry has once again activated the Chinese team's attacks from both flanks. In the 78th minute, Xia Ze initiated an attack through the center, receiving a back pass from Gao Bo in front of the penalty area, and his long-range shot hit the post. In the 80th minute, Wu Lei crossed from the left flank, and Gao Lin at the far post made a flying volley, but sent the ball over the bar. In the 83rd minute, Zhang Ji took a corner kick, and Zhang Wei headed the ball under pressure from an Uzbekistan defender, but it was cleared off the line by a defender standing on the goal line. In the 85th minute, Gao Boss' close-range header in the penalty area was brilliantly saved by the Uzbekistan goalkeeper. In the following 10 minutes of the match, the Chinese team organized wave after wave of offensive plays, constantly threatening Uzbekistan's goal, but they just couldn't break through with the score still at 11. The Chinese team needs to win this match to keep their fate in their own hands for the final round. There are about 5 minutes left in the match, including stoppage time, and time is running out for the Chinese team. I worry, Duan Xian said, but then he paused and continued, however, I believe the national team players will not give up, they will bring us a goal and take away 3 points from here. As he spoke towards the end, he himself didn't know where his confidence came from, but he felt that this national team could pull off a last-minute victory against their opponents. As the match entered stoppage time, even Lippi couldn't sit still, walking to the sidelines shouting for the players to push forward and attack. After the 75th minute, the Uzbekistan team essentially retreated into their own half, trying to defend the draw within their 30-yard area. Xia Ze received the ball in front of the penalty area with the opposing central midfielder tightly marking him. There are too many people in the penalty area, but there's no time left, I can only break through myself. He made up his mind, and after receiving the ball used his body to shove against the opponent's midfielder, creating space as he immediately advanced into the opponent's penalty area. Because Xia Ze had previously been playing as a passer, the Uzbekistan defenders were completely unprepared for his sudden breakthrough, catching them off guard and allowing Xia Ze to smoothly enter the right side of the penalty area. The opponent's defenders quickly closed in, sealing off Xia Ze's shooting angle. Xia Ze took another step toward the goal line, evading the pressure from the defender, creating space for a pass, and quickly raised his head to observe the situation in front of the goal. At this moment, the Uzbekistan penalty area was crowded with players, with at least a dozen players engaged in a brawl. In such a situation, shooting powerfully towards the goal would be a good way to create chaos. However, Xia Ze did not do this, as he saw a player running into space at the far post. With a gentle flick of his right foot, the ball arced in a parabolic trajectory, bypassing the opposing defenders and goalkeeper, landing at the far post. A red figure appeared in front of the ball. Wu Lei. Bang. A stunning volley. The ball flew through the crowd and into the net. 21. The Chinese team turned the game around. The goal is in. Goal. Duan Xian's ecstatic roar echoed from the commentary booth, reaching every household in China. After 20 minutes of relentless attacks, the Chinese team finally reversed the game, leaving Duan Xian extremely excited. Wu Lei. This young man from Nanjing has saved the Chinese team with an incredible volley, helping them snatch victory from. At this moment, he is the hero of 1.3 billion Chinese people. The stands at the Etihad Stadium erupted once again with red flags. Like Duan Xian, they had not experienced such an exhilarating moment for Chinese football in a. On the sidelines, the Chinese team's bench, including Lippi, watched the situation on the field nervously as stoppage. When Wu Lei scored this goal, everyone rushed out of their seats, with Lippi and Fu Bo, who were standing on the sidelines, embracing in celebration. After scoring, Wu Lei immediately took off his shirt and ran towards the bench, roaring as he embraced the substitute players of the Chinese team. Xia Ze, Gao Bo, Gao Lin, and other players followed behind Wu Lei, with over 20 Chinese players and coaches huddling together in celebration in front of the bench. This is a priceless last-minute goal. After this goal, the Chinese team will hold their own fate in their hands, no longer at the mercy of others. Stay steady, don't relax. The match isn't over yet. After the celebration, Captain Zhang Ji loudly reminded his teammates from the backfield to avoid being carried away by momentary victory and losing the fruits of their labor at the last moment. The Chinese players, who were originally overflowing with excitement, focused their minds and brought their full attention back to the match upon hearing Zhang Ji's shout. Although there were only the last 2 or 3 minutes left, they absolutely could not let their guard down. A moment's negligence on the football field could lead to conceding a goal. After the match restarted, the Chinese players indeed did not relax their defense, but instead pressed forward against the Uzbekistan team, while ensuring a solid backline, not allowing the opponents to execute effective attacking plays. Lippi, watching the players remain fully focused until the last minute of the match, revealed a satisfied expression and couldn't help but nod slightly. He was pleased not only with the Chinese team's victory at the last moment, but more importantly that after taking the lead the team did not lower their guard, but maintained that tension until the last minute of the match. Fighting until the last minute is undoubtedly the best way to overpower an opponent when both sides are beep, beep, beep. The match time has exceeded 3 minutes of stoppage time, and the referee has blown the final whistle. The match is over. Thanks to the goals from Gao Bo and Wu Lei, the Chinese team turned the game around from being 1 goal down in the first half, winning 21 and securing precious 3 points. After the referee's 3 whistles, Duan Xian could no longer contain his excitement, eagerly announcing that the Chinese team had won the match. The television camera focused on the goal-scoring heroes Gao Bo and Wu Lei, finally landing on Xia Ze, who came off the bench and changed the dynamics of the match. In today's match, the Chinese team played with great difficulty, and the determination displayed by each player on the field deserves our respect, as they have truly earned this victory. If there were to be an award for the best player of the match, there would be no doubt that Xia Ze, who is currently on camera, would be selected. Duan Xian remarked, gazing at Xia Ze with lingering admiration. This handsome young man from Guangzhou came off the bench at the beginning of the second half and completely took control of the game. It was thanks to his orchestrated 2 attacks that the Chinese team managed to equalize the score. This also proves that Lippi's decision to make Xia Ze the core of the team before this tournament started was indeed the right choice, and we look forward to him bringing more surprises to Chinese fans. Now let's see the post-match interview brought to us by our reporter on the ground. As soon as Duan Xian finished speaking, the camera cut to an advertisement wall featuring the logos of the 2015 Asian Cup and its sponsors, with no one yet appearing in front of the lens. Moments later, Xia Ze's figure appeared on camera, his slightly tanned skin from Portugal, a straight nose, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes, along with his neatly trimmed sunlit hair, exuding the charisma of a young athlete. Xia Ze, you only came on in the second half of this match. Was this planned by Lippi before the game? A reporter asked as he held the microphone out to Xia Ze. Everyone knows that I had a cold before, and I only recovered just before the first match. I hadn't fully regained my stamina until yesterday, so the coach placed me on the bench. During halftime, the coach told me to go in and control the midfield. Xia Ze wiped the sweat streaming down his forehead, panting as he responded. This match was really tough. Did you anticipate it would be this challenging beforehand? Our group has strong teams, and after our loss in the last match, the entire team felt a lot of pressure. We had anticipated the difficulty of this match. Fortunately, we managed to pull through. In another match in our group, Saudi Arabia defeated North Korea. According to the rules, as long as we draw against North Korea in the next match, we can advance from the group. What are your thoughts on the upcoming match? From this match, it's clear that there's no such thing as an easy draw in this group. To advance, we need to fight against North Korea without relying on luck. Our goal for the next match remains victory. After hearing this question, Xia Ze took a slight breath and answered firmly, "All right, thank you. You're welcome." After politely responding to the reporter, Xia Ze left the television frame. Following his departure, Lippi appeared on screen to give his post-match interview. Of course, the English spoken by Lippi could not be directly translated by the on-site reporters, and the television picture switched back to the studio. Alright, dear viewers at home, this broadcast of the Asian Cup group match between China and Uzbekistan has come. In 3 days, on January 11th, the Chinese team will face North Korea in the final group match at Sydney Football Stadium. We will see you then. In the Beijing studio, the host provided a final commentary on the match. After the game, the official organizing committee awarded the title of best player to Xia Ze, who had come off the bench in the second half and changed the course of the game. Meanwhile, domestic media conducted extensive coverage of the match, and Xia Ze's name resonated throughout China. According to the competition rules, in the case of tied points, the results of the matches are considered first. The Chinese team currently has 1 win and 1 loss from 2 matches, totaling 3 points, ranking second in the group, while Saudi Arabia has won both matches, accumulating 6 points, and ranking first, already advancing. Uzbekistan and North Korea both have 1 draw and 1 loss, totaling 1 point. In the next match, the Chinese team will face North Korea, as long as they secure at least 1 point regardless of how many goals Uzbekistan loses to Saudi Arabia. The Chinese team can advance to the knockout stage based on the advantage of the match results. Moreover, Saudi Arabia is not weaker than Uzbekistan, making it quite challenging for Uzbekistan to win. Thus, before the third round of the group matches, the situation for the Chinese team is quite optimistic. A draw will suffice for them to advance. However, historically, the Chinese team has often faltered in situations where a draw would allow them to advance, disappointing fans nationwide. Even with Lippi at the helm, some pessimistic remarks have inevitably surfaced domestically. The entire nation is watching how these 23 national team members will break the curse of often being eliminated despite having the chance to advance with a draw. After the victory back in their hotel in Melbourne, the Chinese players were excited, but the pressure for the next match gradually settled on each of their shoulders. The day after the victory, the excitement had faded, and each player's face bore a heavy expression. During the recovery training session the next day, Lippi sensed the unusual atmosphere and asked Fu Bo what was going on. Fubo certainly knew that the players were affected by the pressure of the curse, so he informed Lippi about the team's historical tendency to stumble in matches where a draw would suffice to advance. Lippi furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. He understood that such pressure was the most terrifying because the players were now focused not on how to win the match, but on how to advance. And the minimum requirement for advancement is a draw. If they merely focus on securing a draw, a conservative approach might truly lead to defeat by the opponent. After a brief reflection, he called all the players together, and after scanning their faces spoke with righteous authority, the next match is crucial. While a point might suffice for us to advance, my current demand of you is not just for 1 point. He paused at this point, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each player. I need you to achieve a decisive victory. Before halftime, I want you to secure a 2-goal lead. This is not a hope I wish for you to fulfill, but a requirement that you must meet. Every word he spoke was powerful. Although the translator's voice was not as elevated, the players could see from his expression that Lippi's expectations for the next match were indeed more than just a draw. We need a victory. A resounding victory. Every player of the Chinese team echoed this sentiment in their heart. The oppressive atmosphere enveloping the training ground was replaced by a palpable desire for battle. At 2:00 p.m. on Sunday, January 11, 2015, in Guangzhou, China, the main members of the Guangzhou RF Football Club gathered in the small video playback room of the club. Club manager Wang Jingsuan, youth team head coach Luo Jin, and other club staff were seated. Beside Wang Jingsuan, his wife sat calmly, and a plainly dressed middle-aged woman was conversing with her. That middle-aged woman was Xia Ze's mother, Li Chunhua. Although she had met Wang Xiaolan's mother several times, and both families approved of the children's relationship, she still felt somewhat uneasy appearing in the RF club's video room for the first time. Next to her, Zhang Wei's parents sat intently watching the large screen on the wall. Today was the final group stage match for the Chinese national team. Wang Jingsuan had specially invited the parents of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, players who had emerged from the RF youth team, to watch together. Some club members and youth team coaches also gathered in this room, usually used for studying opponent match footage. A dozen people crowded together. Though many did not know Li Chunhua or Gao Zuixing's couple, they knew the outstanding players nurtured by the club were their sons. CCTV, welcome to the third round of the 2015 Asian Cup group stage. The Chinese national team will face the North Korean national team at Sydney Football Stadium. Duan Xian's deep voice emanated from the TV on the wall, and the Chinese players appeared on the large screen. Look at Xia Ze. Wang Xiaolan's mother exclaimed upon seeing Xia Ze on the screen, turning to Li Chunhua with an affectionate demeanor. Li Chunhua kept her eyes fixed on the large screen. Seeing Xia Ze appear before the camera filled her heart with joy, but she was not adept at expressing her delight, merely offering a faint smile without saying much. Look, that's Wei. Gao Zuixing's excited voice suddenly rang out. He pointed at the screen, eyes gleaming as Zhang Wei's figure appeared in the frame. His wife, embarrassed, tugged at him and whispered a few words. Yet no one present showed any sign of strangeness at Gao Zuixing's animated reaction. Instead, everyone's face bore a satisfied smile as they watched the screen. After all, 2 players on the national team were products of their club, and one of them was the team's core. The Chinese players walked out of the tunnel amid the expectant gazes of the crowd and entered the pitch. Elsewhere in China, hundreds of millions of viewers were also gathered before their televisions watching this match. The long-suppressed passion for the national football team was slowly rekindling. In Sydney, Australia, the Sydney Football Stadium, capable of holding over 40,000 spectators, was fully packed. A sea of red numbering more than 20,000 occupied most of the stands. The remaining 10,000 or so consisted of North Korean fans in white jerseys and neutral local Australian fans. Come on, China. Come on, China. Before the match even started, the cheers of Chinese fans had already filled the entire stadium. The passionate Chinese supporters once again transformed the venue into a home ground for the national team. The cheering never ceased until the referee's whistle signaled the start. Lead by 2 goals in the first half. Xia Ze stood outside the center circle surrounded by the ocean of red, murmuring to himself. For this match, Lippi had given them orders to bring a 2-goal advantage back to the locker room. This was not arrogance, but a necessity, though otherwise the team would face even greater danger. And Xia Ze himself had enough confidence to secure victory in this match. Fans across the nation were watching this game. The Chinese national team had not performed prominently in the Asian Cup for a long time, and they could not afford to keep their supporters waiting any longer. Today, Lippi fielded the strongest lineup: Xia Ze as attacking midfielder with a front trident of Wu Lei Ai Huang and Gao Bo. Kai Huikong, who started the previous match, dropped to the bench, while Wuxi partnered Zheng Ji in defensive midfield. In defense, the goalkeeper was still Zhang Cheng, the center back. Pair was Mei Fong and Zhang Wei, the left back, Jiang Jiping, and the right back, Zhang Linpeng. Apart from the slightly weaker left back position, every other spot boasted considerable strength, especially the attacking line. All 4 players were playing in Europe. With a long whistle from the referee, the match began. China kicked off first. Gao Bo passed the ball back to Xia Ze, who immediately spread it to the wing before making a forward run to receive the return pass. From the very start, China attacked. No hesitation, no room for conservatism. If they played defensively, the opponent's momentum would overwhelm them. During Xia Ze's movement after the pass, an opposing midfielder immediately closed in. The North Korean head coach clearly recognized Xia Ze's threat and assigned a dedicated marker. But a player unfamiliar with Xia Ze's playing habits, especially one from an Asian team, had virtually no chance of neutralizing him. In the previous match, two defensive midfielders from Uzbekistan had double-teamed Xia Ze, yet he still found an opportunity to assist Wu Lei in sealing the victory. After receiving the ball, defensive midfielder Zhang Ze immediately fed it to right back Zhang Limpeng, overlapping down the wing. Zhang Limpeng combined with Ai Huang then quickly dashed down the flank to deliver a cross. Within the first wave of attack, China had already penetrated the opponent's penalty area. But the North Korean defenders were clearly focused. Galbo, double-teamed by two center-backs, failed to reach the ball, which landed at the feet of North Korea. North Korea clearly did not want to engage in an open battle with China at the start. After gaining possession, they immediately slowed the tempo, passing the ball around in their own half. Yet China did not grant them much breathing space. Fueled by the chants of the entire stadium, the midfielders and forwards with Xia Ze as the core executed relentless pressing in the opponent's half, forcing North Korea to hurriedly kick the ball forward, and it fell back under China's control. Zhang Ze dropped back to receive the ball from the defenders, orchestrating play from the back. If Xia Ze was the team's attacking core, then the 34-year-old captain Zhang Ze was the deep-lying playmaker, the former responsible for organizing attacks, the latter for midfield distribution. After receiving the ball, Zhang Ze exchanged several passes at the back, drawing out the North Korean forwards and creating space for passing and dribbling in the midfield and forward areas. Without hesitation, he slipped the ball forward. Under relentless pursuit from the opposing defensive midfielder, Xia Ze retreated to the center circle to receive the ball. With a single touch that combined receiving and turning, he executed a beautiful spin, leaving the marker trailing behind. Xia Ze's swift and elegant turn earned a burst of applause from the Chinese fans in the stands. It also gained him space to advance with the opposing defensive midfielder still 4 or 5 meters away, enough room for Xia Ze to deliver the ball to any teammate in the forward line. He lifted his head to survey the situation. On the right flank, Ai Huang and Zhang Limpeng had posed a significant threat during the previous attack, so the North Korean defense had shifted slightly to the left. On the left, Wu Lei was now swiftly looping around the opposing right back, sprinting toward the byline. Xia Ze adjusted his stride slightly and immediately sent a looping long pass, with his right foot sailing over the heads of the defenders and landing on the left side of the penalty area. Wu Lei raced onto the ball, controlling it smoothly. In the center, Galbo and Ai Huang had already dashed into the box, ready to receive Wu Lei's cross. The fans behind the goal raised their voices again. China had earned a second threatening chance on goal just over a minute into the match. North Korean defenders quickly moved to cover, with 3 or 4 of them dropping back into the box to mark Ai Huang and Galbo. After cutting into the box, Wu Lei feigned a move to shake off the onrushing defender, creating a narrow-angle shooting opportunity on the left side of the area. But Galbo and Ai Huang were both tightly marked by the defenders, having failed to find good positions to receive Wu Lei's pass. No choice. I'll have to shoot myself. Seeing no passing option, Wu Lei felt a pang of regret, but prepared to unleash a powerful strike, hoping for a bit of luck. The angle was too tight for a sure goal, yet shooting seemed the best option now. Wu Lei, over here. A familiar voice called, raised for a thunderous shot. Was about to strike the ball. He knew that voice intimately. Just as his right foot, raised for a thunderous shot, was about to strike the ball, he suddenly pulled back the power, twisted his ankle, and used the outside of his foot to flick the ball diagonally backward. The North Korean goalkeeper, already poised to dive, was completely fooled. His weight shifted, and he could only steady himself with a hand on the ground before scrambling back up. By then the ball had rolled to a spot near the penalty spot, while the North Korean defenders were packed inside the 6-yard box, jostling and grappling with Galbo and Ai Huang. As the ball rolled out, a red figure sprinted forward at full speed. It was Xia Ze. No defender blocked his path ahead, while behind him trailed the stumbling figure of the North Korean defensive midfielder. He had finally shaken off his persistent marker. A golden scoring opportunity. The sea of red behind the goal had reached its boiling point. Every spectator rose to their feet, arms raised, ready to celebrate the goal. Xia Ze, a brilliant chance for China. Duan Xin's excited voice bellowed from the television. Thousands of miles away in Guangzhou, Li Chunhua and Wang Jingxuan's wife gripped each other's hands, nervously staring at the match unfolding on the big screen. Xia Ze's shot would stir the hearts of hundreds of millions of Chinese. Bang! Xia Ze opted for a composed, precise push. The ball followed the trajectory he envisioned, evading the defenders charging to block it, and heading straight for the top right corner of the goal. Swoosh! The ball sliced through a forest of legs. Galbo, positioned in its path, quickly ducked to let it glide over his back. Goal! It's in. Duan Xin's impassioned voice erupted again. Just 1 minute and 50 seconds into the match, Xia Ze scores. China leads 10. What a beautiful goal. China is up 10. If we win this match, we will surely advance from the group. Duan Xian's excited commentary paired with the ecstatic celebrations of the Chinese players played out on every screen across the nation where fans were watching. Xia Ze scored. Wang Jingxuan's wife shouted in exhilaration. Beside her, Li Chunhua gazed at the big screen with a relieved smile, tears welling up in her eyes, almost spilling over. Inside the video room, the dozen or so members of the RF club also roared with excitement. This young player whom they had nurtured and watched grow had finally made his mark on the international stage, scoring a crucial goal for the national team, bringing honor to them all. Beyond the RF club's video room in many neighborhoods of Guangzhou, what had been a quiet weekend afternoon suddenly erupted into cheers from different households at the moment Xia Ze scored. The 4 players from Guangzhou, Xia Ze among them, all started together in this crucial national team match, drawing special attention. Xia Ze's goal in the second minute made them roar with joy in their own homes, unaware that across many residential areas in Guangzhou a sudden chorus of cheers had arisen. Hearing echoes of their own shouts from outside, they smiled knowingly. At the Sydney Football Stadium, after scoring, Xia Ze sprinted to the goal and spread his arms, drinking in the cheers from the Chinese fans in the stands. To his ears, those cheers sounded like a hero's welcome. Over 20,000 Chinese fans in the stands leaped from their seats, hugging each other in celebration of the goal. From the section behind the goal, words of encouragement were shouted down to Xia Ze. His teammates also ran over to embrace him in celebration. Even Ai Huang came over to pat him on the head. Leading now? Once we're ahead, the rest becomes easier. 2 goals. We'll make it happen. Xia Ze jogged back, silently calculating in his mind. On the Chinese bench, Lippi remained seated calmly. His eyes flickered only briefly at the moment of the goal, then returned to their usual composure. But the other coaching staff and substitutes around him could not contain their excitement. Just minutes after sitting down, they were jumping from their seats to celebrate. After the initial tension, they sank back into their seats, letting out a collective sigh of relief. Had the match remained scoreless, China might have grown anxious from the deadlock, leaving them vulnerable to a counterattack. But with a 1-goal lead, that worry was gone. The game resumes, and China has scored just 2 minutes into the match, a dream start. Xia Ze has also netted his first international goal. Duan Xian, his voice still slightly breathless, continued the commentary after calming down. But the match is far from over. We can't relax just because we've scored. We need to take control and add another goal. Then the victory will be almost certain. The players of the national football team did not relax after scoring. Instead, they became even more excited. Their pressing in the front line made it difficult for the North Korean team to advance easily beyond the halfway line. The long pass initiated from the back was effectively dealt with by Zhang Wei, the towering figure at 1-9. With 1 goal secured, the Chinese team did not rush to attack. Instead, Jing Ji and Xia Ze organized from the midfield, drawing the opponent out with their passing to create more space for their offense. Push up. Press them. The North Korean coach, in a state of desperation as his team fell behind, frantically directed his players from the sidelines to push forward and apply pressure. In this match, a victory was the only hope for the North Korean team, but falling behind early made them somewhat anxious. Upon hearing the coach's shouts, the North Korean players immediately launched a full-court press against the Chinese team. In an instant, both sides engaged in fierce competition in midfield. Seeing the North Korean team pressing forward while the Chinese players maintained their formation, Lippi furrowed his brows as he stood up from his seat and walked to the sidelines. Do not press them in the front, pull back. With Lippi's shout, the Chinese players immediately realized their tactical error, quickly readjusting their defense under Zhang Ji's command to allow the opponent to advance. Pulling back the defense does not mean a complete retreat. Rather, it means solidifying their defense while utilizing quick counterattacks to exploit the openings left by the opponent's aggressive push. After a few minutes of North Korean offensive pressure, the Chinese defense remained unyielding. Zhang Wei and Mei Fong secured all headers in the penalty area, while any breakthroughs from the middle were thwarted by the combination of Wu Shi and Zhang Ji. Right back Zhang Linping, having honed his defensive skills during a year in Europe, proved to be a formidable barrier. Only left back Jiang Jiping appeared somewhat weaker, but with Xia Ze's proactive support, he still managed to hold his ground firmly. Since the opponent's offense posed no threat to the Chinese goal, the opportunities for counterattacks for the national team naturally increased. In the 17th minute of the match, Xia Ze and Jiang Jiping reasonably intercepted the ball from the opposing players on the left flank, giving the Chinese team a chance to counterattack. Xia Ze delivered a long pass directly to the rapidly advancing Wu Lei on the left wing. Wu Lei sprinted into the penalty area and crossed it into the middle. Gao Bo quickly arrived to receive the pass, and facing the goalkeeper, he executed a precise shot that found the bottom corner. The Chinese team led 20. After conceding the second goal, the North Korean players became increasingly anxious, allowing the Chinese team more opportunities. In the 28th minute, the North Korean team earned a corner kick. Zhang Wei cleared the ball with a header inside the penalty area, and Xia Ze, waiting outside the box, swiftly turned and delivered a long pass to the right wing. Ai Huang surged forward, deftly maneuvering past the opposing defender, and as he entered the penalty area, he skillfully evaded the advancing goalkeeper to push the ball into the empty net. It was 30, and with merely one-third of the match played, the Chinese team had established a commanding 30 lead. After conceding 3 goals in quick succession, the North Korean players finally lost their motivation to equalize, while the Chinese team effortlessly maintained control of the match. The Chinese fans in attendance could hardly believe their team was leading by 3 goals so comfortably. It was as if the national team had 1 foot in the knockout stage. Red flags waved continuously in the stands, and the cheers from Chinese fans never ceased, while the small group of North Korean supporters clad in blue appeared despondent and silent. The Chinese team has firmly controlled the match, and the North Korean players have lost hope of leveling the score, or even today the national team has left a deep impression on us. Their performance on the field truly lives up to their Duan Xuan's voice was heard on the television. Although he tried to keep his tone calm, it still revealed a hint of excitement and thrill, perhaps due to the stunning performance of the Chinese team that caught him by surprise. As the remaining time of the first half passed, the national team players intentionally slowed down the tempo, as the 30 score was sufficient for them to advance, sparing their energy for this match. With the referee's whistle, the dreamlike first half concluded, and the Chinese players entered the locker room with a 3-goal advantage. Inside the locker room, everyone was excited, but no one dared to speak, fearing that saying the wrong thing might alter. So when Lippi appeared in the locker room, he noticed the atmosphere was quite similar to the previous match, when they were trailing 0-1. An awkward silence, except this time every player wore an expression of eager excitement. "Boys, you have done well. I am very pleased." Lippi smiled and praised the players of the Chinese team. "The first half is over, let us take a moment to relax." After saying this, he walked over to Zhang Ji and started joking with him. Once Lippi and Zhang Ji broke the ice, the atmosphere in the locker room lightened, and each player began to discuss the issues that arose during the first half. The 10-minute break quickly passed. Lippi checked his watch, stood up, and with a serious expression said, "Although the team leads 30, I do not want anyone to think this match has already been won. I need the team to keep a clean sheet against the opponent." Lippi's statement immediately pulled the Chinese players back from their excitement, and they realized the match was not over yet, quickly adjusting their mindset. As the second half began, the Chinese team substituted captain Zhang Ji, with Kai Huikong allowing the veteran player who had played every match so far to rest. At the 60-minute mark, Sun Ku and Wang Shangyuan came on to replace Ai Huang and Gao Bo, making their appearances in this group match. In the second half, Xia Ze did not make many forward passes. Instead, he focused more on lateral distribution, allowing the Chinese team to securely control the ball. It seemed that North Korea also lacked the desire to continue fighting. After experiencing an exhilarating first half, the second half returned to silence. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's 3 whistles signaled the end of the match. The Chinese team secured a 30 victory over their opponent, with the 3 goals scored in the first half breaking the curse of drawing and missing out on advancement, successfully escaping from the death group to reach the quarterfinals. In another match of the same group, Saudi Arabia and Uzbekistan ended in a 0-0 draw, each earning a point. As a result, Saudi Arabia topped the group with 2 wins and 1 draw for a total of 7 points, while the Chinese team ranked second with 2 wins and 1 loss for a total of 6 points, both teams advancing. The upcoming knockout stage will take place in a week. Thank you all for watching this match. Today the Chinese team brought us a spectacular performance, with every player excelling on the field. The voice of Duan Xian resonated from the television, showing the Chinese team players holding hands, expressing their gratitude to the audience in the stands. In the video room of Guangzhou RF Football Club, Wang Jingxuan, Luo Jin, and Li Chunhua talked with Zhang Xuesheng, all feeling thrilled about the victory of the Chinese team in this match. What pleased them even more was that Xia Ze and Zhang Wei performed exceptionally well in the match, helping the Chinese team secure a great victory. The next match will take place in a week. The Chinese team will compete against the host nation Australia for a spot in the semi-finals. We will continue to follow the national team's performance on the sports channel. With Duan Xian's closing remarks, the broadcast of this match officially came to an end. The dozen or so people in the room stood up one after another, preparing to leave. Wang Jingxuan hurriedly stopped Li Chunhua and Zhang Xuesheng, conversing with them and inviting them to watch the next match before the meeting was adjourned. The group of the Chinese team is Group C, while the host nation is in Group A. The first place of Group A will face the second place of Group C, meaning that the opponent for the Chinese team in the quarterfinals will be the host Australia. Although the Australian team's European stars have not been as famous in recent years as before, their strength remains formidable. Coupled with the advantage of being the host, they achieved 3 victories in the group stage, scoring 8 goals and conceding only 1, showcasing terrifying prowess in both offense and defense. Despite the Chinese team's stunning performance in the last 2 rounds of the group stage, they were still unable to secure the top spot in the group to avoid facing Australia. Faced with the powerful host nation, the national team had only one path forward. After the 3rd round of group matches, there would be a week of adjustment time, with the match scheduled for January 18th, a Sunday. The 4 quarterfinal matches will take place over the 17th and 18th, with the game between the Chinese team and the host Australia naturally arranged for the latter day. The match venue will still be the same as the Chinese team's first two group stage matches, the Etihad Stadium. It can be said that the familiarity with the Etihad Stadium may be the only advantage the Chinese team has in this match. After advancing to the knockout stage, the coaching staff of the Chinese team, led by Lippi, conducted tactical discussions for 2 consecutive days, analyzing the match footage of the Australian national team in the group stage to devise counter-strategies. The players of the Chinese team did not relax after their complete victory over North Korea. Although they had already achieved the goal set by the Football Association of advancing from the group stage, having come this far, they were determined to continue progressing even if the opponent was the host nation. In recent years, Australia has left a deep impression on football fans around the world during the Asian Cup and World Cup stages. Their comeback victory against Japan in the 2006 World Cup remains vivid in memory. However, in the past 2 years, as the players from the squad that advanced to the round of 16 in the 2006 World Cup have aged, Australian football has shown signs of a talent gap. With Australian players almost invisible in mainstream European leagues, they still possess strong competitiveness in this tournament. Veteran players like Bresciano and Cahill, who had made their names over a decade ago, have also been selected for this Asian Cup national team, marking the farewell of Australia's golden generation. Once shining on the World Cup stage, the Australian Kangaroos are ambitious in hosting the Asian Cup on home soil, hoping to send off their veterans with a championship trophy. Whether in Australia or mainland China, the media of both countries have extensively promoted this match. In China, the national team's disappointing performance in recent years has left fans throughout the country quite disheartened. However, with Lippi's leadership, the outstanding performance in the last 2 group matches, especially the overwhelming victory over North Korea in the final round, has rekindled fans' passion for Chinese football, reminiscent of the night 13 years ago when the Chinese team qualified for the World Cup. Under the media's promotion, this match has become the hottest topic in domestic media over the next week. Whether the Chinese team can perform excellently against the host nation Australia and even eliminate them to advance to the semifinals has become a topic of endless debate among the media. Most fans feel pessimistic about the situation of this match as they are facing the host nation, while Chinese football has been in decline for a long time. However, they believe that as long as the national team can play an impressive match and create enough trouble for the host nation Australia, they will have accomplished their task. After all, Chinese football has been in a trough in recent years, and the performances in the last 2 matches of this Asian Cup have been uplifting. A week passed quickly. Due to network restrictions, Xia Ze and the others were unaware of the domestic views on this match, only knowing that the team no longer had performance expectations, and whatever distance they could cover would be considered a victory. One day earlier, on January 17th, 2 quarterfinal matches had already taken place, with Iraq and Japan defeating their respective opponents to advance to the semifinals. Alongside China and Australia, South Korea would also face Saudi Arabia today, competing for the other 2 semifinal spots. According to the schedule, the winner between China and Australia will meet Japan in the semifinals. That evening, the Chinese team boarded a bus at the hotel heading to the Etihad Stadium to challenge the host nation Australia, with the match scheduled for 8 p.m. local time. As the Chinese team's bus followed the designated route, Xia Ze, who had already seen the scenery several times, couldn't help but look out the window. Today, the scenery along the road was different from before. Previously, the Chinese team's opponents were from Central Asia, where the number of Chinese residents was more than that of any other nationality, creating an atmosphere close to a home game for the Chinese team. However, facing the Australian team, now along the route of the team bus, Australian flags were seen on rooftops, and banners expressing local support for the Australian national team were unfurled. "Chinese, it's time for you to go home today. We will crush you to the ground." Eye-catching slogans were displayed between the houses along the roadside, glaring in Xia Ze's eyes. As the bus moved forward, Australian fans would occasionally sing loudly at it, their expressions not welcoming, but rather. This scene made Xia Ze momentarily feel as if he had returned to Portugal, reliving the days of following the team in away games. Challenging Benfica and Sporting Lisbon in Lisbon, of facing the Portuguese Dragons, and Porto fans would line the roads hurling provocations at the bus. Xia Ze simply smiled as he gazed out the window, his mind filled with fond memories of his time in the Portuguese league. The other players of the Chinese team who had not played abroad curiously looked out the window, as such scenes of fans crowding the streets were rarely seen in their home country. Now on the streets of Melbourne, fans dressed in yellow and green jerseys were making their way towards AMI Park. Half an hour later, AMI Park came into Xia Ze's view. Surrounding the magnificent stadium, many Australian fans in yellow and green jerseys had gathered, holding beers and engaging in lively conversation. Some were taking photos while singing. On the other side, the red-clad fans of the Chinese team noticed the bus adorned with the Chinese national flag approaching, and they quickly surged to the roadside, shouting loudly at the bus, "Go China team! Go China team!" Even before the match had started, the cheers had already filled the air above AMI Park. Among the Chinese supporters, a few drums echoed rhythmically. Boom, 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 boom. The heavy sound of the drums resonated rhythmically, vibrating the hearts of every fan, even leaving the Australian fans in awe. As the bus passed by the area of the Chinese fan Xia Ze even spotted a dancing lion, its head of vibrant red with yellow undoubtedly representing the Chinese national flag. At that moment the lion danced to the rhythm of the drums in the open space, attracting many Australian fans to stop and watch, while the local television station even pointed its camera at the lively lion. Seeing this, Xia Ze and the other members of the Chinese team couldn't help but smile as the tense atmosphere was diffused by the strong sense of Chinese culture in this foreign land. No matter where the Chinese team is in the world, there is always a feeling of playing at home. This is not an exaggeration. However, the performance of the Chinese team must live up to the support of the Chinese fans scattered across the globe. They may have been disappointed many times in the past, but from now on they need to ensure that Chinese people everywhere can cheer for the performance of the Chinese team. Xia Ze looked at the dancing lion outside the stadium, silently saying to himself. The bus circled around half the stadium and came to a stop in the internal parking area. The players of the Chinese team got off the bus one by one and, guided by the staff, walked into the locker room. Today was their third time at this stadium. It may not be the most critical time, but the opponent they faced was undoubtedly the strongest. The furnishings in the locker room hadn't changed much, but Xia Ze and the others felt very different at this moment. There was excitement mixed with a hint of relaxation, and their feelings about the match were somewhat complex. The match against the host team Australia was about to begin. In Guangzhou, in the video room of the RF club, Wang Jingxuan and his wife Zhang Xuexing and his wife Li Chuanhua Luo Jin and others who were concerned about this match were all sitting inside looking up at the large screen on the wall waiting for the match to start. Li Chuanhua and Zhang Xuexing were here for the second time, and they were not as reserved as the last time. They chatted with the coaches of the RF club about the childhood stories of Xia Ze and Zhang Wei, filled with laughter and joy. CCTV, this is AMI Park in Melbourne, Australia. The Chinese team is about to face the Australian team in the quarterfinals of the Asian Cup. Duan Xin's deep voice came from the television. His voice echoed not only in the RF club's video room, but also in many homes in Guangzhou, accompanied by the cheers of fans on site. At this moment Guangzhou was in the winter, but at 6 p.m., it was already dark and the bright lights began to shine. In the square outside Tianhe Stadium, hundreds of thousands of people had gathered looking up at the giant LED screen in front of them, which was displaying scenes of the match between the Chinese team and the Australian team. The match had not yet started and Duan Xin was still announcing the starting lineups. Although it was deep winter and the cold wind was sharp, many fans dressed warmly left their cozy homes to come to the square to watch this quarterfinal match of the Asian Cup featuring the Chinese team. What they saw was the atmosphere of watching the game together with hundreds or thousands of others. Under the dim lights, thousands of people crowded in the square, all looking up hoping for an outstanding performance from the Chinese team. Known and unknown, everyone was talking to each other. Football bridged the distance between these strangers. Today's starting lineup for the Chinese team is exactly the same as the last match against North Korea, with no personnel changes. Duan Xin's voice echoed from the large speakers at the side of the big screen, resonating throughout the square. The players from both sides have now entered the field and AMI Park is filled to capacity today. In the previous three group matches the Chinese fans had been the majority in the stands, but today it was clear that there were more home fans in yellow and green jerseys. However, in terms of momentum, our fans were not inferior to them. Boom boom boom. Go China team. Boom boom boom. Go China team. The rhythmic beating of drums and cheers could be faintly heard from the speakers, mixed with some English songs. Even before the match officially began, the fans of the Chinese team and the Australian team had already started to compete in spirit. Xia Ze and his teammates walked out of the players' tunnel amidst the cheers from the stands. He looked up and scanned the stands, easily distinguishing between his fans and the opposing team's fans based on the color. Unlike the previous matches where the stands were a sea of red, today yellow and green faced off against red, with the yellow and green Australian fans clearly outnumbering them. This is the home advantage. No matter how large the population of Chinese people, those living around the world can never compare to the local residents. Even if you have enough people to occupy the stadium, the organizers will not allow you to outnumber the home fans. In the 5,000 seat AMI Park, there were over 3,000 Australian fans, while the Chinese supporters numbered less than 2,000. Despite this, the Chinese fans still matched the home fan spirit with their unified chants and the powerful sounds of their drums, not yielding to the almost double number of local supporters. After both teams entered the pitch, the national anthems were played one after the other, first Australia's, then China's. Following the anthems, the players went through the customary handshake. As Xia Ze shook hands with the Australian players, he noticed that every single one of them was built like a tank, towering and robust. Xia Ze himself was not particularly small, but standing next to them, he still looked significantly smaller. The contrast was even more stark for Ai Huang, who was next to him. Reading the fierce expressions and hostile glances of the Australian players, Xia Ze knew deep down that this match was going to be anything but easy. Today I don't care about the result. Win or lose, you will be the pride of the people in their hearts. But I have only one demand. One that you must fulfill. Fight with everything you have. No matter what happens on the field, give it your absolute all. Xia Ze recalled Lippy's pep talk in the locker room just moments ago. The Chinese players had been wavering uncertain about what mentality to adopt for this match. But after Lippy's forceful address, every one of them shed their mental burdens and resolved to fight tooth and nail for this. Win or lose, as long as they gave their all, there would be no regrets. The referee's whistle blew and the match began. Australia kicked off. The Australian striker passed the ball out, and the Etihad Stadium instantly erupted into cheers. Both Australian fans and Chinese fans roared in unison, celebrating the start of the contest. Right after the kickoff, Australia's three tall forwards sprinted straight into the heart of China's defense, catching the Chinese defenders off guard. The ball fell to the feet of Australian centre-back Zidane. Now plying his trade in the English Premier League, he was the bedrock of Australia's defense. He glanced forward, immediately swung his leg, and sent a long pass directly over China's half, finding the Australian centre-forward, who had already planted himself in front of the penalty area. Among China's defenders, Xia Ze was the fastest. As the man-marking centre-back in the pair of central defenders, he was responsible for contesting aerial balls, while Mei Fong dropped deeper to cover for him. Their roles were clearly delineated. As the ball sailed toward China's half, the Australian centre-forward had already sealed his position early. His physique was no less imposing than Xia Ze's. Xia Ze was blocked from his spot, leaving him with few options. When the ball descended, both leaped simultaneously. Careful! Captain Zheng Ji warned the defenders behind him as Xia Ze and the opposing striker fought for the first header. With a thud, Xia Ze's jump was slightly lower than his opponent's. The Australian striker won the first aerial duel. He flicked the ball with the back of his head, nodded it into the gap between Mei Fong and Zhang Jiping on the right side of the penalty area. A green figure materialized out of nowhere at that spot and swiftly claimed the ball. It was Australia's legendary forward Tim Cahill. This warrior of the green pitch was already 36 years old, yet he still held a starting spot for the Australian national team. Damn it! Zhang Ze, having lost the aerial duel, turned his head as he landed and saw Cahill charging into the box. A feeling of dread washed over him. Left back Zhang Jiping failed to contain Cahill, allowing him to take the ball straight into the penalty area. By the time Mei Fong rushed over to cover, it was too late. Cahill had already carved out a shooting chance within just 10 odd seconds of the match. Danger! Duan Xin's tense voice came from the commentary booth. Zheng Cheng is charging out. Behind China's goal were the Australian fans, who roared with excitement when they saw Cahill getting a Simeone-known opportunity. Zheng Cheng was exceptionally focused. He dashed out swiftly, closing down the shooting angle in a split second. Under the nervous gaze of 5-0 spectators, Cahill drilled the ball with his right foot. The ball flew past Zheng Cheng's left side. He instinctively flicked his hand outward. A soft thud. Zheng Cheng's palm connected with the ball, deflecting it just enough to graze the near post and roll out for a goal kick. A groan of disappointment swept across the stand behind the goal. Cahill clutched his head, frustrated at having squandered such a golden chance. On the other side, the Chinese fans breathed a long sigh of relief, followed by a burst of applause for Zheng Cheng, whose crucial save had kept the score level. That Australian attack was far too dangerous. Thank goodness Zheng Cheng was concentrated and managed to push the ball away. The Chinese players need to stay focused. They cannot. A sigh of relief followed by a burst of applause for Zheng Cheng, whose crucial save had kept the score level. That sequence exposed China's lack of concentration right after kickoff. They hadn't anticipated the opponent would penetrate their defensive core so quickly. Everyone stay focused. Don't let up. Assistant coach Fu Bo rushed to the sideline and shouted at the Chinese defenders inside the box. Within the first minute of the match, Australia had already created a clear-cut chance. Now they earned a corner kick, and Australia's tall players swarmed into the penalty area, ready to pounce on the ball. The Chinese players, who boasted an absolute height advantage among East Asian teams, suddenly found themselves dwarfed when compared to the Aussies. They were at a clear disadvantage in terms of height. Xia Ze had no choice but to retreat into the box for defense. Standing at over 180 centimeters, he was still insignificant compared to the Australian players, but he was more useful than shorter players like Ai Huang and Wu Lei. The corner kick was delivered into the air above the 6-yard box. Zheng Cheng couldn't come out to claim it. Zhang Wei and Zidane both challenged for the ball at the same time. With a heavy collision, Zhang Wei managed to head the ball clear, but it didn't travel far. It landed at the left corner of the penalty area. Xia Ze, stationed at the near post, sprinted toward the ball immediately. Simultaneously, an Australian defensive midfielder also dashed for it. The two arrived at the ball at almost the same moment. With a mighty thud, Xia Ze's shoulder collided with the opposing midfielders. The impact was ferocious. Xia Ze felt his center of gravity shift violently to the left, his feet unable to hold firm, and he was shoved to the ground. Too powerful. In his very first physical confrontation with an Australian player, Xia Ze was completely out. As the opponent gained possession of the ball, Xia Ze, while still falling, hooked his right foot and swept the ball out over the touchline. It was a throw-in for Australia. Xia Ze got to his feet, adjusted his shin guards, and looked at the Australian defensive midfielder, who was about the same height as him, but far more stocky. He sighed inwardly again. Too powerful. Within just 3 minutes of the match starting, the Australian team created a series of threatening shots at the Chinese. Australia had a throw-in. Inside the Chinese team's penalty area, a throng of players jostled. Red and yellow figures entangled ready to contest the lane. Australia had a throw-in. Inside the Chinese team's penalty area, a throng of players jostled. Red and yellow figures entangled ready to contest the landing point. After getting up, Xia Ze quickly moved to the flank to mark the opposing players, preventing them from easily taking the throw. However, the Australian player preparing to take the throw had no intention of passing to his nearby teammate. Instead, he wiped the ball with his jersey, then stepped back a few paces toward the advertising board. Is he going to launch a grenade? Xia Ze said incredulously, standing near the touchline. The Australian player he was marking had already retreated into the penalty area. Xia Ze was no stranger to grenade throws. In the Portuguese Super League, 1 or 2 teams employed such tactics. However, since most teams there favored ground attacks, this tactic seldom posed a major threat. But the Australian players were all tall and robust, making this grenade tactic their specialty. It seemed they were determined to launch an aerial bombardment today. Xia Ze frowned and quickly retreated into the penalty area to continue marking his opponent. The Australian players immediately jostled for position inside the box, while the Chinese players even retreated into the 6-yard box. Zheng Qing, vigilant in goal, shouted for his defenders to mark every opponent. The Australian fullback sprinted, planted both feet on the touchline, leaned back, then launched himself upward, hurling the ball without spin toward the Chinese penalty area. This is freaking insane. Watching the ball fly flat and fast toward the 6-yard box, the Chinese players exclaimed in unison. From the touchline to the 6-yard box, over 30 yards. He could actually throw it that far. Clear out. Mine. A loud roar echoed from inside the Chinese penalty area. Zhang Wei, who had been jostling with Zidane in front of the 6-yard box, quickly ducked his head upon hearing the voice behind him. Bang! Zheng Qing rushed out and punched the ball clear outside the penalty area. At the same time, an Australian forward collided with him, knocking the airborne goalkeeper to the ground. Beep! The referee blew his whistle. Collision with the goalkeeper, Australia foul. Zheng Qing, struck by the opposing forward, lay on the ground, clutching his waist, appearing in great pain. The team doctor from the sideline immediately rushed over, and the match was temporarily halted. Xia Ze to Ji, seizing the pause, Fu Bo called Xia Ze and Zheng Ji to the sideline. Li Pai also came over and instructed them, slow down the pace, keep possession, avoid physical confrontations as much as possible, and don't give them a chance to press high and attack our backline. Xia Ze and Zheng Ji, panting, nodded repeatedly as they listened to Li Pai's instructions. The opening minutes of Australia's aerial bombardment had been extremely tough on them. The Chinese defense was nearly overwhelmed. Although they had anticipated the opponent's physical advantage before the match, they hadn't expected them to exploit it to such. After a pause of just over a minute, the match resumed. Zheng Qing, having received brief treatment, was not seriously. China restarted play. Zheng Qing passed to defensive midfielder Zheng Ji, who was immediately pressed by an Australian forward. Unable to turn, Zheng Ji had to pass back to the slightly deeper Zhang Wei. Dewey here. Following Li Pai's instructions, Xia Ze quickly dropped back into his own half to receive a pass from his teammate and control the tempo. Seeing Xia Ze break into space, Zhang Wei immediately passed to him. Xia Ze shook off the opposing holding midfielder, received the ball in his own half, and then exchanged passes with Wu Shi and Zheng Ji in the backline to organize play. The Australian players were tall and strong, but they held no advantage in ground passing combinations. After Xia Ze dropped back to organize, China made over a dozen passes in the back, slowing the pace and taking control of the game. The opening minutes had seen Australia attack too fiercely. All Chinese defenders needed a breather. Xia Ze's passing and ball control were precisely what was needed to achieve that. After settling down, China's midfield and defense regained their footing. Xia Ze received the ball near the center circle, and the opposing holding midfielder dared not press too hard, fearing Xia Ze would easily dribble past him. Before the match, Australia's head coach had instructed his players not to challenge Xia Ze recklessly. They must approach with 2 or 3 players simultaneously, and only commit when certain to win the ball. Although Xia Ze had been made uncomfortable by tight marking in the previous 2 matches, the attacking opportunities he created for the team often came after shaking off his marker to deliver passes. Therefore, to ensure Xia Ze didn't have too much space to deliver dangerous passes, Australia preferred to let him receive the ball calmly around the center circle. But they didn't know that even when receiving the ball at the center circle, Xia Ze could still deliver threatening passes. After turning, he saw the opposing holding midfielder wasn't closing in, so he immediately looked up to observe his teammates' runs ahead. Right. Scanning the front briefly, he saw a right winger, Ai Huang, had quickly dropped back to receive the ball, setting up a 1-2 pass combination. Decided, Xia Ze immediately passed to the right side of the forward line and then sprinted forward. Though the two didn't communicate as professional players, they still possessed such basic coordination. Ai Huang didn't trap the ball. Instead, he directly knocked it sideways to Xia Ze, then turned and sprinted along the flank toward the byline. The opposing left-back, aware of Ai Huang's intent, quickly turned and followed. The ball arrived at Xia Ze, who also didn't stop it. With an instep push, he threaded the ball between 2 opposing defenders, sending it into the space ahead of Ai Huang. This was a huge gap. Center forwards Gao Bo and Wu Lei were already making runs. As long as Ai Huang secured the ball, there would be at least two options in the box. However, Australia's left back was no slower than Ai Huang, and even stronger. The two arrived at the ball almost simultaneously. The Australian left back shoved with his shoulder, and the slender Ai Huang was sent flying. The ball was stolen. The referee didn't blow his whistle. It was a fair physical contest. The difference in their builds was too great. After winning the ball, Australia immediately launched a long pass. The strong center forward contested the first header with Zhang Wei, and then other players quickly pushed forward, launching another round of aerial bombardment. Although China tried hard to keep possession and prevent Australia from pressing forward for aerial bombardment, the match remained extremely difficult. The players of the national football team were completely at a disadvantage in physical confrontations, losing almost every 50-50 ball to Australia. The referee's leniency allowed the Australian players to become increasingly unruly. Although enjoying a higher possession rate, the Chinese team found it extremely difficult to penetrate deep into the opponent's territory. Their attacks rarely reached the 30-yard zone, and whenever they posed a threat, the Australian players would resort to fouls to stifle the Chinese offense. Despite frequently earning free kicks, the high balls were rendered insignificant against the Australian defenders. The way they dealt with the Chinese team's high balls was akin to bullying a child. They headed away every aerial challenge with ease. The referee's whistle echoed continuously, and each time the Chinese players fell, they would get back up. The relatively slender wingers Wu Lei and Ai Huang were repeatedly felled by the opposing defenders as if they were chopping down trees. Avoid them, reduce breakthroughs, and collaborate more, shouted Coach Fu Bo, furrowing his brow at Xia Ze. More than 30 minutes had passed in the first half, and the match between the Chinese team and Australia remained intensely contested. One side aimed to break through the opponent's defense with long passes, while the other sought to exploit gaps through coordinated plays. However, both sides employed targeted tactics to disrupt each other's attacks, making the match appear dull, yet fiercely competitive. Once one side broke the deadlock, the balance of the game would be irrevocably shattered. Xia Ze received the ball in midfield, and the opposing defensive midfielder immediately closed in on him. After feeling the threat of Xia Ze's long-range passing, they no longer dared to give him too much space. But as he turned after receiving the ball, the opposing midfielder lunged in with a flying tackle. Xia Ze screamed in agony as he was taken down along with the ball. Yet the referee did not call a foul, instead signaling for the game to continue. This infuriated Wu Shi, who was watching closely beside Xia Ze, prompting him to roar at the referee. However, the Australian players completely ignored Wu Zai's protests and seized the opportunity to launch a rapid attack, swiftly advancing into the Chinese team's 30-yard area. Zhang Ji rushed over to provide cover, but it was too late. The ball was passed to Cahill on the right flank, who immediately crossed it into the box. The tall Australian striker outmuscled Zhang Wei and Mei Fong inside the penalty area and headed the ball towards the goal. Bang! The ball flew towards the net with increased speed after he connected with it. It's dangerous. Zheng Cheng. Duan Xian's tense voice echoed from the television. The Chinese fans in the stands fell silent, anxiously watching the field, with some even covering their eyes, unable to bear the moment. Meanwhile, millions of Chinese fans across the country, watching on TVs in bars and on squares, focused on this Australian attack, worrying for the Chinese players battling in Melbourne. Beautiful. Zheng Cheng made another world-class save. After a moment of silence, Duan Xian's voice sounded like thunder breaking the stillness in the venue. His excited remark elicited a collective sigh and applause from the crowd. Zheng Cheng made a crucial save, just as he had at the start of the match. These two saves by him were merely a microcosm of the Chinese team's struggles in the match so far. The physical advantage of the Australian players, coupled with the home referee's slightly biased calls, made it particularly challenging for the Chinese team in this match. The game continued, but shortly after, Xia Ze was taken down from behind by an opponent. He clutched his foot, writhing in pain on the ground. The team doctor, alerted by the referee, hurried onto the field. Referee, that was a foul. You shouldn't condone that. Captain Zhang Ji argued with the referee. The Australian player had tackled Xia Ze from behind, and whether or not he made contact with the ball, a foul should have been called. However, the head referee did not do so, clearly indicating one of the advantages of the home team. The referee did not shy away from the topic, but patiently explained to Zhang Ji. Yet Zhang Ji remained dissatisfied with the referee's explanation, continuously arguing with him. On the sidelines, Lippy was also fiercely appealing to the fourth official. The elderly man, whose hair had turned completely white, spoke animatedly, expressing his dissatisfaction with the head referee. The fourth official could only smile awkwardly, repeatedly trying to explain to Lippy, but he too struggled to clarify the situation. The Chinese fans in the stands noticed Xia Ze lying on the ground holding his ankle and began to worry. Xia Ze was the team's midfield linchpin, and if he were to get injured, the match would undoubtedly become even more difficult, significantly reducing China's chances of advancing. Not only the nearly 20,000 spectators at the venue felt distressed, but over 100 million fans watching the match across China were also concerned for Xia Ze's injury. In the video room of Guangzhou RF Club, Li Chunhua furrowed her brows, biting her lip, her face filled with concern. Don't worry, Xia Ze will be fine. It'll be alright, comforted Wang Jingsun's wife beside her. Zhang Xuexing, Luo Jin, and others also offered reassuring words, but they could not alleviate Li Chunhua's anxiety. After all, the one lying on the ground was her son. Their bond was heart-wrenching. Each time he was brought down by the opposing players, it sent a sharp pain through her heart. Fortunately, after a brief treatment from the team doctor, Xia Ze managed to stand up again, limping towards the sidelines with the doctor's support. Though pain still lingered on his face, his ability to stand again indicated that the injury was not too severe. As Xia Ze rose, the Chinese fans in the stands offered him encouraging applause. Xia Ze is up. This should just be a minor injury, nothing serious, Duan Xian sighed in relief upon seeing Xia Ze's condition. Look, even the TV says Xia Ze is fine. Just relax and watch. I have a feeling he will help us win the match today. Wang Jingsun's wife smiled and comforted Li Chunhua. Li Chunhua's expression relaxed a bit, yet her brows remained furrowed, and her concern did not diminish in the slightest. As the match resumed after this collision, Xia Ze did not carry the ball much for the remainder of the first half, instead opting to initiate attacks through passing. The Australian players also seemed to restrain themselves a bit, and the remaining 10 minutes of the first half passed in a dull manner, ending with a score of 0-0 at halftime. Coach Fu, their style of play is too brutal, many fouls go unpunished. Right, given the danger of their actions, they could have received red cards, yet not even a single yellow card was shown. As the Chinese team walked back to the dressing room, they grumbled to Fu Bo. The players of the Chinese team walked back to the dressing room while complaining to Fu Bo. Fu Bo had no explanation, as the referee's standards were indeed too lenient. He could only pacify his players' emotions to prevent them from losing control in the second half. In the player tunnel, Lippy stood quietly at the corner, ignoring both the Chinese and Australian teams as they passed by. He was simply waiting for someone. 4 men in black approached the referees for this match. Upon seeing them, Lippy immediately walked towards the officials. Marcelo, you cannot talk to the main referee. The 4th official noticed Lippy approaching and hurriedly blocked him from contacting the main referee. According to the rules, both head coaches cannot privately contact the referee team before the match ends. This is the players' tunnel. I just want to say a few words. Lippy, with a cold expression, avoided the 4th official's obstruction and approached the main referee. The tall main referee had already stopped looking at Lippy with some suspicion. I tell you, you cannot condone the fouls of the Australian players. You must be more impartial. Lippy glared at the main referee, coldly stating, if this continues, you will lose your job and your reputation because of this match. After saying that, Lippy flicked his sleeves and left, leaving the 4 referees stunned in place. Previously, they had officiated matches of Guangzhou Evergrande led by Lippy, and he had not been this furious. However, today, he was entirely a different person, leaving them astonished. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2015 AFC Asian Cup quarterfinal match between China and Australia. The first half ended with a score of 0-0, and the second half is about to begin. During halftime, China made a substitution, bringing on Gao Lin to replace Ai Huang, who had been heavily restricted and performed poorly. The voice of Duan Xian came through the television as the camera focused on Gao Lin, who was entering the field for. In the first half, the only player in the front line for China who could hold off the opposing defenders was Gao Bo, but he was tightly marked by 2 center-backs, making it difficult for China to advance their attacks. Lippy's substitution of Gao Lin at the start of the second half clearly aimed to add an attacking pivot in the front line, allowing the players to retain possession in the opponent's half and create some offensive momentum. Alright, the referee has blown the whistle to start the second half. Let's see how the match unfolds. As Duan Xian's commentary echoed, the players of the Chinese team were seen energetically running on screen. The first half had started with Australia kicking off, while the second half began with China kicking off. Gao Lin passed the ball back to Xia Ze, who before the opposing defender could close and shifted the ball away, and quickly ran alongside the player with the ball to offer support. On the flank, Zhang Limpeng received the ball and passed it to Gao Lin. After coming on, Gao Lin held his ground well against the opposing defender, returning the ball to Xia Ze in the center. Xia Ze controlled the ball skillfully, evading the opposing defensive midfielder blocking him, and was about to break into the opponent's 30-yard area when the opposing midfielder extended his right foot and tripped Xia Ze. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling a foul. The Australian midfielder shrugged nonchalantly. Beep beep. A series of rapid whistles echoed as the midfielder turned around, looking confusedly at the main. The referee pulled a yellow card from his pocket and raised it high in front of the Australian midfielder, leaving the opponent. He should have received a yellow card earlier, Duan Xian said, somewhat dissatisfied after the referee produced the yellow. Chinese players had repeatedly suffered fouls in the first half, with the referee turning a blind eye. Even when fouls were called, Australian players were not cautioned, which allowed their actions to grow more aggressive. This time, the referee finally issued a yellow card, bringing a sigh of relief to both the Chinese players and fans, at least indicating that the referee's standards might tighten in the second half, which was undoubtedly good news for China. On the sidelines, Lippy watched everything happening on the field with a calm expression. Finally, the referee issued a yellow card to the opposing team, preventing the 66-year-old coach from erupting in anger once again. A few minutes later Zidane fouled Gao Bo, and the referee once again showed a yellow card to the Australian player this time. It was the Australian centre-back Zidane who received the warning. In just a few minutes, 2 consecutive yellow cards coupled with several fouls that were not called in the first half were now being penalised in the second half, causing the Australian players to feel embarrassed. The tightening of the referee's standards left them unable to adapt for a moment while the Chinese team seized the opportunity to launch a wave of offensive momentum. In the 52nd minute of the match, Xia Ze received the ball at the center circle and used a change of pace to leave the opposing midfielder behind. Since the opposing midfielder already had a yellow card, he did not dare to foul Xia Ze, allowing Xia Ze to easily advance into the 30-yard area. On the edge of the penalty area, Gao Bo leaned against Zidane with his back to Xia Ze asking for the ball, while Gao Lin on the right pulled wide to draw the opposing defender away. Xia Ze threaded the ball through to Gao Bo ahead, while he himself ran into the open space to the left front. Gao Bo understood the cue and gently returned the ball, landing it on the left side of the penalty arc. A red figure swiftly appeared in front of the ball. Because of Wu Lei's pull on the left flank, the opposing defender was already late in providing cover. Gao Bo's pass was exquisite. Xia Ze adjusted with a few quick steps, stepping on the right side of the ball with his right foot and swung his left foot for a powerful shot. Bang! Although the left foot was not Xia Ze's dominant foot, the shot was still powerful, skimming along the grass towards the bottom left corner of the goal. In front of the goal, the goalkeeper in a green jersey swiftly dove incredulously, pushing the rapidly approaching ball that aimed for the corner away. A brilliant save. The Etihad Stadium erupted in a roar followed by thunderous applause, which naturally came from the Australian fans. Xia Ze, somewhat frustrated, held his head and looked at the goalkeeper, who had made an incredible save, feeling not only the regret of not scoring, but also genuine respect and admiration. In the green jersey with a tall physique, his hairline was gradually receding and some strands were graying. His brown eyes revealed determination, while the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betrayed his age. This goalkeeper, who looked quite aged, still guarded the goal for his country, rejecting Xia Ze's shot. It was his 109th appearance for the national team, and he was already 42 years old this year. His name is Mark Schwarzer. Schwarzer, the 42-year-old goalkeeper, made his first crucial save in today's match, deflecting Xia Ze's long-range shot out of bounds, demonstrating his quick reflexes. Duan Xian exclaimed as the camera focused on the veteran from the Australian team. Schwarzer had originally retired from the national team 2 years ago, but after the second-choice goalkeeper was injured last December, he was called back to duty, rejoining the national team as the second goalkeeper. In the previous match, the current starting goalkeeper for Australia also got injured, allowing Schwarzer to naturally step onto the field for this quarterfinal. Duan Xian slowly recounted Schwarzer's return to the national team. This Australian legend has over 300 appearances in the Premier League and is still Chelsea's backup goalkeeper, having become a living fossil of the Premier League. This was Schwarzer's 109th appearance for the national team, marking his return to the Australian colours after more than 2 years. For such a veteran who has battled on the field for over 20 years, we can only express our respect. The corner was taken and Zidane headed it out of the penalty area, but Xia Ze was lurking at the edge of the box, quickly adjusting his position as the ball flew out, and he took a powerful volley. Bang! The ball flew through a crowd of players, heading straight for the top left corner of the goal. Oh, it's Schwarzer again, making another brilliant save to deny Xia Ze's shot. Duan Xian marveled. The Etihad Stadium erupted with thunderous applause. The 42-year-old goalkeeper Schwarzer had made 2 consecutive crucial saves against Xia Ze's threatening shots within a minute, earning everyone's respect. After this wave of attacks, the Chinese team finally found their offensive rhythm from the last match. The Australians no longer dared to commit fouls easily, while Gao Lin and Gao Bo, acting as 2 pivot points up front, allowed the Chinese team to advance smoothly into the attacking third, even penetrating the penalty area. The Australian head coach, witnessing his team being suppressed, couldn't help but show an anxious expression on his face. He said a few words to his assistant, who then walked toward the bench. Under Xia Ze's orchestrations, the Chinese team created numerous threatening attacks. In the 56th minute, Wu Lei broke into the penalty area from the wing, delivering a low cross that Schwarzer dove to save. In the 59th minute, the Chinese team struck back. Xia Ze sent a long pass to the right wing. Zhang Linpeng made a rapid run, and after receiving the pass, delivered across. Gao Bo headed the ball towards the goal under pressure from Zidane. The ball zoomed towards the goal and Schwarzer reacted swiftly, using his hand to deflect it onto the crossbar. In the 62nd minute, Xia Ze broke through from the halfway line to just outside the penalty area, passing the ball to Wu Lei on the left, who attempted a shot towards the far corner, but was once again thwarted by the heroic Schwarzer. The Chinese team created many goal-scoring opportunities in the second half, but unfortunately each was denied by the veteran Schwarzer, who firmly kept the Australian goal intact. Yet the cheers from the Chinese fans grew louder and louder. Go China team! Go China team! 10. Score a goal! Score a goal! Nearly 20,000 Chinese fans' cheers enveloped the entire Etihad Stadium, completely overshadowing the 30,000 Australian fans. With the support of the fans, the national team's attacks became increasingly fierce. The Australian fans watched as their team's defense wobbled under the Chinese team's onslaught, relying solely on the veteran goalkeeper Schwarzer to temporarily maintain the 0-0 scoreline, but this score could change at any moment. Each of these fans watched the match with worry covering their mouths, their faces displaying expressions of despair. The Australian head coach stood on the sidelines, his brow furrowed as the match reached the 70th minute without him making any substitutions. Meanwhile, after introducing Gao Lin at halftime, the Chinese team turned the tide. His inaction left the Australian commentator at a loss. On the sidelines, several Australian players in vests were warming up, ready to respond to the coach's call. Among them were familiar faces to Chinese fans. As the match reached the 70th minute, the Chinese team had performed excellently in the second half, creating multiple threatening passes. If it weren't for the even more heroic performance of the opposing veteran goalkeeper Schwarzer, we should have already taken the lead, Duan Xian said with some regret. Let's take a look at this attack. Xia Ze picked up the ball near the center circle and delivered a through pass. His voice suddenly rose excitedly, standing up from his chair. No offside, Gao Lin. Xia Ze's penetrating through ball completely sliced through the opponent's defense as Gao Lin made a rapid run from the right side, gaining an unknown opportunity. Schwarzer quickly charged out from the goal, arms outstretched to maximize his defensive range. Gao Lin faced a push shot. Duan Xian's voice remained very excited and high-pitched. Oh no, it was still blocked by Schwarzer. But a second later his sigh echoed. Gao Lin's shot had already deceived Schwarzer's center of gravity, but as Schwarzer fell, he managed to use his foot to deflect the ball out of bounds. Gao Lin, who had missed this excellent goal-scoring opportunity, mournfully held his head and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. On the sidelines, Fu Bo was similarly disheartened, holding his head in frustration, and even the usually calm Lippi displayed a look of regret after several missed opportunities in the second half, as yet another chance slipped away. This let a look of disappointment creep onto his face. As the Chinese team earned a corner kick, Xia Ze hurriedly ran over, pulling Gao Lin up and encouraging him. We still have chances. As long as we create better opportunities, we can break through their defense. Gao Lin looked at Xia Ze blankly, not understanding what Xia Ze meant by better opportunities, as he felt that the previous chance was already good enough. It was just that he couldn't convert it. Beep, beep. Just as Zheng Ji was preparing to take the corner, the referee blew the whistle to stop the play. It turned out the Australians were preparing to make a substitution. Alright, Australia is about to use their first substitution of the match, bringing on veteran 35-year-old Bresciano. It seems the Australian team is looking to strengthen their midfield control. Although Bresciano is already 35, everyone knows he has a significant intercepting presence and coverage in the midfield, and the Chinese players must be cautious. Duan Xian said solemnly. Bresciano substituted in, replacing the Australian team's midfielder and taking position in the defensive midfield. Of course, this was a corner kick opportunity for the Chinese team, and as soon as he stepped onto the field, he sprinted back to his own penalty area to assist in defense. What is this rhythm? Xia Ze looked at the penalty area where 42-year-old Schwarzer, 35-year-old Bresciano, 31-year-old Zidane, and outside the box 35-year-old Cahill were present. These veterans, all over 30 and nearing retirement age, were surprisingly active on the Asian Cup stage. Incredible. While he was amazed, the match had resumed when Bresciano entered the field. Zheng Ji took the corner kick from the right side, but unfortunately the quality of this kick was average with too much arc, and it was easily claimed by Schwarzer. Go, go, go. After securely catching the ball, Schwarzer shouted several times, signaling his teammates to push forward. Outside the box, as soon as Schwarzer received the ball, Cahill sprinted forward at full speed, quickly approaching. Wu Lei, who was hanging back to defend near the halfway line, saw Cahill making a rapid run and had no choice but to move forward to mark him. Xia Ze noticed Schwarzer quickly running toward the penalty area, then hand-throwing the ball forward, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Not good. He hurried back, and Zheng Ji, who had just taken the corner kick, also sensed Schwarzer's intention and quickly chased back. Schwarzer roared, releasing the ball, which flew across half the field. The hand throw went over half the field. The ball landed perfectly in front of Cahill, who slid forward, continuing to charge into the depths of the Chinese team's defense. Wu Lei closely pursued Cahill from behind, while the Australian center forward also sprinted forward to receive the ball, with no one marking him. Xia Ze and Zheng Ji rushed back at high speed, desperately chasing the Australian center forward from behind. Although Cahill was already 35 years old, he still had a decent running speed, and since he started before Wu Lei, it was difficult for Wu Lei to catch up to him. At this time, he noticed his teammates run in the middle and passed the ball around Wu Lei, landing right in front of the Australian center forward. Danger! The Australian center forward slid forward, bringing the ball into the penalty area, and faced with the charging Zheng Cheng, he took a shot. At the same time, a red figure charged in from his diagonal back, sliding in at high speed, deflecting the ball out of bounds just as he shot. It was Xia Ze. Great play! Zheng Cheng shouted, hugging Xia Ze's head. If it weren't for Xia Ze's timely return, the Chinese team might have already conceded a goal. But the danger is not over. The Australian team has earned the first corner kick of the second half. Duan Xian said, still shaken. The Australian players were preparing to take a corner kick from the right side, and almost all the Chinese players had returned to defend. Among the tall Australian players, a shorter figure, barely over 1.7 meters, was caught by the camera. It was Tim Cahill. We must be careful of Cahill. He poses a greater threat than Zidane, and the Chinese players must keep a close eye on him, Duan Xian said anxiously from the commentary booth. Meanwhile, all the fans in the stands were nervously watching the Chinese team's penalty area. The Chinese fans bit their lips while the Australian fans could barely contain their excitement, emitting waves of noisy cheers. Bresciano takes the corner kick. Danger. The ball hovered above the Chinese team's penalty area, and a nimble yellow figure emerged from the crowd, leaping high to seize the first touch, and heading the ball toward goal. In an instant the ball firmly smashed into the net, and the Australian team scored, causing the AMI Park to erupt with excitement. Alas, once again they couldn't stop the 35-year-old Cahill. Duan Xian watched the screen showing Tim Cahill celebrating wildly and helplessly said, 42-year-old Schwarzer initiated the counterattack, 35-year-old Bresciano assisted, and 35-year-old Cahill scored. These veterans of the Australian team are truly remarkable. As the match reached the 75th minute, Bresciano took the corner kick, and the just substituted Cahill headed the ball into the net, putting the host Australian team ahead 10 against the Chinese team. AMI Park was in a frenzy with over 30,000 Australian fans in yellow jerseys cheering and celebrating. Cahill touched the ball for the first time after coming on as a substitute and helped the team take the lead under extremely unfavorable circumstances. He crazily ran towards the corner flag, performing his signature boxing celebration, then opened his arms to accept the cheers from the fans in the stands. The Australian team's coach on the sidelines embraced his assistant excitedly after Cahill's goal, raising his arms to cheer the home fans. He quickly called a few substitute players to warm up, preparing to bring them on. Behind their celebratory figures were the dejected Chinese players. Zhang Wei, who had actively marked Cahill, was unable to prevent him from scoring and was now sitting on the ground in despair. Zheng Cheng helplessly retrieved the ball from the net and kicked it toward midfield. Today, although he made several brilliant saves, he had no way to deal with that last goal. Cahill's header was too close to the goal, and Zheng Cheng had no time to react. Get up, the match isn't over yet. If you feel guilty, then help the team equalize. Xia Ze pulled Zhang Wei up and said to him. Zhang Wei, who had been somewhat lost, gradually sharpened his gaze upon hearing Xia Ze's words. He knew that he bore a great responsibility for the previous goal, but just as Xia Ze said, the only way to redeem himself was to help the team equalize. Everyone pull yourselves together. There is still time, and we can definitely equalize. Captain Zheng Ji was also encouraging his teammates' morale in the penalty area. He and Xia Ze were the only two who could quickly calm down and encourage their teammates after conceding a goal. Come on, China team. Come on, China team. The shouts from the Chinese fans in the stands started off weak and sparse, completely drowned out by the cheers of the Australian fans. But soon more and more Chinese fans joined the shouting ranks, and the momentum began to grow, eventually resonating throughout the entire stadium, allowing the Chinese players in the penalty area to hear it clearly. If the fans in the stands did not give up, how could we abandon hope? Waves of cheers shook the hearts of the Chinese players, and they gradually lifted their heads, the look of despair on their faces fading, replaced by determination. This was the best manifestation of their determination to equalize. On the substitute bench, Wang Shangyuan had already taken off his substitute vest, preparing to come on. Meanwhile, on the coach's bench, Lippy frowned silently, watching the players on the field. After the restart, the Chinese team substituted Wang Shangyuan for the fatigued Wu Lei, aiming to strengthen their attack through the center. With only a few minutes left in the match, the national team quickened their pace, with forwards frequently shifting positions to create space for scoring opportunities. However, the Australian team also made substitutions after scoring, replacing a defensive midfielder with an attacking player, undoubtedly aiming to bolster their defense and secure their victory. Time quickly passed, and under the organization of Xia Ze, the Chinese team had a few shooting opportunities, but unfortunately none could break through the formidable hands of goalkeeper Schwarzer. There is not much time left for the Chinese team. This phrase, often used by Lu Jianhong during his commentary on Chinese matches, was once again brought up by Duan Xian. As he said this, he felt a sense of helplessness. If the team had been able to capitalize on one of the earlier golden opportunities, there would be no need to be as anxious as ants on a hot stove. Thousands of miles away in China, the lights of countless homes were lit. In the video room of the RF club, Wang Jingxuan, Li Chuanhua, and over a dozen others sat in front of the big screen, anxiously watching the match. The room was silent, not to mention Li Chuanhua. Even Wang Jingxuan and Luo Jin had lost the mood. The match has entered stoppage time with 3 minutes added for the second half. Wang Shangyuan won a corner on the left. Duan Xian's voice came from the speakers. Goalkeeper Zheng Cheng is also up. Zheng Cheng's figure appeared on the screen as he raced from the backfield toward the front. Taking the corner kick was Xia Ze. Among the players on the field for the Chinese team, Captain Zheng Ji stationed himself outside the penalty area, and among the others he was the best at taking set pieces, so this corner on the left side of the box had to be taken by him. Xia Ze placed the ball on the corner arc, took a few steps back, and awaited Zheng Qing's entry into the penalty area. Behind him were the Australian fans who were jeering at Xia Ze and hurling insults, doing everything possible to disrupt his corner kick. Inside the penalty area, Zhang Weifeng, shouting Gao Bo Gao Lin, and Zhang Limping, all capable of competing in height and heading against the Australian players, were eagerly moving about, making runs. Zheng Cheng, standing over 6 feet tall, also entered the penalty area ready for a final strike. The Australian fans, though anxious, continued to sing around the stadium. Meanwhile, the Chinese fans were covering their mouths, some even unable to watch this attack. Xia Ze glanced into the penalty area and realized his teammates were basically at a disadvantage. But there was no other option now. He could only deliver the ball directly into the penalty area. After a few steps of running start, he struck the ball with the instep of his right foot, hitting the lower middle part of the ball, which arced with intense spin, flying toward the Australian penalty area. A curling ball aimed at the near post. Due to the towering stature of the Australian players, the ball's placement at the near post gave the more agile Chinese players an advantage. A red figure broke free from the crowd, swiftly appearing at the near post. Gao Lin. With the back of his head, he redirected the ball towards the center. With this deflection, Schwarzer had no chance to react, as the ball's landing point became harder to predict. The ball flew over the penalty spot and chaos ensued in the area, with Zheng Cheng, clad in a dark goalkeeper's jersey, fiercely battling with the opposing center back to seize the loose ball. Before Zheng Cheng, Jedinak leapt high, preparing to clear the ball with his head. "This is mine," a powerful voice. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his neck, overpowering Jedinak with a header toward the goal. Bang! The ball accelerated dramatically after leaving Zhang Wei's head, flying straight toward the upper left corner of the goal. On the left post of the goal, an Australian player was stationed. Zhang Wei heads for goal. Duan Xin shouted. The ball, spinning irregularly, sped toward the upper left corner of the goal. The Australian player there jumped ahead, but he couldn't clear the ball. It slipped past his head and into the net's dead corner. Goal. 11. Zhang Wei helped the Chinese team equalize in the final moments, a priceless goal. Zhang Wei connected with Gao Lin's header, receiving the pass near the penalty spot, and directed it into the net's dead corner, equalizing the score for the Chinese team. Behind the goal, the stands filled with Australian fans fell into a hushed silence, their earlier excitement abruptly crashing down to despair. With the team so close to victory, they could hardly accept that the Chinese team had equalized at this moment. In contrast, the Chinese fans experienced a different emotion. After the dramatic last-minute win against Uzbekistan in the second group match, they felt the thrill of their team scoring a crucial goal once again, with everyone excited. The sea of red erupted. After scoring this goal, Zhang Wei felt blank in his mind. All he knew was that he had accomplished something significant, achieving personal redemption. "Xia Ze, I did it. I equalized the score." He joyfully ran towards Xia Ze in the corner area. Xia Ze was equally thrilled, arms wide open, ready to celebrate with Zhang Wei. However, Zhang Wei dashed over and tackled him to the ground. Following Zhang Wei, Gao Lin, Gao Bo, Zhang Limping, Zheng Zheng. All the players of the Chinese team rushed over, piling on top of the two in celebration. Even the substitutes on the sideline rushed over, joining the pile to celebrate this goal. Zhang Wei and Xia Ze were at the bottom, almost gasping for air, yet their hearts overflowed with excitement. After a grueling 90 minutes, they finally equalized, still holding on to the hope of advancing. On the sideline, Lippi could no longer contain himself after Zhang Wei's goal, raising his arms in triumph and embracing Fu Bo beside him. This goal had been long overdue. In Guangzhou, the once silent group in the RF Club's video room was now excitedly embracing each other. These grown men, at the moment of the Chinese team's goal, couldn't contain their emotions. "It's Dawei, the child's father. It's..." Zhang Wei's mother grasped Zhang Zuixing's hand, overwhelmed with excitement. "Yes, it's Dawei, he scored." The excitement was evident in Zhang Zuixing's eyes. How could she not be excited that her son represented the national team and scored a crucial goal at such a pivotal moment? In the square of Tianhe Sports Center, thousands of fans erupted in jubilation at the moment Zhang Wei scored, cheers echoing for hundreds of meters, flags waving in the square, with some fans even setting off firecrackers. Though it was merely an equalizer, the Chinese team's performance today thrilled them. Ajax had unexpectedly equalized, scoring 2 goals in just 2 minutes. The Ajax fans went nearly crazy, while the Everton fans were visibly dejected. Leading by 2 goals only to be equalized in a short time was difficult for anyone to accept. The director found it interesting. After showing the replay of the match, he gave Xia Ze a close-up. At this moment, Xia Ze no longer bore the joy of the previous matches, but instead wore a frown. The team had just collapsed like this.